reborn back to the day before the apocalypse. I was searching all over the street for a fierce-looking orange cat. The neighbors all thought I was crazy, but only I knew that a few days later, the monsters from the classic of mountains and seas would descend upon the blue star, and this seemingly ordinary orange cat would transform into a chunchi that devours gods after the apocalypse arrives. Therefore, I must find it before the end of the world and tame it. At this time, the news is playing on TV, the Akun community stray cat murder case, and I quickly found the fierce-looking, murdericide orange cat in the picture. So I immediately drove to this community. Just arrived here, I saw a group of uniformed staff gathered together, preparing to execute these stray cats, and a woman next to them was trying to stop them. Although these cats have hurt people, they shouldn't be put to death. From another perspective, don't you have any faults? I walked closer and found out that it was my materialistic ex-girlfriend Wang Luya. In the previous life, I worked 3 jobs a day just to put her through college, but the first thing she did after getting into university was to break up with me and bring her new boyfriend along. Today, her rich second-generation boyfriend Zhang Tao is also present, and he wants to spend 50,000 yuan to buy these stray cats. This touched Wang Luya, but I ignored it and went straight to the cage next to it. After confirming that this is the cat I was looking for, I ignored others' obstruction and grabbed the cat. The onlookers looked at me incredulously and said, "This person is so cute. How dare he touch such a fierce cat? Not afraid of being bitten to death." I just sneered at this. When I was about to leave, Wang Luyao came up to me and said, "Don't you dislike keeping pets?" I responded with a serious and cold tone, "It's none of your business." Wang Luyao was so angry that she felt itchy teeth in her eyes. I was just a waste, and she couldn't possibly dare to confront herself. At this moment, Zhang Tao walked over with a disdainful expression and said, "We have already bought this cat. Are you trying to steal it by taking it away like this?" I did not speak, went up and punched him directly, then grabbed his neck and said, "Dare to speak again, I'll break your hand." Seeing my eyes full of killing intent, he was so scared that he didn't dare to say a word, and Wang Luyo was even more shocked like a wooden person. Seeing no one stopping me, I took the cat back home. After returning to the room, I put the cat into the iron cage. At this moment, the orange cat was full of aggressiveness, with a murderous look in its eyes. So I quickly threw a chicken leg to it. It looked at the chicken leg and then at me, thought for 2 seconds, and became obedient, starting to gnaw on the chicken leg. Seeing this, I smirked and said, "If you submit to me in the future, you can eat chicken legs as you please." It seemed to understand, obediently meowed at me. After doing all this, I went to the supermarket to buy some supplies, then found someone to make a steel door similar to the bank vault material, reinforced the windows with bulletproof glass and titanium materials, and then went to the black market to buy a knife. Soon the next day arrived. My heart suddenly twitched, feeling like something was about to burst out of my body. In just 2.5 seconds, everything went black before I fainted. When I woke up again, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and I felt an inexhaustible strength in my body. A voice suddenly sounded in my mind, "Congratulations, host, for awakening the 3S level divine spirit ability." I was overjoyed after hearing this, because you see, abilities are divided into 4 types: common, mental, elemental, and the divine spirit type that is on par with God's. In the previous and current worlds, those who awaken the divine spirit ability are at least S level, but I was the lowest with a common D level ability in the past life. Yet in this life, I directly awakened the 3S level divine spirit ability. I immediately began to wave my hands to explore my abilities. I saw the bars on the window twist and turn into molten iron. With a slight flick of my finger, a drop of molten iron shot through the wall like a bullet, sizzling and emitting white smoke. I then lowered my hands, and in the blink of an eye, the window returned to its original state. I suppressed the joy in my heart. Is this the power of a 3S level ability? And at this moment, the orange cat in the cage began to attack the iron cage continuously. Seeing this, I started to use my special ability. The iron cage instantly turned into a mass of molten iron. Then, with a single thought, the molten iron turned into a black collar that could freely change size and release high-voltage electric currents. After putting the collar on the cat, I am ready to complete the last thing before the end of the world. In the previous life, I was persecuted by Lin Shu, the son of the high level in the war zone, and was forced to use D-level abilities to deal with the S-level ferocious beast. In the end, the beloved girl was eaten by the S-level ferocious beast to save me. At this moment, my eyes are full of killing intent. I picked up the knife and walked out of the house. 10 minutes later, looking at the magnificent office building in front of me, I took a deep breath, my eyes cold and full of murderous intent. Holding a machete and quickly arrived at the top floor of the high-rise building, kicked open the door, only to see a couple eating Rujiyamo, with hot breaths coming out of their mouths. The door was opened, and the two of them panicked instantly. Lin Shu pointed at me angrily. "Who are you? Who let you in? Don't you know that I hate being disturbed the most?" I looked at him with a smile on my face and said, "Long time no see. Who knows you? Security guard. Where is the security guard?" The words fell, and two security guards rushed in with electric batons. I smiled faintly at this, and a pool of molten iron appeared in my hand, directly welding the two security guards firmly to the wall. At the same time, I took out a knife and walked step by step towards Lin Shu. The other party was directly frightened and knelt down to beg for mercy. "Don't come over. As long as you spare my life, I will give you anything you want." A sudden voice came from downstairs. "Prisoner inside. Listen up. You have been surrounded by us." Seeing this, Lin Shu immediately became arrogant. "Ha, my grandfather is the head of the military region. I advise you to let me go. Otherwise I will torture you later." Looking at his arrogant appearance, I felt that killing him directly was too cheap, so I tied him to a chair, then showed a wicked smile. "I'll ask you a question. Answer it correctly and I'll let you go. What is 1000 minus 7? It's 9,000. I stabbed him before he could finish speaking. "Wrong answer." "Next question. What time is it now?" 3 o'clock in the afternoon. "Wrong. It's 15 o'clock now." After saying that, another stab followed. The next question, "Where is the enemy jungler?" The questions continued one after another, and I stabbed dozens of times, avoiding vital points with each stab. Lin Shu couldn't bear it anymore and let out a miserable scream. The superior downstairs, upon hearing this, anxiously urged the sniper Blood Eagle to shoot. "Hurry. If something happens to Lin Xiao, he won't survive." With a bang, Blood Eagle found a good position and fired a shot, but I quickly reacted, directly reaching out to control the fast-flying bullet. Blood Eagle, shocked to see this, wet his pants, reported to the superior. The bullet was caught by the other party. The chief was very angry. "Nonsense. Continue to hit me." After receiving the order, Blood Eagle began to shoot continuously, but all the bullets were caught by me with one hand without exception. Helplessly, he could only report the mission as a failure. The chief was so angry that he began to order his subordinates to charge up the building. At the same time, after tormenting, I waved the knife in my hand. A silver light fell, and with a swift motion, Lin Shu widened his eyes, full of bloodshot eyes, howling in agony. His limbs were cleanly cut off. This intense pain caused Lin Shu to faint directly for a moment, and just then, numerous hurried footsteps suddenly came from outside the door. "Still not stopping? You're surrounded by us. The snipers have locked on to your position. It's not too late to tie your hands." An angry voice with a megaphone sounded. Outside the new Emperor group, countless police cars and SWAT officers appeared at the moment, sirens blaring endlessly. That was fast. Chen Mo looked aside at the cell phone that had fallen from Lin Shu's body. It clearly showed that it was on a call. If he hadn't awakened his powers, he would have killed Lin Shu 2 days earlier. I'm afraid I'll be facing a siege of hundreds or thousands. But now, it doesn't matter anymore. Chen Mo looked at the cell phone time. 11 hours 57 minutes and 32 seconds. 3 minutes to go. Chen Mo waved his big hand, and the power of the mastery alien ability was used to the extreme. The objects around them trembled violently. It turned into countless iron liquids swarming towards the blocked door. It gradually coalesced into an impenetrable metal gate. Bang! Outside the door. When the special forces holding firearms after breaking open this door saw this scene, eyes wide open. "This? When did this door appear?" Inside the president's room, Chen Mo got up and glanced at the ground where he was already half dead. The vitality gradually dissipated Lin Shu, wrapped his limbs with that iron liquid to prevent him from bleeding to death. Chen Mo lifted him off the ground. It was a hard punch to the stomach. Pooh-ho! The immense pain caused Lin Shu to instantly wake up. He was pale and bloodless. "Look around here." Lin Shu was instantly overwhelmed by fear. "It's not a dream. It's not a dream. Mercy, please." It was the umpteenth time he'd said it. I don't know how many times. Chen Mo expressionlessly held him down against the wall, looked across the street in the direction of a high-rise building. There, a sniper is creeping in. An angry shout came from the headset. "That's that lord's grandson. I give you permission to shoot the thugs. Shoot." Bang! A deafening sound came. The clear glass around them shattered inch by inch in an instant. Just when that sniper thought he had killed himself with one shot, the sniper bullet, surprisingly, stopped in front of Chen Mo in an instant. Chen Mo's pupils shrank. Boom! That bullet cut right through the cheek and hit heavily on top of that iron door behind him. There was a nuisance smoke. The sniper on the opposite side was shaken, his expression horrified. "Lost? Failed? How is that possible? Did you, yourself, just look at it wrong? The bullet, it actually stopped? Falcon, did it work?" The sniper swallowed incredulously, his voice hoarse. "Captain, failed. You fool. Why didn't you shoot this person down? Instead, you exposed your position. Get off! And across the street in the building, a blood scar slowly emerged from Chen Mo's cheek. Lin Shu was even more desperate at this point. Not even a sniper bullet could kill this man? He really couldn't think of any other way to kill this monster. Chen Mo let out a tisk. The power of a sniper bullet is not something that can be compared to a handgun. The juggernaut alien ability was still just awakened after all. If one had reached the second stage, even sniper bullets wouldn't be able to get close to one's body at all. Chen Mo looked at the time that was gradually passing on his cell phone. The face became more and more frantic. Those tempered glass are shattered and unprotected and will fall if they take another step. Chen Mo lifted Lin Shu and caught him in the air 23 stories up. Look down here at the scene that once overlooked itself. Countless densely packed crowds. Lin Shu was trembling and his pupils were dilated. Shouted in fear, "Don't kill me! Don't kill me!" And this scene was clearly noticed by countless people below. A big bloody man in uniform with binoculars noticed the scene. Suck in a breath of cold air. Hiss. All of you put your ING guns down. That's Master Lin's grandson. Go prepare the life-saving airbags. That guy, what the hell is he trying to do? The uniformed man's face was horrified. Before coming, they had investigated everything about Chen Mo. Chen Mo and Lin Shu simply cannot hit together. Half of the intersection are not. Its resume is also mediocre beyond mediocre. Why, exactly, would it do that? And even more alarming to him, how on earth did one person in the area stop the heavily armed specialists? Lin Shu had been stunned silly at the moment, and her whole body was weak. The soul flew to the sky in fear. Chen Mo glanced at the time and laughed out loud. Open your doggy eyes for me and take a good look. The second hand keeps turning. Chen Mo murmured softly. 3, 2, 1. When the time came to 12 o'clock sharp this moment, November 23rd, 2049, buzz. All that seems to stop at this moment. Numerous beeps resounded in the ears of people all over the world. Boom! An earth-shattering roar came from the sky. The entire earth beneath his feet began to tremble violently. The earth was separating, splitting into countless mouths that looked like abysses. The clear sky, which had been cloudless, became as crimson as night. And it was even more raw and torn open in a huge way. The brilliant and incomparable daytime meteors in the sky turned into life-sapping, red-colored meteorites that, one after another, they smashed down on top of the earth. Rumble. At this moment, far away from the Yangtze River Yellow River Basin rolled up a huge wave. The ancient Yangtze and Yellow Rivers even transformed into a black and white double auger sufficient to swallow the sky. Rising up to the sky, a piercing roar erupted. In the center of the sky and sea, a huge palm stretched out. Everywhere in the ancient Holy Land, a sleeping god awoke. Flash floods, tsunamis, earthquakes, the collapse of a magnificent building. It was like the wrath of the heavens and the judgment of the gods. In this moment, all that seems to cease to exist. The sky and the earth are changing, and the end times are about to begin. Lin Shu's body trembled violently as he watched the buildings in front of him crumble one by one. There were explosions in the distance, smoke and sirens. His eyes, covered by that weird crimson color, lips and teeth were constantly chattering. What's going on here? As for Chen Mo, who was on the side, when he saw this scene, his body trembled in the same way. Only, compared to Lin Shu's fearful despair, he was excited. Bang! Lin Shu was thrown heavily to the ground. Chen Mo turned around in the dim light. The pupils were regal and shimmered with an eerie light. Behind it was a dim, blood-colored sky. Countless meteorites burning with blazing flames fell, and the sky collapsed. The countless terrified screams and gunshots that came to his ears. Ah, damn! What's going on with you? Wake up, Captain! What's wrong with them? With them? Bang bang! Chen Mo opened his hands, his face insanely hideous. Showing a wry smile, he said slowly, Lynch, welcome to End Times, Chapter 12. Lin Shu, who can't beg for death, and a natural disaster. No one would have thought that. This daytime meteor that represents good wishes will turn into a meteor that will take their lives. Natural disasters, man-made disasters, earthly disasters. Crowds of people fled and wailed all over the place in various locations in Tianhai City. One by one, former friends were talking and laughing 1 moment ago. The second afterward became a hideous, fey zombie with viscous saliva dripping from its mouth lunging towards itself. The rats and cats and dogs that roamed the streets begin to swell and become enormously bloodthirsty. Taller than a small car. In just under 10 minutes, all traffic was paralyzed and dead bodies and wreckage were everywhere. In front of this bizarre to the extreme end of the natural disaster, everything seems so small and pathetic. And at this moment, Chen Mo within the new emperor group, with a crazy face, he looked at the scene in front of him. Here it comes. Finally, Lin Shu was so frightened that he foamed at the mouth and became incontinent. His entire body was muddled, his pupils covered in blood, and he said in horror, "No, no, what, exactly, is happening here? Did you guys do all this? Why?" Lin Shu knew that he would surely die. With a fierce and regal face, he roared towards Chen Mo. "He seems crazy, but yeah, alive under these last days. It's all crazy." "No." Chen Mo turned her head slyly, her eyes twinkling as she looked at him, grinning like an evil spirit. He said, "I don't have that much power. Linus, you know what? This is a day I've been waiting for far too long. Any idea why I'm here? Those are the dead souls who died tragically under that monstrous monarch. One by one they are piling up in hell. Push me back." Lin Shu's pupils shrank. Suddenly, the sharp pain hit once again. His face twisted as he let out a scream of excruciating pain. "Ah, what are you doing? Get out of here." At this moment, Lin Shu was being overwhelmed by the female netizen from before. The pretty face of the previous webcam girl. Somehow large chunks of skin and flesh rotted off his face and body, revealing ghastly white bones and eyes that glowed red. Deadly staring down. Lin Shu bit down. Lin Shu didn't have the slightest bit of resistance at all. Oh, Chen Mo was a bit surprised, then smirked at the cybernetic who had transformed into a fae and allowed her to keep tearing away. And the big orange cat on the other side, also lying on the ground as if dead, not moving at all. Chen Mo teasingly laughed. "It seems as if you don't seem to be so lucky with this phase. Enjoy it, the feeling of being gnawed away, little by all this filth." Chen Mo's eyes were frighteningly cold. "No, no, aha." Lin Shu was completely mad. "Kill me, I'll let you kill me." Chen Mo turned around, his face looking exceptionally calm and indifferent. The dried blood on his face added to the fury. "Come to the orange cat," Chen Mo said indifferently. "I know you're not dead, don't pretend." Poor man. The big orange cat on the floor suddenly snapped its eyes open. At this time when the end times are coming, when heaven and earth are enveloped in a bloodbath, that second eye of its was divinely restored. Meow. The second eye looked extraordinarily brutal and bloodthirsty. The orange cat's body gurgled and churned with blood and flesh, and its entire torso grew several times larger. Ka! The iron ring surrounding its neck snapped inch by inch. In the end, it was directly as tall as half a man. The body is robust and powerful. Like a tiger, roar dash came a low growl. Now the orange cat, instead of making catcalls, it was more like a fierce beast. His eyes stared intently at Chen Mo with an unkind gaze, exuding a terrifying oppressive force and aura all over his body. It was as if they were hunting prey. Chen Mo looked at the broken iron ring on the ground with a calm expression. "Fade, poor man, do you want to resist?" The eyes of this beast with blonde fur in front of him kept turning. Sizing up Chen Mo, he strides gently, his stout forepaws strong. With a ferocious expression, he slowly came to Chen Mo's side, sniffing his scent. Chen Mo didn't move in the slightest. An amazing scene took place. Even without the restraints of the iron ring, the beast surprisingly looked like it was in awe. Creeping on Chen Mo's side, he rubbed his body affectionately, let out a dull, low growl. Strangely enough, the mountains and forests don't have a lot of fierce animals, but in the end, this orange cat was the only one who stood out from it, and became the great fierce infidel, and devoured the gods of the sky and the sea. Chen Mo smiled and went up to touch the poor man's fur. "No wonder, you were able to become the overlord of Tianhai City. Just this aspect of knowing about crises is enough to avoid many risks in the end times." If the poor man dared to try to backfire on himself, having just awakened as a fae, he looked powerful, but not as good as yourself in any way. By himself, it was enough to easily kill him. Chen Mo looked toward the metal gate in front of him, used the juggernaut alien power. In an instant, the giant door was reduced to a puddle of iron liquid. The rich smell of blood, with the roar of the roar, came to the surface. It was actually a military-looking fae zombie. Roar! The poor man beside him lunged. In an instant, he bit off half of his body, making a chewing sound. Chen Mo did not stop this. A special existence with self-awareness like the poor man's is better than devouring humans. What I prefer is to devour zombies and beasts of the same fae species, or even gods. This enables them to keep advancing and growing. Chen Mo walked out the door. The door was dim and wretchedly broken at the moment. The walls around them were filled with densely packed bullet holes. There was even a large patch of incomplete corpses lying on the ground. Apparently, the special forces that had been guarding the door earlier had retreated. Ah, help! 23 in the middle of the third floor. A man with glasses in uniform, covered in blood, fled frantically. Upon seeing Chen Mo's appearance, his face was ecstatic. There are people, and alive. He hurriedly ran towards Chen Mo. In its wake followed a large swath of fae walkers within the 23rd floor. Chen Mo's eyes narrowed slightly, noticed the striking scars on the man's body. The juggernaut alien energy surged. Buzz! A large piece of silver liquid instantly transformed into an extremely sharp hilt. PFFFFFFFFFF, dryly lodged into the center of each zombie's brain. Even the man with the glasses had a handful on his forehead. A stream of blood slipped from the man's vision. His entire body stood in place. All of his faces were filled with unbelief as he looked at Chun Mo. Why? Then he fell to the ground with a plop. After the man with the glasses died, a dark figure swooped out behind him, nibbling and tearing towards his corpse, and the 5 or 6 zombies that remain on the other side. On the other hand, it was ferociously and incomparably hissing as it lunged towards Chun Mo. Chun Mo didn't say anything more. Just now, he wanted to use his mastery alien energy again. Suddenly there was a jolt. Knock. Chapter 13 Day 1. Selfish Humanity. Chun Mo's eyes changed as he looked at his hands and muttered, "Is there a cap on the use of powers?" It was also true that he had utilized his master alteration too many times today. For a newly awakened psychic, being able to use it 4 or 5 times was already considered pretty good, and what Chun Mo had used could be far more than that number of times. It was a good thing he had a taijutsu with him, even if you can't use your powers for a while. This physical quality is also far from being comparable to that of a normal person. Chun Mo held his taijutsu in his hand. A sword was swung out, directly decapitating the head of a zombie at the very front alive. Blood flowed like a stream, countless spurts of blood spilling out. Several more walkers pounced. Roar! Behind him, the poor man leapt high into the air and, swinging his huge hand claw, slapped the zombie that was in front of Chun Mo into 2 pieces. But the zombie that had been reduced to 2 pieces was dragging a floor of intestines and guts. It still kept crawling towards Chun Mo. Hands up! PFFFFFFFF. Chun Mo decapitated his head. That's when the other side stopped moving. The only way to kill these ordinary zombies is to behead them, Chun Mo said indifferently. It didn't matter if the poor man understood or not. He dragged his taijutsu all the way out. Blood flowed all over the floor. Put! As the head of the last zombie within the 23rd floor fell, Chun Mo threw it out with force. Shake off the blood stained on the taijutsu. The human walkers on the 23rd floor alone were such a pain in the ass. Not to mention what the entire outside world of Tianhai City was like. The good thing, though, was that those people, too, were able to remove quite a few obstacles for themselves. Through a glass window full of blood and broken flesh, Chun Mo saw a sea of gunfire below. Outside the new king group, the thousands of soldiers who had been here before were an extremely weak force. Among this group of special soldiers, the existence of those transformed into zombie fae had likewise appeared. With their physical qualities, they're even more terrifying than ordinary zombies when they turn into zombies. By no means can it be killed by an ordinary person. Luckily, the group of soldiers below were under command, and immediately killed those who converted around them. The remaining men formed a human wall of defense that, shots are being fired constantly to stop the walkers swarming in from all directions. Chun Mo's eyes flickered as he muttered, "It's going to have to be soon, because now the natural disaster has just descended. Countless fae and zombies are running rampant. In the absence of a large number of survivors and the military's joint roundup and cleanup, it is the most difficult and dangerous time. But again, it's also the best time to advance your powers." Chun Mo looked toward the zombie corpses on the ground, toward the poor man. "Eat them all." The poor man cocked his head in some confusion. Chun Mo said indifferently, "Good for you." About 10 days later, an extremely special contamination crystal appears in the brains of these zombie fae. That stuff, it can advance psychic abilities and boost strength. Not right now, though. However, for the same fae species, the poor key, it was equally a great tonic. The poor man seemed to understand and devoured these corpses one by one. Its mouth is like an abyss. Chun Mo laughed and cursed at the sight. Just eat the key parts. He used his taijutsu to cut off the head of a walker directly and kicked it over. After the poor man had finished swallowing, the man and the beast rested for a while. Chun Mo also felt some of the master alien energy in his body recover. Down the escape route. Here, on almost every floor, you can see large groups of zombies swooping in. I don't know if it was because he had swallowed all that blood and flesh from before, or did these zombies inspire the ferocity in the poor man's body. As a fae with individual consciousness, the poor key was both in terms of combat power and consciousness. Both completely crushed these ordinary zombies. Click, click, click. The poor man was gnawing on the flesh and blood again, and his size seemed to have grown another point larger. Look at it as it is. It was estimated that it wouldn't be long before the poor man would be able to successfully advance to a first-order fae. Chun Mo surveyed the back of the poor man in front of him. He remembered that there were descriptions of the poor man before he was reborn. It has a pair of huge fleshy wings on its body. Not only can they not help but be incredibly ferocious in nature, they are also extremely fast and can fight in the air. Inside the 13th floor of the new Emperor group, bang! The door was slammed heavily. At the bottom of the stairs, a sob came. "Oh, why? Why do I have to go through all this? Am I dreaming? Cry, cry. Just cry." stop crying. Come block this door. We're not going to make it. An angry rebuke rang out. 4 men are covered in blood with their bodies dead against the gate. Inside the door were countless zombies swarming around, banging their heads, limbs, and bodies. Bang! Bang! Each hit was extraordinarily vicious. Several of the men were grimacing, gritting their teeth and dying to fend off the zombies. But here they work overtime 996 all the time, and their physical fitness is naturally not strong. It didn't take long for a bloody, white bone hand to break through the glass and come out. Ah! Another scream. In the hallway behind the 4 men, the woman with the coffee in her hand before Xiaoziren was cloaked. The clothes were unbearable, revealing the great spring light hiding in a corner and shivering. One of the men gritted his teeth and said angrily at Xiaoziren, who was doing nothing on the side, "We can't hold out much longer. Why don't you come up together and fight it, or we all die? When it comes down to it, who cares about male-female comedy? They have witnessed their colleagues around them being bitten by zombies one by one, and they all want to survive." But Xiaoziren shivered and blossomed as she looked at the hideous and horrible zombies behind the door. No, I don't want to die. She screamed and dragged her heels right off, actually fled madly toward the bottom. It was a sight that made the 4 men in the room gape in disbelief. They didn't think Xiaoziren surprisingly chose to flee. Several people roared, "Xiaoziren, you asshole! Stinking!" Boom! The zombies inside the door swarmed and slammed again. This time, the 4 couldn't resist even after. In an instant, he was overwhelmed by the swarming zombies, letting out an unwilling roar. "Xiaoziren, you shall not die. I don't want to die Listening to the tirades and curses of his former co-workers from behind him, the fleeing Xiaoziren looked anxious and kept reassuring himself, "I'm sorry, I want to live, too." Suddenly, because of the rush to escape, his right foot lurched on the way down the stairs. Her entire body leaned forward uncontrollably. The whole thing rolled down several steps in quick succession, all the way up to the 8th floor. Such a huge commotion. Naturally, it drew the attention of countless zombies. Upon seeing the immensely open door at his side, one by one, the wandering walkers turned their heads. Xiaoziren's face was pale, weak and cowering in a corner. He kept crying and saying, "Don't! Stay back! Anyone help me! I'm young, I don't want to die!" Roar! But the zombies don't give a. One by one, the zombies poured towards her. Xiaoziren screamed and closed her eyes tightly. And just then, a terrifying beastly roar rang out. The silver light chopped down. Countless iron liquids closed that open door. The poor man's brutality was incomparable as he directly tore apart several zombies. Large splashes of blood splattered in all directions, spilling onto Xiaoziren's face. Saved, when she opened her eyes again, looking at the beast in front of him, which was even more horrible and terrifying than a zombie. Xiaoziren's body was like falling into an ice cellar. Unable to help himself, he shivered and stepped backward. She was even chattering her teeth, but the strong desire to survive didn't make her faint. Roar! After devouring these zombies one by one, the poor man turned around and looked at her with a fierce and ferocious face. Xiaoziren said with fear to the core, Don't kill me." At this time, a faint voice rang out, "Poor man, Tada!" Accompanied by footsteps, a figure walked slowly down the stairs above. The poor man let out a low growl. Spitting a few bones out of his mouth, he rejoined the man. Upon seeing the unmistakably familiar face, Xiaoziren's petite body shook, followed by a look of infinite ecstasy. Exclaimed, "It's you? Chapter 14, your flesh? Ridiculous bargaining chips. Country. No, how did you get here?" Xiaoziren could be said to be given to joy. "I had thought that I was sure to die, but I didn't want to meet that weird guy from the elevator earlier here, and by the looks of him, it doesn't seem like he's turned into a zombie." Chen Mo glanced at her. With a flat face, he patted the poor man beside him. "Eat these up. These can all be good. Don't waste it." The poor man nodded and stepped forward to swallow the brain of a zombie in a single bite. Sticky blood and brain matter continued to flow from his mouth. Click, click, click. It looks thrilling as hell. Vomit. Xiaoziren's face was pale, couldn't help but throw up at the sight of this oozing scene. For some reason, the more she looked at the beast, the more familiar it looked. Strongly holding back the evil chill in his heart, he opened his mouth towards Chen Mo. This is your pet?" Chen Mo didn't pay any attention to her. Instead, he looked aside to the door that was blocked by the iron liquid. Bang! Bang! Apparently, the walker on the other side of the door was still banging on it, but with the intensity they have now, it is expected to take quite a while. Seeing that Chen Mo simply ignored himself, Xiaoziren frowned, very unhappy. Thinking about her, Xiaoziren, she was once considered a star-crossed goddess in the New Emperor group. Within the New Emperor group, there are countless people who pursue themselves. She thought she was well born, But surprisingly, in Chen Mo's eyes, he couldn't see a bit of pity. A brief moment of peace made her high and mighty again. Hey, I'm talking to you, Xia Ziren said with some dissatisfaction. How did you end up here? This wall, did you do it too? Chen Mo turned around and stared at her with cold eyes and said, you better be quiet. The moment one sees the other's eyes, Xia Ziren's body was as cold as an ice cellar. She swore it was the coldest look she had ever seen in her life. Xia Ziren was so shocked that he couldn't speak for a while. But soon, she reacted. The only two people who were here were themselves and this guy. A weak woman herself and a broken foot. If there is no help, I'm afraid I'll really die here. Looking at the taijutsu in Chen Mo's hand, this guy, who was able to come down from upstairs safely, should be pretty good. Xia Ziren thought darkly. Her face became very aggravated for a moment. Showing a look of pity, said delicately, I'm hurt. Can you help me? He had forgotten all about that unattainable appearance before. Chen Mo gave her a look. It had to be said that Xia Ziren had a good figure, dimpled and very hot. The LA uniforms they were wearing had become tattered and torn for some reason. A great view through the inside. But this kind of green tea whore, Chen Mo had seen too many of them. In the end times, this kind of woman who has good posture but is not useful at all. Either they become the playthings of the bigwigs, or they survive by selling their bodies for food. Can't, Chen Mo said dryly. Xia Ziren's beautiful eyes widened, then she said with some annoyance, are you still a man? I'm hurt. Aren't you going to help me? Ding. A taijutsu was plunged directly and deeply into the wall on Xia Ziren's side. Xia Ziren's pupils shrank as he looked toward the taijutsu at his side. The body couldn't stop shivering. Shut your mouth. Chen Mo grinned and slowly said, have you forgotten? The people who helped you before. All dead? Chen silently drew out his taijutsu and looked at the poor man on the side. Seeing that it had eaten almost all of it. Fade. Let's go. Don't go. The desire to survive eventually trumped reason. Xia Ziren grabbed the corner of Chen Mo's coat with a death grip, her beautiful eyes pleading with tears. Take me with you. I don't want to die. Please. Chen Mo frowned. Why would I bring a liability? Xia Ziren's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of madness, and she simply took off the upper half of her uniform directly. Rip dash. Revealing large swaths of snow-white, tantalizing skin. It was still stained with blood, and it looked strangely beautiful. As long as you can take me with you, you can do whatever you want to me. Obviously before the arrival of the end times, she was still that goddess that ordinary people couldn't even think about. And now, to do something that only a could do, just because she wants to live. Chen Mo's eyes were somewhat mocking. Your flesh? Yes, said Xia Ziren, clenching her lips in humiliation. My flesh. She just couldn't believe that anyone could be indifferent after seeing herself like this. Chen Mo's face was expressionless as he revealed a cold smile. Ridiculous chips. After saying that, he did not give Xia Ziren any room to maneuver, and so it was with the poor man toward the stairs below. Zip! The iron door on his side began to gradually dissolve. Seeing their silhouettes getting farther and farther away, a strong color of fear surfaced in Xia Ziren's beautiful eyes. She screamed at the top of her lungs as she kept crawling towards the front. Don't leave me. I'll do anything. Roar! A hissing sound came out. Xia Ziren stared with wide, beautiful eyes. The eyes were filled with despair and unbelief. That iron gate against the walkers. Surprisingly, it disappeared. No! Asterisk. Seeing death. I curse you not to die. Help me. Xia Ziren struggled frantically, but the number of zombies pouncing on her increased. Her proud flesh was torn and bitten by the walkers little by little. Finally, it ended up being the same as those 4 men earlier. Chen Mo listened to the screams and tirades of curses echoing up from the hallway. The heart didn't flutter in the slightest. In these man-eating end times, sometimes it's not the Fey zombies that are the scariest. Instead, it's a backstabbing teammate. Food, women, crystals, status, all sorts of things can create a huge hidden problem. After coming to the first floor of the new Emperor group, this was because most of the zombies on the first floor had been drawn away by the gunfire from those troops outside the new Emperor group. That's why there aren't many zombies left in the area. Chen Mo held his Tai saber in his hand, and crisply decapitated the last zombie, walked out of the new king mansion, looking at the crimson sky. A terrifying blood moon hung high in the sky. In the midst of the end times, there is no day or sun. This would mean that until the major war zones are established, no one can settle down in one place to farm and produce their own food. It's important to go out and look for non-perishable food before it runs out. However, it was good that at home, Chen Mo had already prepared a large amount of food in advance. It was enough to hold on until the awakening of his other psychic ability, and the 2 psychic abilities were raised to the 2nd order. The zombies outside the new Emperor group are basically cleared out. Not far away is a wall of defense made up of 20 to 30 remaining special soldiers, constantly fending off walkers coming from all directions. Fire! Them's give me fire to kill all these damn things. Oh, I don't want to die. Are we going to die? I have a wife and child at home. Let go of me. Let go of me. I want to go back. Chapter 15, Murder? He's a hero for saving the people here. Under the protection of this group of special forces, there were also 20 to 30 employees of the new Emperor group squatting in the center. Zhang Haifeng was enraged in an instant. He kicked at the middle-aged man who was moving up towards to leave. Are you trying to get everyone here killed? Don't even stop him. Let him die. He's the commander-in-chief here. This operation was meant to rescue Elder Lin's grandson. But I didn't want such a world-shattering thing to happen. Looking around at the collapsing buildings in the crimson dim sky, as well as the zombies that swarmed densely like a tidal wave in front of them, Zhang Haifeng frowned tightly. Surprisingly, he couldn't even contact the military region with the satellite talker. Unable to help, he cursed in anger. Fuck! What the hell is wrong with this world? At this rate, we'll all be dead. And just then, a scream came from the special forces ahead. Ah! Another person has been bitten. Bang bang! Several gunshots exploded. A man in military uniform came running hurriedly and spoke in a deep voice. Captain, out of bullets. Let's retreat. Zhang Haifeng's breath caught. Looking to the still surviving population in front of him, his eyes flickered, constantly thinking about something. There aren't many cars left that can be used now, and there are 30 or 40 people here combined, and that doesn't even include the fighters who stayed behind. Definitely not enough. Ah! Another miserable scream rang out. Zhang Haifeng was sweating in a hurry, and just then, a gasp came from the crowd. What's that? Look at that guy, you guys. So strong. Wait, isn't he the guy who forced his way into the new Emperor group before? Is he Superman? Zhang Haifeng looked along with the direction. It was only on the other road in front of the new Emperor group. Chen Mo and the poor man and beast were frantically hunting zombies. The poor man's eyes were fierce, like a tiger's, and he tore a zombie apart with a single claw. And Chen Mo relied on his powerful physical body, as well as his 15 years of combat experience in the last days, as if it were a pitch-black devil, holding a taijutsu. Even when surrounded by countless zombies, he didn't see any fear at all. Instead, he traveled with ease and cut off a head cleanly with a single slash. Put. This scene is just too much. It was a stark contrast to the dozens of armed soldiers who were struggling to resist on this side. Spare Zhang Haifeng, who had many years of experience as an instructor. After seeing this kind of flowing stance and dry means, both couldn't help but stare and explode. Asterisk? Is that the thug? He rubbed his eyes incredulously. At that moment, the soldier at his side spoke up. Captain, he's the one who killed Lin Shu, the president of the new Emperor group. Going to shoot? Drive your sister. Zhang Haifeng gave him an angry look, cursing angrily. How many bullets are left in the barrel of your gun when it's their time? Not to use it on the damn things, to use it on your own? You take the men and cover the back. Let's retreat behind that guy. Zhang Haifeng glanced at the group of ordinary people who were crouching on the ground holding their heads and cowering. The more you fight these damn things, the more you get. In the end, I'm afraid everyone will have to die here. And Chen Mo's appearance gave him a glimmer of hope. In other words, even if that person killed the president of the new Emperor group, but if only the nearly 100 people present could be saved through him, that's heroic. Special moments call for special means. He, Zhang Haifeng, is not someone who doesn't know how to change things. On the spur of the moment, he immediately opened his mouth. Get all this general public on board. We're sheltering in the back, bulletless. What the are you guys doing with that police-style knife? Bring it out and cut me. Immediately after he gave the order, the crowd sizzled. These 100 or so people, following a path that Chen Mo had killed, kept moving forward to evacuate. Chen Mo, who was at the very front, naturally noticed the movement at the back. Another zombie killed. Turning his head, he glanced at the troops that followed behind him but kept their distance. Nothing more was said. Instead, they proceeded forward. Zhang Haifeng, who was holding a telescope in his hand, sighed in relief at the sight. Mumbles, looks like he kind of agreed. Get me a gun and cover for him. Putting the binoculars down, Zhang Haifeng became a little more alarmed the more he looked. Who the hell is he? They had seen the horror of these zombies with their own eyes. Unless you hit your head, you can't die, even if all your limbs and body are sifted. Wasted a lot of bullets. And this guy from an unknown origin even looked at ease in front of so many walkers. Does Lin's grandson have a grudge against him? Zhang Haifeng looked at the document that recorded Chen Mo, his eyes constantly flickering, looking around at the growing number of zombies. Chen Mo was already covered in blood. Spare the awakening of the supernormal ability after the strengthening of his, but also cannot help but more and more strenuous up. Coming to the city center on the first day of the end times was nothing short of risky. But the chance to kill Lin Shu is only this once, because after today, with Lin Shu's special status, a helicopter gunship will be the first to come and pick them up, bring it to the safest place possible. Roar! Another zombie lunged. Bang! A loud gunshot came. One shot to the head. It turned out to be Zhang Haifeng behind him who fired. Chen Mo glanced over and the other party revealed a friendly smile. Nodding his head, Chen Mo proceeded to move on. During this time halfway through the advance, more and more evacuees gathered on Zhang Haifeng's side. Even a couple of cars don't fit anymore, Zhang Haifeng said with a headache as he looked at the crowd following the car. Hasn't the support from the military district come yet? This is not a good idea. And just then, the earth beneath his feet suddenly rumbled and trembled violently. The surrounding buildings kept collapsing down, large chunks of debris smashing down amongst the crowd. The hairs on the poor Chi's body stood on end, and his face suddenly became incomparably hideous. Extremely disturbed, he began to growl low. When Chen Mo saw this, he looked like he had thought of something. He looked furiously at the crowd behind him, and the earth beneath his feet suddenly cracked open into a huge seam. From it, a huge hand full of flab and obesity stretched out. The giant hand swept across, grabbing a large swath of survivors with their vehicles. Ah! Help me! Save me! Countless miserable screams rang out. Zhang Haifeng's breath caught in his throat as he looked at the outstretched from the ground, a full dozen meters long. The huge fat arms like a baby's, even a military vehicle, so small in front of it, was grasped in its hands. Above them are countless survivors struggling, and some even jumping down from the top. Pa! It fell to a pulp with a bang. It's ing. What again? Zhang Haifeng was stunned. He. From that deep, bottomless crack, a laugh similar to a baby's cry, eerie and unearthly, came faintly. He. Chapter 16, Awakened Gods? The Second Alien Power. When the voice is heard, Chen Mo's pupils shrunk and his eyes flickered continuously. Shohei God? Why did you awaken so quickly? He turned his head to look at the crowd not far behind him and spoke on the spot. Poverty. Let's go. The experience of surviving the end times for 15 years had taught him the strength of the early stage gods. It was at least equivalent to a fourth-ranked alien. Definitely not something that an extraordinary person can fight against. Just as Chen Mo was planning to leave behind this group of people in Port Chi without hesitation, the violent earthquake, surprisingly, came to a screeching halt for a moment. Well, so sleepy. Beside Chen Mo's ears, this baby-like voice suddenly sounded. Chen Mo's expression became somewhat shocked as he incredulously looked towards the ground. There was even some doubt that I had heard wrong. This is the voice of the god of longevity? Why can I understand the language of the gods? Except for the special and incomparable kind of gods in the end times who can talk. The language spoken by the other gods was simply unintelligible. So sleepy. The voice rang out once again. Chen Mo frowned and immediately looked at his left hand. Only the dark pattern of awakening above his left hand was actually flickering with an eerie purple light. Altered powers? When the earthquake stopped, the huge, obese hand gradually retracted back towards that abyssal fissure. How had a group of ordinary people ever seen such a horrifyingly terrifying scene? The crowd was in a state of shock. Whoa! I want to go home. I don't want to die in this hellhole. What the hell is wrong with this world? Zhang Haifeng was also in shock for a long time. He opened his mouth to say something, but that mere hand directly shattered his worldview. Zhang Haifeng looked underground, his face revealing incomparable scorn. What kind of monster is hiding underneath this Tianhai city? Suddenly, as if something came to mind, Zhang Haifeng looked toward Chen Mo in the distance. A horrible conjecture came to mind. This teenager, could it be that he specially chose this day to kill Lin Shu? Did he, by any chance, expect this to happen? Zhang Haifeng shook his head violently, trying to clear his head. He bellowed, "All be quiet. We've contacted the military, and someone will come to our rescue soon. If you guys are so loud, you're going to attract those ghostly things again later." Roar! A shocking roar came from the sky. Zhang Haifeng's expression stiffened and he turned his head somewhat stiffly, only to see a dense and overwhelming wave of corpses coming from behind the crowd. A sea of them, countless zombies converging on this spot, each one a bloody mess. It came rushing in with a low roar as if it were a locust crossing. Many of those walkers fell into that huge abyss, but that still doesn't stop them from moving forward. Done. This was the only thought in Zhang Haifeng's mind at this moment. Bang bang! The sound of gunshots exploded once again. At this moment even he could not help but be in a state of despair. I don't want to die. Run! The survivors who had been so hard to gather, after seeing such a horrifying picture of a mountain of corpses, each one of them instantly turned into a chaotic mess. Desperately, he fled backwards. At that moment, the sound of a rumbling engine suddenly sounded in the distant sky. An immensely blackened helicopter gunship arrived, constantly shooting out a dense and incomparable attack. Boom! Boom! Huge swaths of zombies died horribly in the midst of this indiscriminate artillery fire. Oi, can you hear me? Zhang Haifeng, come in, please, come in. A radio communicator rustled aside. Zhang Haifeng's face was ecstatic as he took a handful and exclaimed, all of you hold on, backup is coming. I'm Zhang Haifeng, I can hear you. Zhang Haifeng responded with great joy. Hundreds of survivors exist here and need help. The communicator end replied immediately. Roger that. We're the 13th Theater Special Agent. In support. Is Elder Lin's grandson Lin Shu among your team, Linus? Zhang Haifeng's face sank as he looked at the armed helicopter in the upper air. Immediately knew why the military district had sent such a large firepower crew. Lin Shu is dead. What did you say? The end of the communicator lost his voice. Looking extraordinarily shocked, Zhang Haifeng exclaimed, forget about that for now. I still have hundreds of survivors here. You've all arrived and cover for me to get these survivors to safety first. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the comlink before responding. Got it. I have another extremely special person here. You, said Zhang Haifeng, looking in Chen Mo's direction. It was discovered that Chen Mo and the beast at the forefront had left at some point. Zhang Haifeng was stunned. The bullets and the gun in his hand had all been fired. He simply picked up a police issue knife and, with a furious roar, he charged directly into the immensely chaotic crowd in front of him. Secure these survivors. Backup is coming. Backward defense. Boom. Bang bang. At this moment, Chen Mo was already riding on the poor man's body. Countless roaring explosions came from behind them, with fire and countless smoke rising from the sky. Chen Mo turned his head to look at the helicopter gunship in the sky. Cold laughter. Lin Shu's treatment is really different. Surprisingly, they used such a big battle to come. It's a good thing that Lin Shu is as dead as he can be nowadays. If we really let him enter the middle of the military area, it would be hard to kill him again. But, poverty. I really didn't expect you to be quite good at this speed. Chen Mo patted the constantly running poor Chi under his seat. The poor man let out a low growl of discontent. The post-apocalyptic world is littered with the ruins of tall buildings. Vehicles can't drive very far at all before being stopped by collapsed buildings. And poor Qi was incredibly athletic, constantly weaving and jumping on top of the layers of collapsed buildings. The speed was extremely fast running towards the front. Those zombie brain marrow that the poor man had been allowed to eat earlier had worked, and now the poor man was huge. It was no less than a full-grown tiger, and even stronger. Chen Mo rode on the poor man's body, with taijutsu in hand. The one man and one beast slapped and slashed the zombies that pounced around them. As far as the zombies are evolved now, they can't catch up with them at all. Inside the old town, leaving the city center. By this point, the walkers start to thin out. Most of the zombies around us were turned by some old people. Both speed and offense are greatly reduced. Chen Mo rode the poor man around in a circle, gave the neighborhood near the residence a cursory cleanup of the walkers. Put. A zombie's head was chopped off. Chen Mo came to the downstairs of his house and mumbled, almost. Looking at the poor man beside him, Chen Mo said with a smile, it's barely scraping by at its current size. I'm afraid you won't be able to fit in any bigger. The poor man barked in dissatisfaction. Just walked into the building. Roar. Chapter 17, Hunting Zombies, Obtaining Crystallized Cores. A zombie face came face to face. Ka! Chen Mo's hand rose and fell. The face was calm and incomparable as he looked at the head rolling down in front of him. This man he knew. Landlord. A few days ago, he had come to himself to collect the rent. Don't worry, the rent will be less. I will burn it for you on the Qingming festival later. Chen Mo slowly said. Be a man. Be principled. Then go upstairs. Chen Mo almost killed his way through. Blood flowed in rivers, filling the staircase within a flight of stairs at his feet. Poor man. Deal with it. The usual. Let the poor man get rid of all these corpses. Chen Mo looked at this iron door in front of him and used the key to unlock it. Squeak dash. A wide array of food and mountains of supplies appeared before his eyes. Phew dash. Chen Mo let out a long breath. The satisfaction of stocking up before the end times come. It burst forth in an instant. He was starving. Straight away, he picked up a packet of compressed cookies and chewed it with a big mouthful of water. The poor man on the side licked his fur and let out a low growl of discontent. Meat. Meat. Chen Mo took out a few pieces of frozen beef from the refrigerator and casually threw them over. Somewhat helplessly. Why are you still thinking about eating after all that? Not. Same. Chen Mo was stunned. Wide-eyed. He looked at the poor man in front of him, revealing an unbelievable expression. Wait, were you the one who was just talking? The poor man let out another low roar. Me? A disjointed voice rang out. Chen Mo's expression became more and more brilliant. Looking to the dark pattern of awakening in his left hand, it was true that it was once again flickering with a faint luster. Earlier in the encounter with the god of longevity also, it was as if one could hear what the other was saying. Now, It also seemed to be able to understand what the poor man was saying, but the awakening dark pattern on the left hand was not yet complete, and one didn't hear the whispers when awakening the powers. This means that this psychic ability has not yet awakened. Chen Mo stared at the poor man for a while and said, "You were able to communicate with me?" The poor man nodded. Chen Mo grinned. "Interesting. Looks like this second ability of mine is a bit unusual." In the mid-apocalyptic period, mankind was well on its way to having a place of resistance. There have been offers to talk to the gods and ask where they came from, but because no one knows the language of the gods. On top of that, most of the gods would strike out to exterminate humans on sight. The matter was left unsettled. If one can talk to the gods, one has a chance to understand where they came from. What the hell is all this? Chen Mo didn't think much about it, but stretched out, feeling a little sleepy. A little sleepy. A shower would be nice. Chen Ma shrugged. The most he could hold in his modest room was clean water. In the post-apocalyptic world, it would be really hard to find a clean water source. In order to accommodate the water, Chen Mo specially emptied the tables and chairs placed in the house. It frees up large areas for placement. After a brief shower, Chen Mo utilized his mastery alien energy and blocked off the surroundings, lying in bed gradually falling asleep. Early the next morning, Chen Mo was then greeted by a constantly repeating, cacophonous to the core voice. Unexplained mutations are occurring around the world. Please be patient with the survivors within the safe areas they are in. An army will come to the rescue in a matter of days. Special attention. If anyone close to you is unfortunate enough to be victimized by a walker, please stay away quickly. Stay away from. Quickly. Chen Mo slowly opened the barred window. The sky was still a deep red, as if it were evening. Some more scattered zombies have appeared under the building at the moment. It's like a lonely ghost is wandering around. The air was filled with the smell of smoke and blood as it was littered with rags and wrecks. A loudspeaker in the distance was broadcasting the message over and over again. It's like a world away. Chen Mo's eyes flickered and he couldn't help but murmur, "The original. It's not a dream." Easing the barred window open. After a night of rest and recovery, in addition to having food and water, the mental state and the recovery of the powers were much better. It is only the first day of the beginning of the end times. Even those survivors who weren't looking for food and water were mostly able to hang on. Nothing more than a little mental anguish. But Chen Ma knew, as the post-apocalyptic world continues to advance, the zombies in Fae are getting stronger. Survivors will have less and less space. The most important thing is the mindset. Not a few of them couldn't take it and went mad and committed suicide. Chen Mo sat on the bed very calmly, glancing at the mountain of food supplies piled up on his side. After another week, these zombies will be able to condense crystals in their brains. I'm now considered a first-order alien, and if I want to improve, I have to have the help of a crystal core. Crystalline cores can certainly enhance the strength of psychic abilities. However, this didn't stop Chen Mo from exercising his exotic abilities and physique on a daily basis. End times day 9. During this period of time, Chen Mo hunted the surrounding zombie Fae with the poor man almost daily. Under daily training, the range of the Juggernaut's powers expanded from within 3 meters initially to 5 meters, and Chen Mo gradually found his way back to the feeling he had in the 15 years of the end times. The only downside was the delayed awakening of another psychic ability in the meantime, but that awakening dark pattern became more and more perfect. Inside a rundown street, roar! A growl sounded. After many days of devouring the Fae, the size of the poor key nowadays had become even more gigantic and ferocious. With a growl, he immediately tore towards the large group of zombies in front of him. Wherever the thick and incomparably sharp claws passed through, they set off huge splashes of blood. A head of zombies was instantly slapped into 2 dismembered halves by it. On the other hand, Chen Mo was facing these 20 to 30 zombies in front of him. Mastery alien usage. The abandoned vehicles around them became twisted beyond recognition, crushing towards the group of zombies in an instant. Boom! The group of zombies was pinned down with a bang. Chen Mo raised his right hand. In an instant, sharp, unimaginable pieces of iron sprang from those abandoned vehicles. Straight through the bodies of these zombies in front of them. Chen Mo stepped forward and chopped open the head of a zombie with his knife. The scene was bloody as hell, and brains were flowing. In it, Chen Mo saw a lavender crystal core that was glittering with a crystalline light. Chen Mo's face was delighted, and he put his hand inside without the slightest regard for the disgusting writhing brain matter. As soon as he pulled out this quail egg-sized crystal core, although it was only the most ordinary crystal core, not even a first-order one, but it's definitely more than enough for your current self. Chen Mo looked to the side of the stupid poor Chi and opened his mouth. I thought you didn't like these heads. Not now. See this? Take all this stuff out. The poor man nodded with seeming understanding, then bit off the head of a zombie in front of him with a single bite. Click, 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 and then spit out a crystal core covered in saliva and blood brain matter. Chen Mo was stunned and took a deep breath and said, "Forget it, you can eat this crystal core. I'll do it myself." He used his mastery alien energy to condense a small knife that was extremely sharp. With unparalleled skill, he cut open the brains of these zombies and removed the crystal cores from them. Squeak! Behind him, a sound of something breaking rang out. Chen Mo's face changed. An iron blade exploded towards his back. "Who's there?" Bang! A loud bang came from not far behind him. A scream followed. Don't kill me." Chapter 18, Seriously? I didn't want to kill you. Anyone else? Chen Mo's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared intently at the car across the street that had already been scrapped. "Don't kill me, Chen Mo. It's me." From behind this automobile, a youth slowly climbed out. The youth's face was thin, and his cheeks were covered with blood and dirt. His clothes were also speckled with blood everywhere. His hair was disheveled and he looked panicked beyond belief. Seeing the visitor, Chen Mo frowned. Li Yuan? Li Yuan's face was incredibly pale and bloodless. He had been planning to look for food when he suddenly heard a huge commotion over here and wanted to come and take a look. He happened to bump into the chilling image of Chen Mo opening a box for those zombies. He had a grudge against Chen Mo. He wouldn't kill himself to silence him, would he? Li Yuan said with a face of fear. "Chun Ma, I'm really just passing through. Just passing through." Chen Mo shot him a glance. Spare a thought. What a coincidence. Exploring this place for the past few days, Chen Mo also detected the footprints of many human survivors. Because they don't want to get too involved with these people, they simply avoid them. It was unexpected that Li Yuan would show up at this place. The poor man let out a low growl. Li Yuan's breath caught and he hurriedly came to Chen Mo's body and knelt down to beg for forgiveness. "Don't kill me, Chen Mo. It was my fault before. I shouldn't have taken your girlfriend, but I didn't even know about it. It was Wang Luyao that betrayed you first." Li Yuan grasped Chen Mo's pants leg in a death grip and continuously begged. Chen Mo's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at Li Yuan who was kneeling on the ground. Suddenly he laughed and said, "I think, if you don't get that knife out, that sentence might even be a little more convincing." Li Yuan underneath him was shaken. He snapped his head up and stormed off with a fierce look on his face. "Die for me. If it wasn't you, how could that Wang Luyao betray me?" He pulled out a small knife from the lining of his clothes and immediately stabbed towards Chen Mo's heart. Li Yuan's face was frantic. He had been starving for a long time without food since the beginning of the end times. And in front of you, it's your own enemy. Thinking back to what Chen Mo said to himself earlier, "If I don't kill him, he will kill me." Li Yuan's eyes were red and his appearance was crazy as he decided to make the first move. The knife in front of him was about to stab into Chen Mo's body. The knife in his hand unexpectedly came to a weird and incomparable halt. No matter how hard Li Yuan tried, it was difficult to pierce the slightest bit. Chen Mo smiled playfully. "This stuff, it doesn't work on me." Li Yuan's pupils dilated and looked at Chen Mo with shock and incredulity written all over his face. His face twisted and he used every ounce of strength he had, but the blade was like a lofty Tarzan. It couldn't move at all. "Monster! Monster!" Li Yuan trembled and suddenly went limp, constantly kowtowing and begging for mercy. "I was wrong, Chun Ma. I'm really wrong, Chen Mo. I didn't mean it. Spare me, okay? I'll let you have Wang Luyao or whatever." Chen Mo shook his head and sighed. "Li Yuan, you probably don't know that I didn't want to kill you in the first place. How are you and Wang Luyao doing? And what does it have to do with me?" Li Yuan's face stiffened. Roar! All of a sudden, the poor man on the side opened his bloody mouth. One bite took his head off. Blood gushed out like a fountain. The headless corpse fell to the ground with a plop. Chen Mo's face was incredibly calm. Not even a ripple in the mind. The end times can constantly erode a person's will. Even if they didn't turn into zombies, they were under a combination of fear and hunger. The already cowardly Li Yuan had long since gone mad. The moment he made his move, he was doomed. Chen Mo indifferently looked at Li Yuan's corpse, turned around and proceeded to collect the crystal cores. After removing all the crystals from the brains of the zombies in the field, Chen Mo looked to the side and said to poor Chi, "Let's go." The man and the beast left the spot together. I don't know how much time has passed. When one arrived here, looking at the familiar headless body on the ground, his pupils shrank, and he was frightened as he rushed backward. Li Yuan is dead? All the way into the evening, Chen Mo returned home, taking stock of the crystal cores he had harvested on this trip, 30 in all. Because it was the beginning of the end times, not all zombies were able to produce crystal cores, in addition to the fact that the walkers on the old town side are a bit weaker. This has a lot to do with it. However, 30 freshly born crystal cores were already completely sufficient for the alien first stage himself. There are two ways to draw on the crystal core. One is to hold it in the palm of your hand and use your psychic ability to sense the energy within the crystal core. And the second one is just chewed and swallowed. The difference is small. The only thing worth noting, there's an upper limit to the amount of crystals a first-order alien can use per day. Depending on the strength of the ability, the effect varies from person to person, mostly in the range of 3 to 10 pieces. The more powerful the psychic ability, the more crystal cores it could absorb. If used too much, it can cause a person to lose their mind and deform into a fae. Chen Mo held a quail-egg-sized crystal core in his hand, closed his eyes and began to absorb it. The steel doors and windows around them shuddered gently. The Porchi on the side was also incredibly curious and cocked his head to look at Chen Mo. Snapping. A crystal core fell to the ground. 1, 2, 3. The 10th. Chen Mo did not choose the most prudent option of absorbing 10 crystal cores, all the way to the 11th crystal core. A fine bead of sweat appeared on his forehead. In his mind, a crazy killing thought suddenly surged out. Countless tragic memories of the 15 years of Armageddon surfaced. And just then, Chen Mo's left hand suddenly flashed a purple light. The raging distractions in his mind dissipated in an instant. Chen Mo opened his eyes and looked at his left hand somewhat incredulously. He felt that the power in this crystal core was indistinctly absorbed by his left hand. Chen Mo tried 2 more in disbelief. Eyes plummeted. It's the 13th one already. One has actually exceeded the upper limit of the stats? You know, these precious experiences in the midst of the end times, all summarized by countless dead bodies. Even a SS-ranked first-order alien would only be able to absorb a maximum of 10 of them. After sucking up the last crystal core, Chen Mo felt that this was not his upper limit. It seems to be because of the second psychic ability. In the next absorption, that previous situation never occurred again. 20th and 30. Buzz. Mastery alien usage. It was as if the metal in the home had come to life and made a connection with itself, turned into liquid and kept floating. The poor man's eyes were wide and curious as he watched the scene with incomparable curiosity. Make a low whimpering sound. Chen Mo arrived at the balcony. His eyes narrowed, and a steel ball instantly burst out. It went on until it was tens of meters away before it crashed. 10 meters. Second order alien. Chapter 19, Survivors. Give the gang a taste of their own medicine. The mastery of the metal is getting better and better. That is to say, if there is another sniper rifle encounter like the one before, one has plenty of reaction time. It won't be as dangerous as the last time we killed Lin Shu. Within the range of this juggernaut's powers, it was able to completely ignore the power of the sniper rifle. Chen Mo's eyes lit up, looking towards the dark pattern of awakening that became visible on his left hand. He muttered, "The power of the other crystal cores turns out to have been absorbed by you." This second ability of his own was perhaps even more extraordinary than the mastery ability. At the moment, the old town, inside a deserted and abandoned factory building. "Please, give me some food. This food was supposed to be mine. Please, my daughter is going to die. Get out of here." Bang! A stout-looking, the very social-looking man in an undershirt pushed the agonizing middle-aged man in front of him out of the way as soon as he could. And here, there were dozens of other people present around the place, both men and women. They are all survivors here, and one by one they seem to have seen it all, and look at it with cold eyes. Indifferent. Wang Hu laughed sardonically. "Want food? Sure, go outside and find out for yourself. If you want food, then you have to see if Wu agrees." The middle-aged man looked hideous and finally couldn't bear it anymore as he pounced towards Wang Hu. Roared, "It's okay for you guys to rob me of my food. I'm just trying to save my daughter. Curs. If Chen Mo were here, he would definitely have noticed the middle-aged man in front of him. It was the owner of that small restaurant, Lu Jiangwo. Q. How dare you fight back? Wang Hu was furious and directly kicked over. With his strong 1-meter-8 physique, this kick went down and directly kicked Lu Jiangwo to the ground. He pressed directly onto his body and threw a heavy punch towards Lu Jiangwo's head. Bang! Bang! A wild beating. Lu Jiangwo was beaten beyond recognition. His head was broken and bleeding, and he had no chance to fight back, only able to keep holding his head. Suddenly, Wang Hu looked like he realized something. He noticed a watch in Lu's hand and his eyes lit up. One snatched it up. "It's a nice watch. It's mine." General Wang Hu snorted as he looked at Lu Jiangwo on the ground, who had bloodied eyes that were ferocious and crazy. Spat disdainfully. "What? Still not convinced?" Wang Hu looked at the surrounding group of people sitting on the ground and sneered. "Do either of you want to eat? I'll give you guys a chance. Beat him up. Don't beat him to death. The one who hits the hardest, I'll reward him with a loaf of bread." Having said that, Wang Hu took out a palm-sized piece of bread packed in a package from his pocket and threw it on the ground. "My, that is mine," Lu hissed hoarsely. When the people around them heard this, a light of eager greed flashed in their eyes one by one, constantly swallowing. Some even immediately went forward. Immediately as to Lu Jiangwo punching and kicking. The dozens of people present couldn't sit still, and all of them rushed up like wolves. Seeing this, Wang Hu laughed even more wildly. Ha ha, not bad, not bad, just don't give it a death. Think of him, Wang Hu, before the end of the world is just a punk, who looked down on their own, and now, each one of them treated himself with respect and served himself like a lord. At that moment, a creak sounded. A punk with dyed yellow hair spoke up. Tiger, Wu wants you to come in for a minute. There's something he wants to talk to you about. Wang Hu froze, then walked over and said, "What is it?" He pushed open the door to the room. Within the center of the room sat a middle-aged man with a large belly wearing a suit. The little punk on the side stood there respectfully. Wang Hu stepped forward and shouted, "Brother Wu, what do you want to see me about?" The man in front of me was once a rich merchant in Tianhai. The name is Wu Qigong. Wu Qigong was hiding his face and crying, when the yellow-haired little brother on the side bent his head to Wang Hu's ear and whispered, "Tiger, Wu is upset right now. Here, did you see that body on the ground? It's Li Yuan's." Wang Hu froze and looked at the headless body covered in burlap beside Wu Qigong. A blush. "Wu, what's going on?" Wu Qigong squeezed out a few tears with immense difficulty and said, "Hey, this nephew of mine is dead. How can I explain to his father?" "Nephew, you died a horrible death." Wang Hu stepped forward to comfort. "Brother Wu, the world has changed. There are zombies out there. It's better to die than to live." Saying this on his mouth, Wang Hu slandered in his heart. If you really cared so much about this nephew, you wouldn't have deliberately withheld food from him. Let Li Yuan go out alone to find something to eat. Li Yuan had begged Wu Qigong many times, but every time, Wu Qigong looked like he was smiling. Behind his back, he allowed himself to secretly target Li Yuan, born to drive Li Yuan crazy. Wang Hu, however, knew that Li Yuan's father and Wu Qigong were business rivals. Wu Qigong nodded at his words and changed his face in an instant. The quickness of the change of face is on the level of a movie star. Wu Qigong said with a straight face, "Hey, Wang Hu, you're right. It's more comfortable to die early in this world, but this great nephew of mine can't be avenged. He doesn't look like he's been bitten by a walker either, and we're running out of food here. You'll take a couple of men out there tomorrow to get some food and see if there are any other survivors. Take it all together, too. After all, there's strength in numbers, so it's better to survive." That last sentence is the point, right? Because I'm afraid to face the zombies and those mutated beasts, so it was a deliberate search for other survivors. Then force them to join and take all the food supplies they can get their hands on. The two of them have done a lot of dirty work. What you said, Brother Wu. Wang Hu nodded. Wu Qigong nodded slightly and said as he laid back in his chair with his eyes closed, "Okay, isn't that a new college girl out there? Send her in for a minute. By the way, take the body of my good nephew. Haven't those people out there been hungry for a long time? Give the guys a taste of meat." Wang Hu's face changed when he heard this, and he looked at Wu Qigong incredulously. This day, Chen Mo and the poor man were as usual, hunting zombies around Old Town C. After the Juggernaut alien ability reaches the second stage, the crystal cores of these zombies in front of them also had a much smaller boost to themselves. There is little to no enhancement for mastery powers. Most of the crystal cores were absorbed by his own second psychic ability that had yet to be awakened. You're an insatiable gourmand with this psychic ability. When exactly will we be able to awaken? Chen Mo said as he looked at his left hand. Strange. I remember there were supposed to be quite a few more walkers here. How come they're all gone all of a sudden? Chapter 20 Corpse Rat King, Rat Swarm Attacks. The zombies in this area were all purposely reserved for producing crystal cores by themselves. Chen Mo frowned and didn't think much about the road. Looks like it's time to go downtown and check it out. Honestly, he didn't really want to go to the location where the god of longevity was. In terms of your own strength right now, if they encountered a godlike existence, they would almost certainly die. Too slow. Chen Mo's eyes flashed as he absorbed the 5 crystal cores he had just collected. There are still 2 months to go before the annual beasts appear. One must find Yor when the year beast appears. And right at this moment, the poor Chi on his side suddenly roared low with an incomparable alertness. Nowadays, the poor Chi was a full size again. Its strength also belonged to the range of a first-order alien. However, as a Fey, a first-order Fey is sufficient to fight off a second-order Fey. Chen Mo looked over and patted its back and said, "What's wrong?" "That. Something." Although the second alien ability hadn't been awakened for the time being, after the poor man's constant upgrading, it has become easier to communicate. Chen Mo looked over in that direction. Within that ruin, a sibilant voice came. A shrill, unmistakable scream rang out. From it, surprisingly, a black rat the size of a house cat scurried out. It made a creaking sound. Immediately afterward, densely packed black rats came out from among the various crevices. Densely packed. From a distance it looked like a sea of black tides. Regal. Each of these rats was fat and strong, their scarlet eyes staring at Chen Mo and the poor man. Suddenly, a huge black shadow lunged towards Chen Mo. Chen Mo's pupils stared. and the taijutsu in his hand chopped toward the front in an instant. Bang! As if chopping on steel, a tingling vibration was transmitted. Bang! A tremor came from the foot. Countless fumes filled the air. In the midst of that endless herd of rats, surprisingly, a giant black rat with a body shape almost the same size as the poor man's appeared. The black fur stood up at the roots and looked as hard as steel. On it, covered with dense bloody holes, bare patches in places. Not even hair. His sharp claws were even stained with blood, and his mouth was constantly chewing on the remains of a zombie. Click, 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 roar. Porky roared as he looked at the giant black rat with unparalleled vigilance. Chen-mo frowned. Looking at the taijutsu in his hand, a dented seam appeared just as it just touched. A swarm of ghouls and rats? A swarm of zombie rats. Arguably the most common disaster in the post-apocalyptic world. In the pre-apocalyptic period, it was even more of a sure death encounter. This head of a rat the size of a house cat. Well organized, they waited around Chen-mo's perimeter. Only a corpse rat of the second rank would be able to command so many rats. So it seems that the walkers that you keep here yourself, they were all eaten by the swarm of ghoul rats that this guy was leading. Chen-mo's face was delighted. Second order Fei, which means that at least in the head of the ghoul rat in front of us, there was at least one second order crystal core. This giant corpse rat in front of him should be the Rat King. Poor Chi. Chen-mo spoke. After many days of cooperation, the poor man immediately understood Chen-mo's meaning. Pouncing towards the giant corpse rat, he grabbed it. Same time, Chen-mo controlled dozens of meters of metal around him. Vehicles, iron plates, and equipment were crushed towards the corpse rat king. Boom! Directly pinning that corpse rat king heavily in the center. Squeak! The corpse rat king let out a long, piercing, agonizing cry. Tens of thousands of corpse rats in the surrounding area rushed towards Chen-mo's location in the sky. Chen-mo used the Juggernaut alien ability. A single metal needle emerged from the surrounding area. Like a torrential downpour, it shot furiously towards the swarming group of rats in front of them. Z! A miserable scream of a corpse rat rang out. But these corpse rats were simply too numerous, and still didn't abate their attack. Chen-mo took a deep breath. The metal around them had turned into liquid, forming a wall of metal that surrounded them, and some of them were drilling out of the surrounding crevices in a steady stream. Gotta kill that corpse rat king first. Without the leader of the corpse rat king, these corpse rats would disperse. Chen-mo looked to the other side at the poor Chi who was continuously tearing the corpse rat king. The poor Chi continuously roared and lowered its roar, tearing off most of the corpse rat king's flesh and blood with a single bite. Another ear-piercing scream that, one by one, those corpse rats surrounding Chen-mo looked like they had heard an order. One after another, they were heading towards the poor man. Chen-mo's eyes narrowed slightly as he used his mastery abnormal energy to condense two steel beads. It erupted towards the corpse rat king's eyes. This strike was tantamount to a sniper bullet loaded with self-targeting, which was immensely powerful. Put, plop, two streams of blood erupted and spurted. Squeak! That corpse rat king let out a long whistle in extreme pain. It's like a crazy handful of claws tearing up the equipment and abandoned vehicles around them, clawing and clawing their way into the air. Surprisingly, he went in the other direction, frantically running away to escape. The poor man looked back at Chen-mo. Chen-mo immediately jumped to the back of the poor man and patted it, saying, "Let's go after them." At this point in time, second-order Fei could be considered extremely rare. I'll take the second-order crystal core. And the other side, Li Hu was out wandering with a few of his minions at the moment. What bad luck. These mother asterisk and walkers can't eat any food they touch, and they can't find no more food. Wu is going to be furious again when we get back. A little brother beside him hemmed and hawed. Tiger, why don't we go to the supermarket? Li Hu glared at him and said angrily, do you want me to die? Hundreds of walkers there. To go you go. I really can't eat that stuff anymore. I can't get over it. I'm sorry, said the other junior, his face a little pale. During this period of time, the food that had been looted from Lu Jiangwo had long since been consumed by them. The big guys have been hungry for days. And what's even more horrifying is that the people out there who don't have food too. Surprisingly, they have begun to partake of those who are starving to death. Li Hu smashed a stone indignantly. His physique is somehow growing stronger every day. By now facing a siege of 2 or 3 walkers was no longer a problem. The very mention of the old man makes me angry. That Wu Qi gang eats so much food by himself and has to share it with those brothers who work for him don't even have enough to eat. And they make us come out to search for supplies. Yeah, Tiger, you're so good. Why don't we go it alone if you ask me? I'll follow you. Li Hu shook his head, his eyes flashing as he said, no, that old thing knows people in the military district. And someone will be here in a week to pick him up and take him to the military district. We'll go together then. If he dares to lie to my old man, I'll have to kill him. Wasn't the reason he had stooped so low to get to that safest place. And just then, One of them looked like he had realized something. The god was horrified beyond words. Tiger, tiger, what's wrong again? Li Hu said impatiently. Look at that. What's that black patch? And the giant thing. Chapter 21. I ask you, do you know Lu Jiangwo? Li Hu was stunned, then looked toward the front. Only a large, bulky, and giant black rats with hair like steel needles were coming towards themselves and the others. In its wake followed a large sea of black tides. Li Hu fixed his eyes. Asterisk asterisk? So many rats? What are you waiting for? Run away. Several people were dumbfounded by the scene. Never seen so many rats in my life. One is bigger than a house cat. A few people made a snap decision and ran desperately in the opposite direction. At the moment, I can't wait to use both hands as well. Squeak! An ear-piercing rat cry rang out. A few people were sweating profusely, but they were fast. How can you compete with such a large swarm of corpse rats? Soon, a miserable scream rang out. Ah! One of the juniors behind Li Hu was directly submerged in this dense swarm of corpse rats. In just one breath's time, even the flesh and bones disappeared into thin air. Li Hu glanced back, his face pale and pale. He couldn't run anymore, and his expression was frantic as he roared. What the is all this? Where did all these rats come from? He swung the weapon in his hand and swept away large swaths of corpse rats with a single strike. The remaining few minions were also surrounded on the ground by a group of corpse rats. Suddenly, a huge, immense black rat burrowed out of that group of rats. The corpse rat king was blind in both eyes and was already furious when he felt the aura of a living person. Even more, he revealed his sharp teeth in a long chant and swung his sharp claws towards the several people. The pupils of the two juniors beside Li Hu who couldn't dodge in time dilated. Ah! A few more screams, born to be torn apart by this corpse rat king. Blood spurted and splattered in all directions. The scene was regal. The rest of the few people have never seen this kind of scene. Have weak legs plop fell to the ground. Horrified, he said, "Don't kill me, tiger, help!" Li Hu couldn't even protect himself. He immediately turned around and tried to escape. Upon seeing the surrounding, even the road was surrounded by a dense and dark swarm of corpse rats. Li Hu's entire body froze. Don't come any closer. Laozi is very brave," said Li Hu, holding the long stick with a knife tied to it. The legs couldn't stop trembling. His face glowed fiercely, and he looked back at that corpse rat king with incomparable anger. Asterisk 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 this. I'll fight you. With a furious roar, he directly slashed towards the corpse rat king in front of him. Die for me. Dang. A crisp sound came out. When that knife came into contact with the corpse rat king, it unexpectedly dented directly. The long stick, moreover, was broken in an instant. The fur of this corpse rat king was surprisingly harder than steel. At this moment, Li Hu's entire body froze. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Sybil. He looked somewhat sardonically at this corpse rat king in front of him and whispered, "That, do you think the force is still appropriate?" Even with the loss of his eyes, the corpse rat king was still able to sense Li Hu's provocative actions in front of him. It directly swung its incomparably sharp claws and slapped towards him. Done. Li Hu hurriedly closed his eyes. That was his only thought. And just then, a deafening roar sounded in the distance. Roar! Upon hearing this sound, the rats behind them immediately began to stir and fret. A large patch of blackness was violently lifted. The corpse rat king also paused, showing a gesture of fear. He even disregarded Li Hu, hurriedly prepared to vanish. In an instant, an extremely sharp taijutsu burst from behind him. One stabbed into the back of that corpse rat king's head. Put! Squeak! The corpse rat king let out a long cry in extreme pain and fell straight down towards the front. Rumble! Dead! Dead! A junior brother couldn't help but shiver in disbelief when he saw this. And Li Hu even opened his eyes and looked at the corpse rat king that fell to the ground with a loud crash in front of him, a face full of shock. When this giant ghoul rat king died, the dense crowd of corpse rats around them retreated like a tidal wave in an instant. One by one, they disappeared into the crevices everywhere. Not far, Chen Mo and the poor man arrived at this place. Chen Mo got down from the poor man's body and came to the side of that huge corpse rat king, under the shocked and incomparable gazes of Li Hu's several people. Gripping that taijutsu, he sliced open the head of the ghoul rat king along the back of his head. From it, a handful of crystal cores were taken out. Looking at the crystal core in his hand, Chen Mo's eyes lit up. Sure enough, it was a second-order crystal core. Chen Mo gave it away and then looked at the crowd. Fade, and who are you? A couple of the minions rubbed their eyes. It seemed like he couldn't believe that the so terrifying corpse rat king had been solved by this person alone in front of him. Li Hu was even more lost in thought for a while before reacting. Rush said, A few of us are survivors of this place. Wanted to come out and get some food. Did you kill this monster? Chen Mo nodded, sizing them up. Suddenly, as if noticing something, he looked at the watch that Li Hu was wearing on his hand. That watch. Chen Mo asked as his eyes narrowed slightly, flashing a hint of coldness. Survivor? Li Hu revealed a picture of a simple and honest appearance, smilingly touching his head and said, Yeah, we're survivors from this neighborhood. Are you alone? You're so strong, do you want to join us? At this time, a sidekick came over and whispered, Tiger, are you ready too? He gave an unkind look. Li Hu glared at him and chided, You don't want to die? How dare you mess with this kind of person? Though they do it all the time by robbing the survivors of the food they have on hand. But one is not a cutie pie. The giant rats that were so terrifying just now were killed by this person. Li Hu didn't think he would be Chen Mo's opponent. Not to mention, Li Hu looked at the beast on Chen Mo's side. At the moment, it was constantly gnawing on the corpse rat king, tearing off large chunks of flesh and blood with a single bite. The picture is simply beautiful. Li Hu couldn't help but be creeped out. Even though the poor man was a first-order species, corpse rats were rats after all. No matter how much more they evolve, the increase in their abilities is limited. Chen Mo's eyes flickered, and he suddenly uttered a name in a cold, nonchalant manner. Lu Jiangwo. Li Hu froze. Ha? Lu Jiangwo? Recognize? A sidekick muttered at the words. Lu Jiangwo? Brother Tiger, isn't that the one you beat up before? Li Hu's pupils dilated at his words, and his face changed furiously as he stared at him. When he turned back, he was just about to say something. Chen Mo had appeared in front of him at some point. One hand had a death grip on his neck. A living 1-meter-8 man was lifted up alive. Let me ask you, do you know Lu Jiangwo? Chapter 22 here. I, Wu Qigong, have the final say. Li Hu's breath caught in his throat, and his expression was incomparably painful as he kept struggling. Deadpan Bite said, I don't recognize it. Ahem. Chen Mo looked at the watch he was wearing on his right hand. There's no mistaking it. It's none other than Uncle Jiangwo's watch. Chen Mo glanced at the surrounding minions who looked flustered and fearful. Obviously knows something. Turning his head to stare at Li Hu, Chen Mo said with an icy gaze, I'll give you one more chance. Think about it. Lu Jiangwo, do you recognize him? It was as if the next sentence without an answer was his head on the ground. Li Hu couldn't help but tremble as he looked at Chen Mo's man-loving gaze. Struggle for a long time, even breathing is a little difficult. Said with great difficulty. Recognize. Bang! Chen Mo put him down. The two surrounding minions looked dumbfounded, each with a fearful face. Tiger, are you okay? Li Hu panted heavily as he crouched on his knees, his face openly red. Looking up at Chen Mo, he hurriedly said, He's inside the base of our group of survivors. Chen Mo stared at him, his face incomparably cold as he said, Now, take me there. Li Hu was scared pale and hurriedly nodded his head. Be well. At this moment, in the old town, inside the abandoned factory building, Wu Qigong looked at Lu Jiangwo, who was bound dead on the ground in front of him. The face was indifferent and murmured, Who let him out? The few juniors beside him looked at each other and stammered a bit. It was Tiger who said to go out and find his own food. Wu Qigong's face was expressionless, and a hint of killing intent surfaced in his eyes. He's been captured by walkers and won't survive. All this food, take it all away. Beside Lu Jiangwo, there was a bottle of water, and a few packets of compressed cookies. A few of the little brothers looked at the little girl beside Lu Jiangwo, who had fainted from hunger with some reluctance. Said, Wu, he was out looking for food for his daughter before the walkers got him. This little girl is dying. Should we? I said take all this food away. Are all deaf? Wu Qigong shouted. His eyes looked regally at several people. Did I give them food? Did the big guy even eat meat the other day? Right? Wu Qigong smiled and looked around at the group of yellow-faced people. This statement was made. Vomit. Immediately, someone couldn't help but vomit backwards. None dared to speak in confrontation. Wu Qigong sneered. He won't give it to his daughter himself, so it's not our fault. In another week, someone from the military district will be sent to pick me up. Do you, one and all, want to stay in this hellhole? Ho, ho. At this moment, the eyes of Lu Jiangwo, who was bound by 5 flowers, were red. The look was extraordinarily painful and hideous. Give my daughter something to eat. Wu Qigong. Lu Jiangwo violently tilted his head angrily. On his face, veins popped up and his eyes were regal. Surprisingly, it was the same as those walkers outside. Wu Qigong was taken aback by this sudden scene. Feeling disgraced, he picked up a club in the hands of one of his minions. Heavy knock on Lu Jiangwo. Bang! I'll let you roar. Let you roar. Turning into a zombie is a big deal, isn't it? Want food? I'll make you watch your daughter die in front of your own eyes. Bang! Bang! Wu Qigong has been venting for a long time, and the scene can be disastrous. Everyone around them was biting their lips tightly, not daring to look. Even the minions had some difficulty accepting it. It had only been half a month since the end of the world, and many of the people present still had humanity. Mr. Woo, forget it. At this time, someone said with strong fear. Oh, Wu Qigong slowly turned around. The person speaking was a college student, wearing glasses, and svelte. Trying to be a hero? Fine. Throw him out and let him face those walkers out there alone, Wu Qigong said angrily. Seeing this, several of the surrounding minions stepped forward and dragged the college student out. No, don't. I was wrong, Mr. Wu. I was wrong. Ah, outside this abandoned factory building, there are almost hundreds of walkers roaming around. Just as the powers are about to be awakened, the physically fit Li Hu took some minions before he dared to go out and search for supplies. As the people around them heard the screams, they all lowered their heads, not daring to look away. Wu Qigong sneered. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Bunch of cowards, so capable. Don't stay here. I, Wu Qigong, have never stopped you guys, but if you choose to stay here, then it's up to me. Wu Qigong, the people who are here, on the one hand, are here because of cowardice, and most importantly, Wu Qigong was able to contact the people in the military region. They also wanted to travel together to the safest place, so they didn't dare to resist at all. Wu Qigong is just like the emperor of this place. Seeing that no one spoke, he resumed his previous smirking face, turning to look at the bloodied Lu Jiangwo on the ground. At this time, aside Lu Jiangwo's daughter somehow suddenly woke up. The little girl was only 6 or 7 years old, wearing a dirty dress, skinny and bony. The cheeks are sunken in. The long absence of food made her lips and face were made to look pale. Dad, Dad, Lu Ziki kept calling out. She sat up from the floor, her head groggy, when she saw Lu Jiangwo on the side, rushing to pounce. Daddy! Lu Ziki kept stroking Lu Jiangwo's face with her small hands. Bean-sized teardrops fell and her voice was weak and feeble. Dad, what's wrong with you? Upon seeing his daughter, Lu Jiangwo's drowsy consciousness gradually woke up a little. His voice was hoarse, and he kept spitting out blood and broken flesh from his mouth. Kiki, Daddy's useless. You're hungry. Daddy's going to get you food. Lu Ziki kept sobbing and shaking her head, shouting, Dad, are you okay? I'm not hungry. Not hungry. Don't you hurt my dad. In this scene, even the few juniors beside Wu Qigong felt a clogged panic in their hearts. Wu Qigong, on the other hand, was indifferent, showing an amiable face. Smiling, he squatted down and touched Lu Ziki's head and said gently, Don't be afraid, little girl. No one is going to hurt your daddy. Uncle is a good man. No, you're the bad guy. You're the one who bullied my dad. Lu Ziki directly shook off his hand, glaring at him angrily. Wu Qigong's face swished and sank. Pa! Up went the slap. Damn! Give face! Wu Qigong spat. Asterisk asterisk. I'm going to kill you. The tied-up Lu Jiangwo kept struggling at the sight. The look was hideous, and even the twine had been pulled out. Wu Qigong! You shall not die. Wu Qigong's face was cold to the core as he sneered. How come it hasn't turned into a zombie yet? TSK, kill it. It's a curse to keep it. What? None of them move and you want me to do it myself? Wu Qigong looked at the several minions beside him. A few of the juniors looked at each other and pulled out a knife from their arms. Shivering, he stepped forward. Lu, brother Lu, don't blame me. Chapter 23, End Times, no rules. There's nothing we can do about it. We want to live too. You've been captured by a walker and won't survive. Your daughter. Lu Jiangwo hated in his heart. I hated myself for not listening to Mac. Hate myself even more for bringing my daughter to this place. In a moment of weakness, the food was brought out, and instead of being grateful, grabbed all their food. Ziki, it's Dad who is useless. Dad is sorry for you. Lu Jiangwo couldn't hold back his tears. Brother Lu, don't worry, I'll give you a hard time. One of the junior brothers was holding a knife. He gritted his teeth and his face hardened. Stabbed hard. And just then, ding, a steel ball hit him square in the hand. It actually directly penetrated a bloody hole, and blood flowed out. Ah! Screams rang out. Hands! My hands! Everyone there was taken aback. Wu Qigong was furious. What the again? Roar dash came a dull roar. Immediately afterward, a huge tremor came. Rumble. The gate outside the factory building was surprisingly broken open, and poor Qi was coming with the shivering Li Hu in his mouth. Chen Mo rode on its back. Seeing the visitor, everyone in the room froze. That's Li Hu? Is that a mutated walker? Who's the other guy? Chen Mo immediately noticed Lu Jiangwo, who looked miserable and incomparable in the distance. The heart twitched. Uncle Jiangwo? Boom! The plant shook violently. The place was supposed to be made of thin metal, and for a moment there was a flurry of distortions around it. Chen Mo immediately came to Lu Jiangwo's side, his eyes widening at the sight. Uncle Jiangwo, you? Who are you? Wu Qigong's pupils were startled. Immediately, he looked at Li Hu and shouted angrily, Li Hu, get your ass over here. Li Hu didn't dare to make a move, and was carried by the poor man all the way. He had seen Chen Mo's methods with his own eyes. This guy, he can actually control metal. This is simply appalling. Chen Mo untied the hemp rope from Lu Jiangwo's body, looking at the bloodied Uncle Jiangwo in his arms and the deep claw marks on his arms. How do you not know that Uncle Jiangwo has been infected? Chen Mo felt his chest tighten beyond measure and kept calling out, Uncle Jiangwo, cough. Lu Jiangwo gushed out a few more large mouthfuls of blood. He opened his eyes weakly and unimaginably, his blurred vision taking in the person in front of him. Unbelievably, he murmured, Mo, is that you? Chenma, it's me. Uncle Jiangwo, what happened to you? How did you become like this? Lu Jiangwo was trembling and his bloodstained hand clutched Chen Mo's hand and said, I was wrong. I should have listened to you in the first place, Mayor. At first, Lu Jiangwo wanted to listen to Chen Mo's opinion, but his mother-in-law at home was not willing, saying something about feudal superstition. The matter was dropped, but Lu still has a lot of goods in stock. After the beginning of the apocalypse, his wife was unfortunate enough to turn into a zombie. Lu then hid with a small amount of supplies and his daughter finally met Li Hu and Wu Qi-gang and others. What the are you all waiting for? Take this man down, Wu Qi-gang yelled. A few of the surrounding minions stiffened and swarmed with weapons in hand. Roar! The poor man moved and slapped away, directly tearing apart the body of one of them, blood spurting out. This scene could be said to have directly stunned everyone. Half of one of the men's arms crashed into Wu Qi-gang's face in a heck of a way. Wu Qi-gang's breath caught in his throat, and his legs couldn't stop starting to tremble. Mo, cough, I'm dying. My daughter, please, Uncle Gua, I have never begged anyone in my life, Xiao Mo, to take my daughter away. They robbed me of my food. They are a bunch of, Saying this, Lu Jiangwo roared in extreme pain, constantly flooding his eyes with white eyes and a big gasp of air. Kill me. I don't want to become that ghost. Lu held Chen Mo's hand in a death grip and, loudly, Chen Mo trembled and lowered his head for a long time without speaking. Roar Lu and his arms began to twitch and twitch. Suddenly, he opened his mouth wide and tried to tear at Chen Mo. Put! A steel ball directly penetrated his brow. Lu's eyes widened and his hand dropped heavily. Chen Mo lowered his head and said softly, Uncle Jiangwo, I can't promise you, but don't worry, I'll get your daughter settled in a safe place. Chen Mo slowly got up and put Lu Jiangwo's body away. The scene, for a while, became extraordinarily cold. A terrifying killing intent filled the air. As if he had sensed something, the poor man kept roaring low at the people around him. The 20 or so people present shivered and retreated towards the back. Who did it? Chen Mo whispered. I said who did it? His voice suddenly grew louder. Chen Mo's eyes stared angrily at the group of people present. No one actually dared to speak. Chen Mo looked across the table at Wu Qi-gang. Wu Qi-gang had never seen such a terrible look in his eyes. Directly stunned, he rushed to pick up an iron bar and trembled. Stay back. Not me. Click click dash. The iron rod in his hand unexpectedly became bent in an instant. Uncontrolled recoil came to strangle his obese neck. Ho! Ho! Wu Qi-gang drooled out. His body's fat meat trembled, and he rolled his eyes. Chen Mo slowly stepped forward, his taijutsu appearing with his hand. Under the gazes of a crowd of terrified people, a hand plunged into the top of Wu Qi-gang's shoulder. Wu Qi-gang was in extreme pain. Countless fine beads of sweat surfaced on his forehead. The surrounding metal and iron unexpectedly took uncontrolled floating up. Release! Let go of Brother Wu! A junior brother trembled as he held a knife and pointed it at Chen Mo. Chen Mo waved his left hand. Put! An iron rod floating in the air directly knocked that little brother's head off. Blood, blooming like a fountain. Everyone in the room went into cardiopulmonary arrest. Odd. Monsters Monster! The surrounding survivors' pupils widened one by one. This world-shaking scene made them get up and try to flee outward. Poor man. Not one of those who are here can leave. Whoever wants to escape, eat him up. Chen Mo's voice was cold and piercing. The poor man would understand and immediately pounced towards the crowd. The screams and shrieks didn't stop for a moment. After being swallowed alive and torn apart by the poor man, 4 or 5 of them, the group was finally honest and paralyzed in place, not daring to move. Li Hu in the distance felt even more breathless. Put! Chen Mo pulled off the knife that was stuck in Wu Qi-gang's body, shook off the blood on it. Looking toward the crowd of people present, he calmly said, I'll ask again. Uncle Jiangwo, why did it turn out like this? You know what? Now, it's the end times. Even if I kill all of you, no one will care. Chapter 24 Awakening the Second Alien Ability, Heavenly Power. Under this great oppression, they only felt that the Chen Mo in front of them was 10,000 times scarier than any zombie outside. Finally, someone couldn't help but speak up. I'll say it. I'll tell you everything. We didn't do any of this. It was all him. Wu Qi-gang and Li Hu. Li Hu's 2 eyes went black and he directly fainted. After all the survivors in the room gave their full confessions, one by one, Chen Mo's face grew colder and colder. Turning to look at Wu Qigong, he said in a chilling voice, "Uncle Jangwo's food. You took it all?" Wu Qigong was rendered incontinent as fear flooded his mind. "No, not me." The silver blade slid down. Chen Mo directly chopped off his right hand. "Ah!" Wu Qigong forced himself to endure the severe pain and kept opening his mouth to beg for mercy. "Mercy, mercy. I know people in the military district. If you kill me, the military district won't let you go." Chen Mo smiled, a smile that was exceptionally morose and cold. "The military district? Linus, you know what?" Wu Qigong's heart went cold. Chen Mo slowly came to his side and said softly, "He's dead." Wu Qigong's breath caught. Snort! Another arm was removed. Wu Qigong was on the verge of passing out from the pain and began to convulse and foam at the mouth. "Chen Mo, Uncle Jangwo is a good man, but it was this same kindness that did him in. You did the right thing. Having power in the end times means you can do whatever you want. Only, it's my turn to be the dominant one now." Chen Mo stared at him and used his taijutsu to slice open his stomach a little bit. The scene was brutal in the extreme. There were even people who couldn't take it and fainted directly from fear. You shall not die." Wu Qigong watched with his own eyes as his intestines flowed out a little bit. Face horrified, mouth open in a snarl. Chen Mo's eyes were extraordinarily cold with a murderous aura. "But it's a day you won't see." Ho! Wu Qigong's eyes widened. That taijutsu, little by little, stabbed into his heart. Only a few seconds passed, but it seemed as if a century had passed. In the end, the head hung heavily, and there was no life at all. Wu Qigong, dead. Chen Mo looked over to Lu Jiangwo's corpse on the side and stood in place, silent for a long time. In this life, he had the ability to defend himself, and even more so, he had the ability to change Lu's end. Not everyone, however, will be able to survive the end times. He has his own weaknesses after all, and what one can do for Uncle Jangwo, simply sending those who persecuted him, one by one, to hell by his own hand. The scene was as quiet as silence. All the survivors present held their breath. Chen Mo spoke calmly. "Uncle Jangwo's daughter, where is she?" The crowd was pointing in one direction. Chen Mo came to Lu Ziqi's side, looking at the thin, unconscious Lu Ziqi, whose breathing was weakened and comatose. "Give it a hug." Lu Ziqi was still wearing a nice princess dress. She was Uncle Jangwo's palm and favorite daughter. Chen Mo still remembered eating duck leg rice there that night. As soon as he spoke of his daughter, Lu Jiangwo's tireless and incomparably tender demeanor, Chen Mo looked deeply at the indifferent and heartless survivors present. They were trying to stay alive, so they didn't interfere. Chen Mo didn't say anything more, but turned around and came to the poor man's side, placing Lu Ziqi on the poor man's back. He admonished, "Watch her. Let's go." The man and the beast just left towards the gate, while passing by the fainting Li Hu. Put! The taijutsu stabbed down, right in the heart. "Ah!" Li Hu snapped his eyes open, disbelief in his eyes. The watch he wore on his right hand slowly floated up. It fell into Chen Mo's hands. Only these dozens of survivors were left in place for a long time. "I don't want to die." Someone stifled a sob. "With Wu Qigong dead, who's coming back to take us away?" "That guy, he's the devil, the demon." Suddenly, outside the gate, there was a low roar. A head of zombies, smelling the odor, appeared outside the gate. The eyes were ferocious, and saliva continued to dangle from their mouths as they lunged towards the plant. "Morning, morning, run away, run away." Inside the old town, Chen Mo and the poor man headed in the direction of home. At this moment, the killing intent on Chen Mo's body was so strong that even the poor man felt some fear. Wherever the two passed, the metal around them constantly trembled and groaned. Whenever a walker pounces, before they even got close, their heads were cut off by the blades. Wherever they passed, blood flowed, all the way home. Squeak! Chen Mo opened the iron door. His eyes went black and he fell downward with some weakness. Roar! The poor man blocked in front of him. Chen Ma sat on the ground, gasping for air. Are the powers overdrawn again? He couldn't remember how many walkers he had killed today. It was bathed in blood, the blood of walkers and humans alike. Chen Mo picked up the little girl on the poor man's back, put it on the bed. She was fed some water and porridge and then went for a shower. The only thing that could calm Chen Mo's angry and restless heart a bit was this ice-cold water. In just half a month's time, Uncle Kin Kwok would become like this. And what will happen to Yul in North China? He was a little afraid to imagine it. "I must, as soon as possible, go to the North China region," Chen Mo muttered as a trace of ferocity surfaced in his eyes. But before that, Chen Mo looked toward the little girl lying on the bed, his eyes constantly flickering. Chen Mo took out today's harvest, a total of 1 second-order crystal core, 32 inferior crystal cores. These inferior crystal cores weren't even first order. Unsurprisingly, it was all absorbed by his second psychic ability. And when Chen Mo began to absorb the crystal core of this second stage corpse rat king, heart pounding, dang, the second alien ability awakening dark pattern on his left hand unexpectedly flashed with a piercing purple light. This time, Chen Mo was shocked in his heart and immediately looked at the poor man on the side. Keep an eye on this place and don't let anyone get close. Then the head drifted off into a dark slumber. I don't know how much time has passed. Oh, Daddy! A sob came from beside his ear. Who's crying? Daddy, do you not want Kiki? Chen Mo slowly opened his somewhat hazy eyes. Hungry, very hungry. Beside his ears, the whispered voice from when he awakened his first psychic ability suddenly rang out. Days, rights, like he was untutored. Chen Mo immediately understood the effects and roles of his second psychic ability. His pupils shrunk, and his eyes revealed an incomparable sense of shock. How is this possible? Surprised for a moment, Chen Mo immediately noticed the little girl on the side. At this moment, poor Chi was rubbing against the little girl continuously, as if he was comforting her. Around it were some empty bags of food. Chen Mo also didn't know how long he had spent on this awakening. Coming to Lu Ziqi's side, he said softly, "Don't cry, uncle." Lu Ziqi was stunned. Then her little face looked at Chen Mo pitifully. "You're awake? Uncle Chen, where's my father?" She had seen Chen Mo before, so she recognized him. Chen Mo reported her into his arms and kept patting her shoulder to comfort her. "Kiki, your dad went somewhere far away. Will he leave you with me and let uncle take care of you for a while?" "No, I want daddy," Lu Ziqi howled. Chen Mo comforted one after another for a while. Only then did she gradually calm down and gradually fell asleep while hugging the poor man. Chen Mo sighed in relief. The hungry one unwrapped a lot of puffed food and gobbled it down. After the feeling of satiety came, Chen Mo looked at his left hand. Second alien power. Heavenly power. Chapter 25, The Poor Man's Tattoo. The terrifying heavenly power abilities. This is an ability that even he himself has never heard of. Chen Mo looked to the poor man on the side and placed his hand over. Buzz. A flash of purple light. The poor man was suddenly a bit restless and agitated. "Accept it," Chen Mo said. The poor man's huge pupils flickered for a moment. And then, on its forehead, a bizarre mark similar to the awakening dark pattern emerged. A subtle sensation came. One person and one beast seemed to have established some kind of mysterious connection at this moment. Chen Mo tried to communicate. "Poor man? Lord. This time, there was no need for the poor man to even make a sound. Chen Mo was then able to feel the thoughts coming from the poor man. Chen Mo's eyes lit up. There is more to the heaven's right powers than that. He tried to activate the heavenly power alien ability. In his left hand, a purple light suddenly bloomed. The huge poor man in front of him unexpectedly disappeared a little bit. Finally, it simply disappeared. Chen Mo looked at his left hand with some disbelief. "Roll up your sleeves." On the small arm of his own left hand there appeared a hideous, unmistakable tattoos that resemble the poor man's likeness. Heaven's right, surprisingly, was able to take the poor man into his own body. And at this moment, Chen Mo even felt that his five senses and body had become clear and strong. Being able to share poor man's ability, Chen Mo's eyes were incomparably shocked. It had been a long time before he murmured in awe. "Heaven's right, this alien power, even more terrifying than a master. This is, at the very least, a top-tier supernatural ability of the divine spirit system. If you take in more fae, or even gods?" Chen Mo's eyes flashed with excitement to the extreme. The first thing that came to his mind was the god of longevity. Perhaps one could give it a try. Chen Mo once again released the poor man from the heavenly power. The tattoo on his arm disappears. The poor man shook his head in confusion and looked around. Chen Mo was trembling with excitement and kept muttering under his breath. Tian Quan. This unheard of, never before heard of psychic ability. It was so powerful and terrifying. Because of the unique and extraordinary nature of this ability, Chen Mo spent half a day familiarizing himself with this heavenly power ability. It was not until late in the evening that he looked at the poor man and muttered, "Poor man, how long have I been asleep?" The poor man cocked his head in disbelief. Obviously, this question is superlative. At that moment, Kiki, who was off to the side, let out a woof. "Wake up." She sat up from the bed and fumed, wondering what she was thinking. Seeing this, Chen Mo took a bag of fudge up, squeezing out what he thought was an amiable smile. He said, "Kiki, awake? Hungry? Uncle treats you to candy." Kiki glanced at Chen Mo. Then it was like she thought of something else. A mist of water emerged from her large eyes and she almost cried again. It was a good thing that at the last minute Chenma had stuffed a fudge straight in. She then chomped on it. After all, he was a 7-year-old, and moods come and go quickly. Kiki blinked and ate the candy a little better. Looking toward Chen Mo, he said, "Uncle Chen, when will my dad be back?" Chen Mo said with a smile after a moment of silence. Soon enough, you'll be back when you're older. Kiki kept her head down, not knowing what to think. As far as 2 lifetimes were concerned, it was still Chen Mo's first time bringing up a child, and he didn't have much experience. In order to divert her attention, Chen Mo hurriedly said, Kiki, is this candy any good? Aha. Kiki nodded absent-mindedly. Uncle, you eat too. Chen Mo nodded with a smile and ate one as well. It's really good, but am I that old? Call brother. Chen Mo pinched her somewhat thin little face. Starving, aren't you? Eat more. Kiki shook her head, petulantly. I'm not hungry. I've eaten a lot, she said, and patted her little tummy. Chen Mo was stunned, then softly said, Kiki, how long have I been asleep? Kiki snapped her fingers after a short moment of thought, then said, 3 days. No, 4 days, 5 days? By the end of the sentence, even she was a little confused. So long? Chen Mo's eyes flashed as he secretly thought. In his heart, he couldn't help but be more eager. Looking at the innocent Chi-Chi in front of him, Chen Mo did not intend to bring her along to North China City. North China is more dangerous than Tianhai City. The deity that resides there is not something that, Shohei God, can compare to. It's not clear what the reason is, but every region has a special god or fey overlord present. The more powerful the dominator was, the more treacherous that area would be. Now that the second alien power, Heaven's Right, has awakened, when the juggernaut alien power reaches the second order, he himself was considered to have some self-protection ability even in North China City, and the poor man was sufficient to travel. Before the yearling beast arrives, you must be found. Time is short and it's impossible to have to babysit a child along the way. Chen Mo couldn't help but feel a little torn. How about sending Kiki to the military district? There, after all, is the safest place, and even more safe zones will be established later. But soon Chen Mo vetoed this idea. Now in the military district can be some dignitaries, not to mention that they do not have connections, not to mention that he had killed Lin Shu and had long been the most wanted person, and he didn't feel comfortable leaving Kiki there, unsupported. Looking at Kiki who was eating candy, Chen Mo gave a beat. Suddenly it was like something came to mind. Eyes glazed over. Right, there's another one. Luo Tianxiong. Even before the rebirth, without their own reminders, Luo Tianxiong survived the end times. 2. Relying on his equipment, he became the leader of the largest survivor team in Tianhai City. Qinmo had been on his team for a long time. It was clear that Luo Tianxiong's power armament was not weak in the slightest and extremely strong. And in this life, I don't know if Luo Tianxiong has listened to his own advice. Chen Mo made up his mind and planned to temporarily put Chi-Chi at Luo Tianxiong's place. It would not be too late to come back and settle you down again when we found her. At this moment, the streets of Anha Road in Tianhai City, all around them were guarded by officers armed with firearms and weapons. Luo Tianxiong's number 1 little brother Jiangdong was even more armed to the teeth, dressed in body armor, with a Nepalese army knife in his belt and a rifle in his hand, strutting along with a cigar dangling from his mouth. Behind it, there were dozens of people following close behind. Seeing the visitor, the surrounding guards flattered him. Dong, how many more supplies have you collected today? Dong has gained weight again. Yoo-hoo, these are the new survivors again? Lucky you guys, you've come to the right place. Jiang Dong puffed on his cigar and grinned. Not much, just a trip to Wadamar and a stop at the police station to get some goodies back. Wardrop Mart, the largest supermarket in Tianhai City. Jiang Dong, where's Boss Luo? Dong, the boss is in the basement. TSK, a few more student girls oh so fast. It tickles me. Chapter 26, End Times, mid-December. Jiang Dong hemmed and hawed. It's still the boss. To live is to be nourished. As he spoke, Jiang Dong looked behind him at a few haggard-faced, tattered, and cowering survivors, laughing out loud. Don't be afraid. We lions are not those who are heartless. Boss said, as long as the survivors come here, they'll be treated with good food and drink. After becoming my lion's man, that's even more of a day to eat and drink. You boys, send one of you to take them to get cleaned up. Bring out the old man's bottle of 82 Sprite and treat them right. Just tell me what you want to eat. There's nothing you can't think of here. Ha ha. Jiang Dong laughed out loud and walked towards the underground passage. The few survivors behind them swallowed hard at the sound. Someone said incredulously, really? Is there really food? A couple of them, they've been hungry for a long time. At that moment, a playful man carrying a rifle walked up around and hemmed and hawed, stepping forward and patting them on the shoulder. He said, ha ha, don't worry and eat boldly. Just don't eat too much later. Look at all of us, all strong and healthy. Do we look like we're short of food? This is the result of our boss's brilliance. But anyone who was a male lion would be incomparably esteemed and in awe of Luo Tianxiong, because the day before the end of the world, Luo Tianxiong had spent a whopping $30 million, nearly ransacked the entire Waldemar's supermarket. The resources stored were enough to fill several large warehouses, and it was by relying on these resources that allowed Luo Tianxiong to continuously expand his power and gather survivors. And then by the immense abundance of food, and a stock of arms stored by Luo Tianxiong. It took a tough little brother to get to where he is today. The average zombie simply crushed through. Even one that was a bit more powerful would be worn down by so many people. Not one of the lions is afraid of walkers. It can be said that the scenery is infinite. Living Tianhai City Emperor of the Soil. At this moment, Luo Tianxiong was comfortably lying on a chair, smoking a cigarette. Beside him, two youthful and beautiful student girls were giving him a massage. Around Luo Tianxiong, but there were one piece of firearms after another as well as cold weapons. Squeak! The door was pushed open. Boss. Zhang Dong came in alone. Luo Tianxiong opened one eye and faintly said, "Back, Chang Tung, aha, this trip is rich in battle." Carried a load of supplies back and found 6 survivors and brought them back as well. And got a bunch of who knows what, right in the middle of all that brain loss. Like a rock. It's in storage too. Luo Tianxiong nodded and spoke. Treat them well with good food and drink, and satisfy them with whatever they want. Zhang Dong said with some confusion. Luo, I've heard that other survivor teams distribute supplies according to their abilities. Will we be this way? Are we lions short of supplies? Luo Tianxiong suddenly opened his eyes regal and tight. There's more supplies than can fit in the warehouse. You won't be able to eat them all in your next life. In this chaotic world, I, lion, am all about treating people with respect. That's how they'll willingly become ours. You know? Luo Tianxiong's eyes burned with undisguised ambition as he said in an unruly manner. I just want those survivors out there to know that if they come to me, lion, just good food and drink. No more of that starving, freezing, unclothed life. This chaotic world will also be the time for me, the lion, to show off my skills. Zhang Dong's face shook. Then he knelt down in excitement. We are willing to follow boss to the death. Luo Tianxiong nodded in satisfaction. As if he had thought of something, Luo Tianxiong opened his mouth. By the way, where is that senior that I asked you to find earlier? Did you find it? One could say that one could never forget in this lifetime. That teenager's godly tactics. And, if he hadn't told himself to stock up on supplies ahead of time, give yourself enough time to recall your minions, and maybe you'd have died out there for food a long time ago. That one, that's a man of God. The more he enjoyed his current life, the more in awe of Chen Mo Luo Tianxiong was in his heart. A godly man like this who could predict the occurrence of these end times in advance must not be missed. Zhang Dong's face said with some difficulty. That hasn't been found yet. Could it be the one who has left Tianhai City? Luo Tianxiong's eyes flickered as he muttered. It's possible. Ask around among the survivors again and see if any of them know. I think I remember seeing a bit of a name when I paid for it earlier. I think it's called something like Chen Ma to come. Payment? Zhang Dong was a bit puzzled. Luo Tianxiong's face darkened as he cursed angrily. If you're told to go, you go. Get out. Bang. After Zhang Dong left, Luo Tianxiong comfortably reclined on the chair and squinted, enjoying a massage from the two beautiful young women beside him. Recently somehow, always a little sleepy Luo Tianxiong muttered. On his right hand, there was a dark pattern of awakening. After a few days of rest, Chen Mo and Poor Man cleared the surrounding zombies. Kiki was very obedient. Without Chen Mo's permission, he had been staying alone in his room playing with a ragdoll. These ragdolls were a bit worn out, but they were specially found for her by Chen Mo outside. At this point, a couple of hiking backpacks that had been specially acquired in the supermarket came in handy. Chen Mo stuffed all the food and water he had stocked up at home into his backpack. Kiki, who was cuddling and playing with the Poor Man on the side, blinked. Puzzled, he said, "Brother, what are you doing?" Chen Mo stopped and turned his head and said with a smile, "Kiki, we're going somewhere later." Kiki cocked her head. "What place?" Chen Mo, "That's a very safe place. Kiki, you'll be able to sleep well there." Chen Mo slowly got up, looked at the large bag in front of him, and clapped his hands. "It's pretty much packed, too. It's time to go. Uncle Jangwo has just left." In order to calm Kiki's emotions these past few days, Chen Mo had spent almost most of his time with her. But one doesn't have much time, and there are more important things to do. It's impossible to stay here in Tianhai City all the time. Poor Chi, Chen Mo called out. The Poor Man rose from the ground, and it was a bit more massive. The blonde fur was rubbed bright and silky, and there wasn't a trace of blood. In this post-apocalyptic world where supplies are extremely scarce, water resources can be precious, but for the reason that Kiki loves to cuddle and sleep with it, Chen Mo would simply wash the blood off its body almost every day, tying all these big bags to the Poor Man's body. Chen Mo then looked at Chi-Chi on the bed. Mildly, "Kiki, go on the Poor Man. We're leaving." Although Kiki didn't understand, she was still very understanding and climbed on top of the poor man. And by the way, he's got his own raggedy little bear to hold on to. You guys go over first, I'll come down later. Chen Mo looked at the poor man and said. The poor man nodded. Because of the existence of the heavenly power ability, the communication between one person and one beast became smoother and smoother. After the poor man went downstairs, Chen Mo looked at the food and supplies placed inside this small rental house. There's still a good chunk of it here. Come to the calendar hanging at the doorway filled with circles. Chen Mo tore off the November calendar, his eyes twinkling as he muttered. Everything about the end times. It's all changed. Wait for me. December 15th, 2049. Chapter 27 Kiki's Awakening Dark Marks. After these few days down the road, Chen Mo intended to send Chi-Chi to Luo Tianxiong's place safely, then set out directly for the city of North China. Won't be back. He did not close the gate behind him or destroy the food that could not be taken away from this place. The zombies in the old city were almost cleared out by himself and the poor man. There's no guarantee that any walkers will wander in here later, though, but this place, with its abundance of food and water, would also be a good shelter. Perhaps the next survivor will arrive after he or she leaves. Within this genocidal post-apocalyptic world, this place, too, is the last piece of pure land in Chen Mo's heart. The journey of belonging begins. See you later, Chen Mo said softly. He then grabbed his taijutsu and left the place without looking back. Heading downstairs, the poor man and Kiki were waiting outside. Kiki looked at the ruins, the blood-darkened sky, and the wretched, crumbling ground, and, eyes twinkling, reveals some maturity that doesn't belong to this age. Under Chen Mo's tutelage these past few days, she knew a bit about the situation outside, but she believed that since Brother Chen said that Dad was fine, then he must be fine. Upon seeing Chen Mo come down, Chi-Chi opened her mouth. Brother. Chen Mo nodded and looked around, took out a map of Tianhai City, Luo Tianxiong's location, on Anha Road in Tianhai City. It is more than 60 kilometers away from this place. Because of Kiki's presence, it was impossible for himself and the poor man to rampage all the way without restraint. For the sake of certainty, Chen Mo decided to choose a more remote and safe road to go on foot. With her own footwork as a dual alien, Kiki rode on the poor man's back. In about 4 or 5 days, he would be able to reach Luo Tianxiong's place. Chen Mo eyed the distance and said, "Let's go." The zombies in the old town were extremely rare. Neither of them had encountered any walkers within about 2 or 3 kilometers of walking. There weren't any survivors either. Suddenly, Kiki, who was eating candy on the poor man's back, looked like she had noticed something. Crisp spoke up. Brother, Chen Mo, who was at the forefront, turned back. Kiki, what's wrong? Kiki looked in one direction to her left and pointed to that spot with her little finger. Brother, there's something there. Chen Mo frowned and looked over in the direction that Chi-Chi was pointing. It was a store blocked by vehicles, and it was so dark inside that you couldn't see anything clearly. Suddenly, roar! A hissing growl came from it. The poor man was immediately alert. Bang! Bang! A crashing sound came out. Through the vehicles blocking the entrance of the store, Chen Mo saw 2 zombies among them. The flesh and blood of their halves came off and one of the lost eyes was still pulling a sticky line of blood hanging from its face. They look like the owners of this store by the raggedy clothes they're wearing. Chen Mo looked at Chi-Chi to the side with some surprise. Kiki, don't look. Kiki closed her eyes. Whoosh! A cracking sound rang out. Mastery alien usage. Chen Mo directly maneuvered the abandoned vehicle and ran it towards the 2 zombies inside the store. Rumble dash the small store also heave collapsed the room, drowning the 2 walkers in it. Chen Mo's eyes flashed as he came to Kiki's side, speaking softly. That'll do. Kiki. Kiki opened her eyes, big eyes full of innocence. Blinking his eyes, he looked at Chen Mo. Chen Mo stroked her head and softly said, Kiki, tell brother how you just realized there was movement there. Kiki cocked her head and thought for a moment before saying, I don't know. It just suddenly felt like there was something there. Chen Mo pondered for a moment, and then grabbed both of Kiki's little hands. On Kiki's right hand, a faint dark pattern of awakening had clearly surfaced. Sure enough, Chen Mo's heart shook, and he gave Chi-Chi a somewhat complicated look. Having psychic abilities means having the ability to defend oneself in this post-apocalyptic world. But this is not without its disadvantages. After getting power, trying to get stronger means getting caught in the middle of a bigger threat later on. Since Kiki was able to sense the presence of walkers, perhaps it was a psychic ability. Chen Mo stroked Chi-Chi's head and said, Good job, Kiki. In the future, if you find anything, remember to tell your brother. Kiki said with a good-natured nod, smashing her mouth on her candy. Brother, I'm a little sleepy. Still a child after all. Chen Mo laughed. Take a nap then. Aha. Kiki nodded. After Kiki fell asleep, Chen Mo began to think about whether or not he wanted to teach Kiki something while he was still around her. Originally, with Luo Tianxiong's side of the shelter, send Kiki inside the safest war zone after you go to North China yourself and find your. Kiki almost didn't have to deal with the end times at all. But it's a different story when you become a shifter. Chen Mo couldn't help but have a bit of a headache. Bringing up a child can be a real mental plus physical job. Keep going. The zombie Fae encountered on the next journey were all solved by Chen Mo alone. The Juggernaut ability was on the verge of reaching the second stage, and now had a range of 12 meters. The number of metal steel balls that could be perfectly controlled also reached 5. At this moment, it was already nightfall, and the sky, which was incredibly scarlet, became even more gloomy. It was as if it was about to collapse. Chen Mo walked alone at the front, like a ghost in the night, looking at the group of zombies wandering aimlessly in front of him, appearing at that location before they could react. The taijutsu in his hand swung down. At his side, 5 steel balls erupted like bullets. Put, that one mighty steel ball of metal, through the head of a zombie. Immediately afterward, with its arc of blood, it headed towards another walker. Put, thunder and lightning, blood splatters. Put, a head was dryly decapitated. It didn't even make too many waves or sounds. Chen Mo looked at Kiki, who was sleeping on the poor man at the far end of the eye roar. After awakening his powers, his 5 senses were doubly enhanced. Even in this dark night, his eyes were as clear as a torch. Skillfully, the heads of these walkers were shaved. The crystal core was removed from it. Looking at the crystal core in his hand, it was a full circle larger than those produced by the zombies in the old city. Chen Mo's eyes lit up. True enough, it seems that the zombies in this place will be able to advance to the first stage before long. Roar! A hiss suddenly came from the depths ahead. Chen Mo's face changed as he carried his sword and quickly headed towards the direction of the voice. Chapter 28, a precursor to awakening. Fever? That turned out to be a first-order zombie. It was also the first-order zombie that Chen Mo had encountered in the past few days. Perhaps a few days ago, it would have been able to cause itself no small amount of trouble. But for the current Chen Mo, it was nothing more than a walking crystal core. Hello! The improvised campfire was raised. Chen Mo took out some food from the bag on the poor man's body. Eggs, bread, cookies, candy, milk. Simple as it may be, but it's also a sumptuous, luxurious feast in this post-apocalyptic world where you can kill for a loaf of bread. Chen Mo nibbled on the bread and looked at Kiki, who was still eating candy non-stop across the street. Reaching out, he took the candy from her hand. Said, "Less candy, you're still growing, eat more eggs and milk." Chi-Chi's little face looked pitifully at Chen Mo, and then at the poor man on the side. The poor man slumped to the ground and gave a breathless wail. It's not a light thing to carry on its back, let alone a little girl. Chen Mo shook his head somewhat helplessly at this and returned the candy. Said, "Alright, just eat this packet and drink that milk, and then be a good boy and go to bed." Looking at the candy in her hand, Kiki beamed with joy. "Well, thank you, brother," faintly lit by the fire. The surroundings were all stacked up with a barrier of abandoned vehicles that Chen Mo had connected together using his mastery alien energy. Chen Mo looked up at the crimson sky. Compared to the end of this hell on earth, the sky was extraordinarily beautiful, with a single star twinkling. Kiki sipped her milk and suddenly lowered her head. "Brother, will my father ever come back?" Chen Mo was stunned, not knowing how to reply for a moment. In the end times, even those extremely scary and powerful gods, there is also no way to bring the dead back to life. After a long time, Chen Mo said quietly, "Will, but only if, Kiki, you live a good life." "Kiki, will brother teach you something tomorrow?" Kiki said, feeling dizzy and groggy. "What?" Chen Mo's eyes flashed as he slowly said, "Survival rules for living in these end times." Who, came a steady breathing sound. Chen Mo looked over and realized that Chi-Chi had fallen asleep leaning on poor Chi at some point. Losing his smile, he picked Kiki up with a light hand, forcibly ordering the poor man to lie on his side. He placed Kiki in the soft spot of the poor man's belly. Chen Mo stroked her hair and said softly, "Go to sleep. Good night." After putting Kiki away, Chen Mo took out the crystal cores he had harvested today from his arms. 1 first-order crystal core and 14 inferior crystal cores. Here, it's no longer part of the old city limits. The closer the location to the god of longevity, the stronger the zombies became. And within this area, there has been an output of first-order crystal cores, which means the zombies encountered in the back are only going to get stronger. Holding the first-order crystal core tightly in his hand, Chen Mo closed his eyes and slowly absorbed it. Early the next morning, Chen Mo opened his eyes. His break was brief. In the post-apocalyptic world, even rest is a shallow sleep, always alert to the surroundings. The poor man also woke up, his huge eyes looking around. Chen Mo looked to Chi-Chi, who was on the side, and went up and gently patted her, calling out, "Kiki, wake up." Upon touching Kiki, Chen Mo frowned. Why is it so hot? At this moment, Kiki's little face was flushed and her breathing was a little heavy. Daddy, and Daddy, kept coming out of his mouth. Chen Mo touched Kiki's hot forehead with his hand. A blush. Fever? Looking to the dark pattern of awakening that shimmered faintly on Kiki's right hand. The dark lines of awakening that had been shallow yesterday had become extraordinarily clear today. Chen Mo's heart thumped, rushing out a bottle of water from inside his hiking pack. Wet it on a paper towel and apply it flat to Kiki's forehead. Kiki kept gasping for hot air, her chest heaving together as she lay on the ground. Oops. Generally speaking, the alter ego has an excellent physique and doesn't get sick at all. So when Shenmo was preparing the supplies, in addition to bandages and sterilized water, there was no preparation for this drug at all. Shenmo's eyes twinkled as he picked up Chi-Chi with one hand. Looking around, he raised his right hand. Boom! The abandoned cars that had formed a shield around them flew backwards with a loud bang and a thoroughfare was vacated. Looking around, it was in a state of disrepair and disarray, and if it hadn't been for the fact that it was from the old town, know the location of this road. It is simply not known where this is in Tianhai City. Poverty. Let's go, Chen Mo said. Outside the entrance of an abandoned hypermarket, 5 or 6 survivors escaped from it. One of the handsome-faced youths grabbed one of the pillars supporting it. The veins on his forehead popped up and he shouted angrily. The pillar unexpectedly collapsed. Rumble dash like the snowflake that set off the avalanche. Immediately afterward, the large supermarket behind them collapsed. Piece after piece collapsed in general. Smoke and dust filled the sky, and the earth beneath his feet trembled with loud noises. Roar dash a ferocious, oozing hiss rang out from the depths of the supermarket. The surrounding survivors were incomparably ecstatic at the sight of this. They looked to the food that had been brought out and spilled on the floor. There was a lot of cajoling going on. Food. It's food. I haven't had a decent meal in ages. Mine. All mine. Asterisk 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 off. Don't take it from me. At this moment, a woman in police uniform among the survivors spoke angrily. Joe Howren, are you crazy? If you do this, the survivors still inside will be dead. The woman was young and pretty, with exquisitely beautiful features, and held a pistol in her right hand. Wearing a somewhat worn police uniform. The body is incredibly sexy, with curves and a lower half that wraps around the plump buttocks. Instead, a section of the blue skirt, which facilitated movement, was torn away, exposing long, tall, straight legs, and Mingyue looked angrily at the man in front of her and opened her mouth. Look what you've done. Zhou Haoren panted heavily, sweating profusely. If I don't do this, all of us will die. The two of them were criminal police officers from the public security office in this neighborhood. After the arrival of the N-1, relying on the advantage of the weapons on his person, he has been surviving in the neighborhood. Look for those survivors, grouped together. And now because of the lack of food, I had to venture into this supermarket. Yes, sister and brother Joe is doing this for our own good. If Joe hadn't collapsed the place, we might just as well die in the mouths of those walkers. Someone directly began to gulp down their food, standing and talking, and Mingyue glared at him. What if you're the one who hasn't escaped yet? What would you think? Zhou Haoren stepped forward and patted in Mingyue's shoulder as he spoke. Okay, Moon. It's happened. You look on the bright side. At least with all this food, enough for the rest of us for a long time. And there were fully 16 survivors who were here before. If everyone came out, there wouldn't be enough food to share. Chapter 29, Falling Apart. Policewoman and Mingyue. After the end of the world for so long, even Zhou Haoren, who was a police officer, had undergone some changes in his heart. Yeah. The survivors around them chimed in. Pa, and Mingyue directly knocked his hand down, coldly. Don't call me Moon. You make me sick. Zhou Haoren, you weren't like this before. Obviously if we hold on for a while longer, someone from the military district will come to rescue us. Keep this food for yourselves. And Mingyue looked at Zhou Haoren with a face full of disappointment before leaving angrily. Zhou Haoren froze, and then his face sank for a split second, eyes twinkling not knowing what to think. At this time, a woman with a sultry face wearing a revealing dress came over and spat out a mouth like an orchid. Officer Zhou. Officer and doesn't understand a piece of your hard work. You're not doing this for the good of everyone. The woman used to be a masseuse, seeing people and talking to ghosts. Yeah Cho, Officer and doesn't know what to think. Isn't that a good thing to have less people? This food is for everyone. A youngster with dyed blue hair said as he took a big bite of bread. It's so refreshing. It's been a long time since I've eaten so much. Rescue? They reckon they can't protect themselves, and by the time they get here, the big guy starved to death a long time ago. Seeing the 5 or 6 survivors around him on their side, Zhou Haoren couldn't help but feel better in his heart. Staring at Mingyue's departing figure, His eyes couldn't help but flicker with a cold aura, but again, it quickly disappeared. Put all this food away. Save your food. Let's go. Brother Zhou, aren't we going to look for Officer Ren? The little blue-haired youngster said. Zhou Haoren waved his hand and opened his mouth. Leave her alone. She'll come back naturally when she figures it out. As a colleague, Zhou Haoren knew in Mingyue's temper. Right now she's in the middle of a rage, so let's wait until it eases up a bit. On the other hand, an Akatsuki chose one person to leave their group, and I don't know where I've come to. Looking around at the unfamiliarity of everything, there were ruins all around, and Mingyue couldn't help but be on guard and took out the pistol at her waist. Who's there? Around them, there was suddenly a sizzling movement and the low roar of a zombie. Suddenly, a walker lunged at her side. Bang! The gunshot rang out. She is very good with her hands, and during her training period, she scored a perfect score every time. Roar! The shot rang out, instantly attracting all the zombies around them. A head of hideous, unimaginable zombies pounced, about dozens of them, and Mingyue was calm and collected, first killing the zombie in front of her with a single shot. Damn! What's with all this? She ran forward to a sheltered ruin. A quick shot was fired at the walkers below. Bang! 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 Even without her powers, she seemed to be able to navigate her way through this crowd of zombies, as a head of zombies fell, and Mingyue just wanted to breathe a sigh of relief. Another low growl came from behind him, and Mingyue violently turned around and aimed her pistol at the zombie's forehead. Bang! When the bullet hit the zombie's forehead, the zombie surprisingly just lurched and then proceeded to rush in, and Mingyue's pupils shrunk. How is that possible? I clearly hit the head. The zombie in front of him was even stronger than the previous one, and Myung Moon was just about to shoot again when, the pistol in his hand, empty of bullets, buzz, and Mingyue's head was a bit confused, and for a while, her delicate body was as cold as an ice cellar. He couldn't stop himself from starting to tremble. Done! Roar! The walker was getting closer, reaching out to grab it. Right now, it was about to touch in Mingyue's towering peak. The zombie unexpectedly stopped all of a sudden. For a long time, there was no movement in front of him, and Mingyue slowly opened her eyes. The zombie in front of him stiffened in place and actually fell straight towards himself. Ah! She screamed, rushed to avoid it. Put! The zombie fell to the ground. On the back of its head, there was a thin, sharp piece of metal inserted. This is, at the moment, from not far away. Chen Mo was carrying the unconscious Kiki in his arms. The poor man followed, and Mingyue's beautiful eyes stared at the person coming before her. Did you save me? Upon seeing the hideous and incomparably terrifying poor Chi, her heart skipped a beat for a moment. Are you a human or a ghost? And Mingyue's lips trembled as she braced herself. Chen Mo shot a glance at the sexy and concave Mingyue in front of him. Police? It's a first-order zombie. Pistol. It takes several hits to kill it, Chen Mo said indifferently. Then take the metal thingy in your hand, running along the back of the walker's head, skillfully picking out the crystal cores in it with a thin slice. And then he turned to look at the shocked Mingyue and asked, where's the nearest supermarket, or drugstore hospital around here? And Mingyue froze for a long time before she could get over it, subconsciously pointing in the direction he came from. He said, there's a hypermarket. Chen Mo nodded. Thanks a lot. Wait, as if thinking of something, and Mingyue hurriedly turned around to look at Chen Mo, who was preparing to leave, and said, don't go there. Chen Ma paused, and Akatsuki explained, I just came out from within that supermarket where at least hundreds of walkers are present as well, and there's, you wait, what are you doing walking away? And Mingyue rushed after him, panting. The high and firm bosoms were undulating together, and her pretty face was a little flushed, looking very attractive, and Akatsuki's opened her mouth. Did you not hear what I said? Chen Mo calmly said, I heard you, that's okay. And Mingyue frowned and thought to herself how this person was greasy. He had clearly said that it was dangerous there, so why did he still want to go and get himself killed? It caved in most of the way there. Can't get in at all. Speaking of which, and Mingyue glanced at the little girl held in Chen Mo's hands. The beautiful eyes twinkled as she said, you asked me about the pharmacy before. For this little girl, didn't you? What's wrong with her? Chen Mo, it's a fever. I'm going to get fever-reducing medicine. And Mingyue was stunned, then hurriedly said, let me take a look. I've studied some nursing before. I can help you. Chen Mo gave her a deep look. Rather, it made Mingyue a little less than pleasant. Urged, come on. Chen Mo nodded and put down Chi-Chi in his arms, and Akatsuki stepped forward and crouched down. Her full peak squeezed into a ball. She reached out and gently touched Kiki's forehead. Mind blown. Why is it so hot? Heavy. And Mingyue raised her head and looked at Chen Mo with an incredibly grave expression. Is there any water? If she keeps burning like this, It could be life-threatening. Chapter 30, entering a large supermarket, looking for fever-reducing medicine. Chunemo sniffed and immediately took out a large bottle of water from the hiking bag hanging on the poor man's body. And Manhwa looked at the large and small bags loaded with food, her beautiful eyes wide with shock. She didn't say much though, but immediately took the water. Picking Kiki up, he made her sit up straight and brought her towards Kiki's mouth. And Akatsuki said as she did so, "How did you bring such a young child to such a dangerous place? She's in bad shape and the constant fever will dehydrate her." And Manhwa looked at the little girl in her arms with immense worry. She looked around and tore the corners of her blue dress right along a circle. Rip dash. The already short skirt became even shorter, revealing large swaths of big white legs that race snow. Rao and Manhwa was a bit embarrassed. Still, she dampened the band of cloth and tied a layer around Kiki's forehead. Chunemo froze and then said, "That, I have bandages." And Manhwa's petite body shook. The pretty face unconsciously flushed with a blush and said, "You didn't say so earlier?" And Manhwa got up, hugged Chichi and looked at Chunemo. "She's burning up right now, and a kid that young isn't supposed to have a strong constitution. It's okay to ask for fever-reducing medication, fever-reducing patches." And Manhwa frowned tightly, her beautiful eyes constantly flickering, thinking up if there are any drug factories around here. Chunemo stared at her in silence for a moment. Why, honestly speaking, in this post-apocalyptic world, people like Manhwa were extremely rare. It's obviously just a stranger. But somehow Chunemo felt that there was something different about her somewhere. This kind of feeling had also been seen by Chunemo and Yor. If it weren't for when he met Yor, I'm afraid he would have died long ago. And Manhwa was stunned and frowned. "Isn't that what I'm supposed to do? It's not safe here. I know a safe place. You come with me." Chunemo shook his head. "No need. Poverty. Keep an eye on them." After saying that, Chunemo turned around and left. And Akatsuki froze. "Where are you going?" "Chunemo, go to that big supermarket you mentioned." And Manhwa's breath caught in her throat, her beautiful eyes widened as she exclaimed, "Are you crazy? That supermarket does? But there are hundreds of walkers in there. Among them, there is even a zombie that is so fast that even bullets can't kill it. First order? Or is it second order?" Chunemo was holding a taijutsu. Without stopping in his tracks, a strip of metallic liquid floated up beside him. "Ha! It's changing constantly." Behind her, and Manhwa's pretty face was shocked beyond measure when she saw this scene. "This is superpowers?" Her heart was pounding. And this unthinkable ability too. She had seen it before in Johauran. Johauran inexplicably went into a coma for 3 days a week ago before waking up. When he woke up, he said something about reinforcement. And then it became powerful. And because of that, only just managed to destroy the pillars of that large supermarket. And Manhwa only felt that the scene in front of her was constantly refreshing her perception. She hugged Kiki and hurriedly jogged to follow. "Hey, wait for me. That supermarket is half destroyed. There's rubble everywhere. I'll show you the way." Outside a ruined hypermarket, Chunmo's eyes twinkled as he looked at the scene in front of him. And Manhwa, who was beside him, spoke up. "Now you know, don't you? The only exits have been blocked. There's no way to get in." But as soon as she finished her sentence, an unbelievable scene happened in front of her eyes, only to see that among these collapsed buildings in front of him, one by one, those steel pipes and metal brackets turned into liquid, swarming towards Chunmo's location. Chunmo stepped forward, and the surrounding bricks and tiles actually rumbled. Boom! A huge sound of movement came. A ruin in front of us, surprisingly propelled by these liquid metallic fluids. Raleigh opened up a thoroughfare of access. There were constantly rubbles rolling down, smashing on those liquid metal liquids and turning into smithereens with a bang. This shocking and incomparable scene caused Manhwa to cover her small mouth incredulously. The beautiful eyes glared round as she looked at Chunmo in front of her. You did all that? Wait for me here." Chunmo spoke. He headed forward, the silver liquid constantly hovering around him. Countless metal wrecks melted wherever they passed, converging into a mass to separate these broken timber masonry. Finally, it came to the supermarket that was only half left, and this place was covered by countless collapsed buildings. Chunmo's eyes were ruthless and his mastery alien energy was once again activated. Dissolve as much of the metallic material entrapped in it as possible, losing the support of many balancing points. The buildings in front of us rumbled. The buildings collapsed to the ground. A small opening large enough to accommodate one person was revealed. Chunmo went up along these rubbles and turned his head to look at Manhwa who had followed him. Again, he commanded. "I said stay here." And Manhwa's body went cold as she looked at Chunmo's eyes that were filled with a fury. Unconsciously, he nodded. Chunmo managed to enter that supermarket. Those silver-colored liquids around them also solidified and smashed to the ground. What a weight! Rumble! Metal? Looking at the solidified wave metal in front of her, and Manhwa's heart turned over. What the hell is he? At the moment, Inside the hypermarket, it was so dim that you could not see out of the darkness. All around, the low roar of the zombies was heard. When Chen Mo appeared here, those voices were even getting closer in all directions. A shelf with food beside him shook violently. Suddenly, roar! A hideous hiss. Chen Mo held his Tai saber in his backhand and lifted it, directly cutting the zombie in front of him in half. Blood spurted and splattered in all directions and kept flowing on the ground. This seemed to stir up the ferocity of the shadowy zombies around them even more. For a while, hissing sounds resounded through the sky. Put. Mastery alien usage. At this moment, Chen Mo was like a ruthless killing machine, continuously harvesting the life of a pouncing zombie. The 5 steel balls, manipulated by the power of the juggernaut, passed through the head of one zombie after another. The taijutsu in his hand was constantly swinging and slashing. Chop, slash, sweep. Dismembered and broken limbs were everywhere, and blood directly soaked the area. This supermarket would have been half destroyed for the event. That's why the zombies gathered here are more dense. The sheer number of them came one after the other, leaving Chen Mo no room to catch his breath and collect the crystal cores. It was as if there was no end to killing, and after just a little while, Chen Mo felt a bit physically exhausted. Damn, there are so many. It wasn't even the hundreds of heads in the area she was talking about. Chen Mo panted heavily, his hand rising and falling. Put. Another zombie's head hit the ground. No, can't stay here too long. He himself was only a second-order alien now, even if these were merely the most ordinary zombies, but it was also still able to rely on that huge number to pile itself up. And just then, in the deepest part of this supermarket, there suddenly came a terrifying, a sharp, piercing roar. Boing dash. This voice was heard even by manhwa outside, and manhwa couldn't stop trembling. It was as if a shudder came from the soul. Fear. Is this the voice of that monster? It's over. And manhwa's face was ashen. Chapter 31, Corpse King? Creepy zombie. This voice was heard even by manhwa outside, and manhwa couldn't stop trembling. It was as if a shudder came from the soul. Fear. Is this the voice of that monster? It's over. And manhwa looked toward the narrow, pitch-black hole. Instinct told him to run away. Her beautiful eyes kept flickering as she looked at the little girl in her arms whose face was filled with pain. Gritting his teeth and forcing back the fear in his heart, he said, "No, wait and see, but don't let anything happen. Your daughter is still here." And manhwa thought darkly. Inside the supermarket, when this horrible, incomparable, scream-like sound rang out, the zombies swarming around them unexpectedly stopped in place in a strange and incomparable manner. Immediately after that, the zombies here turned out to be as if they were dead one by one. Hanging his head, he stopped dead in his tracks. This is, Chen Mo's face was delighted. A necromancer in this area? It was unthinkable that such an existence would appear just at the beginning of the end times. Very few special walkers will appear within an area, similar to a pack of ghouls and rats, that most powerful of zombies, being able to call weaker walkers than yourself to action. Chen Mo looked at the motionless zombies around here and frowned and muttered, "But why, all of a sudden, are these walkers not moving? That necromancer didn't notice my presence?" Chen Mo pondered for a while. Although it was strange in his mind, he didn't think much about it. It is imperative that you find a fever-reducing class of medication. Chen Mo carefully traveled through these zombies, all the way to the living quarters. Finally, on a cargo bar in the distance, I saw the classification of medicines. Found it. Chen Mo's eyes lit up. On the cargo bar, there were stacks of fever-reducing patches, and on the other side, the same kind of fever-reducing medicine was placed there. Around them, exactly 30 to 40 walkers stood motionless. Chen Mo took a deep breath and softly eased his way up. Coming to that cargo bar, he put both the fever-reducing patches and fever-reducing pills in it into his pocket. Undetected, outside the supermarket, and Akatsuki paced back and forth in an apprehensive mood. It's been so long, is it better yet? That guy can't be dead already, can he? The poor man beside him was languidly lying on the ground. It had a connection with Chen Mo that was established by the heavenly power alien energy, the ability to clearly sense the safety of the owner. If anything happened to Chen Mo, it would be the first to rush in. And manhwa frowned tightly, looking at the body temperature rolling in her arms. Like hugging a fireplace. Kiki, sighing, "Hang in there, little guy. Your father even went into such a dangerous place for you." She told Kiki to lay gently on the floor and gave her a few more sips of water. At that moment, the sound of rolling debris came from that pile of rubble, and manhwa's heart thumped and immediately looked over. Grabbing a stick from the ground, his mind was alert. At that moment, Chen Mo's figure slowly walked out from the hole in that ruin. At this moment, Chen Mo's body and cheeks were covered in blood, and his appearance looked regal, and manhwa's face was delighted, and she said with some incredulity, "Are you okay?" Chen-mo shook his head and took out the fever-reducing patch and fever-reducing medicine from his arms, gasping for air. This one. For Kiki. Surprisingly, he did find it, and Mingyue's beautiful eyes were filled with shock. Looking Chen-mo up and down continuously, he murmured after a long time, "Are you from?" She can clearly remember the living quarters of this supermarket. But it's the most dangerous position, Chen-mo said flatly. It's human. Even Chen-mo himself felt a bit incredulous. This woman. Say less. There are more than a few hundred walkers in this supermarket. Just the places he passed through added up to no less than 400 or 500 heads. If it wasn't for that zombie king's roar that made all these zombies stop moving. Although there was a poor man who was able to pick up the slack in the end, this fever-reducing medicine was absolutely impossible to get. And Mingyue took the fever-reducing patch and fever-reducing medicine and said, "Don't worry, you should be fine with these two." She tore off a piece of fever-reducing paste, removed the wrapped cloth from Kiki's head, and applied it. Then the fever-reducing medicine was unwrapped and dispensed with water and fed gently. Chen-mo looked at the ruins behind him. Fill that gap with juggernaut powers. Open mouth. Thanks a lot. And Akatsuki froze and laughed. Thank me for what? It's all because you're so good yourself. I'm not that good as an ordinary person. And Mingyue looked at Kiki, whose face had eased a bit in her arms, and got up. Your daughter will have to rest for a few more days, waiting for the medicine to take effect. I know a place where it's safe. You come with me. How many days? Chen-mo frowned. She's not my daughter. Not a daughter? And Mingyue was a bit skeptical. It's the daughter of one of my uncles. Where is he? I'm sorry, Chen-mo, I don't have a lot of time. I can't stay long. And Mingyue stared at him for a while and didn't inquire why, sighing, at least, it will take a day. Wait for her fever to go down. Yes, Chen-mo said. And Akatsuki, by the way, I still don't know what your name is. My name is Akatsuki. Chen-mo carried Chi-Chi over and said with lowered eyes, Chun-ma, Chen-mo? And Mingyue recalled in her mind, logically speaking, this kind of capable person should not be unknown in Tianhai City. And Mingyue opened her mouth. Let me take you there. I've been in that place for a long time. It's quiet and very safe. Enough for you to rest. After a few people left. On that ruin, the hole filled with metal by Chen-mo was suddenly knocked out with a boom. Inside the hole, there was a pop, general sticky sound. From it, a zombie with a hideous, oozing face and long, sticky hair emerged. The skin and flesh of the left half of that zombie's face fell off, revealing the white bones. On its shoulders and spine, an incredibly sharp barb grew. It's gurgling its scarlet eyes, looking in the direction the two left. Chen-mo, what you just used, was that a superpower? And Mingyue, who was walking on the side, hesitated for a long time. Finally, he couldn't help but inquire. Chen-mo calmly said, sort of. And Mingyue's face became astonished after hearing this. Somewhat incredibly said, surprisingly true? Can I see it again? Chen-mo nodded and took out a steel ball from his pocket. A magical scene appeared. I only saw the steel ball, but it gradually turned into a puddle of silver-colored liquid, hovering in Chen-mo's hands. In this post-apocalyptic world, there are people that are able to awaken supernatural powers. I, on the other hand, am able to control metal. Chen-mo said indifferently. Chapter 32, Identity is also a bondage. And Mingyue's beautiful eyes glared round as she opened her mouth. Can I do the same? Chen-mo glanced at her hands, said, perhaps. Awakening psychic abilities requires an opportunity. Many people, in this lifetime, will never be able to awaken their powers. And Mingyue was a little disappointed, but she didn't care. No wonder you're so strong. Alamancy? As if thinking of something, and Mingyue said, there is also a person with special abilities at that survivor's base of ours. I think it's called reinforcement or something. Reinforcement? Chen-mo's eyes twinkled. This is a normal line of psychic ability. More common. Mostly enhancements on the 5 senses and strength. Of course, there is no shortage of awesome types present. And Mingyue asked Chen-mo many questions. And Chen-mo didn't hide the fact that these were almost common knowledge by the end of the day. First order, divine, fey, and Mingyue's mouth kept muttering. The beautiful eyes grew more and more surprised. Looking at the Chen-mo in front of him, who had come from a mysterious path, he thought darkly in his heart. Who the hell are you? Why, you would know so much? And Mingyue couldn't help but inquire. Chen-mo gave her a faint look. No talking. Together, the two arrived in the middle of an old, rotten building. The bottom access point is blocked with a pile of discarded debris and wood. The surrounding area was incredibly empty, with excellent visibility, and it was possible to observe the movements around them at a glance. And Akatsuki moved a plank directly in front of her. The inside just revealed a passageway large enough for an adult to enter. And Akatsuki said with a smile, this is it. We've been in this place for over 10 days. The neighborhood's been cleared of walkers. It's safe. You stay here with your daughter, niece, and no one will bother you. Chen Mo nodded and entered within Manhwa, but behind him, there was a sudden low growl of discontent. The two men gave a start, then looked back, only to see that the poor man behind him, because of his large size, was stuck at that passage. Chen Mo couldn't help but lose his smile. It's time to lose weight, poor man. The poor man barked again in displeasure, then squeezed his body out of that narrow passage and stood outside. And Manhwa thought for a moment and opened her mouth. You wait, I'll make this passage bigger. No need, Chen Mo said. Poor man, go up there yourself first. The poor man nodded his head humanely before creeping down his front body and taking a deep leap, bursts out with incredible pop, a direct leap of 4 or 5 meters to the second rotten floor, and Manhwa had become somewhat numb. On this man and beast, it was already unknown how many times he had refreshed his worldview. Come to the time. The zombies that they encountered were killed by Chinmo's powerful abilities before they could even get close. Chinmo, let's go. And Manhwa nodded and opened her mouth. On the 4th floor, inside the immensely empty 4th floor, Zhou Haoren and a group of survivors were eating the food they had gathered. Looking at the crowd who were wolfing down their food on one side, Zhou Haoren frowned and said, Save it all. Officer Zhou, the big guys have been starving for days. It's not easy to have a chance to be able to eat a big meal. You come along and eat too. Yeah, Cho, suck it up. This bubbly noodles that's so authentic. Zhou Haoren frowned even more at his words. Look to the empty bags on the floor. These guys are all afraid they'll lose out. Can't wait to eat all this food at once. The food, obviously, was enough to last more than 10 days. But today is only the first day and it has already been reduced by half. If Yuer was here, this definitely wouldn't have happened. Enough. Zhou Haoren finally couldn't stand it anymore and loudly scolded. You're only concerned about now, until all this food is gone. Another trip inside that supermarket? I'll take care of the rest. At these words, the 5 or 6 survivors in the room were quiet for a moment. Someone couldn't help but whisper to, That's true, but brother Zhou, it's clearly you who ate the most. Zhou Haoren's breath caught. Honestly, he didn't know why he was hungry every day now, especially after using that special ability. The grace of a liter of rice, the hatred of a bucket of rice. At this moment, Zhou Haoren finally understood how difficult an Manhwa usually was. At that point, there were still 16 people present. Zhou Haoren took a deep breath, his eyelids fluttered, and he forced himself to hold back the anger in his heart without speaking. His reason told him to lay these people aside and that he could get along just fine on his own, but his status was such that he was incredibly restrained. Several people present saw that Zhou Haoren seemed to be about to get angry. Among them, the enchanting masseuse was the most good at observing words and colors. Immediately, he said with a smile, Ouch, what are the big guys doing? Officer Zhou's strength is there for all to see. If it wasn't for Officer Zhou we'd all be dead there. I'm afraid, Officer Zhou is also right. We need to save this food until help arrives. The crowd reacted and changed their posture to flatter and flatter. He, you're right, brother Zhou. We won't eat it, that is. Yeah, I'm full too. Save it for next time. No more. Hiccup. They all knew that the only one present who had that ability to be able to protect himself was Zhou Haoren. Zhou Haoren's face then looked better. Nodded. I have all this food here. Each person receives it on a daily basis. After saying that, without waiting for these survivors to say anything more, Zhou Haoren took away those foods. Put it beside yourself. A resourceful person's eyes rolled, rushing forward to try to curry favor with Zhou Haoren. After all, the food was in his hands now, and no one dared to rob him hard with Zhou's strength. If we curry favor now, perhaps we will get more food tomorrow. Officer Zhou, are you tired? I'll give you a massage. I'm very skillful, the enchanting masseuse said with a smile. Brother Zhou, you are truly divine today. If it wasn't for you, our group would have died long ago. Brother Zhou, you take a good rest today. I'll watch over for you. Listening to the blowing flattery by his ears, Zhou Haoren's face couldn't help but look better. And you all know that I'm doing this for everyone's sake. If not, the next time we go searching for food supplies and there's no telling how many lives will be lost. His mindset, in the midst of these end times, had also unconsciously changed a little bit. Yeah, you have your own strength and food. Why self-bind yourself because of your identity? It was clear that they were trying to ingratiate themselves. The more Zhou Haoren thought about it, the more he felt the ridiculousness of his former self. Before, there was the righteous In Manhwa who had been suppressing it, and now after In Manhwa left, Zhou Haoren felt that this feeling didn't seem too bad. And just then, a huge commotion suddenly rang out from below. What's going on? Zhou Haoren, who was enjoying a massage, opened his eyes. A small blue-haired young man beside him immediately got up and said, Brother Zhou, I'll go check it out. You rest here. He hurried toward the edge where there was no wall. Looked down. Whoosh! From the middle of below, a huge yellow figure leapt up. Bang! It landed firmly on the ground. The blue-haired young man was scared out of his wits, and he fell to the ground in a paralyzed heap. Screamed, "Holy, Brother Chow! Brother Zhou!" The poor man jumped to the fourth floor of this rotten building. Its large pupils surveyed the surroundings. The survivors around them were also taken aback. What kind of monster is this? Tiger? Officer Cho. Everyone looked towards Zhou Haoran for a moment. Zhou Haoran's pupils shrunk. Looking at the behemoth in front of him, he habitually placed his hand on the pistol at his waist. Loudly, "All be careful." Chapter 33 Ostracization among the survivors. Mutual jealousy. Get on my side. Nowadays, the poor man's body is huge and strong. The 4 pairs of claws were as strong and powerful as thick pillars, covered in yellow fur, with its tail wagging, and right in the center of its brow, a purple awakening dark pattern emitted an eerie glow. Tiger-like majesty filled with a hideous and ferocious gaze, and like a mighty lion filled with a strong sense of oppression. Even Zhou Haoran could not help but feel a little numb after seeing such a fierce beast. Brother Zhou, what kind of monster is this? A survivor behind him had his legs go soft. Officer Zhou, you must protect us, Zhou Haoran whispered angrily. All be quiet. He confronted the poor man for a short while, stiffly and cautiously, and took the pistol out of his pocket. At this point in time, no one would care where the beast came from. The poor man snorted somewhat languidly, then slowly plopped down on the ground. This action could have startled the people present. What is it doing? Someone whispered. I don't know. Why isn't it moving? Keep it down. Don't wake this guy up. As all hearts were in their throats, a puzzled voice rang out. What are you all doing here? Everyone's breath hitched when they heard the voice. Suddenly, he looked over, only to see that at the stairway below, the two of them, and Mingyue and Chen Mo, slowly walked up. Chen Mo was still holding the feverish Kiki in his arms, and Mingyue looked at the crowd of people with wary faces, hiding together. What's this for? Seeing the visitor, all of them were overjoyed and said, Sister Anne? Officer Anne? You're back? There's a beast in here. A beast? And Mingyue froze, and then looked across the room at the poor man who was lying on the ground and squinting his eyes, lost in laughter. It's okay, that one is this friend of mine's pet. Don't be afraid. Pets? The group of survivors present stared wide-eyed at the words, incredulity written all over their faces. Chen Mo glanced at the poor man across from him and opened his mouth. Poverty, come here. When he heard Chen Mo's call, the poor man then slowly got up and walked over. With every step, the crowd trembled in their hearts and couldn't stop shivering, fearing that this unusually large beast would suddenly rise up and eat people. Zhou Haoran's eyes continued to flicker when he saw this. Surveying Chen Mo beside Mingyue, a hostility inexplicably rose in his heart. Frowned. Moon, who is he? An Akatsuki, also a survivor I met in the neighborhood. His name is Chenma. Chen Mo. Let me introduce you. This is my colleague, Zhou Haoran. Chen Mo nodded. The few survivors present all had their eyes light up after realizing that Chen Mo was one of their own. Charge forward. Holy, dude, awesome. That's even a pet you have? Dude, what do you do? A beast tamer? This guy is awesome, isn't he? This size, it's bigger than the Lion King I've seen on TV. The appearance of Chen Mo and the poor man became the center of attention in the room in an instant. Zhou Haoran's side became empty all of a sudden. His face became a bit ugly, and with a cold grunt one person found a place to sit. Isn't it just a piece of? He himself is a shifter. Chen Mo frowned, obviously somewhat uncomfortable. At this time, and Mingyue on the side opened her mouth. Okay, all out of the way. Don't disturb this little girl's sleep. Chenma's niece has a fever. It's coming to us for a temporary day of rest. It will leave tomorrow. The crowd in the room was even more shocked at these words. This safe place, who wouldn't want to stay all the time? And this person in front of me, brought by Officer N, even stayed for only one day and then left? Dude, aren't you afraid of those walkers out there? You were planning on going somewhere. Ahem. And Mingyue coughed twice. The people present were obviously a little afraid of her and dispersed. And Mingyue opened her mouth somewhat apologetically. I'm sorry, it's just that there's something special about your pet. People are curious. Chen Mo calmly said. It's okay. And Mingyue nodded her head and looked towards Chi-Chi and Chen Mo's arms, stepping forward and reaching out her hand to touch her forehead. Eyes lit up and said, that's better. You get some rest here. I'll go over there. Chen Ma nodded. And the other side. The arrival of Chen Mo, an uninvited guest, had obviously caused Zhou Haoran to feel a bit upset in his heart. A young blue-haired man off to the side whispered, Brother Zhou, I'm on your side. It's just I'm sure it's no match for you. Brother Zhou. Zhou Haoran looked at him with some surprise and got comfortable. The little blue-haired young man was able to think beyond words in his heart at the sight of the situation. These idiots don't realize who's in charge here. The food can be in Chao's hands. Indistinguishable from form. Brother Zhou. Sister N is here. Zhou Haoren was stunned, then looked up, only to see manhwa walking straight towards him in the distance. Sexy body. The lower half of the blue dress was bare because of a large tear down to reveal long, round thighs. Zhou Haoren couldn't help but be infatuated for a moment, his eyes softening. Moon. I was wrong before. I shouldn't have. Zhou Haoren, where's the food? And manhwa inquired as soon as she came up. Zhou Haoren froze, then smiled and said as he brought over the bag full of food beside him. Hungry, ha, Moon? And manhwa shook her head. No, I was going to take some to Chun Mo and that little girl. Zhou Haoren's smile faltered at his words. The blue-haired youth beside him said with wide eyes. Sister, this food is something we got with great difficulty. You're going to give it to the stranger from unknown origins who's leaving tomorrow. It was a loud noise, and when the survivors around them heard the word food, come immediately. Zhou Haoren refused in a cold voice. No. The few survivors who had been friendly and pragmatic to Chun Mo in the last moment immediately changed their faces as well. Officer An, we don't have enough of this food to share by ourselves. It's not good that you still have to give it to an outsider, is it? Yeah, it's not like you don't know how many people we lost for this food. And manhwa frowned her eyebrows at the situation and looked at them with some displeasure. And I didn't know Chao Hoin when I found you, and I shared my food with you. Are you considered outsiders then? The group of survivors present were speechless. Indeed, almost all of those present were saved by Zhou Haoren and manhwa, no matter who it was. And manhwa treated them all equally and without bias. Zhou Haoren, I said no. If it's with us all the time that's fine, but you also said that the man leaves tomorrow. And manhwa frowned tightly as she looked at the group of survivors with hostile and resistant faces, sighing, then give me my food, will you? The faces of the survivors in the room looked better then. The round of distributing food, the most qualified in the entire room to enjoy the food was none other than manhwa and Zhou Haoren. So the big guys were fine with it. Zhou Haoren was silent for a while before taking out one of the few buckets of instant noodles from the bag. Then he took a bottle of water and cookies and handed them over. And manhwa took the food, picked up a packet of cookies and ate it, turning to Chen Mo's side, putting the food over. He said softly, hungry? Eat? Seeing this scene, some of the survivors on the other side couldn't help but say, Officer Ren can be so kind. In the midst of these last days, that guy has another beast on the. If we knew we had food we wouldn't be able to do anything out of the ordinary. Officer Zhou, you can't watch it either, can you? A group of people surrounded Zhou Haoren and kept instigating. Zhou Haoren didn't say anything. His eyes were cloudy as he looked in the direction where Chen Mo was. Chapter 34, Self-Heating Rice, envying a crowd of survivors. Chen Mo looked at the food in front of him. He naturally witnessed what happened over there. And Akatsuki said, you don't have to think much. These are my own food. Chen Mo shook his head. Thanks. No, I have my own. Saying that, Chen Mo opened the hiking bag on the poor man's body. Out of it came a couple of ham hocks and water. And up to that point it was even. The most unbelievable thing is that he even got out of that hiking bag, took out 2 bowls of self-heating rice, braised beef with rice, marinated pork with soy sauce, and manhwa's small mouth opened wide and her beautiful eyes stared round. You've got a bag, and a self-heating meal? She's humanly stupid. She wasn't the only one. Those survivors in the distance were even staring straight at the sight. Asterisk. That's a self-heating meal. Rice. That's rice. I haven't had rice or meat in a long time. They're nothing but assholes in comparison to this food. Someone stood on tiptoe and peered into that hiking bag. Upon seeing the wide array of food supplies in them, in all their colors, I was so excited I almost lost my breath. That bag of his, it's full of food. It's all food. What? Really? It was important to realize that there were 4 or 5 bags, large and small, that the poor man was carrying. Mountaineering bags are inherently capacious and spacious. Is it possible that all of these bags are filled with food? A greedy gaze appeared in the eyes of all the survivors present. Looking across the table, Chen Mo ripped open that self-heating rice and poured some water in to heat it up. One unconsciously began to gulp, and manhwa even didn't know what to say for a moment. However, once he thought of Chen Mo's incomparable strength, he even dared to break into that large supermarket and brought back the fever-reducing medicine and fever-reducing stickers unharmed. For him, I'm afraid, the food that he and others had gone through so much trouble to be able to get, it's nothing more than what he has at his fingertips. He didn't actually carry much of this stuff. Self-heating meals are large, heavy and take up a lot of space. Compare that to something as filling as compressed crackers versus bread. Except for the flavor, it's just so much worse. In the 15 years since the end of the world, he had taken at least 4 or 5 years of rehydration fluid in a war zone. For Chen Mo, eating anything was the same, as long as it could satiate his stomach. But sometimes, life still needs some rituals. Like, for example, a hot and flavorful covered dish in the middle of a post-apocalyptic world. After a few minutes, The sound of boiling water gradually subsided. Chen Mo picked up a copy and handed it over. Here, and Mingyue froze, then murmured incredulously. For me? Chen Mo nodded. Aha. Today? Thanks a lot. And Mingyue felt flattered at once. I'm looking at this marinated pork with sauce in front of me. The little cookie in his hand stopped smelling good all of a sudden. Gulp. His stomach rumbled indiscreetly. And Mingyue's pretty face flushed and she sat down on her butt. Coughing twice, he bowed his head in some embarrassment. Thanks. Chen Ma smiled, opening the lid of the box in his hand. There was a wafting aroma. The brown sauce was spread with a few pieces of beef on top, and the aroma wafted around for a while. Even Zhou Haoren couldn't help but look at it. Humph. One of the survivors around them was dumbfounded, their eyes looking a little sore and red. They had eaten a lot of food and were not very hungry, slobbering all over the place. What does beef and rice taste like again? The crowd looked at me and I looked at you. I seem to be a little hungry again. And Mingyue was a little excited and sacred as she held the saucy marinated rice in her hands, as if it were a treasure. It was carefully unveiled a little at a time, fear of knocking it over. It's halibut rice, marinara. In the midst of the post-apocalyptic world, having a hot meal is something that many people dream of. Look at the crystal full grainy rice inside the box, topped with sauce and marinara. And Mingyue's small hands somewhat trembled as she picked up the rice spoon, dug in and put a bite in his mouth. Boom! It's a familiar flavor that hits the soul. Happiness. Ouch. Ouch ouch. Ouch ouch. And Akatsuki took a big bite out of it. A layer of water mist emerged from all the beautiful eyes. The surrounding survivors unconsciously followed in Mingyue and started chewing. It was as if it was they who were eating with one glance, their eyes burning like wolves. Chen Mo, on the other side, had already finished eating. Looking at Mingyue's excited and pretty face, her face looked a little odd. Without saying anything more, he came to Kiki's side, took some porridge food from the hiking bag and fed it in. After taking fever-reducing medication and using fever-reducing patches, Kiki was doing significantly better. It's like being asleep. Chen Mo looked towards Chi-Chi's small hand, on which the awakening dark pattern seemed to be on the verge of being complete. Somewhat reassuringly, he stroked her hair. Zhou Haoren seemed to be very resistant to Chen Mo as if from Chen Mo's arrival. The two then never had any communication. Evening. Everything that had happened today had left many of the survivors overwhelmed. As soon as a person has eaten enough, he or she will think too much. And they, naturally, did the same, with many of them covering their faces and weeping, speaking of the grief in their hearts. Soon enough, the big guys started resting one by one. Chen Mo leaned on the poor man's belly, with a faint candle flame lit around him. His eyes twinkled as he wondered what he was thinking. Chen Mo pulled out the crystal cores he had harvested today from his pocket. As the saying goes, the rich and the famous. On leaving that hypermarket, Chen Mo still hardened his heart and took out the crystal cores from the brains of those zombies that he had killed. 3 first order, 46 inferior crystal cores. Arguably, one of the most rewarding. One can only imagine the ferocity of it. The quality of the zombies in that Do hypermarket is very unusual. By definition, the Corpse King's roar was to gather the zombies. But I don't know why. But those zombies suddenly stopped moving, did not choose to attack himself. Chen Mo shook his head, mumbles, the zombies inside that large supermarket are at least second-order existences. Moreover, it was highly likely that it was about to reach the third order. Zombies in Fae like these were able to improve at a much faster rate than humans. The zombies in many areas prior to the rebirth had reached the fourth stage of the. It was only on the human side that second-order aliens appeared, having the opportunity to be able to fight back. After giving these crystal cores to be absorbed, one's dominant alien ability should be able to reach the second stage. Chen Mo's eyes flashed as he was just about to absorb it. A voice rang out. Still not sleeping? And Akatsuki appeared at some point. She looked at Chen Mo and found a random place to sit. Softly, we have a rotating guard here every night. You can rest in peace. Chen Ma nodded. What about you? And Mingyue glanced at the crowd that had fallen asleep on the other side, murmuring with his head down. Me? I've been sleeping very little since the end times began. Here. There were 16 other survivors in yesterday, and today, it's down to 6. Chen Mo's face was calm as he opened his mouth. This is the end times. You have to try to learn to accept it. And Mingyue said with a bitter smile. Chen Ma, you know, I actually realized that we only have 6 survivors left here. For some reason, the heart recoils. I may not be as righteous as I thought. Zhou Haoren and I are a little too tired to take care of 16 people. Chen Mo was silent for a while, looking at the cluster of bonfires in front of him, and said quietly, don't think so much, just look straight into your heart. In a post-apocalyptic world, almost no one stays the same, at the very least, and Mingyue was one of the few people he had ever met who was still able to maintain his beginnings. And Akatsuki, What about you? And what are you in for? Chapter 35, Parting of the Ways, Greed That Will Die. Chen Mo did not speak again, and Akatsuki smiled and sat up from the floor, stretching. A perfect display of her perfect, tantalizing curves. Count on it. You'll be ready to leave first thing in the morning. Get some rest. And Akatsuki turned around. Chen Mo's voice suddenly sounded behind him. I want to find someone. She's important to me. In that case. And Mingyue paused, then said with a smile, well, good luck with that. After Mingyue left, Chen Mo alone began to silently absorb the power of the crystal core. It's late at night. The silence is silent. The blue-haired youth who guarded the vicinity of this fourth floor dozed off. Should have known better than to show off. Sleepy. Xiaoyu yawned. His gaze, unconsciously, glanced in Chen Mo's direction, stopping at the hiking pack the poor man was carrying. In his mind, the image of today's self-heated meal came to mind, and he involuntarily gulped. A look of longing appeared in his eyes. In that bag, there should still be a lot of food, right? Xiaoyu couldn't help but mumble. Greed flashed in his eyes, and he looked around again at the group of survivors who had fallen asleep. The body tiptoed uncontrollably toward the front. I'll just take a little. Just a little. Xiaoyu kept reassuring himself. He came to Chen Mo's side and carefully walked past him. Chen Mo slowly opened his eyes, which were exceptionally calm and icy under this night color. Behind the poor man lying on his side, Xiaoyu saw the hiking bag from which Chen Mo had taken out a self-heating meal during the day. He carefully reached out and unzipped the zipper. Rip dash. Upon seeing the abundance of extremely rich, neatly stacked food inside the hiking bag, Xiaoyu burst into a stunning light. So much? And just then, the sleeping beast in front of him suddenly turned around. Xiaoyu was shaken. After the gaze met the two large eyes of the poor man that were like lanterns in the darkness of the night. Cardiopulmonary arrest. Miserable screams suddenly resounded in the darkness of the night. A momentary wake-up call for all present. What? What the hell happened? Him. That pet of his tried to eat me in the middle of the night. Xiaoyu hid beside Zhou Haoren. The shivering witnesses testified. The survivors who woke up in the room had shocked faces and showed fearful postures. I told you. This guy is dangerous from an unknown source. I think that pet of his is trying to sneak up on all of us in the middle of the night. Zhou Haoren also looked at Chen Mo on the opposite side with a hostile face. You error. Why are you still standing by that man? Come over here. And Mingyue frowned tightly and said in a cold voice, what are you all talking about? There's no way Chen Mo would do such a thing. During the day, she had seen Chen Mo's divinely powerful strength with her own eyes. If he really wanted to take action against himself and the others, he could have done so earlier. Even Zhou Haoren, who also possessed psychic abilities, was simply unable to resist. Why bother? Chen Mo, what's going on here? And Mingyue turned around and inquired. The poor man growled lowly at the group of people across the street. This voice directly scared a bunch of them hot. Chen Mo said indifferently. This guy, trying to steal. Xiaoyu's face changed and he immediately defended. Your bull ******* ting me. Why would we steal from you when we have our own food? Chen Mo looked at him calmly and said slowly. I didn't say it was food. What are you in such a hurry for? Everyone looked over for a moment, and Mingyue frowned and questioned. Xiaoyu, honestly, what have you done? Are you trying to steal food from Chen Ma's bag? She wasn't a little cutie. Naturally understood that there was absolutely no need for Chen Mo to lie. Then there's only one possibility. The Xiaoyu guy is lying. Xiaoyu was shaken and hurriedly looked at Zhou Haoren for help. Zhou Haoren opened his mouth. You error. Xiaoyu is one of our own. Do you not even trust us, but instead trust an outsider? And Mingyue laughed back in anger. Zhou Haoren, then have you ever thought that if this pet Chen Mo is going to eat you guys, you, Zhou Haoren, are not afraid, how many others can resist? He's afraid we'll find out. Being a thief. Xiaoyu exclaimed. Zhou Haoren, Chen Mo, if you're a man, stand up. What kind of skill is it to stand behind Moon? He had long looked at this man with displeasure. It was just the right reason to use it to banish him. At this time, Chen Mo, who had never spoken, spoke up. I don't need you to believe that. If the poor man really wants to eat you, do you think that do you even have a chance to stand here and talk to me now? Roar dash a deafening roar rang out. The poor man's figure moved and he appeared in front of the group of survivors. The appearance was hideous and ferocious, and Zhou Haoren's face was shocked. Reinforcement. He used his powers and his own body began to expand in an instant. At that moment, he was striving to blast away with his fist. Chen Mo watched the scene in front of him with interest. Oh, or a shifter? The poor man revealed a disdainful expression and didn't make any movements at all. Boom! The punch landed solidly on the poor man's body. Like hitting a steel plate, Zhou Haoren's face changed drastically, only to feel a shock of tingling numbness coming from him. He hurriedly withdrew his hand. The right hand couldn't stop trembling, and the survivors behind him were horrified at the sight. Monster! It's a monster. They had seen Zhou Haoran's strength with their own eyes. The force is so great that it can blast through walls and rocks with raw power. Greatly sensing the loss of face, Zhou Haoran immediately drew out the gun at his waist. Stop it for me. At this time, an angry female voice rang out, and manhwa stood in the center of the field and coldly looked at Zhou Haoran's side and said, "Indiscriminate. Zhou Haoran, you should know what kind of good Xiaoyu is." I didn't want to say anything, but it's not the first time or two. Xiaoyu, give me an honest explanation. Xiaoyu cringed and took a few steps backward, his heart thumping. Upon seeing the poor man's terrifyingly regal gaze, even Officer Chow is no match for this beast. His legs weakened and he fell to his knees with a plop. "Yeah, sorry. It's my fault. It's my fault." The hearts of the people present were shaken. Xiaoyu couldn't stop himself from trembling and kept begging for mercy. "Give me a break. I was just so hungry I got spooked for a moment." Wow, the truth comes out. Zhou Haoran looked over with a tight frown. "Didn't you just eat something?" And Mingyue's beautiful eyes also became even colder. "Xiaoyu, why did you deceive everyone?" Xiaoyu didn't dare to look at Mingyue's gaze and kept pulling Zhou Haoran to plead. "Brother Chow, Brother Zhou, you have to save me. I really didn't mean it. I know. You guys want that self-heating meal too, right? I merely wanted to bring it to the big guys together." But, before he could finish his sentence, a steel ball then caught him off guard and pierced right through his brow. Xiaoyu's body shook as a splash of crimson blood flowed down from that hole. The field of vision was covered by blood, and Xiaoyu's face was full of revealed incredulity. Then he fell to the ground with a thud, bleeding all over the place. The steel ball returned to Chenma's side. He watched the scene with cold eyes. Throughout the field, there was silence. Kill someone? Officer Chow, killing people, help! The few survivors had never seen such a scene before, and for a while they couldn't help but be in a mess. They all hid behind Zhou Haoran. Zhou Haoran's pupils shrank as he looked towards Xiaoyu, who had fallen to the ground dead at his side. Then he fiercely looked at Chen Mo, who had an indifferent face on the opposite side. "You're a shifter too? Why did you kill him?" And Mingyue also turned around with an icy cold petite body, her face revealing disbelief. Chen Mo did not explain. His eyes were without waves. It felt as if he had casually stepped on an ant on the side of the road. In a post-apocalyptic world, if an ordinary person's food is stolen, without food, you can either face a vicious walker or just wait to die where you are. It is nothing less than harmful. The 15 years of experience in the end times had long since made Chen Mo cold-blooded and ruthless, and he would always retaliate if he had an axe to grind. Zhou Haoran blurted out as if he had caught a hold. "Moon, come to my side. Be careful of him hurting you." And Akatsuki was unmoved. Even she, who had always been on Chen Mo's side, did not know what to say for a moment. Turning around, he said with a face full of incredulity, Chun Ma, why are you doing this? He deserves to die." Just 3 simple words. However, it moved everyone present to go through the body cold and terrified. This man, doesn't he ever feel guilty? "Chen Ma, you should know that food is important." And Mingyue bit her lips tightly and didn't say anything. "I know, but you shouldn't have killed him either. TSK. At these words, Chen Mo's eyes became extraordinarily distant as well as cold for a moment. In the end times, one will meet a lot of people. He had thought that in Mingyue was Yuer's type, but one is wrong. Yuer, at least, would never allow such a person to exist. And Mingyue, in the end times, the most useless thing is compassion. It's better for you to stay away from such people. Who you are should not be a shackle that binds you. That's all there is to it. The paths are different, not the same. After saying that, he didn't care if Mingyue had listened to him or not. Chen Mo slowly turned around and picked up Chi-Chi on the ground and faintly said, "Poor man. Let's go." Chapter 36 Breakthrough. Second Order Alien. Seeing Chen Mo leave so decisively, the group of people present were all relieved, and Mingyue's petite body shook. A feeling of disappointment inexplicably welled up in his heart. Unable to help, he shouted, "Chun Ma, you wait." Chen Mo didn't pay any attention. It's only the beginning of the end times and many are still boxed in by the rules, the morals, that were once in place, and Akatsuki was no exception. And in the course of time, most of those left behind are people who do whatever they can just for themselves, because only these people will be able to survive in these end times. Survival of the fittest. He still had a lot of things left to do. He didn't have time to make Mingyue understand this. Seeing Chen Mo's figure gradually descending the stairs and disappearing into the darkness of the night, the crowd, which had previously been cowering in fear, suddenly hardened all of a sudden. "Finally, it's gone. That pet of his really scared me." "You don't think that pet really eats people, do you? He actually killed Xiaoyu. It's simply heartless." But no one in the room showed any sympathy. In these last days, they have seen the deaths of those around them many times, and Xiaoyu was not related to the people present. Somehow, at this moment, Most of the people were holding a slight tinge of joy in their hearts again. Because, Xiaoyu Dai, it means the food here can last a few more days. Zhou Haorun was also relieved. Looking to the side, and Mingyue said, Moon, enough. And Mingyue finally couldn't bear it at this moment. Turning to the group of wallflowers, he said, what would you do if your food was stolen? Chen Mo was right. In this post-apocalyptic world, food is one's life. I was going to ask Shenma to join our team. This way the big guys have better security. Remember that big supermarket from before? Chen Mo went in alone to find fever-reducing medicine and fever-reducing patches, and was able to come out unscathed. With his strength, do you guys really think he's going to share your food here? And Mingyue looked angrily at the group of people present. The few survivors present turned pale at the words. Even Zhou Haorun couldn't help but stare in disbelief, a look of unbelief written all over his face. That's impossible, he immediately said. That supermarket caved in a long time ago, not to mention how he got in. There's no way the zombies in there alone can be dealt with by him. At this time, several survivors around them also said with shocked faces, that supermarket is full of zombies. They have seen it with their own eyes. Sister Anne, is this true? What the hell is he from? Could it be someone from the military district? If Chen Mo was from the military region, then the big guys would have a lot to lose. And Mingyue's pretty face was ice cold as she looked at Zhou Haorun. Zhou Haorun, just because you can't doesn't mean others can't. That's what I saw with my own eyes. Keep this food for yourselves. After saying that, and Mingyue left without looking back. Moon, where are you going? Zhou Haorun was in a hurry. Sister Anne, why are you leaving too? A few survivors also dissuaded. If there was no more and Mingyue around, then Officer Zhou alone could not protect so many people. And Mingyue said in a cold voice, instead of sitting around here waiting to be killed, we should go out and try to get in touch with the military district. If any of you are willing, then come with me. Zhou Haorun's pupils shrunk violently at his words. Moon, are you crazy? Here, it's the safest place. It's full of walkers out there. Even he didn't dare to run too far when he had awakened his psychic ability, let alone in Mingyue who was an ordinary person. And Akatsuki paused for a moment, and the group of survivors behind her looked at each other. None made a move. She shook her head in immense disappointment and muttered, maybe Chenma is right. This identity that became my bondage. She took a deep breath, her beautiful eyes unwavering as she headed downstairs. Seeing in Mingyue leave, Zhou Haorun gritted his teeth and lowered his head without speaking. Here, it's still a peaceful ride. Going out there, that's really facing the whole end of the world. The other side. The night was not able to hinder Chen Mo and the poor man's traveling distance. Roar dash the poor man bit off the head of a zombie, chewed and swallowed. Seeing this scene, Chen Mo couldn't help but murmur. Still, you're a good guy. Not only is it a better fight than the tired survivors, the main thing is that it's good to feed. The poor man is a fae, and swallowing zombies and aberrant fae is more than capable of increasing his strength. The poor man turned around and gave a somewhat disgruntled bark. Express that you still prefer to eat normal meat. Chen Mo surveyed his surroundings, took the map out. Now it has reached Hayfair Road. It was close to Anha Road where Luo Tianxiang was, but all the same, this place has come within the boundaries of the city center. Upon arriving at this location, Chen Mo had been able to faintly hear the sound of a thin, inaudible heartbeat beside his ears. Poof, poof, like there's some great horror hidden underneath this ground. Chen Mo seriously surfaced a touch of vigilance. Poor man, be careful when you get here. Although all five senses were greatly strengthened after becoming an alien, but the evening still reveals crisis everywhere. Chen Mo's eyes twinkled. Juggernaut powers unleashed. The metallic substances around them all seemed to become visible in the mind's eye. A streak of metallic liquid flowed from the ground. The billboards, barred windows, and vehicles around them slowly squirmed. In front of it, a natural barrier was stacked up. Behind them the walkers on the way in had been cleared away. Snap dash the sound of a lighter rang out. Chen Mo casually withdrew a few wooden boards and set them on fire. Few dash a small campfire then rose. The faint light of the fire danced and flickered, and there was a crackling sound in it. Chen Mo put Kiki down. It didn't matter to myself, but it was for Kiki's safety. He still chose to rest here for the time being, waiting for some light to get going again. Chen Mo looked at the cluster of fires and retook out those crystal cores. There was one first-order crystal core left. He held it in the palm of his hand and began to absorb it. I don't know how much time has passed. The range of the Juggernaut's powers began to extend like out. The metal things around them began to tremble. 8 meters, 10 meters, after reaching the limit of 12 meters for a first-order alien. Buzz. Surprisingly, it hasn't stopped yet. 14 meters, 17 meters. When the range of the Juggernaut's powers reached 20 meters, everything metallic within range seemed to have a connection with itself. Second-order alien. A full 18 meters of lift. The effective range of a pistol was only 15 meters. Chen Mo opened his eyes, and his eyes revealed excitement. Quantitative changes cause qualitative changes. Chen Mo looked at the abandoned vehicles surrounded in front of him, as well as the cluttered metal objects. Mindfulness. The metals, instantly reduced to a puddle of liquid. And that, these metals were under the constant condensation of the Juggernaut's alien energy. It becomes harder. Chen Mo gradually raised a metal wall with his mastery alien energy and looked to the side at poor Chi. Poverty. Try to see if you can break this. Chapter 37, Kiki's Awakened Abilities. As a Fey species, the poor man's awakening of the dark pattern appeared very early, although it's only a first-order Fey now. However, it was also able to face the second-order Corpse Rat King without the slightest fear. Even, it had the upper hand, easily tearing apart the hard fur of the Corpse Rat King. The power is very scary. The poor man lazily stretched out his paw. To it, unusual metals were no different than paper in front of it. It scraped with its claws, then froze. The metal wall in front of him that had been condensed with the Juggernaut's powers didn't even show claw marks. Doubt appeared in the poor man's huge pupils. Looking at his paws, he then rose from the ground, lifted his stout front paws and fought. Sparks even sparked on the metal wall in front of them. Surprisingly not torn except for a scratch, and that, just a metal wall less than 3 millimeters thick. Chen Mo's eyes lit up at the sight. What would happen if these metals, strengthened by the Juggernaut's powers, were attached to a taijutsu? He gave his taijutsu out and gently tapped it on that metal wall. Bent in time, the metal wall transformed into a puddle of silver liquid, gradually wrapping and attaching itself to the taijutsu. Constant integration. The taijutsu in his hand, in an instant heavier, became more lustrous and sharp. The flashes of silver. Chen Mo chopped forward, and what he saw in front of him was easily torn apart. And because of its heavy weight, the force brought by this strike was equally fierce. Boom! The ground was chopped out with a deep crack. Chen Mo murmured as his heart palpitated more and more. It's a bit nostalgic for the instrument in the war zone that can detect the level of might of an alien. Juggernaut alien ability. It should have reached the second stage already, right? He was, at the moment, only able to make a rough judgment based on the range of the powers as well as their power. It is important to realize that, as the powers increase, in the early stages, you may not be able to see the difference between the powers, but when it reaches the fourth rank, the supernatural ability will take a qualitative leap, a skyrocketing change, and the Divine Spirit System SS grade ability, Juggernaut, was even more powerful. Xiuan, a ninth-order psychic who once possessed the Juggernaut psychic ability, as long as he stood on top of the earth, it is as close to an immortal existence as you can get. When he was at his 7th rank, he slaughtered an 8th-ranked deity, causing a sensation in the world. It is said that when he uses his powers, the earth for miles around is at his disposal. Countless pillars of rock rose up in a grandiose scene. The Lord of Gold. And what will it be like? Chen Mo not only looked forward to it somewhat, he looked to the remaining inferior crystal cores. After the Juggernaut alien ability reaches the second stage, the power of an inferior crystal core was no longer sufficient at all to support the strengthening advancement of the supernatural ability. And his own second supernormal ability, Heavenly Power, was even more special and extraordinary. Not even a first-order crystal core could give it a boost. However, Chen Mo still kept these inferior crystal cores for safekeeping. Wait until the frequent awakening of the alien people of the major powers are aware of the role of the crystal core. A long period of the future in the end times, before the major war zones were established to issue crystal coins, all of these crystal cores will become, instead of coins, the hardest passable currency. And, now that the zombie heads have basically yielded crystal cores, it's a guarantee that a number of the larger, more survivor forces have discovered the subtleties of the situation. There was a limit to the amount of crystal cores a person could acquire, even if they were strong. If one can rely on these information differentials before crystals are commonplace, trade with those large survivor groups for a large number of crystal cores, then, even in the post-apocalyptic world, he or she will become a huge money mogul. Chen Mo's eyes flickered as he looked toward the sleeping Chi-Chi on the side. Mumbles. Finally, I've become a second-order alien. Wait for me. After sending Kiki safely to Luo Tianxiong's place, he himself could then let go and boldly travel to North China. Early the next morning, Chi-Chi in Chen Mo's arms frowned her small eyebrows, letting out a wooing sound. She slowly opened her eyes. This is, where? She raised her head and looked at Chen Mo, whose eyes were closed. Brother? Chen Mo didn't sleep deeply and soon woke up. Upon seeing Kiki, who had come to her senses in her arms, her face lit up with joy. Hastily, he reached out and ruffled Kiki's bangs, touching her forehead. Much better, Kiki said with some confusion on her little face. What happened to you, brother? Have I slept long? Chen Mo said softly. It's fine. How are you feeling, Kiki? Is there anything physically wrong? Kiki gave a thoughtful expression and rubbed her head, then said, well, my head seems to hurt a little. Brother, Is Kiki growing a brain? Chen-mo was stunned and couldn't help but lose his laughter. As if he thought of something, Chen-mo took out the fever-reducing medicine from his hiking bag. Taking another bottle of water, he unscrewed it and said, Kiki, be good and take this medicine. Medicine? As soon as she heard the word, a look of extreme reluctance appeared on Kiki's face. It took her a long time to mentally build up. In the end, Chen-mo still obediently took the fever-reducing medicine under Chen-mo's lulling with candies. Gulp! Chen-mo noticed the awakening dark pattern on Kiki's right hand. Now it has become very complete. In that case, Kiki should have already awakened her powers. Chen-mo asked softly, Kiki, tell brother, did you hear anything when you woke up? Or, does it feel different? It stands to reason that the first awakening of the powers would be able to hear that voice, and for some unknown reason, the hearer was able to understand the meaning of it. And it's like an enlightenment. Suddenly receiving a lot of information about his powers, Kiki paused at her words, frowning in thought. Brother, things seem to be suddenly so clear here. Sound. It seems like there really is one, Kiki said as her eyes lit up. Chen-mo sniffed and looked at her with some anticipation and said, what? This feels like a parent listening to their own child's test scores. Kiki had been able to detect the presence of hidden zombies before. This type of psychic ability. Maybe it's a mental system. Or maybe it's a normal system of psychic enhancement that merely strengthens the five senses. Kiki bit her finger and frowned a little. It's like someone said something to me while I was sleeping. Calling. Class F powers. Existential calling? It's a normal lineage ability. But it's so small that it barely does much of anything. That's why it's classified as an F. Chen-mo was a bit disappointed, but he didn't think much of it. After all, those who were able to awaken their powers were only a minority after all. The ones with an alien ability grade of A rank or S above A rank were even fewer. B-class psychic abilities are considered to be very good existences. Just as Chen-mo was equally thankful that Kiki, who did not have strong psychic abilities, could be safe and sound in this post-apocalyptic world. The Kiki in her arms suddenly shook her head, her small face showing a look of difficulty. Open mouth. No. It's like some kind of vision coming up. Speaking of this, Kiki looked at Chen-mo pitifully. Brother, can't remember. Chen-mo gave a slight beat. This time, even he frowned. As far as he could remember, there didn't seem to be any powers called vision. Chen-mo pondered for a while before looking at Chi-Chi. Kiki, try to feel that awakening dark pattern on your right hand. He wanted Kiki to use the powers he had awakened so he might be able to know something. Kiki nodded a bit blankly as she raised her right hand with some curiosity. Then he closed his eyes tightly with a cute expression. Suddenly, countless images flashed through her mind. Yikes! Kiki in her arms let out a scream of pain. Chapter 38, Prophet? The ability to foresee the future. It was a picture of extreme horror. Deep red and dim, crows circled the sky and a behemoth let out a long cry. Blood, gunshots, screams, and countless corpses. At this moment, Kiki's complexion looked pained. Fine beads of sweat floated on his forehead and he kept muttering something. It was as if something bad had happened. No, don't, stay back. Yikes, Kiki. Chen-mo was startled by this appearance of Kiki. Seeing the awakening dark pattern on Kiki's right hand was constantly flickering with a weird and incomparable light. The constant call out, Kiki, are you okay? Kiki's eyes snapped open in her arms, as if she had been startled by something. Upon seeing Chen-mo's face, he directly jumped into Chen-mo's arms and hugged him tightly with both hands, said with big, tearful eyes, Brother, it's scary. Kiki is scared. Seeing this, Chen-mo hurriedly gently stroked her head and soothed her. Okay, Kiki, it's okay. What the hell is going on, Kiki? Can you tell, brother? By all accounts, this shouldn't happen with the use of psychic powers. What exactly is this vision ability? It took a long time before Kiki in her arms calmed down a bit. Face said with some shock, Brother, want some candy? Chen-mo froze, then lost in laughter and patted her head. And without refusing, he casually took a packet of fudge out of his pocket, unwrapped it and handed it to her. Blah 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 blah. The sweet, creamy taste of this just made her little face look better. Kiki thought for a moment and spoke. Brother, I just saw so many images. So scary. Picture? Chen-mo frowned. Could it be related to Kiki's awakened psychic ability? Can you tell your brother what you saw? Kiki nodded, recalling the words. I saw a big mountain. And then, there were lots and lots of people. All those people with guns are hitting that big hill. That Oyama still has hands. A lot of people died in one slap. And Kiki was only able to watch. Nothing can be done. Speaking of this, a look of fear appeared in Chi-Chi's eyes as she hugged Chen-mo tightly. Chen-mo sniffed and pondered for a moment. Mountain. Suddenly, it was as if he thought of something, and his pupils contracted violently. Open mouth. Kiki, That mountain, do you see it clearly? Can you describe what it looks like to my brother? Kiki, brother, again, it doesn't seem to be a mountain. It seemed like another very big baby, white and chubby, and then it screamed and, every time it screams, so many people die. Does it only have 1 foot? Chun Mo immediately asked. Kiki's eyes widened as she looked up at Chun Mo and said, right, the brother who seems to be. Shen Mo's face gradually became grave, because he knew what Kiki saw. The gods of Tenkai City, Shukijin. In his previous life, he had not stayed in Luo Tianxiong's organization in Tianhai City for too long. As he traveled to other areas in preparation for seeking refuge in the military region, the god Shoshi was said to have appeared in Tianhai City. According to the records in the archives, Shoshishin's strength at that time was around the 6th rank. The model was a baby, with the size of a small mountain, and it, just 1 leg. Because of his huge size and the fact that one of his legs was simply too small to move, Shoshishin moved extremely slowly. Most of the time it's lying in one place and won't move. And by that time, the lions had already become established, and there were not a handful of aliens. In order to become the true emperor of Tianhai City, Luo Tianxiong dispatched more than 2,000 people with 24 Xenos to go on a crusade. The result is, all gone. It wasn't until the appearance of the other overlord of Tianhai City, that is, the poor man, that the party was taken care of. But he was returning from a rebirth. So why was Kiki able to see it? Vision, vision. Chun Mo kept muttering. Suddenly he thought of someone, an alien from the 9th war zone. The status is extremely high. It is said that the man's powers are unknown, and that he is even an ordinary man. However, he was always able to anticipate the enemy and help the 9th war area through several difficult times. People in the alien circle call them prophets, and in one of the most amazing predictions of all, it was the corpse tide of a 7th order Fey overlord that was foretold 10 days ago. Chen Mo looked at Chi-Chi in his arms, and the more he thought about it, the more he thought it was possible. The zombie that Kiki had pointed out earlier shouldn't logically be imperceptible to the poor man. Kiki's powers may not be an F-rated existential call to arms. Rather, it is the same power as that prophet. Chen Mo took a deep breath and looked at Chi-Chi with a serious face. Kiki, don't tell anyone about this ability of yours, okay? If anyone asks, you tell them that your psychic ability is existential summoning. Kiki's little face was a little puzzled, but she nodded obediently. Bean said, brother, Kiki understands. Kiki promises you. Chen Mo smiled and rubbed her little head and said, Kiki is so good, reward you with another one. Ha, is a packet okay? Kiki said tentatively. The sky, gradually, brightened a bit. Chen Mo took Kiki and set off once again. Kiki sat on the poor man's back. Perhaps because she had slept for too long before her fever awakened her powers, she was now unusually spirited, and was looking around continuously with unrivaled curiosity. Chen Mo walked aside, his eyes constantly flickering as if he was thinking about something. If Kiki's psychic ability could really predict the future, if the top brass of the military region or the big survivor forces knew about it, never a good thing. The prophet of the 9th military region back then was the one who quietly disappeared one day. No one knows where it went. Chen Mo didn't think any more about it. Taking the map out, the landscape of the place had all changed dramatically since the end of the world. But the good thing is, it's still vaguely possible to tell what location you've arrived at from the familiar markings all over the place. Chen Mo muttered, almost there. There are still 10 kilometers to go before we reach where Luo Tianxiong is. Traveling a little further, Chen Mo avoided the location where the god of longevity was located in the city center. In this area, many survivor tracks were suddenly found. Around them, there were even more zombie corpses with traces of gun bullets. Chen Mo stopped and looked at the blood on the ground, which was obviously fresh. The brains of these zombies, without exception, were also plowed open, and the crystal cores were taken. This blade, Chen Mo noticed a lustrous and sharp dagger on the ground. Nepalese saber? This thing, it's Luo Tianxiong's men who used to come here. And just then, a loud gunshot suddenly came from directly in front of them. Bang, bang, bang. Chen Mo's eyes lit up as he opened his mouth. Let's go. Chapter 39. No. Where's my knife? Luo Tianxiong's men. Same time, inside a street surrounded by zombies. Chug. A fierce shot rang out. A brawny, muscular, the man clad in a black jacket holding a rifle kept firing indiscriminately at the surrounding zombies. Lu Mang's face was ferocious as he looked at the group of zombies that were pouncing in front of him and said angrily, asterisk 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 in hell. Chang's always letting me take these new guys. Sooner or later, I'll be played to death by you little turds. Lu Mang was about to be infuriated by this group of survivors who had newly joined the Lions. It's all a bunch of students, each one coming in all excited and bragging about how great they are. But when it comes to walkers, this group of students are heavily armed and still scared less, can't even fire a gun. The same few old members of the male lions at his side had ugly faces as they said, "Mango, it's not working. There are too many of these ghosts. It's going to be impossible to hold on. New guys, don't you stand there. Do it." The few students were all standing in a corner, having been stunned long ago, forgetting how arrogant he had looked when he arrived earlier. "No, we wouldn't dare. Out of bullets. Cursed horse." Lu Mang looked to the other end of the room at a few cowering and even the hand holding the gun was a little shaky for a student, cursing angrily. "Use the knife when the bullets are empty. Didn't I give you the knife? Are you still a man? Go stab these walkers. People die with the birds facing the sky. His grandmother is afraid of a hammer. If you don't go, I'll kill you first. Use the knife." This angry cry instantly sobered a few of them up. One of the clean-looking youths immediately dropped the gun in his hand at the words, rushing to his waist. Yeah, knife. Use knife." But when he touched his right hand to his empty waist, the whole thing shook. Screamed, "Where's my knife?" Upon hearing this, a few of the older male lion members present did a double take. Almost planted himself on the ground without standing still. Roar! 4 or 5 hideous zombies lunged towards the few students. "Ah, don't kill me. Mom, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I don't want to turn into a zombie." Lu Xiong was so angry that he immediately looked for a chance to draw back from the crowd of zombies. The gun was held and swept toward the front. Chug! But the zombies surrounding there are too dense. Plus these rookies really haven't cleared away any walkers at all. There's no way to rescue it. And just then, from the distance, a beam of silver light whistled through the air. That turned out to be a steel ball with great power. No less than a sniper bullet. Put. In an instant, it disappeared into the heads of a bunch of zombies in front of us, smashed its skull to smithereens. Scurrying out of it, it turned into a silver arc. The speed was so fast that the naked eye could hardly catch it. The 30 or so hideous and raging zombies that surrounded the crowd unexpectedly stopped in place. One after the other fell. Bang! Bang! Several of the students had been dumbfounded, and thinking they were bound to die, they, upon seeing the walker fall to the ground in front of him, one froze. As for Lu Mang and the others, they were frozen in place. Looking at the appalling scene in front of him, Lu Mang's pupils shrunk. These zombies, all dead? It's all made of those steel balls? Shock and disbelief were written all over his face. Wide-eyed, he stared at the steel ball floating in the air, even began to wonder if I was drunk and dreaming. Roar! At that moment, a first-order zombie that hadn't died after taking a few shots suddenly exploded from the ground. Even the intestines came off all over the place, entangled in a piece of scrap wood and pulled out. It directly lunged towards Lu Mang, who was caught in the middle of the shock. Lu Mang immediately reacted and just wanted to raise his gun. In the distance, a poor man like a fierce tiger quickly pounced and slapped him to the ground. Then he directly lowered his head and began to devour the first-order zombie. Click, click, click. Once this terrifying and hideous beast appeared, Lu Mang's breath caught. The crowd hurriedly gathered together and looked at poor Chi with an incomparable vigilance. Even the old members of the male lion who had seen many big scenes could not help but tremble a little at this moment. I thought it was safe. But then there was another head that looked bigger and scarier. "Brother Mang, what should we do now?" One of them was full of panic, said with chattering teeth. "Lu Mang, I still want to ask you, how about we escape?" Someone said. "Relax, it's a pet I have, not far away." Chen Mo walked over with a curious-looking Chi-Chi in his arms. Those steel balls that were suspended in the air also refloated on Chen Mo's side. "Anyone else?" A hint of vigilance rose in Lu Mang's heart as he pointed his gun at Chen Mo. "Stay back. You're a shifter? Did you do all this?" "Oh." Chen Mo glanced around him with interest and casually swept a glance at the people present. "I can't imagine they know about shifters." Chen Mo nodded his head and opened his mouth. "Aha! Who are you? Also a survivor of this area?" Lu Mang opened his mouth with an incomparable fear. He was well aware of the horrors of the altered. Among Luo's men, there had been a couple of psychics who had recently appeared, and each of them was powerful. Ordinary zombies were no match for it, but it was definitely not as powerful as this strange youth in front of him. In just one breath, the zombies in this place were all taken care of. It was unbelievable. If the other side wants to deal with people like themselves, the consequences are unimaginable. Lu Mang said in a deep voice. "Stay back. Keep your distance." A few of the older members of the team around them also brought up their rifles. Chen Mo's face was incredibly calm as he walked forward without slowing down or rushing, not caring in the slightest about Lu Mang's warning. "Fade, if I wanted to kill you, you'd all be as dead as those walkers." With that, he gently lifted his right finger. A few steel balls at his side sped toward the 4 men in front of him in a flash, with the speed of a. It's not even easy to see when to strike at all. The steel ball had then stopped steadily in front of him. The huge impact it carried caused several people in the room to feel a stinging sensation coming from their cheeks. Gollum! A cold sweat ran down Lu Mang's forehead. Unconsciously, he swallowed. Wide-eyed and deadpan, he looked at the steel ball floating in front of him. This ing. What's the strength? Buzz. One by one, these steel balls returned to Chen Mo's side. Shenma, see? If I wanted to kill you guys, it wouldn't even take that much effort. Lu Mang's eyes kept flickering as he droned. All of you, put your guns down. A few members of the old male lions beside him lowered their guns at the sound of their voices. Lu Mang very reluctantly squeezed out a little smile and asked softly, what do you want to do? Chen Mo looked at the gun clothes they were armed with. Before I was reborn, I was like that myself when I was a lion. Chen Mo, you guys, you're supposed to be from the lions, right? Lu Mang heart thump, slowly nodded. Yes. After getting confirmation, Chen Mo's eyes suddenly lit up. Total count. Finally, we found Luo Tianxiong's people. Chapter 40, Brother, would you consider joining the lions? Previously, Chen Mo was still a bit worried that this life was because of his influence. Will Luo Tianxiong shift his position and head for another region? Since they were all Luo Tianxiong's people, this was a good thing. The leader of your male lions, isn't his name Luo Tianxiong? With these words, Lu Mang's few people were even more alert. It was important to realize that the lion was not the only large survivors group in Tianhai City right now. You know our boss? Shenma nodded. Take me to him. I have something to find Luo Tianxiong. Lu Mang frowned and mused. What do you want with our boss? Shenma, you don't need to know. Lu Mang's breath caught. However, he still nodded after thinking of Chen Mo's terrifying and incomparable strength. If he didn't agree, I was afraid that he and the others would be in danger. That. You come with us and I'll take you to our boss. Just wait. Chen Mo held Kiki and faintly said, aha. Lu Mang turned around, and at this time, a few of the older lion members beside him came over. Whispers, Brother Mang, do we really have to take this guy from an unknown source to the boss? He's so strong. I'm afraid. Lu Mang glared at them. What else is there to do? Do you want to get your head blown off like all those walkers? They didn't even dare to fire a test shot at all. That scene before was just too fast. As fast as they were barely human. These walkers fell one after the other. The group of team members looked at the bodies of the zombies on the ground, piles of corpses, even blocking the road. One of them couldn't help but feel a little numb. Lu Mang took a deep breath and opened his mouth. He doesn't seem hostile to me, or he wouldn't be helping us. Let's take a step forward. You guys go get the rocks out of these walkers' heads. After saying that, Lu Mang came to a group of students who were paralyzed on the ground. Anger at the word. Damn. A bunch of losers. Soft feet. Didn't one come in quite capable? Look at you dead lookers. Haven't killed a single zombie, not to mention shooting indiscriminately. Are you afraid that your own people won't die fast enough? Lu Mang swears that he will ask for orders from Brother Zheng Dong after he goes back this time. No more bringing in new people. Sooner or later, you'll get yourself killed. Get thee up. Lu Mang bellowed. These few students then trembled and rose from the ground, almost pissing themselves at the scene they had just witnessed. One of the oddballs who had lost his saber had an incredibly frightened face as he pointed at Chen Mo, who was not far away. Wincing. Brother Lu. That guy. Is it one of our own? Lu Mang came as soon as he saw him. Instantly, he stepped forward and kicked. Where the is your knife? I think I lost it, the student said with some fear. Suddenly, a beam of silver light flew. A brand new and incomparable Nepalese army knife was floating in front of that student's eyes. Is this it? Chen Mo in the distance said indifferently. Picked it up on the way here. The knife floats in the air. The student's face was pale at the sight. Both eyes turned into cockeyed death stares at the Nepalese saber floating in front of him. Then both eyes went black and unexpectedly fainted directly. Against the day. Lu Mang took a deep breath. He was already angry and speechless, putting away the saber that was floating in the air. Turning to look at Chen Mo, who was not far away, he said, Bro, thanks a lot. Chen Mo nodded, surveying the group of lion members in front of him who were scouring the battlefield, seeing their faces a little disgusted as they split the brains of these zombies with their knives. Remove the crystal core from it. Covered Kiki's eyes with his hand. Brother, I want to see. Kiki peeled away with her small hands. Babyface looked at the bloody scene without any fear at all. In her mind's eye earlier, she had even seen images more horrifying than this. Chen Mo was slightly stunned, seemingly not expecting Chi-Chi to be so calm, and didn't say much. It's good to get used to it early. Putting these poor quality crystals away. Lu Mang used his knife to take out the crystal core of that only first-order zombie as well. Walked over and spoke in a deep voice. Brother, not sure what you want with our boss though, but one size does not fit all. You saved our lives after all. You're a shifter. These stones should be useful to you, right? You keep them all. Chen Mo looked at the handful of crystal cores in Lu Mang's hand and was somewhat surprised by his actions. Taking it in, he opened his mouth. Don't worry, I mean no harm to the male lion. Lu Meng's face was a bit heavy as he nodded. Hopefully. He turned to the group of people and bellowed. Fill up the magazines. I'll chop any son of a who loses his gear again when he gets back. Let's go. Along the way, the two gradually became quite familiar with each other as well. Chen Mo learned from Lu Meng about the purpose of their arrival here. Looking for some survivors along the way. For the lions now, with over $30 million in supplies to feed a few hundred people, totally more than enough. It simply can't be consumed. And Luo Tianxian's ambitions are great, trying to find all the survivors in Tianhai City to get them to join the lions. As soon as Luo Tianxian was mentioned, Lu Meng revered incomparably with fervent eyes and exclaimed, "Bro, it's not that I'm blowing smoke up your ass. Our boss, he's a kingpin. Do you know what our boss is best at? The day before the end of the world, the boss told us to bring $30 million. Go empty those big malls downtown of food and supplies. Gee, that's a scene to remember. Big trucks came in, like 20 of them, carried it back and forth dozens of times." Speaking of which, Lu Meng was thrilled beyond words, obviously admiring Luo Tianxian's heroic act. He glanced at Chen Mo who was on the side. Seeing his face calm, there was no fluctuation at all. Unable to help himself, he was slightly stunned. What a ing ghost. Those new ones, after knowing about it, each one of them was filled with a shocked, incredulous expression. How come this guy doesn't react at all? Chen Mo, on the other hand, noticed the key. 30 million. He had thought that this Luo Tianxian would not take it seriously like Uncle Jiangwo, but I didn't want the other party to be so bold. It seems that this Luo Tianxian, indeed, a ruthless man who was determined to achieve great things. To be able to develop a lion on your own right before you are reborn is truly extraordinary. Unfortunately, they were greatly injured in the battle of crusading against the god of Shoshi, and they were lost in the background. Lu Meng saw that Chen Mo didn't seem interested in the topic, so changing the subject, he said, "This is almost my lion's territory. Boss Luo intends to include this area for several miles under our male lions. The neighborhood is pretty much cleared of walkers. Say brother, you're so strong and alone with a child." Roar at this, the poor man on the side let out a low growl of discontent. It could startle a crowd. Lu Meng's face changed. Then he laughed somewhat awkwardly. "And this one, brother, have you considered joining me, lion? If you agree, I can guarantee that Boss Luo will especially reuse you when he finds out." The strong, always admired. Compared to Chen Mo, both are equally survivors. People can kill more than 30 zombies in seconds with just one person, and the new ones behind himself? I'm lucky if I don't get stunned. Chapter 41 shocked Lu Meng. "You say your name is Chen Mo. In hell of a difference," Lu Meng thought in exasperation. Chen Mo glanced at him and opened his mouth. "It's not necessary. Among you male lions, you are also collecting crystal cores? A crystal core? What?" Lu Meng said with some confusion. Chen Mo took out a crystal core. "That's it." Lu Meng was suddenly enlightened and said, "You mean these little rocks?" It's still something a survivor studying medicine stumbled upon during an autopsy. From what Jiang said, these small stones seem to be useful to the altered. Not to say there are many in our lions. There are good 2,000 or 3,000 at least. If I hadn't known about it so late, there would have been more. Thousands of them. Chen Mo's eyes lit up. After a while, the major survivor forces in military regions would know the importance of these crystal cores. This will be hard currency for exchanging supplies in the midst of the end times. If we're talking about the speed of collecting cores, it is naturally impossible for one person to be more efficient than hundreds or thousands of people. I don't know if they're all bad crystal cores. When the time came to meet Luo Tianxian, he would just ask him for some more. Chen Mo thought so. He had killed Lin Shu in his own life and was at odds with the military region. Given Luo Tianxian's ambitions, such a pinnacle of apocalyptic opening, it must be impossible to submit to the military region. To make yourself a king, perhaps, in the future, one should have quite a few encounters with this male lion. At this point, beside him, Lu Meng noticed the markings left by their male lions on the ground. This was the outskirts of Tianhai City, which was already sparsely populated. The abandoned vehicles of the collapsed buildings around them had obviously been given a separate treatment. Lu Meng said with a happy face, "Dude, it's just up ahead. This neighborhood is safe and secure. It's all my lion's men." The villa area of Tianhai City. Although most of the villas had collapsed into rubble, on top of this wasteland, there are still one or two that look relatively intact. A single house situated with only diffuse cracks. All around are all the members of the lions who are heavily armed and have firearms in their hands. Upon seeing Lu Meng and the rest of the group arrive, many of the members who were patrolling respectfully said, Meng. It looked like Lu Meng had an extremely high status even among the male lions. Kiki looked around curiously in Chen Mo's arms, surprised. What a big house, brother. She had never seen a house this big except on TV. Lu Meng laughed and said, This is the rich area of Tianhai. In the past, it would be a place that the brothers wouldn't even dare to think about, but now that it's the end of the world, and our lions have cleaned the place up a bit, it's all been vacated for survivors and our own people. Within this Tianhai city, there can be no safer place than here. Perhaps it was because Chen Mo had previously said that he hadn't joined any organizations. Along the way, Lu Mang seemed extraordinarily enthusiastic, constantly introducing Chen Mo to how great the male lion was. Chen Mo surveyed the surroundings and opened his mouth. Luo Tianxiang is here? Isn't he always in the Anwar district? Lu Mang was shocked at his words. Not many people know about this place. He smiled and said, I'm not going to lie. That place was emptied long ago to be used as a backup stockpile. Boss Luo also moved to a place near here for safety. Chen Mo's eyes twinkled as he sniffed. I can't imagine that Luo Tianxiang has moved here. It's 10 kilometers away from the basement on Anha Road. It's kind of a surprise. Lu Mang, brother, all the way here you are also hungry, right? I'll take you to rest, send someone to prepare some food, and then I'll go find Boss Luo and. What do you think? Chen Mo looked at Kiki in his arms, thinking about the little girl now also have to grow body. To hear also not easy. Then he nodded. Just as well, please. Lu Meng's face was overjoyed and he laughed. Ha ha, no trouble no trouble. Gulp. By this time, the stomachs of a few newcomers who had cringed along the way behind them growled, said sarcastically, Lu, hungry. Lu Meng's face changed with a swish. It was simply a different person from the previous enthusiasm towards Chen Mo, and he angrily yelled at them. Get out. Not in anything. First place in eating. Eat a lot even if it doesn't mean I'll have old you take you to special training. Don't think that just because you're students you're able to receive preferential treatment. Lion, don't keep idle men who don't dare to fight zombies. So give me the responsibility of miscellaneous material transportation. If they hadn't encountered Chen Mo, this group of people might have lost their lives in the mouths of the zombies. The lion's men were well equipped and not short of supplies. But again, people were falling every day. Lu Mang looked at an old lion member and said, Old you, take them there. The rest do what they have to do. Yes. Chen Mo looked at the scene. Although the lion is not as orderly as the military district, it seems that under Luo Tianxiang's layout arrangement, it's not a bad way to look at it, but it's a good way to look at it. Lu Mang turned his head smilingly and directly led Chen Mo to a villa. Ordinary survivors were housed in tents set up in the underground garage, and the older members who are quite senior are in these big houses. The poor man lazily found a clearing outside and got down. Chen Mo and Kiki entered the house, which was well equipped. It's just that the clean white walls have a lot of bloodstains and bullet holes that have dulled. There's 7 rooms here. The others are probably out looking for survivors. It's basically unoccupied. You guys can sleep wherever you want. I'm going to find Boss Luo. Someone will bring food later. By the way, brother, my name is Lu Mang. I still don't know what your name is? Before Chen Mo could reply, Chi-Chi, who was pulling on the side, cried out in a petulant manner. Uncle, my surname is Lu too. My name is Lu Ziki. Lu Mang was stunned at his words, then laughed out loud, couldn't help but crouch down in his stance and say, well, little one couldn't imagine that we are still family. Tell uncle what you want to eat. There's everything here. On the one hand, he thought the little girl was very cute. On the one hand, they wanted to get close to Chen Mo through her. Kiki thought about it. Well, then snapped his little finger and said, want candy, chips, Coke. Chen Mo's face darkened as he dotingly rubbed her head and said, no eating. You won't grow if you always eat these. Ha! Chi-Chi's small face was pitiful as she looked blearily at Chen Mo. Chen Mo looked at Lu Mang and said, my name is Chen Mo. Trouble. Lu Mang nodded and said, in that case, I'm here. Speaking of this, Lu Mang suddenly paused, like something came to mind. Wait, Chen Ma? Lu Mang's eyes became more and more dilated, and an expression of disbelief gradually appeared on his face. With a face full of shock and an expression as if he had seen a ghost, he stared at Chen Mo and lost his voice. You mean, your name is Chen Mo? Isn't this the ing man of God the boss has been looking for? Chapter 42, Seeing the God Man Again. Do you know Chen Mo? Lu Mang stared at Chen Mo dead in the face. Brother, your name is Chen Mo? He inquired repeatedly. Seeing that look of delight on his face, Chen Mo frowned and opened his mouth. What's wrong? Lu Mang trembled with excitement and said with both eyes glowing. No, Mayor, no, Chen. You old man get some rest here. I'll have Boss Luo come over. I'll send someone over in a few minutes, and if you need anything else, direct orders for him to do it. Lu Mang was so excited that he rushed out. Credit where credit is due. A big credit to you. This kind of godly man who can take care of more than 30 zombies in an instant. Definitely the person Boss Luo is looking for. These days, the Lions send a lot of members out. On the one hand, there is the search for survivors. and most importantly, find a youth called Chen Mo. Lu Mang couldn't help but let out a loud laugh as his eyes suddenly lit up. I never thought that I, Lu Mang, would be the first to find it. He arrived outside the villa, casually stopped a survivor on patrol and instructed, "Go on, prepare me a big meal and send it in. Weren't there a couple of cooks among those survivors a few days ago? Serve this lord well." At this moment, inside the underground garage, Luo Tianxiong looked at the person in front of him and spoke faintly. "You're the one who said that you know Chenma?" There are many survivors in the underground garage. These survivors, all of them, were brought back from the outside by members of the Lions. Upon seeing Luo Tianxiong, each of them looked in awe. After all, even the one strong man with a gun they came back with, all groveled before Luo Tianxiong. At this moment, Luo Tianxiong was followed by 5 or 6 tall and strong men. The equipment on their bodies was more refined than others and others. Luo Tianxiong looked at the cowering, ragged young woman in front of him and faintly said, "Talk." Wang Luyo was startled. Where had she seen such a scene before? In the early days of the apocalypse, she survived to live in the company of a group of survivors, until the feint left by the big man in the Wadamar supermarket from earlier suddenly rang out from behind. Taking a chance, I was surprised to get in touch with the other side. Then a group of them, the survivor group, were helped by the Lions, came here. Wang Luyo was in an incredibly apprehensive mood. She didn't know that the tall, imposing, in front of her, the middle-aged man with a black jacket and beard is not Chen Mo's enemy. At this time, a member of the Lions beside her said sardonically, "Boss Luo, 1,000 times over. This woman, it's rumored that she's also Chen Mo's ex-girlfriend." "What did you say?" Luo Tianxiong's gaze suddenly lit up at his words. He directly gave Chen Mo's description. Deadly staring at Wang Luyao, he asked, "Isn't that right?" Wang Luyao nodded with some fear. Luo Tianxiong spoke with some excitement. "Don't be afraid. We are not going to hurt you. You said you're Brother Chen's ex-girlfriend. So are you still able to contact Brother Chen now?" Wang Luyao paused, then shook her head. "Luo Tianxiong, and where was he last seen?" Wang Luyao lightly bit her lips and slowly said, "Saw him once in Waldemar on the 22nd. And then you Lions came." Luo Tianxiong's eyes flickered, thinking for a moment and then laughing out loud. He said, "Eyeless thing, can't you see that this one in front of you is a friend of Brother Chen? I can't believe you let this girl come to this place, and don't invite people up." Don't look at the face of the monk. Since he was acquainted with that divine being, there was naturally no room for delay. Even the ex-girlfriend of that man of God. God knows if there's any old feelings left between the two. Wang Luyo was a little surprised at what she heard. Been here for days, although some food is delivered daily. But the survivors in this underground garage are all of little value to the Lion. The ones the Lions are looking at have long since pulled them into the organization. She knew it must be because of her relationship with Chen Mo. It was the boss of this male lion in front of him who was so polite to himself. But in her memory, Chen Mo had always been a mediocre, backgroundless person. Wang Luyo said with some confusion. "You and Chen Mo, do you know each other?" Luo Tianxiong said with a loud laugh. Dare not. Dare not. Brother Chen is a man of God. It's only by chance that I've met him." And just then, from the distance, the anxious and incomparable Lu Mang came running. "Boss." When he heard this voice, Luo Tianxiong turned around, looking at the panting, urgent Lu Mang. He couldn't help but frown and said, "What's the rush? Didn't I tell you guys not to be so fussy about things?" Lu Mang let out a big breath, but he had searched for Luo Tianxiong for a long time and realized that Boss Luo was not in the house. It took several people outside to realize that Luo Tianxiong was in this underground garage. "Senior, boss, the man you wanted, found." "La Tianxiong, survivors?" "Lu Mang, no, it's Chen Ma." "What did you say?" Luo Tianxiong's tiger eyes glowed, said with a face full of shock. The few old members of the male lions beside him were also shocked. Wang Luya's body shook even more when she heard this name. Jiang Dong immediately spoke. "Lu Mang, this matter is no joke. Are you serious?" Lu Mang said with a serious face. 1,000 times over. It's still something I found when I took those new guys and went out to exercise them a bit this time. "Where?" Luo Tianxiong immediately bellowed. "Lu Mang, it's in the 3rd villa now." Luo Tianxiong's face was overwhelmed with excitement at his words. "I never imagined that I would have another day to meet this godly man once again. If it wasn't for Chen Mo, it would be impossible for his own lion members to live so well in the midst of this post-apocalyptic world. Quickly, quickly take me there," Luo Tianxiong exclaimed. Suddenly, as if something came to mind, he looked at the stupefied Wang Luyo beside him and said, "You too." A group of people hurriedly left immediately. At this moment, inside the villa, Chen Mo looked at the wide array of hot food for a moment and couldn't help but be a bit silent. This male lion, in the post-apocalyptic world, was able to come up with something like stir-fry. On the sidelines, Kiki wolfed it down. the big eyes said brightly. Yummy, brother, you eat too. A young lad beside him chuckled at the sight. This is all fried by Oldly, before the end of the world. He was a 5-star chef. Dude, what's your relationship with Lou? All of these things are only available to members within the Lions, the young guy said with an uncontrollable amount of eye rolling. Suddenly, a few shocked voices suddenly came from outside the house. Asterisk asterisk. Where did this tiger come from? Asterisk 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 s weird and scary. The door to the house was kicked in with a loud thud. Chapter 43, which one of you dare to do this? Immediately afterward, there were several angry curses spewing out of the mouth of a nationalist. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Bad luck. Almost died there today. Old 5 is dead. It's hard to explain to brother Jung Dong when we get back. The hell knows that in that place besides the zombies there would suddenly be a big hand sticking out of the ground. This is something that no one expected. Tell brother Jung Dong when you get back and see what he does. Ha! Smells good. What's that smell? Someone suddenly smelled the scent of a meal. A group of murderous men still stained with blood walked in carrying guns. Upon seeing Chen Mo and Kiki at the table, one of them frowned. Somewhat unpleasantly, he spoke. Where are you survivors from? Do you know that this is a place where only old members of the Lion can stay? The young man on the side saw the visitor and rushed forward with a smile on his face. Oh, brother Chow. This is someone brother Lu Mang brought with him. Lu Mang? Chow Fang Yuan frowned. That guy Lu Mang is good. He went outside comfortably by himself with the newcomers. It's just a few of us committing crimes in that part of downtown. And now you have the nerve to bring in a few outsiders too? I don't care who you are. I'm in a bad mood right now. Get the hell out of here. Chen Mo's face was calm as he looked up at them. Kiki whispered with some trepidation. Brother, they don't seem to welcome us. Chen Mo smiled towards her, ignoring the group and said softly, Kiki, have you had enough? Kiki nodded good-naturedly, pouting, eat up brother. Then let's go. Chen Mo picked her up and walked towards the outside of the house. Lu Mang hasn't come back after being gone for so long. Chen Mo planned to take Chi-Chi and go directly over to Luo Tianxiong. Seeing that Chen Mo was so knowledgeable, the group of men snorted in disdain. Chow Fang Yuan also laughed coldly, found a seat, casually twisted a piece of vegetables and devoured it. On this trip, 4 or 5 brothers would have died. He was in a very unpleasant mood and directly said in a conspiratorial manner, not bad, that new chef made it, didn't he? My lion's resources are already limited. If everyone is like that guy Lu Mang, it's going to be a mess then. These are things that only us old lion members can enjoy. Ha ha, brother Chow is right. The group all sat down and began to wolf down their food. The youngster saw this and could not stop him. After all, the ones in front of them were all old members with very high status. Outside the house, Chen Mo carried Chi-Chi to the poor man's side. The youngster followed suit. Dude, I'm really sorry. Those guys, they're all veteran members on the same level as Mighty. Even if Mang is here, there's no way around it. Chen Mo nodded and didn't care, saying, it's okay. Where does Luo Tianxiong live? The youngster was stunned. You're looking for Boss Luo? Boss Luo is not something that ordinary people get to meet. Here, see that one single house? Lots of guards there. That's where Boss Luo lives. Chen Mo looked over in the direction the youngster was pointing. Not very far. Nodding his head with a thank you, he patted the sprawled poor man and opened his mouth. Let's go, poor man. And on the other side, Luo Tianxiong and the others who hurriedly came from the underground garage came towards this place in a loud and powerful manner. Zhang Dong said suspiciously from the sidelines, Boss, from what that woman said, isn't this Chen Mo just an ordinary person? What's so noteworthy about it? Anyway? Luo Tianxiong glared at him and said angrily, shut the up. He turned to the group beside him and said, when you see brother Chen in a while, all show me some respect. Whoever dares to upset brother Chen, I'll shoot him on the spot. Do you hear me? Heard that. Several people at his side exclaimed. Luo Tianxiong quickly walked towards the front. His mind secretly recalled the time he had met Chen Mo before the end of the world. Even the bullets were able to be controlled, and even backfired on the wall made of alloy. By now, he was vaguely aware of some of it. Alien. You know, that time. It's not the end times. That godman, then, possessed supernatural powers, so how terrifying should he be by now? Think of him, Luo Tianxiong, with hundreds of people under his control. He was also a character who licked blood from the tip of a knife before the end of the world. At the moment, however, he was a little apprehensive. Wang Luyao, who was at the very back, was even more shocked after seeing this scene. Chun Ma, what other secrets do you have? Really? It's what I didn't know. In her cognitive power, this ex-boyfriend that she dumped, it seems to be becoming more and more mysterious. At that point, it was like a realization. The frontmost Lu Mang's pupils shrunk as he stopped and said, that's Chun Ma? What? The members of the crowd of male lions present all looked over with incomparable curiosity. They all want to see it, being touted like that by Boss Luo. What the figure worshipped as a man of God really looks like. Upon seeing Chen Mo not far away, Luo Tianxiong was even more shaken. This familiar face, this unique aura, it's him. Luo Tianxiong was overjoyed and rushed over. Chen Mo in the distance naturally noticed Luo Tianxiong's group. Brother Chen. Luo Tianxiong came with a big smile. Upon hearing this title, the few older members of the male lions at their side stared incredulously. Did I hear you right? Boss Luo, call this teenager Brother Chen? Chen Mo also gave Luo Tianxiong a somewhat surprised look. I can't believe I can meet here. Luo Tianxiong could be described as incredibly enthusiastic, immediately stepping forward and arching his hand. Brother Chen, it's really been a long time. I knew it. With your powers, you must still be alive. I heard Lu Meng say you were looking for me. Didn't wait long? After not seeing him for a month, the aura on Luo Tianxiong nowadays looked even more majestic. And he seems, too, to have awakened psychic powers. Chen Mo noticed the awakening dark pattern on Luo Tianxiong's hand. Wang Luyao, who was in the crowd behind him, was even more surprised when she saw Chen Mo. I can't believe it's really him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lu Meng, come here, Luo Tianxiong said with incomparable anger. What did the old man say? If you see Brother Chen, make sure you give me full hospitality. But you're good. Why don't you arrange a resting place for Brother Chen? Lu Meng was also full of confusion and puzzled. Chen, brother, aren't you in the villa? How did it come out? Kiki chirped in Chen Mo's arms. It was a group of people who came and they threw me and my brother out. Luo Tianxiong froze at his words, then burst into a rage. This is outrageous. I'd like to see just who dares to kick out Brother Chen. One has obviously been instructed to do so again and again. If he met Chen Mo, he must be treated like an honored guest. Whether it's food, supplies, or a beautiful woman, the other guy will fulfill whatever he wants. It's amazing that there are people who don't take their words seriously. Chapter 44, I have nothing to do with her. No need for special treatment. Luo Tianxiong's eyes burned with rage. He calmed himself and looked towards the little girl in Chen Mo's arms and harmonized. Brother Chen, who is this? Chen Mo, a deceased's daughter. No need to call me Brother Chen, just call me Chen Mo. This Luo Tianxiong is a big old man. Sounds strange. Luo Tianxiong let out a loud laugh. Then I'll take the liberty of calling you Elder Brother Chen. Chen Mo nodded. Luo Tianxiong still had many things he wanted to ask Chen Mo about. But before that, he'd like to see which one of these ungrateful things is the one. How dare you drive this man of God away? If Chen Mo really left just like that, Luo Tianxiong swore that one would have smashed that man's head in hard. To be able to become the leader of the lions, he was no soft-hearted person. Plus, having recently awakened his psychic abilities, he has become even more powerful. Elder Brother Chen, go take a look. In this lion, but I, Luo Tianxiong, have the final say. Luo Tianxiong laughed out loud in a magnificent and incomparable manner. Jiang Dong, who was on the side, also had a smiling face. It was Luo Tianxiong who put him in charge of procuring the supplies before, so this is something he knows more or less about. But Jiang Dong didn't dare to call Chen Mo old brother like Boss Luo did, so he said in a polite and incomparable manner, Brother Chen, you don't know, our boss has always worshipped you as a man of God, but more than once we men have been reminded to come to you. Chen Mo said with some surprise at his words. Looking for me? Luo Tianxiong went forward and boldly and incomparably rapped Chen Mo's shoulders. Loudly, Elder Brother Chen, you are a great benefactor to our male lions. We'll talk about this later. Let's go check it out. Which ungrateful thing dared to mess with you? Old Brother Chen. That's right, Old Brother Chen. Look who I've brought you back here. I'm sorry. Luo Tianxiong grinned, looking behind him at Wang Luyao who was restrained and pragmatic. Open mouth. They are all acquaintances. How can you let Old Brother Chen see you after standing so far back? Chen Mo looked over. When he saw Wang Luyao, he frowned. Wang Luyao's face was incomparably complicated. How could she also not expect that she would meet Chen Mo in this place? Chun Ma. Luo Tianxiong was very sensible and led a group of brethren to the forefront. And Chi-Chi in Chen Mo's arms was also looking at Wang Luyao in front of her with incomparable curiosity. Looking up at his brother again. Long time no see. Wang Luyao lowered her head. After seeing Chen Mo again, there was inexplicably some inferiority complex. Now that it's post-apocalyptic, after spending a few days at the Lion, she was well aware of how powerful the Lions were as a survivor force. It could be said that before the military district came, this was one of the biggest survivor alliances in Tianhai City. And the boss of this male lion was so groveling in front of Chen Mo. Wang Luyao didn't know what had happened to Chen Mo. It just felt as if he and he had become two worlds apart. I never thought that we would meet in such a way. Chen Mo's face was calm as he faintly said, Be well. He didn't even want to say a word more with Wang Luyao, because it simply doesn't make sense. After saying this, Chen Mo turned around and left. Looking at Chen Mo's back as he left, Wang Luyao's petite body shook, just standing in place without moving, and no one ever bothered with her again. Luo Tianxiang saw Chen Mo, who was walking on the side. Said the lasso, "Elder brother Chen, how's it going? Don't worry, we'll make sure we arrange the best place for your little girlfriend to stay. No food or drink will be left behind." Chen Mo said indifferently, "I have nothing to do with her. There's no need to be special because of me, although it's long past the point of caring." But he himself wouldn't be kind enough to let Wang Luyao receive preferential treatment with the help of his name. Oh, Luo Tianxiang's eyes narrowed slightly at his words. Darkness pondered. It seems that this woman is afraid of doing something bad. Luo Tianxiang said with a big smile. Understood, elder brother Chen. Since even you say so, then it's no good for me, male lion, to treat them differently. Then let her go back to the underground garage. Luo Tianxiang, who was originally a resolute and ruthless person, looked at a person beside him and faintly said, "Survivors of no value, keep them in the underground garage. Carrying supplies is the only role." At this moment, inside the third villa, several people from Chaofeng Yuan were eating and drinking, lying on the stools and resting. "Brother Chao, do you think Brother Jiang Dong will scold us if so many people die this time?" "Yeah, that hand was just so damn scary. It just came out of the ground out of nowhere. No wonder the big guys don't want to go to that part of downtown." Chaofeng Yuan picked up a toothpick and flossed his teeth, his face fierce. "This is important news. Boss Lo has always wanted to expand his territory into that area of downtown. But now there are too many zombies there. It's impossible to clean it up. And now there's that damn thing popping up to take over that treasure downtown. Let Brother Jiang Dong send some men down here. They have to exterminate it together. Avenge the old fives." "Right. Revenge." Several other old members around them shouted angrily. And just then, bang, the door outside was heavily kicked open. "Avenge who?" From outside the house, a muffled voice rang out. This sound, several of the people present shuddered and rushed up from their stools when they heard the voice, only to see that outside the house, Luo Tianxiang led a group of people to walk in with great vigor. "Boss?" Chaofeng Yuan's few people were startled and hurriedly hurried forward. "Lu Meng, you're here too? And you boy?" Chaofeng Yuan frowned. Luo Tianxiang was instantly furious, his eyes regal as he rebuked. "Assholes with eyes, who told the few of you to drive elder brother Chen away? Did I ever tell you guys that if you meet elder brother Chen, you all have to show me some respect?" "Ha!" Chaofeng Yuan's few people had never seen their boss look so angry. You're the Chen Mo that boss is looking for?" Chaofeng Yuan's pupils shrunk violently, and he said in his heart that it was not good. "Bad." Lu Mang laughed smugly from the sidelines. Chaofeng Yuan, it was hard for me to invite brother Chen, and this is how you treat people? And you want to kick Chen out? Who gave you the guts?" As soon as these words came out, the several people beside Chaofeng Yuan's face turned pale and said, "Boss, misunderstanding. We really didn't know that this person in front of us was the one you were looking for." "Yeah, boss, we wouldn't dare if we knew." Luo Tianxiang looked at those leftovers behind them. His eyebrows turned up and he shivered coldly. "Lu Mang all told me that this is the food he prepared for elder brother Chen. Did you guys eat it all? Damn you all to hell." Chapter 45, the goddess Shoshi comes out. "All kneel down and make amends to me." Luo Tianxiang but awakened supernatural ability. This kickdown cannot be said not ruthless. However, Luo Tianxiang's majesty among the lions was extremely high, and he was an existence that said nothing. Chaofeng Yuan's several faces were pale, not daring to speak or resist at all. Chen Mo coldly watched this scene. He knew that this was Luo Tianxiang trying to ingratiate himself. Luo Tianxiang angrily shouted, "All of you, kneel down for me and roll over to make amends to old brother Chen." But any veteran member of the lions, it's impossible not to realize the importance of Chen Mo, the man boss Luo is looking for. To the boss. Several people immediately sniffed and fell to their knees with a plop. Coming in front of Chen Mo, he lowered his head and exclaimed, "Brother Chen, we were wrong. These guys, but they are all old members of the lions with very early seniority. Long before the end of the world, he was following Luo Tianxiang. I can't imagine that." In full view of all the people, boss Luo surprisingly didn't give his own people the slightest bit of face. Jiang Dong, the second in command of the male lion, looked deeply at Chen Mo beside him. The heart could not help but be even more puzzled. What was so special about this person? Chen Mo's weight in the hearts of a group of people couldn't help but increase by another point. On the field, several of the brothers gave in. Only Chaofeng Yuan was still standing still and indifferent. "Jiang Dong, Chaofeng Yuan, what are you still standing there for? Didn't you hear the boss?" Luo Tianxiang's face sank for a split second when he saw this. Coldly, Chao Fong Yuan, what do you mean? Chao Fong Yuan stared intently at Chen Mo, who had an incomparably calm and young face. Loudly, Boss Luo, I'm not convinced. The people around them were in an uproar. No one had expected that Chao Fong Yuan would dare to openly defy Boss Luo's orders. I'll shoot you. Luo Tianxiong instantly arrived in front of Chao Fong Yuan. At some point a gun was drawn and held against his head. The face said angrily, I'll make you apologize to old brother Chen. Do you have a death wish? Chao Fong Yuan closed his eyes tightly and exclaimed, Boss, kill me then. The men are out there fighting for their lives. Why should we let an outsider enjoy our fruits? Old 5 and 6. They're all dead. What? Jiang Dong's pupils contracted violently as he looked towards the few people present, stepped forward and bellowed, Chao Fong Yuan, what do you mean by that? Keiko and the others are dead? Luo Tianxiong also stared at Chao Fong Yuan with ruthless eyes full of murderous aura and said, what's going on? With the Lion's current armed forces, even if they go forward to the city center, as long as they don't go deep, there shouldn't be any danger. Not to mention that Chao Fong Yuan's men were a bunch of thugs who licked blood at the tip of their swords. Chao Fong Yuan opened his eyes, and his eyes were a bit crimson as he said, Boss, I'll go downtown with the 5 and 6 of them. From the ground, somehow a big hand that looked like a baby's suddenly emerged. It was 6 or 7 meters high, and then the whole earth quaked. There were only 9 of us on the team, and 5 of us died there. Luo Tianxiong glared angrily, becoming even more furious as he said, do you want to hear what you're saying? At this time, Chen Mo, who had been coldly watching from the side, frowned. Coming in front of Chao Fong Yuan, he said, you mean, you saw the hand? Luo Tianxiong froze, then said, Elder brother Chen, could it be that you know something? Chen Mo nodded and looked at Chao Fong Yuan and asked, what was it like then? Do you remember? Chao Fong Yuan was stunned as Luo Tianxiong slowly lowered his gun and grunted angrily. Since it's old brother Chen asking you, you tell me honestly what's going on. Chao Fong Yuan nodded and took a deep breath and said, specifically, we don't remember much. All I know is that the earth suddenly trembled beneath my feet at that moment. Then a very long gap appeared. From that crack, 2 gigantic arms even reached out directly from the straight up slapped the old 5 and 6 of them to death and then raked them to the ground. It's like a really big thing is trying to crawl out. As I walked away, I also heard what sounded like a baby crying. Chen Mo's eyes twinkled as he sniffed. Why so fast? It's only the first month of the end times. It is reasonable to say that the gods, even if they have appeared, are still asleep. Shouldn't have made a move so early. When the gods really get going, it will be at least until after the annual beasts raids. Chao Fong Yuan's description of this was surprisingly identical to the state of the Shoshi god when he awakened. The god of longevity is going to crawl out from underneath the ground in Tianhai City. Luo Tianxiong also thought darkly with a frown on his face. 6 or 7 meters of baby arms? From underground? Are there more than just zombies in this post-apocalyptic world? What else is there that we don't know about? Chen Mo said slowly. And God. Under the city of Skyhaven. The god of longevity. God? This statement was made. The hall was in an uproar. Everyone in the room felt a chill down their spine. Each of them looked at each other. And all of them saw an incomparable look of shock from each other's faces. How is this possible? Even Luo Tianxiong was somewhat appalled in his eyes. Lu Mang had goosebumps all over his body and opened his mouth. Brother Chen. This won't stand up to jokes. The words that Chen Mo said were tantamount to a pound of deep water bomb. Everyone felt enveloped in a haze at the moment. God. That one word alone speaks volumes about how powerful it is. And now, the lion is making a name for himself in the post-apocalyptic world. How dare you tell me that in this post-apocalyptic world, it's not the walkers that are the most powerful, but God? Chao Fong Yuan, impossible. God? That simply cannot exist. Chen Mo gave him a faint look, then towards Luo Tianxiong. Lend me the gun. As the boss of the lions, Luo Tianxiong appeared to be much calmer. Nodding, he handed over the pistol. Chen Mo took the gun and pulled the safety off. Click. It was then aimed at Chao Fong Yuan. Everyone's hearts thumped, and Chao Fong Yuan was even more startled. You, what are you going to do? Bang! A gunshot rang out. Chao Fong Yuan's breath caught and he closed his eyes tightly. Yourself, dead? Beside his ears, a loud clamor suddenly rang out. Hiss! How is this possible? Shifter? Chao Fong Yuan froze, then slowly opened his eyes. Upon seeing the bullet that rested in front of him, floating in the air close at hand, Chao Fong Yuan's pupils trembled violently. Afterward, Chen Mo gently waved his hand. That pistol bullet. In an instant, the power of a sniper rifle burst out. Bang! Directly penetrating the wall of this villa, a small black hole with white mist. This shocking worldly scene, Chao Fong Yuan was dumbfounded. Except that Luo Tianxiong had seen this scene long ago, the remaining members of the male lions each had their eyes glazed over. The expression was as if he had seen a ghost. Chen Mo returned the pistol and said indifferently, "You see, nothing is impossible." Chapter 46, discussing with Luo Tianxiong. Going to North China City, Chao Fangyuan fell to the ground with a plop at the feeling of having survived the disaster. Breathing heavily, he looked at Chen Mo with an incredulous expression of shock. Then step by step, he came forward on his knees and bowed his head. "It's my fault, Chen." They all know about shifters. However, the lion's aliens are generally enhanced aliens, or some useless normal lineage. That was why they had always assumed that an alien was merely someone who was a little more physically powerful. It had never occurred to me that it was possible to have such terrifying power. Even bullets can be manipulated to ignore them. It's beyond what humans are capable of. Among the lions, strength is the most respectable capital. At first, many people didn't understand why Boss Luo was being so respectful to a young man. However, the moment Chen Mo displayed his strength, he undoubtedly conquered everyone. At this moment, Chao Fangyuan was completely convinced. Loudly, "Brother Chen, it was me who was blind to the fact that I didn't recognize him before. I, Chao Fangyuan, am a one-man operation. If you want to kill or die, just come at me." Chen Mo looked at the several people kneeling on the ground and couldn't help but be somewhat speechless. Okay, what's with making it seem like they all want to die? These guys, it was nothing more than kicking themselves and Kiki out of this villa. Let's not talk about the fact that this isn't supposed to be your place. Plus the meal is over. Seeing this, Luo Tianxiong coldly snorted. "Why don't you thank old brother Chen? Dog, I really want to shoot you today." If it wasn't for the fact that Chao Fangyuan was an old member of the Lions, he was afraid of chilling the hearts of his brothers. He, Luo Tianxiong, would definitely not be merciful. Luo Tianxiong looked at Chen Mo with some gratitude and said, "Elder brother Chen, I'm really sorry. I'll send some more food." Chen Mo raised his hand to stop the road. "No need, I won't be here long." "What?" Luo Tianxiong was startled and hurriedly said, "What do you mean by this, old brother Chen?" Chen Mo looked at the people around him, and Luo Tianxiong quickly understood and opened his mouth. "All of you, go down. I have something to say to elder brother Chen alone." Chen Mo also looked at Chi-Chi and set her down, rubbing her head. Softly, "Kiki, you go out with that Uncle Lu too," Kiki said with some reluctance on her little face. "Ha, brother, why?" "Chenma, behave." Kiki nodded and Lu Mang came over, trying to smile a little more kindly. Smilingly, he said, "Oh, Kiki, Uncle will take you to play, okay? We, have a lot of toys in here." Sure enough, it's in the nature of children to love to play. When Lu Mang said this, Chi-Chi's eyes immediately lit up. "Close the door." Before the group of people left, Luo Tianxiong also specifically instructed. Bang! The gate was slammed shut. Chao Fangyuan was still somewhat distressed as he looked towards Zhang Dong who was on the side. Whispered, "Dong, what kind of person is that Chen? How can there be an alien who isn't even afraid of bullets?" Zhang Dong gave him an unkind look and opened his mouth. "How dare you? If it wasn't for the other brother Chen's adult behavior, you'd have been shot by the boss. Those who can be valued by the boss can't be mere mortals." However, having said that, that scene just now had also shaken Zhang Dong's mood beyond measure. "Is that teenager?" "No," Chen said. "God is real? There can't really be a god in our Tianhai city, right?" Someone beside him said sardonically. Zhang Dong snorted coldly. "Afraid of what? With boss and brother Chen here, even if it's God, I, Lion, am not afraid." At this moment, inside the villa, Luo Tianxiong and Chen Mo came to a sofa. Luo Tianxiong took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and lit it up with a click. A long breath of immense enjoyment. You know, in the post-apocalyptic world, a piece of bread is extremely precious. The material things needed for survival are not met, let alone spiritual fulfillment. Only Lion Boss Luo Tianxiong could have this capital to smoke on cigarettes to relax. Luo Tianxiong subconsciously pulled one out of it. It was handed over towards Chen Mo, but it quickly paused in mid-air. "Chen old brother, smoke a cigarette." "Oh yeah, ha, look at my memory. I almost forgot you don't smoke." Luo Tianxiong laughed out loud. Said, "I wonder where old brother Chen is planning to go." Chen Mo stared at him and slowly said, "North China City." "North China?" Luo Tianxiong's pupils shrunk as he immediately said, "Older brother, this North China City is not a good place. I just got word a while ago that some people from the military district went to North China City to rescue them. A regiment was dispatched, but it was completely destroyed there." Chen Mo frowned at his words. In his own memory, there were no gods in the city of North China. There were only a few hegemony-level great fierce existences. If even the strength of a regiment in the military region was wiped out here, there was only one possibility. That would be that first year, with the god of longevity generally reviving early. Luo Tianxiong, brother Chen, taking the liberty of asking, "Are you preparing to go?" "Go find someone. Chen Mo said indifferently. Luo Tianxiong shook his head and only sighed a pity. With a strength as powerful as Chen Mo's, if he joined the lions, the lion is bound to go higher. It seems that their male lions are destined for nothing after all. But that didn't stop himself from befriending him. Luo Tianxiong took a puff of eye smoke, then said with a serious face, "Elder brother Chen, you helped me once before. I, Luo Tianxiong, am a person who will repay any favor. I'll send a group of brothers to follow you along." Chen Mo waved his hand. "No, I can go alone. I've actually come to the lion this time because I have something I want to ask of you." "Oh," Luo Tianxiong sniffed with a hint of interest. A loud laugh exclaimed, "Ha ha, elder brother Chen, there's no harm in you saying so. As long as I, Lion Luo, am able to help, I will certainly do my utmost to help." Chen Mo nodded, stared into his eyes, and said in a deep voice, "Luo Tianxiong, did you see that little girl I was holding earlier? Her name is Kiki. Could it be that what you're talking about? Old brother Chen is related to that little girl?" Luo Tianxiong was curious. "Chenma, aha, North China City is full of dangers, and it's not convenient for me to bring Kiki along on this trip." Luo Tianxiong immediately understood what Chen Mo meant. Straightforward assurances were given with conviction. "That, a little thing. Don't worry old brother Chen. Feel free to leave that little girl with me. I, Luo Tianxiong, am bound to treat her like my own daughter. Will not let her do dangerous things that, being bullied by anyone." He hadn't thought that this godman would come for this reason, but this was good. It looked like that little girl had a great relationship with Chen Mo. His own male lion also happened to be able to hook up with Chen Mo through that little girl's relationship. Chapter 47, Preparations before the journey. Crusade against the god of Shoshi. Luo Tianxiong's eyes brightened as he smiled. "Elder brother Chen can rest assured. Whoever dares to touch Chi-Chi will be crossing the line with me." Luo Tianxiong. Chen Mo nodded, seeing the twinkle in his eyes and said, "Actually, that's not what I'm worried about. Luo Tianxiong, the god of longevity that your henchman spoke of earlier may soon be revived." Luo Tianxiong was stunned, and his face became grave. "Are even Chen's oldest brother so scornful? Chen old brother, with the power of my male lion, do you think? What are the chances of winning against that god you speak of?" Chen Mo glanced at him and spoke without hesitation. "0. What?" Luo Tianxiong's breath caught and his pupils shook, not without a few chills down his spine. "You know, the lions can be said to have 200 or 300 fully equipped members now. 0 chance of winning?" He didn't doubt for a second that Chen Mo was lying. Why would such a godly man, who was able to foresee even the arrival of the end times in advance, need to lie to himself? Chen Mo said quietly, "Don't worry, before I leave, I'll take care of the last of the trouble in this Tianhai city for you. Between now and then, the remaining zombies as well as the Feiyu male lions just have to be a little more careful, enough to withstand slow development." Solving the show Shishin was just in passing, and the same Chen Mo also wanted to take a look at it. Whether or not this heavenly power alien power of his own could enslave the gods. If he were to take the show she got under his command, his own combat power, once again, would be greatly increased. Luo Tianxiong was overjoyed and arched his hand. "Elder brother Chen, thank you so much. If you have any needs, you can command. As long as I, Lion, have them, I will certainly give them with both hands." With Chen Mo's words, he was relieved. Chen Mo pondered. The current Shoshi god, having just awakened, should merely be in a state halfway between the 3rd and 4th ranks. With the presence of the poor key by his side, and since the poor key was able to tear apart a god alive before he was reborn, it must have its own unique method of restraint. After the poor man advanced to the 2nd stage and his own heavenly power abilities reached the 2nd stage, he should be able to defeat him. "Chen Mo, I heard that you guys have collected quite a few crystal cores. I need some." "Crystal core?" Luo Tianxiong was a bit puzzled. "This is the thing." Chen Mo took a first-order crystal core out of his pocket. Upon seeing this object, Luo Tianxiong immediately reacted to what it was. Magnificent beyond words. "Ha ha, elder brother Chen, you were originally talking about this stone in the zombie's brain. I have indeed collected quite a few in the lion. If you need them, just take them all. It's not much, it's only about 3,000 pills. These, consider them as a thank you gift to you, old brother Chen. If old brother Chen needs this, you can always come and get it later." Chen Mo's eyes lit up and said, "Thanks a lot, Luo Tianxiong, elder brother Chen. In that case, I'll take you to that warehouse to take a look. Let's go." The two came together in a small warehouse. Here, again, a great deal of the lion's supplies are stored. "Boss." Luo Tianxiong nodded his head and directly ordered the watchman's junior to open this warehouse. Squeak dash with a sound. Luo Tianxiong looked at Chen Mo beside him and said with a smile, "Elder brother Chen, you come with me." The two entered the warehouse together. What met his eyes was a small mountain of crystal cores piled up like gravel, and alongside, a block of tightly sealed supplies in crates. Chen Mo looked at these crystal cores in front of him, being sorted well accordingly, which not only possesses a large number of inferior crystal cores present. Surprisingly enough, he also has a second-order crystal core? Chen Mo grasped this lavender second-order crystal core, which was larger than the others. Some doubt that a lion's strength can fight against a second-order zombie or a fae? Luo Tianxiong brought Chen Mo to the crystal core and whispered with some sighs. All this stuff, from those damn walkers and monsters. Elder brother Chen, this one you're holding in your hand. It was a pet about the size of your pet that one of my lion members stumbled upon once. Like a canine monster. More than 20 brothers died before they barely managed to kill it. Chen Mo looked at this second-order crystal core in his hand. The zombie fae below the third rank were able to withstand fire damage after all. But if you go further up, except for some of the weapons featuring the idiosyncrasies of the bodies of the divine fae, it's basically hard to hurt it in the slightest. Luo Tianxiong, elder brother Chen, these things, what exactly are they used for that you need them so much? Chen Mo glanced at him and said slowly, alienists can use this to strengthen their powers or to restore their strength, but it cannot be absorbed in excess, or it will lose its sanity and become generalized with the zombie fae. Luo Tianxiong nodded and mused. So that's it. No wonder I said that day I was playing with a crystal core that inexplicably disappeared from my hand. But don't worry old brother Chen, these things, without my male lion to fight again is, if you need it, you don't have to be polite with me, take it all. Chen Mo swept over the thousands of crystal cores on the ground and shook his head, taking away the only second-order crystal core among them, as well as more than 40 first-order crystal cores. He opened his mouth. With these, it's enough. Luo Tianxiong was surprised and thought that Chen Mo was being polite with himself. Not taking any more? Chen Mo, inferior crystal cores are too little use to me now. It's enough to have these. Luo Tianxiong surveyed the crystal cores that Chen Mo had taken, and they all seemed to be a bit larger. He paid attention and said, when has elder brother Chen decided to depart? Chen Mo's eyes flickered as he softly said, first thing in the morning. So fast? Luo Tianxiong was surprised. Chen Ma nodded. With these crystal cores, it was enough to advance one's heaven's right abilities, as well as the poor Qi, to the second stage. After going to the city center to settle or subdue the Shoshi god, you can leave for North China City. This matter, don't mention it to Chi-Chi, Chen Mo said. Luo Tianxiong nodded. Elder brother Chen, this is something I definitely understand. It's just that, really, don't you want to stay within the stallion a little longer? Older brother, it was not easy for me to find you, older brother Chen, and not do my duty as a landlord. It's just too much. Chen Mo pondered for a moment before saying, tonight then, as it happens, there's something I need to tell you. What he himself wanted to tell Luo Tianxiong was something extremely important in the end times. He didn't want to find Yor and come back together before the male lions let someone or some corpse king destroy them. Luo Tianxiong's face was equally serious at his words. Guessing that I'm afraid this godman has something important to tell himself again, he opened his mouth. I'll have it prepared. P.S. If you're reading this, please add your bookshelf and click on the hype reviews. The data is terrible QAQ. Please. Chapter 48 Heavenly Power Second Stage. Luo Tianxiong wants it. Elder brother Chen, if there is anything you need, directly summon someone to inform me. Luo Tianxiong said. Chen Mo nodded and said softly, don't let anyone bother me. Luo Tianxiong, understood. After Luo Tianxiong left, Chen Mo came to the poor man's side and casually threw out 10 first-order crystal cores. Fade. Eat it. For once, it's not brains or anything. Ow. The poor man lying outside was baffled. Upon seeing this one crystal core that flickered with lavender light, the huge pupils were filled with excitement. Unlike human beings who absorb the crystal nucleus can only be cultivated one by one. Not only does it have an upper limit, absorbing too much is even more likely to result in aberrant alienation. Fae and zombies like the poor man seem to have no limitations at all in general. The poor Chi opened his bloody mouth and brainlessly swallowed all of these crystal cores into his stomach. Click, 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 made a chilling chewing sound. Immediately after that, the poor man unexpectedly fell on the ground and slowly closed his eyes, breathing methodically. The orange-colored fur on his body became even more lustrous. The layers and layers of lavender ripples were washing over. Luo Tianxiong was very sensible and evacuated everyone here to 100 meters away. No one is allowed to come and disturb. You know, this is an important place where the lions store their food and supplies. Luo Tianxiong, however, was defenseless and allowed Chen Mo to claim it, which showed his immense trust. Chen Mo took out that second-order crystal core, prepared to use it to enhance the heavenly power alien ability. The heaven's right alien ability was simply too unique, and it was clearly only at the first rank. Ordinary inferior crystal cores didn't seem to be able to satisfy its needs for advancement at all. Only the first-order crystal core could be felt to have some enhancement. I hope you won't let me down, Chen Mo murmured softly. He then held the second-order crystal nucleus in his left hand and began to absorb the power of the nucleus within it with his eyes closed. Each enhancement of an alien ability does not only strengthen the ability, it is more than capable of strengthening the physique again and again. That's why, even the lowest level F-class alien, the status is also far above average. It went on until late afternoon. Luo Tianxiang and Jiang Dong came to this place, looking at the few men who were watching at the doorway. Boss Luo, brother Jiang. Jiang Dong opened his mouth. Where's Chen? He's not out yet? The few people guarding the door looked at each other and said, Dong, not yet. Luo Tianxiang on the side frowned. After realizing that Chen Mo would be leaving tomorrow, he had someone go and prepare a sumptuous dinner. And he had also sent someone to hunt a lot of crystals from the brains of zombies in the neighborhood to come back. If old brother Chen didn't show up, wouldn't it be a waste of his intentions? Boss, should we go in and take a look? Jiang Dong, who was beside him, said. Luo Tianxiang raised his hand and shook his head. Wait here. Elder brother Chen said that no one is allowed to go in and disturb. Jiang Dong was a bit incredulous. He had followed Luo Tianxiang for the longest time, and he knew Luo's temper best. It had never been the case that only other people waited for him. It had never been the case that Luo waited for someone else. Seeing that the boss was so respectful, Jiang Dong simply waited here patiently and quietly. It's a bit boring to keep waiting like this, Jiang Dong said with some curiosity. Luo, what do you think this god is really like? Are there really gods in this world? How is this possible? Luo Tianxiang glanced at him and snorted coldly. Nothing is impossible. Before the end times would you have expected what is happening now? If I hadn't warned you to get over here, you'd have died in your little girlfriend's belly. I'm afraid, the few second wives that Jiang Dong had adopted had, unsurprisingly, all turned into zombies. If the second wife suddenly turns into a zombie while she's burying her head in the sand, hiss, that image, I can't even think about it. Jiang Dong felt creeped out and said with some embarrassment. Also, at that moment, a voice suddenly came from directly in front of the two. It's been a long time. Seeing the visitor, Luo Tianxiang's eyes lit up. A smile followed. Elder brother Chen. Well, the person who came was none other than Chen Mo. Chen Mo nodded slightly, a rare smile appearing on his face. He's in a good mood. The resources stored by the male lions were really quite a lot, even at the beginning of the end times. These crystal cores were also fully capable of producing a not-so-weak strong person. I can't imagine that this Luo Tianxiang, after knowing the role of the crystal core, and so decisively handed over. Nowadays, the Heaven's Right alien ability had reached the second stage, and so had the poor man. Previously, just giving the poor chi into the Heaven's Right ability to turn into a tattoo had made him feel mentally burdened. That is to say that the first-order Heaven's Right ability that holds a poor man has almost reached its limit, not being able to use the power of the poor man's tattoo for long periods of time. And now, the poor man would not be burdened even if he were to transform into a tattooed state for days. Those crystal cores, thanks a lot, Chen Mo said. Luo Tianxiang's heart rejoiced at the sight and he said with a big smile, ha ha, old brother Chen, you're out of line to say that. I think old brother Chen's strength has improved again. Congratulations. Jiang Dong was also happy to congratulate him. Luo Tianxiang looked around Chen Mo as if he had thought of something. Somewhat puzzled, he spoke. Elder brother Chen, where is that pet of yours? Chen Mo smiled faintly. Perhaps he was too hungry and went out to forage for food. Regarding his second supernatural ability, poor man, Chen Mo didn't want too many people to know about it. The good thing is, the awakening dark line is also able to be hidden. Luo Tianxiang couldn't help but tsk in admiration at his words. That pet of yours, elder brother Chen, is truly more domineering than any lion I've ever seen before. I'd like to get one for fun if it wasn't forbidden. Let's not talk about that. Come on, Chen old brother, the dinner is ready. Now you're the only one who's missing. Chen Mo nodded. Let's go. Inside Villa 1. Here is where Luo Tianxiang lives. It is also the only place in the area that is relatively intact and extremely clean. There were no less than 7 or 8 members of the Lions who patrolled the area daily alone. Luo Tianxiang slowly pushed the door open. The hall was bright, and the surrounding area was lit with candles. A long tabletop was set with as much as possible of an unbelievably sumptuous meal. It's like going back to before the end of time. Came to enjoy a meal in general in a pricey and expensive restaurant. And in the hall, Chi Chi and Lu Mang, as well as a few of Luo Tianxiang's inner circle were here as much as they could be. Seeing the visitor, Kiki's eyes lit up and she jumped off the stool in a flash, jumped into Chen Mo's arms. Brother, Chen Mo smiled and touched her head. Look at the sumptuous and grand scene before you. couldn't help but feel the gap between the lions and the survivors he had met before. As long as one has the means and the position of strength, even at the end of the world, one is still living an unparalleled life, and even, without the restraints of the law, we're able to live with even more abandon than before the end of the do whatever you want. Women, food, respect. Luo Tianxiong is not missing a single one, and what he wants. Chapter 49, a note to make himself king. It's that higher level of power and status. Luo Tianxiong laughed out loud and patted Chen Mo's shoulder and said, "Elder brother Chen, how was the dinner I prepared for you, old brother? Even though there's no music or electricity here, these candles have quite a flavor, ahaha." The moment, Jiang Dong, who was beside him, looked at the group of people in the seats and exclaimed, "What are you all doing there? Why don't you come over and meet brother Chen?" A group of old lion members including Chao Fangyuan and Lu Mang came forward. Zizi exclaimed, "Hello, brother Chen. Meet brother Chen." Apparently, pre-apocalyptic habits are still well preserved. It can be a rowdy affair. The cruelty of the end times didn't seem to affect the male lion in the slightest. There is a great deal of what not to eat, but Shinma knew that as the end times pass day by day, when a fourth order being appeared among the zombie fae, there will be a sea change. If the strength is not strong, the beauty in front of you is just like a mirror, break at the touch of a button. Luo Tianxiong and Chen Mo took their seats together. He made a point of giving up the first seat and sat on the sidelines. A group of older members of the lions then sat down and, looking at this table, a wide range of food unconsciously swallowed. These things, even they can't eat them every day. Luo Tianxiong looked at Chen Mo, who had been looking calm at his side, and said with some doubt, "Elder brother Chen, could it be that I made poor arrangements, or are these meals not to your liking?" Chen Mo shook his head and smiled lightly. "This is such a generous gesture that it took me a moment to react." Luo Tianxiong froze. Then he took a sip of his drink and laughed. "Ha ha, if old brother Chen is willing to stay in my male lion, I guarantee that as long as I, Luo Tianxiong, am in Xianglian for one day, you, old brother Chen, will have big fish and meat at every meal." Kiki even took a piece of red meat, baring her cheeks and slurring, "Brother, and I also eat, wow. Yummy." Shenma symbolically ate a few of them. It was only then that the 5 or 6 restrained and immense members of the lions around them began to move their chopsticks. A big, rugged, incredibly tight-fitting man in a tight-fitting suit eating more svelte than a girl, afraid of upsetting the boss. After about a short while of eating, Kiki Fong cried out, holding her bulging stomach, "I'm full." She jumped down from the stool and looked at Chun Mo and chirped, "Brother, Kiki wants to go out for a while. Kiki has made several new friends today." "Oh," Chen Mo said with some curiosity. "New friends?" Lu Mang snapped and opened his mouth at this time. "Ha ha, Chun, of those survivors in the underground garage, there just happened to be a couple kids about Kiki's age. Those kids have been playing with Kiki all day and are very close." Chen Mo nodded as he sniffed. "Well then, don't play too late and come back to bed in a little while, okay?" Kiki nodded good-naturedly and ran off in a flash. "Carefree," Luo Tianxiong instructed. "Lu Mang, you can follow over as well. I've seen those little dolls before. Since they're close to Kiki, just let their relatives live up here together." There are nearly 100 survivors in the underground garage, all trying to join the lions. Live in the house. Lu Mang hurriedly nodded his head and got up to follow him out. Only then did Luo Tianxiong look at Chun Mo and said, "Elder brother Chen, there's something you said before that you need to tell me. I wonder what the hell is going on." Chen Mo put down the chopsticks in his hands and wiped his mouth. Staring at him, he opened his mouth. "Luo Tianxiong, I'm asking you, if someone from the military district comes to you and asks you to hand over the resources and weapons in your hands to help the others subsumed into them, would you like to?" Upon this statement, a grumpy Hanyu from the opposite side of the table immediately slapped the table. Bang! Loudly, outrageous. "My male lion brethren have fought to the death to have a place to settle down. What they didn't do, we did. These nearly 100 survivors here, what they couldn't do, we did. It's the end of the world. How dare you commandeer it?" Luo Tianxiong frowned and chided. "Asked you? Sit down." The man shuddered, then looked around at his teammates with some embarrassment and stopped talking. Luo Tianxiong's eyes flickered. At this moment, he even sobered up quite a bit from the alcohol. In fact, that's what he's most worried about right now. Now in the early stages of the end times, people from the military region have gone forward to protect the most important leading figures. Once everything settled down, it was inevitable that the survivors began to coalesce around them. Relying on their former prestige, the other party merely had to raise their arms and the lion that you have worked so hard to build will fall apart, both in terms of equipment and in terms of strength. The large forces that the survivors have assembled, it's going to be subsumed into one after all. Thinking that he, Luo Tianxiong, had not been able to wait for this opportunity, How cool is it to claim the title of king by himself? And how can you give away your heart and soul? This is why he searches for survivors to cultivate and form his own forces. Luo Tianxiong looked at Chen Mo and said with a serious face, "Elder brother Chen, if I say, what about the reluctance?" Chen Mo's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at him for a long time without speaking. Sure enough, the person he or she was looking for was right. There may be no small difficulty. Chen Mo said indifferently. Luo Tianxiong is no cutie pie either. Since Chen Mo said that, there must be some way. Luo Tianxiong's expression moved as he said, "Elder brother Chen, according to what you mean." One of the old male lion members around them also perked up their ears. Luo Tianxiong, don't worry, old brother Chen. Each and every one of you here is a brother who was born to die with me. Chen Mo nodded and said, "Actually, what you're thinking, it's not impossible." There were no longer a few people who had Luo Tianxiong's thoughts. Before he was reborn, there were several forces that were not weaker than the military region that were organized by psychics. Of course, there are certainly reasons for internal disagreements in the military region. Otherwise there wouldn't be several major war zones. Chen Mo, Luo Tianxiong. In terms of resources and firepower you can't possibly compare to the other side. But later on, the strength of the alien will be beyond your imagination. Are you saying that is going to start with the shifter side? Luo Tianxiong immediately understood the meaning. The words all became incredibly respectful. Chen Mo smiled and shrugged his shoulders. I didn't say anything. The biggest threat to Tianhai City, Shou Shixin, will be removed for you before I leave. Tianhai City, although it's not small, the talent is a bit too little after all. This is only the early stage, and when the major powers have achieved their beginnings, survivors will naturally come forward to seek refuge. Instead of wasting human resources searching for survivors, it's better to start with something else. As he spoke, Chen Mo casually handed out a note. The note, or so he had written in his old rental house. Luo Tianxiong took the note, took a look. The pupils shook. Even the hand tugging tightly on the note couldn't help but tremble. Eyes on fire, he murmured with extreme excitement. These are. Even the old members of the surrounding male lions couldn't help but come over one by one, huddle together and stare at the note deadpan. Boss, show me too. Fat ass, don't squeeze me, I want to see it too. Luo Tianxiong gave the note into his clothes and looked at Chen Mo with a face that was extremely excited. Respectfully and immensely, elder brother Chen, a great favor is not appreciated. If there is anything I need my lion to help with in the future, just say it. I, the lion, will certainly help out in any way I can. Chapter 50, Settling Kiki. Leaving the lions. This note given by Chen Mo had a page full of names of people. Those people, including Shiwan, without exception, they were all famous existences in the major war zones and survivor forces. Of course, with Chen Mo's memories, he only had a preliminary understanding of these exalts, probably know where they will show up. As for those more specific, the corners of Chen Mo's mouth lifted slightly as he smiled faintly. These should help you, lion. There is no lack of some of Chen Mo's selfishness in this list. Those more specific locations, most of them were on good terms with themselves before they were reborn. The same teammates who died tragically in the middle of that crusade. He had so many things to do that he had no time to look for them one by one. Let Luo Tianxiong go. It was also a way for Chen Mo to give himself some psychological comfort. Luo Tianxiong said with great joy, Elder brother Chen, that's enough, absolutely enough. This thing, it's just too much. I, Luo Tianxiong, am a rough man, and with the help you've given me 3 times, old brother Chen, this favor will be repaid in the future. Those who were on top of the list possessed powers that were literally unthinkable to exist. Luo Tianxiong took a deep breath. What one should be thinking about now is how to find those people on the list. Let them join the lions. Several of the older members of the male lions around them yelled with incomparable curiosity. Brother Chen, what exactly is that you gave the boss? Show us too. Yes, brother's heart is weirdly prickly and scratchy. Is really want to know. Luo Tianxiong was obviously in a good mood and laughed and cursed at the group of people. Ha ha, you guys, get your asses back in your seats. If you don't want it, get the hell out of here. Luo Tianxiong personally poured a glass of wine and took the initiative to go forward and hand it to Chen Mo. Eyes sizzling respectfully. Elder brother Chen, come on, I'll drink to you. Chen Mo had wanted to excuse himself, but seeing Luo Tianxiong so enthusiastic was hard to resist. Solely had a few drinks as well. The group saw the noise become even more joyful. Luo Tianxiong boldly dried a cup of old white. Seeing the frowning Chen Mo laughed. Ha ha, old brother Chen, it's not me. If it's about divine powers, I'm not as good as you. But this drinking, you're not as good as me. Come, old brother Chen will be leaving first thing in the morning. The brothers have to drink him down today. We will not return without getting drunk. Luo Tianxiang blushed and exclaimed, "This is the last days. Only strength can get the respect of the people used." A group of big and bold men, one by one, also gradually familiarized themselves with Chun Mo, not as restrained as earlier, gorging on meat and wine. I don't know how much time has passed. Luo Tianxiang and the others left drunk one by one. Luo Tianxiang specially gave away his residence, and tentatively asked Chen Mo if he wanted to arrange for a few student girls to come, although it was righteously rejected by Chen Mo. But he still said before he left that he would give Chen Mo a surprise tomorrow. Lu Meng came back with Kiki, the incredibly soft queen-sized bed. Kiki poked her little head out under the covers. Chen Mo smiled and patted her quilt, saying, "Still awake? Well, did you have fun today?" Kiki nodded, grinning. "Well, met a few new friends. The big guys were nice to me. There was a little boy who tried to take my toys, got a beating from his mom and screamed like hell. Brother, why don't they live in the house? Instead, they're all pitching tents there in the underground garage." Ha, Chen Ma smiled. Kiki had herself and Luo Tianxiang to protect her, and none of the older members within the Lion dared to make her unhappy, not to mention the survivors. Chen Mo said softly, "Maybe it's because it's more lively there. Does Kiki like it here?" Chen Mo asked with a smile. Kiki blinked at the quilt covering her body, pouting, "Love it. The bed here is so soft. And, brother is here too. That's good." Chen Mo smiled at this and nodded, saying, "Then don't go to bed yet." Kiki closed her eyes and tossed and turned in her bed. Suddenly, he said quietly, "Brother, Kiki kinda misses daddy." Chen Mo was slightly stunned. For a moment, I didn't know what to say. Tucking the covers back on for her, he whispered, "Sleep. You have your brother with you. How about a story for you?" It was late into the night. Looking at Kiki who was sleeping soundly on the bed, with a hint of a smile containing sound sleep at the corner of her mouth, Chen Mo gently got up from the bed. One went to another room and began to rest. It had to be said that the place where Luo Tianxiang lived was indeed comfortable. This incredibly soft king-size bed. It's a far cry from the bed in the rental house where the diaphragm hurts like a piece of sheet metal. Chen Mo lay on the bed and relaxed in a rare moment. This could be the last time I enjoy myself this much. North China City could be considered unusually dangerous compared to Tianhai City. Moreover, Chen Mo clearly remembered 6th Military District. That is, Lin Shu's grandfather's parents, who are also in that place. Early the next morning, outside the villa area, the two of them, Luo Tianxiang and Chen Mo, walked on top of this avenue. Looking at Chen Mo on his side, Luo Tianxiang somewhat retained. "Elder brother Chen, are you really not going to stay here for a few more days?" He had promised Uncle Jiangwo before that he would send Kiki to a safe place. Chen Mo shook his head and opened his mouth. "My mission is accomplished. After Kiki, I'm counting on you to take care of her." Luo Tianxiang nodded. "Don't worry about that. When you come back, old brother Chen, I promise you'll meet a chubby little princess." The two came together to the entrance from which they had come. At this place, Chao Feng Yuan Lu Mang as well as Zhang Dong and other members of the Lions group were waiting here. There were nearly 100 of them, beside a group of male Lion members. Large and small were still listing piles of supplies. "Chen, boss," they shouted in unison. Luo Tianxiang's face changed slightly and he said angrily, "Keep your voices down, all of you." The little girl was still asleep inside the villa. Luo Tianxiang turned to look at Chen Mo, smiling, "Elder brother Chen, since you've made up your mind to go, then I won't say anything more. Old brother, but look at all this stuff I've got for you, old man." Chen Mo looked at those big bags on the ground and his face was a bit odd. Luo Tianxiang laughed out loud and stepped forward to introduce them in turn. "Look, old brother Chen, these blue bags are filled with some instant food, enough to last you 10 days and a half. Absolutely fresh. These bags contain some daily necessities. Aren't you going to North China City? I've also sent someone to prepare a map of North China City. And this. Chapter 51, The Mysterious Merchant Who Can Exchange Everything, Inside and Out. It adds up to 12. There were 7 bags with food in them alone. Together with these miscellaneous daily necessities, even the poor man probably couldn't carry so many things on his back. Chen Mo couldn't help but be silent for a moment. Luo Tianxiang said with a big smile, "Ha ha, elder brother Chen, what's that look on your face? Next, the main event." He clapped his hands. At that moment, the sound of an engine starting came from not far away, only to see Jiang Dong running over at some point and driving an SUV to come. Car. Luo Tianxiang stepped forward and opened the trunk of this SUV. Ooh. It was surprisingly full of blades with a few gun weapons, gorgeous beyond measure. Luo Tianxiang said in a smug and incomparable manner, "Elder brother Chen, how's it going? I've labeled the map of that North China City. As long as you follow the route on the map, this car is absolutely used." Chen Mo didn't know what to say at this moment. Luo Tianxiong thought Chen Mo was too excited. Prepare to step it up. Looking to Chao Feng Yuan in the crowd, he said, Chao Zi, come here, don't you still have to make amends to old brother Chen? In the crowd, Chao Feng Yuan carried a cloth bag hanging from his waist, and his face was a bit sardonic as he stepped forward. Coming in front of Chen Mo, he bowed his head. Brother Chen, please forgive me for the offense yesterday. These, which my brothers went out and got last night, are a small token of my gratitude. Saying that, Chao Feng Yuan opened the cloth bag, which was surprisingly stuffed with crystal cores. Moreover, all of them were first-order crystal cores. There were about 20 or 30 of them. By now, those zombies in the end times had also gradually evolved into the first stage, but within a short period of time, Chao Feng Yuan was able to get so much. You can imagine how ferocious the firefight was last night. Chao Feng Yuan's face palpitated a bit as he said, Brother Chen, that Shou Shishin is right in the direction of the new emperor group. It's in ruins there. A couple of our brethren went to, on their way back. That Shou Shi god monster that looks like a mountain has come out. Chen Mo's eyes narrowed slightly. Is it out? Chen Mo nodded. I know. Thanks. I'll take the crystal core. As for these supplies, and the SUV, there's no need. The journey to North China was bound to be anything but smooth. Off-road vehicles are ultimately not as nimble and convenient as a poor man's car. And for food, Kiki stayed here and just brought her own for one person. With your own strength, you can always find a place to get it. Luo Tianxiong's body shook at his words. It didn't seem to occur to me that one's carefully prepared parting gift was so unbearable in front of the crystal core. Chen Mo turned to look at Luo Tianxiong and said, Luo Tianxiong, this thing called crystal core, try to store as much as you can now when you have the chance. It will be of great use in the future. Luo Tianxiong was stunned and said with a smile, Elder brother Chen, I definitely understand this. Ever since Chen Mo said yesterday that these crystal cores were useful to adults, Luo Tianxiong then made it a point to place all those remaining crystal cores in a new place. Chen Mo shook his head. I'm talking about, not those. He looked at the crowd and came to Luo Tianxiong's side and said in a deep voice, if one day, in the city of Tianhai, there appeared a person about a meter tall and the mysterious merchant who can't see his face in his black robe, be sure to seize the opportunity to go to him with a large number of crystal cores. There will be something you need. I'm leaving. Take care of Kiki. As his words fell, Chen Mo did not say anything more. Instead, they set off directly towards the center of Tianhai City. The poor man was transformed into a tattoo on his body under the effect of the celestial power ability. It greatly strengthened Chen Mo's current physique, which was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, the figure disappeared. Luo Tianxiong's heart shook, looking at Chen Mo's back as he left in style. It was a long, somewhat frustrating moment. Mysterious businessman? And what is that? Luo Tianxiong had already marveled at Chen Mo's unpredictability more than once. He didn't understand what this meant. However, he believed that Chen Mo would definitely not lie to himself. At this time, Jiang Dong, who was on the side, couldn't help but sigh and said, a godly man like Chen is really thunderous. And when he says he's leaving, he's only a character as powerful as this can be a fish out of water in this post-apocalyptic world. To think that the lion and his party, had to be double-checked and fully armed before they set out. Luo Tianxiong nodded in agreement. Yeah, it's just a shame that it's not one of my lions after all. Jiang Dong, boss, do you think Chen will really slay that god? At the mention of the god of Shou Shi, Chao Feng Yuan, who was on the side, changed his face. It was like remembering some bad memories. Within the arena, he and a few others were the only ones who had peered at the Shou Shi god's posture from afar. Don't dare approach the slightest bit. Luo Tianxiong, don't worry, we just need to trust him. Elder brother Chen's mystery is far beyond our imagination. We, the lions, are going to do the next thing. It can be much more. Luo Tianxiong said with incomparable excitement in his eyes. Chen Mo's appearance had once again given him a direction. Look for the people on that list. And store the crystal cores and find the mysterious merchant that Chen Mo was talking about. Mystery trader, which appeared 3 months after the end of the world. Or possibly earlier. Unlike the wandering merchants in the post-apocalyptic world who sold resources for profit, it is an extremely special existence in the end times. It was as if it had a special ability to appear silently in any place. It is not hostile to humans, and in it, many unimaginable things can be redeemed. Materials, weapons, information, power. It, in turn, will make you an offer. Because of its mystery, there were many speculations about the true identity of that mysterious merchant. Could it also be a god? The reason for helping the lions. It was because his appearance had been noticed by the people from the military region who had come to Lin Shu's rescue that day. Killing Lin Shu would make it impossible for himself to join the 6th special region in this life as he had done before he was reborn. Rather, it is incompatible with it. The male lion was also considered a means Chen Mo had left for himself to fight against the 6th Special Region, inside the center of the city of Tenkai, before crusading against the god of longevity. Chen Mo intended to familiarize himself with the use of the heavenly power ability first. Put. Several beams of silver-colored alien ons directly pierced through the body of a zombie in front of me. Blood flowed as a zombie was startled by the sound and came from all directions, burrowing out of the rubble. The pitch-black, impossibly dark storefront lunged with teeth and claws. Over a month of evolution and now there are still walkers left here in the center of the city. It's not what it used to be, and it's far from something that can be easily knocked out with a handgun bullet. Chen Mo was holding his Tai saber, and as he swept down, a head flew up. Blood gushed like a fountain. Celestial powers, the power that comes from the poor man's tattoo. It made Chen Mo feel as if his physical strength would never run out. Very exhilarated. It's full of power. Chapter 52, This Shoshi God. Is it possible that he can teleport? After decapitating several zombies one after another, Chen Mo simply put down the taijutsu in his hand. With the purest strength of his fleshly body, he blasted his fist towards the dozens of zombies in front of him. An amazing scene emerged. Above his right fist, the silhouette of a poor man's claw unexpectedly emerged. Snort! This strike was brutal to the extreme. A long arc of blood cut through, along with half of his body. His intestines and guts were shredded. The zombies that surrounded the road fell head over heels. Chen Mo's face was overjoyed, and he looked at his hands with some incredulity. With a flick of his hand, he blasted a boulder to his side. Boom! This is poor man's power? Celestial powers, not just the ability to control Fey. More than that, it allows one to control the power of the Fey they have taken in? Chen Mo's eyes plummeted. Incredible! Celestial power alien disarm. He released the poor man with him. Let it quickly become skilled in the power of the second order for the next battle with the Shikatsuki god. Today's poor Chi was a full size larger. The body is majestic and massive. The orange fur on his body becoming darker, and his forepaws are thick and powerful. Surprisingly, on both sides of its forehead, there was the first hint of a lofty little horn. Aside from this fur, there is no longer a trace of an orange cat to be seen at all. Roar dash a thick, majestic low roar sounded. The poor man looked at the zombies in front of him, and with great speed, a single slap of the palm easily turned those zombies into a mess of mush. Boom! Debris splattered everywhere, and a deep pit directly appeared in the earth beneath his feet. Even the crystal core in the zombie's brain became crushed together and ceased to exist. Roar! The poor man roared up to the sky. This voice, full of majesty, it caused the zombies surrounding them like a tidal wave to lose their concentration for a moment. Being of the same Fey species, the roar of the poor man's voice had a great deterrent effect on this group of zombies. Seeing this scene, Chen Mo grinned. It seems that after swallowing those crystal cores, you guys have also improved quite a bit. This place is close to reaching the location where the god of longevity is located. Chen Mo couldn't help but recall the horrifying scene he had seen in the new emperor group earlier in his mind. Eyes twinkling, he said, at the beginning of the end times, Shoshishin should only have 4th order strength now. The Shoshi god is huge and moves extremely slowly and sluggishly, using his own juggernaut alien power in conjunction with the power of the divine right alien power of the poor man. I thought that taking down Shoshishin shouldn't be a problem. Chen Mo's heart was somewhat surging at the moment. God of carnage. This is the pre-birthday self, a scene you can't even think about. Unexpectedly, nowadays, he would actually come alone. Chen Mo felt like his body was exhilarated like never before. Excited to the core, he murmured, "Come on." Same time, inside the Lion Villa, Luo Tianxiong was looking at the yellow paper and pondering something. Suddenly, bang bang, there was a knock at the door. "Come in," Luo Tianxiong said. Lu Mang walked in, and along with him were the two men Xiaofang Yuan and Zhang Dong. Upon seeing the visitor, Luo Tianxiong couldn't help but have a bit of a headache. "That little girl, still crying?" Lu Mang sighed and said rather somewhat helplessly. "Boss, it really can't be helped. Kiki is always there crying for Chen. I've tried everything, and nothing works." Luo Tianxiong pinched the Qingming acupoint, bringing up the kids. "The problem is he doesn't know how to do that either. What's the little girl doing now?" "Lu Mang, it's been a long time since I made a scene, and now I'm asleep again." Luo Tianxiong nodded. "Hey, so, doesn't Kiki play well with those guys her age? You go and take them all over to be with her, and tell their parents that whoever can make Kiki happy will be my male lion's man from now on, and get some good snacks to deliver. Kids are just kids, they can be coaxed." Lu Mang nodded and left somewhat helplessly. Luo Tianxiong looked at Xiaofang Yuan on the other side and wondered, "What are you two doing here again?" Zhang Dong's face was a bit gloomy as he opened his mouth. "Boss, Old Cloud and a few of them haven't returned yet." "What?" Luo Tianxiong frowned and opened his mouth. "Didn't they go out hunting for crystals together last night?" I was wondering before. Where are they? This time, Chow Fong Yuan, who was on the side, shook his head and spoke. Boss, they've gone to the west side of downtown. It says it's splitting up with us and competing to see who hunts more crystal cores. Luo Tianxiong's frown deepened at his words. He himself had sent Chow Fong Yuan and the others to the center of the city to hunt some crystal cores back for Chen Mo before. That place in the center of the city has the presence of the god of longevity. Add to that the multitude of walkers and it would have been dangerous. Jiangdong, they wouldn't have encountered the god of Shoshi, would they? Boss, should we send someone to look for it? Luo Tianxiong's eyes flickered as he pondered for a moment and said, it should be fine. Shukijin is in that position at the new emperor group. It's not like a couple of them are going there. And just then, a man suddenly rushed in hurriedly outside the door. With an anxious, fiery face, he broke in and exclaimed, Boss, it's not good. Li Fengyun has returned with serious injuries. Bang! Luo Tianxiong violently got up from the table and said, where is he? Outside the villa area. Luo Tianxiong looked at Li Fengyun who was covered in blood and missing an arm in front of him. Heart thumping. A bad feeling rose. He clearly remembered yesterday that Li Fengyun and Chow Fong Yuan set off together. Li Fengyun's squad, but there were a full 10 people in it. But right now, only Li Fengyun is back? Chow Fong Yuan's pupils even shrunk as he rushed forward. Li Fengyun, how come you're the only one back? Where's your squad? Li Fengyun's breath was weak to the core. Lying on a stretcher, his vision was somewhat blurred as he looked towards Luo Tianxiong and Chow Fong Yuan's people. Upon seeing Chow Fong Yuan, he sobered up for a moment. Getting up and glaring at Chow Fong Yuan in death. His pupils were regal and he hissed as if he was a stern ghost. Chow Fong Yuan, you asshole, why did you lie to us? I'll kill you. Li Fengyun's only remaining hand gripped Chow Fong Yuan's collar in a death grip, his eyes reddening as he said. The crowd of male lions present snapped to look over. Luo Tianxiong was also stunned and said, what the hell is going on? Where's your squad? Li Fengyun smiled miserably and said hoarsely, Boss, they're all dead. We saw the Shijigami. What? All the faces in the room were in a state of shock. Chow Fong Yuan even turned pale and said, this can't be right. That head of the Shohei god is clearly at the new emperor group there in the center of the city. Last night's trip. I took you all to avoid that place obviously. Li Fengyun yelled. Asterisk Q. Bull asterisk New Kings Group. We saw that monster at the Waldemar Mall. What do you mean? Could it be that this monster will also instantly move? Not in the New King Group? Chow Fong Yuan's breath caught and he exclaimed. Impossible. It's absolutely impossible. The new emperor group and Wadimar are many kilometers away. When we came back, several of our squad even made a point of checking out the new emperor group. Everyone on our team can testify to that. In just one night, with the size of that monster. How could it be back and forth in 2 places? P.S. 3 more. The new book begs to be chased and hyped for positive reviews. Please. Powdered milk by thank you. Kowtow to the greats. Bang bang. Chapter 53, More Than One? Female Zombie vs. Shou Shishin. How would I know that? Li Yunfeng's pupils were covered in blood, and he coughed heavily, spitting out several mouthfuls of blood. Luo Tianxiong shouted angrily. Alright, what the hell is going on here? And where the hell is Shukijin now? Seeing the boss speak, the 2 men paused at the same time. The constant recounting of what he experienced last night. By their description, the 2 squads sent out. It was actually all at the same time that they saw that Shou Shishin's? Luo Tianxiong's brows tightened as his mood grew more and more irritated. At this time, Jiang Dong, who had not spoken for a long time, suddenly said quietly, Boss, do you think it's possible that there's more than one of that Shohei god? This statement was made. Luo Tianxiong's pupils shrunk violently. A little chill ran through his body. Even Chow Fong Yuan and Li Yunfeng both looked over in unison. Bad. Luo Tianxiong's face suddenly changed. If that's really the case, I'm afraid that elder brother Chen is in danger. Luo Tianxiong, how long has old brother Chen been gone? Jiang Dong spoke. It's been 4 or 5 hours. He granny bear. Luo Tianxiong's face clouded over as he cursed angrily. Jiang Dong, bear? What bear? Luo Tianxiong immediately spoke. Jiang Dong, quickly go and get all the brothers up and bring their equipment. This damn thing. If it really has 2 heads, that's going to be a problem. On the other hand, inside the center of Tianhai City, this used to be the place where the elite class as well as the white-collar workers of Tianhai City went to work. There are skyscrapers everywhere to look up to. And now, all of those tall and grandiose edifices have been destroyed and collapsed. Above the wasteland, a zombie snarled at those who came. Ho ho ho. An incredibly dark black shadow leapt up from a group of zombies. It was 4 or 5 meters high. It was actually a second-order zombie with only half of its head covered in rotting maggots. The zombie was extremely fast, its mouth spewing out an unpleasant stench as it lunged and bit towards Chen Mo. Roar! Chen Mo frowned. A right hand stroke. The steel balls floating around his body burst out like bullets. He was about to hit the center of the second-order zombie's forehead. The zombie actually sidestepped, and the steel ball went straight through its shoulder. Zombies can likewise enhance their abilities when they advance. And this zombie right here in front of me, obviously just a huge speed boost. Oh, Chen Mo was slightly surprised and said indifferently, "And what about this? Mastery alien usage." Squeaky, squeaky. Surprisingly, there were violent tremors in the surrounding ruins. In an instant, a single piece of discarded metal snapped and clamped down towards the zombie that lunged in front of him. It's like a sandwich. Bang! The sound of a loud, crisp clang of metal hitting metal. The taijutsu in his hand cut down dryly. The head of the zombie rolled down, looking at the zombie corpses all over the ground in front of him, as well as the zombies that kept rushing in as if they couldn't be killed. Chen Mo opened his mouth. Almost there. Poor man. Be careful. The closer you get to where the gods live, the more dangerous the nearby walkers become. With such a dense number, it was no wonder that the lion's people didn't even dare to explore deeper into it. The poor man at his side responded with a low growl. Suddenly, a mournful hiss came from directly in front of him. Immediately afterward, another ear-piercing sound like a baby's cry rang out. The earth shook beneath his feet. When the voice is heard, the surrounding zombies coming from all directions suddenly all came to a halt. Surprisingly, it was bizarre and unbelievable that he turned away. Chen Mo was stunned. That voice, so familiar. Shokijin? Chen Mo frowned, slightly surprised. Looking to the poor man beside him who was devouring the zombie's brain, he opened his mouth. Poverty. Let's go. Chen Mo directly rode on the poor man's back. The poor man's hindquarters slowly crouched down, then leapt up. In the midst of this chaotic rubble, the athletic and incomparable ran towards the front, behind a collapsed building. When coming here, Chen Mo's pupils shrunk violently, because the scene in front of him was just too shocking. Rumble dash. The sound of collapsing buildings being destroyed was unrelenting. Under this blood-colored sky, dust filled the sky. Fire, hissing sounds, dense like a tidal wave of corpses. In front of them there was actually a huge thing like a huge mountain lying on its side on the ground. It was more than 20 meters high. It looked like a huge baby, white-skinned and full of flab. The monster had no face, no eyes, no nose, just a mouth. Both legs, it seemed, were sewn together, writhing constantly like worms. Was continuously flapping his arms, collapsing countless rubble buildings every time he slammed down. Crushing a swath of corpses. It made a piercingly loud noise. The god of longevity. This frightening sense of oppression couldn't help but make Chen Mo tremble and shiver. The poor chi beside him was also counting down his hair by the roots, grinning and hissing non-stop. Before he was reborn, Shou Shishin himself had left Tianhai City before he was born. This was the first time Chen Mo had seen the true appearance of the Shoshi god, in the presence of the god of longevity. All of it is so small. Chen Mo only felt some goosebumps rising all over his body. An incomparable fervor and excitement surfaced in his eyes. Is this the god of longevity? And who is the other one? In front of the behemoth that is the god of longevity, there is a strange-looking, looks like a female walker. The female zombie was cloaked and covered in countless scabs of blood. The spine and hands were covered with spines like white bone. Was hissing continuously. In it, Chen Mo similarly felt a great sense of danger. Third degree? Chen Mo's eyes kept flickering. Like a fight, the female zombie roared up to the sky, and thousands of zombies around her. Surprisingly, they all tore towards the Shoshi god with no intention of dying. Boom! Another slap slammed down, like a giant hammer. The earth crumbled and rolled in 1,000 waves. Everything around them began to shake violently. This familiar voice caused Chen Mo to snap to memory. That's it. That necromancer inside the hypermarket that day? These two monsters. What's going on? Chen Mo mused for a moment. It was a scene that he hadn't expected. When the Fey zombies advanced to a certain level, they had a sense of lordship. This zombie in front of him was challenging the overlord of this Tianhai city, Shou Shishin. Chen Mo's eyes lit up and he muttered, I can't believe that someone else has gotten there first. Roar. The poor chi on the side continuously let out low roars, somewhat eager to try. Chen Ma, wait first. It just so happened that I could take this opportunity to see the reality of this Shou Shishin. He had once taken a cursory glance at the information on Shou Shishin. The defense is high, the blood is thick, its power is infinite, and the most noteworthy ability is the screaming of the Shukijin. The eardrums will be shattered if they are light, or they will die a violent death directly on the spot. Chen Mo and the poor man were hidden in this place. The female zombie that was challenging the Shukijin, with her barbed head, didn't seem to be doing too well. Countless zombies as dense as small black dots surrounded the behemoth that was Shou Shishin, but their attacks couldn't even penetrate Shou Shishin's flesh. Chapter 54, Sukiyaki God. Submit to me. Rumble dash came a loud noise, and the Shoshi god moved his massive body slightly. He then crushed hundreds of zombies surrounding his body in an instant. The scene was bloody as hell. It's as simple as, well, crushing an ant. The female zombie let out a long growl and jumped several meters high. Jumped directly onto the top of the Shoshi god's huge body. The extremely sharp nails didn't enter the flesh of the Shoshi god and climbed upwards with great speed. When it came to the uppermost peak, the female zombie actually used the barbs of her hands to. In an instant, it was heavily embedded into the Shoshi god's massive body. It then slid downward toward the bottom, and by inertia tore two bloody, raw, constant spurts of green bloody mouths. The blow had clearly caused Shukijin to feel pain. The Shoshi god let out a long, piercing cry of agony that sounded like a bee song. It began to stir violently, and countless crumbling edifices around it collapsed and smashed down. Under the constant reverberation of this scream, the Chen Mo, who was clearly hundreds of meters away from there, was still affected by the waves. There was a jolt and some headaches. Chen Mo's face changed, and under the heaven's right supernatural power, the himself seemed to hear clearly what Shukijin was saying. It hurts. It hurts. Is it hurt? The Shikatsujin's massive arm began to swing downward continuously, grabbing hundreds of zombies each time. It was released towards the mouth with a chilling chewing sound. Click, 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 like he was regaining his strength. It only took a moment for this zombie versus Shukijin engagement, with thousands of zombies around. 2, then there is no 1 out of 10. The female zombie was powerful and constantly inflicted damage on Shoshishin's body. Another long whistle, and that's when the god of longevity flapped his fat, bloated arms directly across the surrounding ruins one by one, tapped towards the female zombie. Boom! Dust and mist covered the sky, and the female zombie flew backwards as her barbs were shattered all over her body. It smashed down heavily on Chen Mo's side. Bones were shattered and even dented at the chest. If it wasn't a third-order corpse king, I'm afraid that it would have been slapped into mush. The poor man let out a low roar and looked over with an incomparable vigilance. The female zombie that was covered in the blood of the Shukijin looked up. When he saw Chen Mo, he was shaken. Then with a hiss, he hurriedly lowered his head and fled towards the distance. Escape! Escape! Faint and unmistakable information came through the Celestial Power Alien Institute. Chen Mo frowned tightly, watching the fleeing back of the female zombie that fled the place without saying a word. It's a heavenly power ability? Or is it talking? Before he could think much about it, the wounded Shukijin behind him then began to wreak havoc like he was raging. Rumble! The images are horrifying in the extreme. Earth cracking, rolling rocks, dust, explosions. Chen Mo's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at poor Chi. It's our turn, poor man. Buzz! The Juggernaut ability was used, and countless iron liquids surged around the area. A few steel balls in his pocket also floated up. The poor man leapt forward and immediately pounced. Chen Mo held his taijutsu and ascended onto the ruins with great speed. Watching this behemoth in front of him keep squirming and coming, the face revealed an unmistakable calmness. Is this the destructive power of the god Shikatsu? It is not as good as those gods that destroyed the heavens and the earth before they were reborn, but as far as the early days of the end times were concerned, it was definitely an existence that made anyone despair. Chen Mo waved his right hand. Manipulating the Juggernaut's supernatural ability caused the countless iron liquids around him to turn into a single steel ball and burst out. A hollow popping sound was emitted. Put, put. Nowadays, his mastery alien ability had long been different from what it used to be. The might of these steel beads instantly disappeared into the Shoshi god's gigantic body, deeply set into the flesh and blood. The Shukatsujin is simply too large. These steel balls don't do any substantial damage at all, but it was as dense as a sudden rain. Soon, tiny holes surfaced on the Shoshi god's body. A trail of green blood flowed from it, combined with the damage done by the female walker earlier. The mold looked oozing. The Shoshi god let out a long, angry cry and directly grabbed a boulder and threw it towards Chen Mo. After becoming a dual alien, Chen Mo, whose physical quality had been greatly strengthened, avoided and dodged with great ease. Rumble! A loud noise came from behind them. Looking at the huge monster in front of him, even Chen Mo couldn't help but feel a little tricky. Shoshishin is extremely resilient despite its limited mobility. That zombie just tore it open so long that 2 cuts couldn't even hurt its life. Not to mention these steel balls. Rumble! The Shoshi god clawed into the ground with both hands and kept crawling in Chen Mo's direction. A few little bugs that challenged itself again and again made it become even more furious. Eat! Eat! Chen Mo went forward. When the voice was heard, his face was calm and he sneered. Want to eat me? Then try it. An object containing metal floated in the air and turned into liquid as much as it could. Constantly intertwining and surging, it gradually coalesced into a sharp, incomparably, a metal blade several meters long and wide. When you deal with giants, you use giants. This metal blade, constantly condensing, was enough to cause great damage to the Shoshi god. mobilizing such a huge amount of master alien energy. What was consumed was not something that could be compared to the dozen or so small steel balls in that area. Since a small steel ball can't help you, what about this? Excitement surfaced in Shenmo's eyes. Right hand slips, directly urging this metal blade to stab towards the Shoshi god. The Shoshi god was already bulky and heavy, moving as slowly as a huge mountain, and it was impossible to avoid it. It raised its hand and tried to fend it off with its arm. But the immense and incomparable metal blade actually directly penetrated its palm. Green blood splashed like a fountain, and a pool of green blood soon appeared on the ground. This time, as if feeling great pain, the screams of the Shikatsujin were even louder and harsher. This sound wave splashed straight out and the iron liquid floating around was instantly transformed into a puddle that spilled onto the ground, and the metal blade that pierced through the flesh and blood on that palm, surprisingly, kept starting to drip down liquid. Its call is not only capable of affecting a person's reach, but it is also capable of affecting psychic abilities. And just then, a growl rang out. Roar! The poor man was directly afraid of climbing onto the bloated body of the god of longevity, and heavily slapped a claw towards the bottom of the amount of power, the sharpness of the claws, with unparalleled ease, it tore through Shoshishin's defense. Most frighteningly, the poor man actually opened his mouth towards the flesh and blood inside and continuously started to tear it. Half of his body was plunged directly into the Shoshi god's flesh. The sharp pains coming from two places made the Shoshi god shake his body like crazy. Like an earthquake. Pain. A wave of flesh rippled from the bloated flesh of the Shoshi god, constantly using his other hand to try and slap the poor man down on his body. The poor man's actions were flexible to the extreme, and he was able to avoid them perfectly every time. Shenmo looked at the Shoshi god, who was in immense pain. It was no wonder that the Shoshi god, who even the male lion couldn't solve, would end up being killed by poor Chi. Inside the lions are all mostly ordinary people. Not even an unusual shifter could resist the Shukijin's scream when it went off, not to mention them. And the poor man's movement was so nimble that such a sluggish behemoth could not help it at all. Even if it was slowly bled out, it would be able to grind it to death. I don't know how much time has passed. At this moment, Shukijin was on her white skin. It had long since been scarred, suffused with countless wounds and green blood. Mania slapped the ground and surroundings haphazardly. Shenmo's eyes twinkled at the sight, began to think darkly. Can the heavenly powers and powers of the gods be subdued or not? Shenmo arrived at a high raised waste rock. Try to communicate by releasing your celestial powers. Looking up at the behemoth in front of him, he said with a cold face, the god of longevity. Submit to me. Chapter 55 Shoshi God Beta, the second god of Tianhai City. It hurts. Ouch. Shenmo walked over without the slightest fear. The Shoshi god continuously let out wails of pain and trembled his bloated body. Upon hearing Shenmo's communication with it, the god of longevity was stunned and suddenly paused for a moment. Its head, which was merely a mouth, turned. Obviously no face, but it seems to be looking at Shenmo, seems to be wondering, why, this bug can talk to itself? Shenmo's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw this. Submit to me, or die. He caused the poor man who was wreaking havoc on the Shoshi god's huge body to pause. The poor man would agree and take a deep leap, spanning dozens of meters across. Boom! The body of the man stirred up a huge dust mist and came to Shenmo's side. A constant loud and clear roar. Roar! Roar! It likewise communicates with the god of Shikatsu. The air, for a moment, was quiet. Even Shenmo could not help but feel apprehensive at this moment. My heart was pounding. This huge mountain in front of me is a god in the end times. Even if the god of longevity was merely a god that wasn't very powerful, but take in a god. This is something that has never been done before in the end times. Appalling as well. With its massive size, the Shoshi god was undoubtedly an oppressive and massively terrifying siege monster. If it is possible to keep growing, Shenmo didn't have the slightest doubt that it could easily smash the impenetrable tens of meters high walls of the military district. The current Shoshi god was at the 4th rank though, but the IQ, it seems, is extremely low, not at all as good as poor man's. Under Shenmo's communication with the poor man, it seems to have just gotten a rough idea of what it means. It slowly squirmed as the rest of the wasteland was crushed by its massive size, reaching out with his fat, blood-stained right hand. A murmur escaped. Shenmo's eyes lit up when he saw this. Murphy? Eat, soon. Shenmo understood what it meant. Some doubt. Eat? All of a sudden, the slowly coming hand rumbled and slapped down towards where he was. Rumble. Dust and mist rose from the sky, erupting into a deafening and shocking roar. That area, under this terrifying might of the Shoshi god, the boulders were reduced to pieces. There wasn't even a crumb left. Shukijin let out a derisive yelp. Hee, hip. Whoosh! The poor man broke through the roiling dust and mist, drawing a long arc in the air. Shenmo, on the other hand, clutched its fur and was similarly brought out by the poor man. Bang! The poor man landed steadily on top of a ruin. The expression was fierce and grim as he showed his teeth and let out a growl. The Chenmo beside him was left with a black line on his face. The face was unsightly. He now, at last, understood what this shoshi god in front of him meant. It was trying to eat itself. What a cheeky thing to do. The opportunity was given to you. As it was. Then slaughter the gods. Chenmo's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. Coldly, he grunted. Poverty. Kill it. The poor man immediately rushed out like a falling star. Chenmo waved his hand. Juggernaut powers used to the extreme. 20 meters. 25 meters. 30 meters. Streaks of silvery liquid snapped out of the surrounding wasteland, coming from all directions. It was as if it had turned into a long river floating in mid-air. Chenmo's face was icy cold, turning this ferroliquid metal into an immense and incomparable spear, driving the juggernaut alien energy with both hands. It burst heavily towards the behemoth in front of him. Shoshishin had long since taken quite a bit of damage from his battle with that female zombie, and this time Chenmo wasn't going to hold back, prepared to give it a living death in place. The spear dug deep into the bloated flesh of the shoshi god in an instant. A violent hissing resounded through the sky, deafening both ears. Countless green blood jetted out, as if a green rainstorm had been sprinkled across the sky and earth. The poor man climbed all the way down to where the neck of the god of longevity was, with layers and layers of fat. The instincts of the beast made its eyes scarlet. Blooming with a regal and incomparable light tore towards this layer of fat meat. Roar! Pieces of flesh and blood were torn. The 4 pairs of claws were like vice-like deadlocks in the shoshi god's flesh. No matter how much it struggled, it couldn't get away from the poor man's bite. Looking at Shoshishin, who was still struggling continuously even though he was bleeding profusely, Chenmo said in a cold voice, "The life force is really tenacious." 2 or 3 times in a row, he used his master alien energy to condense such a huge Hyrule. It also consumed a lot of his stamina. The Juggernaut alien ability is, after all, second order. If not for the fact that he is a dual psychic and his physique is more powerful than that of a psychic of the same rank, I'm afraid I'm already physically exhausted. Chenmo's eyes were ferocious. Taking a deep breath once again, he used up his juggernaut powers. "I'd like to see how much longer you can hold out." And just then, the earth beneath his feet suddenly trembled violently. In the distance, a sky of dust and fog swept in like a sandstorm. A dilapidated high-rise building collapsed, and countless cracks surfaced on the ground. Rumble. Chenmo's body shook and frowned. What again? As he looked toward the smoke-filled place. Boom! It was like being struck by lightning. Chenmo's pupils shrunk violently, only to see that in that direction, a behemoth that looked exactly like the shoshi god had similarly appeared. How is that possible? It doesn't come by creeping, it comes by rolling on inertia. The 2 shoshi gods, at the same time, let out a scream. The countless precariously ruined rocks around them were shattered by these 2 terrifying waves of sound. This sound, for a moment, spread throughout the entire Tianhai city. At this moment, whether in a safe place, or the survivors in Tianhai city who fought the zombies in a bloodbath, all of them looked toward the center of the city in unison, and one of them looked horrified, fear to the core, and the hundreds of heavily armed members of the Lion, who are coming in their vehicles, with a great deal of fanfare. It was even more of a shock. One covered his ears in pain. "Ah, what's that sound? My head is going to explode." Luo Tianxiong, who was an alien, was in a better state. When he heard the voice, he stood at the front of the car, picked up his binoculars and looked toward the center of town, and, looking at the sandstorm sweeping across the other side of Tianhai city, and the giant monster, his face was pale with disbelief. "What the hell is this again? It's broken. Get your ing together and keep moving. It must be Elder Brother Chen, fighting against that shoshi god. Boss, it's no good. The front is all blocked by collapsed tall buildings. Vehicles can't get through." At that moment, a shout came from directly ahead. Luo Tianxiong was startled and jumped violently. The vehicle under his feet instantly collapsed and dented, missing half the body. A leap of several meters to the forefront. After seeing the 5 or 6 meter high boulder in front of him, Luo Tianxiong roared lowly as his muscles filled with blood and swelled up in an instant. Luo Tianxiong's eyes were crimson. Under the horrified gazes of the crowd of Lion members, both fists blasted out in unison. Rumble. Great and normal systemic ability. 100 times increase. A first-order alien he is. Nowadays, it is able to increase its power by 10 times. Chapter 56, Nailing the Endgame Gods. The heavens' right alien power breaks through the upper limit. And the other side. Chenmo looked at the dying head in front of him, Shukijin who was covered in green blood, as well as the other Shukijin who was crawling towards this place, kicking up a horrifying sandstorm, cold through and through. Chenmo's voice was a bit hoarse as he muttered, "Why, there's going to be another Shukijin? 2 shoshi gods?" This had never been recorded even in the military region before rebirth. Chen Mo's eyes kept flickering. The mind instantly recalled everything there was to know about Tianhai City's Shoshishan. According to the information left in the military district, the god of longevity wreaks havoc in the city of Tianhai. The survivors' organization, the Lion Sect, Luo Tianxiong, dispatched thousands of men heavily armed to crusade, all gone. When the 6th Special Region sent a squad of Ultrans to Tianhai City, Luo Tianxiong and Lion are nowhere to be found, and the traces left behind are judged to be evacuation. And then it was the battle between the poor Qi and the god of longevity, killing and devouring him. The alien squad had lost a lot of money in a fruitless effort, and the poor man had accomplished a new Tianhai City hegemony. Evacuation. Chen Mo muttered. This Shoshishan's strength was at the 4th rank though. However, it couldn't help his 2nd-ranked self and the poor man at all. Even if he advanced to the 6th rank at that time, the male lion was similarly growing. There's no way the lions can't handle so many people. Chen Mo's pupils stared, like something came to mind. A horrible possibility inexplicably surfaced in his mind. Could it be, then, that Luo Tianxiong et al., totally not expecting a second head? That's why he finally chose to leave Tianhai City after losing a lot of money and being unable to compete. And it was this second head that the poor man had swallowed. Rumble. In front of him, there was suddenly a shocking sound. The Shaozhou god that rolled in the distance. The two collided heavily between the huge body and the head in front of him. The collision between the two mountains of meat, the fat on their bodies was like a wave layer by layer. The terrifying air currents in the field were even capable of lifting people off the ground. Can't be bothered to think about it. Chen Mo's face was grave as he bellowed. Poor man! Roar! The poor man leapt from the air. Celestial power alien usage. The poor man in the air, in an instant, turned into dots of starlight and disappeared. And on Chen Mo's left arm, a poor man's tattoo had suddenly surfaced. Celestial power ability, which allows one to share in the abilities of the poor man. Chen Mo instantly felt energized, light and agile. A deep jump. It quickly opened a gap of several 20 to 30 meters away from the dying Shoshi god in front of it. This huge air current swept in countless pieces of debris. Chen Mo condensed a wall in front of him with metal. Ding! Ding! That second Shoshi god let out a chirp. It actually opened its mouth and tore down the dying Shoshi god with a single bite. The scene was shocking. Scorched earth, ruins, a mountain of flesh, gnawing at another mountain of flesh. Just the air current swirling from that Shoshi god's coming destroyed everything. Behind it, it was the wretched, ruins-filled Tianhai City. What it has brought about is the end of the apocalypse. The dying Shoshi god kept struggling, letting out roars of excruciating pain. And that second Shoshi god, his hands ripped at its flesh and blood, tearing off a chunk and swallowing it into his stomach. It made a morose chewing sound. Yummy! Sparing Chen Mo, he couldn't help but look a little creeped out. Fishy, slimy green blood that didn't make it into every crevice in this ruin. In the consciousness, came the call of the poor man. Chen Mo said to himself, I know. While he was at it, he took out a few first-order crystal cores to restore his strength. Eyes narrowed slightly. No wonder when the people from the military district came to this place they didn't find the first Shoshi god. Turns out it was eaten clean a long time ago. This one, on the other hand, seemed to look a bit more intelligent. Not sooner, not later, but at this time of the day. With the added power of the poor man's power, Chen Mo carried his Tai saber in his hand and ran like a fierce beast. Avoiding the heavy obstacles, he leapt onto the top of the dying Shoshi god. Perhaps it was because Chen Mo's size was too small in comparison. As small as an ant. That second Shoshi god didn't seem to notice Chen Mo's presence at all. Opened his mouth, once again ready to bite down. Chen Mo took this opportunity to crouch down and jumped directly on top of it in a cold voice. But don't mess with other people's stuff. Put. The taijutsu in his hand pierced into this mountain of flesh in an instant. Juggernaut alien moves. Countless silver-colored iron liquids surged out from the surrounding ruins, sweeping towards this place. It turned into a vortex and converged in the taijutsu. With the poor man's augmentation of his own dominant psychic powers, the range that could be induced had even expanded to 60 meters, infinitely closing in on the third-order alien. Chen Mo gripped his taijutsu with both hands, his eyes revealing a heart-stopping light. Behind him, there seemed to be this poor man's shadow aiding him. Chen Mo roared angrily. Juggernaut powers used to the extreme. Countless iron liquids rose up in the air around them, like a stream merging into the river and the sea. It didn't go into the taijutsu. The weight of this taijutsu in his hand was becoming heavier and heavier. Inch by inch, he sank deeper into it. Bubbling green blood emerged from it, and this head of Shoshishan that his feet were stepping on. I only felt my body becoming heavier and heavier. But still, he was undeterred in his desire to tear off the blood and flesh of the dying Shoshi god and devour it. You know, the corpse of a god. That's a good thing. And, if one remembers correctly, after slaying the gods, the mysterious merchant of legend would come and actively seek himself out. in exchange for the body of a god. Seeing that this shameless Shoshi god was still wildly flaunting his loot. You still eat. At this moment, Chen Mo was truly anxious. Eyes red, he yelled. Asterisk 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 you. I told you not to eat other people's loot. Boom! From Chen Mo's body, a terrifying aura erupted. 80 meters. 100 meters. At this moment, all the metal within a 100-meter radius coalesced into an incredibly sharp long blade that, it was tens of meters long and wide. It is like the sword of Damocles hanging in the sky. It slammed down towards the spine of the Shoshi god at his feet. A mournful sound of excruciating pain resounded. Chen Mo on its body was drenched by the green blood that gushed out, as if it were a severe ghost. Rumble! A shocking noise and dust mist exploded. The earth crumbled, and a feeling of weightlessness came from beneath his feet. This huge, heavy metal sword. It was actually appalling to the extreme that it nailed this head of Shoshi god through the collapsed ground. A sinkhole littered with 100-meter depressions. In the center, a nailed-down endgame god, allowing the Shoho god to struggle haphazardly. There was also no way to get rid of this huge metal sword that was stuck in the center of its body. Chen Mo panted heavily with heavy, ragged breaths. The poor man appeared from the heavenly power alien and came to its side concerned with a constant low growl. Chen Mo's eyes were covered with blood and he waved his hand. I'm fine. Trembling, he rose from the floor, looking at the huge metal sword that was stuck in this Shoshi god. With this strike, he directly emptied himself of all his chi. Relying on the power of the poor man, he exploded far beyond the limits of what a second-rank alien could use. A second-order alien, slaughtering a fourth-order god. Look around. It was a mess and a ruin, with smoke everywhere, and as far as the eye could see, not a single piece of it was intact. Under this blood-colored sky, two amazing giants were dying here. Chen Mo didn't bother to enjoy the satisfaction of that single killing of a god. Instead, he looked at the half-eaten body of the god of Shikatsu. Viciously, he stomped a few feet towards the Shoujo god underneath him. I'll let you eat. Let you eat. The spine that the giant metal sword had nailed through seemed to be its lifeblood. A faint murmur came from the extremely weak and dying Shoshi god at his feet. Rao! Spare me! Chapter 57, Conquering the Shoshi God. A mysterious merchant in the post-apocalyptic world. The head at his feet, pierced by a giant metal sword and dying, seemed to be calling out to the god of longevity. Chen Mo was stunned. Eyes narrowed slightly. Oh, this god of Shoshi. He's even begging for forgiveness? Chen Mo pondered for a while before crouching down, placing his left hand on top of the body of this Shoshi god. Celestial power alien usage. Submit to me. This head of Shoshishin was obviously much smarter than the first one. When the realization was felt, two hands were held out feebly, letting out a weak, ineffable whimper. Willing. When this intention came, Chen Mo's left hand was in the palm of his hand. A brilliant purple light suddenly burst out on the body of the immense and incomparable Shoshi god underneath him. Dots of starlight even gradually emerged. It diffused into a streak of purple breath that didn't enter Chen Mo's left hand. Knock! Like something hitting hard in the middle of the head. Chen Mo suddenly felt a splitting headache, painful to the core. On its left arm, a bizarre and incomparable tattoo was gradually coming out. The tattoo continued to diffuse upwards, all the way to the left side of his chest, revealing an eerie and incomparable beauty. Chen Mo clenched his teeth to death and strongly suppressed the severe pain that was difficult to endure. The heavenly power alien ability was actually able to subdue the gods. But Chen Mo, who was merely a second-order heavenly power ability today, it was obviously incredibly difficult when it came to accommodating this fourth-ranked Shoshi god. The massive Shoshi god underneath him trembled. Restlessness stirred. Nailed through its body, that huge metal giant sword suddenly turned into liquid. Rolling rocks surged and dust rose. Suddenly, Chen Mo's eyes were covered in blood, and he roared with a fierce expression. In his mind, he inexplicably established a trace of connection with this Shoshi god. The Shoshi god under his feet unexpectedly transformed into countless purple mist in an instant and merged into his left hand. Porchi carried the agonizing Chen Mo in his mouth and leapt to a place above the ruins, constantly licking his cheeks with his tongue. I don't know how long it's been. Chen Mo slowly opened his eyes, upon seeing the empty space around them, as well as when that one head of the Shoshi god was dead and only half of its body was left. Somewhat bewildered, he muttered, Success? Chen Mo felt a bit incredulous as he pulled his sleeves apart. Above the left arm, a hideous and incomparable tattoo that looked like a symbol had appeared. Chen Mo's eyes suddenly lit up. Master! The feeble, unmistakable voice rang in his head. The god of longevity? Chen Mo was delighted and released it. Rumble, a huge beast appeared in this deep pit. On its body, there was a huge wound that looked like a crack in the abyss. The poor man roared lowly all over. That head of the Shoshi god likewise responded with a constant whisper. Only, its IQ was a bit higher than the last one though, but not much higher. Chen Mo asked it many questions. all of which were half understood, only able to understand only the most basic commands. The god of longevity moved his massive body and rolled over. Countless pieces of debris and sand shook off. It was pointing its face, which only had one mouth, straight at Chen Mo. The behemoth in front of him let out a pleading voice of incomparable longing. Eat, want to eat. Chen Mo frowned when he saw this. It wants to eat that other Shukijin? No way. Chen Mo stopped it without hesitation. It had eaten most of the body of this trophy of his own before. The corpse of this Shoshi god was still of great use to himself. You can't give it a chance to be eaten by it. Pain. Chen Mo looked at the injuries on Shoshishin's body, having been directly penetrated through his spine by the giant metal sword. By now, it was still gurgling out large amounts of green blood. Chen Mo's eyes flickered as he opened his mouth. There's a lot of first-order zombie corpses around here, too. You will eat them all as a means of recovering from your injuries. Earlier, when that corpse king came to challenge, there are thousands of deadwalkers here. Think that should be enough. Shukijin kept repeating the word pain for half a day. Chen Mo said it several times it was unable to understand. That is, until the poor man on the side grabbed a zombie out of nowhere and let out a low growl. Roar! Eat this walker in front of it. The god of longevity then realized the meaning. Dragging his fat, bloated body, he crawled towards the front, making a huge commotion. Chen Mo also let it go. It's only now that the headaches are starting to set in. This is just one head of Shoshishin being included among the heavenly powers exotics. Then they put a great burden on their spirit. If he were to give the poor man another income, he was only afraid that his head would explode with pain. A second-order heaven's right ability was a bit too forced after all. Chen Mo glanced at the poor man on his side. The good thing was that the poor man was very communicative, and it was convenient to have it to catch up on the road. As long as you don't incorporate both the poor man and the god of longevity into the heaven's power alien energy at the same time, there's nothing much to worry about. But this one incident also made Chen Mo understand. The celestial power ability is not just able to take in Fey. Even an end-time god like Shikatsujin was able to take in. Chen Mo pulled out a few first-order crystal cores and casually threw a few over to the poor man. Well done. Then it began to absorb and recover its strength. Look at the wretched smoke-filled ruins. Chen Mo's eyes flashed as he arrived in front of the corpse of that Shoshi god, the only remaining half of the still huge behemoth, and the ruins which were being continually plowed with both hands at a distance. A Shuji who scooped up dozens of zombies and put them in his mouth to chew. Chen Mo had a black line on his face. This half-head. I don't know if it will be enough to induce the appearance of the mysterious merchant, as known from memory. Mystery traders can appear anywhere, and there, it doesn't stay there for long at all. Maybe an hour and then it's gone. It would be as hard as hell to actively try to find him, but there is another way. Let the mystery traders come to you of their own accord. Mystery merchants come and go without a trace. When a god's corpse or a treasure appears, it will then have a high chance of appearing here, and reach out to you to ask for redemption items. No one knows how it does it. Chen Mo took a deep breath and found a place to sit down and wait quietly, and I don't know if half a body will do. Hopefully, the mysterious merchant will come. Among the treasures of the mysterious merchant, there were countless supreme treasures. Everything you want, it can fulfill. Before he was reborn, although he was a sixth-order alien himself. However, the mysterious businessman has never been seen in person and has only heard of him by hearsay. Chen Mo's eyes gazed into the distance. Looking at the gradually dimming crimson sky, he wondered what he was thinking. At this moment, in the middle of this wasteland, a cool breeze blew through. Behind him, a rustling footstep suddenly sounded. Tada! Under this crimson sky, a black-robed man with a short stature less than a meter tall stepped over the ruins. The poor man beside him was keenly aware of the movement behind him. It turned around violently, its fur standing on end as it kept roaring low. Chen Mo, who was resting with his eyes closed, was stunned. Get up and look behind you. Upon seeing the short, black-robed man whose face could not be seen, pupils snapped. Somewhat unbelievable. Mystery merchant? Surprisingly, it actually came? Chen Mo didn't know what kind of mood he was in at the moment. How many people spent their lives trying to find it before the rebirth? But those who can see the mysterious businessman, besides some of the top brass in the military region, only a very small number of peak aliens. The black-robed man was like a ghost, strolling through this wasteland. It slowly came to Chen Mo's body and merely stood there without speaking. For a long time, a somewhat surprised raspy voice sounded. It's you, killed the god of longevity? Chapter 58, Redeeming Onigiri. Grade F Recovery Potion. Chen Mo nodded his head with a calm expression. It's me. The mysterious merchant paused, seemingly sizing up Chen Mo in front of him, and then said quietly, I'd like to trade you for the body of that one. Swap? In the early days of the end times, many of the exalted were unaware of the mysterious merchant's origins. When choosing to refuse the exchange, the mysterious merchant in front of him would disappear in an instant. Chen Mo did not hesitate. Exchange, the mysterious merchant said simply and clearly. What do you want? Chen Mo pondered for a moment and said tentatively. I want a boundary crystal core, and a sword capable of beheading gods. Boundary crystal and cores. Something that could make a psychic break through the upper limit of psychic abilities, and strengthen psychic abilities. At these words, the mysterious merchant was shaken. It hasn't opened its mouth. This person knows about the boundary crystals? Where did you learn about the boundary crystals? The mysterious merchant asked. Chinma, is this an exchange? The mysterious merchant shook his head. Looking towards the corpse of that head of the Shoshi god, he opened his mouth. Not enough. It's only halfway down. Chen Mo's eyes narrowed slightly. Which is not enough? A boundary crystal core, or a sword capable of beheading gods? None of it is enough, the mysterious merchant said. Since you know about the boundary crystal core, you should understand its value. Boundary crystals, capable of strengthening powers beyond those of the same rank. Its existence was tantamount to giving the exalted an extra rank out of nowhere. Chen Mo's eyes twinkled. It was already a mutilated and incomplete corpse of the Shoshi god, and he didn't have too much expectation. Mystic Trader, your powers, which are powerful, don't need this. If you add that one intact, I can give you a C-class boundary crystal core. Chen Mo refused. Still, tell us your terms. The mysterious merchant nodded. It didn't make any moves. However, in the space beside it, a layer of ripples unexpectedly rippled. From it, a pitch-black, incomparably sharp taijutsu emerged. The taijutsu was a deep black color, with a smooth, sharp blade, and a central line of blood running from end to end of the blade was stained with mottled blood that had existed for an unknown length of time. The handle of the knife is wrapped in a band of cloth and a strand of white cloth floats. It looked filled with blood and fury. Anakiri, capable of absorbing blood aura in small amounts to restore physical strength. The metal in it is the hardest thing in the world. Your juggernaut powers are equally manipulable. Enough for you to use now. The mysterious merchant didn't show any emotion. The voice was hoarse and indifferent. Chen Mo sized up the taijutsu in front of him, his eyes constantly flickering. Mystery merchants have always been notarized, and have never exchanged for equal value, or a little more than that. Never heard of anyone being pitted yet. Not only were the heavenly powers able to be manipulated, but they were also able to absorb blood chi to restore their strength. Chen Mo was a bit impressed. Weighing the situation, he opened his mouth. Change, the mysterious merchant nodded. That taijutsu Anakiri was floating in front of Chen Mo's body. Juggernaut powers unleashed. The ghost cut in front of him was instantly transformed into a puddle of deep black iron. Under Chen Mo's manipulation, it recovered again. Chen Mo's eyes lit up. Sure enough, I still want to exchange something, Chen Mo said. Mystery Trader, what? Chen Mo, Class F recovery potion. Mystery Trader, 5 first-order crystal cores for 1 bottle. Chen Mo nodded his head and took all the first-order crystal cores he had left and exchanged them for recovery potions. A total of 20 bottles were redeemed. This was also thanks to the necromancer calling thousands of zombie hordes to come. In just free time, myself and the poor man had gotten over 100 first-order crystal cores just by going to collect them. There were even dozens of second-order crystal cores. Of course, a large portion of it was eaten by Sho Shishin to use for recovery. The absorption of crystal cores is capped on a daily basis. Class F recovery potion. Not only can it cure the zombie's infection, but it can also quickly restore physical strength. Before the rebirth, many of the magical, incomparable potions of the military district it's all a simplified version of what was researched based on the items exchanged by the mystery trader. After redeeming everything, the figure of the mysterious merchant gradually disappeared in place. Even it was a little confused when it left. Why did the person in front of him know so much? Chen Mo looked at the mysterious merchants disappearing back. Suddenly he opened his mouth. How many gods did I slaughter? The mysterious merchant did not speak. At the last moment of disappearance, it said slyly, if I see you next time, I'll tell you. As soon as the words fell, the mysterious merchant disappeared like a breeze, and not far away on the other side, the behemoth with only half of its body left. The body of the Shoshi god surprisingly disappeared in the same way. It was as if it had never appeared here, leaving no trace behind. Chen Mo laughed out loud and said with fiery eyes, I guess we'll see you next time. After the mysterious merchant left, Chen Mo directly took out a small vial of slender recovery potion. Swallowed. The physical strength of his body was greatly replenished in an instant. The physical strength from the previous battle with those two Shoshi gods was also fully restored at this moment. The effect is remarkable. Chen Mo's eyes brightened as he looked at the ghost cut in his hand. It was unthinkable that he was really able to kill that Shoshi god all by himself. After his rebirth, he even subdued the two great war powers of the poor god and the Shoshi god. This otherworldly feeling was like a lifetime ago. Chen Mo tightly gripped the ghost cut and made a vigorous chop towards his eyes. The huge rock wall in front of him was even as if it was papier-mâché under the ghost's cut. It was easily chopped in half. Its sharpness and material were beyond the reach of any metal in this world. If you face that Shukijin once more, your Onikiri-wielding self will easily go straight through its massive flesh and blood. Instead, it was like those steel balls comparable to sniper bullets that were directly embedded in its flesh and blood. Put the ghost cut away. Chen Mo's eyes were firm like never before. Mumbles. Next, it's time to take a trip to North China. Wait for me. There's also the 6th war area that Lin Shu is relying on behind him. If they don't know how to die. A wisp of killing intent flashed by as Chen Mo looked across to the opposite side that was continuously picking at the ruins, searching for zombie corpses to regain strength for Shukijin. No talking. A 4th order Shoshi god. In these early days of the end times, it would be devastating for any survivor power. The military district, too, is no exception. And just then, in the distance in the direction of where the god of longevity was, suddenly the sound of guns rang out with the utmost ferocity. Bang! Bang! The god of longevity let out a long chant as if he was irritated. Chen Mo's face changed slightly as he looked over, only to see that in the distance, hundreds of members of the Lions had come to this place at some point. They were each heavily armed with firearms. Chen Mo frowned. The Lions, man? What are they doing here? The moment. The expressions of the male lion piece of people were all looking up at this amazing giant as if they had seen a ghost, their scalps tingling. Many people couldn't stop their legs from trembling, and attacked with their guns held stiffly in their hands. Asterisk. Monster! Die for me! What the hell is this? Bang bang! The dense sound of firearms hit Shoshishin's huge body like rain. Compared to Chen Mo's previous slaughter of the 2 Shoshi gods, these hundreds of lion members attacked intensely like a raging storm. The bullets from these rifles couldn't even penetrate Shoshishin's flesh in the slightest at all. Everyone's pupils were dilated and their eyes were horrified. This attack, in turn, stimulated the Shoshi god, causing it to scream. In an instant, these hundreds of raging lion members present, one had a splitting headache and covered his ears in agony as if he were about to explode. Some even bled directly from their mouths and noses and fainted on the spot. Boss, why don't we withdraw? This monster simply cannot be beaten. Jiang Dong, who was flanked by him, exclaimed with a face of fear. It screamed, and several of the brothers went straight down. Bull As long as one is alive, there is no one who is not afraid of a gun. Luo Tianxiong, who was at the very front, was roaring angrily. All of you, hit me hard. Go and find old brother Chen for me. If you can't find him, then don't go back. Rao had seen that the attacks for so long could not even penetrate the opponent's defense, and desperate beyond belief. Meet this monster, old man Chen. It can't be true that something has happened, can it? PS 6. 3 out of 10. Broke the defense. Almost didn't tense up QAQ. One more look and it would have exploded. Biggs begged for a bit of praise and hyped up catch-up reading freebies. Thank you. Daily Kowtow. Bang bang. Chapter 59. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Luo Tianxiong's face was unsightly. He didn't doubt Chen Mo's strength, but this monster in front of him was just too terrifying. It's like a nightmare. Luo Tianxiong looked around, constantly looking for Chen Mo's figure. The old boss. That monster. It's going to do it. Jiang Dong's fearful and incomparable voice rang out, only to see this behemoth in front of him, unexpectedly waving its obese and incomparable arms and slamming down towards a crowd of people. If this blow goes down, it was only feared that most of the male lion members present would be slapped into meat cakes. One by one, the members within the lions roared in frantic rage, strafing with their guns. Luo Tianxiong's eyes were even wider, glaring angrily. He would never allow so many of the lion's brethren to die here. Luo Tianxiong, get thee out of the way. 100-fold increase. Luo Tianxiong, who possessed class-as psychic abilities, was not considered weak in this post-apocalyptic world. Luo Tianxiong's body swelled all over, and his entire tall body had reached a height of 2 meters. He lifted a boulder from his side and threw it towards the Shoshi god. Rumble. But that boulder was like hitting a stone with an egg in front of the Shoshi god's huge palm. It was instantly slapped to smithereens. Just as that immense and incomparable slap was about to fall, suddenly, the right hand of this mountain of flesh in front of me unexpectedly stopped in mid-air. It disappeared into a bit of light, and a group of frantic-looking members of the male lions stood frozen in place. One expression was confused and full of disbelief. Where's the monster? Why is it suddenly gone? The 20 to 30 meter tall behemoth from the last second. In the next second it suddenly disappeared. With this unimaginable scene, even Luo Tianxiong could not help but be dumbfounded. There are only craters and gun casings left in the area, declaring the presence of a behemoth just now. Jiang Dong rubbed his eyes as if he was wondering if he had seen it wrong. Cautiously, He came up, whispered, "Boss, what's going on here?" "Yeah, where was that monster just now? How come it suddenly disappeared?" Many members of the Lions were also wide-eyed. "You slap me and see if I'm dead." "Pop, you really smoke?" This feeling of having survived a robbery made everyone at the Lions very grateful. Luo Tianxiong took a deep breath and looked around at the empty surroundings. Nor do they care to think about it much. In a hushed voice, "Forget about that for now. There's no telling when that monster will show up again. Be swift. All go and find Brother Chen Mo here for me." Luo Tianxiong shouted towards the group of Lion members beside him. "Don't bother looking. I'm already here." At this moment, a faint voice sounded in the distance. Only to see in the distance, Chen Mo and the poor man slowly came. Chen Mo didn't want the male lion to know that he possessed the second supernormal ability that could take the gods along with him, because this fact is just too much of a shock to the world. If word got out, there would be untold trouble in the future. Upon seeing that the visitor was Chen Mo, Luo Tianxiong was overjoyed. A group of members of the Lions also stepped forward. "Elder brother Chen." "Chen." Chen Mo nodded. Looking toward Luo Tianxiong, he said, "What are you doing here?" Luo Tianxiong looked around with a wary face. It seemed to be afraid that the Shijigami would appear again just now. In a hushed voice, "Elder brother Chen, quick, come with us. This Shoshi god, it might not just be one head. Just now we were fighting a Shaojiu god. Somehow, that Shoshi god suddenly disappeared into thin air. This Luo Tianxiong was actually bringing a male lion to save himself?" Chen Mo was slightly surprised. Calmly, he spoke, "There's no need. The Shukijin has already been taken care of by me. There's only one head here." Jiang Dong, who was beside him, frowned at his words. "That's not right. That guy Li Yunfeng said himself that he met the other end. How can? And brother Chen, just now these hundreds of our brethren were fighting that Shoshi god. And what's on that end?" Jiang Dong had many doubts in his mind. And just then, Luo Tianxiong's eyes on the side flashed as he droned. "Okay, Jiang Dong, since elder brother Chen has already said that head of the Shoshi god has been resolved, then it must have been resolved. What's the point of asking so many questions?" Luo Tianxiong laughed out loud and heavily stepped forward to pat Chen Mo's shoulder. "Magnificent and unmistakable," exclaimed. "Since old brother Chen is safe and sound, then this matter is considered understood. In the future, this Tianhai city is the world of my male lion." The head of the Shoshi god had just disappeared into thin air when elder brother Chen appeared. He was almost certain that this matter was related to elder brother Chen. But he, Luo Tianxiong, was no cutie pie, knowing that everyone has their secrets. If he were to dig into the root of the matter, he would only attract Chen Mo's displeasure. Chen Mo naturally knew that Luo Tianxiong was afraid that he had guessed something. Luo Tianxiong is a man of understanding. Dealing with smart people is just comfortable. Chen Mo smiled faintly. "Don't worry, the god of longevity won't appear again. By the way, there is a special zombie that exists within Tianhai City. You guys need to be more careful. That female corpse king." Chen Mo briefly outlined it. Luo Tianxiong nodded his head. "Grateful. I see. Thanks for the reminder. Elder brother Chen, are you preparing to head to North China City now?" Chen Mo, "Well, from the highway." Luo Tianxiong, "I've done what I promised you. Take care of Kiki for me and tell her to be good here. Brother will pick her up later." Luo Tianxiong nodded heavily. The expression was grave and somewhat dismayed. "Elder brother Chen, have a safe journey." Chen Mo didn't say anything more and mounted the poor man. The seated poor man let out a low growl and leapt up. Orthopedically and nimbly, he stomped through the rubble and disappeared into the area. Asterisk. This tiger that Chan raised can still be ridden? Isn't this much more handsome than the car? In the post-apocalyptic world, cars could barely drive far, and almost every few steps, they were stopped by debris. The members of the Lions group looked at Chen Mo's back as he left in style. A look of envy could not help but appear on one's face. How wonderful it would be if I could have the strength like brother Chen. It's still wherever you want to go. Where do you guys think that Shukijin from before went? Chen said it's been resolved, so it really won't happen again? Jiang Dong also said with a palpitating heart. Luo Tianxiong raised his hand and said, "Don't ask what you shouldn't. No one should ever mention this again." He didn't know what means Chen Mo had used to make that Shoshishin disappear, but one that can do such unthinkable things. He, Luo Tianxiong, only believed it was Chen Mo. "Let's all fight for our lions too. Look at all of you, just about pissed my pants. When we get back, we're all going to double our training, and whoever is able to awaken their powers, later on, it's my Luo Tianxiong's beloved. Let's go." Chapter 60, High Volume of Zombies on the Highway. Poor man, that direction. At this moment, the poor man was constantly running towards the entrance of the Tianhai City Highway. Wherever it passed, it was just as one had suspected. The zombies now have advanced to the first rank at the lowest. Chen Mo used the Juggernaut alien ability. The pitch black, incomparable ghost cut was like the scythe of the god of death. The sharpness and directness easily cut through a zombie in the periphery. Put. When that ghost cut decapitated the zombie's head, it was unbelievable. Above that sword blade, a faint wisp of black gas filled the air. One's stamina, surprisingly, was actually returning. Chen Mo's eyes lit up. They say that the weapons exchanged at the mysterious merchant are incredible, with a power that is not of this world, beyond the ordinary. I can't believe that it's really like this. Chen Mo was somewhat elated. Although Ghost Cut doesn't recover much stamina each time, but after the incessant decimation of the zombies, the accumulation of this little bit of stamina recovery is also very much not to be underestimated. The crystals inside the brains of these zombies were dissected and removed. Chen Mo took the map given by Luo Tianxiong to head to North China City. Riding the poor man, he came to this place, the entrance to the highway in Tianhai City. The former high-speed passageway collapsed straight away, piling up into an impassable ruin. Isolated from the other half of the highway were dense with roaming, low-howling zombies. Over the endless ruins before us, the poor man leapt to the very top of a high rise of rubble. Bang! It landed firmly on top. Chen Mo lowered his head as he looked at the densely packed area in front of him. There are hundreds of heads, to say the least. One by one, abandoned vehicles lay side by side, more or less traumatized. There were also quite a few zombies that heard the commotion at Chen Mo's place. Keeps picking his way towards this ruin, trying to demolish this huge pile of rubble under Chen Mo's feet in front of him. There are more walkers on the highway than one could ever imagine. In the early days of the apocalypse, large numbers of survivors tried to drive away from this hellhole. This also created a scene where the place was so clogged that it was difficult to move an inch at all. And now, there was another pile of waste rock at this entrance to isolate this place from Tianhai City. Seeing this scene, Chen Mo mumbled after pondering for a while, no wonder there are so many walkers on this highway. If we let these zombies pour in, I'm afraid the number of zombies in Tianhai City will multiply several times. These zombies, the highest among them was only second order. In Chen Mo's eyes at this moment, no different are some large batches of crystal cores. The number of crystal cores required for the advancement of Heaven's right alien ability was extremely large. Plus, he now had a poor man in Shoshishin to feed. Such a good opportunity. Chen Mo wouldn't miss it. Come on out. The god of longevity. Chen Mo's eyes were bright. The Heaven's right alien power is unleashed. Rumble in the ruins in front of him. A behemoth of a man appeared in the horror. Even the field of vision was obscured quite a bit. After devouring those zombie corpses in the city center earlier, the wound on Shoshishin's body that had been cut by the giant metal sword had also healed quite a bit, but there was still a deep scar. After seeing so much food present in this place, Shukatsu made a pleasurable sound. Eat. Chen Mo grinned. There's no one here, Shuki, so just feast and enjoy. Poor man, you go too, and eat as much as you want. On your count. The Shukijin chirped all over the place at his master's command. The zombies for miles around were all startled by the sound at once. It came towards this mountain of flesh in an overwhelming manner. The god of longevity stretched out his fat, white, chubby hand and swept it over. A sedan was crushed right into the palm of its hand. One hand went down and grabbed 20 to 30 zombies that were constantly struggling and hissing. It opened its bloody mouth and swallowed them one by one. The sound of chewing is regal, and the poor Chi on the side was likewise unwilling to show weakness. Letting out a low roar, turning into a meteor, he directly pounced into the zombie group, continuously tearing and slapping. Roar! The scene was bloody to the extreme. Countless blood splattered as the two terrifying monsters slaughtered to their heart's content. In the early days of the end times, both the Fae and the gods, then was an existence that was several times stronger than an ordinary zombie. Not to mention, there was also a fourth-ranked endgame god. Shashi got here, totally crushed. Rumble the earth trembled beneath his feet, and Shoshishin sat down on the earth. Two bloated, obese hands grabbed a large swath of walkers in one hand. Eat your left hand and eat your right. And the deep, huge wound at the spine. Surprisingly, it also magically grew tiny little buds of flesh wriggling around. Chen Mo's face was cold and indifferent as he held the ghost slice and directly slashed open the abdomen of a second-order zombie. Rip! The Onigiri in his hand rippled with layers of waves, from which a drop of black liquid surged out. It erupted directly towards the zombie's head. Put! It was easy as hell to pierce a bloody hole through it. The zombie struggled feebly for a moment, then collapsed to the ground without moving. The walkers on the highway for the reason that no one ever cleans them up. One batch came after another, as if they were endless. If it wasn't for the fact that it had the help of Onigiri and Shukijin Yuchi to help each other, even a third-order psychic would be physically exhausted by a sea of zombies. Exhaustion. Chen Mo looked at another large influx of zombies in the distance. At this rate, all the walkers within miles of here are going to come over. Chen Mo's eyes flickered for a moment. After the Juggernaut alien ability here breaks through to the third stage, it sets off celestial power alien usage. Chen Mo gave orders to Shou Shishan. The god of longevity let out a deafening sound, then rumble accompanied by a shocking loud noise and dust fog. Hershey was lying on the ground. After eating more than 1,000 zombies, Shou Shishan's body was wounds had recovered as good as new, lazily lying on the ground, motionless as if dead. On this highway intersection, it is like a Tarzan that separates two places and cannot be shaken. No matter how much the walker on the opposite end rips and scratches and bites, it couldn't even break through its thick-skinned defense at all. Chen Mo looked at the large swath of corpses in front of him, as well as the sticky blood that permeates the ground of this high-speed ruin. Open mouth. Poor man. It's time to get to work. These crystal cores should be enough for one's Juggernaut ability to advance to the third stage. The moment. Inside the 6th military district in North China. This place is heavily guarded. From the outside in, there are soldiers standing straight and patrolling in full armor. Outside was a high wall, as impenetrable as a bronze wall. Inside the conference room, Zheng Haifeng looked awestruck and lowered his head, not daring to look at the middle-aged man in front of him. Across from it, a neatly dressed, well-dressed, and the middle-aged man wearing glasses that bore a slight resemblance to Lin Shu had a calm expression on his face. The man in front of me had traveled all the way from the safest of centers. The middle-aged man held a pair of files and lowered his eyes. It's hard to see the joy and anger in the road. It's something that the old man already knows about. Say, that day when your party, so many of you, came out too. Couldn't you take an ordinary man? What the hell is going on? Chapter 61, Lin Anha. Lin Shu's father arrives. Face the middle-aged man in front of you. Zheng Haifeng didn't know what to say for a moment. His face was a little grave, and after a long moment of silence he spoke. Mayor Lin, we are also sorry about the death of your son, but you should know that people can't come back from the dead. Now that the end times are upon us, I'm afraid that the murderer who killed your son may be dead. That day they all went to catch Chen Mo though. But if it wasn't for Chen Mo after the end of the world, there are hundreds of people and survivors. I'm afraid they would have all died. Taking a step back, we also saved a lot of the crowd. Mayor Lin, how is this not also a merit? Zheng Haifeng lowered his head and whispered. Bang! Lin Anha's face twisted as he sniffed, and he slammed the table in outrage to the extreme. Meritocracy. It wasn't your son who died. Are the lives of those survivors more important than the lives of my Linen and my son? Zheng Haifeng, you should know who is standing behind me. Lin Anha looked frantic and angrily. Zheng Haifeng couldn't help but feel a little numb at the sight. The most powerful of the Lin family was not the Lord Mayor in front of him. Rather, it was the old man standing behind him. Although he has abdicated, he is still in a position of great power. Even their military district can be mobilized at will. Lin Anha was like a severe ghost at the moment, his organized hair hanging down in a few strands. With his hands propped up on the table, his eyes were crimson in death as he stared at Zheng Haifeng, who had his head lowered. The whole thing does not look like the amiable and courteous appearance before. He's on the verge of losing his mind. This early in the end times, his own son is dead. The wife has been turned back into a corpse and is now being held captive. Even if one is in this safest of places. But he, Lin Anha, did not feel grateful at all. Instead, it was extremely painful. He's seen Lin Shu's body every day. All that echoed in his mind was the miserable appearance of Shul. What the hell is wrong with Shui? I can't believe I'm going to do this to him. He, Lin Anha, was even willing to trade 1,000 lives for Lin Shu's return. Lin Anha looked at Zheng Haifeng for a while, then slowly sat down. The voice rasped. I don't care what kind of god that Chen Mo is, alien or not, or some hero who saved hundreds of people, I'm going to make him pay. In 2 more days, the center will send 2 Xenos over to assist you. Zheng Haifeng, you recognize Chen Mo and are familiar with his methods, and with the help of these 2 people, even if that guy is dead, he'll be able to find it for you. Lin Anha said with a ferocious and incomparable face. Chen Mo, you better be dead already, otherwise, I'll let you experience what it means to be worse than death. Zheng Haifeng sighed. Lin Anha calmly said, the old man has also recently awakened a psychic ability, and his body has recovered quite a bit, decided to come back out. As you know, there just happened to be a few spots missing over at the center, and the old man was ready to fill them. Zheng Haifeng, I think you understand what I mean, right? Zheng Haifeng sniffed and a drop of sweat ran down his forehead. The heart thumped. That's a lot to take in. The Lin family's old man's methods were there for all to see. I can't imagine that a big man like this, who has retired peacefully in the age of peace, has made a comeback. Can't. Zheng Haifeng hurriedly nodded his head. I see. Lin Anha then nodded in satisfaction. Fade. Extraordinary times call for different means. Don't worry, now that all the war zones are divided, the sky is high and the emperor is far away. It's extremely inconvenient, both in terms of transportation and whatnot. Zheng Haifeng, this is a special time. I know you've been in the way of some things for reasons that have obviously been here for over 20 years, and it never came up. If this is accomplished properly, in the future, in this 6th war region, there will be a place for you, Zheng Haifeng, to use people. You have to cast them in a favorable light and give them both grace and mercy. Lin Anha, apparently, has used this to perfection. Zheng Haifeng was shaken. After Lin Anha left, Zheng Haifeng looked at the file about Chen Mo on that table, his eyes constantly flickering. I don't know what I'm thinking. And the other side. It was until midnight. Only then did Chen Mo and the poor man finish counting these crystal cores. By now, he had a total of 19 bottles of F recovery potion on himself. 23 second order crystal cores with 130 first order crystal cores. It was very rewarding on this highway. But most of the zombies along with the crystal cores were eaten by the poor man and Shou Shishen. Chen Mo looked at the crystal cores collected in his belt pouch. The Juggernaut alien ability was almost ready to start advancing to the 3rd stage. Took out all those second-order crystal cores. Chen Mo gave it a grip in his hand. It began to secretly absorb the energy in the crystal core. 1, 2, 3, all the way to the 7th second-order crystal core. Juggernaut alien, always expanding a bit. 40 meters. And Chen Mo's absorption continued on and on. Shifters below the 4th order. Absorbing the crystal core could enhance the effect and power of the supernatural ability. And it was also able to continuously strengthen the physique. The criteria for judging out-of-body powers like Juggernaut. Generally a few ranks are rated based on the range of the powers. 100 meters. The standard for a 3rd order psychic. And after reaching the 4th rank, a great disparity in powers will occur. Showing off godlike powers. Medium time. The most accurate method of judgment was undoubtedly the use of the instruments specially made to measure the power of supernatural energy in the military region. Previously, when using the heavenly power alien ability, one's Juggernaut alien ability had broken through the upper limit once. Come to 100 meters. Chen Mo closed his eyes tightly as a crystal core was constantly being drained of its power in his hands. The further one went, the smaller the enhancement brought by the crystal cores became. Finish absorbing all 23 second order crystal cores. The Juggernaut alien ability had only just managed to reach the 90-meter category. The number of crystals needed is in vast quantities. Chen Mo immediately began to absorb the first-order crystal cores. Despite having dual psychic abilities, the amount of crystal cores absorbed daily far exceeded that of an ordinary person. But the crystal cores that he was able to absorb in a day Chen Mo had measured it was only 3 or 4 times that of an ordinary alien. In other words, 30 to 40 crystal cores was the limit of what one could absorb in a day. 93, 96, 99, all the way to the last 40th crystal core. A drop of sweat fell from Chen Mo's forehead. 100 meters. Suddenly, a punch of terrifying ripples rippled violently on Chen Mo's body. One by one, the metallic substances around them heave and float. A full 100 meters away, Chen Mo looked at everything around him, his eyes constantly flickering as his face was overjoyed and said, "Finally, we've broken through to the 3rd order alien." Behind him had long been sweaty and wet. Chen Mo tried to feel how the 3rd stage mastery alien energy was different compared to before. This time, the right hand that was able to control the Juggernaut's powers had yet to move. As the mind rings out, at once, the surrounding metallic substances surged one by one. It was randomly fabricated and reorganized in Chen Mo's hands. This time, these incredibly dense iron liquids were allowed to remain suspended in the air. The power consumed was only half of what it had originally been. Chapter 62, Route of the Year. Gathering food. That is to say, after the 3rd rank, a large ability move like that giant metal sword from before. One can already use it a few more times today. A feeling of extreme hunger came over him. Chen Mo subconsciously prepared to take some of it from the poor man's body, only to find that the hiking bag that had been carried on the poor man's back had long since been dumped somewhere. Inside, it was filled with the food given by Luo Tianxiong. Chen Mo's face darkened. I guess I was in a hurry. Either that or I got it off during the battle with the Shukijin. Seeing Shou Shishin and Poor Chi were huffing and puffing. These two, a fae and a god, didn't need any normal human food to feed on at all. You only need to eat the zombies to regain your strength. Chen Mo dug around on his body. After pulling out half a day, he eventually pulled out a few crystal cores, and a bag of bear cookies. Or Kiki had slipped it into her pocket at some point. Chen Mo did not care so much. Directly click 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 eat up. While eating a bear cookie, Chen Mo picked up a sharper steel bar from the ground, started drawing on the ground and wrote down a few names. Rihama City, Haboka City, Kawamoto City, Tenkai City. In total, dozens of provinces and cities were labeled one after another. Chen Mo's eyes kept flickering. That first year, the place where it first appeared is no longer traceable. However, according to the military district, The place where its news came out was started first by the city of Rihama, then it's North China, Kawamoto, and Tenkai City. The year is not like any god in the end times, whether you are at the top of a mountain, a snowy mountain, fog, or lava, without exception, all of them rarely leave their own territories, and years are different. They appear every other year, devouring countless living beings. Even the zombie fae are treated equally. It moves in vain and is not bound by any constraints. It would randomly pop up in any place and slaughter for a full half a month. In those 10 days, wherever they went, there was not an inch of grass, and the living beings were dimmed. There's still over a month to go. My current strength, when it comes down to it, is enough to raise my juggernaut alien ability to the 4th rank. It should be enough to fight that first year. At the very least, there is no problem with staying alive. Chen Mo muttered. Nien, as far as he knew, should only be around 5th to 6th order strength, and during that period, the highest strength alien in the major war zones was only at the 3rd rank. His own life has been too many steps ahead of them. At this moment, I'm afraid that the major military regions have only just figured out the role of the crystal cores. Most of the aliens, in their newly awakened state, the highest, it wouldn't be more than a 2nd order alien. If it weren't for the fact that these zombies also need a step-by-step progression, I'm afraid that Chen Mo might even be a 6th or 7th ranked alien now. Chen Mo found a comfortable place and gradually fell asleep. Lots of service stations on the highway. Just check it out tomorrow. Early the next morning, Chen Mo felt sticky at the corners of his eyes and it was as if a tongue full of barbs was constantly licking itself. Frowning, slowly, he opened his eyes. Poor, came into view. The poor man was roaring lowly and continuously beside him. Chen Mo somewhat helplessly wiped it off and looked around. Upon seeing being lying on the ground, the snow-white, incomparably white mountain of flesh, Chen Mo rode poor Ki to the Shoshi god's body in a single leap. At the other end of the world, isolated by the gigantic body that was Shikatsujin, there were countless densely packed, wandering corpses of the dead. This one look at the thousands of zombies being held back on the other side by the Shukijin. It's simply mind-numbing. You can imagine that if it wasn't for this huge monster that was the god of longevity that was in the way last night, how many walkers will come? Shukijin, come back. Chen Mo put this mountain of meat into the heavenly power alien energy. Straight away, he mounted the poor man and began to set off towards the city of North China. Upon losing the behemoth that was Shukijin as a hindrance, a head of hideous, flailing zombies came roaring and lowing directly, one after another. In huge numbers, they all pounced towards Chen Mo's position, trying to give it a rip and scratch. Roar! The poor Ki underneath him directly roared, waving its large, powerful claws. A slap directly slapped the patch of zombies rushing in front of him. The entire body was athletic and flexible as it traveled between the head of the zombies. Moving swiftly, he directly transformed into a yellow residual shadow. Chen Mo, who was riding on the back of the poor Chi, looking at so many zombies in front of him, his eyes couldn't help but get a little hot. These zombies, each one of them is a crystal core. The highway, it can be a great place to hunt for crystals, but nah, it's just too time consuming to plow through the cores one by one. Furthermore, the Juggernaut alien ability has reached the 3rd stage. Ordinary first-order crystal cores no longer had much of a boost for themselves. Only when a second-order zombie appeared would Chen Mo stop and kill it. The more powerful and ferocious the Corpse King born out of the massive zombies, the more powerful and ferocious the Corpse King. To find food to catch up, Chen Mo did not stay here for too long. The poor man moved swiftly, his stance athletic to the core. Whether it's the broken ruins, or the intersections surrounded by countless corpses, all can be avoided with perfect ease. It didn't take long and soon they were in the middle of a service station. Chen Mo's eyes lit up upon seeing this signage. Patting the seated poor man, he spoke. Poor man, stop here. He was going to see if there was any food in this service station that he could use. At the moment, in the highway service station, the ground was covered with holes. Suddenly, a sizzling sound rang out. Out of a hole poked a somewhat cockney-looking, thievish-looking, yellow-faced man's head. The man's soybean-sized eyes rolled and scanned the area. Upon seeing the wandering zombies, their faces showed a look of awe and disbelief. Carefully, he climbed out of that mound, afraid of startling the surrounding walkers, trying to find food that is not yet contaminated and can still be eaten. Men are simply too afraid to head toward the center in search of food, because around there, it was full of roaming walkers. He was only able to exercise a 12th degree of caution, and on the shelves around him, which he had looked for countless times. Looking for food, so hungry, this if I can't find it again. But then you really have to fight these ghosts. Yuan Yu murmured moodily. I don't know how long it took, but he was finally on the floor in a small gala corner. Find a whole bag of food filled with bread. Yuan Kai's eyes suddenly lit up and his expression was ecstatic. Suddenly, boom, The gate was surprisingly broken open in an incredibly high-profile and reckless manner. This violent vibration directly caused Yuan Kai to be jolted all over. A moment later, he was paralyzed with fear, drilled directly into the soil. My dropping mom, his voice trembled a bit at the shock. Chapter 63, Earth Elemental Ability. Ground Drilling. Yuan Kai's psychic ability was an Elemental Earth Attribute psychic ability. Class D. Named Drill. It is of little use, and the ability, as its name suggests, is merely capable of being used only to drill holes in the ground. But after the beginning of the end of the world, he relied on this supernatural power, and his own little girlfriend survived. The moment the zombies inside the supermarket were startled by the sound and surged towards the doorway. Roar! A low roar rang out, and it turned out to be a beast that looked like a ferocious tiger. It was charging right and constantly tearing into the group of zombies in front of it. Chen Mo held the ghost slice, and with a single slash, he decapitated a zombie in front of him. Upon seeing one of the holes in the soil in this place that looked like it had been plowed through, Chen Mo couldn't help but frown. Eyes twinkling, he said, "Is this a fey here? Being dug out of so many pits. The average walker couldn't do that. Zombie rats?" Chen Mo was slightly alert and didn't think much at all. Swinging his onairai directly, he crisply and quickly resolved the battle here. Roar! Bang! The violent commotion here naturally drew the attention of Yuan Kai, who was hiding in the hole. Yuan Kai's face was horrified beyond measure, and his body trembled as he said, "That roar! Can't be some more powerful walker coming, can it?" All he wanted to do now was run straight back to safety through the hole in the ground he had made. But nah, he had already made a promise to his girlfriend. This time, if he couldn't bring back the food, then he really didn't have any good face to go back. Yuan Kai stiffened his head and cautiously poked out half of his head. Upon seeing the blood to the bone in front of him, a head of zombies was being mercilessly dismembered by Chen Mo and poor man's picture when, just looking at it like that, Yuan Kai was almost scared out of his wits in an instant. Like a turtle, it shrunk back once again. Chen Mo and the poor man harvested the lives of the zombies in this area. Fortunately, the number of zombies here was not large, and there were only about 20 first-order zombies present. In no time at all, it was cleaned up by a man and a beast. Chen Mo asked poor man to go and throw out the crystal cores in the brains of these zombies, and then directly afterward, he began to search for food that could be eaten in this place. Food touched by walkers is affected by decay though, but this is at least a modest mini-mart. Chen Mo searched for a while. Finally, I was able to scrounge through these shelves and find some edible supplies. Not much. 4 cans, 6 packs of instant noodles and 2 bags of ham sausages, plus a couple full bottles of walnut milk. Other than that, the others are more or less affected. It was just that what made Chen Mo a bit puzzled. The packaging on these foods is familiar. The only thing that is somewhat different is 8 walnuts, elephant white instant noodles, chung wang chung ham sausage. It's all ing piracy. Highway service stations, train station stores, places where nothing but people are real. Everything else, it's fake, but it's post-apocalyptic. Just don't eat anyone. Chen Mo didn't care, but continued his search. See if there's anything you need. Suddenly, in a remote nook, Chen Mo found a bread that was covered in dust, but looked relatively intact, being not far from the collapsed shelves, and in that position, there was a hole, and from that hole there was actually a hand sticking out. Is sneaking around catting at this bread on the floor. Anyone? Chen Mo's eyes narrowed slightly. Communicate directly with the poor man's mind through the heavenly power alien energy. Roar! The poor man immediately transformed into a bolt of lightning. Like a cat catching a rat, he directly leaped and pounced into that hole in the ground. Ah! Help! A mournful and extremely miserable scream rang out. The poor man was straight out of that hole in the ground. Out of the grips came a thin, thieving man. Yuan Kai's eyes closed tightly as he desperately waved his fists to struggle. "I'll fight you. Spell it out." Although Yuan Kai was screaming very fiercely with his mouth. But soon, the whole person shriveled up and wailed with a pained look. "Help! I'm still young. I don't want to die." See, the poor man grabbed out of that hole in the ground. Chen Mo's face was stunned. Then frowning, he spoke. "Yuan Kai?" Bang! The poor man directly threw it out. Yuan Kai sat up from the ground in pain. "Someone called me a name?" He slowly opened his eyes, looking at Chen Mo with a bewildered face. He only felt that something looked familiar, like something came to mind. Yuan Kai's eyes suddenly lit up and he said with great joy, "Chen Ma, you're Chen Mo?" He acted extremely surprised for a moment. Both of them, but they were both children of the same class in a blessed foster home in Tianhai City. The pressure on Yuan Kai's body slackened in an instant. It seemed that he hadn't expected to run into an old acquaintance in this place. "So it's you, Chen Mo. You really scared me to death." Chen Mo was expressionless. His own relationship with Yuan Kai wasn't exactly good. Yuan Kai often bullied himself when he was very young, as he remembered. then it was adopted away by a family. The relationship between himself and Yuan Kai could not even be considered a friend. Chen Mo didn't say anything. Yuan Kai, on the other hand, let out a huge sigh of relief with a palpitating heart. Scared to death. Scared to death. Like a self-made man, he rose slowly from the floor. Patting his sleeve, he said with a grin, Chen Mo. Ah, you just really gave me a big scare. Yuan Kai got up while very consciously touching the piece of bread on the ground with his hand. Roar! At that moment, the poor man stepped forward and let out a low growl at him. Looking at the hideous and ferocious beast in front of him, Yuan Kai was creeped out. The hand stiffened in midair and gave a sarcastic laugh. Chun Ma, it's been a long time. Those walkers, you killed them all? He recalled Chen Mo's terrifying and incomparable strength from before. Those zombies, surprisingly, couldn't even go a single round in Chen Mo's hands. Chen Mo said indifferently as he scavenged for edible food. Aha! Seeing Chen Mo so recklessly searching that area that he had never dared to explore, Yuan Kai involuntarily gulped. You know, those places. Ah, there were dozens of walkers wandering around before. Yuan Kai's eyes rolled and he came forward. Hey, Chen Mo, after not seeing you for so many years, I never thought that you would have changed so much nowadays. All these years, you still haven't left in Tianhai City? For reasons of not being very well acquainted, plus the fact that the relationship between the two was limited to the Blessed Sacrament home, Chen Mo didn't really want to bother with him either. Yes, Yuan Kai knew very well how to read people's words. With a glance, he could tell that Chen Mo didn't really want to take care of himself. But judging from the strength Chen Mo had just displayed, the Chen Mo of today, not the weaklings he used to be able to bully at will, Yuan Kai hemmed and hawed and rubbed his head very apologetically. There was a hidden hint of awe in his tone, and his demeanor was respectful. Hey, Chen Mo, we haven't seen each other for more than 10 years here, right? I can't imagine that meeting again would be in this hellhole. Things are so different. Chen Mo, are you also preparing to head to the safe zone? P.S. Sweating all over my body all day. Tomorrow is not good enough to get hooked up again. Today there is only one chapter. Oda chapter Yang Kong made up back. Greatly forgive me. Chapter 64. I'm not tired of carrying a burden. Encountering a gatekeeper. Shinma, safe zone? Yuan Kai, it's the safe zone in North China, where the military is. Now. Several local military districts have issued a call to arms, and as soon as they reach the party's safety zones, then there will be no worries about food and water, as well as safety. I heard this news when I was in Guangxia City 5 or 6 days ago, and then took that girlfriend of mine all the way across the straight and narrow, ready to head for North China. Chen Mo nodded slightly at his words. 5 or 6 days ago, one would have left that part of the old town long ago. The broadcasts along the way were never noticed themselves, so it seems, just under 2 months. Have the major military regions settled into their safe zones? Chen Mo thought darkly. This level of rapidity is barely comparable to the previous life. After all, that's where the personnel, resources, and firepower are most abundant. It's also the safest place in the post-apocalyptic world. Yuan Kai's eyes gurgled as he noticed the food that Chen Mo had gathered in his hands. Said the man trying to get close. Hey, Chen Mo, haven't seen you for so many years. What have you done? Back then, our batch was basically gone. Quite a few of them are doing quite well now. Remember River, the one everyone loved at the Blessed Retirement Home? I heard it was adopted away by a wealthy family in Tianhai City, and it's all gone overseas. You were, and had you been more forthcoming, you would probably have been claimed as well. Chen Mo said indifferently. It's nice to be alone. Yuan Kai was stunned, seeing Chen Mo's expressionless face, seemingly not wanting to talk about this. Then he took the initiative to end the conversation. Said, that, Chen Mo, are you planning to go to North China as well? Why don't we travel together? Our two old friends haven't seen each other for so long. It's also safer to buddy up together. If one's guess is correct, Chen Mo should also be a psychic. Moreover, his psychic abilities were presumably quite a bit more powerful than his own. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible to kill those zombies so easily. Chen Ma paused, deeply glancing at Yuan Kai. This cold and distant look made Yuan Kai feel a little creeped out. In the post-apocalyptic world, as long as you don't mind your own business, you will be able to avoid a lot of accidents. This was the experience summarized by Chen Mo. It was enough to bring this guy along when he himself had the poor man and the god of longevity. It will only slow yourself down and hold you back. Chen Mo said indifferently. It's not necessary. I have important things to do. Food gathering is good. Poor Chi. After saying that, Chen Mo brought along poor Chi and turned around to leave. Yuan Kai was dumbfounded, trying to retain the word. Wait. A hiding place he and his little girlfriend had managed to find. All the food that came in had long since been eaten. If Chen Mo just left, what would he eat? But before he could say anything, Chen Mo rode the poor man. In a flash, we left this highway service station. Yuan Kai is left alone to stare at this place. Yuan Kai couldn't help but tremble, his face becoming more and more hideous. Available. Damn it. If we can't find any more food, Xiaoya and I will starve to death here. The zombies here just happened to be cleared away by Chen Mo. Yuan Kai forced his way through the sticky blood and broken flesh on the ground. With a disgusted look on his face, he rummaged to see if there was any food left. No, it's also not. Still nothing. Yuan Kai directly collapsed, his face filled with rage, abhorring why Chen Mo hadn't left a bit of food for himself when he left. That bastard. What ***t. I can't believe they didn't leave me any food at all. Thanks to us being old friends, doesn't he know that? Has it been days since Xiaoya and I have eaten? So ungrateful. Yuan Kai was so angry that he beat his chest. In his eyes, no matter how many zombies Chen Mo had killed, it was still a human after all. If you're human, you have nothing to fear. Isn't it just the luck of having a more powerful psychic ability? Cow, what cow? Yuan Kai angrily burrowed back into the hole in the ground. High speed. The poor man is running down this highway, leaving the proximity of the city. There was little population present in the neighborhood. The only zombies encountered around the area were a scattering of 3 or 2. Chen Mo couldn't help but recall what Yuan Kai had said earlier in his mind. His parents died when he was very young. He himself had spent 4 or 5 years within the Blessed Sacrament home. It wasn't until one by one the friends around us were picked up, and then they left the Blessed Sacrament home, choosing to come out to work. And there is a little girl who follows her ass every day in the Blessed Nursing Home, but all these memories are just too far away. By now, Chen Mo was a bit of a blur. If it wasn't for the fact that he had met Yuan Kai today, there were many things that he might not have been able to recall. Chen Mo put away his wandering mind and took out that map. Looking up at the highway pointing sign, he opened his mouth. Poverty, go in that direction. The seated poor key roared lowly and ran a little more swiftly. Within the next few days, Chen Mo and the poor man were rushing almost day and night. A man and a beast are alone, except for every time they pass through a high-speed server site. We'll stop and rest for a moment, and get a little food. All the way to this day, Chen Mo and the poor man were rushing as usual. Suddenly, as if noticing something, it was about even 300 meters directly ahead. A couple of huge, immense trucks. It was like a barrier, directly blocking the way, and outside that truck, there were about 20 to 30 people. That all too familiar scene. 15 years into the end times, Chen Mo naturally understood what kind of people those were. It's them, Chen Mo muttered. These people, at the beginning of the end times, it was a very famous existence. Barrier. When the safety zones in the major areas are established, a call for displaced survivors to come forward. Most of the survivors on the outside, who wanted to get to the military area, were only able to come by highway. These outlaws have timed this period to block the pass, to collect a large number of crystal cores, bullying men and women. It had been a long time, until the military district realized how few survivors had come. It took a while to notice the presence of these people, sending people forward to expel them. These speculative barrier blockers then gradually disappeared. And the most laughable thing is that in the end times there are no rules. It is often these people who live the best lives. Chen Mo's eyes twinkled. He himself had been embarrassed by such people when he went to the military district before he was reborn because he was incapable of doing so. It took over a month of digging for crystals to leave. However, since I have seen these people here, that also proves that one is where one is now. It shouldn't be far from North China City. Chapter 65, Paying the customs fee for passing through the border, even if the King of Heaven comes. At the moment, that stopped outside of several large trucks blocking the highway. A man with a weapon in his hand, like a hooligan, carried a small bench, sitting there smoking cigarettes, one of them looking cozy with his legs crossed. Opposite them, 5 or 6 scowled and the ragged survivors had their hands bound. In the crowd, a big, bald man, with a respectful and incomparable face, he came in front of a fierce-looking scar-faced man. Bishop respectfully lit his cigarette for him. Feng Tianyu took a deep breath with immense enjoyment. Johann said, comfortable. Today, how many survivors is this? Feng Tianyu opened his mouth coldly and asked. At that moment, the bald big man respectfully said, Brother Feng, it's the 6th one. Feng Tianyu got up and came to the group of survivors. Noticing one of the well-presented women, he crouched down. The devil's claws reached out recklessly, constantly needing to take advantage. Well, nice. There are 2 women in today's batch of survivors, though, and they're not bad looking. That woman's petite body shook. Being humiliated like this, she directly bit over with a deadly bite, biting on Feng Tianyu's hand. But Feng Tianyu looked like he couldn't feel the pain, grinning a sardonic smile. Slap. directly and heavily slapped it. UF curs. Let go of my wife. The man beside the woman growled low with red eyes. You. How do you talk to phone? A little brother directly drew his stick and, a moment later it slammed into the back of the man's head. Bang! The man fell to the ground with a sudden flow of blood. Life and death are unknown. The little brother froze, as if he hadn't expected the guy to be so vulnerable. Somewhat incredulously, he stepped forward and touched it, then looked up with a sardonic face. Phone, he's dead. Wow. Those few survivors, one by one, sniffed with horrified expressions. The woman even blacked out with both eyes and fainted. Dead? Feng Tianyu paused, and there was no blame, but a laugh and a scolding. Q. 5. Go easy on him next time. A blow to the back of the head, and I'll give you a ploy to smother you someday. If you're dead, you're dead, and new survivors come here every day, so it's not that bad anyway. Feng Tianyu laughed out loud in a rampant and incomparable manner. Brethren, you must realize that this is the end times. We are the bosses here. Ha ha, I don't blame you for the deaths of many people. I'm done with the two girls here. There's something for everyone. Ha ha, the surrounding group of people also laughed out loud. Brother Feng is mighty. A human life is worthless in the eyes of these outlaws. You bunch of, it's karma. At that moment, one of the survivors, who looked like a student, growled low in a raspy voice. Thinking that a few of them came in careful company, they had thought that they were about to arrive in the city of North China, being able to seek refuge in the military district. But I didn't want to meet this group of here. Oh, the voice lengthened. Feng Tianyu's eyes narrowed slightly, flashing a hint of killing intent as he looked over. Smiling, he opened his mouth. Little brother, I see, you're still a little confused about the situation. Ha! Feng Tianyu smiled and came to the student's side, lifting him up with one hand. He then violently threw a punch towards his abdomen. Bang! Poo-ho! The student's eyes rolled back in his head and he directly sprayed out a mouthful of blood. Feng Tianyu threw it out like it was trash. Disdainfully, he spat. Humph! A bunch of losers who only know how to seek refuge in the military region. The brethren have principles when it comes to their work. Want to pass? Yes, pay a customs fee. Male, contribute 100 first-order crystal cores to us and you can leave. Female, serve our brethren for a week, or you can go. It's the same when the King of Heaven comes. If none of them. Feng Tianyu gave a sardonic laugh, his expression icy cold. Then I'll send you to the west. Ha ha, here, we are the emperor. Yeah, Feng, this is kinda good. Pay the customs fee and you can go. If it were Zhao Bin and the others, you wouldn't be able to leave even if you paid the customs fee. The few survivors present were pale and bloodless. In this man-eating post-apocalyptic world, they experienced, for the first time, more terrifying than zombies. It's the human heart. Feng Tianyu put out the cigarette in his hand and sat back down again. He rocked his legs leisurely and squinted comfortably. But it's so cozy. Even the air smells sweet. Hey, brother Feng, that load from yesterday wasn't bad, was it? Rumor has it that at one time it was $1 million internet sensation. If this had been in peaceful times, it would have swiped hundreds of thousands of dollars. More than that, at least 1 million. As soon as he said this, Feng Tianyu licked his mouth with some interest and said, Do you think I don't know this little mind of yours? Don't worry, when I'm tired of playing with her, I'll give her to you guys to play with. TSK, that taste. Think of a bunch of them. Before the end times came, one is mostly a bunch of landlubbers. And he, Feng Tianyu, was burdened with a murder case, and would have had to sit in jail for more than 20 years. But I didn't want this apocalyptic apocalypse to happen. Feng Tianyu, who has awakened his psychic abilities, is like a fish out of water in this post-apocalyptic world. It can be as pleasurable as you want it to be. Feng Tianyu couldn't help but murmur. It's awesome. This is the paradise of the strong. Free from all restraints. The only way to do whatever you want is to be above strength. I'll take a nap. Send someone to send this batch of survivors back. And don't yell at me if there's nothing going on. Feng Tianyu spoke. The words just fell from his lips. A little brother beside him then spoke up. Feng, brother Feng, look there. It looks like there's another survivor. That guy's fast. Wait, what is he riding? Is that a tiger? Noisy voices rang out one after another around them. Many of the minions present stared in disbelief. Incredulously, he looked at the extremely fast poor man's Qi and Chen Mo who were running and attacking. One by one, their mouths grew wide. Feng Tianyu frowned and opened his eyes with some displeasure. Damn, I told you to leave me alone. But soon, he looked dumbfounded. What the hell is this? Those survivors were also staring blankly at the approaching beast in the distance. And the man on his back. Are they here to save us? The surrounding brethren were startled and took up their weapons. Feng, what the hell is this guy? Damn, that scared me. Feng, is this a shifter too? Feng Tianyu quickly reacted and his face sank, yelling from afar at the running Chen Mo. Stop right there. What are you? But the Chen Mo on the back of the poor man had not heard about it at all. The face spoke without expression. Poor man. The seated poor man would let out a low growl, leaping high behind a slight prostrate. Boom! Debris flew gradually under his feet, and the land was sunken. This leap, a full 6 or 7 meters, even a good deal higher than the truck. Simply breathtaking. Asterisk. Even Feng Tianyu could not help but be dumbstruck. Bad. Feng, this guy tried to punch the card. Stop him. P.S. On the third day of swallowing the razor blade, it felt like there was a wound breaking inside my throat. After eating a few days of liquid food, I can update normally, and the old chapter's Young Kong doubled to make up for it. I'm begging you to give me some freebies for hyping up the catch-up reading. Thanks. Chapter 66, There's a Way to Heaven, but you don't want to go. Stop him. Seeing that the youth on the back of that fierce beast was indifferent, Feng Tianyu's face turned cold for an instant. If I really let you go today, then where will I put my face? Get your ass down here. Boom. Feng Tianyu waved his hand. All of a sudden, the magnetic field in the surrounding area of tens of meters all seemed to have changed in an instant. The immense pressure was so heavy that it made the large truck behind it groan slightly. One by one, the juniors at his side, even more so, their faces changed and hurriedly came to Feng Tianyu's side. Bad. Is Feng going to make that move? Class C psychic ability, gravity magnetic field, able to change the surrounding magnetic field to instantaneous. As a first-order alien, Feng Tianyu, more so, it can increase the gravity of the surrounding magnetic field by several times in an instant. The poor man who was about to cross over the top of the big truck suddenly felt the gravity exerted around him, falling towards the bottom. Roar! Chen Mo's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw this. Somewhat surprised, he glanced at Feng Tianyu below. Alien? But nowadays, the poor Chi was a second-order Fey. This little gravity only slows down the speed of the poor man's body and doesn't change anything. The poor man leapt high again. Seeing that his invincible psychic ability had failed today, Feng Tianyu could not help but feel a great loss of face. The eyes were even colder and said, I said no one passes without paying, even if the King of Heaven comes. He directly clapped his hands together and transformed into a fist that heavily slammed downward. Boom! The magnetic field around them became heavier. Even the earth beneath his feet surfaced a crack. The few survivors over there who were in magnetic gravity were even more miserable. They slammed heavily into the ground directly, unable to move their bodies at all. It was like being locked up. This great oppressive force caused each of them to look pale and bloodless. Even the internal organs are vibrating. Some even fainted directly under this intense pressure. Feng Tianyu stared dead on at the poor man in the air, mobilizing all of his supernatural powers to press towards the poor man. It was like a giant hammer hitting it. The poor man quickly adjusted his orientation, but still, he fell under this intense gravity. His face was fierce and ferocious as he stared at a crowd of people, his voice roaring like thunder. Roar! Upon seeing such a large and unusually ferocious poor man, they had never seen such a creepy beast before. This made Feng Tianyu's juniors beside him each couldn't help but feel trembling and shivering. Shrinking his head, he said, Brother Feng, what kind of beast is this? A tiger? But why did it grow another pair of horns? The end times have been so long. Many of the Fae they had seen, but they had never seen such a terrifyingly ferocious beast. Of course not everyone was afraid of the poor man's appearance. What are you afraid of? With Brother Feng here, can we still turn the world upside down? Feng Tianyu stared closely at Chen Mo on the opposite side and looked him up and down for a moment, coldly. Hey kid, you're a shifter too, right? Were you deaf when I spoke to you just now? Chen Mo was expressionless. Looking at the group of barrier blockers in front of him, he couldn't help but frown. The boss is talking to you. A little brother yelled. Feng Tianyu opened his mouth with an unkind face. Kid, it's fine if you want to pass, but you'll have to pay some crystals before you do. For an ordinary person, 100 first-order crystals would be enough, and if you're a psychic, that won't be the price. He'd seen a lot of shifters, including in their team of blockers. Those who were able to be the little chiefs were all Alterans, or else they really didn't have the ability to dare to stop the barrier here. The magnetic gravity around them remained intact. Chen Mo said calmly, Get out of the way. Do you want to die? What? Feng Tianyu pulled out his ears as if he had heard something funny, laughing out loud. Kid, you don't think a shifter is invincible, do you? I'm telling you, in front of me, even if you're a dragon, you have to stay coiled up. It's a tiger that has to lie down for me. If you don't hand over these 300 crystal cores, that one is to blame me for being impolite. Put. As he spoke suddenly a terrifyingly black water droplet erupted towards himself. The speed is fast and the goal is clear. Feng Tianyou's pupils shrunk violently, feeling this huge killing aura. It was a dark moment of bad luck, and he directly raised his hand to make a parry with his right hand. Unleash the alien magnetic gravity. Buzz! The enormous gravity pressed right down. However, Chen Mo was a third-order alien, and the master under his control was even more powerful, far from being comparable to ordinary psychic abilities. Underneath it all, it's as if magnetic gravity doesn't exist. That black water droplet actually went straight through Feng Tianyou's right palm. Put! A bloody hole appeared in Hurricane, and blood continued to flow. Chen Mo said indifferently, "Next time, it'll be your head." Feng Tianyou's body shook violently. This scene could be said to have directly dumbfounded the little brothers beside him. One by one, their eyes widened and their faces were filled with disbelief. Feng was actually injured? How is that possible? The drilling pain quickly traveled through the right hand. A fine layer of sweat emerged on Feng Tianyou's forehead. The face gradually became hideous. In excruciating pain, he covered his bleeding right hand and wailed, "Ah, bastard asshole, I'm going to kill you. What the hell are you?" Such a powerful skill that even his own magnetic gravity couldn't even stop it in the slightest. Feng Tianyu simply could not imagine that such a character would appear in such a place. The black droplets of water, which were not stained with the slightest bit of blood, reverted back to Chen Mo. Chen Mo coldly watched the scene. One hadn't wanted to get too entangled with these people. But nah, these gatekeepers are just annoying. I've already given you the opportunity. Again, if you don't want to die, get out of my way. Roar! The poor key at his side roared, opening his bloody mouth. A monstrous killing intent was released. Feng Tianyu, sweating in pain and grimacing. The pain was so great that he roared, "All of you, kill him!" Like him, Feng Tianyu led a group of them to violate the law and lawlessness on this highway. Never have I suffered such a great loss. His own right palm, to this day, had a bloody hole in it. Even the physically strong adepts felt the immense pain. Feng Tianyu forced himself to endure the pain and, straight away, he tore a piece of white cloth from his pocket and bit into it to bandage his right hand. Both eyes were red as they stared at Chen Mo. Viciously. Q. If I don't kill you today, my name is not Feng Tianyu. Chapter 67. I'll kill as many as come. What the are you all waiting for? Come on. Seeing that the group of juniors beside him were hesitant to step forward with weapons in hand, Feng Tianyu gave an angry rebuke. But Feng brother, he is an alien. One of the little brothers had a face that was afraid of death. Fear said. Even a strong person like Feng had his palm pierced through. So they used to start out as chopped up goods one by one? Feng Tianyou's eyes widened in anger, and a terrifying killing intent erupted in his eyes as he roared. What are you afraid of when you have Lousy beside you to help you and so many people? He's already under my control with my powers, so you guys just get on me. Bunch of losers. The gravity magnetic field ability was used once again. Feng Tianyu had narrowed down the gravity magnetic field of this place, all of it, to just a range of Chen Mo. The gravity he could apply in this way became much more powerful. Boom! Chen Mo and the poor man felt the pressure on their bodies multiply, as if they were burdened with 1,000 pounds. Even the earth beneath his feet began to crack. Class C powers, gravity magnetic field? Chen Mo's eyes flickered and he saw through Feng Tianyou's supernatural ability with a single glance. The opportunity itself has been given. The resources of the blockers are not few. Food, crystal cores, all what one needs right now. Since this group of barrier blockers were still not long for their eyes, then they could not blame themselves. Murder, transgression. The 5 or 6 little brothers on the opposite side of the street sniffed at this before they rushed up one by one, cowering. Their group of barrier blockers didn't look like organized lions, mostly outlaws. Not to mention the large number of weapons and firearms that Luo Tianxiong had at his disposal. One wielded the simplest of machetes and clubs. Go on, avenge brother Feng. Seeing Chen Mo and that terrifying beast being shackled by Feng Tianyou's supernormal ability, 5 or 6 of them rushed straight up in unison. Chen Mo glanced at the poor man beside him, not even bothering to make a move. He instead said with cold eyes, "Poor man, go ahead, just keep one." The poor man beside him would understand and growled directly. Like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, he pounced towards those 5 or 6 people on the opposite side. This terrifying beast, just by looking at it, caused those 5 or 6 people to lose their fear of the wind. One couldn't help but soften his legs and lose the will to fight. Soon, a mournful and incomparable scream rang out. One of them was actually directly slapped by the poor man and had his legs broken. "No, don't kill me. Spare my life." The poor man habitually opened his bloody mouth to aim. Under the gazes of everyone with a look of shock and fear, he actually directly bit off that person's head. At this moment, the colorful few were scared out of their wits. Minute by minute and powerless, he ran wildly in the direction of Feng Tianyu behind him. Feng Tianyu was sweating profusely as he glared deathly at Chun Mo, who had a calm and indifferent face across the room. And that horrible beast. The mind was appalled. Are the two of them not affected in the least by their own gravitational magnetic field? How is this possible? Feng Tianyu opened his mouth, feeling somewhat incredulous. This had never happened since he had awakened his skills. Brother Feng, help! Help! I don't want to die. A group of people who had been so majestic before. At this moment, he fell before the poor man. Feng Tianyu's face suddenly changed. Sensing that he had perhaps kicked some iron plate today, eyes constantly flickering, he immediately opened his mouth. Brothers, this friend, it was our fault before. You can go now. We don't want this over tariff either. Chen Mo sneered with some playfulness. Recognize it now? Late. If they were left behind by this group of barrier blockers, then they would certainly suffer inhuman torture. One wouldn't have wanted to be involved in all this. Those survivors left behind by this group. There is no connection to yourself either. But since he's messing with himself, then it's only their bad luck that's to blame. Chen Mo raised his right hand slightly. Juggernaut powers unleashed. A breathtaking scene appeared, only to see the truck behind Feng Tianyu and the others, unexpectedly and uncontrollably began to. It gradually closed up. Even those tin boxes on the truck were twisted. It was like it was moved by some invisible force, making a piercing friction sound. Finally, with a bang, the trucks crashed together, blocking the retreat behind them. Feng Tianyu's breath caught. What the kind of power is that? His face suddenly changed, and his expression became unsightly for an instant. Looking at Chen Mo, he took a deep breath and said, Brothers, we were wrong this time. Be a man, and we'll meet again. But you do realize there are quite a few more in the neighborhood that are our own. This is his bottom line. Such a big commotion here. I'm sure it must have long ago attracted the attention of the blockers at the other gates. Chen Mo still had a calm look on his face. The ghostly voice spoke. Kill as many as come. Feng Tianyu's pupils shrunk violently, seemingly in disbelief at the youthfulness of the people in front of him. The guy who looked like a student was even tougher than he was. Roar! The beast roared once again. The poor man's speed was extremely fast and thunderous, weaving through the crowd. With a direct slap, he disemboweled one of them, blood spattering and a huge wound in the abdomen. Even the intestines were pulled out raw. The man's face was filled with horror as he looked at the bloody scene woodenly. Before he could even look at it more than once, there was a scream from the other side. Ah! Slaughter! A unilateral massacre! Even a first-order fey is by no means something that an ordinary person can resist. Not to mention the fact that poor man's is a second rank. The magnetic gravity here doesn't affect its movements much at all. Seeing this scene, Feng Tianyu could not help but tremble. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What kind of monster is this? He directly took out a first-order crystal core and absorbed the power in it. Strongly enduring the excruciating pain, he intertwined his left hand with his right, using all his strength, releasing a gravitational magnetic field, trying to buy himself an escape. A trace of blood emerged from Feng Tianyu's red eyes, boldly bellowing, gravity magnetic field. Ka-ching! At this life and death moment, his first-order alien ability gravity magnetic field exploded with a power that didn't belong to the first order. The earth in front of him gradually cracked out, countless cracks spreading out towards the poor man in silence. It seemed to be caving in. The poor man's huge body sank several feet deeper into the ground. Feng Tianyu was overjoyed and hurriedly climbed towards the top of the twisted big truck, a vain attempt to escape from this place. Chen Mo's eyes narrowed slightly. The ghost cut at his waist directly flowed out a black sharp droplet of water, and fixedly killed towards Feng Tianyu. Rustling, the sound of breaking air rang out, and just then, from the direction behind him, a chirping voice suddenly rang out. Stop it! One wore a black leather jacket with big curly waves. The plump, hot woman on a black motorcycle resounding with a loud engine rumbled from the distance. But it was too late. That black droplet of water went straight through Feng Tianyu's forehead and even his skull was pierced and crushed. Bang! Feng Tianyu, who was climbing that truck, was shaken. Then he fell to the ground with a thud. A bloody gash in the forehead kept flowing with white brain matter and sticky blood. Lifespan is all but gone. Chapter 68 Liao Ruyu. Survivor power in North China City. Chen Mo did not choose to stop in the slightest because of this voice. Coldly, he glanced at the visitor behind him, only to see in the distance, a group of people came with great vigor, riding off-road and in pickup trucks, some pulling on the handlebars and poking their bodies out. Each one came armed and aggressive. See Feng Tianyu killed. The beautiful eyes of Liao Ruyu in the distance stared, and her pretty face immediately became huffy. I told you to stop. It actually made a sharp 180-degree turn directly. The loud sound of the engine was deafening as the cutoff stopped in place. Without saying a word, Liao Ruyu raised her jade hand. A whistling sound rang out, and white ripples swirled around them. The field immediately blew up a harsh and incomparably strong wind towards Chen Mo. Chen Mo frowned. Also a shifter? Roar! The poor man at his side let out a low roar and, with a direct swing, he slapped towards the cluster of wind. Break it up into a clean sweep. Class a psychic ability. Storm. Feng? Miss, old Feng is dead? Behind the hot Liao Ruyu with big waves and a hot body, several large vehicles stopped, and from them one after another stout men descended. Liao Ruyu's beautiful eyes were filled with coldness as she stared tightly at Chen Mo on the opposite side. The body is proud and toned under the leather black trenchcoat jacket. A pair of long, plump, straight legs, slender and sexy in mid-calf leather boots. Liao Ruyu spoke in a cold voice. Did you kill them all? Chen Mo's face was calm as he indifferently asked back. Can't kill? Liao Ruyu's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, her delicate and pretty face filled with displeasure. Looking at the corpses on the ground, he couldn't help but frown and said, Your Excellency, we have no grievances with you. It's not too good for you to kill so many of us. From the means that this person had just displayed, it was obvious that he was also an exalt. Moreover, being able to single-handedly kill all of Feng Tianyou's group, definitely not some ordinary alien. The beast beside it had just interrupted its own storm even more. This indicated that the other party's origin was at least a second-order psychic. Looking at Chen Mo's face, for some reason, she always felt that something looked familiar. It's like, I've seen it somewhere before, Liao Ruyu carefully recalled. Chen Mo shot a glance at the woman in front of him. Without slowing down, he got on the poor man's body and slowly said, I'm going to North China. I don't care what you guys do, but those who dare to stop me will end up like those guys. Asterisk 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 you. There are so many of us here and you still have the audacity to speak up. The burly man's face was furious as he chided. All give it to me. Avenge Feng Tianyu. Wait. At that moment, Liao Ruyu spoke up. Her beautiful eyes flickered, and she forced down the heartbreak in her heart and tried to say, Are you, called Chen Mo? Chen Mo frowned at his words and didn't say anything. She knows herself? Seeing that the other party did not deny it, Liao Ruyu's beautiful eyes became even brighter. She raised her hand and spoke after a few moments of contemplation. All put down your weapons. Miss? The group of people around them were a bit confused. Feng Tianyu was a sharpshooter, and he's dead. Liao Ruyu turned her head and coldly gazed at them and said, I said drop it. Didn't I hear you? Obviously a woman. But on her, there was inexplicably a vicious hostility. The crowd of juniors behind him could only helplessly put down the weapons in their hands when they saw this. Liao Ruyu looked at Chen Mo and suddenly spoke. My friend, is it possible to have a good talk? Don't worry, we will not pursue the matter of Feng Tianyou's death. If you want to head to the military area, I advise you, then, that you had better not go there. She knows Chen Ma. In the news that came down from the 6th military district, this man, who actually killed Lin on his son, is the most wanted man. Liao Ruyu looked at Chen Mo with a smile on her face and did not point out its identity as she opened her mouth. Instead of traveling to the military region, you should be a guest at my dragon steel. Changing faces extremely quickly, obviously a second ago, was an immortal enemy. Miss? Seeing this scene, the crowd around them all felt a bit incredulous. The burly man sighed and thought darkly. It's likely that Miss has developed some kind of love for talent again. Feng Tianyu, who was recruited by Liao Ruyu at the beginning, now says to give up. Seeing this, Chen Mo said in a cold and incomparable manner, Hasn't anyone told you that your smile is fake? Liao Ruyu's smile froze. Chen Mo, poverty, let's go. Though it's not clear why she recognizes herself, but one is too lazy to argue so much with this woman. Since the other party has no intention of trying to make a move, then it was most important to travel to North China City as a matter of urgency. In front of this group of people, the crystal cores from the dead Feng Tianyu and the others were searched. Chen Mo and the poor man just wanted to leave this place. Liao Ruyu's voice then came again from behind her. You go 2 kilometers further. It's us, Dragon Steel. 4 kilometers further, or one of ours, all the way to the city of North China. All you meet will be our people. Your Excellency, how about a good talk? Chen Ma stopped, then grinned and turned his head to look at her. Then you'd better get all your people out of the way. Otherwise, what happens here is what happens to them. Liao Ruyu's pretty face changed furiously, and the fullness in her chest stood up a little higher. Chen Mo didn't give her any chance to speak either, and the seated poor man roared lowly and prostrated himself. It ended up being a direct high jump. Even the ground was stumped with 2 holes, and he directly took off. Miss, are we just going to let him off so easily? The strong man beside him said in disbelief. I don't know if it was because of the cold nature or if it was already like this. After seeing Feng Tianyou's group of people die, he didn't feel much himself, and his mood was, on the contrary, as flat as water. Liao Ruyu's beautiful eyes flashed, and a head of hair as black and shiny as the waves of the sea fluttered. Coldly, he spoke. Or what? Feng Tianyu is no ordinary person, and since he killed all the men and horses here by himself, Is there any way we can stop it? I have long spoken to my uncle, and now that I am able to come all the way from the... It must all be some notoriously powerful aliens. Even if Feng Tianyu doesn't die today, this loss, sooner or later, will be eaten. They won't even give us their guns, so working with them is like working with a tiger for its skin. Liao Ruyu's pretty face is filled with coldness. This kind of effortlessness is something only an uncle would do. Before the end of the world, the Longgang Group is the production of heavy industry in North China. Steel production of large enterprises. Those who are able to dip into this field of heavy industry naturally have the means to take advantage of both black and white. Liao Ruyu, on the other hand, is the cousin niece of the chairman of Longgang Group. Chapter 69, North China City Roadblock. Some people are unwilling to accept it. The burly man frowned, explaining, "But miss, it's all the chairman's idea." Liao Ruyu raised her hand and said impatiently, "I know that my uncle has received a lot of care from that man to get to where he is today, but have we given the man any less gifts over the years? Nowadays, in the last days, such a big power as my Dragon Steel Group, and occupying a few of the largest steel mills in North China, there's a time and a place and a people. It's long past time to stop looking at their faces. This idea of wanting to be independent among the survivor powers of today's, it can be more than just the male lions Luo Tianxiong. For ordinary people, this is the end times of natural disasters and crises, and for those of them who have been in high positions of power and authority since before the end of time, as long as not everyone is dead, it's still a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to do what you're supposed to do instead." Liao Ruyu swept a glance at the corpses on the ground, as well as the few survivors not far away. "Fade, you guys get rid of the bodies here. I'll come over. Miss, what are you going to? Go after them, or the people in front of us will all die out like Feng Tianyu." Chen Ma? The corner of Liao Ruyu's mouth revealed a nice arc. "The enemy of my enemy is my friend." She got right on the black motorcycle. Storm Alamancy usage. Inside the arena, a piercing gale blew up. The locomotive under the seat, surprisingly, rode the wind and came directly on top of those big trucks in one move. The engine roared as it pursued toward the location where Chen Mo had left. The strong man sighed and looked at Feng Tianyu's corpse with some pity. "Miss Nature indifferent and ruthless. See this look. This revenge is considered unsettled. Still, not the first. What are you waiting for? Get to work." The poor man's speed was extremely fast. In no time at all, there was action for a kilometer or two, and not far away, directly in front of it, it was just as the woman had said. There's also a group of gatekeepers stopping by. Chen Mo couldn't help but be a bit annoyed. These barrier blockers were located at almost the entire entrance to the city of North China. No matter which entrance you come from, you can't avoid it. "Poverty, charge over," Chen Mo coldly said. "One doesn't have time to spend with them here." Roar! The poor man let out a low roar and charged all the way across the room. This massive and majestic tiger. It could be said that the group of people directly in front of them were dumbfounded. Even that first-order alien hadn't started using his powers yet. Then he watched the big truck behind him and the others get a huge hole through it. Rumble! Asterisk asterisk? What's that? Asterisk 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 asterisk. I didn't even see it at all? Immediately afterward, an engine roar sounded behind them. Liao Ruyu followed closely behind, seeing the beautiful, sexy figure on the black motorcycle not far away. The crowd watching over the place were all wide-eyed. "Ms. Liao, what brings you here? All get out of my way." Liao Ruyu also didn't stay here too much at all. The whole thing lay flat prostrate on that black locomotive. The full, unbelievable peaks squeezed, a shapely figure and straight, meat-filled thighs hugged the locomotive. A full head of big, flowing waves. With great speed, he rushed along the large hole that poor man had broken out of. Many people looked at it with straight eyes and couldn't help but gulp. "Ms. Liao has a great body. Who says it isn't?" The poor man who had crossed yet another barrier still hadn't stopped. And just then, behind, suddenly there came a chirping voice. "Wait!" Chen Mo was slightly stunned. A glance toward the back of the room. A surprised look emerged in his eyes, only to see that behind her, Liao Ruyu was riding a motorcycle. And with the added power of the storm wind's supernatural ability, the speed was almost 400 yards, racing down this highway like a black lightning bolt. It pursued in just a few breaths. Chen Mo froze. This woman. What the hell? Liao Ruyu came directly to the poor man's side with his helmet and exclaimed. "I told you to wait. I have something to say to you." Sparing Chen Mo to see the scene, he couldn't help but be somewhat speechless. Patting the seated poor man, he whispered, "Poor man, stop." The poor man let out a low roar and his huge body stopped on this highway. Liao Ruyu's beautiful eyes were delighted, and she similarly slowed down and stopped. She took off her helmet, revealing a beautiful, dark, big wave with a delicate face that, hot body. Getting down from the black motorcycle, he came to Chen Mo. also not the slightest bit afraid of the existence of poor Chi, but instead, greatly extended his hand and said, "My name is Liao Ruyu, the niece of the chairman of Dragon Steel Group. Get acquainted." Chen Mo stared at her and spoke without making a move. "Just say what you have to say. I'm in a hurry." Liao Ruyu was stunned. She thought she was very outstanding both in terms of her figure and appearance. I couldn't imagine that the youth in front of me, who looked quite a bit younger than myself, would be so cold. She didn't care though, but spoke up. "Chen Mo, I know you. You're the guy who killed Lin Shu, right? You're making a big mistake if you're thinking of seeking refuge in the military district." The moment these words came out, the arena instantly froze for a few moments. Chen Mo's eyes narrowed slightly, and his face gradually became unkind. "Who the hell are you?" Liao Ruyu smiled brightly. "Very bright and attractive. Didn't I say that?" Liao Ruyu. Chen Mo's index finger moved slightly. The ghost cut, too, began to tremble vaguely. "You know that's not what I meant." He had traveled to North China City this time, in order to find you. Haven't wanted to engage with the military district that early. Liao Ruyu did not care about the undisguised killing intent on Chen Mo's body. Giggles. "Looks like I remembered well, and really found someone. Don't worry, Chen Mo. I have no animosity towards you. This is news that not many people know about, or my uncle told me to keep an eye on it, and I don't have it in me to send you to the military district, and no word will get out that you're here." Chen Mo stared at her and faintly said, "It seems that you are still in contact with the people of that military region." Liao Ruyu revealed a wry smile. Her beautiful eyes curved into a half-moon shape, and she opened her mouth in a beautiful manner. "Trying to set me up? Actually, it wouldn't hurt to tell you. The Dragon Steel Group, do have a connection with the military region, and I can even say that we're representing the military district now. Do you think that without permission from the military side of the Dragon Steel Group, dare to stop the barrier here with impunity?" Oh, Chen Mo came with a hint of interest. "From what you're saying, you guys still work for the military district?" Even before the rebirth, he himself had never heard of these early post-apocalyptic barrier blockers being connected to the military region. Listening to this woman, there seems to be less simplicity in it. Liao Ruyu stretched out, recklessly displaying her front and back proud figure, said with a languid face, "Humph, it's all just some interests. It is a mandatory order from the center to allow the survivors to go to the safe zone for shelter, and not the wishes of those military district bigwigs. A great deal of firepower from all the major military districts is now being sent out to save the children and relatives of those at the top. Think about it. The safe zone has only just been established. How many more people do you have to feed under the hands of several military districts? If survivors from all over the world were to swarm into the military zone, what about food and shelter, and resources, and how should they be distributed?" Speaking of this, Liao Ruyu's pretty face is full of disdain, said in a cold voice, "So it's not us that's blocking these survivors from coming over and seeking refuge. Rather, there are people in the 6th War area who, right now, are not willing to take them in." Chapter 70, Cooperation. "Our Dragon Steel Group can help you." Chen Mo's eyes twinkled at her words, probably knowing what she meant. The face calmly said, "So?" Liao Ruyu circled around him continuously, her beautiful eyes curiously sizing up Chen Mo. "Having said all that, I actually wanted to tell you something. I mean you no harm. And there's even a chance we could be friends. For that matter, can you understand?" Chen Mo said indifferently, "That's a sad group of people following you." Liao Ruyu was full of concern. "You mean Feng Tianyu? That guy would have been gotten rid of by me if he didn't have a psychic ability. The reputation of my Dragon Steel Group is going to be finished by its corruption. But then again, you've got a lot of nerve. You guy, Chun Ma, do you or do you not know that quite a few people from the 6th Military Region have now traveled to Tianhai City to prepare to capture you for credit? At this juncture, you even dare to come to North China City alone. Shall I say you're overconfident, or you don't know what you're doing?" Liao Ruyu said with a smile, "But you were lucky to meet me. And don't worry, I won't spread the news that you're here, but as a condition of that, you'll have to work with me. Dragon Steel, how's that?" Chen Mo's right-hand fingertips moved slightly. In a flash, an incredibly sharp blade condensed from metal floated and aimed at her from all sides. "As long as I want to, you will soon become a hedgehog," Chen Mo said. Seeing this scene, Liao Ruyu was slightly alarmed. This guy, he really deserves to be the one the military district is looking for. What powerful psychic powers. She didn't show it though. Instead, she raised a showy eyebrow and held her hands to her two peaks calmly. Chen Mo, 21 years old, from a welfare home, used to work at Jia Supermarket. Psychic abilities. The ability to manipulate steel balls made of metal, as well as influence bullets. Initial judgments should be able to control the metal. Am I right? Liao Ruyu said calmly. Honestly, it's breezy on the surface though, but she couldn't stop her heart from pounding at the moment. After all, he himself was a second-order alien. Just now, when Chen Mo used his supernatural ability, he himself didn't even react at all. This meant that the other party was at least the same second-order alien as himself, if not stronger. If you kill me now, then you won't know anything about the North China military region. Liao Ruyu spoke of her value. We at Dragon Steel Group don't want to be a good dog for the military region. At least, with me here, I'll be able to make sure that you're not discovered by the military district in North China City. Still, how about cooperation? Ha? Chen Mo stared at her beautiful and delicate face for a long time. Suddenly, these blades in front of me were reduced to a puddle of liquid in a matter of moments. Re-entered the ghost cut. Chen Mo nodded slightly and said, "Say, how's that for cooperation?" Himself. Now, not only looking for you even more so, one must always be on the lookout for people from the military district to take a shot at him or her. If the operation in North China is exposed, it is bound to be restricted in every way. Chen Mo did not want to make a move against an entire military region when his dominating alien ability had not yet reached the 4th stage. Liao Ruyu's face was delighted. The beautiful eyes brightly looked at Chen Mo. Immediately spoke up. "How about I want you to join me at Dragonsteel and become my man?" Chen Mo laughed and said with a slight playfulness, "Is this what you call cooperation? Is the person who became you like the alien before? That doesn't interest me." Liao Ruyu's delicate little face couldn't help but blush at the words. Positive color. "Your strength is not something that can be compared to goods like Feng Tianyu. If you join my Dragon Steel Group, then you'll be one of our own from now on." "Chen Ma, change it." Liao Ruyu let out a sigh of regret, nor did he pay much attention to it, saying, "There's no harm in being unwilling. Since it's a partnership, sincerity is still necessary. In my sphere of influence in Dragonsteel, I was able to guarantee that no such person named Chen Ma appeared. Honestly, you've offended the military district, and I'm actually willing to make you a friend." Liao Ruyu threw a wink and lightly smiled as she continued. "I want you to take care of a deformed xenomorph for my Dragonsteel Group. With your strength, I don't think it should matter." Chen Mo did not hesitate. "Could be." Liao Ruyu clapped her hands and exclaimed, "Cool, what about you? What do we need to do?" Chen Mo, news from the military district side, as well as using your power to find someone for me. Looking for someone? Liao Ruyu frowned. This request is not uncommon, both in the military region and in the Dragon Steel Group. Almost everyone wants to find their friends and family and bring them back to safety. Now that the news is closed, if you can be sure that your friend is in North China City, rather try. Liao Ruyu didn't exactly agree, but said, "We at Dragon Steel Group can only do our best. It's not like it used to be. Not to mention whether or not the person you're looking for is still alive. North China City is so big, trying to find someone is undoubtedly a needle in a haystack. I think you realize this is not going to be easy." Chen Mo nodded. "I know. Liao Ruyu, what's the name?" Chen Mo, Tang Xianyu. Female? Liao Ruyu froze, showing a look of dawning realization. The pretty face was full of gossip and said, "Old favorites?" It was obviously extremely interested in this woman named Tang Xianyu. Chen Mo glanced at her and didn't say anything. "Liao Ruyu, do you know roughly where she is? A student, or?" Chen Mo shook his head. "The first time he and Yuer met was several years after the end of the world. I only know that Yuer is in the middle of North China. As for what Yuer did before the end of the world, she rarely mentioned it." Still a student, Chen Mo said. Liao Ruyu frowned her willow brows, feeling a little strange. "What do you mean, should?" Chen Mo honestly said. "I'm not sure." Liao Ruyu sighed. "I know. I will try my best to help you with this matter. For information, I'll also ask the people over at the military district if they know. As for finding it or not, that can only be left to fate." Chen Mo lowered his eyes, his gaze flickering as he said, "Aha! Instead of searching like a headless fly, it would be better to use the power of this local snake in North China." Liao Ruyu pondered for a moment and said, "With the sensitivity of your identity, it's unlikely that you'll be able to enter North China City directly from the highway entrance. They don't trust us over there in the military district. At the entrance, there can be more than just our people present. Chen Mo, you'll mix into our group later and return to North China City with us. As for that pet by your side." Chapter 71 Tensions. Fey Predators. Speaking of this, Liao Ruyu stroked her forehead and couldn't help but have a bit of a headache. From the news that came from the military region, this pet of Chen Mo's was truly extraordinary. Again, one of Chen Mo's very distinctive features. "You don't have to care about the poor man. I have a way to keep it hidden," Chen Mo said. Liao Ruyu smiled brightly. Straight away, he went forward and patted Chen Mo's shoulder. "In that case, let's go over and wait at that intersection. My men will probably be here soon, and I'll take you into North China then." Saying that, with a nice scent, Liao Ruyu directly got on her black motorcycle, put the helmet on, twisted the gas, petulantly, gone. Liao Ruyu flatly crept on the locomotive, like a black-clothed queen, and sped out in an instant. Chen Mo couldn't see much fluctuation on his face. Turning to look at the poor man, he said, "Poor man, let's go." A junction that breaks in two. Came the loud noise. The black locomotive leapt high and straight across the highway that broke in half. Boom! It landed firmly on the ground. Arriving at this area, the highway piece of this place was cleared by their Dragon Steel Group people. Not a single living walker in sight. Liao Ruyu came to a sharp break to stay in place, looking to the poor man who was running behind him, an uncontrollable grin and a petulant voice. "It seems to me that this pet of yours is not as good as this Kawasaki of mine, either." Roar! The seated poor man let out a low growl of some dissatisfaction. Chen Mo looked around. This happens to be an extremely high-speed bridge, surrounded by mountains and empty space. It is very silent. This is it. Wait here. My men should be here in a minute. Liao Ruyu pulled out a pack of chocolates from somewhere and handed it over, saying, "Eat." Chen Mo shook his head and directly took out a piece of bread and nibbled on it. Liao Ruyu came to an edge and directly sat her butt on a rock, said while eating a chocolate, "I heard from the military district side that you killed Lin Anha's son Lin Shu though, but Skyhaven does have over 100 other survivors who were saved because of you." Chen Mo, what did you kill him for? He has a grudge against you? Liao Ruyu looked over with some curiosity. Not only her, but even the people in the military district were still confused to this day. Why on earth would an ordinary guy who couldn't be ordinary want to kill Lin Shu? What about the motive for the killing? The reason? Nothing. Lin Shu? Chen Mo's eyes twinkled. At the mention of the name again, he was already unruffled. Indeed, before the end of the world, Lin Shu was merely a foppish second-generation government official who hadn't had time to do anything yet. But these, however, were not able to affect one's determination to kill him. Chen Mo wasn't going to explain anything, because the end times, it's not even close to being a human life. Seeing that he was unwilling to say more, Liao Ruyu was also sensible enough not to ask more. Curling her hair, she whispered, "The Lin family wasn't easy before the end of the world, and now that the end of the world is here, doing things becomes even more reckless. The head of the 6th war area is close to the Lin family, and what's being done now? It's all in the shadow of the Lin family. I reckon they'll be living here for a long time once the centralized matters are taken care of. Your strength alone, even if it's strong, can't possibly fight so many people in the military region. How about joining my Dragon Steel group?" Liao Ruyu said without forgetting her original intention. Chen Mo said with calm eyes, "When did I ever say that I was alone? One's greatest capital was the heavenly power supernatural ability. With the heavenly power ability, one person by himself is 1,000 armies. Besides you were. The only thing Chen Mo believed in was his own strength, and the divine Fae who were taken in by the powers of heaven." Chen Mo stopped talking and said calmly, "The Fae you want me to tackle? What is it?" One's own impression remembers that there is no special presence in the city of North China. There are also no gods at all. A mutated freshwater crocodile. Mentioning this matter, Liao Ruyu's pretty face revealed a touch of hatred. In the beginning, it appeared in Lake Gingyun in North China City, and the military district sent troops to suppress it. But somehow, after a few days it even appeared in the vicinity of my Longgang Group's factory. Wanton destruction. That's where a large amount of supplies collected by my Dragon Steel Group are stored. I suspect that someone from the 6th military region did it on purpose. Although their Dragon Steel Group is more powerful than the Lions in Tianhai City, but couldn't get weapons and guns at all, even if they work closely with the 6th military region. The other side is also simply not willing to give support for these weapons. Just relying only on the power of those individual first-order aberrations of the Dragon Steel Group would not help at all. Not everyone could be like Chen Mo, who had been able to single-handedly slay gods in the pre-apocalyptic period. In the pre-apocalyptic period, the best thing to use is still bullets. Chen Mo sniffed and pondered for a moment. Crocodile? There doesn't seem to be any recollection of this Fae species in memory. At least, nowhere near as famous as the poor man's. Chen Mo couldn't help but smile. It seems that this military district's thigh is not easy to hold. Liao Ruyu snorted, her exquisite pretty face covered in frost. Isn't it still afraid that my Dragon Steel Group will go beyond their control? We've got a lot of steel in here, and it would be great to get it running again. Intercepting those survivors and deliberately releasing that monster crocodile. Everywhere I look, I'm targeting me, Dragon Steel Group. However, there is no way around it. After all, the 6th War Region's base was established right near the city of North China. One inside and one outside. If we really let Dragon Steel Group become the boss of North China, that naturally wasn't something that the top brass of the 6th War area would like to see. Chen Mo chatted with Liao Ruyu for a short while. It could be seen that Liao Ruyu could be said to have a great deal of resentment towards the 6th War region. It's also right up his alley. If we let the 6th War Area take control of North China, then he would not be able to find you or in peace. And, since the steel mill, that was just the perfect place to dominate the undefeated nature of his powers. Just then, from a short distance away came the sudden rumbling of a group of people's vehicles. This voice, Liao Ruyu's beautiful eyes lit up as she stood up from the ground and said, "They're coming." When she turned her head again, her pupils suddenly shrank. Somewhat incredulously, he looked over to Chen Mo's side, only to see the huge beast that had been prostrate next to Chen Mo in the last second in a good manner. The next marvelous one suddenly disappeared. Liao Ruyu gave Chen Mo a deep look. "Miss." At this moment, from the land cruisers that were arriving one after another, the burly man from before walked down. Noticing Chen Mo's presence, the burly man frowned and said with some obvious displeasure, "Miss, what are you?" "Liao Ruyu, it was all some misunderstanding before. We've made it clear. He'll follow us later." The burly man's frown intensified at his words, but since it was at Mrs. Command, he couldn't say anything more, only able to nod his head. He glared fiercely at Chen Mo behind Liao Ruyu and said with great displeasure, "Get in the car. Let's go. Back to North China City." Chapter 72, How to Get In If You Don't Give Some Favors. Chen Mo and a group of men sat in the back of a large van. The car was solemn and silent, and 5 or 6 grim-faced men sat there. The hands were armed with iron rods with some rudimentary weapons. It was sizing up Chen Mo with an unfavorable expression on its face. The surroundings were somewhat dim and the scene was stark. Chen Mo casually sat in a position with his eyes closed and did not speak. According to Liao Ruyu's words, "Stay here and don't go out yourself until you leave for North China City." Because at the location of that highway exit, there were quite a few people with guns and military weapons guarding it. Beside his ears, every now and then, the sound of a big car bumping against the ground rang out. "Poof." The Hanyu from before snorted coldly and stepped forward with some displeasure. "Boy, I don't know what you said to the lady, but your scrawny little body. Join me, Dragon Steel. Don't get eaten by those zombies." The man's name was Guoju, and he was the leader here. And these Hans here are all workers in the steel mills of the Dragon Steel Group. Worked inside a steel mill all year round, doing the dirty work, making them far more physically fit than the average person. One was very good in both endurance and strength. Those who were able to come out with Liao Ruyu were naturally all carefully selected from among them. Chen Mo still had his eyes closed and did not speak. At that moment, a kind-looking middle-aged man across the street let out a bitter smile and said, "Well, Lao Gu, he's a kid. What are you so vigilant for? It's the end times. There's only men and women. There's no such thing as children." "I'm sorry," Go Huoju said in a deep voice, "and I don't know why the lady wants him to come back with us. Why don't we just put it on the site? Same as those survivors not allowed to pass without collecting a certain amount of crystals." "What are you talking about?" At these words, the few Hanyu present were all a bit displeased. Compared to Feng Tianyu, these people were obviously a bit more conscientious. "Lao Gu, are you confused? To cut off a person's life, this kind of thing is unconscionable. It's hell to die. Whoever likes to do it, I am not willing to do it. Rather, it's people like Feng Tianyu who revel in it. Now you've got what's coming to you, don't you? Hey, we can't help it. There are dead miles every day. These days, I don't know when they'll end." Go Huoju also seemed to feel that he was a bit out of line, and sank his voice. "I didn't mean to. Those sons of ES, turning the conflict from the alien survivors against us. The Dragon Steel Group. But what a thing." The big guys didn't say much more, and their faces were all very ugly. After all, people like Feng Tianyu were ultimately a minority. The pre-apocalyptic big guys here were all workers and knew that life was not easy. Chen Mo slowly opened his eyes, glancing at the group of big, burly men, open mouth. "You guys at Dragon Steel are all very reluctant to intercept survivors coming from the outside?" Go Huoju sneered. "You think we're all holes like Feng Tianyu? You're lucky, kid, since the lady's willing to take you in. And when we get to North China, just be honest and stay at Dragon Steel." Chen Mo didn't say anything more. No words along the way. A large vehicle traveled for a while on the somewhat rundown highway. There were intermittent stops along the way, but thankfully none of them were in any kind of accident. About half an hour or so passed. The whole car rattled to a stop. From the outside, suddenly there was a kicking and stomping sound and the sound of a gun going ga. "Stand still." Immediately after that, Liao Ruyu's voice rang out. "We're from Dragon Steel. How many people arrived today?" 15. Name, identifying information. It's all here. Get everyone in the car. Out. There was no movement in the outside world, and they didn't know what Liao Ruyu had done. The voice then rang out. "Okay, you guys can go. We were told from above to get those survivors settled. Once the safe zone is properly established, they will be released. Understood? Go." Buzz dashed the sound of an engine starting. The car began to wobble forward again. I don't know how long it took, but the back door was pushed open with a squeak. Revealed light. Chen Mo looked outward and his entire field of vision became visible. It was in ruins, somewhat empty around, and the ground was instead covered in blood and zombie bodies. The smell of fish and decay was overwhelming, the most familiar flavor of the end times. The sexy Liao Ruyu smiled under the car. Well, we're here in North China. All out. Chen Mo and a group of Hans got out of the car. Looking around, a car pulls up to the curb. Liao Ruyu said with a light laugh, "Come down for some air." Chen Mo nodded slightly, and a group of Hans holding weapons that was being alert and incredibly attentive to the movements around him. This neighborhood has been cleared many times though, but every now and then a wandering walker still shows up in the area, so everyone is pumped up. Liao Ruyu stretched her waist and looked at Chen Mo with a smile in her beautiful eyes. To the city of North China that your heart desires. Our Dragon Steel Group base is over 30 kilometers away. The next path, though it's been traveled countless times, but there's still the occasional walker. You're so strong, it's okay to help, right? Speaking of this, Liao Ruyu spat out her tongue. Chen Mo nodded. Could be, but I want those crystals. Liao Ruyu laughed delicately. Don't worry about that. As long as after you take care of that monster crocodile for us, Dragon Steel, crystals are something we still have some of. You will also be rewarded accordingly. It's like a bounty hunter in a movie. How's that for cool? Chen Mo said indifferently. Help me find someone and everything will be fine. Allah, don't worry. I'll definitely do your things. Liao Ruyu patted her chest and guaranteed road. At this time Gu Huozhu also walked over and spoke. Miss, those guys just now, they want something again? Liao Ruyu glanced at him, her pretty face calmly saying, well, give a little. Gu Huozhu burst into a rage, and even the faces of the few Hans beside him didn't look too good. Damn, these guys are shameless. They obviously have food in all of their military districts, and they're always thinking about what little we have at Dragon Steel. Miss, it's not the first time or the second time. Next time we'll have to see. So what if I don't give it to them? Chen Mo sniffed and also looked at her with some curiosity and said, you gave them food? The people in the military district, they're missing this too? Liao Ruyu let out a delicate laugh. She appeared to be very open-minded. Unconcerned, he said, although food will be handed out. This cascade of distribution down the, and how much of it went to those of them? How do you get in here without a favor? Let's not talk about it. Let's go. Chapter 73, Surprising Strength. Tip of the iceberg. I've been curious about your strength for a long time now. Since you were able to take care of those Feng Tianyu guys, a small zombie in the district shouldn't be a problem, right? Show me? Chen Mo didn't speak, but looked around. Then, looking in one direction, the right hand was raised slightly. Whoosh! A plain steel ball burst out of nowhere. It was as swift as a bullet, causing everyone to fail to react. Squeak! At this moment, in a patch of rubble more than 30 meters ahead, surprisingly, a mouse squeak suddenly rang out. Thick blood flowed from that rubble. The pupils of everyone present shrank. Gu Huozhu even stared at Chen Mo with wide eyes full of incredulity. Liao Ruyu covered her small mouth in surprise. This power of Chen Mo's was too mind-boggling, wasn't it? Liao Ruyu, somewhat less than convinced, used the supernatural ability Storm Wind. The ruin rumbled, and a wisp of wind was sent directly into dragged out the corpse of that corpse rat. At a full meter in size, it was larger than an ordinary house cat. How did you do it? Liao Ruyu was a bit shocked. See? Chen Mo did not explain. The poor man had transformed into the heavenly power tattoo, and was able to continuously strengthen his 5 senses. With the poor man's sense of smell and senses, even if it was only a second-order Fey, it was also quite a bit stronger than a third-order alien. You guys are cleaning up the walkers here, but there are quite a few corpse rats, Chen Mo said indifferently. The senses that the poor man brought with him made Chen Mo stand on top of this ruin. All were able to clearly hear one scurrying, noisy corpse rat after another in the waste waterway below. If the corpse rats accumulated to a certain level, they would be just like their original selves in Tianhai City. Appearance of the Rat King. Chen Mo reminded. It's better to clean up when you have time. This simple strike was tantamount to surprising everyone present. Gu Huozhu didn't even see when Chen Mo made his move. Unable to help it, he gave Chen Mo a high look. Liao Ruyu swept her eyes at the corpse rats scurrying through the rubble one by one and shook her head in amazement. I know. I'll arrange for someone to come and take care of it in a couple days. With this strength, you should have a third-order alien, right? It seems that this time, it's definitely enough for me, Dragon Steel, to ask you to deal with that monstrous crocodile. Let's go. The group set off with great vigor. Liao Ruyu as the only alien in Dragon Steel, it is natural to lead the way at the front. Chen Mo, on the other hand, because he didn't have the principle of summoning a poor man and was an exalt, he was then invited by Liao Ruyu to sit on her locomotive. Chen Mo's face was a bit odd as he placed his hand on her shoulder. Liao Ruyu also didn't avoid it in the slightest, but instead chirped and teased. I don't mind as a female, but you're a big old man who's a mother-in-law instead. Time to work. Go! This black motorcycle, together with her Stormwind psychic ability, was quite smooth and agile in this wasteland. Only, the big waves were hitting my cheeks a little raw. The situation in North China City wasn't much better than Tianhai City because of the presence of the military region. The earth passed under his feet, cracked everywhere, and a building around him collapsed. Before the end times, North China was a city of heavy industry. The economy is depressed and is only growing on the back of the Dragon Steel Group and a few large industrial-type groups. Not many young people choose to stay here, and most of the industries fall into the category of being sunset. So, the architecture of the houses around it has quite a sense of long ago. There aren't a lot of skyscrapers, there are factory buildings and old neighborhoods everywhere. Roar! Under the line of people who kept advancing, finally saw the first wave of walkers in this area. Boom! From underneath the ground in front of the two people, a short and incomparably small-built, huddled walkers, caught off guard. Liao Ruyu's pretty face changed, obviously taken aback. Then, with a tightly knit brow, he brought the locomotive up to speed and it slammed directly towards the burrowing walker. Bang! A splash of blood sprinkled down the zombie did a 360-degree turn directly in the air and flew directly across the room. Its bones shattered all over its body, hitting the ground like a mess of mud as it continuously let out a low roar. Roar! Howl all around. From the various collapsed or wrecked stores, a head of zombies poured out of it. Bang! Bang! Knocking sounds kept coming from behind them. The men of Dragon Steel, one by one, they were wielding clubs, fire axes, and sharp weapons to swing at the surrounding zombies, entered into some fierce fighting. Liao Ruyu stopped the motorcycle and said with a cold face, "This zombie is getting really annoying. How come there are still ones that burrow underground and do sneak attacks? Shenma, they also evolve." With that, Chen Mo pulled the ghost cut from his waist and, quickly, he stepped forward and stabbed the short zombie in the torso. Put! Blood flew across the room. One hit kills. Looking at these zombies in front of him, without exception, all of them were first-order existences. A fierce wind blew in the field, as sharp and cutting as a knife blade. Liao Ruyu directly harnessed the storm wind and swept out a count of wind blades. Put! Dryly separating a zombie's head from its body. Apparently, she was also already comfortable with her powers. Chen Mo, let's compare who killed more. Liao Ruyu turned around and teased. The body is proud and graceful. Under the siege of this group of zombies, avoiding attack after attack as easily and comfortably as if dancing a waltz. She's a second-order psychic with extraordinary powers. Unusual zombies. It's hard to do any damage to it at all. Chen Mo glanced at her. The Onakiri in his hand heaved. Mastery alien usage. Onakiri turned into countless black liquids in an instant. It was like waves erupting in all directions. The black water droplets were like a torrential downpour of pear blossoms, piercing the brains of zombie after zombie with unerring precision. Put! A zombie fell to the ground with terrifying strength. Liao Ruyu's mouth opened when she saw this. For a moment he froze in place. The speed of this hit is simply a bit too appalling, isn't it? This pervert, she muttered in a small voice, as the gusty winds around her whipped up even more harshly. The two Xenos clearly showed the gap between them and those ordinary people from Dragon Steel. Under the pervasive power of this apocalyptic mystery, the zombies are also gradually evolving quite a bit now. Although they are cleared from time to time, the zombies are like weeds that can't be burned out. Every once in a while another large group would gather. There are zombies here. More than 50 of them. Long Gang, that big and strong man, kept slaughtering with his weapons. However, their blades were a bit reluctant to even cut off the heads of first-order zombies when facing them. Die for me! Gohuozhu roared, his eyes bare red as he swung down a blow with vigor. The fire axe set halfway into the head of the walker in front of him ripped up a large portion of flesh and blood, eventually decapitated him. Blood splattered all over him. They've gotten stronger again. Gohuozhu spat. His body had long been drenched in big man, looking at Chen Mo, who was madly slaughtering zombies not far away, and he was struggling so much just to kill one. Gohuozhu couldn't help but feel a deep sense of powerlessness rise in his heart. Heartfelt lunged towards a group of zombies, and just then, from a distance, a hissing sound rang out. Roar! In the sky, a puddle of green liquid filled with a foul-smelling corrosive odor suddenly appeared to attack. Splat! The spilled to the ground with along with the stones, the corpses of the zombies were corroded and burned dry in one fell swoop. Chapter 74, Decomposer. Second Order Special Zombie. Zira. The puddle of goo on the ground was bubbling up into a boiling bulge. There came a burning sound, and a strong, fishy odor. Someone couldn't stand the extremely physically unpleasant odor. Couldn't help but dry heave. What the is this? At this moment, Chen Mo's eyes narrowed slightly. With this zombie hissing sound, the surrounding zombies all began to stir restlessly. Roar! Roar! Liao Ruyu's pretty face changed as she covered her nose and used her storm wind ability to disperse the surrounding smell. She's in better shape than the rest of Dragonsteel, though, but also apparently disgusted by the puddle of green goo. Roar! That voice from before sounded once again, only to see a black, swift and incomparable figure coming with great speed stomping on the surrounding buildings. Rumble! It landed heavily on top of the ground. It was surprisingly a zombie with a slightly bulging abdomen and a neck as long as a snake. It's a middle-aged male. The corners of his mouth were split to his earlobes, and all his skin was festering. The intestines were hanging from his waist, and the entrails were clearly visible. A green slime was seeping out of its epidermis and dripping onto the ground. Even from a distance, one could smell the stench of a rotting corpse like stinking slop. It looked disgusting as hell and was constantly shaking its limbs and roaring low as it danced around. What the hell is this? Seeing this scene, Liao Ruyu's eyebrows knitted tightly, and a strong color of disgust surfaced. Chen Mo, second-order zombie, decomposer. He hadn't thought that the zombies, nowadays, had evolved so fast. There are already extremely special zombies with special abilities, similar to psychics. As soon as the decomposer appeared, Long Gang's group of Hans couldn't help but tremble. It was the first time they had seen such a zombie, and it was not a simple commodity at first glance. Ge Huozhu was even more icy cold. The extreme sense of oppression brought about by this decomposer, more so than any of the other walkers. Liao Ruyu looked at Chen Mo and immediately said, "Decomposer? What's that?" Chen Mo's face was calm as he opened his mouth. "Don't touch its skin or mucus. It's corrosive. Even an alien can't carry it. You can understand that highly concentrated sulfuric acid, but it's lethal. But it's more horrible than sulfuric acid. And, no close combat." "What?" Liao Ruyu was shocked in her heart, looking at the liquid bubbling hot in the distance flowing aground. Couldn't help but feel a bit of a headache. "So what now?" Chen Mo's eyes twinkled. "Decomposers? It could be said that they were the toughest of the special zombies. The front end is even more absolutely deadly for the average person. When fighting with them, not only did they have to always be careful of that disintegrator's bodily fluids, but they also couldn't get too close, because whenever it gets hurt, it's not blood that comes out. Rather, it is a highly concentrated corrosive liquid when compressed. If you can't kill me with a single blow, its last is even able to use an ability similar to that of a self-destructing truck in general. Among those special zombies, it was undoubtedly a monster that not even an alien would want to meet." Chen Mo looked behind him with a pale face and the Dragonsteel crowd that was being rushed back by a group of first-order zombies. No psychic powers and no gun weapons. Just by relying on their ordinary human physique, they would never be able to resist the decomposers. Chen Mo held his ghost slice and stared at the disintegrator on the opposite side. An icy chill surfaced in his eyes. "Leave it to me." Liao Ruyu directly used her stormwind and opened her mouth. "Let me help you." "No need. Just don't add to the chaos." Chen Mo directly rushed over with one person carrying a sword. Liao Ruyu's petite body shook at her words and she was so angry that she stamped her feet. What the hell? He himself was at least a second-order psychic. Roar! The surrounding zombies pounced one after another, and before they could even get close to Chen Mo, their heads had already fallen to the ground. Liao Ruyu looked at Chen Mo's figure as he rushed out alone. It was like cutting grass, mercilessly harvesting the lives of the zombies in front of them. The beautiful eyes were full of surprise. This guy, how strong is he? But in the moment of crisis, she couldn't think too much, directly throwing out a few wind blades to help Long Gang and his party who were caught in a bitter battle behind them. The second-ranked alien, she was equally not weak, and as this blade of wind scraped by, with unparalleled ease, he cut through the zombies that surrounded Long Gang's group. "Miss?" Ge Huozhu and the others then gasped. Bang! An axe exploded the head of the zombie in front of him that had been sliced in half by the wind blade, and countless blood splattered. Ge Huozhu immediately looked over in Chen Mo's direction. His pupils were dilated and his face was filled with disbelief. He's going over alone? The moment the disintegrator shook its head and roared when it saw Chen Mo rushing towards it, the long neck wiggled deftly as if it were a python, like a bug is going to gush out, suddenly opened his bloody mouth. Put! The sound! Straight from it, he spat out a puddle of green sticky phlegm, reeking of stench and mincemeat. Shooting in Chen Mo's direction. Chen Mo frowned. The surrounding iron liquid instantly condensed a metal wall in front of his body. Zip! The green sticky phlegm hit the metal wall directly. Surprisingly, it began to corrode this metal wall, dissolving a hole. Put! The disintegrator, again, spat out several streams of sticky phlegm. Chen Mo was a third-order alien, and with the added benefit of having a poor man's physique, none of the phlegm could even splatter itself. It was given a perfect avoidance and smashed to the ground. That green sticky phlegm hit the standing stones, the ruins, the ground, A morose hole was corroded out, and the stench permeated directly to the entire field. Roar! Seeing that his attacks were not working, the disintegrator seemed to be enraged. Surprisingly, he similarly lunged towards Chun-mo. It's not slow, with slime seeping out of its shattered skin. It would be very unpleasant to be touched by it. Chun-mo snorted coldly. The onigiri in his hand chopped towards the front. A drop of black liquid was chopped out of the oni cut. They had turned into black unidentified metal and chopped towards the disintegrator in front of them. Put, put, put. It was like a rain of gunfire. How fast can you be faster than your own third-order psychic ability? Ow! Hissed the decomposer in excruciating pain. From its pierced carapace, a bunch of small green fountains continuously emerged. The slime kept spraying everything around, and everything within a distance of several meters could not be spared. It was a good thing that onigiri was exchanged between himself and that mysterious merchant. The metal material in it couldn't even be corroded by this disintegrator's slime. The black droplets reintegrated into the ghost cut. It also carried an unspeakably foul odor on it. Chun-mo looked at the crowd behind him, coldly. Stand away. Decomposers explode when they die, and the slime in their bodies is capable of splattering over a range of 30 to 40 meters. That means that the guys, most likely, were affected by the slime inside the disintegrator. Chapter 75, Seconds to Kill. So we're the ones who are tired? Seeing this, Liao Ruyu blurted out without hesitation. Come with me, all of you. She directly had all of Dragonsteel's personnel converge on her. Using her storm powers, a wall of wind rose up in front of all of them. Chun-mo turned around once again and looked at the disintegrator across the street, who was building up his strength again, preparing to spit out sticky phlegm. With a lift of his right hand, the discarded metal around that disintegrator was violently crushed towards the disintegrator. Bang! Heavily pinned it. Countless green slime splattered in all directions. Chun-mo used a metal wall against his circumference around his body for perfect protection. This viscous liquid splashed directly to Liao Ruyu and the others. It was swung away by the wall of wind and fell in front of him. The ground in front of him began to corrode at a speed visible to the naked eye. The expressions of everyone at Dragonsteel were horrified beyond belief at the sight. Liao Ruyu's eyes were even more rounded and full of surprise as she looked at Chun-mo. This was because, now Chun-mo appeared to be more at ease compared to before. On the contrary, the disintegrator on the opposite side was caught in the middle of the metal objects around it and couldn't move. Constant struggle. If he's so powerful, why didn't he do it before? Someone in Dragonsteel was puzzled. Guohuaju's pupils shrank as he looked at the green slime sprinkled all around him, as if thinking of something. Dao. We were close, probably, because we were afraid this walker's slime would hurt us. Everyone suddenly came to a realization. That young man, it turned out, had long had the ability to be able to easily decimate that zombie. That said, wouldn't that make you and the others a liability? Chun-mo stared at the constantly struggling disintegrator across the room. The slime seeping out of the decomposer's skin was continuously corrupting those metal objects. Chun-mo was reluctant to use Ghost Cut again, because the smell of the decomposer staining the body was just too much. Sol directly swung his right hand and mobilized a puddle of iron liquid, condensed the iron liquid into an incredibly sharp metal blade. A heavy sweeping chop towards the head of the disintegrator in the distance. A silver arc of light cut through. The speed of it. The disintegrator on the opposite side of the room was quiet for a moment. Put. A line appeared on the long neck of the disintegrator. Then gradually the panning began to occur, and finally it fell off the neck and rolled to the ground. One and done. From its headless body, gurgling green slime rushed skyward. It's like a fountain. And something even more frightening happened, only to see the disintegrator's stomach, surprisingly, begin to swell, covered in blood. A steady stream of spewing mucus seeped above his belly. It gets bigger and bigger and swells to the breaking point. At the end of the day, it went boom. The sound. It exploded into countless raindrops of slime entrapped in spattered splatters of broken flesh. The power was so great that it began to spew towards the surrounding area of tens of meters. Chun-mo immediately utilized his mastery alien energy. All metallic objects around them began to melt, and a silver streak of ferrofluid came from all directions. Over the heads and in front of Chun-mo and Long Gang's group, it transformed into an immense, incomparable, and a full 3 or 4 meters high half-moon-shaped metal barrier. The huge impact of that explosion was warded off by the metal barrier. Zip! The metal barrier in front of him was corroded with small holes. The wailing and screams of the zombies kept coming from beside his ears. Roar! The zombies were all dissolved by the goo that exploded from the disintegrators. Everyone in Dragonsteel stared at the scene in front of them in a daze. Through the hole in the metal barrier in front of them, they saw it clearly and unmistakably. There was a mess of that green liquid all around at the moment. The flesh and blood of a hideous and terrifying zombie was dissolved, constantly screaming and collapsing into that green pool of slime and water. Smoking morosely, Liao Ruyu looked at Chun-mo incredulously. He was surprisingly in the middle of a fight. and still be able to take care of yourself and others at your leisure. With this kind of strength, not even her Stormwind ability could do it. Clatter dash, the metal wall in front of him was instantly transformed into a silvery liquid spill. Long Gang's group of people looked around at the wreckage, and there were green patches everywhere. It was in deep shock. Is this over? Where's the walker? Dead. Shenmo's face was incredibly calm. After killing a second-order disintegrator, his mind was unruffled. This wasn't the first time he had killed a second-order Fey zombie. With his current strength, this second-order zombie could not pose any threat to him at all. Shenmo could have solved the disintegrator a long time ago, but it wasn't the same for Long Gang and his group behind him. That was why Shenmo preferred to join with the Fey gods rather than join the forces. Build small teams. Guys with no power just drag themselves down. The sickening odor of decomposers was everywhere in the air. Gohuozhu trembled and goosebumps rose all over his body. A big man beside him said with a numb scalp, "Miss, why is this guy so strong?" In just a moment, it took care of all the zombies around. Liao Ruyu was also lost in thought for a long time and said quietly, "Let's go over there. Watch out for the slime around here. Don't get it." After clearing the battlefield, the good news was that none of the dozens of Dragon Steel members present had died. After all, the field had the care of Chen Mo and Liao Ruyu, the two exalts. These people are also the elite of Dragon Steel. All have extensive combat experience. And the bad news is, because of the nature of the decomposer explosion, that green slime of it, even crystal cores are capable of decay, cleaned up the battlefield. No slime-stained first-order crystals. Only 16 were collected as well. There's also an excellent quality decomposer's second-order crystal core. That's why even Ultrans don't want to meet decomposers. The zombie crystals that were so hard to kill could not be collected. It's simply a lot of work. Liao Ruyu took a deep breath and calmed her agitated feelings, came to Chen Mo's side. Her beautiful eyes flickered, and at this moment, she looked at Chen Mo with some awe. "Here, these crystal cores, all for you." She handed over all the crystal cores she had collected. Chen Mo didn't push back and took it. Liao Ruyu's good-looking eyes stared tightly at Chen Mo. However, he found that this mysterious youth in front of him was unexpectedly calm, without the slightest ripple. "Isn't he excited?" Liao Ruyu said after a while. "How the hell did you guys manage to be so strong?" Among the military region and Dragon Steel, she had also seen quite a number of psychics with powerful psychic abilities, but without exception, none of them were able to replicate Chen Mo's smooth operation. Chen Mo, at least a third-order alien. Liao Ruyu could be sure. Chen Mo glanced at her and said indifferently, "I can't walk here alone. Not strong enough. All died on the way." Also, Liao Ruyu muttered, to be able to travel alone from Tianhai City to here, the road was bound to be full of crises. The fact that Chen Mo had arrived here unharmed from Tianhai City was enough to explain a lot. After this battle, Long Gang, a group of big and thick iron fighting men, no one dared to underestimate this young man that the young lady had brought with her anymore. None of them looked over with admiration. Chapter 76, Someone from the Military Region. Identity exposed? In the midst of the end times, strength was always the capital that made people respect. The power Chen Mo displayed earned the respect of everyone. Gohuozhu stepped forward and spoke with a hesitant face. "Boy, thanks a lot. I've been offended a lot before. If it wasn't for you this time, I don't know how many brothers would have to die." Chen Mo calmly said, "Nothing, to each his own." Liao Ruyu looked at Gohuozhu with a smile and joked, "You guys, you can apologize too?" Gohuozhu is an old worker of Longgang Group, having worked for most of his life, showed a lot of strength in the end times. No powers, but he's been a dragon stealer for over 20 years. After all, now post-apocalyptic also mixed with minor management. He was always repulsed by personnel outside of Dragonsteel. Gohuozhu laughed bitterly. "Don't tease me, miss. I, Gu Firepole, am not a cutie. With such strength, entering Dragonsteel, that could really do more good than harm to Dragonsteel." Liao Ruyu looked at the center of the decomposer's explosion. It was almost all colored green with foul-smelling slime. Liao Ruyu pinched her nose and waved her hand. Okay, let's get out of here. The smell in here is just disgusting." The group carefully avoided the green slime around them. Then the journey continued in the direction of Dragonsteel. The two of them, Liao Ruyu and Chen Mo, walked at the front. There were fewer zombies in this neighborhood compared to the places they had passed through before. Liao Ruyu said somewhat strangely. "Strange to say, though, this is an area that we've been traveling to and from quite often. By all accounts, all the walkers here should be pretty much cleared out by us and the military district. What's with all the encounters today?" Gohuozhu frowned and after a moment of contemplation also said, "Miss, you said, could it be someone from the military region, deliberately leading these zombies here like they did earlier to drive out that weird crocodile?" A Hanyu at his side snickered. "I say old Gu, You guys aren't all possessed, are you? Everyday military district. People have to come from this road too. Liao Ruyu was stunned and secretly pondered. At this time, Chen Mo faintly spoke. I guess not. Higher-ranked walkers have a calling for lower-ranked walkers. These zombies are also evolving, and I'm afraid that's what the disintegrator brought with him. Liao Ruyu nodded. After all, she didn't want to be an alarmist. But that monstrous crocodile, of which we are almost certain, it was put into our dragon steel by the military district on purpose. People from the military district have been coming to talk to us before, wanting to expropriate our steel mill. Let's see if we can get it working again. They let that fey predator come over for no other reason than they don't want us to occupy that place. Chen Mo. I was a bit unconvinced before, but now well, I do believe it. Liao Ruyu looked Chen Mo up and down. Suddenly, he realized that the guy was quite handsome, with a hard face as tough as a knife, especially the pair of deep and incomparable eyes, with an old and calm and indifference that didn't belong to this age, and that unique aura. If they were slightly dressed up, they would probably sell very well. Not. What was I thinking? Liao Ruyu hurriedly shook her head, waving away the distracting thoughts in her mind. Smiling, he opened his mouth. Chen Mo, do you want to consider joining me? Dragon Steel? This kind of talent, no matter which place it goes to, is definitely a sought-after item nowadays. However, all of the Ultrans with some strength have chosen to join one of the major military regions. She was the first one to see someone like Chen Mo who had a grudge against the military region and still managed to be dashing to this day. Chen Mo's eyes were calm and ignored her. There aren't many of those powerful shifter forces in the end times. Among them, there were all prominent and powerful psychics. Nowadays, although he didn't meet those guys himself, at least Dragonsteel was in the middle of it all. Can't get in line yet. If he didn't intervene, it was only a matter of time before Dragonsteel was merged by the 6th military region. Seeing Chen Mo ignoring himself, Liao Ruyu couldn't help but puff out her mouth and said with quite some dissatisfaction, "What a weirdo. Forget it, I won't force you if you don't want to." The group proceeded to set off, about 2 hours forward. Finally, they arrived at the stronghold where Dragonsteel was currently located. As a survivor force, the stronghold where the Dragonsteel group was located was outside a large shopping mall that was incredibly empty. Surrounding, they built a barrier around the place with scrap metal and cars collected from various places. The range is large, and large trucks can be seen coming and going in and out of the entrance from time to time. And members within the Dragonsteel group, Liao Ruyu introduced herself from the sidelines. This is where we, Dragonsteel, used to scavenge for supplies, and got cleaned up. We'll just stay over. In the past, we've been inside the steel mills, where our real turf is. It's just a shame that the steel mill is now occupied by that monstrous crocodile and has to be avoided. It was only then that the people in the group were relocated here. Chen Mo nodded. Most of the members of the Dragonsteel group who were guarding the outside were middle-aged men. After all, Dragonsteel group is a steel mill, and girls are ultimately on the small side. Seeing Liao Ruyu's group of people return, the members watching outside the door came forward and respectfully said, "Ms. Liao." Liao Ruyu nodded and looked around and said, "Nothing today, right? Back to Miss. All is well today. What about the steel mill? That monstrous crocodile is still sleeping, and it's pretty much eaten all the walkers around the steel mill." "Aha, Ms. Liao. The chairman asked you to go see him when you get back." Liao Ruyu froze, somewhat puzzled. "Uncle Leo, he's back? Didn't he just go to the military district yesterday? Looking for me for what?" The man shook his head and said, "I don't know, but the chairman came back this morning with 2 men at his side, a man and a woman. It seems to have been brought back from the military area." Liao Ruyu frowned her eyebrows and glanced at Chen Mo behind her. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded. "I know." Liao Ruyu turned around and came to Chen Mo's side and spoke. "Chen Mo, there's someone from the military region. I don't know if it's for you or not. I'll have to go over and check it out later. But don't worry, as I said before, as long as you are within my Dragonsteel, no one can take you away." Chen Mo looked at Liao Ruyu, who had a serious face. Slightly surprised, he said, "No harm, don't mind me. If it's coming for me, I'll just go on my own." He didn't want to get too involved with Dragonsteel. Liao Ruyu sniffed her pretty face in anger and stomped her foot in anger. "What do you take my words for? I'll have Go Huozhu take you to rest and get something to eat, while you wait for me honestly, and don't go anywhere. You hear me?" Chapter 77, Teenage Girls. "We're enough for the 2 of us. Go Huozhu," Liao Ruyu said. "Go Huozhu, what's wrong, miss?" Liao Ruyu swept her eyes at the group of long gangs Hans behind her. Her vermilion lips lightly opened her mouth. "You guys take Shinma to our lounge and arrange for some food, by the way. I'm going to go to Uncle Liao's place. I'll come over later." Go Huozhu nodded at his words. "I know, elder brother Chen. Come with me." because Chen Mo had saved the big guy's life earlier. Ge Huozhu was also a lot more polite. Chen Mo followed the group to their exclusive lounge. The lounge is a modest, makeshift shelter. It's built right here near the hypermarket. All around, there are a number of foursquare, same as this place, lounges right next to each other. But Ge Huozhu and the others were at least people who followed Liao Ruyu, where the lounge is naturally unique. In a more open location, Gu Firestarter opened the door. As soon as he entered the lounge, he lifted boxes of instant noodles straight from the floor. There were eggs and ham hocks mixed in that box. Ge Huozhu carefully took out the topmost bubbly noodles and placed it on the table. Underneath where these bubbly noodles are pressed, surprisingly, there are several boxes of self-heating meals. These, however, are their treasures. There are more than 300 employees of Longgang Group who are still alive today, together with some of the survivors' families. It even came to about 700 or 800 people, except for the employees of Dragonsteel who live here. Everyone else lives elsewhere, not as wealthy as the lions. Even under Liao Ruyu, the food allocated is also limited. A few of the men around them took off their shirts straight away and sat down, bare-chested and relieved. Ge Huozhu swallowed his saliva and took out the self-heated rice and handed it to Chen Mo, saying, "Eat, you saved our lives, brother, and you're welcome." Chen Mo looked at the self-heated rice on the table, his eyes flickered, and he didn't make a move. "I'm not hungry yet. Is there water?" "Here." A man at his side directly took out a bottle of water and threw it over. Chen Mo unscrewed it and drank it with a gurgle. He then took out the crystal core of the second-order disintegrator from before and began to absorb it. The group of Hans looked at each other in disbelief. "Lao Gu, this is?" Ge Huozhu shook his head at the sight. "Brother Chen should be absorbing this crystal core. The lady does that a lot too. Ugh, this shifter can be so enviable. When are we going to get a psychic power? There's no such life. Don't you all realize that those zombies out there have gotten a few more points stronger? I could barely cut their heads off with my knife today. What can we do? We don't have powers or guns. This world." Chen Mo opened his eyes and glanced at them. In fact, at the beginning of the end times, those who naturally awakened their powers were ultimately in the minority. But it's not that it can't be activated by a later stage. Crystalline cores, ordinary people can also forcefully absorb them, and there is a chance that they can awaken their supernatural abilities as a result. The crystal core was filled with impurities, and the higher the grade, the more likely it was to be unaffected and awakened. Although inferior, first-order crystal cores are available. Ordinary people lose their minds when they absorb 99% of them. Become a phase zombie. Before he was reborn, he was relying on a third-order crystal core that Yuer had given him. Fong's awakened psychic ability mental interference. Of course, Chen Mo hadn't told anyone about this important news. Even Luo Tianxiong didn't tell. After all, the lure of becoming a psychic was just too great for ordinary people, but it is also full of danger and 9 deaths. If he told Luo Tianxiong or Long Gang, there would definitely be a number of people who would risk forcibly absorbing it. When more people die, they'll be blamed on their own heads. It's a lot of work and a lot of effort. There's absolutely no need to do it. After becoming a third-order alien, the things Chen Mo remembered became more and more frequent. Chen Mo lowered his eyes and secretly pondered. If I remember correctly, North China City, that guy is here too, right? That guy had been following Lin Shu since he and Yuer joined the 6th military region, responsible for keeping him safe. He's extremely powerful, and has an extremely powerful A-grade elemental ability, disintegration. Everything touched by it was capable of exploding at any time under the adhesive influence of its powers. The most common use of the bullets in a gun is to take the bullets out of the gun. One by one, they were given to attaching alien powers to them. A very powerful alien in the 6th military region, Lin Shu's loyal dog. At this moment, the chairman of Longgang Group Indoor. It's the most central and safest place in the whole place. Liao Ruyu looked at the man and woman in front of her. Pretty face said with some displeasure. Help us? Taking half of my Dragon Steel Group's factory is good enough to be called helping us? The man and woman across the street didn't look very old. The boy was dressed in a casual outfit, short t-shirt, inch hair, and was not very old. He's quite tall, like 5 feet 3 inches, tall, thin, and tall, looks like a gym student, was lazily lying on the sofa, sipping a Coke and said, "You Long Steel Group can't even defend your own turf. You do realize that we didn't come here of our own accord. Instead, Chairman Liao personally came to our military region." "That's right. If Uncle Zhang hadn't asked us to come here, I wouldn't have wanted to come to this hole of a place." A petite, flat-chested lowly next to a boy holding a doll. A hostile face looked at Liao Ruyu. Upon seeing Liao Ruyu's pair of rippling peaks, she beamed and looked even more unhappy. They were all military district aliens, and the boy's name was Wang Haoming, who was a sports student before the end of the world. Because of his supernatural ability, Wang Haoming was soon honored by the military region. and the girl's name is Zheng Cheng, and she is also a military district selected from the survivors to cultivate a powerful alien. Liao Ruyu was furious at the situation, her puffy breasts rising and falling together. Uncle Liao, is this the man you recruited? On the military side, just send 2 little kids over to help? Liao Ruyu looked to the center, sitting with a good old-fashioned look on her face. The middle-aged man in a shirt with a fat body said. Liwen wiped his sweat. He was also quite a bit helpless about this niece of his. Open mouth. Jade. These 2. They're both from the High Council's side. The High Council personally had it arranged to come. Don't look at their young ages, but they all have psychic powers and are very strong. Liao Ruyu was so angry that she was shaking cold. Strong? One has found the most suitable person to go and take care of that strange crocodile. It was completely unnecessary to agree to the harsh conditions on the military side. Let the 2 little kids help. Uncle Lie, I've found the right person. Liao Wen froze. Wang Haoming sipped his coke and glanced at the proudly built, unmoving, Liao Ruyu, who was beautiful in appearance, smiling. Ms. Liao, are you not worried about us? As you know, these are special times. Most of our forces have been sent to find survivors. Since the High Council is willing to send us here, it's naturally because. Wang Haoming slowly got up for just a moment, then he came behind Liao Ruyu. In its hand, at some point, a special pistol had appeared. It was resting against Liao Ruyu's slender waist. The 2 of us, Haru and I, will be enough. Chapter 78, Make a mask to hide your identity. Liao Wen's eyes were wide open, and Liao Ruyu's beautiful eyes became even colder. Wang Haoming intended to show off some of his supernatural abilities and said in a rather flirtatious manner, Haru and I, we're both second-order shifters, and my ability to do that is C-rated extreme speed. This gun, too, is a military district specialty? Killing third-order zombies is no big deal. That monstrous crocodile, the military district knows it like the back of its hand. Ms. Liao, do you think we're capable of taking care of that monster crocodile for you? Wang Haoming couldn't mention how good he felt at the moment. He was just an ordinary student before the end of the world. Neither looks nor grades are good. Sinking 3 years, that downpour ruined his college dreams, and then broke up with his girlfriend after she disliked him for being unproductive, and fell off the wagon for a long time. After awakening his psychic abilities, he was reused by the military district side. Not only was his own status extremely high, but he was also deeply respected by the higher-ups within the 6th military region. Everyone is respectful and in awe when they see themselves. Take, for example, this Dragon Steel Group chairman Liao Wen. Before the end of the world, this kind of character was in existence that he could not even climb up to, just seen it on TV. And now, such a high-powered, famous director in North China. Being so careful in front of himself was obviously something that made Wang Haoming very popular. Liao Wen was startled by this scene and rushed forward to dissuade him. Little brother Wang, what are you doing? Wang Haoming slowly put away the special pistol in his hand and smiled faintly. A look of sophistication said, Don't worry, Chairman. I naturally won't do anything to Miss Liao. I'm only doing this because I want to convince Ms. Liao that Haru and I have the ability to be able to take care of that strange crocodile for Dragon Steel. Ms. Liao, how is it? Do you believe in our strength now? Liao Ruyu's pretty face was covered in frost and she didn't speak. Suddenly there was a cold grunt. Inside the entire house, a harsh and incomparable hurricane blew up. The tables and chairs began to tremble violently and Wang Haoming, who was closest to Liao Ruyu, had his pupils shrinking violently, feeling as if his face was scraped by a knife. He stormed back a few steps. This Ms. Liao, is she even an alien as well? Wang Haoming was a bit disbelieving and immediately put away his contempt. And Zheng Cheng, who was on the sofa on the side, looked at her in surprise. The atmosphere of the scene was a bit gloomy for a while. Liao Wen said, acting as a good old boy, Jade, don't stop yet. These 2, they are both sent by the military region. He knew the nature of this niece of his and was afraid that it would hurt Wang Haoming and Zheng Cheng. Wang Haoming also said with some embarrassment, Ms. Liao, I didn't mean to do that just now. Except, enough, Liao Ruyu said with a rather impatient chortle, looking at the 2 of them. Don't think that just because you're a shifter, you can do whatever you want in the midst of my Dragon Steel. I have my own arrangements for this crusade against the monstrous crocodile. Uncle Liao, trust me. Liao Wen's face was a little hesitant. For the few big shots in the military region that, he was very scrupulous. It could be said that without the care of those few big shots, there would be no Dragon Steel today. Zheng Qing snorted coldly and said with some displeasure, Humph, if you don't need it, you don't need it. Do you really think we want to come to your aid? When the time comes, I don't think you guys are going to come begging us to take care of that weird crocodile. Liao Wen sighed. As the oldest person here, and as the chairman of Dragon Steel Group, he opened his mouth. Okay, I'll stop. Jeju too. Calm down. This time, the military region sent people to help us. Longgang matter conditions can still be negotiated. In my opinion, just go ahead and let these two go ahead with you. Liao Ruyu, Uncle Lie. Liao Wen's face sank as he spoke without question. What? Don't even listen to your Uncle Liao? Next, after some deliberation, the final conclusion was set. Wang Haoming and Zhang Qing assisted Liao Ruyu to take care of that strange crocodile. Instead, he would renegotiate with the military district again. Liao Ruyu was filled with displeasure as she left with Wang Haoming and Zhang Cheng. Seeing the three of them leave, Liao Wen sat down in his chair with a heavy sigh. The eyes murmured in a haunted manner. Alas, there are some things that are actually not as simple as you think. This time, the High Council sent these two men here, and if they don't eat a piece of my dragon steel's meat, in the future, our relationship will really break down and be like water and fire. As the president of Longgang Group, Liao Wen has read countless people, and he is old and sophisticated. How could it be some incompetent generalization? It's just that there's a lot of things he can't do anything about, even if he doesn't want to. Only passive acceptance is possible. With Longgang's current situation relationship, if he breaks with the military region, then there is only bad but no good. Inside the lounge, Chen Mo absorbed that second-order crystal core and absorbed another 7 or 8 first-order crystal cores. The Juggernaut's powers have reached the third order. Nowadays, only the second-order crystal cores and third-order crystal cores had a large effect on its enhancement. The power of these crystal cores were all used by Chen Mo to absorb them for the heavenly power alien energy. Chen Mo's eyes twinkled. At this rate, I guess it won't be long before one's heavenly powers. Then you can advance to the third order of psychic ability. If the heaven's power alien ability reaches the third order, then there would be a few more Fae and gods that one would be able to accommodate receiving. Several of the big men in the lounge were asleep at the moment. Seeing this, Chen Mo just wanted to go out for a walk and open the door. Squeak dash. Coincidentally, it just happened to meet Liao Ruyu who came back. 4 eyes. Liao Ruyu was slightly stunned. He then glanced at the members of Longgang's group who had already rested in the lounge behind Chen Mo. The pretty face spoke with some gravity. Chen Mo, come with me for a moment. Seeing Liao Ruyu in this state, Chen Mo had a feeling that it should be related to the people coming from the military region. Nodding slightly, he followed. Liao Ruyu looked around, leading Chen Mo to a deserted place. He said in a deep voice, Chen Mo, over at the military district, there are 2 adepts coming. Chen Ma, aha. Liao Ruyu froze, looking at his calm face. She couldn't help but open her mouth and ask, don't you care at all why they are here? Chen Mo said indifferently, if you don't have a mole within dragon steel, I think what I've come here for, the military district shouldn't know. Liao Ruyu spilled a very bright smile. Don't worry, they're not here for you. It's someone from the military district side, coming to take care of that strange crocodile for us. The visitors are just 2 little kids, and I've just tried to find out what's going on. They shouldn't know who you are. Saying this, Liao Ruyu stared at Chen Mo's face and paused. But, your identity is really too sensitive. It's really inappropriate to expose it. Isn't your ability to control metals? Then see if you can create a metal mask to wear over your face. It's also good to hide who you are. Chapter 79, End Times Gods, 5 in action. Liao Ruyu was very considerate for him and kindly reminded him. Chen Mo was silent for a while after hearing this, and then nodded his head, thinking that what Liao Ruyu said was somewhat reasonable. He hadn't wanted to run into too much trouble before he found Yor. With a lift of his right hand, a silver-colored liquid flowed around him from nowhere. That metallic liquid floated in the air, constantly changing. In the end, it turned out to be a simple, lightweight mask. Chen Mo put it on his face. Liao Ruyu's beautiful eyes lit up when she saw this and said with a delicate smile, you don't say. You're kind of funny when you're like this. Liao Ruyu kept surveying the iron mask on Chen Mo's cheeks and suddenly frowned her eyebrows. As if sensing some dissatisfaction somewhere, he muttered, something always felt wrong. Empty and a little too Spartan, isn't it? Liao Ruyu studied design abroad before the end of the world. She carefully scrutinized Chen Mo's mask and thought for a while before saying, you do this. Engage in denting some here. There are lines. Chun Ma. He was a bit speechless, but seeing Liao Ruyu's eager face, still manipulating the juggernaut alien to do as it was told. Not a moment too soon. A pair capable of covering most of the cheeks. The ghost face mask with 2 fangs that were hideous and incomparable then appeared in his hand. Liao Ruyu looked at Chen Mo with some impatience and said, put it on. Chen Mo honestly did as he was told. Liao Ruyu's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up as she continuously stared in admiration. Not bad for having been designed by my hands. This just looks awesome. Tomorrow you will wear this mask, and I will take you to the resting place of the. We'll leave for the steel mill in the morning after we confer. The residence arranged by Liao Ruyu is not bad, with a bed and food. It is also a small boxy building as the outside. Chen Mo sat outside, feeling the cold wind that slightly cooled the night. For a moment, he was lost in the midst of a long thought. This monster, it's simply not something we can resist. Lin Shu that. I won't let him go even as a ghost. Rumble. It was like the twilight of doom. The sky was deep red, like it was about to collapse. A sea of corpses in smoke wasteland. On that high mountain spread with thick gray mist, lava constantly erupted in spurts. One had stretched 6 pairs of sky-shading fleshy wings. The Great Terror, which was like a deity emitting an incomparably holy and white light, judged this group of unknowing godslayers. It merely emitted a sound as pale and incomparable as a whale's call. The surrounding sky was like a tidal wave of terrifying fae and zombies then came overwhelmingly. Thousands of alien beings, under this immense terror. It's amazing how weak it looks. No one could have imagined that this realm, like the border of the world, was the capital city, and no one who provokes it lives. Until now, Chen Mo was still unable to understand. Why was he the only one who survived? Chen Mo kept recalling everything in his memory. In his mind, fragmented fragments suddenly flashed. The headache was excruciating. A fine layer of sweat beads emerged on Chen Mo's forehead. One's own memories seemed to be suffering from a disconnect at the moment. Chen Mo lowered his eyes as monstrous killing intent surfaced in his eyes, like a ghost from hell. In this life, I will be changing everything. No one, no matter who it is, will be able to stop me. So what if it's a post-apocalyptic god? The two powers, heavenly power and juggernaut. It is one's greatest strength. Chen Mo slowly got up from the ground, his eyes flashing as he said, "See you soon." Early the next morning, Liao Ruyu then came to the place where Chen Mo was resting. For some reason, Chen Mo always felt a little uncomfortable wearing a mask, but Liao Ruyu was clearly pleased with her outstanding design. The two came together in a lounge. Before he could push them open, he heard a voice of extreme displeasure coming from them. "Where's the woman? Why don't you come over here? We're from the military district." "Wait a minute. Miss went to pick up." "Pick up?" I said. "It's enough with me and Wang Haoming. Who else do we need? We'd hate to bring another liability." Bang! The door of the room was suddenly pushed open heavily. Liao Ruyu aggressively brought Chen Mo in. At the sight of the visitor, the lounge fell silent for a moment. "There are 3 people in there. Wang Haoming, Zheng Qing." There was also a young man who looked coy, wore glasses, and had a weak temperament. Liao Ruyu coldly swept a glance at the young girl Zheng Qing. This is the guy who has had the most things going on since yesterday. The water, which was incredibly scarce in their dragon steel, was actually used to bathe in it, and it wouldn't eat this or that, and said it had to be some kind of cooked food. In this post-apocalyptic world, it's nice to be able to have food, and it's surprising that there are so many conditions. If it wasn't for the people from the military region, plus Uncle Liao's constant exhortations, Liao Ruyu would have had a seizure long ago. Seeing the visitor, Wang Haoming smiled and went forward. "Ms. Liao," for the beautiful-looking, hot-bodied Liao Ruyu. He's a bloodthirsty college student. It's still stupid. Plus the strength shown by Liao Ruyu yesterday. It made a special good feeling rise up in his heart inexplicably. Yesterday, he had been making overtures to Liao Ruyu. However, the other party's condescending appearance seemed as if they were simply looking down on themselves. This deeply stung Wang Haoming's low self-esteem and sensitive heart. But Liao Ruyu didn't give him any good looks. In her eyes, Wang Haoming and that Zheng Qing, they were all the same. "Is this the powerful helper you were talking about? Why are you still wearing a mask? What? Are you too ugly to be seen?" Zheng Qing seemed to be extremely hostile to Liao Ruyu from day one and couldn't help but mock. Wang Haoming also frowned. Never seen anyone so weird before. Wearing a mask? Cosplay? He looked at Chen Mo and inquired. "And this is?" Liao Ruyu snorted coldly and glanced at Zheng Qing in a cold voice. "Kid, you better talk with some respect. Chen, Tion's strength is much more powerful than all of you." "Small?" Zheng Qing's little face reddened with anger. She hated people saying she was small in her life. "You, humph, this girl won't bother with you. All the powerful aliens are in our military district. How could they be in your place?" Wang Haoming opened his mouth. "Okay, Haru, let's get down to business. Your uncle Zhang said that you come over and listen to me all the time. Ms. Liao, and this old man, let's come in and talk." Intent on showing himself, Wang Haoming said in a rather gentlemanly manner. Liao Ruyu's face then looked better and pulled Chen Mo in. Wang Haoming was a bit displeased, but he didn't say anything more. Liao Ruyu swept her eyes over the few people present and coughed twice, saying, "Introduce them all to each other. For this operation, there are 5 of them, and they will leave after noon." Chapter 80, Your Supernatural Power. Do you understand how to use it? Liao Ruyu glanced at Wang Haoming and Zheng Qing. Turning to Chen Mo, he introduced himself. "These two, Wang Haoming and Zheng Qing, are the 2 adepts who came from the military region. And this one, he's from our dragon steel. His name is Joe Zimo. My psychic ability is Class A Storm, which can mobilize the wind around me. Let's all introduce ourselves individually first, and tell us a little bit about our powers along the way. We can also arrange for job assignments. Liao Ruyu acted as if she was the one in charge, and opened her mouth without any doubt. Chen Mo swept a glance at the three people in the chamber, not caring about Zhang Qing's arrogant and incomparable expression. Most of the aliens in the post-apocalyptic world have the mentality of being superior. It could be said that if Chen Mo and Liao Ruyu were not psychics, Zhang Qing's behavior only got worse. But right now with this small group, the guys are all very new to each other. In that case, it would be better to go it alone. Chen Mo thought darkly. The boy with the glasses, who looked civilized and weak, said sardonically, I'm a first-order alien, and my ability is C-rank insight, which allows me to find weaknesses and observe strengths. Insight? What a weak ability. What use is it? Zhang Qing said with some disdain. This guy coming over here will only slow us down. I see. Zhou Zimo's face changed, somewhat embarrassed. Liao Ruyu frowned her eyebrows and said, What do you mean? Zhou Zimo's ability is definitely not as simple as you think. Since you're both here, you're both under my command for this operation. Wang Haoming rounded off the conversation. Well, Haru, you should cut the crap too. Haru and I are both second-rank psychics, and mine is C-rank extreme speed, as the name implies. Being able to increase one's speed several times in a short period of time. The same. The action around me will also slow down in my field of vision. Zhang Qing obviously didn't want to say anything more, and Wang Haoming was somewhat helpless. Xiao Qing has a serious case of princess disease. Her cousin is Zhang Haifeng, a military instructor. Gao bureaus are also taking care of Zhang Haifeng for his face. Plus, Zhang Qing's psychic ability was very impressive. Even in the 6th military region, it was an extremely high-status existence. Wang Haoming continued. Haru's a B-rank psychic ability. Mental interference. Being able to control some low-level zombies and fae. It's also able to influence the actions of walkers. Mental interference? Chen Mo was slightly stunned and glanced at the incredibly arrogant Zhang Qing with some surprise. This guy, he actually had the same supernatural ability that he had awakened before he was reborn? If one were to talk about mental interference, then Chen Mo could be said to be more than familiar with it. Mastering mental interference on your own before you were reborn. To be able to raise it to the 6th order could be said to have taken an unknown amount of effort. Chen Mo gave Zhang Qing a deep look. Zhang Qing naturally noticed Chen Mo's gaze and let out a petulant grunt in displeasure. What are you looking at? And what's this alien power of yours? Chen Mo laughed somewhat teasingly. I was just wondering about this mental interference, and whether or not you use it understandably. This psychic ability, though not strong, was always able to be of great use at critical times. It took years to develop the true subtleties of it myself. Don't have to have psychic abilities, Chen Mo can't really say, but if it was about mental interference, he was a little too familiar with it. Zhang Qing directly exploded at his words. Looking angrily at Chen Mo, he said, Did you just use the understanding? I'm a B-class alien. Chen Mo smiled carelessly. In later years after crystal cores began to be commonly used to stimulate the psychic abilities of ordinary people, a B-class alien can be really worthless at all. At the very least, it has to be an A-class psychic ability. Liao Ruyu looked at Chen Mo. Honestly, she wasn't sure how many ranks of alien and what level of alien ability Chen Mo was until now. The level judgments of the Alterans were all confirmed by the military region side. However, judging by the power Chen Mo had shown earlier by easily killing the disintegrator, there was absolutely no way that Chen Mo's psychic ability could be lower than below A rank. Liao Ruyu, Chen Tian, introduce your supernormal abilities as well. Everyone present unanimously looked at Chen Mo. Chen Mo said indifferently, Ghost Cut. That's my psychic ability. Ghost Cut? The few people present, except for Liao Ruyu, were all a bit puzzled. Liao Ruyu gave Chen Mo a somewhat surprised look. What he said before, wasn't he controlling the metal? Chen Mo pulled the Ghost Cut from out and swept it lightly. Tear dashed the ground underneath his feet, was clearly torn out by the Ghost Cut into a long rift. Seeing this scene, both Wang Haoming and Zhang Qing's pupils shrank. Somewhat incredulously, he looked at the pitch-black, incomparable taijutsu. Really? This knife? It was able to cut through the ground with ease, so how sharp should it be? Joe Zimo stared at Chen Mo closely, constantly sizing him up, although he himself was only a first-order alien. But somehow, the ability to see tells itself that the presence is in the midst of it. It is this man who is the most dangerous. All over his body, he was filled with terrifying killing intent. Definitely not simple. Joe Zimo secretly thought. Wang Haoming re-examined Chen Mo. Nice sharp blade, Zhang Qing said carelessly. Humph. It's just a powerful weapon. Is that what you call a shifter? Noisy. Chen Mo's face was calm as he gently waved the Ghost Cut in his hand. Bang! From the body of the ghost cutting blade, A drop of incomparably sharp black liquid unexpectedly erupted. It went straight through Zhang Qing's ear. A few strands of green silk fluttered. The wall behind Zhang Qing was unexpectedly pierced straight through with an opening. Zhang Qing was lost in thought for several seconds, then reacted with a scream. Looking angrily at Chen Mo, his voice piercingly rebuked. You, how dare you make a move on me? Several people present were also dumbfounded. Even Liao Ruyu did not expect Chen Mo to make a move. Chen Mo's eyes narrowed slightly as he gazed at Zhang Qing with an unkind eye. Shut your mouth or next time. It's your life. Zhang Qing's pretty face turned white and became bloodless. Feeling the killing intent in Chen Mo's tone, he suddenly felt that the other party did not seem to be telling lies. For a moment there were no words. Chen Mo sneered. Liao Ruyu saw that Zhang Qing, who was so arrogant before, was so quiet at this moment. He couldn't help but secretly give Chen Mo a thumbs up. Beautiful eyes bright. As expected, it was useless to tell her anything more when dealing with this kind of person. It was not as easy to come by as Chen Mo did. Wang Haoming rushed to Zhang Qing's side to pacify him. After all, they were from the same place. Liao Ruyu coughed and spoke when she saw that the scene was quiet. Alright, Chen Tian didn't mean to do it. Wang Haoming, since you guys are from the military region, then think of it as knowing more about that monstrous crocodile. Tell me about it. Wang Haoming nodded his head and after pondering for a while, he went forward. That strange crocodile's preliminary estimate should be equivalent to the ability of a third-order alien. The bite is so strong that unusual bullets and blades can't even break through its defense. Chapter 81, Disintegration Ability. Specialized pistol bullet, but on its abdomen. It has a wound from a previous hit in our military district, so we can start there. The other thing is that strange crocodile has two abilities to watch out for. Death tumbles and should never be resisted with a straight face. If the crocodile suffers too much damage, it will hide underground or in the water and escape. It's hard to find again. This is how it escaped from our military region. Liao Ruyu nodded slightly and said softly, in that case, then for this operation, the main force will be me, as well as Wang Haoming and Chen Tian, responsible for killing that monstrous crocodile. Xiao Zhou, your special ability is insight. Pay attention at the back and watch the movements of that strange crocodile for us. Zhang Qing frowned and opened her mouth. What about me? Liao Ruyu gave her a smiling look. You, go free. It would be nice not to get myself and others in trouble. This guy who possessed the princess disease, she was too lazy to serve. Zhang Cheng was furious, but when she saw Chen Mo on the side, she couldn't be bothered to lash out again. You should know that your own mental interference powers are very strong. Even zombies can be controlled. She hadn't seen the strange crocodile, but she just couldn't believe she couldn't influence the other side. Several people formed a makeshift squad. It was deliberated until noon. After replenishing his strength he set off in the direction of the steel mills in North China. The route to the steel mill has not been cleared of the walkers that exist there for a long time. Add to that the fact that there are collapsed buildings everywhere, and it's impossible for vehicles to get all the way through. A few people carry their supplies and hit the road. Zhang Cheng, who was walking at the end, looked at the two people at the front, Chen Mo and Liao Ruyu, with a dissatisfied face. How had she ever been bullied like this in the military district? All the way there the little face was grim and gloomy, and the frown never spread. Damn it! This asshole! How dare he make a move on me? Isn't it just having a broken sword? What's the big deal? Wang Haoming's ears were a bit calloused from listening to the side, and he looked at Zhang Cheng who had a sulky face. Unable to help, he opened his mouth to comfort. Okay, Haru, for what it's worth, our mission now is to help Dragon Steel Group get that steel mill back. I look at the High Council as if they want this steel mill badly. Zhang Cheng said with a disgruntled face. Wouldn't it be better to just rob it? Do we still have to look at them when we expropriate? As far as she could remember, Dragonsteel couldn't resist either before or after the end times. Wang Haoming was somewhat speechless. Even he knew that in this period of time, it would be harmful to forcefully use force to expropriate. And Zhang Qing didn't know it. Ugh, come on, let's get over there. Don't fall behind. From now on, be alert to your surroundings at all times. Haru, you have good senses. Don't ever let a moment of anger get you wrong. If he performed well this time, his status in the eyes of the military region's top brass would advance another point. He, Wang Haoming, had no small amount of ambition, and Chen Mo, who was walking at the front, looked at the route in front of him. From a distance, he could clearly see the zombies wandering around the intersection directly in front of him. At this time, Zhou Zimo, who was on the side, said with a cautious and incomparable face, "Be careful, there are about 70 zombies directly in front of us. Even the second-order ones have several, and it's not just zombies there. There are a couple of zombie birds." Zhou Zimo looked at the corpse bird hovering in the sky in the distance. A blue-colored film emerged from the eyes. The inside Alamancy was delivering a constant stream of messages. A dense layer of sweat surfaced on his forehead. After all, it's only a first-order psychic. Observing so much insight was already very taxing for him. He did not belong to the combat type of exalt, so he was only able to be behind Chen Mo and Liao Ruyu. Liao Ruyu saw this and raised her hand to stop. Looking toward Chen Mo and Wang Haoming, he said, "A couple of us went over. Clear the field first." Wang Haoming nodded his head. "One person to a side. And if you have a problem, just holler." He's extremely fast. Possessing the extreme speed ability, he immediately rushed towards a group of zombies swarming and blocking in front of him. Roar! A deafening roar erupted from the zombie fade directly in front of them. "Do it!" Liao Ruyu shouted in a deep voice. A fierce wind quickly blew through the field as she crossed a ruined rock with an unrivaled stance. Riding the storm alien landing, several wind swirls coalesced in his hands, cutting directly toward the surrounding zombies. Put! This violent commotion immediately startled all the zombies here. The lurkers that were buried underground, the zombie tyrants that had undergone special evolution, and the reinforced types of zombies were all rushing towards the three. The zombies here, more or less, have special abilities. The slightest mistake will lead to a heavy siege and a full-blown crisis. Chen Mo's hand rose and fell. The ghost cut swept toward the front, sending up a shower of blood. A lurker leapt up from the ground. Chen Mo's eyes were cold, and the ghost cut in his hand split the metallic liquid, sweeping towards the zombies coming from all directions around them. Each swing of the ghost cut mercilessly reaped the life of a zombie. Roar! These flesh and blood bodies were as fragile as paper mache in front of ghost cut. Even the special zombies were treated equally, and were sliced through with ease. Rumble! At that moment, an explosion came from not far away. Chen Mo looked over in that direction. Only Wang Haoming moved quickly, turning into a stump and constantly disappearing between the zombie groups. With a disdainful expression, he toyed with a huge, 3-meter-tall, muscle-bound Tyrannosaurus Rex zombie. With his psychic abilities, these zombies couldn't even get close to its body. Wang Haoming took out that special pistol and laughed. "Ha ha, all die for me." Bang bang! The gun went off and bullets struck one after the other. It was deeply set into the tyrant's massive body, but it didn't pierce it at all. Instead, it enraged him, and with a roar to the sky, he directly lifted a huge stone and, then he was ready to throw it. Wang Haoming's eyes were mocking, as if he was afraid that Liao Ruyu, who was not far away, would not see it, and he said loudly, "It's a special bullet from our military district. District zombie, die." An incredible scene took place, only to see that one of the bullets embedded in that tyrannical person's body actually began to undergo expansion. Suddenly, rumble, an incessant explosion rang out. Countless blood splattered in all directions as if it were raining, and large chunks of flesh and blood crumbled. That second-ranked tyrant was unexpectedly blown to pieces in an instant. Wang Haoming became even more complacent. Chen Mo noticed this scene and his face gradually became a bit cold. On this bullet, it was actually attached to that guy's class as psychic ability. Collapse? Chapter 82 Tiredness. Leaving alone, thanks to Hambani for the gift. These bullets were obviously attached to that guy's disintegration powers. Chen Mo didn't say anything more. In front of him, a corpse bird that had even withered its eyes and wings swooped down from the sky like a sharp sword. It made a chittering, piercing sound, so fast that it was too late to react. The deformed Fae are often even tougher than the zombies at times. Chen Mo flipped his elbow, and the ghost cut in his hand first swept at the group of zombies that came swooping in front of him. Floods of blood. And then, as the corpse bird approached, he blasted out with his left hand. Contact with the corpse bird's beak that was as sharp as a blade. Boom! That corpse bird, its beak was even directly flattened, and countless feathers drifted down. It exploded into a cloud of blood mist in an instant. You know, nowadays, Shoshishin and Porchi can be stored among the heavenly power exotics. This punch was as powerful as a claw swung out by a poor man. Raleigh, with the power of his flesh, he blew up this first-order corpse bird. Both Wang Haoming and Liao Ruyu within the field were fighting. So naturally, they didn't notice this scene, and Zhang Cheng, who was standing far away in a safe place, saw it clearly. She was cold as ice. Her pretty face was floridly white with fear at the bloody and incomparable scene. This guy, is it possible that he's an enhanced alien? The speed at which Chen Mo killed the zombies could be said to be several times faster than both Wang Haoming and Liao Ruyu, and Chen Mo's unbridled, wild and fierce offense. It was as if there was no concern at all that he would be harmed. No regard for life at all. Alterans, if they take too much damage, are just as likely to deform into zombies. Crazy. This is absolutely nuts. Zhang Qing had never seen such a desperate guy. She bit her lip and ran straight ahead. Zhou Zimo was taken aback by the sight and hurriedly blocked it. Wait, what are you doing? It's dangerous there. Scram. Zhang Qing chortled and said, just cower here honestly. I'm not afraid of them. Zhou Zimo's eyes clouded over in an instant. his eyes clouded over. It was a far cry from the previous coy and groveling appearance. He himself was only a first-order alien, and his powers weren't strong enough, even with the added bonus of physical fitness. But in the eyes of these first-order and second-order zombies, they are simply not enough. Zhang Qing entered and locked her eyes on a second-order zombie that was on Wang Haoming's side. Wang Haoming, let me help you. She took a deep breath and fought back the fear in her heart. Directly unleashing his mental interference ability, he intended to control this zombie. Buzz! The second-order zombie suddenly paused. Afterwards, it tilted its head and hissed, its scarlet and incomparable gaze snapping to Zhang Qing. Zhang Qing's petite body shook, and suddenly a pain came from her temples. She looked at the second-order zombie incredulously. The second-order zombie directly changed direction and roared towards Zhang Qing. As a second-order zombie, neither speed nor bloodlust could be compared to a first-order zombie. Not to mention that this was an extremely fast-moving, odd-acting species of clawed woman. Its limbs were long and slender, and it waved its long, sharp claws, and in just a few breaths then he came to a position less than 2 or 3 meters away from Zhang Qing. Zhang Qing was dumbfounded and screamed, "Yikes, help me!" This sound, naturally, startled Chen Mo and his group who were in the middle of the battle. Xiao Cheng. Wang Haoming's face was startled, and he directly activated his extreme speed ability and, the first to break away from the battlefield towards Zhang Qing. However, he was a bit too far away, and the strange walking species directly jumped high and, stretching out his claws towards Zhang Qing. Done. Zhang Qing went limp on the ground and closed her eyes tightly. Chen Mo watched this scene with cold eyes. He actually had the ability to be able to step in and save Zhang Qing, but the guy with this weak strength, who doesn't even dare to resist? In this makeshift squad, it only drags back. Plus, one didn't have any love for her. And just then, a count of wind blades, directly chopped over, directly cut a bloody gash in the back of that second-order odd-walking species zombie. Roar! The zombie screamed in unbearable pain, and its body directly smashed to the ground. Chen Mo frowned and looked over. It turned out that it was Liao Ruyu who made the move. Liao Ruyu's face was a bit pale at the moment, and her lips were bloodless. This strike of the wind blade could be said to have directly hollowed out most of her supernatural abilities. She was only a second-order psychic, and the distance of her psychic ability was limited. If she reached the limit of her range, it will then consume a lot of physical energy. Seeing that Zhang Qing in the distance had yet to make a move, Liao Ruyu chided, "What are you waiting for?" Zhang Qing then came back to her senses and hurriedly got up and ran away in fear. At that exact moment, Wang Haoming arrived, quickly picked up Zhang Qing, and disappeared in a flash. Bang bang! Several rounds of bullets shot out, directly along the back that Liao Ruyu had cut open. Boom! Immediately afterward, the explosion blew the zombie apart. Chen Mo's face was indifferent, and he didn't say anything more about it. Instead, he swung the Onigiri. With extreme ease, he finished off the last second-order zombie that lunged in front of him. The speed was so fast that he dodged directly behind the zombie, and a black blade cut through. The second-order zombie directly stiffened in place, and then the head and body split in two. One rolled to the ground. Chen Mo scanned the dozens of zombies still remaining in this place. Eyes narrowing slightly, he swept out a black liquid with the Onigiri in his hand. The liquids were like splashes of water that, it turned into an extremely sharp water droplet-shaped metal that exploded towards the surrounding zombies. Onigiri sheathed his sword. Bang! Bang! Dozens of snarling zombies present. One by one, they fell to the ground. The world, for a moment, seemed quiet. Chen Mo's eyes were haunted and he didn't say anything more. He was most familiar with the psychic interference as a psychic ability. Zhang Qing's second-order mental interference, trying to influence the actions of a second-order zombie, only when it is at its weakest. Using it straight away as soon as it came up was bound to be met with the usual problems of psychic powers. Backfire. It's no different than getting killed. Chen Mo directly turned around and headed towards the direction of the steel mill alone, without saying goodbye. Wang Haoming, who was holding Xiao Chang and dodging the zombies, just watched the zombies in front of him with his own eyes. A bloody hole emerged from his skull and fell. Chen Mo, who looked into the distance with a face full of incredulity, opened his mouth, wanted to say something and then stopped. Zhang Qing was even more stunned and constantly trembled in Wang Haoming's arms. Xiao Chang. At this moment, he couldn't care about arguing too much and hurriedly called out to Zhang Qing in his arms. Zhou Zimo and Liao Ruyu also rushed over. How is she? P.S. Thanks to Hambani for the great gift. The milk powder people are silly. The boss is atmospheric. Give the boss a kowtow. Bang bang. Nothing to show for it. 3 shifts today, tomorrow and the day after the big day after. Then add more, either by exploding 5 chapters at once. I'm begging you to give me a little bit of positive feedback and a little bit of free gift QWQ. Milk powder bye bye. Chapter 83, Odd Crocodile and Seed. Arrival at the steel mill. Liao Ruyu's brows knitted as she inquired. Cho, didn't you stop her? Zhou Zimo said with an aggrieved and somewhat helpless face. Sister Liao, I really can't stop it. Liao Ruyu was also convinced. He and the others hadn't even arrived at the strange crocodile yet. And this Zheng Qing had caused such a big trouble. I told you to keep her in a safe place. When you come to talk so much, really fight the first one to fall. No, why do you still want to go on? Wang Haoming said eagerly. I also didn't expect that Haru would want to control a second-order zombie. Haru, are you okay? Liao Ruyu took a deep breath and calmed her anger. It's impossible to go back when you've already come to this place. I don't have time to spare for you in the next battle. I'll have Cho take you back. Although Wang Haoming's fighting strength was good, this Zheng Qing didn't have any effect at all. Instead, it was an extreme drag. The good thing is that there was Chinma, who ended up closing the show, sharing a lot of the pressure. At this moment, she finally understood why Chen Mo was so reluctant to team up. Where's Chen Tian? Liao Ruyu looked around and realized that there was no sign of Chen Mo. At this time, Zhou Zimo, who was on the side, snapped and opened his mouth. Sister Liao, just now brother Chen Tian, seems to have left that direction. It's the steel mill. What did you say? Liao Ruyu was instantly shocked. Rushing to look over, he realized that Chen Mo had long since walked away. She was shaken in her heart and glanced somewhat grudgingly at Zheng Chang and Wang Haoming on the side. Can you still fight? If you can't, I'll have Cho take you back. Under Wang Haoming's comfort, Zheng Qing's face gradually eased. Her pretty face was pale, and when she heard the dissatisfaction in Liao Ruyu's tone, she wanted to snap. But nay, it was indeed himself who had just dragged the big guy back, and his eyes kept flickering and took a drink of water and said, I can. Wang Haoming, Xiao Chang, are you really okay? I've said I'm fine. Zheng Qing stood up impatiently, her pretty face unsightly. I was, just now, careless. If only I had been a little more focused. That walker, it's going to be mine. Liao Ruyu had a look of disbelief on her face and gazed at Zheng Qing for a while, sighing, it had better be. I won't have time to worry about you guys next. Chen Tian has already set off alone. We have to follow him quickly. Liao Ruyu took a deep breath and directly threw out a few crystal cores. Recover some of your powers as you go. The four of them proceeded to set off again. Squeak! Behind him, a thin, inaudible movement suddenly rang out. Zhou Zimo, who was walking at the very back, paused, somewhat puzzled. He looked back toward the rear. There was nothing but a field of rubble and bloodied corpses. Zhou Zimo frowned. Xiao Zhou, what are you doing? Don't fall behind. Come up more quickly. Liao Ruyu in front of her drank low. Zhou Zimo looked at the empty ruins again. Mumbles, could I have misheard? He didn't think much of it, and turned and jogged over. Coming Sister Liao. After Liao Ruyu's group left, in the midst of that ruin, the empty place rippled like a heat wave. At this place, the figures of 6 people, both male and female, suddenly appeared. All of them were armed, and both their temperament and spirit were very different from the norm. One of the boys, who was not tall, thin and average, took out a crystal core and recovered. Su Lin looked to the side of the tall, half-disfigured face. The man with a hideous scar said, that was close. They had, at least 2 guys with decent senses there. Almost got caught. Li Long patted Su Lin's shoulder and spoke. Thanks to you. Let's go next and just keep our distance from them. Su Lin nodded his head and looked at the zombie corpses on the ground around him and spoke with a puzzled expression on his face. Brother Long, those 2 seem to be from the military district if I remember correctly, right? What are they doing here too? Li Long said with a calm face as he sniffed. North China City Iron and Steel Works, which the 6th War Area surely wants to get. 80% are here to deal with that weird crocodile. Su Lin, aha. It's best we don't start a conflict with the military district now. Is that mystery merchant really not bluffing? The seeds we're looking for. How come it's on a freaking crocodile? Liren shook his head, also unsure. The mysterious merchant is the only one that Lin has seen. Don't ask for more. Just like before. Just get the job done. It just so happens that here in North China City we have Longgang and the military region to go ahead and explore the area. We've also saved a great deal of effort. Su Lin nodded and didn't say anything more. If Chen Mo were here, he would definitely recognize the group of people in front of him. It is one of the most powerful survivor forces in the post-apocalyptic world, besides the military region. The Ancient Martial Arts League. Inside, all of them are a group of people from martial arts training families. His own physique was powerful, and after awakening his psychic ability, his strength was even far beyond that of an ordinary psychic. And the other side, the location where Chen Mo was. Roar dash came a low roar. Porchi looked at Chen Mo with some dissatisfaction. It seemed to be a rebuke as to why he hadn't been able to put himself out. The two horns on the forehead of the poor man's head became a little larger, and his face was hideous. It was filled with bloodlust. The body is majestic, with strong and powerful limbs and even more dense and silky reddish-orange fur all over the body. It was estimated that it wouldn't take long to advance into a third-order species. Chen Mo smiled and stepped forward. It's rather aggravating. Don't worry, there are a lot of walkers present on the next road. Enjoy yourself, Chen Mo said with a faint smile. With a leap, he sat directly on the poor man's back. Compared to Liao Ruyu's line of squads, Chen Mo was more willing to believe in poor man and Shoshi. At the very least, no matter what, the poor man and Shoshi were absolutely at their own beck and call. And the battle strength is not bad. The ordinary zombies are not their match at all. The Porchi let out a long roar and ran towards the front at an extremely fast speed. In order to solve that strange crocodile as soon as possible, Chen Mo didn't get too attached to the battle. The poor man pushed his way across, killing to his heart's content and drenching in blood wherever he passed. A head of zombies fell down and was slapped into pulp by the poor man. Unusual first and second stage zombies, all are no match. After getting rid of Liao Ruyu and her group, with the assistance of the poor man, after only tens of minutes, Chen Mo arrived at the largest heavy industry group in North China City, Thunder and Lightning. Here, it is the Longgang Group steel plant. As far as the eye can see, there stands a blueskin production plant. The steel mills were immense, serving as the backbone of the city of North China and feeding countless families. Chapter 84 The Peach Tree in the Steel Mill. The extent of this area, a good 20 to 30 kilometers around, is part of the steel mill area. At one time this neighborhood had a school, a snack bar, a hospital, a residential building. All are industries within the Dragon Steel Group, but after the end of the world, it's just like it's been changed. The outside is surrounded by zombies as well as Fae. A destroyed car and building sits here. The surrounding zombies and Fae were all fighting each other, each one extremely powerful. Stray dogs and cats under a post-apocalyptic aberration. There was no over-the-top mutation like the poor man's, but even so, it was by no means something that an ordinary zombie could resist. The pack of corpse dogs in front of them were dripping saliva from their mouths, covered with rotting flesh, was being hideous, and the tiger stared leeringly at Chen Mo and the poor man across the street. Ho! Kept letting out a low growl. Chen Mo's eyes narrowed slightly. The group of already deformed corpse dogs in front of us, the lowest of them was of the first order, and the leading corpse dog, the size of a meter tall. It was a second-order existence. A stream of heat erupted from the poor man's mouth and nose, rubbing his forepaws and growling towards the 4 or 5 corpse dogs in front of him. Roar! The snarl made the corpse dogs across the street stir. They took a few steps backward, instinctively feeling a little uneasy. The leading corpse dog let out a long howl, and the group of corpse dogs directly turned around and chose to avoid the battle and fled. A trace of humanization flashed through the poor man's huge beast pupils, a look of disdain. The reason why these aberrant Fae in the post-apocalyptic world are able to outperform the zombies, that's because the instincts of these species are extremely sharp, much stronger than those of humans. This is especially true after the end times, and the aura on the poor man's body made them feel intimidated. Chen Mo didn't dwell too much on this place either. Instead, he patted the poor man beside him. Come on, let's go in. One man and one beast stepped right into the middle of the steel mill. Roar! The ghost cut straight down, blood like a pillar, and the last zombie was killed. Chen Mo flipped his elbow and jumped, using ghost cut to directly take out that second-order zombie's crystal core. With blood splattered all along the way, Chen Mo, who possessed the juggernaut ability, in the midst of the steel mill, there is absolute dominance. Iron and steel metals are everywhere, so to speak, within this steel mill, being able to exert 12 points of power. He himself is the master of this place. For the rest of the way, the man and the beast worked together as one. The poor Qi, who hadn't fought for a long time, was violent to the extreme, ferociously tearing and pulling down the flesh and blood of zombies and Fae. The poor man seemed to enjoy killing. Among the emotions coming from it, Chen Mo could feel how much the poor Qi, who had been held back for a long time in the heavens right alien energy, longed for battle. Along the way, he harvested 8 second-order crystal cores and 47 first-order crystal cores. Surprisingly, inside the steel mill, the zombies present are not much more than outside the steel mill. Empty surroundings, collapsed buildings all around. The blueprint mills seemed to have been flattened by something huge, and one by one they dented, and there was even a huge pit on the ground. Chen Mo paused here and observed the surroundings. If there's a place in the post-apocalyptic world that hasn't been overrun by the powers that be, there's very few zombies. That's only 2 reasons. Either that, or all the zombies in the area have been cleared out by the survivors. Either that, or there is an extremely powerful Fey Corpse King here, gobbling up and rallying all the walkers here. The deeper we went into the steel mill, after crossing the track that carried the steel, The road ahead then fell into more and more disrepair. It seems that the strange crocodile should be not far away, Chen Mo muttered. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Chen Mo sniffed his nose and inexplicably felt it in the air. In addition to the strong smell of rust already blood, surprisingly, there is also a stream of an inexplicable fragrance? Chen Mo frowned, somewhat uncertain. Noticing that there was something odd about this place, Chen Mo was on guard. With the poor man he proceeded towards the interior of the steel mill. The scent in his mouth and nose grew stronger. Directly in front of the direction, surprisingly dense, convergence of a land of zombies, dry flat rotting corpses. There are hundreds of them. This rich, mellow scent intertwined and blended with the stench of rotting corpses in the air. It's just stomach churning. The poor man let out a low growl. Chen Mo tightly locked his brows as a hint of surprise surfaced in his eyes. On the bodies of these zombies, there was actually a branching vine. The vines were covered with pink flowers, as if they were set in the flesh and blood of these corpses. Sucking in the nutrients. It was from these flowers that the scent in the air filled the air. Peach blossom? A bad feeling rose in Chen Mo's heart. Plants and zombies in the post-apocalyptic world, unlike the Fae, rarely exist that undergo aberrations, but without exception, almost every plant that has mutated is very powerful, and possesses an extreme bit of tenacity. The most famous of these is the immense, sky-high ancient tree in Shijian City. There are many mountains in Shijian province, and on that one mountain that towers like a cloud, sitting there was a monstrous ancient tree that covered the sky and stretched thousands of miles long. On that ancient tree, there was likewise an endgame god. At first no one cared. It wasn't until that ancient tree enveloped several cities in half of Shijian province that it was noticed by anyone. Extremely scary, and the peach blossoms here had to draw Chen Mo's attention. Chen Mo and the poor man cautiously moved forward. I don't know how much time has passed. The strange crocodile was finally spotted at one of the steel mill's tracks where steel was being transported. Around them, squashed blue-skinned factories. The strange crocodile was hideous, with a body that was more than 30 meters long and about 4 or 5 meters tall. The dark scales all over his body looked solid and was prostrate and sleeping under an immense and incomparable peach tree. A peach tree stood in the middle of the railroad tracks, its branches spreading for hundreds of meters around, deeply rooted in a pile of zombie corpses the size of a small mountain. The tree's body was constantly expanding and contracting, as if it was breathing. Dang! Even from a distance, Chen Mo was able to clearly hear a heartbeat. Staring closely at the immense peach tree, Chen Mo's pupils stared. Looking a little incredulous, he murmured, surprisingly, really a deformed peach tree? How could there be such a thing inside the steel mill? Chen Mo stared intently at the strange crocodile in front of him. According to what Liao Ruyu had said, it was nothing more than a third-order Fae. Since it was a Fae, if it wanted to evolve, it was inevitable that it would have to keep devouring the zombies in Fae. I thought that all the way here. All the zombies in this steel mill had been pretty much eaten by the strange crocodiles, but this scene in front of me, this mountain of corpses that were everywhere, even at my feet, it seems to be all eaten by this peach tree? Chapter 85, Aberrant Plant, Peach Fruit with Enhanced Abnormal Abilities. The poor man growled twice in a low voice. As a fellow Fae, it seemed to feel an aura of danger in that strange crocodile. Looking at the trunks of trees spreading from the cracks in the ruins on the ground and among the bodies, Chen Mo's eyes flashed as he pondered. It would be unwise to rush up to that peach tree now, when it is still unknown for the time being. And just then the strange crocodile, which was slumbering by the peach tree. Suddenly, there was a loud rumble. The eyes opened with a flash of white. This strange crocodile awakened. Seeing this, Chen Mo immediately found a hidden place with the poor man to hide his figure. The strange crocodile raised its head and looked around. It seemed to smell something else. Could its intelligence? After looking around at the bodies, after seeing no other movement, he climbed back up to the peach tree. A low growl at the peach tree. Chen Mo was watching from the shadows. His own self, who possessed the heavenly power ability, was able to hear the language of that strange crocodile clearly. Eat? Chen Mo frowned, only to see the immense, incomparable peach tree in the distance shaking off the whole tree swayed gently. On its huge and thick tree body, it even gradually secreted a stream of transparent and sticky mucus. Immediately afterward, a branch of the trunk slowly extended out from the body of the tree. It was covered with pink petals, one brightly colored and the bright red-looking peach fruit congealed. A hint of joy surfaced in the eyes of the monstrous crocodile, and it directly opened its bloody mouth and, in one bite, he took that peach fruit with the branch in one bite. Catching dash. More peach blossoms fall. The peach tree trembled even more violently, sending a message of pain. After eating the peach fruit, that strange crocodile's body began to expand at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was several meters more massive than before. Crawling around crookedly. Satisfied, he proceeded to a deep sleep. Seeing this scene, Chen Mo's eyes suddenly lit up. The fruit produced by that peach tree was actually able to strengthen the Fae? And by the looks of it, the reason why the strange crocodile didn't choose to eat those zombie corpses, obviously because the fruit produced by this peach tree was more effective than directly swallowing zombie corpses. Chen Mo's face was delighted. This thing, it was no less than the mystic merchant's crystal core potion that enhanced his psychic abilities. Chen Mo stared tightly at the immense peach tree in the distance, somewhat dumbfounded, looking towards the poor man beside him. The corner of his mouth lifted up as he laughed. Poor man, come back. The next battle will have to use your power. Under the heaven's right abnormal ability, the poor man was able to greatly enhance his bodily functions. It was more than capable of making the juggernaut alien energy explode with extraordinary power. Tianquan's powers were now but second order, and if he himself had used the power of the Shou-Shi Shen, the load is just too much. So, for the next battle, Chen Mo planned to directly let the Shou-Shi god come out and crush away the fruit of this peach tree. He was bound to get it. Poor Chi let out a low growl with some dissatisfaction, but still turned into a ray of light and disappeared in place. On Chen Mo's left arm, a poor man's tattoo had clearly appeared. Celestial power alien usage. Chen Mo's eyes were regal and he said in a deep voice, then get out and get some air. Sha hey! Rumble dash, a shockingly huge object appeared in the open space in front of him. Countless sands were lifted up, several times more massive than the monstrous crocodile, covered in snow-white flab. The baby-looking Shukijin appeared in this place. The earth trembled violently, like an earthquake. As soon as the god of longevity appeared, it resounded with a loud and unmistakable voice. Fourth order endgame deity, Shohei God. Upon hearing the loud sound, the monstrous crocodile in the distance violently opened its eyes. Full of astonishment and incomprehension, he looked at the amazing giant in front of him. It seemed really shocked why this thing suddenly appeared here. The peach tree trembled violently and made a rustling sound. The monstrous crocodile opened its bloody mouth and roared towards the Shou-Shi god full of rage. Roar. As a powerful Fae, it was natural for them to have an extremely strong sense of lordship. In its territory, no one is allowed to challenge its authority except for food. Without saying a word, the strange crocodile, compared to the extremely slow-moving Shihigami, it was extremely fast as it opened its huge mouth and crawled towards the Shou-Shi god. Rumble dash, the surrounding area was filled with the loud sound of falling debris. Chen Mo's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw this. Command was conveyed down to the god of Shukatsu. Work it out. The Shou-Shi god let out a long chant, and his obese hands directly grabbed two huge boulders and it slammed down heavily towards the strange crocodile. Boom! The body of that monstrous crocodile was directly dented, and the blow knocked it into a daze. It was furious to the core as it tore towards the Shou-Shi god. As a crocodile, the bite is terrifying. Facing this fourth-ranked Shou-Shi Shun, it did not have any advantage at all despite its size. However, this bite went down, and it actually directly tore off a large chunk of the Shou-Shi god's flesh and blood. Green blood gushed out like a fountain. Shukatsujin was completely enraged. Although the speed of this strange crocodile is fast, but the body size is huge. Not like the poor Chi that simply cannot be captured. The obese hands of the god of longevity swung and slammed down in one motion, holding down the head of that strange crocodile. He directly squirmed his body towards the strange crocodile. Rumble! The strength of this strange crocodile, after devouring a lot of peach fruits, had infinitely approached with the fourth rank. However, he was still being pressed to death by the Shou-Shi god's huge body, constantly struggling and letting out low roars. The god of longevity let out a delightful and incomparably piercing laugh. Holding the head of the monstrous crocodile with both hands dead center, he sat up and collapsed towards it again. Boom! 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 After a few times, this mountain of flesh directly smashed the strange crocodile into a dizzy, delirious state. Nay, it merely had only a strong bite, and was held down by Shou-Shi Shen's head. The degraded limbs couldn't hurt it at all. Completely, it's being pressed. Every time it smashed down, the earth around it would sink 1 point deeper, and that deep pit became bigger and bigger. The range keeps spreading outwards, already visible in the deep pit that had been broken open. The roots that spread through the soil that peach tree was rooted in. Chen Mo grinned. So it looks like there's no need for me to make a move at all. With Shuki's power, it's enough for this strange crocodile on the other side. This strange crocodile, he did not intend to take in. While the speed of action is good, the bite is horrible. And in terms of killing power, I'm afraid that a poor Chi of the same rank would not be its match. But the weakness was also a little too obvious. And when the head was held down, the power to resist was lost. It had to be said, though, that the monstrous crocodile's defense was still good. No wonder he was able to escape by carrying the military district's firepower hard. Even with the Shou-Shi god destroying it so much, only just a little bit of blood marks surfaced on its body. The monstrous crocodile twisted its body frantically, flinging its head around trying to tear off Shou-Shi Shen's flesh and blood. All of a sudden, Out of the ground sprang an incredibly thick vine root with sharp barbs that, toward the god of Shoshi entwined. The deformed peach tree that did it. Chapter 86, Shoshishin vs. Monster Crocodile. A thick root rose up from the ground and twined towards the Shoshi god. These roots are densely covered with sharp barbs that, in an instant, the Shoshi god's massive body was entangled, constantly shrinking and strangling. It strangled the Shoshi god's obese body with a trail of blood. The snow-white fat of his body was strangled with a hideous and unimaginable trail of blood. It kept spilling green blood. These roots wriggled and were actually sucking in the fresh blood of the Shoshi god. The Shoshi god clearly felt a huge and incomparable pain. Hissed up to the sky. This sound wave was an exclusive ability of the Shoshi god. In just an instant, the roots that were entangled in his body were shaken off alive. Outside the steel mill, Liao Ruyu looked around at a field of recently dead zombie corpses. Knowing all this, I'm afraid that they were all killed by Chin Mo alone. Suddenly, this haunting, unmistakable scream of Shukijin came from inside the steel mill. It made Liao Ruyu's few people who had just arrived in front of the steel factory's gate tremble. Zheng Qing's pretty face became extraordinarily pale for a moment. Zhou Zimo, whose strength was slightly weaker, even felt a headache and covered his ears in pain. A few people looked startled, and looked at the direction from which the voice came with an incomparable scorn. What's that sound? That location? Is it that weird crocodile? Zheng Qing said. Wang Haoming shook his head with an incredibly grave face. No, that voice. It's not that strange crocodiles. Do you have any other fey in your Dragonsteel steel mill? Liao Ruyu, we left the steel mill a long time ago. How do I know? In the distance, countless amounts of smoke and dust raged. In the midst of that roiling dust and mist, one could vaguely see a huge body. Like a mountainous figure. Liao Ruyu frowned her eyebrows and immediately spoke. Bad. I'm afraid Chen Tian is in danger. We need to get over there fast. Wang Haoming had already somewhat beaten a retreat at this moment. That voice just now could really make him shiver from his soul. It was as creepy as if it came from the abyss. But upon seeing the two people, Liao Ruyu and Zheng Cheng, who were already walking at the front, Wang Haoming gritted his teeth and hurriedly chased after him. During this time, the crystal cores were constantly taken out to restore his physical strength. After they had left, the ancient martial alliances group that followed closely behind them also appeared here. Su Lin took a big breath. Just now, his own psychic ability was actually almost shattered by that scream. There's something weird. Li Long looked directly at the few people at his side and said in a deep voice, all be careful. All the walkers here, it seems, have been taken care of. Li Long frowned tightly as he looked around at the field of corpses. It seems that someone actually beat us and that dragon steel person to the punch. Follow them. The god of longevity had just shaken off a root that was wrapped around his body. Bang! From the ground, dozens more peach tree roots came up. Shenma lands a right hand. The countless iron liquids around them turned into sharp blades towards the peach tree's roots. Put. A root was chopped off. But nah, that's just too much. The god of longevity raised his hand, and as he grasped an impossibly thick root that, furious, he yanked it hard from the ground. Rumble, the earth cracked and countless debris splashed. These roots, as much as they could, connected to that peach tree. With such a tug, it was almost directly uprooted by Shou Shishen's immense strength. The peach tree skyrocketed its roots toward the ground. That strange crocodile found the right opportunity to break free directly from under Shou Shishen. A fat bite on the Shukijin is a straight-up death roll. A huge piece of flesh and blood was torn off raw. Shukijin let out a mournful cry. On Chen Mo's side, he also frantically stretched out his roots and lashed out. Rumble. Chen Mo deftly avoided a thick root, and a deep crater was drawn out of that piece of ground. Chen Mo frowned. I can't imagine that this peach tree is so difficult to deal with. He looked in the direction of the god of longevity. The Shaoxi, who had a large chunk of flesh and blood ripped off by the strange crocodile, directly fell into berserk mode. Boom! Boom! Waving his arms entangled in roots haphazardly, the undifferentiated smashing down in all directions. The Shoshi god, who was entangled in the peach tree's roots, had no time to suppress the strange crocodile anymore. Monster crocodile bite force is extremely strong. Every time a mouth down is, countless boulders are reduced to pieces. The densely packed teeth were set raw into Shou Shishen's flesh and blood. Gotta deal with that peach tree first. Chen Mo snorted coldly when he saw this. Juggernaut alien use. Within the confines of this steel mill, the metal is nearly inexhaustible. Countless iron liquids transformed into sharp blades that directly surrounded Chen Mo's body and rotated rapidly. Whenever a root approached, it was mercilessly cut off. Chen Mo held the ghost cut and moved extremely quickly, avoiding the falling debris around him, directly towards that peach tree. These roots couldn't stop Chen Mo at all. The peach tree was obviously aware of an extremely strong killing intent, and its huge body trembled. A call for help was sent towards the strange crocodile. The monstrous crocodile looked over and let out a long roar. Immediately twisting its body, trying to go and stop it. Boom! But in front of its eyes was the Shoshi god, who had fallen into a berserk rage. The Shoshi god's huge and incomparable hands slammed down heavily. Once again, the strange crocodile was whacked into the middle of the ground. Roar! The monstrous crocodile was similarly enraged. Twisting his head around, was tearing towards the Shukijin's arm. With the help of the god of longevity, that strange crocodile couldn't get through at all. Chenmo quickly arrived in front of the peach tree. Under the peach tree the soil began to wriggle and a thicker root rose up. Chenmo's eyes were cold and indifferent as he directly tightened his grip on the ghost cut and swept out with a slash. Whoa dash! This large swath of roots in front of him appeared fragile in front of ghost cut, the weapon that the mysterious merchant that was exchanged for. That was by no means any mortal weapon. This was a blade capable of injuring end-time gods and even beheading them. Chenmo's right hand exerted force, and he made a heavy stab towards the peach tree in front of him. Put! The ghost cut was gone into the tree in an instant. Chenmo heard a miserable cry. That was the sound emanating from the peach tree in front of me. Countless petals shook off the peach tree, and the roots around it were as mad as a. It was like an octopus tentacle that started flapping around the tree into which the Onigiri had penetrated so deeply. Surprisingly, it began to flow with crimson, incomparable blood and transparent mucus, constantly spewing and spilling. It looked eerie. Chenmo's face was icy cold as he directly drew up the ghost cut. The peach tree trembled even more violently, its roots slapping towards Chenmo. A few silver arcs of light flashed by. Snap! Snap! The broken roots fell to the ground. A message of trembling fear came from the peach tree in front of him. It's begging for mercy. Chenmo sneered. Sure is special. Chapter 87, Tearing the Monstrous Crocodile to Shreds. Fruit of the Peach Tree. The message that came from the peach tree was even clearer than the Shoshi god. I know you'll be able to hear it. Give me as much of your fruit as you can bear. Chenmo said coldly. The peach tree quivered. The strange crocodile that had lost its assistance not far away was soon being held down and blasted with hammers again by Shoshishin. Soon, the winner was divided. The two meaty, fat hands of the enraged Shukijin grasped the upper and lower jaws of the monstrous crocodile directly. Let out a scream. Its waves of flesh covered in green and crimson blood began to tremble continuously, layer by layer. Both hands kept breaking that strange crocodile's mouth to the maximum. The strange crocodile twisted its body in extreme pain, trying to use a death roll, but it was only a third-order fey, although its bite was amazingly terrifying. But in terms of brute strength, how could it possibly compare to a fourth-ranked Shoshi god? The huge mouth full of fangs was wrenched wider and wider, and a bloody slit was pulled open. Suddenly, a sheet of blood splattered and erupted in all directions, as if it were raining. That monstrous crocodile was actually torn into two halves by the god of longevity. The scene was bloody to the extreme, and the Shoshi god's massive body was drenched in the blood of the monstrous crocodiles. Hee hee, hee hee. The god of longevity sat on the ground and kept clapping his hands together, making mocking noises of the utmost pleasure. Even the strange crocodile died without the slightest let up, constantly venting his anger by slapping it into pulp with slap after slap. The peach tree shook even more violently. It was filled with a strong emotion of fear. Chenmo glanced at Shoshishin and grinned. It's kind of a fight, though Shukatsujin was merely a lower endgame deity, but it was by no means a challenge for an ordinary fey. Shuki, come back. Chenmo directly used the heavenly power ability to take back the Shoshi god. That monstrous crocodile was infinitely approaching the fourth rank, and its crystal core, naturally, would not be spared by itself. You can't let Shukijin break it. Although Shoshishin was injured, he was able to slowly recover on his own in the heaven's right abilities. So next, it's your turn. Shinma turned around, Onigiri in hand. His eyes were cold as he gazed at the peach tree in front of him. I want all your fruit. The peach tree trembled, and on its peach-flowering boughs immediately a tiny fruit condensed, enough to produce 5 peach fruits. Those fruits are getting bigger at a rate visible to the naked eye, and the peach tree's lush branches began to wither rapidly. It seemed that condensing these fruits used up all of its strength. A piece of peach blossom drifted down, and the moment before it was a dense, glorious and beautiful peach tree. It turned into a bare trunk in the blink of an eye. On that branch, 5 full fruits swayed, one after the other fell. Bang! Bang! Chenmo's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the peach fruit on the ground. These peach fruits, compared to the one that the strange crocodile had eaten earlier, were a full circle smaller. The mutated peach tree in front of him had a weak breath and looked on the verge of dying. However, Chenmo didn't care about its death at all. A chilling voice said, "Is that all?" A faint thought came from the peach tree. Through the heaven's right alien energy, Chenmo knew that these were all of its fruits. What is consumed in producing these peach fruits is its life force. The peach tree, on the other hand, needs a corpse to replenish its life force. The strange crocodile from before was the one that continuously replenished it with nutrients, thus reaching a coexistence. Gather these peach fruits and pocket them into your arms. Chen Mo's eyes flickered as he pondered for a moment. Try to use the celestial power ability to subdue it. The peach tree didn't resist at all, and the connection between the two was established smoothly. Master, Chen Mo's figure was a bit shaky. The connection shared by the celestial power alien was still a bit too forced. Chen Mo eased up for a while. After taking in the peach tree, he roughly understood a bit about it as well. This peach tree, a plant of the third order, but after just producing those peach fruits, it fell to the second order. The heaven's right powers were able to take in behemoths like the poor man and the Shoshi god, but it was impossible to take the peach tree away, because as a plant, its roots are linked in the soil. And what made Chen Mo feel a bit surprised was, the buried roots of the peach tree are surprisingly spread throughout the steel mill. The peach tree gently trembled its already dried out body and weakly sent a message. Chen Mo pondered for a while, then looked at the peach tree and said, "In that case, it's good for you to stay here and soak up the nutrients." And just then, from a short distance away, a sudden cry of alarm rang out. "Chen Tian?" Chen Mo gave a slight beat, looked over, only to see Liao Ruyu and Wang Haoming, Zheng Cheng, Zhou Zimo and a few others arrive at an unknown time. Look at the mess all over the place, with huge potholes everywhere. It was not hard to imagine that a great battle had just occurred here. Zheng Qing noticed the flattened body of the monstrous crocodile a dozen meters away. Half of his body was hammered into mush. His pupils shrunk, and his face was filled with a look of disbelief. That weird crocodile. It's actually dead. What? Liao Ruyu and Wang Haoming Zhou Zimo also looked over. The faces of the three were filled with shock, their expressions appalled to the extreme. Wang Haoming said incredulously, "It's all smashed to mush. How the hell did that happen?" Liao Ruyu's heart had already turned over long ago. Her beautiful eyes stared round, and she stared at Chen Mo tightly with different colors. Intuition told her about the scene in front of her. It's highly likely that Chen Mo did it. This scene of blood and flesh, filled with broken meat and blood, made Zheng Qing look pale, constantly dry heaving. Vomit. No, it couldn't have been that guy who did it. Wang Haoming, impossible. He's only one person. How is it possible to tackle this monstrous crocodile alone? Liao Ruyu hurriedly jogged forward, looking at the withered petals all over the ground, and the broken, thick branches. The pretty face was filled with fear as she inquired, "That weird crocodile, you solved it?" Chen Mo nodded with a calm face. "Fade. Aha. Plain and simple." Hiss. After receiving Chen Mo's confirmation, the expressions of several people each looked as if they had seen a ghost. Is this something a human being can do? Zheng Qing's gaze towards Chen Mo instantly became incorrect. Disbelievingly, he questioned, No way. How could this strange crocodile be solved so easily by you? And, you don't even have a scratch on you. You must be lying. Wang Haoming also looked at Chen Mo with suspicion and opened his mouth. It's not a small thing. The strength of this strange crocodile is not trivial. The fate that has plagued Dragon Steel Group for so long. Has something changed here? This tree, what's going on again? Wang Haoming surveyed the dry peach tree in front of him, like sensing something. Chen Mo's eyes suddenly became cold. The spilled metal blades on the floor trembled and, in an instant, it burst up and burst out towards Zheng Qing's direction. Zheng Qing's face turned pale. Wang Haoming also dilated his pupils at once and shouted angrily, "What are you going to do?" Bang! Chapter 88, Engagement. Fighting for the peach tree. The incomparably sharp metal blade unexpectedly pierced right through Zheng Qing's ear. The speed was extremely fast, and a harsh and incomparable touch that scraped his cheeks raw came. Zheng Qing was so frightened that she lost her color and her body was as cold as an ice cellar. The metal blade, just a few millimeters away from himself. Bang! The muffled sound came violently from behind. Wang Haoming was furious to the extreme, his eyes spitting fire as he glared at Chen Mo questioningly. "What the hell are you doing? Are you trying to kill one of your own?" Chen Mo didn't pay any attention to Wang Haoming's questioning. Instead, his eyes were filled with coldness as he looked at an empty and uninhabited place not far away. There, the metal blade was surprisingly blocked by something that, it dried up and fell to the ground in a pile. Chen Mo said in a cold voice, "Come on out, hiding rat." This statement was made. Liao Ruyu and Wang Haoming, several people all changed their faces drastically. Subconsciously, he looked over. Someone? Snap! A sound of approval rang out. "That's a nice alien power. You're from the military district too?" In that clearing, a layer of ripples suddenly rippled. The figures of the 6 people from the ancient martial alliance appeared. Upon seeing the group in front of him, Chen Mo's eyes narrowed slightly. A martial artist? The ancient martial arts league. He naturally recognized the person in front of him. At one time he himself had crossed paths with this group when he was in combat. In the ancient martial alliance, there was a man who was extremely powerful and his physical skills were also very invincible. It's this Li Long in front of me. Mastery of A-rank elemental system psychic ability, able to manipulate soil. Li Long looked at the metal blade on the ground and said with a smile, "Boy, You're pretty good. Liao Ruyu's pupils shrunk. Where do these people appear from? Why were they and others so unaware of it? Zhou Zimo exclaimed as if he had thought of something and his face changed drastically. There really is someone. They must have followed us all the way here. His ability was insight, and he had sensed it long before, having thought it was a momentary delusion that his nerves were strained. I can't imagine that there is actually someone following their party. Zhou Zimo stared intently at the young man with a clear face across from him. The insight alien ability is activated. On his pupils, a thin layer of blue light emerged. Zhou Zimo muttered in sudden realization. Mirage ability. Able to create an illusion similar to a mirage? Wang Haoming, are you saying that these people have been following us since a long time ago? Zhou Zimo nodded. It should be. Su Lin on the opposite side of the table looked at Zhou Zimo with some surprise and whispered, Brother Long, this guy seems to be able to see through my psychic abilities. Li Long waved his hand carelessly and said, Insight Alien Bar. We have the Ancient Martial Arts Alliance as well. That strange crocodile is dead. At this time, one of the women with freckles on her face said in a deep voice, You guys, look at that tree. It's kind of weird. The seed we're looking for. It can't be it, can it? Li Long looked over and couldn't help but say with a bit of a headache, It seems to be true. This is a problem. At this moment, Liao Ruyu's group on the opposite side of the street was on alert, looking at Li Long and the others with a bad expression. Liao Ruyu exclaimed, Who are you people? Why are you following us? Liren tried his best to show a kind expression, but with the hideous, unmistakable scars on his cheeks, he looked ferocious. It doesn't matter what we are. Just know me. We mean you no harm. MS. Liao. You Dragonsteel and the military region are only here to deal with that strange crocodile, right? We just want the tree and nothing else. No offense? Liao Ruyu obviously didn't believe what Li Long said. Having followed himself and the others for so long, he had been watching from the sidelines, even concealing his form. If she said that the other party didn't have any purpose, she wouldn't believe it even if it killed her. Chen Mo's face under the mask was somewhat calm as he stared at Li Long's group of people across the street and faintly said, This tree, it cannot be given to you. You have 10 seconds. Roll. Such overbearing remarks made a group of people from the Ancient Martial Alliance very upset. And who are you to talk to us like that? Humph. In this world, awakening a psychic ability is remarkable. Of these 6 people present, every one of them possessed psychic abilities. Moreover, they were from a family that practiced martial arts, which made a big difference in this post-apocalyptic world. Naturally one is high-minded. On the contrary, Li Long and Su Lin were slightly calmer. Su Lin stared closely at the masked Chen Mo across from him and frowned. Brother Long, we've been following the people in this military region and haven't seen this person. I can't see through him. That monstrous crocodile. I'm afraid it was solved by him alone. Not to be underestimated. His ability also belonged to the spiritual category, so his perception was naturally far beyond normal. Su Lin was able to sense Chen Mo's power, not weaker than himself and the others in the slightest. Li Long's eyes narrowed slightly, ignoring Su Lin's reminder. The voice sank for a moment. Slowly. What if we don't? You take the body of that monstrous crocodile and regain the steel mill. We take away the tree and the well runs dry. Little one, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have powers. Be aware of. Whoosh. Li Long hadn't finished speaking. Dozens of incomparably sharp metal blades came towards the group of people. It shimmered with a blinding silver light. Chinma made his move. Humph. The crowd of ancient martial artists present showed disdain. One by one, they all showed their abilities, and some of them chose to avoid the situation with unparalleled dexterity. Some of them took the weapons in their hands and parried them towards the metal blades in front of them without the slightest fear. Clank! Clang! The crisp and incomparable sound of exchanging gorges rang out. Li Long directly inserted his hand into the earth, and the hard and unrivaled land became muddy in his hand. Bang! In front of it, a rock wall rumbled up and, directly deflecting all the metal blades to the best of his ability. Rumble dash the rock wall directly shattered and collapsed. Liren spoke up. I don't want to make enemies of you. Just give us that tree and we'll leave right away. He thought that Chen Mo was similarly from the military region, so he didn't want to offend too much. Wang Haoming frowned tightly and spoke loudly. Since you know we're from the military district, you should know that the strange crocodile that's in here, we're the ones who solved it. It's not good for you guys to try to pick up the slack, is it? He didn't know why the opposite party wanted the tree behind him so badly though, but since it existed here with this strange crocodile, it was definitely not an ordinary tree either. If this Ko tree is really a good thing, and you tell the High Council about this place yourself, the position in the military region can certainly be taken to the next level. He's still pretty savvy in that regard. Chapter 89 Ribbon City Martial Arts Master. Li Long. Chen Mo looked at Wang Haoming with some surprise. At this moment, Zheng Qing on the side stared intently at Li Long on the opposite side for a while. She blurted out as if something had occurred to her, somewhat in disbelief. You're that heir to the shape fist, Li Long? Li Long? Wang Haoming frowned tightly, only realizing that the name was somewhat familiar, and looked towards Zheng Qing. Haru, who is he? Zheng Qing, I once saw this person on a TV interview. He's a famous patriarch of a martial arts association in Ribbon City. He's famous in the martial arts world. Through this simple information, Liao Ruyu quickly understood the origin of the group of people in front of her. Rihama City? You're all from the Rihama City martial arts community? Someone in the crowd across the street teased. Ha ha, Brother Long, you're really famous. I can't imagine there are still people who know you in this North China city. Li Long scratched his head a little, seemingly not expecting anyone to recognize him here either. But it didn't care, but said with a bold and incomparable laugh. Ha ha, the little girl knows a lot, since it is clear to you that you should also understand that the ordinary people would have been no match for us before the end times. After the end times, it's the same. Zheng Qing snorted coldly and said with disdain. Humph, just a bunch of reckless people. There's stuff in here that has to do with our military district. Do you want to make enemies of us? Su Lin said in a deep voice. Brother Long, it seems that they are unwilling to honestly hand over that tree. Just do it. Li Long nodded slightly, swept a glance at the 5 people across the room, and opened his mouth. In that case, it's not our fault. I'll take care of the guy in the mask. You guys, take care of the other guys. A quick battle. Do it, Li Long shouted. In his eyes, only the mysterious guy wearing a mask was the most unfathomable. As could be seen from the strength Chen Mo had just displayed, this person was definitely not a low-ranked alien. The words just fell. Swish dash the people from the ancient martial alliance all shot out in unison, leaving only Su Lin, who was not good at fighting, in place. The action was swift and incomparable, and as people who had practiced martial arts for years, they knew even more about fighting. Each one of them had a skillful stance and came towards Chen Mo and his group from all directions to surround them, and without exception, a group of them were surprisingly all psychics. 3 body enhancement classes of normal lineage abilities, and the woman with the pockmarked face who looked plain in her plain clothes. It was more of a second-order psychic who could control flames. Liao Ruyu. Several people were shocked. These people in front of me, they were all actually Alterans? Liao Ruyu took a deep breath and also said coldly, I'll take care of the female whose powers are flames, and the rest of you. No problem? Wang Haoming, holding a special pistol, spoke. No problem. Liao Ruyu directly drove the gale, scraping up a wind blade and sweeping it towards the woman. For these guys who are following their own and other people's asses trying to pick up the slack, even if all of the opposite parties were martial arts masters with supernatural abilities, she was not afraid at all, and the pockmarked woman's hands were attached to the flames, reacting extremely bit quickly. It was easy as hell to avoid a few wind blades. Then it slapped towards Liao Ruyu. The 2 women quickly became entangled in a fight. Wang Haoming looked at the gawking trio in front of him, resisted in front of Zheng Qing, and opened his mouth. Haru, I'll protect you, Zheng Qing said without the slightest bit of appreciation. I can do it all by myself. Zhou Zimo on the side was trembling. He was not good at fighting at all with his insight ability. How is he going to fight when he has to take on one of them by himself? A practicing martial artist? And at the moment on the other side, Chen Mo carried the ghost cut towards Li Long. A crack appeared on the ground that the ghost slice cut through, as if it was slicing tofu. Good knife. Li Long's eyes lit up. Have never seen such a sharp blade. As a martial artist, Li Long was in Chen Mo's body, being able to feel that strong aura of fury. Sure enough, it's not ordinary. Li Long secretly sighed in admiration, and also ignited a trace of wariness and said, and you are by no means ordinary. Practiced martial arts, or were you a soldier? Li Long couldn't help but inquire. Chen Mo didn't say much. Before the end of the world, Li Long was powerful and had a very high status in the ancient martial arts alliance. It is an existence that one needs to look up to, and it's different now, with the Onakiri in his hand, and the added power of the Heavenly Power Alien Energy Pore Kit. Chen Mo unexpectedly disappeared in a flash. The speed was so fast that even Li Long did not react. Chen Mo then appeared in front of his own eyes. Li Long's face was shocked, and his pupils were slightly dilated. A sharp and direct cold aura came towards his eyes. Boom! In front of Li Long, a rock wall was suddenly seen to appear. But frighteningly, Li Long had apparently underestimated the sharpness of the ghost cut. The sharpness of the ghost cut was far beyond his imagination. It actually pierced right through the rock wall in an instant. Stabbing towards himself, Li Long kept exploding backward, and the rock wall in front of him was mercilessly sliced by Chen Mo. He didn't even use much force at all by virtue of the sharpness of the Onakiri. Chen Mo sneered and opened his mouth. A martial arts master, and that's all you've got? The words fell and disappeared once more. Chen Mo's speed caused Li Long to feel palpitations. He took a deep breath as the soil beneath his feet gradually climbed up his legs and down to his limbs. A hard, yellow armor formed, sheltering. Liren calmed his restless heart. Entering a special state, he felt Chen Mo's movements. The earth around him was sending him messages. Suddenly, Li Long's eyes suddenly lit up. Take a deep breath. Towards an open space. He swung his fist wrapped in hard soil and blasted explosively. At that exact moment, Chen Mo appeared. Chen Mo was shocked in his heart and directly crossed the frame to parry with a ghost cut. It clashed with Li Long's fist. Boom! The power of this punch was not insignificant. The ghost cut continuously trembled and let out a soft chant. If it was an ordinary weapon, I'm afraid it would have been broken long ago. Some tingling sensation came from Chen Mo's right hand, and his face remained calm. A look of surprise flashed in his eyes. This Liren. Surprisingly, the same third-order alien? Li Long laughed out loud, waved his fist, and opened his mouth with a loud voice like thunder. Ha ha, good, 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 good. This time, I'll take off your mask. Chen Mo sneered. Well, you could have tried. Juggernaut alien moves. Inside the steel mill. Underneath the rubble all around here. There is metal everywhere. From amongst the cracks of those crumbling ruins, countless silver-colored iron liquids float out. It's like countless streams converging on the river and the sea, floating in the air, constantly intertwining and merging, coalesce into a ball. Liren frowned at the sight. What's this? Chapter 90 Heavenly Difference in Strength Gap. Li Long's shock. Suddenly, the mass of iron liquid exploded, and from it burst out a dense and incredibly sharp metal blade that, bursting toward Li Long in an overwhelming manner. The power of these metal blades is no different from a sniper bullet. An airburst erupted the moment it was shot out. Li Long's face was shocked, full of incredulity. He looked at Chen Mo on the opposite side. This guy's control over his powers was so terrifying. It was somewhat inconceivable to him to realize that the more things an alien manipulated, the greater the load on the user. Moreover, the power that erupts from each of these metal blades, all of them gave Li Long a strong sense of crisis. So strong, facing such a dense metal blade in front of him, Li Long directly constructed a layer of soil barrier that, wrap yourself in it. This seemingly impenetrable rock wall was surprisingly fragile in front of the metal blade. It exploded into smithereens in an instant. There's still a difference between strong and weak powers. The might erupted from an S-class elemental exalt was still far beyond that of an A-class. Not to mention Chen Mo's mastery ability, which was SS grade. The Divine Spirit System Exotic Energy Master, among the same realm, was an absolute overlord. Chen Mo waved his big hand, and the metal blade he was manipulating unexpectedly locked onto Li Long, changing the direction of its arc. It stabbed towards his torso. Ding ding! Dozens of metal blades directly impacted on that earth armor on Li Long's body, easily tearing open a blood-soaked wound. Folded back after a quick scratch, Li Long was covered in bloodstains and gave a furious cry in incomparable anger. I'm also a third-order alien. He slapped heavily on top of the earth. Bent in time, a rock wall rises out of the ground, layer after layer. Airtight. Boom, boom. The metal blades were blocked by these several layers of rocky walls. Being slowed down greatly kills. Boom. Another layer of rock wall collapsed, and countless dust mists rose up. Li Long's tall and powerful body directly pierced through that smoke and dust. His right hand, which was entwined with countless soils, gave way to an immense and incomparable stone fist. It swings like 1,000 pounds. Dare to touch me head on. Rumble. Chen Mo avoided the stone punch with an easy and unparalleled sidestep. Leaping up from the ground, the stone fist smashed out a huge and incomparably deep pit. The masked Chen Mo's face was calm. Suddenly there was an illusion. The existence one needed to look up to before being reborn was nothing more than that today. Liren smashed it. Chen Mo appeared behind Li Long like a ghost, and the ghost cut in his hand mercilessly swept across. Rip dash. The pale yellow earth armor wrapped around Li Long's back was directly torn through. Even its strong body was swept out with a deep wound. If not for the fact that he was a third-order alien, his years of martial arts training had made his physique far more tough than the average person. If this blade went down, it would only be directly split in two by Chen Mo. Pooh-ho! Li Long spat out blood from his mouth, and his forehead was instantly covered in dense sweat. His face became a grimace as he clenched his teeth and roared. The third-order alien energy was pushed to the extreme in an instant. His psychic ability was A-rank earth power. Though powerful, the limitations were extremely high. With a third-order alien in him, one could not manipulate the soil with mere intention like Chen Mo did. It has to be a hands-on contact and the range is only 30 meters. Suffering such a heavy blow, Li Long clenched his teeth in death and, once again, he wielded his stone fist to fiercely blast towards Chen Mo. This immense and incomparable stone fist, if it were to be bruised a little by such a smash, Ordinary people are afraid that they will be directly flattened into mush. Even his own self with the poor man's power boost wouldn't be that good. Shenmo's face was calm as the ghost cut in his hand exploded in an instant, transforming into countless black liquids. Anakiri is a weapon exchanged from a mysterious merchant. The unknown materials used in it far exceed any metal in the world, equally capable of being controlled by the juggernaut alien. As long as Chen Mo wanted to, he could make it into any shape he wanted. Li Long was greatly shocked in his heart, and his expression was as if he had seen a ghost. What the is this again? Boom! The stone fist smashed heavily on the black barrier that Ghost Cut had visualized. It exploded and shattered in an instant. A violent tremor came. Ka-ching! A crisp ringing sound came. Li Long sucked in a breath of cool air and almost fainted from the pain. Practicing martial arts all the time how do not know what this is the case? His own right hand bone, surprisingly broken? Li Long's expression became twisted and hideous for an instant, and he wailed in pain. This kind of vibration even startled his teammates who were fighting on the side. Everyone's expressions looked a little incredulous. Dragon's strength, which was the strongest among the group, was not even a match for that person? No good. How could Dragon not be a match for that guy? Bad. Lung is in danger. Yuan Yu, hurry up and settle the fight. Go help Brother Long. At this time, Su Lin in the distance shouted. Yuan Yu was none other than the woman with the pockmarked face. She, who was fighting with Liao Ruyu, nodded after hearing this voice. Liao Ruyu directly swung out a few wind blades, a hurricane blowing all around her, her head full of green silk flowing. Staring at Yuan Yu, he said coldly, "How dare you get distracted?" Yuan Yu was still calm, as if he had no expression, and was very indifferent to everything. She moved quickly, dodging sideways to avoid a wind blade. With flames attached to his hands, he directly slapped both palms forward in unison. From it, even directly erupted a column of fire rotating this whistling towards Liao Ruyu. Second-ranked psychic, A-ranked psychic flame wave. She was the only A-class alien in the squad, other than Li Long. Boom! Liao Ruyu's beautiful eyes changed, and the hurricane around her directly unfolded with her as its range. A wall of wind as if it were a vortex was formed, but under this pillar of fire. This pillar of fire has become more violent with the help of the wind, and the blazing fire is burning. The flame vortex enveloped Liao Ruyu. Yuan Yu murmured calmly and incomparably, "Don't you know that wind can fuel fire?" Without saying a word, she directly drew back in the direction of Li Long, and the other side. Li Long's face was pale and he was panting heavily. As a martial arts master, he was not weak, even though his body was powerful and his psychic abilities were not weak either. But the alien ability of the guy in front of him was just too terrifying. Are there no limits to this person's powers? Constantly using his powers, even he was somewhat unable to withstand the exertion. Although both of them were the same third-order psychic, the difference in the quality of the psychic ability that, it soon became apparent. Chen Mo did not intend to give him any respite. Used the juggernaut alien power again. The countless iron liquids around the area surged madly out of the cracks, and even directly wrapped around Li Long's feet. Fixed him dead in place. Chen Mo's figure moved, and Ghost Slice recovered, this time pushing straight into Li Long's heart. Li Long's face suddenly changed. Not good. Dying? It was the first time he had felt fear since the end of the world. Chen Mo's eyes were filled with indifference, and there was not the slightest fluctuation in killing a future ancient martial alliance powerhouse. The ghost cut directly disappeared into Li Long's body. Put. Chapter 91 Truce. Sincerity from the Ancient Martial Arts Alliance. The familiar and unmistakable sensation of blood and flesh resistance did not come. Chen Mo frowned as he looked at Li Long's figure in front of him. The Li Long in front of him, unexpectedly disappeared in an instant. Fake? Chen Mo looked toward Su Lin in the distance. Mirage ability. Su Lin's face paled a little. The range where Li Long was located was too far away from him. Just by using his powers once, he had emptied himself of all his power. Yuan Yu took Li Long away and evacuated to the side. On the other hand, the few people who were fighting Zhang Qing and Wang Haoming also found the right moment to withdraw, as an alien of the same rank. More than that, they were practicing martial arts and they had all been dead set against Wang Haoming and Zhang Qing, and just Wang Haoming's special bullet that explodes, and Zhang Qing's mental interference from time to time made them a bit wary. After seeing that Lung was injured, he couldn't be bothered to fight. Wang Haoming, who was greatly pressurized, was suddenly relieved and let out a long breath. His bullets, they're running out. Neither myself nor Haru's powers are good at fighting, and if it continues like this, I'm only afraid that my life is in danger. Lun, are you okay? Those two guys, worthy of being selected by the military region as exalts, are really a bit difficult to deal with. Yuan Yu also looked at Li Long and said, "Okay?" Li Long grimaced, his face twisting in pain as he said, "Do I look good to you?" "That guy. It's a bit too strong. I can't even get close to him." Yuan Yu was silent for a moment. and in her slender hand a flame suddenly emerged. She looked towards the hideous and incomparable wound on Li Long's back that had been cut out by Ghost Cut. Directly pulling a wisp of flame began to burn up Li Long's back. Zip! The sound of flames burning, and a meaty aroma coming from Li Long's face twisted in pain for an instant, and he couldn't help but let out a long whistle. Ah! He was sweating from the pain, and his body was starting to twitch constantly. Are you trying to murder me? Yuan Yu calmly said. This wound of yours can't be stitched up right now, and gauze is useless. If we don't take care of it quickly, we'll either lose too much blood or the wound will get infected. Dead or alive? Which do you choose? The fire burns the surrounding tissue, and the blood vessels coagulate and constrict to stop the bleeding. NND. It hurts. Li Long was in pain and couldn't even stand up a bit. Su Lin, who was on the side, looked at Chen Mo on the opposite side with a scornful expression. Open mouth. This person's origins are mysterious. In the 6th military region, absolutely no such person exists. It's impossible to be unknown. Brother Lung, that tree seed, we're afraid we'll have to give it up. No. As the captain of this operation, Li Long unquestionably refused. He looked across to Chen Mo, and that group of people was just like this person was the leader. All stop for now. Li Long's eyes flickered as he suddenly spoke. The few people around him were as puzzled as they could be. Yuan Yu nodded and directly retracted the flames that had enveloped the surroundings with Liao Ruyu. Liao Ruyu's pretty face was blackened as a somewhat wretched figure appeared. A large portion of her clothes had been burned, and she had a voluptuous and sexy body with proud curves, exposing large swaths of snow-white skin, and on the side of its thigh, a patch of burned skin was exposed and stung. Liao Ruyu's beautiful eyes were icy cold to the extreme as she stared tightly at the opposite line of people. Li Long took a deep breath and forced himself to endure the burning pain in his back. Looking across at Chen Mo, he revealed a smile that was worse than crying. Brothers, yes, you're strong. His tone, not as resolute as in the beginning, was already somewhat soft. Liao Ruyu, Wang Haoming, Zheng Cheng, and Zhou Zimo gathered beside Chen Mo. Chen Mo's face was calm as he faintly said, I know, but you're letting me down a bit. This battle with Li Long didn't even consume much of his own physical strength. It wasn't that Li Long was too weak, but rather that Chen Mo, who had awakened his dual psychic abilities, was now either physically. It's still a 5-sense reaction. The power of the supernatural abilities were all far beyond the other party by a large margin. Even if they were to face up to a 4th-order alien, they possessed the power to fight. Li Long's face was ugly. As a martial arts master, he was like a fish out of water at the beginning of the end times. The big show. It's more of a 3rd-order alien. There weren't even many among the ancient martial arts alliance, and the person in front of him, he even said that he was too weak? Don't give an inch. Someone in the ancient martial alliance said unhappily. All right. Li Long raised his hand and said in a deep voice, Dude, talk to you about something. How about we call a truce? Zheng Cheng was so angry that she laughed. You're no match for us. Now you know to be soft? How can it be that easy? The ancient martial alliances group also spoke out in an unsympathetic manner. Is Lung talking to you? If it weren't for that guy, you guys would be worthy of conversing with us? Some people are disdainful to the core. It was also Chen Mo's strength that made them fearful. Even Lung wasn't an opponent, and there really weren't many people in the room who dared to face him straight on. You. Zheng Qing was too angry to speak. Li Long looked at Chen Mo and said, Brother, our ancient martial alliance honors the strong. I don't suppose you're from the military district or Dragon Steel? Instead of fighting to the death, we should each take a step back. As long as you are willing, our ancient martial alliance is also willing to show sincerity. 1/3 order crystal core, 22nd order crystal cores, and we don't want that whole tree. How about just one tree seed? While speaking, Li Long looked at Su Lin. Su Lin's face was a little hesitant as he directly fished out a bag of crystal cores from his arms. Scattered among them were all the crystal cores that their squad had collected along the way. Brother Long? The other few people present all changed their faces when they saw this and said with a reluctant expression, How can this work? That 3rd order zombie. But we wasted a lot of effort to solve it. And these crystal cores. Yuan Yu didn't say much, as if he was an outsider who was generally indifferent. Li Long said with a cold snort, Don't give me any pussy. Li Long didn't bother waiting for Su Lin to count out the crystal cores. Speak directly. Brother, if you agree, you are a friend of my ancient martial alliance. Other than the military region, the strength of my ancient martial alliance is not weaker than anyone else. They are all famous martial arts masters from all over the world. People from martial arts practicing families. There are 60 or 70 crystal cores in here as I recall, all of which can be given to you. Practicing martial arts in times of peace doesn't really help. On the contrary, the role of the group of them is then shown. Chen Mo was naturally aware of the situation of the ancient martial alliance. As the ancient martial arts alliance, which was able to become one of the largest survivor forces before his own rebirth. Its strength is naturally extraordinary. It is far from being comparable to the stream of dragon steel lions. Seeing that Chen Mo did not speak, Zheng Cheng, who was on the side, changed her face and stared at him in dissatisfaction. Hey, you guys, you're not really going to agree to this, are you? We were here first, both the body of that strange crocodile and the tree that. It's all our stuff. We'll have to wait for my military regions people to confer with your dragon steel boss before we can decide. Liao Ruyu, say something. Zheng Cheng looked at Liao Ruyu. Liao Ruyu ignored Zhang Cheng's dissatisfaction and opened her mouth. All listened to Chen Tian. They came here, so to speak, without contributing a single cent at all. This strange crocodile must have been solved by Chen Mo alone, so everything here that, naturally, it is only right that he should be the one to distribute it. They Longgang only need to retrieve the steel mill, and Liao Ruyu is too lazy to care about the rest. Wang Haoming frowned. MS. Liao, can't you control your dragon steel people? Liao Ruyu sneered. When did I say that Chen Tian is my dragon steel's man? Things have come to a head. The strange crocodile is also solved. Naturally do not have to come with this from the military region to the guy with a false sense of humor. The two of them, Zhang Cheng and Wang Haoming, changed their faces abruptly. Zheng Qing took out a wireless walkie-talkie directly from her arms and stared angrily at the group of people. You, guys, good. I'll call the military district. You Dragon Steel even dared to have collusion with other forces. You're all finished. Wang Haoming coldly said. MS. Liao, behave yourself. On the opposite side, Li Long couldn't help but grin when he saw this. Bro, it seems like there's still a bit of conflict within your squad. His words had just fallen. Bang! An explosion sounded. The wireless intercom in Zhang Qing's hand unexpectedly blew up directly. Zheng Qing was filled with incredulity as she fiercely looked at Chen Mo. Now that she had turned the corner, her princess temper came back and she shouted angrily. Asshole! What are you trying to do? I've been putting up with you for a long time, wearing a mask and being secretive. You guy, are you trying to take everything here for yourself? Let me tell you, Wang Haoming and but we're from the military region. When I go back I will definitely tell this matter to the high. As it is, noisy, put. She hadn't finished her sentence. A metal steel ball then instantly pierced her throat. Chapter 92, Honorable Sacrifice. Very reasonable, right? The steel ball fell to the ground. Chen Mo was filled with indifference. In the center of Zheng Qing's throat, a bloody hole surfaced in the heck, gushing out a large amount of blood. With blood flowing like a stream, Zheng Qing's dilated pupils were filled with incredulity as she looked at Chen Mo. Those eyes were filled with fear, disbelief, and dismay. It didn't seem to occur to her why this guy in front of her dared to kill himself. Bang! Zheng Qing's body fell straight down, collapsed on the ground, lifeless for a moment, dead. The seat was filled with clamor at this scene. Liao Ruyu's entire body was struck by lightning and directly froze in place. Rao Li Long's group of people on the opposite side of the room, but also one by one, their eyes widened. The expression on each face was filled with disbelief. That guy, how do you kill your own people? One of the ancient martial alliance people couldn't help but feel his scalp numb with fear. Tough, too tough. Li Long swallowed and didn't say anything. Wang Haoming reacted at this time, looking at Zheng Cheng, who had fallen in a pool of blood. His face roared in anger and horror. Haru! Wang Haoming was at a loss for words as he violently raised his head and stared angrily at Chen Mo. Bastard! Chen Tian! How dare you kill Xiaoqing? Do you know what she is? Her uncle is Zheng Haifeng. Wang Haoming's eyes spewed fire as he glared at Chen Mo with incomparable hatred. The special pistol appeared in his right hand, aiming at Chen Mo. He fired a shot without hesitation. Bang! Soon, Wang Haoming was dumbfounded. Because of the bullet that was attached to the disintegration alien energy, he was about to touch Chen Mo. Surprisingly, it stopped straight in midair. Chen Mo's eyes were calm as he faintly said, "Actually, you won't survive," gently waving up his arms. The bullet, in fact, reversed towards himself. Wang Haoming's face suddenly changed. It was bloodless. Chen Mo, stop. At this time, Liao Ruyu, who was on the side, exclaimed, but it was too late. Rumble. The bullet, in fact, directly pierced through Wang Haoming's forehead. Shoot into the ground behind you. Rumble. Explosions rang out. Liao Ruyu, who had rushed up, had to use her supernatural ability to parry. Crazy. Crazy. At this moment, whether it was Liao Ruyu or the people from the ancient martial alliance, without exception, their expressions were shocked. Each one looked at the calm-faced Chen Mo as if they had seen a ghost. No, and kill? Lung? What the? Is this guy a homicidal maniac? Those two, aren't they his companions? Many people had goosebumps, even those who were martial artists. Nor could he help but feel a sense of fear rise in his heart. Liao Ruyu was breathing heavily, and her pretty face was nearly pale. Done. 2 guys from the military district. And they're both dead? Chen Ma, are you crazy? She even called him by his name and stared at Chen Mo loudly. But when he met Chen Mo's eyes that were cold to the core, without a trace of emotion, Liao Ruyu's entire body was like falling into an ice cellar, unable to speak for a while. He wants to kill himself too? Chen Mo stared at her for a while. In the end there was no movement. Instead, he faded. Wang Haoming and Zhang Chang, unfortunately died in battle while crusading against the monster crocodile. It's normal to die honorably, right? Don't you hate them too? Quiet now. Chen Mo didn't care about Zhang Qing's provocation of himself, but this place, whether it was the peach tree or the corpse of that strange crocodile, was something that belonged to him? If this military region comes, it will lose out to its own interests. Weird crocodile. I solved it. I don't care how the steel mill is divided between you and the military district. This place cannot be handed over to the military region, or none of Dragon Steel's people will survive. Liao Ruyu's breath caught. The beautiful eyes glared deathly at Chen Mo. Looking at the 2 corpses on the ground, a strong fear inexplicably rose in her heart. And regret. Shouldn't have brought this guy myself. Liao Ruyu, who had thought that she had seen through Chen Mo. It was only now that he realized he couldn't see through the person in front of him at all. This guy, he is simply a heartless devil. When Wang Haoming and Zhang Qing died here, Long Gang would inevitably suffer from extinction at that time. This guy, he didn't even consider the survival of Dragon Steel. Zhou Zimo behind him had long since been stunned. The whole man was trembling and his legs were weak. Liao Ruyu took a deep breath and opened her mouth with a face that was cold to the core. Do you think that the military district will be so easily convinced? All of their men are dead, and our Dragon Steel men are intact instead. Liao Ruyu's beautiful eyes were cloudy as a wind blade directly surfaced in her right hand. Chen Mo raised an eyebrow, somewhat playfully. What? Trying to make a move on me? After thinking for a long time, it was as if he had made up his mind. Liao Ruyu's beautiful eyes grew colder and colder. In the next moment, the wind blade hovering in her hand actually chopped directly at Zhou Zimo behind her. Blood splattered everywhere. This unexpected blow caused Zhou Zimo's abdomen to be chopped out with a huge gash. I was even able to make out the intestines inside, bleeding out. Zhou Zimo's face was full of incredulity. Why? Bang! Zhou Zimo's entire body collapsed on the ground as his consciousness began to gradually become blurry. Filled with incomprehension and resentment, he stared at Liao Ruyu with a deadly stare. At this moment, Liao Ruyu displayed an incomparably ruthless means. The eyes that were indifferent to the extreme did not carry a trace of pity or hesitation. It's practically the same as Chinma, Liao Ruyu said coldly. The intelligence was wrong, and the crusade against the monstrous crocodile misjudged its strength and suffered heavy losses. Casualties: Wang Haoming, Zheng Cheng, Zhou Zimo, Chen Tian. Only I escaped with serious injuries, and the whereabouts of the strange crocodile's life and death are unknown. If only Wang Haoming and Zhang Qing died, then the 6th military region side wasn't a little cute. The only way to be persuasive is if one of your own is also dead. Chen Mo's pupils shrunk. The heart was finally making waves. Full of surprise, he looked at Liao Ruyu. At this moment, Liao Ruyu's aura emanating from her body was ice cold to the extreme, rejecting people outside of 1,000 miles. It was cold as if he was a different person compared to his previous enthusiasm. She could mercilessly abandon Feng Tianyu and even took the initiative to invite Chen Mo, the enemy who killed her own men. It was enough to show that she was also able to mercilessly discard an insignificant Zhou Zimo without a care in the world. Liao Ruyu's voice was cold and distant as she opened her mouth. The favor of crusading against the strange crocodile is paid off. That woman, Dragon Steel, will still find for you, but don't show up at Dragon Steel during this time, and don't expect us to cover your identity for you after this. That's all there is to say. Liao Ruyu's chest rose and fell, holding in her anger. Now, she had to hurry back to Dragon Steel and get this thing perfected. After saying that, she dragged her somewhat tired body and limped towards the distance without looking back. Only that figure looks a bit extraordinarily wretched. Chapter 93, A Good Harvest. 2 third-order crystal cores. Chen Mo's eyes were haunted as he looked at Liao Ruyu's back, not knowing what he was thinking. I can't imagine that she is in the same category as myself. The enthusiasm shown by Liao Ruyu in these 2 days together. It's hard to imagine that she would be the one to do such a thing. It was as if she had ripped off her mask now. Chen Mo muttered. It seems as if this mask of mine would be more appropriate for you to wear. Liao Ruyu walked away from the Ancient Martial Alliance's group. The ruthless tactics she had just displayed caused a group of people from the Ancient Martial Alliance to remain dumbfounded. Dragon, this squad of theirs, what the hell is going on? One of our own, killing all of our own? Li Long was a little cold through and through. More than the shock of the squad members, the He was even more terrified of the ruthless and incomparable methods of Chen Mo and Liao Ruyu. These two guys are decisive and have no qualms about betraying those around them. Deeply engraved in Li Long's heart, he swore that he would never forget this scene in his life. In this post-apocalyptic world, it was Chen Mo and Liao Ruyu who taught him the most important lesson. If he didn't die, he was bound to become a famous and resounding figure in this post-apocalyptic world in the future. Lung, that guy's down to one person now. Shall we? One of them is a bit stupid. Forget it. This person is a ruthless person. Even Brother Long is not this person's opponent. The scene where Chen Mo had just mercilessly handily slashed the lives of his teammates had shocked quite a few of them. The psychological shadows are all over the place. Liren only felt his heart beating hard. Holding a bag of crystal cores, he stiffly went forward. Brother, still changing? A third-order crystal core. Together with the strange crocodile's crystal core that was approaching the 4th rank, there were several second-rank crystal cores, and 5 peach fruits. It's been a rewarding journey, enough to make a breakthrough in both of his powers. Chen Mo nodded slightly and took out one of the peach fruits. Fade. In here, there are the species of trees you want. Chen Mo didn't care at all and directly threw that peach fruit over. Splat. Rolled to the ground. Liren froze. It seemed that he hadn't expected the other party to throw the tree seed without any defense. How is this recklessness not a kind of confidence in one's own strength? This guy, there was simply no fear of his own line at all. With so many aliens here on his own, his teammates are dead and gone. What's the bottom line? Li Long stared tightly at Chen Mo on the opposite side, his heart incomparably scornful. After pondering for a long time, he finally threw the bag containing the crystal cores in his hand. Follow. He wouldn't dare bet on it. Li Long directly picked up the peach fruit on the ground and his face was delighted. Finally, it's done. When we return, we must investigate what this person is really like. Bro, thanks a lot. Don't worry, our ancient martial alliance has its own principles for doing things, and everything that happened here today, none of it will leak out. This seed was simply too important to their ancient martial alliance. After obtaining the tree seed, Li Long did not plan to stay here for long. Looking behind him at the group of people from the ancient martial alliance, Shin he said, "Let's go. Back to Rihama City." Li Long and his group also left this place. On the way, one of the people from the ancient martial alliance opened his mouth. Didn't think so earlier, you guys? Who the hell is that guy? Rihama City is not far from North China, and with such strong powers, and with the existence of such a character, how can there be no news about him? Who knows? Sister Rain, why do you always have a Sema face, but give some reaction to the, weren't you surprised just now? Anyway, I've kind of realized that you can't trust anyone in these post-apocalyptic times. Maybe you'll get a knife in the back, someone said quietly. A crowd was silent. Obviously, this incident has cast a cloud over all of their psyches. On the way in, the big guys were still excited and quite a bit of a tourist. Going back, it was surprising that one by one they all started to keep their distance. There was no way around it. The sense of impact of that scene just now was too profound. And what's even more unanticipated is that the niece of the old boss of the Dragon Steel Group, surprisingly, they are also so ruthless. Seeing this, Li Long cursed angrily. What the are they all doing so far away? It's absolutely impossible for the people of our ancient martial alliance to betray their own people. As soon as the words left his mouth, the wound behind him crumbled some more. Li Long's face changed, gritting his teeth in immense pain, sweating profusely. NND, that guy's knife. It's really mean. If this were to strike your body, I'm afraid you'd be lost. Do you want me to burn it again for you? Yuan Yu spoke. Even after seeing that scene just now, she still had a calm, thunderstruck look on her face. Don't! Li Long's face changed drastically. And the other side. Chen Mo put away the bag of crystal cores, took inventory. Indeed, as Li Long said, it possessed a third-order crystal core inside. Chen Mo's eyes lit up as he directly used his heavenly power ability, summoned the poor man out. Roar! The poor man let out a low roar, and the one man and one beast came together in front of the corpse of the strange crocodile. That strange crocodile was torn in half by the Shoshi god. Half of them are almost as bad as they were. Just mush. Chen Mo's eyes flashed as he directly held the ghost cut, extending this remaining half of the strange crocodile's body. He cut off the crocodile's skin from its body. The strength of the monster crocodile was close to the 4th rank, and its defense was terrifying. It was hard to hurt it, even with incredibly dense firepower. Almost every part of the body is a treasure, whether it's a fae or a god. In the midst of this post-apocalyptic world, there is an aberration called the Forge Master, being able to put these materials. For example, the sharp teeth of this monstrous crocodile gave a forged combination into an exceedingly sharp weapon. Anakiri is one of them. The parts of a fae's body that are of value, whether they are used as exchanges for cores, or forged, it's all worth a lot of money. But naturally, the size of this strange crocodile was not small. and the poor man himself and the poor man could not carry away these sharp teeth. Chen Mo muttered. It seems as if the next time we encounter a mysterious merchant, it's time to change something from it that can store items. In the hands of the mysterious merchant, there are many things that can hold items. Shelter bags, bright bird eyes, space rings and more. Roll up that crocodile skin and put it away. With a simple treatment, it will be able to be a good soft armor for defense. Chen Mo didn't have much to be upset about. He had already obtained many things that could enhance his strength on this trip. Poverty. The corpse of that monstrous crocodile and the crystal core will be yours. This time, go after you break through the third rank. When poor Chi heard the words, delight surfaced in his huge pupils, intimately rubbing against Chen Mo. He then leapt to the side of the strange crocodile, wolfed it down and devoured it. On its body, a faint violet glow had clearly surfaced. Chen Mo, on the other hand, also took out a peach fruit. Chapter 94, Taking Peach Fruit. Poor man's third stage. There are many things in the end times that are of great benefit to shifters. Not only can they be acquired only in the hands of mysterious merchants, these peach fruits. It was the mutated peach tree that had absorbed countless amounts of flesh and blood power before it was condensed. Chen Mo sat on the ground and without hesitation, directly picked up a peach fruit, took a big bite and devoured it. Plump and juicy, all the juice of the peach fruit is as crimson as blood. There is no hint of any particular flavor in the mouth. Chen Mo took a few bites and quickly devoured a peach fruit. Only one peach kernel, the seed of the peach tree, remains. These mutated tree species, Chen Mo put them away. Another peach fruit was eaten. Chen Mo frowned and didn't sense anything unusual. Useless? Could it be that it was this peach fruit that can only be used on Fae alone? These mutated plants in the end times don't move, but the species are very diverse. Even for myself, it is impossible to remember all of them clearly one by one. Chen Mo hesitated for a moment and directly threw one of the peach fruits to poor Chi. Try. The poor man was eating the body of the strange crocodile with gusto. Upon seeing the peach fruit that rolled down, the huge eyes revealed a hint of doubt. Opening his mouth, he swallowed the fruit with the core directly in one gulp. Roar. Unlike himself, the poor man was after eating this peach fruit. The effect is immediate. The twin horns on top of its head unexpectedly grew a few inches in an instant. The pair of deep black horns were like ink and jade, with a striped path. The poor man's huge body also began to grow larger at this moment. The whole size, a full circle bigger, for incredibly thick claws were strong and full of meaty muscle. The fur all over his body became even darker, having gradually transformed from an orange-red color to a deep red. Third order poor man. Except for those special beings, when the Fae advance in the mold then morphs in some way. The most intuitive thing is that the size of the body has become even bigger. Nowadays, the poor cat is a full 2 meters tall, compared to the original orange cat that. It can be a world of change. Chen Mo's eyes lit up. It sure worked. You know, that third order crystal core? The poor man hadn't even started eating it yet. The poor man's eyes became even more ferocious, and the coldness and violence in his eyes was thick to the extreme. If it weren't for the control of the heavenly power alien energy, there was simply no one who was able to harness this Fae great evil. And the last peach fruit, Chen Mo pondered. Suddenly, the heart seemed to pump heavily. Chen Mo was shaken, all over his body. It was as if he was on fire, becoming abnormally hot. The dark patterns of awakening that were hidden on the left and right hands unexpectedly surfaced on their own. It flashed with an eerie and unmistakable purple glow. Coming? Chen Mo's pupils dilated, only to feel a sharp pain all over his body that was simply unbearable. His skin was turning red, like he was boiling. A white-hot vapor constantly began to rise. The poor man looked over with a puzzled expression. Chen Mo let out a big breath. The mask, worn over his face, began to melt, drops of iron dropping to the ground. The effects of the two peach fruits began to appear at this moment. The metal substances around them all began to tremble violently, and the peach tree behind him swayed gently. The juggernaut alien energy came out uncontrollably and recklessly. The scope of what can be influenced is expanding more and more. Tianhai City, Lion Base. Hundreds of heavily armed, gun-toting troops were standing in neat formation outside the Lion Base. Luo Tianxiong was clad in a black jacket with a cigarette in his mouth. Looking at the hundreds of people behind Zhang Haifeng, he couldn't help but laugh and open his mouth. Instructor Zhang, I've already said that I don't know any Chen Mo at all. His tone was light and subdued. Even in the face of the raging 6th Military Region personnel, there was no fear at all. For behind him stood the same hundreds of members of the Lions. Already 300 or 400 ordinary survivors with weapons in their hands and hostile faces. Twice as many people as Zhang Haifeng. A trace of scorn flashed in Zhang Haifeng's eyes. It was simply hard for him to imagine that a large portion of Tianhai City, which had obviously been destroyed. Surprisingly, such a terrifying power had appeared out of nowhere. And the survivors, surprisingly, all seemed to ostracize themselves and others? Luo Tianxiong pulled out a pack of zhenghua from his pocket. From it, he drew a cigarette and handed it over, smiling. Here, Mr. Zhang, have a smoke? Zhang Haifeng's facial expression was impassive, and beside him a man with an untamed face. The handsome-looking teenager was not the least bit restrained and came forward to take the cigarette. The teenager lifted his index finger lightly and a cluster of fire appeared in his hand. A face of immense enjoyment took a drag. Said, "Gee, I can't believe you have cigarettes here. What a comfort. Looks like you guys are having a good little time." Luo Tianxiong looked at the teenager with a rather deep meaning and laughed out loud. "Oh, good luck stocking up on rations. We'll have one drawn for you if you like." The teenager's eyes lit up and he just wanted to speak. Zhang Haifeng then interrupted. "Luo Tianxiong, you said you haven't seen Chen Mo. Then we were at the battlefield, but we found this thing." Zhang Haifeng directly took out a few steel balls stained with mottled blood from his pocket. "There are still quite a few bullet holes there. And you're telling me you haven't seen him?" Luo Tianxiong's eyes narrowed slightly at the sight and he took a deep drag on his cigarette. A thick smoke was exhaled and sprayed on Zhang Haifeng's face. Smilingly, he said, "To say you haven't seen it is to say you haven't seen it. Instructor Zhang, you guys aren't trying to convince people with martial arts, are you?" He was clearly not afraid of Zhang Haifeng in the slightest. A trace of coldness surfaced in Zhang Haifeng's eyes. "Don't think I don't know about that little stunt you did." "So what?" Luo Tianxiong said with a loud laugh. "Since you know that, you should also know what I am." "Luo Tianxiong, I'm also tired today." Jiang Dong, see off the guests. Jiang Dong, who was beside him, nodded and stepped forward. "Instructor Zhang, you can go." Zhang Haifeng's eyelids jumped, forcing back the anger in his heart. He took a deep breath and said, "It's okay to go, and give us all the survivors you have here. To us. I'll take them back to the military district." Luo Tianxiong laughed out loud and said without looking back, "Ha ha, yeah, see if they want to go with you guys. Those who are willing to go, Lion, will not stop a single one of them." What made Zhang Haifeng somewhat incredulous was the survivors who chose to come out and go with them. That crowd of 300 or 400. Surprisingly, there were just under 20 of them. Among the survivors, Wang Luyao was a bit foolish, but when he saw Luo Tianxiong was looking at himself, he couldn't help but go cold. Dare not make another move. Chapter 95, Fourth Order Abilities, A Qualitative Leap. Zhang Haifeng frowned tightly and shouted at the group of survivors. "We're from the 6th Military Region, and a survivor base has been established in North China. It's safer there." Shucks. Where were your people when I was starving to death? I've watched helicopters fly over Skyhaven every day before. They're all ignoring us. There's food and shelter here at the Lion. I want to be with Boss Luo. I'm not going back with you guys. That's right. You don't give a damn about us commoners. Anyway, only the big guys get picked up. A group of survivors among the male lions cursed and even the 20 who chose to leave were cursed. Zhang Haifeng's breath caught. Turning directly around, he said coldly, "Let's go." After leaving, the teenager held a cigarette in his hand full of delight, and kept muttering, "This male lion is really rich, even this good stuff." And, surprisingly, he actually gave it to himself. Zhang Haifeng walked at the front with an expressionless face and suddenly paused. Looking behind him, the 20 or so survivors opened their mouths. "Do any of you know Chen Mo?" The 20 or so survivors looked at each other and shook their heads. They are either so low status that they are only able to live in underground garages, either that or the lion's newly found survivors. Seeing their bewildered faces, Zhang Haifeng couldn't help but frown. Sigh. This time, following Lin Anha's orders, he brought people to Tianhai City to look for Chen Mo. There was no sign of it at all, except for the 40 or so survivors found. This male lion's man was also eccentric, as if he had anticipated that he and the others would come. Hugged to death, he couldn't even catch a leaky member of the lion hierarchy himself. Zhang Haifeng was almost certain that they must have something to do with Chen Mo. Where the hell will he be? Zhang Haifeng murmured with a tight frown. And just then, one of the operators in the troop who was in charge of wiring up the call had a startled look on his face and hurriedly came forward. "Team Zhang, it's not good." "Zhang Haifeng, what is it?" "There's news from the 6th Military Region that your niece, and a second order shifter. He was unfortunately killed when he was sent over by the High Council to help Dragonsteel destroy the monster crocodiles." Zhang Haifeng sniffed his pupil's big Zhun, and his face was incomparably angry and said, "What did you say? Go back to North China City." Inside the steel mill, Chen Mo sat on a spot of ground. The peach fruit's incomparably violent energy was finally digested by the sovereign exotic and the heavenly power exotic. Juggernaut powers, 4th order. As for the heavenly power alien ability, under the power of this peach fruit, it had unexpectedly broken through to the 3rd stage all the same. Dual psychic abilities promoted at the same time. The enhancement brought about caused Chen Mo's entire being to undergo a drastic change. his body, becoming more lean, under every inch of muscle, all filled with explosive power. As for the master alien, Chen Mo's mind moved, rumble amidst the surrounding ruins. A steel pipe weighing hundreds of pounds was lifted raw from this rubble and floated in the air. The poor man looked at the surroundings with incomparable curiosity. A fourth-order psychic is a watershed moment. When a psychic ability reaches the fourth order, incredible changes will occur. It was also at this time that the gap in the quality of the alien energy was truly revealed. Chen Mo pointed with his right hand, and all of the surrounding metal materials turned into liquid. Countless channels of iron liquid coalesced in the air. These liquids were constantly compressed and condensed, and under the juggernaut's foreign energy, they were recklessly kneaded into any shape. And the most amazing thing is that, but within 100 meters, just about every substance one touches, all of them are enough to be transformed into hardened metal under the influence of the juggernaut's powers. This also means that even in the absence of any metallic substance, all by themselves, they were able to use their mastery powers with reckless abandon. For the next period of time, Chen Mo had been studying the effects of his mastery ability. Soon, half a day had passed. Far away in the sky, suddenly a rumbling, vibrating and helicopter sound rang out. Chen Mo looked over, eyes twinkling. He muttered, "Is it coming so soon?" It seemed that Liao Ruyu had already informed the people of the 6th military region of everything that had happened here. Chen Mo looked at the peach tree behind him. A big hand. There's steel mills with steel pipe equipment all over the place. It just became the perfect place for him to dominate his powers. Everything metallic around them dissolved and came to be under the manipulation of the juggernaut's psychic powers. It was like a waterfall rising up high, spreading out flat and spreading out towards this place. After breaking through the 4th stage, the supernatural ability was sufficiently able to extend straight to a range of 800 meters. Chen Mo, this time, nearly drained all the metal objects around him. 2 helicopters rumbling in the distance. The driver looked ahead at the shocking scene of uprooting. The entire person directly stared with wide eyes, looking incredulous, almost stunned. Asterisk. He couldn't help but burst out a foul mouth. What's wrong? In the back seat, Dragon Steel's old boss, Liao Wen, poked his head over. Just by looking at it, the whole person was struck by lightning. Ahead of them, inside the steel mill, surprisingly, at a speed visible to the naked eye, a circular, tall metal barrier covering hundreds of meters was cast. This greatness is nothing short of a miracle. The beautiful eyes of Liao Ruyu on the side stared, similarly incomparably shocked. Did you do this, Chen Ma? And on the other helicopter, a big-bellied, the man in the shirt looking like a leader was even more taken aback. What's happening here? This man is none other than the military region's top brass who traveled all the way from the 6th military region. It was also the biggest backer of the Dragon Steel Group before the end of the world. Gao Limao's face was filled with disbelief, and he spoke in a mouthful of substandard common panic. Don't go over there. Stop. Zwa. What is this thing? The calm-faced man beside Galamo said soothingly. High Council, there's a shifter there. The strength is strong. A trace of scorn flashed in Zui Yuan's eyes. Dear Gao, for your safety, it's better if we don't go over there for the time being. This kind of power is simply not enough to be described as terrifying. What? How could there be such a powerful alien here? Gao Limo was taken aback. Surprisingly, even the third-order alien, Xiao Zhua, said that. He didn't even want to bother about the deaths of Wang Haoming and Zheng Qing at the moment. Just want to evacuate this place quickly. Zhua Yuan shook his head and whispered. I don't know. By the looks of it, this alien should be here to take care of that strange crocodile as well. That niece Liao Wen shouldn't have lied to us. Even such a powerful figure has come out. I'm afraid that monster crocodile has gained a lot of strength in this period of time. Gao Limo sniffed and hurriedly said. Then what are we waiting for? Xiao Zhua. Retreat quickly. Chapter 96, The Land of Jade. Jade Crystals. Xiao Zhua is the strongest combatant in the 6th military region at the moment. Although there was no shortage of crystal cores in the military region, not everyone was like Chen Mo. The presence of a double crystal core can be absorbed. So, after hearing that even Xiao Zhua was wary of the alien, Gao Limao's first moment of retreat rose. He was merely an ordinary man, not as powerful as a shifter. It is also this layer of identity, backed by the 6th military region, which is still living in the post-apocalyptic world. Zhua Yuan was stunned. He would love to meet a guy who could have such powerful psychic abilities. If he joined the military region, he would definitely be another major battle force. But Bureau Gao, the deaths of Xiao Wang and Xiao Chang, and the corpse of that strange crocodile, Gao Limao, in this matter, let Zheng Haifeng manage it himself. Anyway, Dragon Steel has promised us half of the steel mill. Zhua, don't you even listen to my orders? I said retreat. Let Liao Wen and his niece retreat as well. no matter how important it is, it's not as important as your own little life. Zui Yuan sighed and nodded. I see. On the other helicopter, Liao Wen and the others received the message. His face couldn't help but look a little odd. That's it? Liao Ruyu sniffed in relief. The matter is important. Afraid of Uncle Liao reveal any cracks, she likewise did not tell Liao Wen. The two military helicopters soon changed direction and returned the same way. Metal barriers have been constructed inside the steel mill. These metal walls, thick as they are, sit here to envelop the area, and it was strengthened through the constant condensation of one's mastery alien energy. This metal barrier would be difficult to open even if someone from the military region came to deal with it. Chen Mo ended up disposing of the strange crocodile as well as Wang Hao Ming Ching's corpse, and then came to the peach tree and took out a bottle of F-rank recovery potion and poured it into the soil. The potion redeemed from the mystic merchant was equally effective even against the Fae. The somewhat moribund and withered peach tree from before began to gradually recover its breath. Those 5 peach fruits could all be condensed by relying on its own life force. It can be meta. After Chen Mo poured 6 bottles of recovery potions in a row, the peach tree was finally revitalized, though not at its peak as before. But it's also obviously a lot better. Chen Mo opened his mouth. Recover on your own here. I'll find an opportunity to have someone send you a walker's body to recover. Strangely enough, all of these mutated tree plants seem to have the effect of swallowing and dissolving corpses. Most people, including himself, acquired the zombie's crystal core and then left it alone, waiting for that body to rot and stink. And a plant like the peach tree is like a negative cleansing agent, being able to convert these corpses into nutrients. That's why, before the rebirth of that king of trees, being able to occupy several urban areas in Xizjiang in a very short period of time, growing rapidly, the peach tree's body trembled gently. Chen Mo sat on the poor man and patted the poor man. Let's go. With a low roar, the poor man and beast went directly towards that metal barrier. The metal barrier in front of the poor man's body suddenly began to twist as he took a deep leap and there was a huge crack. When the poor man and Chen Mo left from the center, the opening was sewn up again on its own. Chen Mo watched the surroundings for a moment, then left with the poor man without looking back. Dragon Steel, himself, can't go now, but after both psychic abilities were double advanced, in his own memory, he recalled quite a few more memories that had something to do with the city of North China. Chen Mo's eyes flickered as he murmured in a low voice, if I remember correctly, Yuzhe County there, it seems like there are quite a few jade crystals. Right? Chen Mo suddenly laughed. Great sense of luck. These subtle things would have been pretty much forgotten long after the rebirth. But for some reason, with the dual enhancement of the Juggernaut ability and the Heavenly Power ability, he himself had even been able to recall with unerring clarity many small things from his pre-life. It happened to occur to me that I had once been mentioned by a chatterbox in my squad. Do you know why so many of us in the 6th military region are able to injure those 4th and 5th order? A weapon for even a 6th order Fey Walker? Don't they all have forges forged by forges with materials from Fey gods? Hey, you guys are late. I'll tell you secretly, there's a thing called jade crystal. Not only can it be used as a forging material, it's even possible to strengthen weapons. I've heard, this incident was still stumbled upon by the military district. It's not just the animals and plants that have changed in the end times. Yuzhe County, backed by mountains, was a specialized jade producer before the end of the world. Known as the home of beautiful jade, many merchants and tycoons once came here to select jade. There are even more people who gamble and sell jade. The people of the county, there are not a few who have become rich as a result. However, since several years of extensive mining, the mountain of good jade are scavenged after all. When fewer people went there, it fell out of favor. Chen Mo's eyes flashed as he pondered. It's only early in the end times, and even the year has yet to appear. All the major military regions are still worried about resource allocation and food. With the situation the 6th military region is in right now, it was simply impossible to discover that Yuzawa County had the material jade crystals that could strengthen weapons. That's a whole mine. It may not show its value for a while now, but when the beast raged, it cleared out most of the population. Food is no longer in short supply. The aliens are growing rapidly. After the major military districts went on a rampage to take in survivors choosing to swap messaging resources, this emerald crystal stone was undoubtedly a great treasure. Chen Mo's eyes brightened. It was decided that the mine would be cut off before the 6th war area found out about it. As a born-again person himself, he occupies countless significant news about the future. In these post-apocalyptic days of closed information, this is a head start that will become one's capital later on. Chen Mo changed his mind for a moment and opened his mouth. Poverty. Go, make a trip to Dragon Steel. Inside the Dragon Steel base, Guvwaju looked at Chen Mo with a surprised expression. Miss, not that. Is brother Chen already dead? Liao Ruyu on the side had a cold and distant face, staring closely at Chen Mo. who had appeared here recklessly in front of him. He opened his mouth. What else are you doing here? Haven't I told you everything? You're in a very sensitive position, and there are few who have seen you within Dragonsteel. If the people of the 6th military region find out, then both you and I, Long Gang, will be finished. Chen Mo was not wearing a mask at the moment. Smiling, he looked at her, open mouth. Don't worry, no one knows about my coming. Liao Ruyu sniffed even more huffily. The Guhuozhu next to you isn't a human being, is he? She forcefully held back the anger in her heart from the previous incident where Chen Mo had uniquely killed Wang Haoming and Zheng Cheng. Ben had let her get a bit frazzled. Chapter 97, Time is running out. 1 month. Liao Ruyu coldly spoke. Tell me, what exactly are you here for? Chen Mo smiled and said, I want some food. Liao Ruyu didn't hesitate and said, Guhuozhu, go get some food for him. It's okay now, isn't it? Chen Mo shrugged and said, and, say, Tamazawa, how do I get there? Liao Ruyu frowned her eyebrows and looked at Chen Mo with some confusion. You're going to Tamazawa County? Right. What's the point of going to Yuzawa County? You're not looking for that woman? Chen Mo said simply and clearly. Fine. What time is it now? Chen Mo suddenly said coldly and uncharacteristically. Liao Ruyu was a little confused as to what this guy wanted to do. December 20th. It's almost New Year's. Chen Mo frowned. Has it been that long? In that case, wouldn't it mean that there was still a month to go before that yearling beast would appear? Chen Mo pondered for a while and stared at Liao Ruyu with a serious face. What I'm going to do? You don't have to ask. If you can find Tang Xianyu's whereabouts for me within this half month, how about I give you a chance to be able to make Dragonsteel independent? Liao Ruyu's face stared. Frowning tightly, he said, What do you mean? Chen Mo said indifferently. Literally. Tell me the direction of Tamazawa County. Liao Ruyu resumed her previous coldness and opened her mouth. I'll have someone give you a map. It's not going to work to take the highway. Take the state highway there. It's so remote and the military district hasn't bothered to clean it up. There are a lot of Fey zombies there. You better not die there. Chen Mo smiled and slowly got up and walked towards the outside of the house. That couldn't be better. Oh, right. Over at the steel mill I used my powers to seal off that area of the monster crocodile. Wang Haoming and Zhang Qing's corpses were also disposed of, so you don't have to worry about things leaking out. If you're free, help me transport a few walker bodies and put them over there. Just put it outside the metal barrier. Liao Ruyu's face shook at her words. Surprised beyond measure, he looked at Chen Mo's back. That barrier? You really did it. Back when she was in the helicopter, she had seen this shocking scene. How strong is he? Really? Liao Ruyu was a little hard to imagine for a while. After getting food and a map to Yuzawa County from Liao Ruyu, because of the time constraints, Chen Mo did not procrastinate in the slightest. Straight away, he rode the poor man away. Maps are made to be drawn ad hoc from memory. Some of the landmarks on it are also labeled. After coming out, Chen Mo headed in the direction of the south. I have to say, it's really safe to have a war zone around. The 6th war zone also needs to hunt for crystal cores. So, the large number of zombies in North China. It almost always takes military district personnel to come and clean up the acquisition on a daily basis. Chen Mo noticed a large billboard in front of him. That top sign still advertises Dragonsteel Group Steel. Looking at the map in his hand, Chen Mo muttered, It's the right direction. Poor man. Let's go. One man and one beast then set off. Tamazawa County, as a county, travels on a national highway that is well outside of the city limits, about the southernmost edge of the city of North China. It took a while to make its way along the somewhat dilapidated roads around the area. Finally, we encountered the first wave of the zombie horde. At the intersection directly in front of us, there are 3 second-order zombies, a disintegrator, 2 physically enhanced raiders. There was also the presence of more than 30 first-order zombies. The poor man leapt a little, growling with excitement. An emotion of eagerness to fight came through. Seeing this, Chen Mo helplessly patted the sitting poor Chi and whispered, Hey, you guys, if you want to wreak havoc so badly, go ahead. It just so happens that I would like to see it myself. After breaking through the 3rd stage, what level could the poor Chi actually reach? With Chen Ma's permission, a thick, violent and ferocious light emerged from the poor man's huge pupils. A growl instantly startled all the walkers across the street. The 3-headed second-order species at the head hissed and chirped defiantly. 2 raiders of immense and unimaginable size came straight across the room, followed by dozens of first-order zombies. The poor man moved swiftly, undaunted by the 2 raiders in front of him that looked like small mountains. Raising his right grip, he slapped it heavily. The power of this strike was simply unimaginable. This second-order zombie raider was actually hardened into 2 halves by the poor man's huge claws. Boom! Even the intestines and guts were pulled out with it. Seconds, with just 1 strike, he killed this particular zombie. The other raider let out a dull roar and thrust his hands into the ground. Directly lifting a huge stone high up, he smashed it down against the poor man's head. Boom! The boulders shattered and countless gravel dust splattered everywhere. The poor man's roar sounded once again. Its regal and ferocious eyes bloomed with scarlet and incomparable light full in this dusty fog. The hideous and incomparably large face appeared directly. Both claws stretched out from it and sprang out, directly opening his mouth towards the raider's bite. This bite went down, directly biting half of its body. The poor man's teeth were deeply embedded in its flesh and blood. The faces coalesced together in a fierce effort. Large swaths of blood splattered in all directions. In addition to the legs, even half of the body with the crystal core was swallowed into the belly by the poor chi. Thick, sticky, crimson blood drips from poor man's mouth. There was a constant, ominous chomp, 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 shredding that raider's bones one by one. Roar the poor man fiercely and incomparably killed towards the crowd of zombies charging from the opposite side. Those first-order zombies couldn't resist a single blow from the poor man. In front of this absolute power, one could easily be slapped into mush, or one's body would be separated. Chen Mo looked at the scene in front of him with immense satisfaction. After the poor man's breakthrough to the third rank, he was indeed extraordinary. But according to his own memory, the poor man should have 2 wings on his back. Early on, while sitting on the poor man's, Chen Mo then realized that 2 extra bulging neat tumors had appeared on the poor man's body. It was also unknown if the poor man would be able to grow wings after the 4th rank. If it could fly, that would be a real sea change. He himself had taken in the poor chi not just because of the poor chi's battle prowess, even more so because of this unique characteristic. Just as Chen Mo was still pondering, that last second-order zombie disintegrator on the opposite side hissed. A bulge welled up under the ground in front of us. There seems to be something coming at breakneck speed. Came to his feet. Chen Mo's face was incredibly calm as he drew out the ghost cut, easily and effortlessly spinning it around in his hand afterward, heavily plunged down towards the ground. Chapter 98 Stew. Like a pack of wolves and tigers, this familiarity unmistakably impedes the sense. Blood splattered, and in the middle of this underground, there was even a second-ranked lurker hidden. Chen Mo's hand rose and fell, and nowadays, his perception had long surpassed the norm. I'm afraid that the enhancement brought about by the dual psychic ability is not at all weaker than any perception system psychic. Chen Mo exhaled and smiled with a relaxed and incomparable smile. With his own present-day strength, second-order zombies are as vulnerable as lambs. At the same time, the first-order zombies on the opposite side of the street were also cleared out by the poor man. Only the last decomposer remains. If the disintegrator suffers great damage or dies, it will then explode with countless foul-smelling liquids. Chen Mo didn't want to get another one of these foul odors on him. The right hand was raised slightly and flicked towards the disintegrator's position. Poor man. It's okay. In the blink of an eye the poor man lunged over, beneath Chen Mo's feet. Unexpectedly, countless iron liquids surged and went to the decomposer's surroundings. It rose up from the ground and formed a huge tin can that enveloped it. Similar to Western torture, iron virgins, it contained one extremely sharp steel spike after another to run the disintegrator through. The puncture resounded within the inner metal. Immediately afterward, the sound of rumbling explosions resounded through it. A corrosive green liquid spills from the ground. One-sided abuse. Chen Mo and the poor man cleaned up the battlefield and harvested a lot. 46 first-order crystal cores. After removing the cores destroyed by the disintegrator's self-destruction, 3 second-order crystal cores were also harvested along with it. Playing with a few second-order crystal cores, they made a clashing friction sound in his hands. Chen Mo hummed a little song in a good mood, slowly and leisurely taking out the map and checking it for a while. It's not that far. Yuzhe County and the city of North China are only just over 40 kilometers away. Come on, poor guy. Chen Mo directly rode on the poor man's back. The poor man transformed into a red light, his speed not at all inferior to some sports cars before the end of the world. Travel through this wasteland with ease and comfort. The national highway was indeed as Liao Ruyu said that there were quite a few zombies, excluding those scattered zombies. Almost every distance they traveled, they encountered large groups of zombies. The blood spreads this national highway as we fight our way through. Dusk was approaching, and the blood-red sky became dimmer and deeper. One man and one beast are like gods walking under this dark night, mercilessly harvesting the lives of this one zombie. All through the night, snapped. A silver light flashed in the middle of this dark night. Chen Mo's eyes were ghostly and seemed particularly oozing in this dark night. The national highway here is very remote, is a mountain path, surrounded by all the mountains, dense forests and quiet. It was a little awfully quiet, except for the occasional low growl that came to his ears. After a brief rest, Chen Mo ate some food to replenish his strength, and then with the poor man he proceeded to set off. The darkness of the night did not slow them down. Under this nighttime color, Whether it's Por Chi or Chen Mo, it's like having night vision installed. You can see everything. I don't know how much time has passed. Directly in front of him, Chen Mo, who was sitting on the back of the poor man, suddenly saw a fire rising up. Cooking smoke curls up. In the distance, it appeared that someone was building a fire. Chen Mo's eyes narrowed slightly as he gathered his sight of it. It appeared to be an RV parked on the side of the road, and beyond that RV, a number of people are resting and adjusting. In the post-apocalyptic world, one could see some survivors from time to time, and this was not a surprise to Chen Mo, except that the road, which goes to and from Yuzawa County. So, they're all from Yuzawa County? Chen Mo's eyes lit up. If someone could lead the way, that's certainly a lot more convenient than trying to find it on your own like a fly on the wall. At this point, outside the RV, 6 men situated on the grounds, except for a man at the head whose appearance looked a bit menacing. A couple of the other individual guys were all yellow-faced and even a little out of shape. In front of them was a freshly lit cauldron that was gurgling and burning. Several people were all staring at the pot with a deadly gaze, a fierce light of longing flashing in their eyes, an involuntary gulp. They were all jade vendors who had come to UJ County to purchase jade and sit on their small businesses. Who knew that the end times had suddenly come, and survived by a narrow margin, trapped in Tamazawa County for over a month. When is this going to be cooked? One of the men was dumbfounded, eyes a little ruddy and trembling. He held out his hand. Asterisk 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 Q. Wait a little longer. The menacing man interrupted by clapping his hands. The few people around them were obviously afraid of the man, and they didn't dare to make a move for a while, simply because the man was the strongest and only shifter in the place. Brothers hungry said someone aggrieved. They've been hungry for too long. Those who can and can't eat them all. The man said viciously. There's something for you guys to eat later. Didn't that just get a fat one? That fat bastard has plenty of meat. Enough to feed us all. The eyes of the crowd present lit up at the words, and each of them was like a wolf. Some of them even had spittle dripping from the corners of their mouths. Right. Inside the car, there are women. When my brothers get tired of playing, they can also. He. One of them giggled dementedly. You dangling hair. You're still thinking about women at this point in time. The fierce man looked at the cauldron in front of him, which was gradually heating up. Feeling that it was about time, he went up to the crowd of excited and greedy eyes and take the lid off the pot. It was a thick white pot of broth floating with lots of white foam, and the pot was filled with fatty meat that a chunk of 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 a. The meat in here, it doesn't seem like pork and beef. It's much darker in color and even the skin is cooked to perfection. The man's eyes were also a little eager, and he looked at the stew cooking in the pot and gulped. Okay, eat them all. Meat, it's meat. I can't stand it. At this moment, the other few people around them all had frantic expressions, their bloodshot eyes glaring at each other, as if he were a stern ghost. He rushed up. They put their hands right into that hot pan and it's as if they don't notice the temperature of the pan in the slightest. It seemed to be afraid that if they were late, there would be no more food. A few people grabbed a large piece of meat and just wolfed it down. The sticky voice came from the mouth. There was also the largest piece of white meat in the pot, which no one dared to touch. That's what the boss eats, the fierce man said with a sardonic smile. I'll eat slowly. That fat guy is over 300 pounds. It's all in the car. Definitely manageable. I've heard that the 6th military region is recruiting survivors over there, and after we've regained our strength, just go to North China City. Chapter 99, Survival of the Fittest. I don't know if the car can make it on the road ahead, but if not, we'll walk. The man also picked up a piece of meat, sat down on a stool and began to eat it. And just then, an ill-timed voice suddenly rang out. Please ask, Yuzawa County, those jade-producing mines, what's the way to go? Someone. The man looked over immediately upon hearing the voice, and a group of people behind him, all frantically grabbing at the pot of stew. My, is all mine. For S sake, don't you all take it from me. Get out. Even when he heard the voice, he was not moved in the least. The man looked over. Pupils snapped. Just see the darkness. A straight and upright figure slowly walked out. It was a very young-looking youth. Handsome face like a knife sharpened like sharp angles, eyes with indifference to all indifference. And that's not even the most chilling. The most terrifying thing was that in the endless darkness behind that youth, surprisingly, it revealed 2 huge, bloodthirsty and ferocious eyes like lanterns in the dark night. A 2-meter tall, immensely large, the red-colored beast shaped like a tiger gently walked out slowly from behind the youth. The limbs are strong and incomparable. The head bears 2 horns of inky jade color, and the face is fierce and ferocious. Without making a single sound, it can be oppressive. The man shuddered. For a moment the evil chill rose from his heart. A great degree of fear was felt. Chen Mo, on the other hand, was likewise sizing them up. A strange odor came from the tip of his nose. Someone's making stew? The smell, surprisingly, was very familiar. Chen Mo frowned, looking behind the man. A group of men were clustering frantically in front of a large cauldron, the corners of their mouths full of grease. Constantly tearing and chewing on a big fat piece of meat. Beside that cauldron was a cleanly shaved skeleton. The shape, rather, is a bit like a human skeleton. Chen Mo quickly realized what was going on. One of the most common things in the early stages of the end times. The man obviously noticed Chen Mo's gaze. The body involuntarily sidestepped to one side, trying to block the cauldron behind him, and the cleanly shaved bones on the floor. He stared closely and sized up Chen Mo, his face unkind as he opened his mouth. What are you? Chen Mo's face was calm, even after seeing such a scene of eating and not the least bit impressed. The survival of the fittest. In this post-apocalyptic world, everyone wants to live. Once upon a time, when I was weak, I almost did the same thing, but in the end, I held back. As long as it doesn't spill over, Chen Mo wouldn't try to stand on the moral high ground to condemn them either. Otherwise, what's the difference between that and being a saintly mother if you have to take care of everything? Chen Mo said indifferently. Going somewhere. That mine in Tamazawa County. Take me there. The man frowned at that. It was hard for them to escape from Yuzawa County. You're telling me now to let us go back? Although it was possible to sense the danger of the youth in front of him, but with so many of them here, they weren't to be messed with. At this moment, the few people on the other side who were by the cauldron also noticed Chen Mo. One by one, their eyes suddenly lit up, surfacing with an incomparable light of longing. Rushing forward, he stood beside the menacing man. The gazes they looked at Chen Mo and the poor man were all unlike the man's general scorn. Rather, it was a ferocious look. That look, like a wild beast, that was sizing up his prey in general. Such a big tiger. How long does that last? Several people looked at each other, and at this moment, all of them were thinking the same thing. Upon hearing Chen Mo's words, one of them said with a sardonic smile, to Yuzawa County? On what grounds? The fierce man didn't say anything, and it was obvious that this was what he meant to do. On what grounds? With this, Chen Mo's face was indifferent and his right index finger moved slightly. Rustling, the steel ball that came out of nowhere directly broke through the air and exploded with a burst of airborne sound. Put, just a breath of time. It then directly blew out the head of the person who spoke out. The head directly exploded raw, and the brain matter accompanied by blood splattered in all directions, exploding everyone's face. The power of a fourth-order mastery ability had long been different from the past. The lethality of even a single steel ball is unquestionable. This scene left everyone stunned. Wow, it was like a slap in the face. Even that somewhat crazed Will cleared up quite a bit in an instant. Alter egos? Someone screamed in disbelief. He's a shifter. Several people instantly stirred and rushed into the caravan, took out a weapon. There were fire axes, hammers, clubs, blood-stained kitchen knives. What the hell are you? The man with the fierce face also gave a thump in his heart and was frightened. He didn't even see clearly when Chen Mo made his move. Chen Mo stared at the group of people across the street who were incredibly vigilant and intended to fight for blood. The face spoke without expression. I'm not bargaining with you. Either take me to the mines of Yuzawa County, or die. Roar. The poor man at his side suddenly roared. This deafening sound, as if from the abyss. Several ordinary people across the street stood unsteadily and trembled in fear. The weapon in his hand could barely hold it and drop it. If you are strong, you will be able to do whatever you want in this post-apocalyptic world. In the post-apocalyptic world, human life is like grass. This group has the power to naturally do whatever they want when facing the weak. And now, it's you who decides whether they live or die. It's easy to simply lead the way, isn't it, boss? What to do? The bones of his companions were not yet cold, and the floor was covered with sticky brains and blood. A few people on the opposite side of the room were roared by the poor man in such a manner. The little bit of madness in his mind was suddenly gone. One was scared half to death looking at the fierce man. After all, he was the only shifter here. A cold sweat ran down the fierce man's forehead. Having stayed in UJ County since the end of the world, he hadn't really seen a couple of aliens. So after meeting Chen Mo, it was really hard for him to imagine that there were still such powerful characters in this post-apocalyptic world. The man's eyes kept flickering, and after much thought, he opened his mouth. Lead the way. We lead the way. You're going to Tamazawa, right? Chen Mo nodded slightly. We're all some businessmen in the jade business, fresh out of there. Naturally, I know where Yuzawa County is. The man tried his best to look kind and unmistakable, squeezing out a smile. While saying that, he slowly approached towards Chen Mo without moving. The few juniors beside him all had their eyes light up when they saw this. They naturally knew what the men were up to. The youth looked like nothing more than a student, though his psychic abilities were strong. But how could it be a match for the boss? The man stepped forward cautiously, a smile growing on his face. The road to that mine is very remote, little brother. And you're looking for us. That's really the right guy. P.S. I'm begging the greats to press for more positive reviews and some gifts. The milk powder is here to pay its respects. Bang bang. Chapter 100 Jade Crystal Raw Stone. After getting close to Chun Mo to a certain distance, the man suddenly exploded to his feet. With a grimace and a sardonic smile, he roared out with a killing intent. Die for me. The man's body, in an instant, enlarged several times. His ferocious and incomparable face lengthened forward for a moment, turning into the appearance of a wolf, and on top of its body, it was covered with long black hairs that, the huge body burst through the clothes. Both hands turned into sharp claws and grabbed towards Chun Mo. Class C powers, werewolf. Because of being in Tamazawa Prefecture all this time, the news is closed. The man was nothing more than a first-order alien. Chun Mo's face was calm, as if he had expected it. When seeing the man after the change was unmoved. Boom! From the ground. At some point, iron liquid appeared all over the place. An extremely sharp iron spike rose up from the ground. Put. Just a breath of time. It then ran the man who had leapt through the air into a hedgehog. The scene was horrified, and the man was like a statue, frozen in mid-air. Countless blood dripped along that one iron spike spread. Wow! This scene caused the group of people who had just rushed up, weapons in hand, to be directly stunned. Everyone looked incredulously at the image of the man dying horribly in front of them. There was not a single spot on his body that was intact. At this moment, he was still penetrated in mid-air, and his death was tragic to the extreme. Old boss. Dead? Dang. The weapon in his hand fell to the ground. Someone's legs were constantly shaking, and their face was horrified as they looked at Chun Mo on the opposite side. A smell of urine came, and at this moment, there were weak people who were almost directly stunned and fainted. Chun Mo's eyes were cold as he gazed at the few people in front of him. The voice spoke slowly without any emotion. You guys, all with a death wish? Escape! Escape! I don't know who yelled out and fled directly towards the back. A few others saw this and followed suit, one hating to use both hands and frantic fleeing. Chun Mo said softly, Poor man, keep one at random and kill the rest. With a growl, the poor man disappeared in an instant, pouncing towards the crowd that fled in all directions. They were all a bunch of ordinary people. How could they compare to the poor man in terms of speed? Don't kill me. I don't want to die. Have mercy. I'll lead the way. The scene was chaotic, with blood spilling all over the place, under the massacre of the poor man. Soon enough, it came with a man who was already paralyzed with fear and his pants were wet. Bang! The man fell to the ground. Looking at Chun Mo in front of him was like looking at a devil. He was so frightened that he kept banging his head. Mercy! Don't kill me. I know where that mine is. I'll show you the way. I'll lead the way. Chun Mo squatted down and looked at the man in front of him who didn't dare to meet his eyes. Suddenly he chuckled. Wouldn't that have been nice? Only the smile was so oozing in the man's eyes. The man gulped. Both legs were out of control and couldn't get up at all on the ground, until the poor man roared all over him with his bloody mouth. Scared out of his wits, it was only under a strong will to live that he rose from the ground. Just as he tried to stand up, his legs gave out and he fell back down. That mine. It's not far from here. We still have the raw stone. We got from that mine here, said the man, his voice trembling. The original stone? Chun Mo's eyes lit up at his words. After the end of the world, a lot of the jade in the mines of Ujie County had also changed. Where? The man froze with a scowl. It's inside that RV. Bring it to me, Chun Mo said. Although he didn't understand what Chun Mo was going to do. Under the great fear of this, men still choose to go ahead and do as they are told. Obviously, there were quite a few dropped weapons right beside him, but he couldn't raise the slightest bit of resistance, because the legs just couldn't use any strength. The man was only able to crawl over it a little bit with his hands. It was only when they reached the top of the caravan that the man was barely able to stand up with the support of an object. Walked in. Chun Mo wasn't in a hurry and came to the bench where the pot was earlier and sat down. In front of him, a full pot of stew that was boiling and smoking. Looking at the soft and somewhat white fat cooked in the pot, Chun Mo's face was calm as his mastery alien energy directly dissolved the pot. Boiling hot water and fat fall to the ground. He wasn't so deranged that he would eat the meat, even before I was reborn. When I was starving to death, I didn't choose that way. Chun Mo's gaze was haunted, not knowing what he was thinking. Suddenly, from inside the RV came a miserable, unearthly scream. This was followed by the sound of a blunt object hitting the ground. The poor man beside him let out a low growl. Chun Mo frowned and looked toward the location of the caravan. At the moment, inside the RV, a poorly dressed, bony woman holds a grayish-brown stone in her hand. The woman was covered in scars, her eyes full of madness and resentment. was continually slamming heavily against the head of the fallen man in a pool of blood. Go to hell! Go to hell! Go to hell! Bang! Bang! The man was alive or dead, and blood-stained wounds kept surfacing on his head. Probably too much of a physical weakness. After just a few moments of smashing, the woman was so tired that she was panting and gasping for air constantly. She suddenly sat down on the floor, trembling and laughing. Meh! Ha! Cloaked hair, face, blood in the eye sockets. The appearance is like a stern ghost leaning aside. You can't kill him like that. Suddenly, a faint voice rang out. The woman looked toward the door of the RV. Seeing the visitor, he continued to lean impassively, hung his head low, and did not speak. Chen Mo looked at the woman and didn't say anything more. Just a glance like that is enough to know a lot of information. There are no telling how many such women there are in the end times. The lucky ones fall into the playthings of the great ones. The unlucky ones, on the other hand, are played over like this. There's also the possibility of becoming someone's spare ration. Chen Ma entered the RV. The man in the pool of blood still had a breath of life. Put! The ghost cut appeared in his hand and fell cleanly against the heart. Ho! The man on the ground snapped his eyes open and let out a pained ho. There was no time to be alive. The woman was too weak, so weak that she couldn't even kill him at all. The woman looked up slowly, a little surprised. Chen Mo glanced at her and didn't explain too much, but walked over to her side. Bring up the grayish-brown stone. A black aura flashed. Ka! Chapter 101, take me there, then you die. The ghost cut stays halfway to the stone. Chen Mo was slightly surprised and then exerted force with his right hand. Ka-ching! Finally it was given a separation. From it, her revealed stone flesh. It is a smooth green color with a flowing blue wave, like a beautiful jade of perfect imperial green. The stone flesh shimmered with a faint, juescent glow that, with one glance, he was able to conclude that it was nothing mortal. Sure enough, it's an emerald crystal. Chen Mo's eyes were wide open and his mood was unavoidable. For a moment he seemed to understand something. These jade merchants. I'm afraid that they had discovered the extraordinary nature of this jade as early as when they were in Yujie County. So leave with quite a few rocks and head for the 6th military district. When the military district learned of this, they sent someone to check it out. If one's guess is correct, the men one has just killed. It's the same person who told the military district about the emerald crystal's news before he was reborn. It's a great deal of money. Sparing Chen Mo. His heart was also a little pounding at this moment. Resources that could enhance strength had always been as hard currency as crystal cores in the post-apocalyptic world. Even more valuable than a crystal core. How many emerald crystals must exist in that mine? The woman's eyes also flickered slightly as she looked at the very extraordinary jade crystal. It didn't seem to occur to him why these raw stones were different from what he remembered perceiving. After killing the half-dead man, Chen Mo quickly regretted it. I should have known to let the poor man keep an extra one. People are dying out now. Chen Mo pondered for a while before speaking softly. Do you know where the mine where this jade is located comes from? The woman was silent for a long time, and the color of madness in her eyes faded for the most part. No, came the words with immense difficulty. Just talking took most of her strength. Because she's dying. Her blood-soaked eyes were also starting to get a little blurry. It had been a long time since she had eaten, and if she hadn't been hanging on to her last breath of resentment, she would have died a long time ago. Chen Mo stared at her for a while. The ghostly voice spoke. Want to live? The woman hung her head low for a long time before she stirred. Don't want to. She's a recent college graduate. He is a native of Hayashi Village, Tamazawa County. Because of the early death of his parents, there is a little cutie in the family. Brother. After graduation, he chose to come back to the jade business, or to take care of his brother. But I didn't want to meet the end of the world. Meet that group of, and I was persecuted. The brother was also cooked by them. Now, she had long since lost any desire to live. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo remained silent for a rare moment. He's seen a lot of people desperately trying to survive. Even if there is a glimmer of hope, you will not give up. But it was the first time I had seen one that wanted to die when it was clear that he could live. Chen Mo opened his mouth. You killed that guy. I'm in a hurry, and no one can take me to that mine now. Take me there and then you die. The woman froze. Suddenly Samson laughed. It seemed to be amazed at Chen Mo's magical brain circuits. She laughed for a while. What a strange person. Chen Mo crouched down and took out a bottle of F-class recovery potion. Looking at the thin, disembodied woman in front of her, she said, drink it. The woman was unmoved. It's late at night. The woman, covered in blood, sat by the campfire and looked at Chen Mo in front of her. The ghostly voice spoke. Why did you save me? Under the effects of potion F, her body recovered quite a bit. The hair was hanging down a little messy, and her face was still a little pale. Chen Mo recalled the earlier scene in his mind. After recovering, this woman didn't even spare the bodies of those guys, chopped to pieces and vented for a long time before calming down. Predictable hatred for them. Hearing the woman's doubts, Chen Mo said calmly and incomparably, I already said that. The woman nodded. Staring at the campfire that was burning, he said softly, that mine. It's just over by the Lin family village. I'm familiar with the place, but you might not get what you're looking for, because all the good jade there has been mined. She was smart and quickly guessed Chen Mo's purpose. It doesn't matter. Chen Mo gave her a look and said, you just have to take me there. I see, the woman said. The two never conversed again for the rest of the time after that. Even, the name is not even mentioned, because in the woman's mind, she only needed to bring this person to that mine, and then it would be considered mission accomplished. Can die. And the same goes for Chenma. What's so memorable about the name of a dying man? There was no talk all night. Early the next morning, Chenmo slowly opened his eyes. The woman stepped out of the RV. Wake up and get going. Chenmo nodded his head and looked at the body that was dragged out on the ground. Puzzled. Drive away? Woman, or what? Since you're collecting those raw stones, and how do you plan to transport it? By that big tiger? Chenmo pondered for a while and felt that there was some truth in what she said. But there is one thing. I can't drive. The woman was stunned, not expecting the youth in front of her who looked to be in his 20s. Surprisingly, I can't drive. It's no wonder that Chenmo won't. Before the end of the world, life was so tight that buying a car was never on his mind. Not to mention spending thousands of dollars to enroll in a driving school and the risk of paying for a makeup test. I will, the woman said, but that big tiger you've got might not make it up. Chenma, it's fine. It can walk by itself. Just in time. Let the poor man go ahead and clear away the walkers. The two got into the RV. The woman skillfully sat in the racking position and started the gears. Rumble dash. This RV started off and set off down this state highway, and the poor man shook out his fur, and leapt to the front of the caravan, and, in a puff of smoke, he disappeared without a trace. Chenmo sat on the bed inside the caravan, which had all the amenities. Only most of the locations were vacated to place raw stones. Chenmo used his mastery ability to change the ghost slice into a dagger. Picking up those raw stones one by one, he began to open them up. Jade crystal stone is an extremely important forging material. It's more than capable of strengthening weapons. Again, there are grades. The purer the emerald crystals, the greater the hardness and the enhancement they bring. Its quality, on the other hand, can be judged by its color and hardness. The darker the color, the higher the natural quality. In his previous life, the military district had special instruments that could detect it, but Chenmo likewise had a test method, and very simple. Use the dagger that the ghost cut was transformed into to test its hardness. If it was one that even a ghost cutter had to make several cuts to break through, naturally the better the quality. Chenmo opened raw stone after raw stone, most of which were pretty much the same as what he had opened the first time. The two of them didn't have much to say to each other along the way. The zombies and fae in front of the national highway were pretty much cleared by the poor man, crossed a number of bumpy and remote trails along the state highway. It was good to have Chenmo's divine mastery alien ability pave those roads that are hard for RVs to get over. The two of them soon arrived at the forest village. Chapter 102 Villagers, Twin Stone Mountain. Outside the village of Lam, it passes through large farmland with curving lanes. The RV staggered to a stop. Chenma and the woman got out of the car, looking at the layer of barrier cast in front of him by countless wooden boards, stools, chairs, and some miscellaneous things. The woman's face was a little complicated, as if she didn't want to face this place. Open mouth. Here we are. This is it. By the looks of it, there seems to be someone from the forest village still alive. Chenmo surveyed the place. As far as the eye could see, it was surrounded by farmland that had been destroyed. This village, with its back to the mountains, looked remote and uncontested. Chenmo said softly, poor man, make a path. The poor man at his side let out a low growl, and went straight up with a slap that slapped the barrier in front of him, which had piled up into a mountain obstructing the path. Boom! An incredibly wide and direct road to the village unfolds. The woman froze, not realizing that this guy would be so violent as to just open up the road. Such a huge commotion naturally alarmed those surviving villagers within the village. What man? In the distance, a man with a tiger's back, as well as some older uncles and aunts hurrying in with hoes and axes in hand. In a short while, it came to this place. What made Chenmo a bit surprised was, there seems to be a lot of people in this forest village. There were fully 40 people present. With so many people added together, even if there were no aliens, it would still be considered a considerable force. Someone notices the barrier that was destroyed to hinder the walkers. The anger was immense as he bellowed. Asterisk. Someone's coming to up. Who are you people? Why are you here? A group of villagers each had an incredibly wary look on their faces. All of them stared at the opposite side of Chenmo and the woman with unfavorable gazes. Chenmo swept his eyes over the crowd and could clearly feel their hostility. At this point, Out of the crowd stepped an old man who looked to be in his 60s or 70s. He led a group of people from the forest village and looked at the visitor in front of him. Apparently having seen it all, he frowned and said in a deep voice, "Outsiders are not welcome here, so get out of here." Village chief, I'm afraid these two guys aren't from the previous batch again, and destroying the barrier we worked so hard to pile up. Don't let them go. Wait, that woman, why does she look a little familiar? I'm sorry, murmured an older woman in the crowd, staring intently at the woman. The woman was cloaked, her cheeks covered in blood and dirt, eyes flickered with a cold aura as they stared dead on at the group of people in front of them. The older woman's eyes lit up as if she had thought of something. Isn't she that little bastard? Why are you back? The moment these words came out, the group of villagers present all looked startled. It's Lin Nian's daughter? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Who did I think it was? But you bastard. Didn't she get kicked out of our house a while ago? How come she's back again? TCH, with a man of unknown origin at her side, just like her watery mother. They're all ES who bring back wild men. Come back for what? Must have thought it was too dangerous out there and came back for refuge, trying to share our food. Get out. You're not welcome here. A bad-tempered man directly shouted. Immediately, a crowd of people were incited to mass anger. Right, bastard. Get out. There is no place for you here. You are not from our forest village. Roar. Porky let out a low roar, instantly startling these raging villagers. What kind of monster is this? Chen Mo's eyes narrowed slightly as he glanced at the trembling woman beside him. The village chief was also slightly stunned and looked at the woman. Little you? Facing a crowd of sarcastic villagers, the woman didn't say anything more, but stepped forward. Village chief, I didn't come to Forest Village for refuge. I, and this one beside me, are going to Twin Rock Mountain. Twin Stone Mountain is the mountain that the Lin family backs up to, the one that produces jade. And you have the nerve to come back? Twin Stone Mountain is something belonging to our Lin family village. You, an outsider, can't come in. That is, who knows if she really wants to go to that Twin Stone Mountain or if she has another agenda, destroying our Lin village's things as soon as you arrive. You must be up to no good. Bastards indeed. Mayor, tell them to get lost. Behind them, a group of villagers held weapons and shouted. Seeing this, the village chief stepped forward and said in a serious tone, Little you heard me. You're no longer a member of my forest village. You'd better leave. Being one of the few isolated pure lands in the end times, they also have extremely limited food here. Even if the village chief thinks the same, going to Twin Rocks is nothing more than an excuse. After all, the woman's bone-thin appearance did make it hard not to think so. The woman took a deep breath and was just about to speak. Chen Mo, who was on the side, then stepped forward and said with an expressionless face, Get out of the way. What do you want? But don't give your face away. Seeing Chen Mo step forward, the resentment of the crowd in the room was stirred up by that. There were a few tall and powerful men who came right around. They came beside the village chief and pointed at Chen Mo with the weapons in their hands. The face said, Brat, I advise you that you'd better get the hell out of here honestly. I don't care what you are to that bastard. But today, if you dare to set foot in the forest village again, I'll break your legs. Chen Mo's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. Two steel balls burst out in unison. It pierced the man's legs and blood flowed. Ah! The screams rang out. The man's face swished white, and his entire body fell to its knees in an instant. He was sweating profusely, and his legs were even directly shattered, rolling on the ground in pain. Iron Pillar, Tai Zhu. When the surrounding group of villagers saw this, none of them looked shocked. He's a shifter. An unknown person in the crowd exclaimed with a pale face. There was an uproar. The village chief was also shaken. Asterisk 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 the shifters. Dare to touch my Lin village's people. There are so many of us. Are we afraid of him? A group of Hansi from Lin village surrounded up at once and said in an indignant and incomparable manner. How dare you do it? Go on. Him up. They didn't care if Chen Mo was an alien or not. All they knew was that the man in front of them was hurting people from the forest village. A group of Hans pounced over, and the village chief immediately shouted to discourage them. Stop it all. But it was too late. This group of tiger-backed men, each of them is a good hand at work. Naturally, they also worked out incredibly strong muscles, and each one was extremely strong, swinging hoes and sticks towards Chen Mo to knock them down. Chen Mo was indifferent. Juggernaut alien moves. Juggernaut alien uses. The weapons in the hands of those Hans were basically farming tools with metal present. Chapter 103. One more word and he'll be next. It melted away in an instant. The iron liquid that surged out of nowhere with the ground intersected towards the feet and entangled them, directly locking their feet, making them unable to move. What the is this? Why are my feet tangled? The 7 or 8 Hans were alarmed. Behind the villagers there are their women. See, the situation is naturally anxious. One spills and curses the streets. Bastard, you've really gone against the grain, haven't you? Did you bring your man here to make a fool of yourself in the forest village? Look at how injured your uncle Taiju is. Release my man. Those Hans were also unforgiving, obviously shackled to their feet. They were still arrogant. Vile. We're nothing but ordinary people. Dare you not use your powers? Chenemo sniffed and only felt that these people were a bit ridiculous. Almost all of the villagers in the neighborhood of this forest village are not highly educated. The only university student in the village, and the woman was thrown out by them. Chenemo came to a man who was screaming the loudest. Raising his right hand, he aimed a fierce punch at his abdomen. Bang! As this punch went down, the 6'8" tall and powerful man in front of him only felt a twisting pain in his abdomen. With a scream, he fell heavily to the ground. The man forced himself to endure the severe pain and glared at Chenemo in death, spitting a mouthful of blood foam out. His face twisted in pain. Drafting a horse. No pain, no gain. Chenemo sneered. Straight away, he drew his own eye and stepped straight forward under the man's terrified, unbelievable gaze. Put! It pierced his neck in an instant. The man's pupils were dilated and his face was filled with disbelief. The cut, which sliced through an artery, gushed an extremely large amount of blood in the middle of the man's neck. Blood stains the yellow earth beneath your feet. Immediately afterward, an ear-piercing, unmistakable scream rang out. Ah! Murder! The devil! He's the devil! The women in the village were scared out of their wits. This scene stunned everyone present. The woman on the side was also looking at Chenemo with a face full of incredulity. She hadn't expected that this guy would be so ruthless in his strikes. However, she didn't stop it, and instead looked coldly at the group of terrified villagers in front of her. For some reason, looking at the dead man on the ground, a trail of blood running down the floor. Surprisingly, a twisted pleasure rose in her heart inexplicably. That same feeling had been there yesterday when he himself had knocked that guy to death with a rock. The ghost cut was withdrawn, and Chenemo shook off the blood stained on the ghost cut. Anakiri directed at all the villagers present. Chenmo's face was indifferent to the extreme as he spoke. Whoever says one more word, next, it's him. The scene turned silent for a moment. Sometimes the only thing that makes people understand their situation in the most intuitive way is blood. Right now, this group of Lin Village villagers were immediately quite honest. Chenemo looked at the group of people in front of him. A thought inexplicably rose in his mind. There were too many resources occupied by the Twin Stone Mountain, and it was impossible for one to stay here all the time to mine the emerald crystals. The men of this forest village are all tall, rather a good labor force. The mayor of Lin Village was stunned, and his legs were weak at the moment. An old bone seems to be falling apart. Me? Chenemo turned around and revealed an oozing smile. Looking at the village chief, he said, I don't have time to spend with you guys here. If you don't want to die, let all get out of my way. Chenemo sneered and walked towards the front under the fearful gazes of the crowd, and those villagers from the forest village. None of them even dared to stop them, holding their breath, and there was a big way out of the way. Everyone lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at Chenemo for fear of ending up like the men. The few women and men who had clamored the loudest earlier were even trembling uncontrollably. A couple of women came to the woman's side, cowering with their heads down. Little you ah! In the past it was Auntie who was wrong. Welcome to Forest Village. There are still some eggs and rice in the village. Take whatever you want. Food and stuff don't matter so much when it comes to lives. The woman looked at the old days when one of the airheads of a mouthful of mongrels bullying themselves and their brothers villagers like this. A sudden thrill of vengeance welled up in his heart. Showing a bright and incomparable smile, he opened his mouth. Folks, don't worry. We really just want to get to Twin Rock Mountain. Auntie Wang and Auntie Lu, you're not too scared. After all, my brother and I grew up with a lot of care from you guys. The woman looked at the few women in the crowd whose heads were placed the lowest, revealing an icy, unmistakable smile. Followed, a group of villagers. Chenemo looked at the poor man and woman who followed him. Speaking toward the poor man, he said, Poverty, go watch the guys. Don't let them go. I'll stay there honestly until I get back. The poor man's huge pupils were a little puzzled, and he let out a low growl that, turning his huge body towards the group of villagers. The woman saw this and said after a moment of silence, Are you trying to make them do hard labor? Chenemo paused and looked at the woman with some surprise. How do you know? Having said nothing herself, this woman was a little too smart for her own good. The woman thought for a moment. I see you seem to be in need of that peculiar protolith. I'm afraid it might help you in some way. With your strength, you could have killed all those people, but it didn't work out that way. Those raw stones are a lot of weight. Even if you're an alien, it's also impossible to take them all at once. If it were me, I would have chosen to have them go and mine the raw stone for me as well. Chenemo said indifferently. Is it possible that I just simply don't want to go on a killing spree? The woman's eyes narrowed as she sniffed, gazing closely at Chenmo's eyes that were incomparably deep and indifferent to everything. Softly, Then maybe I'm just guessing wrong. From the fact that Chen Mo had just chosen to kill that man without hesitation. Upon seeing Chen Mo's incredibly cold expression, she then knew that for the youth in front of her who came from a mysterious background, killing someone is no different to him than killing a zombie. There won't be the slightest fluctuation. Even if that group of villagers were all dead, I'm afraid that this person's heart would still have no ripples. Chen Mo, lead the way. The woman nodded, and after the two of them entered the forest village, they kept following the mountain road towards the back of the mountain. Twin Stone Mountain because it has jade. Even if the good jade was dug up at a later stage, there are also still a lot of people coming. This trail to the mountains is well cleared and you can see very clearly where people have walked. Chapter 104, No One Wants to Die. 1 in 10 chance. The dense branches of the surrounding trees used to be cleared. Only after the end of these trees grew even more luxuriantly and shaded the sky. The woman walked in the forefront with a scythe, setting aside the branches around her. This Twin Stone Mountain is not worthy of being a jade mountain. A few of the men followed the path and there were a particular number of rocks around. Chen Mo casually picked up a stone that looked like a raw stone and cut it open. It was indeed an emerald crystal, but the stone flesh in it had quite a few cracks, extraordinarily festering. The portions that are emerald crystals are few and far between and not of strong quality. The woman's voice came. On Twin Rock Hill, interspersed with stones of dark brown, small stones with rough skins are almost always original. It's just that most of the stones the small that produce jade are of poor quality and produce less flesh. I'll take you to the top of the mountain, where the raw stones are the most abundant. Here we are. It was a vast, empty space, surrounded by rocks and plowed soil. There were also a number of huge, immense rocks standing in the area. The woman looked at the raw stones in this place and suddenly opened her mouth as if she had thought of something. Small and medium-sized raw stones are basically mined out here. There are others that are too huge to bring down the mountain because of manpower. Chen Mo's eyes swept over the raw stones here, came to a huge raw stone. A black sharpness flashed. Ka! With the experience from last time, Chen Mo increased his strength this time. A distinct sense of blockage came through, yet it didn't stop Ghost Cut from cutting it apart. In front of me, this raw stone that was 1 meter high was directly split in two by the Ghost Cut, revealing the stone flesh inside. Unlike ordinary jade crystals, there was actually dark green crystal and jade flesh in it. Inging flickered with a bright light, appearing extremely different from the previous few jade crystals. This is, Chen Mo's heart was shocked. The pupils were greatly shocked. It was a quality that was simply beyond his expectations, significantly higher than the previous emerald crystals. The woman also looked at the boulder in front of her with some curiosity. Chen Mo came to a few more huge pieces of raw stone and, as usual, these raw stones were cut and planed one by one. Without exception. Here but where there is some volume within the raw stone open jade crystals. All of them are of extremely high quality. Chen Mo's eyes suddenly lit up as he looked at these jade crystals in front of him. Getting rich. These crystals, roughly estimated, were enough to support a large survivor force that, or a supply of people from an entire military region. It's just a shame that there are no aliens with Forge Masters here right now. Otherwise had to give Ghost Cut an upgrade. Chen Mo pondered and opened his mouth. How long would it take to mine it all if we had people from the forest village come and carry it all? The woman looked around and said, it should take years. Such a large piece of raw stone. It would take at least a dozen grown men to barely fight their way down the mountain. It's too slow. Chen Mo muttered. The Onakiri slipped out of his hand. Chen Mo skillfully and incomparably scratched the several raw stones around here neatly and incomparably. Above the stone bodies of those original stones, a line unexpectedly emerged, followed by the separation of the stone bodies. Clatter. A large piece of cut raw stone spilled onto the ground. Like this. That should do it, right? Chen Mo looked at the floor of raw stones in front of him. Unable to help himself, he turned and said. The woman was shocked in her heart, looking at the emerald crystals on the ground. Somewhat shocked, he nodded. That should do it. For the rest of the day, Chen Mo had been excising these raw stones. Every piece of emerald crystal here would become one's capital in the future. The woman just watched in silence. Surprised, his eyes kept flickering as a hint of struggle emerged. All the way into the evening, a campfire rose. Around the two of them, a ground of emerald crystals scattered on the ground. The woman hung her head low, her hair hanging down, not knowing what she was thinking. Eat? Chen Mo threw a piece of bread over. The woman froze and made no move. She raised her head and looked at Chen Mo who was eating bread, opened his mouth. You're a shifter? Chen Ma? Aha, isn't it obvious? The woman smiled. Also, the powers, how did you get them? She was a little curious. Chen Mo glanced at her and said lightly as he had nothing else to do. I don't know, depends on the luck of the awakening. Of course, some were also awakened by those zombie crystals. Crystals, the woman muttered. She naturally understood what it was. So says, there's a chance I'll be able to have powers too? Shinma, don't want to die? This statement was made. The woman's face changed. She squeezed her hands tightly around the corner of her coat and kept her head down without speaking. Shinmo ate the bread and didn't say much. That's normal. People do a lot of irrational things on impulse, but when the time comes back, the instinct of the will to live takes over. It is also the instinct of all people to cherish their lives. Except, of course, the walkers. The woman was silent for a long time before she spoke up. Isn't that cowardly? She clenched her teeth tightly. Her eyes filled with the color of pain and struggle. It was surprising to find out at one time. She seemed to be very afraid of death herself, and she didn't want to just die unattended. It's nothing really. No one wants to die. Chun Mo whispered. If you die, there's really nothing left. Finishing the last bit of bread, Chen Mo had a calm expression. Nothing seems to happen to move it. Glancing at the woman, Chen Mo took out a first-order crystal core from the small pouch containing the core. Throw it over. Splat. The crystal core tumbled to the ground. This is a zombie crystal core. It has the chance to awaken your powers. But again, there is a high probability of death. Probably a tenth. I'm talking about the probability of surviving. Chen Mo added. The higher the quality of the crystal core, the greater the chance of awakening psychic abilities later in life, with the best quality being the fourth order. Much more, the awakened psychic ability simply could not withstand the energy in the crystal core. A first-order crystal core was almost the most underhanded approach, and few people were willing to take the gamble. At the very least, it would use a third-order crystal core to awaken psychic abilities, but for ordinary people without weapons and equipment, killing a first-order zombie was very laborious, not to mention second and third-order walkers. He himself had quite a few second-order crystal cores, but these cores, he would not give them to her. The woman's body shook at the words. Looking at the ground, under the night color, a light purple glow emanated from the ball. A crystal core the size of a quail's egg. Chapter 105, Listening to Heaven's Fate. Third-order boar. Shenmo's voice came beside his ear. You're so torn since you weren't even afraid to die before. Might as well just look at Providence. A 1 in 10 chance. Want to bet? The woman only felt her heart beating hard. Couldn't stop shaking. She took a deep breath. Then her eyes became unusually determined as she grabbed the first-order crystal core. Looking straight at Chen Mo, he said, Tell me, how does it work? Chen Mo, hold this crystal core, close your eyes, and feel it. The woman did as she was told. She held this first-order crystal core for a while. Suddenly a very special feeling of alienation came over him. Her right hand, surprisingly, became hot. The feeling was as if one was holding a piece of iron that had been burned at high temperatures. On her forehead, a dense sweat surfaced. The expression became agonized, and his body trembled even more violently. Hold on, there's still a chance. To let go is to die. Chen Mo looked at the scene in front of him, full of indifference. He said softly, this he did not lie about. Wanting to awaken psychic abilities through the afterlife is not that simple. It's like Pandora's box. Countless people aspire to have powers as powerful as those of the shifters. However, they all ignored the pain that comes with the awakening of psychic abilities later in life. It was like hearing Chen Mo's voice. The woman's right hand, her grip tightened. An incomparably hot mist emerged from its hands. It will take a long time to awaken the powers. It was a very long and painful process before the crystal core was fully absorbed. Chen Mo looked at the woman in front of him, as if he had seen his former self. It was a rainy night. Like a dead dog himself, he crawled out of the rubble. The will was blurred beyond recognition, like he was going to die the next moment. I can't believe there's a living person here. To save? Forget it, he's an ordinary person who doesn't know how to show up here. It can't be saved from such a serious injury. Chen Mo had thought he was going to die, until another voice sounded. Save. After becoming an alien, the physique is enhanced and all these injuries will be restored. Go get that third-order crystal core. What? Are you crazy? This was so hard for us to get. We almost lost our teammates. And furthermore, it's not certain that he'll be able to awaken his powers yet. And if he fails to, isn't that a waste? Thoughts were gradually pulled back. Chen Mo couldn't help but grin. The one thing one is most tired of is the Virgin Mary. But I don't want to be reborn before myself. If not for Yuer's momentary weakness, I wouldn't have survived. And just then, not far away in the dense forest, suddenly there was a howl. The leaves rustled and stirred, and the distant trees in this mountain shook and collapsed one by one. At this moment, far away from the foot of the mountain, Lin Village monitored a group of villagers prostrate on the ground poorly. Slowly the huge eyes opened and with eyes full of ferocity and fierceness, he looked above the twin stone mountains, letting out a deafening roar. The Lin Village villagers on their side were so frightened that they didn't dare to move at all. After Chen Mo and the woman left, they couldn't even leave this place. It can only be stranded here, because whenever one tried to leave, they would be roared back by that poor man. What's more, they've been slapped straight into the ground. On Double Rock Mountain, Chen Mo lifted the ghost cut aside. Tell the poor man to stay put through the heavenly powers. In this dark night, Chen Mo's eyes were exceptionally cold and piercing. It was like a wild beast, radiating an eerie, unmistakable glow. One person traveled alone to the depths of this dense forest. Looking at this one in front of him, its size was even a bit more gigantic than that of a poor man. A brown boar covered in bristles with a pair of half-moon tusks. Chen Mo's face was indifferent as he muttered, I can't believe it's here on this twin rocky mountain. There's even a third-order fae. This could really fall into the unexpected category. The boar similarly deadpanned Chen Mo. Its hind hooves continuously rubbed against the ground, kicking up a huge dust cloud. His brown mane stood up like a hedgehog, and his eyes were like copper bells. A hot mist erupted from his nostrils, poised for action. Every fae has an absolute sense of territory. No one is ever allowed within their own territory. The boar howled, and like an arrow on a string, it burst out after a long time of storing up its strength. It was devastating and brutal, like a war machine. The surrounding sky-high trees looked so soft and weak in front of the. One by one, they fell with a crash and snapped. Boom, boom, loud noises constantly erupted. Chen Mo held the ghost cut in his hand, his body arching slightly. His face was icy cold and incomparably cold as he faced this oncoming third-order boar, and his mastery alien energy was activated. Boom! In front of it, an immense and incomparable metal barrier suddenly rose. Bang! The earth seemed to tremble. The charging boar slammed straight into the thick, unbelievably thick metal wall. The huge body was up in the air, and the metal wall, surprisingly, was also recessed in a large pit that seeped beyond recognition. This metal wall, however, had been reinforced and hardened through the master's alien energy, and was indestructible. One can only imagine the power this boar brings to the table. The boar's two tusks pierced right through the barrier and set in. The anger was overwhelming and frantic and manic. Even the ground, which was fused to the metal wall, was uprooted. Countless smoke and dust filled the air, and the entire twin stone mountain echoed with the howls of this boar. Chen Mo moved, while the metal walls shackled the boar. Straight away, he drew out his onairai and ran towards the boar with great speed. The speed was so fast that the blade of the ghost cutter in his hand slashed through, deriving a black arc, tear dash on that boar. A bloody gash was instantly cut out by the ghost cut. Constant spurts of blood. The boar became even angrier and went straight into berserk mode, slamming his head against the metal wall in front of him. Bang! 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 Under its impact, it actually really almost shattered the metal wall. Chen Mo coldly grunted, holding a ghost cut. Beneath its feet, countless iron liquids were clearly surging. That iron liquid was actually pulling up out of the ground and it turned into a long curved pillar holding Chen Mo towards that wild boar. Chen Mo leaped up to the boar's bristle-covered back. Holding the onairai in his hand, he heavily stabbed down towards the boar's spine. Put! The boar's skin and flesh were thick, and when the ghost cut fell, the sense of obstruction was extremely strong. Chen Mo held the ghost cut with both hands and fiercely increased his strength. Ow dash! The boar beneath him wailed in excruciating pain, like an agitated wild horse, constantly bouncing its hind hooves. Trying to throw down Chen Mo on his back, the body shook with Shinmo. Chen Mo's eyes were cold to the core as he grabbed the bristles on the boar with one hand to keep himself from falling. With his other hand, he kept pulling the onigiri out, stabbing it down in a single stroke. Countless amounts of blood spurted out. Put. 1 cut, 2 cuts, 3 cuts. Chapter 106, Abusing the Third Order, Successfully Awakening the Abnormal Ability. Under this late night, the miserable screams of the third-rank boar echoed above this twin stone mountain. After a full dozen stabs, rumble, a shocking sound came from the sky, as if it was an earthquake. The third-rank boar, its huge body just fell into a pool of blood, dead beyond repair. Chen Mo licked the blood on the corner of his mouth, and an excited and ferocious light appeared in his eyes. Hearty! Chen Mo jumped off the boar and came directly in front of it. Put! The ghost cut in his hand stabbed into the place of the boar's hard skull. After a lot of wasted effort, a third-order crystal core close to the size of half an egg was taken out from the flesh and blood. Chen Mo looked at the ghost cut in his hand and muttered, a little blunt. Looks like there's still a chance to strengthen the ghost cut with an emerald crystal. As the Fey walkers they face get stronger and stronger, ghost cuts also gradually seem less smooth to use. After all, it was only a weapon that had been exchanged with the mysterious merchant using half of the corpse of the Shukijin, and it had a limited lifespan. A rough estimate, ghost cut, is already considered the limit for under the 5th order Fey. Chen Mo still liked the silky feeling of easily breaking through flesh and blood. The ghost cut plunged deep into the boar's massive body, greedy as hell, sucking up blood. Along the pitch-black, incomparable blade, strands of red blood spread. Feedback restored the power consumed in his body. Chen Mo breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the body of the immensely large boar. Unlike zombies, Fae are able to eat. The stronger an alien's powers are, the more food they need to eat on a daily basis. It's okay now. If it's after breaking through the 5th or 6th order, unusual food just wouldn't be enough to satisfy a shifter's needs anymore. In addition to the military district's special rehydration solution, the corpse of this Fae species, which contained a lot of energy, was a good food. Celestial power alien usage, borrowing up the power of the god of longevity. Then it was given a wrapping with iron liquid. The body of this immense and incomparable boar had just floated up alive, back to the top of the hill. Rumble. The boar's corpse slammed down heavily. Chen Mo looked at the human woman by the campfire. At this moment, she had already absorbed all of that first-order crystal core, huddled around the campfire in immense pain and shaking. The power of the crystal core was wildly incomparable. She could die at any moment. Chen Mo sliced off a piece of bloody and beautifully veined wild boar meat with his ghost slice, set it up on the campfire and roasted it. Zip! The wild boar meat nourished and bubbled with oil, emitting a wisp of meat flavor under the burning flame. It's a very long process. After all, it was a Fae species, and it was unusual to be able to roast wild boar meat in just an hour or two. I'm afraid it's going to take quite a while. The late night was silent and everything seemed so restful and peaceful. Chen Mo looked up at the blood-colored sky. The stars are incredibly bright. Unable to help, he closed his eyes and took a small rest, although it was expected. But what Chen Mo didn't expect was this. This wild boar, roasted for a full night. I can't believe it's still uncooked. Chen Mo took a bite of the wild pork, except for the outermost layer. The meat inside is almost indistinguishable from raw. But spare a thought. It's not a great delicacy in these post-apocalyptic times. It was good to have something to eat, and Chen Mo didn't care about that. At least it tastes good, compared to bread and stuff. Barking, came the sound of chewing, the strength in his body, and his essence was restored to its peak. After consuming this large piece of wild boar meat, Chen Mo then looked at the woman on the side, lying motionless on the ground. It seems to be dead. Chen Mo's face was calm, without the slightest ripple in his eyes. This kind of thing is normal. Not everyone is capable of awakening psychic abilities. Not everyone, either, would dare to gamble on the 1 in 10 chance, even if the one used was a 4th-order crystal core with a higher probability of success. Chen Mo slowly got up and patted the dust on himself, prepared to descend. And just then, boinging, a grunt sounded. The woman lying on the ground, surprisingly, began to stir. Above his right hand, a faint circle of awakening dark patterns emerged. The woman slowly had to open her eyes. What was in front of her was a bit unbelievable. Everything around her seemed to become extraordinarily clear to her eyes. Consciousness, too, is no longer dim and disorganized. It was like going back in time to the pre-apocalyptic morning of awakening after a beautiful night's sleep. The sunlight bathed his body in immense comfort. The woman looked around incredulously, noticing Chen Mo beside him. He was greatly shocked. I'm not dead? Chen Mo was a bit surprised, to both degrees. This woman hadn't even died, but had managed to awaken her powers instead. After awakening the powers for the first time, it can be considered a transformation for any person. Even those who are suffering from cancer will be restored as before. No one can explain why that is. It's as if all the cells in your body, except your consciousness, have been replaced, recovered to the most peak state. The injuries on the woman's body recovered as much as they could. Her thin, dry figure was also full and plump. What is somewhat surprising is this. The woman's real appearance was quite well born. Aside from being a little dirty, with a googly-eyed face, an aging nose and willowy eyebrows, and a small family of, there is an air of youthful beauty. Her eyes were extraordinarily bright. Still caught up in the shock for a long time, he stared blankly at Chen Mo. Chen Mo calmly said, "Congratulations on surviving." The woman's petite body shook, suddenly thinking of something. I seem to, possessing psychic powers too? Her pretty face was full of astonishment, and she looked at her hands, which were not dry and thin, and the body felt better than ever. Thank you. A hijacked, unspeakable emotion came over me. In the process of absorbing that crystal core, she felt like she was going to die countless times. It was like a drowning and suffocating person, plunged into endless darkness. The woman couldn't help but cry, putting aside all that has happened in these last days. She was also just a girl who had just graduated from college. After all she had been through, all she wanted was to simply live. Chen Mo didn't say anything, and was just quietly beside him. After just awakening your powers, you'll be hungry. There's wild boar there, some raw, if you don't mind. There was a leftover piece of wild boar meat racked over the now burned out campfire. It's also half-baked, though. The woman froze. Wild boar? Where do you get wild boar meat in this post-apocalyptic world? She was a little puzzled, but soon, Her pretty face blushed and she lowered her head in some embarrassment, realizing that it was indeed as Chen Mo had said. He was now starving. Sorry. Chen Mo didn't care either. Looking at the woman who was chewing and swallowing slowly and still paying close attention to her image, she opened her mouth. What are the powers you've awakened? Chapter 107, Divine Artisan. Quenching Ghost Cut. The woman paused, carefully setting the boar down. He thought for a moment before speaking, as if, it's called deadless. What? Chen Mo's pupils were shocked. You mean deadless? Sure you heard right? He hadn't thought that the woman in front of him had awakened the Forge Master ability. The woman was taken aback by Chen Mo's appearance. It was the first time she had seen the youth in front of her, who had always been calm, have mood swings, unable to help. He said with some confusion, What's up? Is this power weak? The woman was in a somewhat apprehensive mood, but she had heard from Chen Mo that there were equally strong and weak psychic abilities. The weakest ones don't even do anything but strengthen the physique a bit. S-ranked psychic ability, Divine Smith. Chen Mo looked at the woman in front of him deadpan. Forgers are very rare, and as long as there are enough materials, even bullets and cannons can be made. Its significance was extraordinary. The 6th military region had gone to great lengths to want that half of the Longang iron and steel factory. It's about having places that can produce a supply of firearms in the future. This, however, was only the most basic means of a forger. Weapons created by powerful forgers all have very magical abilities just like the Onigiri. It's fair to say that the value of a forger to those powers that, even more so than some powerful aliens. And there are distinctions among forges. The more powerful the alien ability, the fewer materials the forger would need. The more enhancement it brings, the greater it is. Those who possessed the supernatural ability of a divine smith had only heard of 3 people before they were reborn. I never imagined that a first-order crystal core that I had casually handed out had produced a divine artisan. Spare Chen Mo's heart, which had always been calm and serene, and it can't help but make waves. The appearance of a divine smith brought even more surprise than the emerald crystals. Seeing that Chen Mo did not speak for a long time, the woman asked softly in an incredibly apprehensive voice, Are you okay? How about this psychic ability? She didn't have much in mind. After awakening his powers, the voice told himself, one seems to only be able to fuse weapons, which doesn't seem to be of much use. In her perception, those weapons are nothing but swords and knives. She has seen many zombies. Some zombie knife are cut and bent do not see any damage, not to mention his own somewhat ribald psychic ability. Chen Mo looked at her in silence for a while. It took a long time to say, no, not so much when it comes to fighting, but otherwise, very strong. The woman's eyes lit up. Really? Hearing Chen Mo say this, she couldn't help but feel a bit of joy. Looking at the woman's bright and incomparable eyes, Chen Mo spoke. This supernatural ability of yours, if the military district knows about it, in the future, life will be worry-free, and even in the military region, one will be able to have an extremely lofty position. The woman shuddered, then spoke. I don't want to go to some military district. Since my powers are useful then, can I follow you? The woman looked at Chen Mo with some hope. I want to help you. Her eyes were a bit fiery. To her, Chen Mo was tantamount to someone who had given her a second life. It is salvation. A benefactor that one cannot repay enough no matter what one does. Chen Mo pondered for a moment. The value of a divine smith didn't even need any consideration. There were countless jade crystals here. If they were all given to her to forge, it was hard to imagine how many extremely powerful weapons would be forged. Chen Mo looked around. A piece of the best quality emerald crystal was selected. Tossed the ghost cut over. Show me what you're worth. Try to take this blade of mine and give it a strengthened forge. The woman looked at the onigiri on the floor. It was pitch black, with the dried blood that could not be wiped away still remaining on it. It shimmered with an eerie glow and looked hauntingly familiar. The woman took a deep breath, surveying the ghost cut with a side of emerald crystals. Their information, all of it, came to mind. Unschooled, he came to Onikiai's side and placed his right hand gently on top of Onikiai. The woman slowly closed her eyes. Buzz. The ghost cut on the ground and that emerald crystal began to tremble slightly. Chen Mo's eyes lit up at the sight. Under his watchful eye, a cluster of light appeared in the woman's hand, and the ghost cut gradually floated up and disappeared into the cluster. Immediately after that, the jade crystals on the side similarly fused in. In the dense mass of light on the woman's hand, a black and a green two liquids constantly mingled together. A dense layer of sweat emerged on the woman's forehead. It seems to have been used with great force. The frowning mass of light waxed and waned, and a drop of sweat fell low to the ground. After all, it was the first time he used his powers, and he wasn't that skillful yet. It was about half an hour later. Chen Mo had been waiting patiently and incomparably by the side, seeing that light mass constantly changing shape. One of the ghost cut's incredibly sharp blade also emerged from the mass of light in a big way. Finally, the woman's eyes snapped open. The cluster of light also disappeared in a flash. Dang! A crisp sound came out. A brand new and intact, inky jade-colored ghost cut fell to the ground. It was as if she had emptied all her breath, and the woman went limp for a moment, breathing heavily. She paled a bit and couldn't help but smile as she looked at the onigiri on the ground. Okay, buzz. Chen-mo utilized his mastery ability and ghost cut floated into his hand. For a moment, I couldn't help but be a little taken aback. After being quenched and forged, the ghost cuts, and the dark and mottled bloodstains on them disappeared. In its place, a blade with smooth curves, like a work of art. A long line of blood in the center of the blade was very clear, not as deep black as before, but interspersed with some dark green color. Before forging, the seemingly dexterous and lightweight ghost cuts had a heavy weight, and at the moment it was surprisingly easy and incomparable, just like the left arm and right arm generally wielded with ease, obviously fusing the power of a large chunk of the most perfect quality emerald crystal. It doesn't get heavier instead of lighter. This makes Chen-mo for a moment cannot help but somewhat doubt whether the ghost cut is shrunken. Chen-mo waved his ghost slice and chopped towards a jade crystal of good quality. A black arc of light flashed. Not even the sound of the raw stone being cut rang out. This piece of emerald crystal in front of me is like a thin piece of paper that, they were all cut in half with ease. Boom! The scattered to the ground. Chen-mo's eyes suddenly lit up. Somewhat surprised, he looked at the onigiri in his hand. It was light, without the slightest sense of hindrance, and one didn't even use much force. It is simply incredible. The woman sat down to recover her strength. Somewhat cautiously, he inquired, how about? Chen-mo danced around the ghost cut, and the blade was sharp to the core. Wherever it passed, it seemed that nothing could stop this black taijutsu. Yes, Chen-mo's eyes had fire in them. The current onigiri was enough to last himself for a long time to come. Chapter 108, I've admitted my mistake. What more do you want? The woman smiled at this. That's good. She suddenly felt a little dizzy and her delicate body shook, collapsed to the ground for a moment. Bang! The higher the quality of the material and weapon, the more effort it takes for the forger. Having just awakened her powers, she had overdrawn all her strength with just one ghost cut. Looking at the unconscious woman on the floor, Chen-mo's eyes twinkled. The Forge Master, an extraordinary ability, was extremely important to whichever power it was. Waiting here a little while for the woman to wake up, the woman looked around in some confusion and opened her mouth. What's wrong with me? The alien energy is overdrawn. It'll be fine after resting for a while, Chen-mo said. This crystal core, give it a little absorption to restore your powers. Chen-mo casually threw out a first-order crystal core. Overdraft, the woman muttered. She picked up the first-order crystal core on the ground, until the energy in the crystal core was sucked up and used to restore the Divine Smith's supernatural ability. That made his face look a little better. Only then did Chen-mo get up and speak. I'm going to leave the forest village. What are you going to do after that? The woman froze and was silent for a long moment. Then the eyes spoke in a haunted voice. I don't know where I'm supposed to go. Can I follow you? The woman raised her head somewhat hopefully and looked straight at Chen-mo. Chen-mo said indifferently, can't. Not to mention that the divine artisan's powers weren't suited for combat in the first place. Even if the woman had awakened a very powerful divine spirit system psychic ability, she herself would not let her follow. The woman sniffed and blushed a little in disappointment. She wanted to repay the young man in front of her who had given her a new life, but it's hard to know where to start. Chen-mo stared at her and said, if you really have nowhere else to go, then stay in the middle of this forest village. Do one thing for me. What? The woman's eyes lit up, somewhat excitedly. Anything you ask me to do, as long as it's something I can do. Chen-mo nodded. The emerald crystals on this twin stone mountain. That is, these stones you see. It's of great use to me. I need the villagers of Lin Village to help me to mine and carry the emerald crystals here. Your psychic ability is divine artisan, which is different from regular psychics and doesn't quite need the help of a crystal core. Rather, it takes constant practice to advance the powers. The emerald crystals here are just right for you to practice on. If you really want to repay me, then stay here and help me oversee the villagers here and the forging out of weapons. The woman froze, not expecting this to be the case. Jade crystals, is that the dark jade-colored jade in those raw stones? She didn't think much of it, and her eyes burned as she immediately nodded. Yes, I'll do whatever you tell me to do. Chen-mo's eyes narrowed slightly as he whispered. My name is Chen-mo. What's your name? The woman blushed and said, my name is Lin Yu. Lin Yu? Chen-mo frowned, carefully sizing up the woman in front of him. Wasn't this the divine artisan from the ancient martial alliance in his previous life? Could it be her? Chen-mo wasn't too surprised. As expected, divine artisans were not that easy to meet. After all, there were only a handful of master craftsmen before they were reborn. And if they awakened this ability, ordinary people can't be happy, will immediately be honored by the powers that be and have a very high status. Now that a divine craftsman has suddenly popped up, it seems that he has intercepted a person from the ancient martial arts alliance. By the way, Chen Mo didn't say much either. Let's go. The two of them headed down the mountain together. The group of villagers from the forest village, under the poor man's gaze, were all without exception. All of them stayed honestly where they were, and some even didn't sleep for a day straight away. The villagers were restless and dense with a haze. Fear that this powerful and incomparably cold-blooded youth in front of him will kill and exterminate. Seeing Chen Mo and Lin Yu returning from Double Stone Mountain, that village chief stiffened his head and cautiously went forward. A lowbrow spoke up. That, young man, what are you doing? My forest villages supplies food. Those if you see it you can take it. But that pet of yours, why did you stop us innocent people here? Mayor Lin screamed bitterly. Yes, little brother, it was our fault for not recognizing you before. You will be merciful and spare us. Little you are at least a member of our village. So speak up for the village. After seeing Chen Mo's ruthless methods, the crowd of villagers in the field could not raise a single bit of resistance in their hearts. It's not right to stay here and not move. It can literally be a day in the life. Knowing that Lin Yu has always been soft-hearted and used to be a good talker in the village, she wouldn't complain about anything if she was asked to do some dirty work on weekdays. Some of the village people couldn't help but plead for mercy. Little Yu, it was the uncles and aunts who were wrong before, and we all recognized the wrong people in Lin village. It's the end of the world. It's not easy for all of us. Little Yu, we actually welcome you back to the village. Looking at the crowd of Lin village villagers in front of him whose eyes contained awe, Lin Yu gazed at them with cold eyes, paying no attention to the folks' bitter pleas. After all she had been through, her heart had changed a little. I can't help you guys, Lin Yu said in an incomparably distant tone. The crowd of villagers froze, looking at Lin Yu who had a calm and icy expression in front of them. There was no trace of sympathy or former weakness in his eyes. It's almost the same as that youth. For a while, they could not help but be speechless, not knowing what to say anymore. All right. At this time, Chen Mo's face was expressionless as he slowly spoke. I'm not going to kill you. This statement was made. The eyes of the crowd of Lin village villagers all lit up. Subconsciously, he sighed in relief. Who's not afraid of death? Even if it was the end of the world. It was chaotic out there and there were zombies everywhere. No one wants to die if they can live. Good. Young man, it was our fault before. We apologize to you. And little you, Lin village has always been your home. Auntie has watched you grow up. How could it not hurt you? Yeah, said a noisy crowd. Obviously there is no problem at all with excluding outsiders from the forest village. Several people from the same village were killed, and they didn't dare to let out a single fart, and even had to apologize voluntarily. But in the midst of these last days, simply because one can decide whether they live or die. That's all. Looking at the townspeople who used to give themselves a hard time and make sarcastic remarks, even if he was the only college student in the village, ready to come back and build for the village, still gossiping behind their backs, too. Now this cowardly and humble look, Lin Yu couldn't help but sneer. If it weren't for them, he and his brother wouldn't have been driven from the safety of their village. Chapter 109, 500 pounds for each person. If you can't finish, you'll have to pay with meat. The villagers had just been elated for not long before Chen Mo's next sentence caused them to be dumbfounded one by one. Since you are all villagers of Lin village, I think you know that Twin Stone Mountain very well. The raw stones of the Twin Stones Mountain. I want you to go and mine and carry these raw stones down. Both men and women will have to go and mine raw stone for me. Is there anyone who doesn't want to? I'm sorry, Chen Mo said lightly. The reason why they are still kept. It's just simply because these people, the value of living is to be a laborer for themselves. The faces of the group of villagers present changed at the words. This is asking them to be free labor. The villagers of this Lin village, with its backdrop of twin Rocky Mountains, almost all of them make their living by mining jade. Each one is shrewd, without any benefits. They are asked to work for nothing. Even women have to take part in it. How does that make them take it? The villagers clamored at once, one after another. Chen Mo calmly said, 300 pounds a day for one man, and I don't care what method you use to. Just get me that raw stone off the mountain. If you can't finish, you don't have to eat. What? 300 pounds? You know, the road up Twin Rocks is remote and narrow and steep. They also simply carried a small bamboo basket to collect some small raw stones. A trip back and forth would make even an adult tired and sweaty. This. The village headman was anxious all of a sudden. A man said with displeasure, how is this possible? Put. Blood flashed and blood splattered. A metal steel ball that went straight through the man's skull. The man shuddered, then died right in the middle of the crowd. Bang! Ah! The woman beside her screamed, looking at the scene with a face full of incomparable horror. The surrounding group of villagers were also immediately stunned. Is there anyone else who is unwilling? Chen Mo's eyes were indifferent to the extreme as he softly inquired. The scene was as silent as a pin drop. Everyone was dumbfounded by Chen Mo's killing decisiveness. The village headman was old, and his old bones almost didn't go to the ground in fear. Heart-stoppingly, he said, "Good, be well." "We do." Chen Mo's eyes gave him a slightly mocking look. Open mouth. Add another 50 pounds. The crowd of Lin village villagers caught their breath. The heart couldn't help but be overwhelmed with despair. When Lin Yu saw this, a thrill inexplicably rose in her heart. Chen Mo looked at the group of villagers in front of him and exclaimed, "After I leave, Lin Yu will be in charge of your work from now on. If there's anything, just call her." Lin Yu is also an alien nowadays. The physique was greatly enhanced, and both the reflexes and strength far exceeded those of the normal human line class. Even if the powers were not good at fighting, it was never something that an ordinary person could hurt. When they heard these words, the villagers, who had been somewhat desperate, then looked slightly better. Since we are all from the same village and this youth is not here, Lin Yu was definitely better to talk to than this person. Perhaps, it was also able to be quite forgiving, and the guys had no objections for a while. Only then did Chen Mo nod in satisfaction. Turning towards Lin Yu, he said, "Lin Yu, I'll leave these people to you. There's a third-order fei boar at the top of the hill. Ordinary people can also strengthen their physique quite a bit after eating it. 350 pounds is no problem for them. Don't let me down." Lin Yu nodded her head with a serious face, as if she had thought of something, glanced aside at the villagers, said, "What if they escape?" Chen Mo let out a faint smile. "Even if they escape, they'll come back. There's a bunch of ordinary people here, and there's zombies everywhere outside. Where can we go? A mere small piece of meat from that boar at the top of the hill would satisfy the average man for a day. It also strengthens the body, enough for these people to eat for months." It was safe and food was available within the forest village, and as long as there was a bite to eat, they were not going to run away. However, just in case, Chen Mo still used his mastery alteration, turning all the metal in this perimeter, as much as possible, into iron liquid. Around the village, a tall, smooth metal wall was cast, except that the intersection to twin rocks was not blocked, and even if the road out, it was also blocked by metal walls. The scene was shocking. Like a miracle, one by one, the crowd of villagers stared at the scene in front of them with wide eyes in disbelief. It is amazing that this huge project was done in the blink of an eye. Chen Mo revealed a smirk and spoke with narrowed eyes. "These barriers, they will shield you from the zombies that are sporadically coming from outside. It's safe. If one wanted to escape, one could only do so from inside those jungles of Twin Stone Mountain, and the Fae on the mountain are not to be trifled with. I'm leaving. I hope the next time I come back, this place will give me a surprise." Chen Mo looked at Lin Yu, calmly said. After saying that, Chen Mo directly sat on the poor man's body, toward the passageway that led outward, the sealed metal walls that, surprisingly, a moment's dissolution opened up an empty avenue, which then closed tightly. Looking at Chen Mo's departing back, a hint of infatuation surfaced in Lin Yu's beautiful eyes. "I will." Seeing this killing star leave, all the Lin village villagers present then breathed a long sigh of relief. When Chen Mo was around, they didn't even dare to breathe a single breath. Now one by one, they're all starting to complain. Does that want us to die of exhaustion? 350 pounds a day? Why doesn't he go himself? Look at that wall. He's clearly afraid we'll escape. And he's talking about protecting us. This kind of person might die in the mouth of a zombie one day. She seemed to think that Lin Yu, as a member of the same village, was one of her own. They are also talking more and more recklessly. Upon hearing the villagers' vicious curses behind them, Lin Yu's expression became incomparably cold in an instant. She turned slowly to a few of the women who had screamed the loudest, came to her. "Little Yu, we are our own people. You guys, bringing in an incredibly dangerous outsider. Isn't that a proper attempt to get the big guy killed? Our Lin village is really a bad family. How did we produce a scum like you? Just like your mother. Little Yu, you almost got us all killed this time. Do you know that?" Without Chen Mo's intimidation in, the villagers all still thought that Lin Yu was just an ordinary person now. Still just like before, they let them bully them and have reverted back to their nature in droves. Lin Yu's eyes became increasingly cold and piercing. A white light flashed. In his hand, a dagger made of emerald crystals and extremely sharp appeared. The divine smith ability is not only capable of forging weapons and equipment, but also of storing what is forged. Lin Yu held the dagger in her hand and, without hesitation, he stabbed hard into the woman's neck. It was so smooth that it didn't even feel any hindering force. Pulling the dagger out, a large amount of blood spurted out of the woman's neck. "What are you doing?" When the surrounding villagers saw this scene, they were all scared to death. She has psychic powers too? What? How is this possible?" That woman was even more full of unbelief. Opened her mouth, but could not say anything to Dai. Blood splattered on face, hair and body. Lin Yu's eyes looked extraordinarily oozy underneath this. The surrounding group of big and strong men unexpectedly did not dare to approach for a while. Lin Yu's beautiful eyes flickered with excitement to the extreme, and her delicate body couldn't stop trembling. Staring at the crowd of villagers, her voice was cold and terrifying as she slowly said, 500 pounds a day for one person. What you can't finish, use the flesh of your body to pay for it. 350 pounds? That number, still, is too conservative. P.S. I'm begging for a rush of positive reviews and freebies. Thank you. Kowtow. Bang bang. Chapter 110 Plant Abilities. Getting News. North China City, Longgang Base. Chen Mo found quite a few troops on patrol around the Dragonsteel neighborhood. It was surrounding Dragonsteel in a well-organized manner. When Chen Mo saw this, he couldn't help but frown. Dragonsteel is being watched? Guess there's a little tail left over from the steel mill side of things. Chen Mo didn't bother and instead avoided these patrolling troops, all the way to the interior of the Dragonsteel base. At the moment, Ge Huozhu is outside smoking a cigarette. Suddenly an arm was placed on his body and a faint voice came from behind him. Gu Firepole. Ge Huozhu was so shocked that his body trembled, and the cigarettes in his hand all fell to the ground without holding them steady for a moment. He turned his head back, and when he saw that the person coming was Chen Mo, his pupils widened in disbelief. It's you? Chen Mo nodded slightly and looked around. Ge Huozhu is Liao Ruyu's man. After all, the place where they live is not as crowded as the rest of Dragonsteel. Where is Liao Ruyu? Take me to her. Ge Huozhu's face was filled with disbelief as he opened his mouth and looked around with an incomparable vigilance. Only after realizing that no one was there did he pull Chen Mo aside, whispering with his head down. Brother Chen, why are you back? Do you know that Dragonsteel is full of people from the military district out there these days? If they find out, you're done for. As Liao Ruyu's beloved, he naturally knew Chen Mo's true identity, the ruthless man who killed the mayor's son before the end of the world. Chen Mo said indifferently without caring. No harm done. None of them noticed me. Ge Huozhu took a deep breath and whispered. Miss has been busy for a while because of things over at the military district. It's in that conference room we were in earlier, so go over there. Chen Mo nodded his head and didn't say anything more, but disappeared in a flash. The speed was so fast that Ge Huozhu didn't even have time to react. Ge Huozhu muttered. Brother Chen is truly a bull. He glanced at the ground where he had dropped half of his own cigarette, his expression a little pained. Hastily, he knelt down and picked it up, blew on it then proceeded to take a drag on it. It's a good one. He's been begging his brothers for a long time to get this one. It can't go to waste. Inside the conference room, Liao Ruyu was staring at a map in her hands. This map is a map of the area within the Longgang steel plant and covers a huge area. The area circled in red is the area that, after the distribution with the military district, the territory occupied by Dragonsteel, terribly small. Liao Ruyu's beautiful eyes surfaced a huffy color, and the more she looked at it, the angrier she became. With such a small area, and with the steel mills subject to the control of the 6th military district, it's as good as nothing. That's why, up to now, there hasn't been a major transfer of members of Dragonsteel back to the steel mill. What a bully! And just then, the door to the room was pushed open. Liao Ruyu stared closely at the map and said in a cold voice, "Didn't I say all that? Don't bother me without something." Chen Mo's face was calm as he faintly said, "What? You don't look like you're in a good mood to me." Upon hearing the voice that was so familiar that he even hated himself a little, Liao Ruyu froze, then raised her head. The mood got worse. Tightly knitting her eyebrows, she said, "You're back? It's all 6th military region out there. How did you get in?" Chen Mo closed the door to the room and casually found a seat to sit down. Shrugged. "Don't worry. They can't find me yet." Liao Ruyu snorted coldly and said unhappily, "You came back quite quickly. Do you know how difficult Longgang's situation has been during this time? Zheng Haifeng went to Tianhai City to look for you and returned without any success. Ever since he came back, he has been targeting me. Dragonsteel. At every turn. This, too, was something she learned later. Young Heibong? Not recognizable. Chen Mo, with your means, I think you should still be able to handle it. After all, you're the guy who can even give up his own people." Liao Ruyu's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and her eyes were cold as she said, "Whose fault do you think it is? Chenma, where's what I want? Did you find it?" He himself made a side trip to the forest village this time, consuming a total of 5 days for the round trip. Liao Ruyu snorted coldly. Straight away, he got up and pulled a piece of information out of the thick stack of data that lay to the side, handed it over. "I'm trying to fend off the pressure from the military district side while I'm trying to find someone for you. Look, is this the woman? All the information about the population of North China is in the hands of the 6th military region." In order to get this information, she had spent a lot of crystal cores collected by Dragonsteel. Just got it from Gallimore. Chen Mo took this information. Pupils shook at the sight of the picture on top that was so endowed and unmistakable. The hands were shaking a little. It's her. Chen Mo kept surveying the information on it. Tang Xianyu. Sex, female. Age, 20. Status, junior journalism and media student at North China University. Account. Look at the information recorded on the file. Chen Mo's eyes grew brighter. I can't imagine that you are still a student. Single parent? Looking at Chen Mo's expression, Liao Ruyu let out a long breath. Knowing that you should be looking for the right thing after all the work you've gone through to get it, Chen Mo immediately said. Where is she in person now? Liao Ruyu spoke coldly. I'm not a god. Do you know how hard it is to find someone in the post-apocalyptic world? It wasn't easy just to get this file on such short notice. I checked. She had class the day the end times broke out. If the person you're trying to find isn't dead or hasn't turned into a zombie, they should be within the city of North China. Chen Mo whispered. She should be unaffected. The ability is to manipulate plants. He remembered that Yuer had once told himself that her powers were also awakened through the late crystal core. Now that so much time had passed, I think the powers should be awakened as well. Plants? This supernatural ability is not rare. Liao Ruyu mused for a moment. It is indeed good to have this information to distinguish, but since he's a shifter and within the city of North China, if he goes to the military region or in our dragon steel, there's no way there's no news at all. It should still be near the college town. And if you're so worried, you can go look for it. But don't blame me for not warning you that it's been closed off for a long time. Even we in the 6th military district didn't bother to dabble. What it is, we don't know. Chen Mo, there's no harm. I'll be fine going alone. Thanks a lot. Without the help of Liao Ruyu, in the end times, one wants to find someone within this huge city. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack. At least, there's a direction now. Liao Ruyu's face was expressionless, and she suddenly opened her mouth in a cold and uninteresting manner. It's just a matter of interest. What you said before. If I get information about this woman before you get back, you then have the means to get me. Dragon Steel, out of the 6th military region. Now, can we talk? Chapter 11, Trade. Why don't you go rob? Chen Mo was stunned. Then his gaze looked at her with interest. Playfully. What a profitless woman. With this woman's ability, I really don't know how the 6th military region had annexed Dragon Steel in the previous life. Chen Mo didn't sell the story either, but said directly, remember where I went? You mean Yuzhe County? Liao Ruyu quickly said, is there anything there that can help us? A small place that even she, Long Gang, couldn't look at. So many counties around North China City. It was really hard for her to imagine what exactly would be able to give Long Gang the capital to fight against. Right. Chen Mo grinned and brought over the mineral water on the table, unscrewed the cap and took a sip. Liao Ruyu's pretty face became even colder. Coldly, that's what I drink. The bottle of water, even, was a quarter of the way through. She even wondered if the guy in front of her was doing it on purpose. Chen Mo froze and somewhat awkwardly put the mineral water back. Coughing twice, he said, the biggest difference between you and the 6th military district, besides the Alterans, what is missing, do you think? Liao Ruyu was unapologetic and said bluntly, firepower. Can you give us these? Can't, Chen Mo said. Liao Ruyu's beautiful eyes immediately became unkind. Playing me? No. Chen Mo tapped the table gently and said slowly, but is something else? While saying that, Chen Mo gently placed the ghost cut on the table. Liao Ruyu's face stared. She naturally knew about this weapon of Chen Mo's, incredibly sharp and horrifying. Those zombies, who up to now had trouble even harming a knife, under this weapon, fragile and vulnerable. She seemed to think of something. You mean, weapons? Chen Mo nodded. Yuzhe County, Lin Village, that's where the famous Jade Mountain is in your North China City. Go find a woman named Lin Yu. She will give you many useful weapons. That weapon, even if it's held by an ordinary person, it's enough to hack through a second-order zombie. If all Dragon Steel hands were equipped with one, the efficiency of both hunting for crystal cores and acquiring resources has increased dramatically, and casualty losses will be greatly reduced. You say, is it useful to you guys? Chen Mo said with a smile in his eyes. Liao Ruyu's pupils shrunk. If it was really as Chen Mo said, everyone in Dragon Steel was equipped with one of these weapons, then Dragon Steel's overall strength would really reach a terrifying level. The reason the 6th military district is so intent on capturing the steel mill site right now, that's precisely because none of those consumables of today's post-apocalyptic bullets can be replenished. A region has a limited stockpile of ammunition. The 6th military region sent a great deal of manpower and firepower to rescue those high-ranking personnel and their families. Spare ammo is probably pretty much depleted. She knew that the higher-ups were now contacting other war zones, but they all said they didn't have enough ammo. How can we support the 6th military region when we don't have enough for ourselves? If there is no way to replenish it, Sooner or later, it will only be possible to fight with cold weapons. Until then, Liao Ruyu's beautiful eyes were incomparably plummeting, and for a moment, she somewhat dared not imagine. In these ungoverned post-apocalyptic times, who would want to be subservient to those who have the ability to do so? She did not know that there were end-time gods, but simply believed that the sooner or later after walkers are no longer the primary enemy. It is the internal strife of the various forces. You asked me for the route to Tamazawa Prefecture because of this too? Her mind was spinning fast. In an instant, he understood that there in Uje County, there was bound to be a special mine in existence, but just as shocking was how on earth he was able to know so much. Is it unforeseen? Chen Mo's eyes were calm as he said indifferently. It's just luck. Liao Ruyu snorted coldly. She didn't believe in luck. Since she didn't want to talk about it, she didn't bother asking. This is indeed what I, Dragon Steel, need right now. Those zombies were also evolving, and the level of casualties now was much greater than in the early days. That mine must not be known to others. I will send Gu Huozhu to bring people over to man it in a moment. Wait, Chen Mo said. Liao Ruyu, what's wrong again? Chen Mo stared at her, his eyes teasing. I wonder if you're mistaken about something? I'm just telling you about it. And if you want those raw stones and weapons, trade for crystal cores or food. Sooner or later, the food in Lam Tsuan will run out. One needed a steady stream of dragon steel to send resources and crystal cores over. That's where one collects one's end-time wealth. Liao Ruyu's breath caught. The beautiful eyes glared deathly at Chen Mo, who had a smiling face. Chen Mo spread his hands and said, "Don't look at me like that. I'm a nice guy to talk to. One weapon, 300 first-order cores, or 15 second-order cores. Higher quality, of course, counts for something else." He had explained to Lin Yu when he arrived that those jade crystals of ordinary quality, she'll use it to practice on her, just in time to sell it to other powers. Even if it was a weapon forged from ordinary quality emerald crystals, its killing power was extremely extraordinary. Definitely enough. Liao Ruyu's expression became wonderful for a moment after she heard this, a face full of indignant rage. Why don't you go rob it? With so many crystal cores, Shilong Gang didn't know how many people would have to die to get them. The previous gift to Gao Limo in exchange for the file had only cost 1,000 first-order crystal cores. Trust me, it's worth every penny, Chen Mo said indifferently. And don't worry, there's another option for you, and that's to trade for the original stone. You take it back and forge it yourselves. Here, one the size of my palm only costs 50 first-order crystal cores. How's that for a bargain? Liao Ruyu's face looked a little better this time. At this price, it's not unacceptable. So it was said. That's okay. Chen Mo grinned. Deal then. Liao Ruyu revealed a rare smile. Showing her face, she stretched out her plain white hand and smiled. I suddenly look at you a lot better. Deal. The two men had something in mind for each of them. What Liao Ruyu was thinking. In addition to the city of North China, there were also a number of large survivor forces nearby. Buy yourself 50 crystal cores, and then turn around and sell 100 crystal cores when the time comes. Dragon Steel was also able to make a fortune as a result. Chen Mo, on the other hand, was all numb with laughter. The jade crystals were so hard that even Lin Yu, who was a divine smith, had to put in some effort, not to mention Dragon Steel. They couldn't even forge a weapon, even if they bought it back. In the end, sooner or later, we still have to go to Lin Yu's place and spend a lot of crystals to purchase weapons. By the way, there's something you need to remember. Chen Mo suddenly turned his words around and stared intently at her beautiful eyes and said in a deep voice, Lin Yu is my man, and so are the raw stones from that forest village and Twin Stone Mountain. Keep your men under control, and don't touch that woman or the ore from Twin Rock Mountain. If I were to know, you, Dragon Steel, would have no need to exist. You should know that I have that power. Chapter 112, Shou Shishin. Eat openly. Chen Mo smirked and unabashedly threatened. This is a great speed of change. Feeling the terrifying killing intent permeating out from Chen Mo's body. Although it was a smiling face, the eyes were extraordinarily cold. Liao Ruyu was in awe. The beautiful eyes twinkled before nodding her head. I know. If there is a conflict, it will not be beneficial to either of us. Happy cooperation. Liao Ruyu did not know the calculations in Chen Mo's mind. He only felt that the person in front of him seemed to have become less annoying for a moment. As if thinking of something, Liao Ruyu stared at him and opened her mouth. I'll tell you one more thing. Seeing as you've kept your word. Chen Ma, what? Liao Ruyu's beautiful eyes flashed as she spoke bluntly. Wasn't going to tell you yet. Zheng Haifeng came back and asked us to interrogate those survivors who came to North China City for news about you. Just give out your information. It will be able to survive unconditionally included in the safe zone established by the 6th Military Region. Think about it. Is that tempting for those survivors? Chen Mo sneered. It seems like they're really going out of their way to find me. It's a shame though. Not many people know me, other than Luo Tianxiong. He himself had barely come into contact with anyone in Tianhai City, even the very few friends. Liao Ruyu smiled gently and said, "That's not necessarily true. There's a guy, Yuan Kai. I don't know if you recognize him." Chen Mo's eyes narrowed slightly, flashing with a hint of surprise. "It's him?" Liao Ruyu smiled and continued. "He says he's a friend who grew up in the same blessed home as you, and saw you while on the highway. He's desperate to get into the safe zone with that little girlfriend of his. What to say, what not to say?" All confessed. Speaking of this, Liao Ruyu flirted somewhat playfully. "Also, this friend of yours seems to be very upset with you. Have a grudge?" Chen Mo's face was calm as he stared at her and said indifferently, "It doesn't matter anymore. Since Lin Anha wants to avenge his dead son so badly, then I'll send him to meet Lin Shu with my own hands. Let's go." After Chen Mo finished speaking, he directly picked up the ghost cut on the table and turned around to leave. "He's going to be there at Northwestern." Liao Ruyu's face suddenly changed, her expression looking somewhat incredulous. "This guy, to kill Lin Anha? He's not kidding, is he? Are you crazy?" Liao Ruyu exclaimed. "Chen Mo, I advise you to better not be impulsive. Lin Anha is no ordinary person. The men guarding the highway are my men from Dragon Steel. Your hairy little man was long ago transferred to another place by me. The military district doesn't know about it. What are you going to do with him? Then kill it." Chen Mo opened the door to the room and directly disappeared. Looking at Chen Mo's disappearing back, Liao Ruyu laid down on the chair somewhat powerlessly, the great pressure enveloping her body dissipating. Softly, what a nutcase. In terms of one's current strength, a fourth-order juggernaut ability, a third-order heavenly power ability, plus there was also a third-order poor man and a fourth-order Shoshi god. With this lineup, even if you're facing the entire 6th military region, you'll be able to retreat in one piece. No one can leave themselves behind. In his previous life, Lin Anha's status was too high for him to be qualified to meet with him, so there's no talk of hatred, but he was Lin Shu's real father after all. It is bound to be that this matter will not be given away so easily. Chen Mo's expression was cold, and his killing heart grew. The handheld Anakiri muttered, "Lin and, do you really want to die that badly?" Chen Mo went all the way out of the range of the Dragon Steel base and directly summoned the poor man out. With a leap onto the poor man's back, he opened his mouth. "Poor man, let's go." North China University is located in a cordoned-off area. The entire city of North China, cut on both sides, with the 6th military region on the outside and Dragon Steel occupying one side. On the other side, there was the area that had been specially cordoned off by the 6th military region, where the end of the world is concerned. This is the battlefield where the first institute of the 6th military region rushed to support, because the end times came so suddenly. Even after dispatching a large number of personnel still suffered heavy damage. It is almost always a high rise of ruins, under the destruction of all kinds of heavy weapons. Collapsed buildings around them blocked the road ahead. A natural barrier was formed, relieving the 6th military region of a great deal of burden. Likewise, it blocks the way out for survivors in this closed area. But these are not under the poor man's word. The poor man's nimble stance, stepping and standing on a piece of rubble, kept climbing upward, and soon it is like the king of all beasts. It stood at the very pinnacle of the rubble. Majestic towering overlooking scanned the desolate, woefully dilapidated wasteland earth in front of him. Collapsed buildings, tons of smoke on the ground, corpses of zombies and humans. The walls show signs of having been shattered by fire. The air is filled with the smell of smoke and decay. Thousands of zombies, wandering aimlessly below. As far as the eye can see, the other half of North China City is like a zombie's paradise. Tightly packed walkers blocking all roads. The poor man let out a low growl. Chen Mo was a bit surprised to see this scene. Much better, compared to the scattered zombies on the other side of North China. Here, it is considered a true post-apocalyptic wasteland. A paradise for the strong. A hint of incomparable excitement surfaced in Chen Mo's eyes. The zombies here are at least first-order strength, and at a cursory glance, there were 30 to 40 second-order zombies. It was just that. Somewhat surprisingly, there didn't seem to be any third or fourth-order corpse kings. The corpse king, able to command zombies weaker than himself. No one has come to Qingli since the early days of the end of the world. If a corpse king is born that can call all the zombies, it was bound to trigger an incomparably terrifying wave of corpses that would sweep through the entire city of North China. Chen Mo grinned, his eyes twinkling incomparably. The sheer number of zombies here was enough to be used to fill up the poor man and Shoshishin with sustenance. Shukijin, it's time to eat. Buzz. The awakening dark pattern on his left hand suddenly erupted with a brilliant and incomparable purple light. From the space in front of him, an astonishingly incomparable mountain of flesh fell from the sky. It smashed heavily on the ground, erupting with a shocking tremor. Rumble. It's like a 10-magnitude earthquake. The sky is shaking. The fog is rising. The collapsed building that the poor man stood tall on fell apart in an instant. With a roar, the poor man directly leapt into that thick fog. As the dust and fog dissipated, a behemoth of white blossoms, Shukijin, sits in the midst of an immensely sunken pit. As soon as they appeared, they crushed hundreds of zombies into mush. Even the crystal core was crushed together. The god of longevity let out a piercing howl. The surrounding zombies were instantly triggered and hissed ferociously one after another. The god of longevity senses the many delicious foods here and sends out a message of overwhelming desire. Chen Mo transmitted a message to the Shoshi god. Today, eat openly. Chapter 113, North China University submerged by floodwaters. After receiving Chen Mo's permission, the Shoshi god let out a deafening cry of joy. Its obese and immensely large prime hand swept directly at the incoming zombies on the ground with one hand. With a single slap, hundreds of zombies were held in his hands and then placed into his bloody mouth. It's like a dumpling. Click, 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 constantly chewing on the hundreds of zombies in his mouth. Excited to the hilt, he plopped down on the floor, both hands unoccupied, and, greedy and tyrannical, he devoured the food. In just a few moments, it had devoured 500 to 600 zombies. These zombies' crystal cores, without exception, all went into its belly, but Shukijin didn't have the slightest intention of getting full. Seeing the show she got eating so happily, poor Chi also let out a low roar, wanting to join in. As it continued to advance, the poor man's intelligence became higher and higher. It now understood that as long as it ate the crystal cores of those zombies, it would be able to grow stronger and stronger. Chen Mo dropped down from the poor man's body and drew out the ghost cut Dao. Poor man, you go too. Although Shukijin alone would be enough to clear the battlefield, but since the poor man wanted to go, he wouldn't stop himself. The poor key is brutal and incomparable. Although its size is not as huge as that of the Shoshi god, but it was like an orange lightning bolt traveling through the zombies. Wherever it passed, a line of blood rose high. Bang! The god of longevity swept across the room with a slap, an undifferentiated attack that nearly slapped the poor man. Poor Chi growled in dissatisfaction towards the Shoshi god, seemingly complaining about this guy with low intelligence. The Shoshi god's hand paused, then squirmed and crawled toward the front. Finding a place slightly away from the poor man opened the feast. Looking ahead at the battle between Shoshi Shin and poor Chi, Chen Ma didn't make a move, but took the ghost cut and, picking up one of those crystals that leaked off the zombie bodies, the cloth bag around his waist was already full, with the two monsters, Shoshi Shin and poor Chi, in front of them to open the way. Even if most of them became food for the Shukijin and the poor man, this way down, it was also enough to collect nearly 400 crystal cores. At the end of the day, one's whole body is filled with pockets. Chen Mo had a black line on his face, greatly feeling the importance of having the ability to store space. So he gritted his teeth and endured the pain of not wanting those first-order crystal cores. There were more than 170 second-order crystal cores left behind alone. Out of 10 first-order zombies, only one second-order could be born. You can imagine the number of zombies here. The mountain of flesh directly in front of him, more massive than a building, stopped. Shoshishin lay comfortably on the ground, his white flesh radiating a vague glow. After a full meal it fell straight into a deep sleep. Chen Mo felt the aura of the show she got in front of him, the god of longevity, as an inferior deity. Other than the fact that he himself could simply place a few commands with it using his heavenly power ability. Not very intelligent. Most have acted instinctively. Looking at it, it was estimated that it wouldn't take long to break through the 5th rank. The poor man's reddish-orange fur was bathed in blood and became even more colorful, violent and ferocious to the extreme. The more they fought, the more courageous they became, slaughtering with a shocking killing intent. It was as if it had inexhaustible strength. Roar! Rumble! The last of the zombies around them were cleared out, and the poor man's huge body gasped for air, heaving together. Apparently, a lot of power had been expended as well. But shockingly, after killing so many zombies, hundreds of meters away, another group of dense zombie swarms surged madly. Roar! It's like there's no end to the killing. Chen Mo frowned. If we continue to kill like this, the commotion here will only attract all the surrounding zombies. Since the god of longevity has had his fill, it's about time. It's going to waste a lot of time at this rate, so I'll wait until I get back to do some proper harvesting. Poor man. Gone. Chen Mo said. The poor man would understand and shook his body, shaking off all the blood that was stained on his fur. Its body temperature rose dramatically, and the two pairs of twin horns on top of its head emitted a dark and eerie glow. Those blood that still remained on the surface of the body were also dramatically vaporized. Chen Mo directly mounted the poor man. The poor man leapt through the oncoming thousands of zombies. When he encountered one that could not be avoided, he would directly trample over it with his brutal and incomparable physical strength. Boom! Boom! The further they went, the colder the air around them became. It wasn't until Chen Mo rode the poor man and saw the black water that flowed above the broken road that was blocked. Water? Chen Mo frowned, somewhat puzzled. Here, it seems, is experiencing an unprecedented flood. The further we went in the direction of North China University, the higher the level of that black water became. The surrounding buildings, too, were gradually submerged in the torrent. An overcast, black drizzle fell from the sky. Chen Mo's mood instantly fell to the bottom. The city of North China, with its flat terrain, even during the torrential spring rains of there has also never been any flooding. And what's all this in front of us? Bang! The poor man kept jumping on the suspended stones. Eventually, he landed steadily on top of a roof that had been more than half submerged by black water to reveal a section. Chen Mo looked at everything around him as the black rainwater dampened his clothes. Standing on the highest terrain, looking at everything around you, not without some disbelief, because the buildings here, the roads, were surprisingly flooded by that endless black torrent. Countless items floated above this black water. The sky was shrouded in blood-red clouds, extraordinarily gloomy and dim. It was less than 100 meters in front of us. A doorplate emerged from that black torrent. North China University. And where one is now, is a college town. Everything around them, with the leaching black rain falling from the sky, seemed extraordinarily silent and eerie. Chen Mo looked at the black rain that dripped down in his hands, his eyes constantly flickering. It began to recall everything that was memorized about the city of North China. Before he was reborn, when he came to North China City, it was already several years after the end of the world. At that time, Yuer had already become a member of the 6th War Zone's Exalted. That's why he didn't know anything about what happened at the beginning of the end times in North China. This rather familiar everything suddenly made Chen Mo think of something. The ability to influence the surrounding environment, the weather of heaven and earth. This is something only an extremely powerful Fae or an end-time god could do. Enough to drown out the entire North China University. How long has this black rain been falling? Chen Mo looked at the tall buildings of North China University in the distance. Under that thickest and gloomiest of dark clouds, North China University is shrouded in darkness. Most of the buildings, long ago, have been submerged in the floodwaters. Some other academic buildings, dormitories, were also flooded by 2/3 without exception. It appears to be short and small. The seated poor man let out a low, agitated roar and it was soaked through with orange-red fur. Within North China University, a powerful aura came to permeate. Chen Mo's face gradually became a bit gloomy. The heart couldn't help but become more and more worried. In a hushed voice, poor man, looks like we have a tough battle ahead of us. Chapter 114, Desperate Survivors of North China University. Inside the teaching building of North China University, inside the topmost floor, a dozen students were hiding in a classroom. The floor, covered in black watery liquid, one by one, drenched men and women were huddled on the ground, shivering. It's over. We're done. There's no way to live. We're all going to die here. Do you have any more food? After so many days, I'm afraid the military district has long since abandoned this place. I don't want to die. They were all a group of students, all looking fearful and helpless. There was some desperation in the scene. Looking out the window at the black drops of rain that were pattering down, one of the girls screamed. Unable to stand the oppression, she frantically said, I can't take it anymore. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. A few of the boys beside him watched the scene with cold eyes. Apparently used to it, he hung his head low and didn't say anything. It was now the end of the world, and they had escaped the first wave of the zombie crisis though, but could not have imagined that countless toads and pawns had appeared on the grounds of the North China University. More terrifying than a zombie. This unnamed downpour has also been going on for almost a month or so. A lot of people's skin is a little swollen and festering from the rain. The face was pale without a trace of blood and in a trance. One of them sat down on the floor in a gloomy and unsettling manner. No one said a word and let the girl go crazy. It's all you. It's all you. At this time, the girl seemed to have thought of something. Eyes red, he immediately looked at the woman standing by the window. The woman's hair was wet, her face was quite beautiful, and her beautiful eyes looked extraordinarily calm. The clothes she was wearing were also soaked by the rain, revealing her beautiful body. Was looking out the window at the torrent, not knowing what to think. As soon as the maddened girl stepped forward and tore at Tang Xianyu's wet hair, constantly scratching and hitting the road with his other hand. If it weren't for you, we would have escaped from North China University long ago. We can't go anywhere now, and there's that incredibly disgusting toad out there watching. Those guys, they've cleaned out that side of the basketball gym. Now it's our turn. Do you realize how many people have been killed because you decided to come here? Their group of survivors would have numbered more than 100. At first they all converged to live in the basketball arena, but later in the day after the food ran out, their group then chose to take the initiative to go out and look for help. Being suddenly grabbed and beaten, Tang Xianyu was stunned and looked at the girl in front of her incredulously. At this time, a tall youth on his side angrily shouted, "That's enough, Shu Han." As soon as the youth stepped forward, he pulled the girl with the crazy look over hard. He stared coldly at the girls. This matter? It's not Xian Yu's fault at all. If it wasn't for Xian Yu's suggestion that we couldn't stay in that basketball gym all the time, I'm afraid we'd have died under those toads' mouths long ago. If you blame Xian Yu, then why didn't you choose to leave on your own in the first place and follow us? The youth's name was Wu Jianbin, and he was the only second-order alien here. Speaking naturally carries a lot of weight. Wu Jianbin looked to Tang Xianyu on the side and said softly, "Is everything okay?" Tang Xianyu shook her head and didn't say anything more. The girls, on the other hand, screamed, "Wu Jianbin, you're still speaking for her." "Okay, Hannah." At this time, her boyfriend came over and pulled him back, rounding out the conversation. "Let's all calm down. This rain won't stop. I'm afraid it won't take long to. This place will be flooded too. The thing to think about now is how the hell we're going to get out of here," the boys said. "Here, it's already the highest floor in this entire school building. It's also the last clean slate." This statement was made. The crowd present was even more desperate. There's no escape. Inside and outside this building, it's all those monsters. As soon as I get out, I'm dead. Wu Jianbin didn't have any good ideas for a while. He sighed. From a water-soaked bag on the side, he pulled out a couple pieces of stale bread, sighing, "This is the last of our food. There are 16 of us here, and that's just not enough to share. Even if there's no way, we have to come up with a way, or we'll all die here. This bit of bread, take it and share it." After distributing this last of the food, Wu Jianbin came to Tang Xianyu's side, pulling out a pack of compressed crackers from his arms. He shook off the water on them and handed them over. "Eat." Tang Xianyu glanced at him, seemingly sensing what was on her mind. Wu Jianbin smiled and said, "This is the food I left earlier. Don't worry, no one will say anything." Tang Xianyu hesitated for a moment, but still shook her head. Wu Jianbin was a senior who was 1 year older than herself, and she had always understood Wu Jianbin's feelings for her. "But nah, I don't know why. I just can't like him." Wu Jianbin paused, helplessly putting this compressed cookie back into his pocket, and came forward to say, "What are looking at?" He looked out the window as well. It was obvious that this was already the 9th floor, but it felt like it was on the 2nd floor. That water level, the tide has risen to the 7th floor. On top of that black torrent, there was a piece of debris floating. Fixing his eyes, there was a densely packed grayish-brown toad above the. There are large and small volumes. The larger ones were about half a dozen feet tall, and the smaller ones were the size of a house cat. Whenever a distant person or zombie food floats in from the floodwaters, the toads would then open their mouths and thrust out their long tongues. Dozens of tongues rolled up those corpses in handfuls, with thick slime on them, deadly sticking it to the ground, then pulling it with a huge force, swallowing it in pieces. It makes a quacking sound. These, in turn, are toads in the pond at UWM. After the arrival of the end times, these toads turned out to be exceptionally scary. The tongue can stick out tens of meters and eat even zombies and people. At this rate it will go on for less than 3 or 4 days at the most. When the water rises, they will all die here. Not to mention, with the food being eaten as well. Honestly, I've never hated water so much. Wu Jianbin let out a bitter smile, as if trying to ease the gloomy and desperate atmosphere. Tang Xianyu nodded. Wu Jianbin just looked straight at Tang Xianyu's beautiful face. Looking further down, the soaked garments loomed, hidden. It fits snugly on top of the body. A fire surfaced in Wu Jianbin's eyes. Tang Xianyu was looking out the window and didn't notice his hot gaze. A flash of fire surfaced in Wu Jianbin's eyes as he took a deep breath and said, "Xianyu, actually, there's something I've been meaning to tell you. I'm afraid if I don't say something, it'll be too late." He kept his head down, his eyes flickering as he struggled for a long time. In the end, as if he had made up his mind, he raised his head and looked at Tang Xianyu's Dao with deep emotion. Chapter 115 Rhythm of the End Times. Toad on the Flood. I thought of that. Tang Xianyu looked at the toads outside the window. Suddenly her beautiful eyes lit up in surprise. "What did you just say?" Wu Jianbin froze, then smiled even more bitterly. Open mouth. "It's okay, Xianyu. You said you thought of something?" "Thought of what?" Tang Xianyu pointed at the toad below and spoke. "Have you noticed that these guys can't seem to distinguish between food when they're hunting?" Tang Xianyu stared downward. Those toads were constantly sticking out their tongues and devouring the food that floated by. But there are toads who are clearly standing right over a corpse, but are indifferent to the corpse beneath them. This black torrent was incredibly rapid, and Tang Xianyu murmured, "I've heard that frogs have almost no static vision, such as if an object is standing still, it will then be recognized as terrain." Wu Jianbin, what about the compressed cookies? Wu Jianbin, here it is. He handed over the compressed crackers. Tang Xianyu unwrapped the packet of compressed crackers and pushed the window open, took out a piece and threw it towards the bottom. Whoosh! In just a blink of an eye, a long, thick, blood-red tongue immediately burst out and, roll up that cookie and swallow it. Wu Jianbin's pupils shrank. So accurate. Tang Xianyu pointed her finger in one direction and spoke. Wu Jianbin, there, use your powers. Wu Jianbin's psychic ability is very strong. A-class psychic blood sickle, able to coalesce into an extremely lethal scythe blade. It was considered a very strong existence even among A-class psychic abilities. However, there was likewise a great disadvantage, as each time it was performed, it would consume the blood in one's body. If you can't cut the other party down by using too many powers, I'm afraid the other party is still alive. He bled to death himself. This near killing of the enemy in exchange for the alien power of it is an extremely powerful killing force. Wu Jianbin trusted Tang Xianyu very much and didn't have any doubts. Instead, he opened his hand, aimed it at a spot, and activated his powers. In the air about 10 meters or so, a cluster of blood mist was pulled out from Wu Jianbin's hands. It gradually transformed into a blood-colored scythe. Don't move yet, Tang Xianyu said. Wu Jianbin nodded and took a deep breath. It had been a long time since he had rested properly to regain his strength. That's why using his powers once was extremely exhausting for him as well. Moreover, after the blood scythe had coalesced, it was consuming one's blood chi at all times. A group of people on the side of them didn't know what they were doing, and couldn't help but be incredibly curious as they walked over to watch. Under Tang Xianyu's instructions, Wu Jianbin didn't directly use his blood sickle to attack those toads. Instead, it slowly approached downward, incredibly slow, and the bloody scythe was clearly falling slowly right in front of the eyes of a group of toads, but they were unresponsive. Still not well? Wu Jianbin's face was a bit pale and strained. Tang Xianyu opened her mouth. Do it! Whoosh! The blood sickle cut through an arc of light in an instant, directly chopping several toads in half. Thud! But soon, a blood-red and incomparable tongue in the distance directly shattered the blood sickle. Although the blood sickle disappeared, the few people who were watching from the sidelines all had their eyes suddenly light up and exclaimed, Wu Jianbin actually killed those toads? Why aren't they moving? Wu Jianbin was also extraordinarily surprised at how easy this time was. Tang Xianyu's beautiful eyes flickered as she murmured, these toads have gotten stronger, but their eyesight seems to have gotten a lot worse as well. I think we can get out. It was the hundreds of toads outside that plagued them here, and if he relied on Wu Jianbin's blood sickle, he would not have to face these toads directly, slowly reaping its life. That'll do. If we don't have these toads, we'll be saved. Holy, Brother Wu is awesome. Brother Wu, I can't believe these guys are defenseless if they move a little slower. Wu, kill them all quickly and we'll be saved. Although Wu Jianbin was equally surprised. When hearing this, faced with a group of people's incredibly hopeful gazes, he couldn't help but hesitate for a moment. This, his supernatural ability, blood scythe, consumed his own chi and blood. It can be used up to 10 times a day, and if there are no crystal cores to recover from more, one's own blood will be greatly deficient. Wu Jianbin opened the bag and looked at the crystal cores inside. There were merely 20 left. They were also all poor quality crystal cores from the early end times, not even first order. This matter, I'm afraid that it can't be done for a while, sighed Wu Jianbin. I'll do my best. Looked out the window and made a rough estimate. There are no less than 200 toads surrounding this school building alone. In the case of that blood sickle just now, it would take even more effort to finally maneuver it by himself. I'm just afraid that if those toads aren't dead, I'll already be dead first. Everyone was overjoyed. They all knew the side effects of Wu Jianbin's powers, but none of the guys mentioned it by heart. It was the same as when Wu Jianbin killed those zombies alone at the beginning of the end of the world. And just then, just when everyone thought there was help, an ill-timed voice rang out. Humph, what's the use of that? It's all flooded out there. Even these toads are dead, and we don't have any way out. Still have to drown? The person who spoke was again the girl who looked like a shrew before. Tang Xianyu was enraged this time, her beautiful eyes flashing with sulkiness as she stepped forward and stared at her closely. Chastised. The big guys are having a hard time getting something to look forward to, and you guys are talking about demoralizing things. Do we have to stay here like you and sit around waiting to die? Tang Xianyu was raging, and a group of people behind her opened their mouths. Yeah, Xianyu is right too. Never mind all this flooding. Just get rid of all these toads. Then we'll at least never have to worry about being afraid to go out again. When that water is high enough to flood even this last place of safety, they can only be exposed to sight. When the time comes, how should I face those toads? A group of people who were all prepared to wait for death in a chronic manner saw that there was hope for life. All of them were dissatisfied with Shu Han, who was speaking demoralizing words. Xian Yu is at least thinking for the big guys. Unlike some people who only have fits all day long. I don't know what you're good for. If you want to die so badly, why don't you just jump off and get it over with? Maybe if we swim faster, we can lure all those toads away. Okay, all of you, cut it out. Shu Han's boyfriend spoke helplessly. Hannah, You shouldn't always talk demoralizingly. The big guys are in a depressing mood. Shuhan directly slapped away her boyfriend's hand and looked at a crowd of people with indignation and incomparable rage. You guys, you are clearly isolating me. Okay, they all want me to leave, right? Then I'll just go. Bang! Shuhan rushed straight out of this classroom. Her boyfriend blushed at the sight and just rushed out after her. It's good to go. Save your heart. Someone muttered. It's better to die early. Now that you see the food is gone. You're gone. TSK. Under this endless black rain and dim shroud, a dark cloud was cast over the hearts of all. Having seen the deaths of too many fellow students and faculty members, the rest of the group, all familiar with the rhythms of the end times, apathetic and self-interested guys. Suddenly, Shuhan's screams echoed in this dark, incredibly silent corridor. Yikes! Chapter 116 Vermin. Let's die together. Ah! Another miserable cry. What? What happened? That's Joe's voice. Upon hearing this miserable scream, the already mentally tense crowd's faces all changed drastically. The two of them, Wu Jianbin and Tang Xianyu, were also shocked in their hearts. Help! Immediately afterward, Shuhan's voice came. Bang! The door of the room was heavily pushed open, and Shuhan, who had just recently gone out from outside, returned the same way. Her pretty face was white with fear, and her right hand was still stained with unknown slime. Flora lost her color and slammed the door behind her as soon as she entered, paralyzed and bawling on the floor. Whoa! Her entire body was stunned and she couldn't stop shaking. It's only been out for what? Less than 10 minutes. Wu Jianbin rushed forward and looked at her alone as she returned and exclaimed, Shuhan, what the hell is going on? Where's Joe's? Joe's is her good old boyfriend. The crowd also surrounded them, and someone noticed the slime that stained Shuhan's right arm. The pupils flinched, out of breath. This is that toad poison. Don't go near her. Shuhan, say something. Shuhan's right hand is starting to fester at the moment. A sickeningly dense blister surfaced. Her face was horrified and she looked blankly at the group of people screaming, Help me! Help me! I was outside with Joe's, and out of nowhere a long tongue suddenly sprang out. Zhao Zhe stood in front of me to save me. From that tongue. What? When hearing this, everyone's expressions were horrified and unimaginable. That toad in the school building too? One by one, they looked at the closed door and couldn't help but tremble. Vermin! Shuhan, you're bent on having your own way, and you got Zhao Zhe killed. If you lure that toad over here, the big guy dies. Why don't you go to hell? Someone's expression twisted. It would have been nice for the big guys to see a little hope, but Shuhan had to be a demon, and now it's so good that she even got her boyfriend killed. Maybe she even lured the toad after she just escaped and came back. If it weren't for the liquid that kept festering and blisters surfacing on Shuhan's right hand, I'm afraid some people can't help but go up and kick and punch. Toad poison works extremely fast. Shuhan looked at her unconscious arm with a face full of fear. On her pretty face, tiny blisters also began to appear densely packed. The bare skin was covered in bumps and looked oozing. She shuddered and touched her cheek, her body shaking. With a frantic face, he looked at the group of people in front of him and screamed, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Help me. You guys, help me. She got up and walked toward the front, the blisters on her body beginning to fester one by one, oozing foul-smelling liquid. The people in the arena were all startled by the scene and hurriedly backed away, fearing that they would be affected. Get lost, you ugly monster. You have that toad poison on you. Don't come near us. They picked up their weapons, and one by one, they looked at Shuhan with unparalleled vigilance. Shuhan's heart hit rock bottom. She slowly turned her head to look at Wu Jianbin and Tang Xuanyu on the side. The bumps on his body began to grow thicker and thicker, and in the end, half of his cheeks were covered with red pimples intertwined with festering fluid. It's disgusting. Shuhan begged bitterly. Wu Jianbin, Tang Xuanyu, I was wrong before. Save me, will you? Please, I don't want to die. A hint of powerlessness surfaced in Wu Jianbin's eyes. He pulled Tang Xianyu's arm and took a few steps backward, shaking his head helplessly and said, Sorry, Shuhan, there's nothing we can do to save you. Tang Xianyu's beautiful eyes also sighed with some pity. You shouldn't be out there. This toad poison, once as long as it is tainted, has been pronounced a death sentence. It's okay to get eaten straight away. For a girl, watching yourself turn into an ugly monster so personally is worse than death. Shuhan shuddered as her skin began to dissolve. Snapped. A puddle of rotten flesh that stank to high heaven, interspersed with skin stops, fell from his right hand. In the end, she suddenly went limp on the floor, her entire limbs hanging down weakly. It's like a mess. Only the eyes, deadpan, looked across the room at a somewhat intimidated crowd. You guys, okay? None of you want to save me, do you? I'm not well, so you'll all die for me together. Come on, we're here, come on. Shu Han's eyes were crazy beyond measure, and she screamed with all her strength. She wanted to drag the group to die with her. Everyone's face changed. Kill her. Wu. Kill her. She's trying to get us all killed. Wu Jianbin also did not expect this girl to be so vicious. He immediately activated the exotic blood scythe. A merciless blood-colored scythe directly reached Shu Han's life. Put. Shu Han jerked violently, then came to life. Seeing this scene, everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. Heartfelt rage. This. How dare she try to get us all killed? Zhao Zhe is really blind. It's not even a matter of being killed by her. Even we were almost implicated. No, you guys, we're not really getting a toad in here, are we? Looking at Shu Han's body on the ground, a hint of self-blame flashed through Wu Jianbin's eyes. He really didn't want to take a shot at one of his own. Tang Xianyu, who was on the side, suddenly blurted out. All quiet. Did you guys hear anything? Voices? Everyone shut up. Behind the closed door, it seemed that from a short distance away, there came a fearful voice. The sound was dull and unmistakable, echoing within the entire corridor. Quack, quack. This is, that monster. Everyone's was in their throats for a moment. Tang Xianyu's petite body was also a bit icy cold, and she exchanged glances with Wu Jianbin at the side. A shu sign was given to the crowd. No one wanted to die, and the big guys held their breath as they listened to the toad. Underneath his feet, there was a sudden and noticeable sense of vibration. Some people were already starting to hold back their shivers. Thud, thud. The sound of skipping accompanied by the sound of toads was getting closer. Each time the beat chirped, the crowd's hearts beat with it. Someone whispered, couldn't have spotted us. For a while, the big guy hated the already dead Shu Han even more. Even the alien Wu Jianbin was terrified in his heart, staring intently at the gate. Be ready to utilize the alien blood scythe at any time. The voice got closer and closer, and in the end, it seemed to be just a wall away from the crowd. Thud. Chapter 117, Toad, don't move. It stopped. The entire chamber was as silent as a whisper, only able to hear clearly the sound of the drizzling rain outside the window. Is it gone? Someone murmured. Everyone stayed here and didn't dare move a muscle. Tang Xianyu stared intently at the gate there, like noticing something. Pupils snapped. In the window on that gate, through the glass. Surprisingly, he was able to clearly see two scarlet and incomparable eyes in the darkness. The tympanic membrane swept with that regal, unmistakable glow. It's looking through the window, grunting and swiveling, scanning the house here. Tang Xianyu couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. She found out, and naturally so did everyone else. A group of people present were scared out of their wits by these two eyes. They tried so hard to control themselves, but they couldn't stop their bodies from shaking violently. One of the boys did a double take and nearly fell over. Mommy, what kind of monster is this? The great will to live overcame the fear in their hearts. Each one of them was like a wooden man who didn't dare to move at all. The slight tremor was not enough to attract the attention of the monster outside the door. The ragged sounds of gasping breaths in the arena grew heavier and heavier. The creature's two eyes surveyed the chamber for who knows how long. Finally, as if he hadn't noticed, something turned around and jumped around. Quack, quack, swish dash. Seeing this monster leave, all of them were as relieved as if they had been released, and in an instant they were all paralyzed to the ground. What the hell is that thing? Anyway, a toad? Why is it so high? I don't know. The old man almost peed himself. Shu Han, this scourge, got her boyfriend killed and even tried to drag us down with her. This feeling of having been robbed of their lives made a group of people shiver. Is that a toad? Wu Jianbin asked, looking toward Tang Xianyu. Tang Xianyu, it should be. Otherwise it's impossible not to have spotted us. Wu Jianbin was stunned. How could it be so big? Tang Xianyu shook her head and lowered her eyes. I don't know. I can't believe there's such a big toad around here. It looks like Zhao Zhe and Shu Han were tragically killed by it. Wu Jianbin sniffed with haggard energy and found a place to sit down, leaning against the wall. In great despair, he said, I wonder if there's any hope of getting out. Noticing that Wu Jianbin was a bit disheveled, Tang Xianyu said seriously, you're the only shifter here. Cheer up. The big guys are counting on you. Wu Jianbin let out a bitter smile, looking at Tang Xianyu's somewhat pale but still beautiful face. She opened her mouth. Ai, Xianyu, if only you were a shifter too. At least it'll take a lot of the pressure off me. Tang Xianyu's beautiful eyes flashed as she whispered, maybe I don't have the life for it. No one knows how the Alterans came to be. In the early days of the end times, in their group, only Wu Jianbin and the other three were exalted. Only 4 of them appeared out of more than 100. So one could imagine how low the probability was. After this incident, a group of people had long been physically and mentally exhausted. The tightness relaxes and the guys want to take a break. Suddenly, bang! A loud sound came out. A long tongue with slime actually broke right through the door. Shatter this gate. The speed was so fast that this sudden scene took everyone by surprise. That heeled tongue curled around the two men as soon as it was done and pulled them straight out. Ah! What the hell is this? Help! Tang Xianyu's heart thumped. Suddenly, he looked out the large door that had been broken open. Only one head was seen that was about close to 3 meters tall, covered with pimples and a sticky film that floats over the skin. The immensely large toad appeared here. The toad's eyes were scarlet, and it swallowed those two into its stomach with a single bite. The fluids in the body dissolve it. He was puffing up his cheeks and making a croak sound, gazing straight at the group of people present. No one expected this guy. Surprisingly, it went and came back. Tang Xianyu despaired in her heart. Not only her, but everyone in the room, each with a shocked expression. Upon seeing the giant toad, all thoughts were lost. Done. The sudden appearance of the huge toad caused the crowd present to make a mess. One tried to escape. What's more, they were directly prepared to jump out of the window to escape. The huge toad's tympanic membrane flopped. In its field of vision, 2 or 3 hazy figures that were on the move suddenly appeared. It let out a chirp. Quack! The long tongue immediately burst out and straight away the man who was ready to jump out of the window in agitation wrapped a hand around him. Pulling and tugging, a few people swallowed them alive, without even needing to chew them. I don't want to die. Woo! Help! One by one, the guys who still survived were too weak in the knees to walk. Pleadingly and helplessly, he looked at Wu Jianbin. Companions died in front of their own. Wu Jianbin, heart anxious, he gritted his teeth, braced his already overdrawn strength, and opened his palms. Blood sickle. A mass of blood qi enveloped in front of his body, gradually transforming into a blood-colored scythe. At this moment, Tang Xianyu forced back the fear in her heart, a trace of cold sweat running down her pretty face. Staring intently at the huge toad, not daring to make a move, he exclaimed, "Nobody move!" Inside North China University, the poor man leapt onto a boulder full of toads, floating. Bang! As soon as it landed, it trampled the dozens of toads that were creeping on it into mush. Quack! Quack! The toads chirped. On the buildings exposed by the surrounding torrents, a toad detected poor Qi and Chen Mo. All of them spat out their long tongues and burst from all directions. Chen Mo raised his right hand, and the ghost directly cut down a tongue. Looking at the chopped up toads around him and the mind-numbing noise, under this black rain, Chen Mo's hair and clothes were already wet. His face was cold to the core as he opened his mouth. Noisy, buzz, juggernaut alien moves. Countless metal blades erupted towards the surrounding toads. Put. A metal blade directly penetrated those toads, cutting them in half. Chen Mo's heart raced. He had already been looking for a long time in this North China University with the poor man. Under this monstrous flood, except for these disgusting toads, he didn't even see a living soul. Where the hell is it? Chen Mo's mood couldn't help but grow more and more irritated. The juggernaut alien energy was catalyzed to the extreme. Under this black torrent of Kawakiri, countless iron liquids pooled underwater. Rumble. These iron liquids, coalescing into a column of metal breaking up from the flood, stretching wildly, paving the way ahead. It's hard to move an inch under this flood. If there is no road, then make your own road. Poor man. Go, Chen Mo said in a cold voice, seemingly sensing his master's restlessness. The poor man let out a low growl and it quickly turned into a stream of light and ran towards the front. And just then, rumble, a loud noise suddenly erupted from the building in front of them. A building not far away, surprisingly, began to crumble at once. Then a single, mournful, and extremely miserable scream could be heard. Chen Mo's heart shook and he immediately said, "Go there." Chapter 118, Does it look like you're playing with a wooden man? The rain slapped against the wall and made a tick-tock sound. Inside the dark school building, a group of people stood in place at the moment, not daring to move a muscle. Only the heavy, fearful heartbeat could be heard. Everyone was staring intently at the immense and incomparable toad, their faces filled with endless fear. Not a breath of air. Quack, quack. The toad monster was outside the door, its scarlet gaze constantly scanning the house. It just stood there quietly, not moving a muscle. Now what about? Seeing that all the paths of retreat were blocked, someone looked at Tang Xianyu with an incomparable despair and said, "Are we all going to die here today? I don't want to die. I really don't want to die. Who's going to save us?" Tang Xianyu's pretty face turned pale as she stood in place, not daring to make any movements. Looking at the 2 to 3 meter tall toad monster in front of him, it was even more gigantic than any of the toads outside. The densely packed flesh bumps on its body were secreting mucus. Tang Xianyu took a deep breath. In front, there's this toad monster in the way, and behind you, out the window, there were countless little toads creeping on top of the floating rubble. Outside, the black rainstorm got heavier and heavier, seeming to cover the sound of their heartbeats in fear. Tang Xianyu whispered, "There's no way around it. We, who were only able to escape from that toad monster, escape where it can't find us. Within this corridor, there are several other classrooms. At the doorway where the huge body of the toad monster resisted there was also a gap narrow enough for one person to break through. What? When hearing this, the crowd present turned pale with fear. Some have even begun to falter a bit. Wu Jianbin immediately drank low. Don't move, the man responded with a shudder. It was a good thing the toad monster didn't notice him for that. Get past that toad monster? How is this possible? Is it true it won't find us? That toad monster was like a huge mountain that no one could cross. It is daunting to them. Tang Xianyu carefully tried to move half a step forward. Quack! At that exact moment, the toad screamed. Her heart was in her throat in an instant, and her delicate body was cold to the bone. Wu Jianbin was also wide-eyed, seemingly not expecting Tang Xianyu to be so brave. But when he looked at the toad, he realized that the other party was still unmoved. Tang Xianyu breathed a sigh of relief, and her beautiful eyes couldn't help but reveal a hint of celebration. Whispered, let's move over slowly. Not too much movement. It shouldn't be able to see us. I wouldn't dare. A boy in the crowd said with teeth chattering in fear. No one is going to laugh at him in this mood of fear that is gripping the hearts of the people. Because everyone is the same and not everyone has the courage to take that half step. Maybe just that half step away. In return, they were devoured by the toad monster just like the previous ones. Wu Jianbin forced himself to calm down. Should we just wait here to die? Xian Yu, I'll follow you. Tang Xian Yu nodded, her face incomparably grave. We'll go over slowly, moving only a small distance at a time. Just walk to the next classroom and we're saved for now. Everyone in the room was physically and mentally exhausted. Standing here motionless sooner or later would not be able to hold out and be discovered by that toad. Now we can only take one step at a time. Move slowly and don't move too much. I'll count to 3 and stop. Tang Xianyu opened her mouth. Wu Jianbin gently nodded his head. Got it. Tang Xianyu stared intently at the toad monster, took a deep breath, and said softly, 1. As soon as the words fell, the two of them, she and Wu Jianbin, took the lead and began to move in very small increments. The upper body dare not make any movement except for the lower body. The group of people behind them were all in a cold sweat for the two when they saw this. Upon seeing that the toad monster didn't seem to be making any moves, each one of them also all hardened their heads and, highly nervous, start to advance in style. Sasha, 2, 3. When the word 3 was shouted, everyone instantly stopped all movements. Knowing that there were no casualties, Tang Xianyu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Even if you're behind, don't rush. Take your time, she warned kindly. Wu Jianbin was overjoyed. Feasible. At that moment, a boy in the crowd with a bloodless face and bloodshot eyes was relieved, smiled dementedly. Hey, so much for that. It seems, you guys, does this look a little bit like the 1 2 3 woodchucks we used to play with when we were kids? He subconsciously turned his head to look at the group of people around him, only to find that they didn't move a muscle. A group of people at their side glimpsed the boy's movements with their afterimages, and their pupils continued to dilate. The expression was like seeing a ghost. Hiss, quack, the toad monster suddenly barked. The boy seemed to be thinking of something. His face stiffened a little as he turned his head. What met his eyes was a slimy, incredibly long tongue. The tongue swept him up and pulled him back in a flash. No! The boy screamed in a frantic state with a horrified expression. Help me! Quack! In a flash was given by the toad monster and swallowed right into its stomach. The boy was straight up dead, and there was still a trail of slime where he had stood before. This appalling and incomparable scene made the few people around, who were still standing firm, too. It began to tremble violently. Quack! The tongue rolled out again. The catfish effect was seen by 3 or 4 people in the room who were in disarray. All of them shouted and fled frantically towards the surroundings. Bang! Bang! The toad monster's tongue knocked over the tables and chairs around the two were rolled up again and devoured. I don't want to die. Save me! Help me! One of the fleeing men pulled directly at the one who had not moved. The expression was like a severe ghost with red eyes roaring lowly. You move! We'll run away together. Together! The man who didn't move even had the heart to kill his entire family at the moment. Growling. Get out! You seek death. Don't take me with you. Quack! They were both swept up together by the long tongue. I'm going to kill you. You're hurting me. Gulp! The toad monster devoured 2 more people. The scene was quiet for a moment. Tang Xianyu's breath caught. No one could have imagined that several people would be victimized just because of one person. Fear, it's contagious. Only 8 people survived in the field. The ones that are still alive now are afraid to even speak. Tang Xianyu's beautiful eyes were pained, and she couldn't be bothered to dwell in this grief for long. Although it is all possible that the previous scene could have happened, and now it is necessary to leave quickly. Find a safe place. 2, 3. Chapter 119, A Warm Man Behind a Dog. The group began to move forward slowly again, and so, after getting ever closer to the toad monster, The few remaining people were getting closer and closer to the toad monster. 6 meters. 5 meters. 4 meters. There were fewer and fewer companions around him. Another person was inadvertently swallowed by that toad monster because he moved too much. There are 7 left. Tang Xianyu's throat was all a bit dry, and her consciousness was becoming more and more drowsy. She gritted her teeth and forced herself to wake up, and at this point, out of fear, one of the girls at the end of the distance moved each time was not even half a step. Seeing that the gap between herself and the big guy was getting wider and wider, she couldn't help but feel anxious and said, "Can you guys go slower? I can't keep up." She was afraid that she would stay at the end, and when she left, everyone would abandon her. The girl had a pretty face, and if she was placed in the pre-apocalyptic world, she would have countless licking dogs chasing after her. But now everyone was so preoccupied with themselves that no one would pay any attention to her. Seeing that no one paid any attention to her, she couldn't help but become more fearful and said with some sobs, "Wait for me, okay?" Wu Jianbin was silent for a moment as he heard crying behind him. "Open mouth. I'll stay behind and pad out. You guys go ahead." He was going to wait for the girl to follow him, then go out last. "Are you crazy?" The pupils of Tang Xianyu at the forefront shrank. The girl at the end of the line sniffed and wept with joy. Tang Xianyu fell back and almost didn't pass out from anger. Originally, she and Wu Jianbin were the ones who walked in the front, but now that Wu Jianbin had chosen to stay, the risk would be greatly increased again. And if anything happens to him, as the only otherworldly person in this place, everyone's chances of surviving would also plummet. "Wu Jianbin, the greater good is important. We'll meet her at the door when we get out." The surrounding people were also aware of Wu Jianbin's importance and persuaded him. "Wu, we won't abandon her." "Yeah, we don't feel comfortable if you're not in front of us." Wu Jianbin righteously said in a deep voice. "Don't even say it. They are all my own people. Wu Jianbin, will not leave anyone behind. I'll go out when you're all out." Tang Xianyu didn't know what to say at the moment. She knows Wu Jianbin's character, treats people gently and friendly, also extremely attracts girls to like before the end of the world. It's an unabashedly warm man. But what time is it now? Isn't it enough that so many people have died? Tang Xianyu suddenly seemed to know why she had never been too keen on him. Inexplicably, I'm reminded of a quote I read a while back. Warmongers line up behind dogs. Tang Xianyu sighed and in a low voice proceeded to advance with the group. The ones who are still alive now are the ones who have a strong desire to live. Solely the next to last bit of distance didn't turn out to be too much. 3 meters. 2 meters. It was getting closer and closer to the toad monster, until a meter away, when a clear view of the toad monster's full face, Tang Xianyu's beautiful eyes were filled with horror. She smelled the stench of the toad monster, the smell of rotting corpses and food. Not only that, but that toad monster was covered in pus, constantly writhing and, some even burst and flowed a viscous liquid. The longer the toad monster was in place, the wider the spread of the puddle of liquid became. That liquid was toad poison, and as long as it was contaminated with a trace of it, it would be worse than death, just like Shu Han before her. This also means that the longer you are here, the longer everyone will not be able to leave at the end of the day. Tang Xianyu was shivering cold, moving slowly with the group of people following behind her. It's like a snail's crawl to get closer. What's that smell? I want to throw up so bad. The man following behind me kept gurgling in his throat, almost vomited on the spot. Tang Xianyu and a few survivors carefully crossed less than a meter from the toad monster. Come to the hallway. Because of the length of time, the toad monster had closed its eyes at the moment and seemed to be resting. Once she was finally able to gently turn her body significantly, seeing Wu Jianbin and that girl at the very back, his pupils could not help but shrink, because where that girl was, after all this time, surprisingly didn't draw much at all. It didn't even reach from where Wu Jianbin started to stay. One by one, the survivors passed by the toad monster. Tang Xianyu whispered, "That toad monster, it seems to be resting. Keep your voice down." They likewise saw Wu Jianbin and the girl who were still inside the classroom. Everyone complained that Wu Jianbin had some disregard for the big picture, but no one dared say anything more. Wu Jianbin was also extraordinarily ed up in his heart. "Not here yet?" he whispered. Coming. Behind her, came the girl's voice. She moved her hands and feet weakly, finally with Wu Jianbin and its. I don't know if it was because she was too weak, but she suddenly had 2 black eyes and fell to the ground. Bang! Ah! The girl screamed instinctively. Both hands were pulling Wu Jianbin to death. "Don't leave me!" Quack! The toad monster's tympanic membranes rolled over and its eyes snapped open. The voices of 2 people appeared in its field of vision. Everyone's pupils were dilated, as if they had suffocated a glance. Done! Escape! Escape! The group of people who had already come to the corridor were ready to abandon the 2 people inside the classroom to escape. Tang Xianyu's beautiful eyes were startled as she looked at the line of people who had fled in a hurry and exclaimed, Don't move! But it was too late. The toad monster snapped out its tongue. When he was about to approach Wu Jianbin and the girl, roar! From the distance, a loud and incomparable roar echoed. The countless toads outside the school building all began to violently agitate. The toad monster's tongue stopped less than half a meter away from the two Wu Jianbin. Wu Jianbin's pupils stared in death, unconsciously swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Something surprising happened. Upon hearing the roar, the toad monster actually began to stir restlessly. It was obvious that the prey was right in front of it, but it even chose to give up on the prey here and let out a long cry. Quack! Then the back leg kicked up and stomped hard. It actually directly knocked out a huge hole in the top floor of this floor to leap out. Rumble! Countless pieces of debris fell, and the entire school building trembled violently inside the building. Shaky, no matter what kind of fae it is, it has an extremely strong sense of territory. Within their territory, the existence of any other fae is absolutely not allowed. Tang Xianyu was stunned at the sight. Suddenly, something splashed onto her face, and Tang Xianyu's pretty face changed. Zip zip zip. Feeling the burning and sharp pain coming from the left half of his face, Tang Xianyu screamed miserably and curled down in pain. Smoke and dust filled the sky, and black rainstorms spilled down from that hole. Put! Wu Jianbin breathed a sigh of relief, feeling like he had wandered before the gates of hell, powerless and limp on the floor, and the group that had fled returned. What the hell is going on? I think I heard a beast roar. It can't be some other monster, can it? The toad monster left, which means they survived again. Wu Jianbin suddenly noticed Tang Xianyu, who had collapsed in the doorway and was keeping her head down. The body was constantly trembling. Wu Jianbin's face was shocked. Rushing forward, he said, Xianyu, what's wrong with you? Chapter 120 Abandonment. Desperate Tang Xianyu. What? Go over there. Wu Jianbin ran up with the few remaining survivors. Tang Xianyu was constantly trembling on the ground at the moment, seemingly extremely uncomfortable. When Wu Jianbin, who had come to his side, noticed the scene in front of him, his body shook. Even the expressions of the few people on the side were incomparably appalled. Don't look! Tang Xianyu violently lowered her head. Her left cheek was actually inadvertently stained with that toad slime. It was festering for the most part, with unbelievably foul-smelling skin tissues and fluids constantly dripping from it. It looked unbelievably oozy. Toad poison. Tang Xianyu only felt an alternation of hot and cold all over her body at the moment, and a hot burning sensation came from her cheeks. Blisters also began to suffuse her slender, plain white hands. Tang Xianyu was breathing heavily and couldn't believe that she had become this way as well. Wow! The people around them exploded all of a sudden. One by one, they're out of the way. Even Wu Jianbin couldn't help but take a few steps backward when he saw Tang Xianyu looking like this. But soon, guilt flooded in. Xianyu, Wu, don't touch her. At this time, a few boys on the side directly rushed up to pull Wu Jianbin to a stop. She's been poisoned with toad poison. It won't last long at all. I can't imagine that Xianyu is actually like Shu Han. Hey, someone sighed. Let's go quickly. That toad monster's gonna return at some point. Now would be a good time. If we don't leave, when they come back, we'll all die here. After seeing that Tang Xianyu was tainted with toad poison, a group of people avoided the situation, lest you touch some of them too. Wu Jianbin was furious. How can you do this? If it weren't for Xianyu, we would have all just died in the mouth of that toad monster. I'm taking Xianyu with me. Brother Wu. The surrounding people changed color at the sound of this and discouraged him. It's not like you don't know how powerful that toad poison is. All we have to do is touch and we'll become like that ghost of her. Senior sister Xianyu's good fortune will be in her favor. I'm sure it'll be fine. Yeah. The girl who was walking at the end before also stepped forward. A disgusted whisper. She can't even walk in this condition. She'll slow us down. Senior Wu, you have to think about the big guys. Previously, Tang Xianyu's intention to leave her at the end of the day could be said to be held against her. Wu Jianbin's eyes were crimson as he looked at the group of people. You guys. Tang Xianyu's delicate body trembled as she lowered her head, listening to the words that came from her ears to abandon herself. He had tried so hard to get everyone out alive, and no one had spoken up for him. She knew herself that if she got poisoned by the toad, it was like she was hopeless. Slowly gritting his teeth, he raised his head and looked straight at Wu Jianbin. You guys go. Don't mind me. Hearing these words, all the people present were touched, and even more still had some conscience. A hint of guilt flashed in his eyes, but he still kept his head down and didn't say anything. No, Wu Jianbin just wanted to retort. He'd rather die than take Xianyu out. But when she saw Tang Xianyu, who was compelled by the toad poison, when the face is incredibly ugly and even a little disgusting, it was a shock to the body. The words he was just about to say were swallowed back into his mouth in an instant, his eyes constantly flickering as he stared intently at Tang Xianyu. Quack! Outside the school building, a toad chirping sound suddenly exploded. Woo! It can't be delayed any longer. Many people's faces changed drastically after hearing this nightmare-like voice. The last trace of guilt in his heart was gone. Now is really the best chance. Let's escape quickly while those toads are gone. That girl went up and took Wu Jianbin's hand and said, Senior Wu, we're not abandoning senior sister Xianyu. If we're still alive, it's the only way to get out and get someone to come back and save her. Sister Xianyu has done so much for all of us. Bet you don't want to see all the big guys die here either, do you? Sister Xianyu, say something. Mr. Wu likes you so much. You can't harm Senior Wu. The girl looked towards Tang Xianyu on the ground and said unhappily. The urging around them became more and more frequent. Wu Jianbin's face was extraordinarily gloomy as he engaged in a celestial battle. I don't know how long it took, but in the end, as if he had made up his mind, Wu Jianbin said in a deep voice, Xianyu, I'm sorry. He kept his head down, the words nearly squeezing out of his mouth. What I carry on my back are the lives of everyone in the room, and we can't do that because of you. Tang Xianyu's expression was extraordinarily calm, even if her face was ruined by the toad poison. Still can't seem to hide her beauty either. I understand. Tang Xianyu looked at him and said softly, You guys get out of here. Suddenly, the sky was dizzy, and she only felt her head was extraordinarily heavy, and her head hung helplessly on the ground. Even the eyelids, they were a bit open. Go, Brother Wu. Sister Xianyu has said so. Let's go. The group of people went straight towards the depths of the corridor without any further ado. Even if it's flooding and storming outside, they're going to find a way out of here. Escape from NWU. Wu Jianbin followed suit. He finally looked back at Tang Xianyu, who was lying on the ground in the distance. Taking a deep breath and with red eyes, he left the place without looking back. Everyone's gone. Only Tang Xianyu was left behind. Blurry, unmistakable eyes watched clearly as his companion abandoned him. Even the strongest of her couldn't help her delicate body from trembling and crying on the ground. Not even daring to let his voice get too loud, he sobbed softly. I don't want to die either. Who wants to die alone in this place if they can live? Much less any girl who would accept her own death so ugly. She feared death even more than anyone else, and because of that, it was only then that he showed absolute calmness in the most critical moments. The toxicity of the toad poison soon permeated the whole body. Tang Xianyu only felt that she couldn't use any strength in her body. Fully festering, he crawled and found a wall to lean against, waiting quietly for death. All that accompanied her, besides the wall, was endless despair. Outside of Northwestern University, rumble, a blood sickle that directly broke through the wall. The storm blew by and before us, there was an endless black flood. Wu Jianbin and the others couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air when they saw this. Hiss, this flood, has it even risen to this point? Holy, I guess it won't take more than a day or two for our place to be flooded too, right? So close to escaping. Brother Wu, what now? Everyone looked at Wu Jianbin, waiting for his reply. Now without Tang Xianyu beside him to come up with ideas, Wu Jianbin was somewhat at a loss for a while. And, right now, he's still drowning in guilt and can't get over it for a long time. If only senior sister Xianyu was here, someone said with some nostalgia. But whenever Tang Xianyu was around, they always had no shortage of ways. The girl spoke up with an unpleasant sniff. She's probably dead. There are so many of us. We can figure it out just as well without her. Chapter 121, I'm a girl. The poor man abuses the toad monster. She thought for a moment, then said, the walls here aren't thick. Why don't you cut the walls here with your powers, Senior Wu? And then how about letting it float on this water and we step on it? That's a good law. Someone agreed. Wu, what do you think? Wu Jianbin looked at the girl with some surprise. Before, my own mind was on Xianyu. Had never paid close attention to this North China University schoolgirl. The girl was not bad looking. Her hair was wet, though not as beautiful as Xianyu's, but there was a feeling of pity and chutzpah. In a trance, he seemed to see Xianyu's shadow. What was I thinking? Wu Jianbin bit his tongue to clear his head as much as possible. Nodded. In that case, so be it. Wu Jianbin used his blood sickle ability to neatly cut through the wall on one side. In unison, the crowd slammed a bunch. Bang! Water splashed everywhere, and that wall was really floating above this torrent. Everyone's eyes lit up with excitement at the sight. Yes, there's finally a way for us to get the hell out of here. A few people couldn't wait to jump right up onto the wall that was floating up. Looking around, he said in ecstasy, come on up. None of those toads. Ha ha. Someone couldn't help but laugh maniacally. And Wu Jianbin's entire body was shaking after he had exerted his powers once again. The lips were pale and bloodless, using the blood scythe one after another and not being able to replenish it. What was consumed was his own blood qi. At that moment, the girl beside him very considerately assisted him and said softly, is it too much? Senior Wu, go for it. We'll soon be able to escape. The girl's speech is soft and softly spoken. Wu Jianbin glanced at her and couldn't help but feel a strange sensation in his heart as he nodded and said, "Let's go." All six made it safely onto the wall of stone that floated up. I don't know if it was a coincidence that when the last Wu Jianbin ascended, the stone wall actually almost sank into the floodwaters. It rocked and stabilized for a while before becoming smooth. Everyone was taken aback and their hearts palpitated. That was close. I guess one more person in this stone wall won't be able to support our weight. Brother Wu, do you think this is God's will? If senior sister Xian Yu were here, we probably wouldn't have been able to leave. Someone with no conscience even joked about it. Knock. The corners of Wu Jianbin's mouth twitched and his face changed. The girl on the side noticed Wu Jianbin's abnormality and frowned. Can we cut the crap? Senior Wu, if senior sister Xian Yu knew that we were saved, I think she would be very happy as well. Wu Jianbin nodded and didn't say anything more. There were a number of objects floating on the flood around them, and they found a few planks to separate in order to act as oars. Started paddling as hard as he could. Li Chanqian, Wu wants to take a break. What are you doing there? Come and row too. Li Chanqian, is the name of that girl? Li Chanqian pouted at the words and said unhappily, I'm a girl. Grass. There were a total of 6 people present, and all of them were boys except for Li Chanqian. The rest of the few people couldn't help but curse in their hearts and gnash their teeth in anger upon hearing this. What time is it? Still boys and girls? If it hadn't been for her before, she and the others would have left long ago. Tang Xian you wouldn't have gotten stuck with that toad poison. Wu Jianbin sighed. Soon we'll be able to escape. So let's all contribute. Big guy. Only then did Li Chanqian reluctantly pick up the oars. The group drifted over the floodwaters to the other side of the school building. Wu Jianbin hadn't said a word since he came out, and in his heart, he felt incomparably guilty as he comforted himself. Xian Yu, I'm sorry, but you've been poisoned by that toad, and there's really nothing I can do about it. One is too much of a coward to lose to fear in the end. Suddenly, roar! A wild roar startled all and sundry. The waves ahead are rough. Asterisk. What's that? Someone noticed the scene in front of them and stared incredulously, a face full of horrified shock. What's wrong? The remaining few people looked over. Everyone was shaken. Only a short distance away from the crowd, there, on the flood water, an incredibly empty metal platform had been gradually raised. Above the platform, a tiger shaped like the unusually ferocious monster was fighting with the toad monster. And that wasn't even the most frightening thing. Between those two monsters fighting, a young man wielding a taijutsu was continuously harvesting the countless toads that climbed up the metal platform around him. Under this rainy night, the sight was particularly shocking. OMG. That was? They even stuttered a bit in their speech. Wiping his eyes, he lost his voice. Am I seeing this right? That's the toad monster? What kind of monster is at the other end again? Shouldn't your focus be on that youth? This kind of clamor naturally startled Wu Jianbin. Wu Jianbin frowned. What's wrong? He looked up. Pupils snapped. How is that possible? Quack. The toad monster was torn apart by the poor Qi, and countless bloody intestines were torn out. The poor man's eyes were ferocious to the extreme, filled with excitement to the point of killing intent as he looked at the toad monster. Put. Shenmo's ghost swung, slashing the toads that were coming towards him in a sprawling manner head-on. A long red tongue swarmed. Shenmo's mood became more and more grave. It can't be delayed any longer. Having stretched myself a bit to pave this road, the metal platforms that were 30 to 40 meters around this area were all built by the casting of the master alien energy. The toad monster was a third-ranked fae, and it was no problem for poor Qi to deal with it, but he had to playfully abuse this toad monster in front of him, enjoying the thrill of fighting and killing, but one doesn't have time to root it out. With every second that passed, Yul was in danger. Chun Mo shouted angrily, poverty, I'll skin you if you don't stop talking. Buzz. Juggernaut powers used to the extreme. Anakiri swept towards the toad that had climbed up the bank in front of him. Countless densely packed black water droplets erupted in an instant. Put. Bathed in this torrential rain, Chen Mo who was facing these hundreds and thousands of toads was like a god of killing. Where the blade cut through, a large swath of blood flew across the scene. The scene was bloody to the extreme. Boom! After feeling such anger from his master, the poor man shivered. In a moment of inadvertence, the toad monster's tongue wrapped around his massive body. It roared and snarled, and its huge claws swung right down to tear off this tongue. Opened his bloody basin and roared towards the toad monster and devoured it. Chapter 122 Angry Chen Mo. Go save her. Tear being of the same Fey species, the toad monster's toad poison couldn't even affect it in the slightest. With one gulp, poor Qi savagely tore off the head of that toad monster. Quack! A mournful and shrill scream resounded through the sky. Blood spurts. Rumble. The toad monster's half-formed body collapsed. Roar! The poor man stomped on the corpse of the toad monster. A roar to the sky proclaimed that it was the dominant one in this blackness. After the death of the toad monster, the surrounding toads were terrified beyond belief as one by one they leapt into the water and fled. Poof! As if it were a dumpling. And the other side. Wu Jianbin and the others had long since looked dumbfounded. Their raft hit the metal platform. Bang! Looking at the scene in front of him that was bloody to the core and filled with toad corpses. Uncontrollably, he was shaking. Even his teeth were chattering. Wu Jianbin's mood turned upside down as he looked at the youth with an ice-cold face in death. Is he a shifter too? Such strength made it difficult for him to even imagine how powerful Chen Mo was. Wu, Angkor, is that guy also a student of North China University? That toad monster is dead. Li Chanxian's beautiful eyes were also trembling wildly as she looked at Wu Jianbin, who was on the side. Another look at the immensely powerful youth across from him. Why the same shifter? The difference would be so big? After seeing this world-shattering sight, a group of people gradually came to their senses while being frightened. Wait, that horrible toad monster is dead. So says, are we not saved? The faces of the people all showed an expression of ecstasy beyond compare. That toad monster is dead. We're saved. Some people were so excited that they shed tears. It's one of our own. It's not the Fae. It's one of our own coming to save us. They were all ecstatic, their eyes filled with the endless joy of a life after a robbery. That youth, he was even able to kill that toad. In this world, there was such a powerful alien. Chen Mo's appearance refreshed their three views. Wu Jianbin took a deep breath, seemingly unloading the fatigue he had felt for many days. Yourself, it's finally a relief. And naturally, Chen Mo on the opposite side had discovered this group of people early on. Before, because of the toad monster, there was no time to care about them. Now after resolving the toad monster, Chen Mo looked at this group of people with suddenly bright eyes. Survivor! He immediately went forward, so fast that he appeared in front of a group of people in the blink of an eye. The man is coming! The group of survivors present were shocked in their hearts. Looking at this cold-faced, black taijutsu-wielding youth in front of him, the rain kept washing away those toadstool bloodstains on the blade. The youth's killing intent was awe-inspiring, as if he had walked out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The smell of blood filled his body. They couldn't help but have their hearts thumping. Porchi slowly came to Chen Mo's side and gave a low growl that was incredibly meek. It was as if he was currying favor with Chen Mo because of his previous transgression. What was frightening was that before it was merely watching that ferocious beast beside the youth from afar. Under such close and direct scrutiny, the rain-soaked, thick hair that, the beast's pupils were as scarlet and violent as copper bells. The body is huge and powerful, with limbs as strong as pillars of the sky, full of muscle and explosive, terrifying power. That strong sense of oppression was far beyond with the toad monster. Everyone's breath caught. Wu, brother Wu. Their legs went weak as they looked toward the main centerpiece. Wu Jianbin. Wu Jianbin stepped forward stiffly, although he didn't know whether this person was an enemy or a friend. But we are all human beings, and we should help each other in this post-apocalyptic world. Friend, are you also a student of North China University? Wu Jianbin spoke. Chen Mo swept his eyes over the crowd. There was no sign of Yule among the few awestruck survivors. Chen Mo couldn't help but frown and shook his head. I'm not. Then you must be someone from the military region side to save us? Someone sniffed and immediately said in surprise. I knew it. We're the backbone of the future. The military district side will definitely not abandon us. Bro, you're so strong. What kind of psychic ability was that you just had? Is that a tiger behind you? That's a little too handsome. A few of the surrounding boys came up to themselves after knowing that they and the others were safe. Eyes glittered with excitement to the core. What's more, they wanted to go over and touch the poor man. Roar! This roar directly scared the out of him. Chen Mo's frown worsened when he saw this. He hadn't found Yue yet, and he didn't want to drag his feet with these guys here. So it sank in. Let me ask you, do you recognize a girl named Tang Xianyu? She's also a student at your North China University. Boom! The moment these words came out, the crowd present was struck by lightning. One by one, they froze in place, their pupils dilated and full of unbelief as they looked at Chen Mo. Seeing this, Chen Mo's eyes narrowed slightly. So says, you guys know each other? Where is she? When the group of people in front of me heard the name Tang Xianyu, one by one, their eyes averted. They were all uncharacteristically silent. Not daring to meet his own eyes at all. Wu Jianbin and Li Chanxian were even more horrified as their hearts turned over. He knows Tang Xianyu? And what is the relationship between the two? No one spoke for a long time, and a bad feeling suddenly rose in Chen Mo's heart. Unable to help himself, he became even more annoyed and said in a cold voice, Say, under this terrifying oppressive force, Wu Jianbin whispered only after a long time. You know Xianyu? Chenma, tell me where she is. A strong look of guilt surfaced in Wu Jianbin's eyes, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. Apologized constantly. Sorry, Xianyu she. She's still inside that school building. She was poisoned with toad poison, and we had no choice but to have her. What did you say? Chen Mo looked at the crowd of people present who were burying their heads like ostriches. The situation was known in an instant. Suddenly, Chen Mo fiercely stepped forward and grabbed Wu Jianbin's neck by the neck, lifted the 6'8" boy to life. Chen Mo's face was extraordinarily cold and somewhat terrifying. A monstrous killing intent filled his eyes. The voice rasped. You mean, you guys abandoned her? Ahem. Wu Jianbin's face instantly turned red and he kept struggling. This sudden scene stunned everyone present. Li Qianqian frowned tightly and stepped forward to reprimand. Hey, release Senior Wu now. How can you be like this? It's not like we left her behind on purpose. She's poisoned with toadstools. She can't survive. Are we hardly all going to die there with her? Splat! A crisp, sharp slap sounded. Li Qianqian's entire body was directly jerked out. Bang! It hit the ground hard. Chapter 123, I only care that she lives, thanks to God Guducheng's authentication. Her proud face swelled up into a big bulge. You have to know that Chen Mo is a dual alien, and his physique is compared to an ordinary person. It's a world of difference. If he had used a little more force, it would have been possible to whip him alive. Chen Mo's eyes looked at her morosely. Words were spoken that struck fear into the hearts of all. Even if you're all dead? So what? Other than Tang Xianyu, he didn't care if anyone here died or lived. Li Qianqian was confused. The hot, sharp pain in her face made her scream. Ah! How dare you hit me in the face? Wu Jianbin was being lifted by one of Chen Mo's hands and couldn't breathe at all. Bang! Chen Mo slammed it heavily onto the metal platform. Wu Jianbin, who was already somewhat weak, only felt that his bones were about to fall apart. In excruciating pain, he rose from the ground and fell to his knees, constantly blaming himself. It's me. It was all my decision to leave Xianyu behind. Friend, you're so powerful. Xianyu has been hit by that toad poison. You must have a solution, right? I beg you, go save her. Wu Jianbin knelt and crawled to Chen Mo's feet, grasping his pants leg and constantly begging bitterly. At this moment, the previous guilt exploded out as much as possible, and Wu Jianbin burst into tears. Wretched as a dog, Chen Mo's chest continued to rise and fall, seemingly hiding a shocking killing aura. The face was so gloomy that it was able to drip water. These guys, they'll settle it afterward. It was imperative to find Yor as soon as possible. Chen Mo slowly squatted down and looked at Wu Jianbin, who had a face of guilt and self-blame. The eyes were regal and immense as they stared into his. The voice was incomparably cold. Why do you pretend to feel so guilty when you have chosen to abandon it? I don't know what your relationship is with Yo. Now, get the hell up. Take me to her. Chen Mo's eyes flashed with a devouring light. Wu Jianbin continuously apologized. I'll take you. Li Qianqian screamed with her cloaked head. No, if you're all gone, what are we going to do? She died a long time ago. There's no way she could have survived. Is it a big deal to have supernatural powers? That toad poison kills on touch. How can you let us save her? Although Tang Xianyu had saved herself several times, she was still unconvinced. All she knew was that if she took Tang Xianyu with her, then all of them wouldn't be able to leave. Senior Wu is the only one of us here who is an alien. You're trying to get us killed. Li Qianqian looked at the crowd behind her and snapped. Those toads, as you can see, are submerged in the water, and I don't know when they'll come out. Do you all want to die here? Which is the lesser of one man's life or the lives of all? The group of people hesitated at the words, and they all felt that what Li Qianqian said was somewhat reasonable. Yeah. Suddenly, put, an arc of black light flashed. Li Qianqian's delicate body shook, and for a moment the world spun around in her eyes. She didn't understand. She saw the horrified faces of everyone around her, and a headless body. That's my body? Why? Put, Li Qianqian's head, surprisingly, was chopped off by the ghost cut. That headless body gushed out countless amounts of blood and it spilled onto the clothes and cheeks of everyone around them, rolling to the ground. Li Qianqian, just like that? Since the end of the world, they had stayed within the North China University and were not aware of the perils of the end of the world. Almost all of us here are stuck in a period of rule of law. Thinks the youth in front of him is a kindred spirit, and no matter what, he won't kill his own people at all. But they were wrong. Chen Mo's ruthlessness caused everyone's body to tremble violently. Some even had their pants wet already. Can't tell if it's rain or what. I don't care what your difficulties are, and don't care if you live or die. After killing Li Qianqian, Chen Mo had no ripples, and his face was ice cold as he scanned the crowd present. All I know is that if anything happens to you, all of you will have to be buried with her. Be reasonable? Will the zombies and that toad monster reason with you? Will they empathize with these survivors? They were right, and they were right themselves. But in the end times, weakness is the original sin. The faces of the crowd changed drastically, and Wu Jianbin even stiffened in place. Cynthia Li, dead? Don't kill me. We didn't do it. It was him. It was Wu Jianbin who chose to abandon Tang Xianyu. Right. We're all innocent. It was so hard to see the hope of life, but now it has fallen into the clutches of the devil. They only felt at the moment that the person in front of them was even more terrifying than that toad monster. Crazy. Chen Mo looked at poor Qi and said coldly, "Poverty, keep an eye on them for me." Then carrying Wu Jianbin, he opened his mouth. "Lead the way." Wu Jianbin was trembling and pointed in the direction he came from. Rumble. The juggernaut alien energy was activated. Under the gazes of a group of people who were shocked beyond measure. Underneath this choppy black torrent, a metal platform actually rises high. Together, the two of them headed towards the location of the school building. Inside the school building, the flood, which had spread to the 9th floor. In this endless darkness, leaning against the wall, a monster that has been bloodied and mangled, with all of its hair falling out, making it difficult to even see clearly the human form of the monster. Lean against the wall. There was thick, foul-smelling liquid all around, and the monster was motionless, alive or dead. It was hard to imagine that this monster-like existence in front of him had once been a wonderful young woman. Watching the appalling scene, a violent, putrid odor came from the tip of his nose. Only the half of the cheek that hadn't yet fallen off along with the skin and flesh was identical to Tang Xianyu. Shock filled Wu Jianbin's eyes. This is Xianyu? That toad monster, toad poison, destroyed everything in her. Wu Jianbin's expression was hideous and painful. For some reason, after seeing Tang Xianyu again, he didn't feel any pity or guilt. Instead, it was thick with fear. And at this moment, Chen Mo, who was on the side, hung his head low and trembled more than a little. Boom! Outside, a black rainstorm continued, and suddenly a flash of lightning exploded. Under this faint light Chen Mo's twisted and hideous face was revealed. There was an unstoppable monstrous killing intent and anger in his eyes, as if he was a stern ghost. Buzz! Juggernaut alien riot! The entire school building began to tremble violently. After seeing Yuer once more, Chen Mo only hated that he had come too late. That toad monster died too easily. Wu Jianbin trembled as he leaned against one of the walls for support. All he could do was apologize feebly. "Yeah, sorry. I don't want to abandon Xianyu either, but there's really nothing I can do about it. Put. A few blood flowers bloomed, and out of nowhere a few metal blades appeared. It went straight through Wu Jianbin's limbs. This attack that caught him off guard caused Wu Jianbin to scream miserably. The always calm Chen Mo could no longer hide the anger in his heart at this moment. With red eyes, filled with fury and shocking hostility, he roared lowly, "Shut up, keep your eyes open and watch. If anything happens to you I'll make all of you worse than dead. P.S. plus more. Thank you, Gaduxii, for the great god certification. Boss atmosphere. Thanks to the great readers for the gifts. Milk powder is only plus more reported. Kicked my head in the bang bang." Chapter 124, Grade F Potion. Wu Jianbin's death. On the way here, Wu Jianbin recounted roughly everything that had happened before. This was what made Chen Mo even angrier. Wu Jianbin was sweating profusely from the pain. However, when she saw Chen Mo's soul-stirring eyes, she was unable to speak for a moment. Chen Mo gradually calmed down a bit. Turning around, he slowly came to Tang Xianyu's side. Toad poison, which had long since disfigured her, relied on curling up against the wall and there was no breath at all. That hostility in Chen Mo's eyes turned back into endless grief. Breathing heavy, ragged breaths, his heart pumping. If there is anyone in these last days who is the only person they care about, that's Tang Xianyu. If it wasn't for her, he would have died on that rainy night after being ravaged by the year in the first place. And now, again, it's a rainy night. The two men's identities, however, have been turned upside down. Chen Ma crouched down and, oblivious to the nasty runny fluids and unpleasant odors approaching around them, Wu Jianbin's pupils dilated, filled with shock. That's toad poison, but anyone who got a hint of it would become the same as Xianyu. He vocalized through the excruciating pain. Little, but before the word heart could be uttered, it was swallowed back into his mouth. Under his horrified to the core gaze, Chen Mo didn't have any hesitation in extending his hands, oblivious to the skin that had festered, the slime that flowed from placed his hand gently on her cheek. Her face had never been softer, and she was careful, as if she was afraid of disturbing her. "I'm coming." Wu Jianbin's breath caught. This scene was extraordinarily oozing, but when he saw this scene, he felt his cowardice more and more. This guy, why aren't you afraid of the toad poison? He didn't understand and couldn't understand. Wu Jianbin was appalled in his heart. As a man himself, he was naturally able to feel this person's affection for Xianyu. However, compared to Chen Mo's actions, he himself did not even yet dare to approach Xianyu. What one likes, is it Xianyu, or is it that youthful and beautiful, extremely beautiful and cool face? It's okay. They abandoned you. I came to save you, Chen Mo murmured in a low voice. Even if she is, right now, an ugly monster, and he doesn't care. ZZ. The poem, too, began to be corroded and burned by the toad poison. The toad poison is extremely corrosive, even if one is a fourth-order alien. The moment of contact, this toad poison is also still eroding and burning one's skin all the time. Coming into contact with so much liquid, even Chen Mo was very uncomfortable at the moment. Chen Mo took out all of his F recovery potions, carefully opening the bottle. He poured it into Tang Xianyu's mouth. Right now, even he wasn't sure he could pull Tang Xianyu back from the ghost gate. But since Tang Xianyu was still alive in her previous life, it proved that even if she didn't show up today, and she'll definitely be okay. A bottle of F-rank recovery potion into the stomach. The Tang Xianyu in front of her still didn't show any signs of improvement. 2, 3, 4 bottles, all the way up to the 6th bottle. Chen Mo revealed a panicked stance for the first time. He was trembling and his face was filled with what looked like incredulity as he said, Why didn't it work? On the side, Wu Jianbin dragged his body in severe pain, and his entire body was helplessly paralyzed on the ground. He already had a deficiency of qi and blood, but now he had been penetrated through his limbs by Chen Mo and had lost a lot of blood. Not even an alien could last that long. Still no solution? Wu Jianbin lamented in his heart. He just felt so tired he couldn't open his eyes, and leaned against the wall in a haze of immensity and, looking up at the dark ceiling, an inexplicable wave of unspeakable emotions welled up in his heart. Cough, cough. It's so dark here. Before, they were so focused on escaping that they never noticed the corridors of the school building. It's a little bit scary and gloomy. Black rain from space, falling with the hole left by the toad monster when he left. The sound of tick-tock resonates in the ears. Lonely, extraordinarily lonely. On the verge of death, he experienced Tang Xianyu's feelings for the first time. Even he himself felt endless fear at this place. That's not to mention Xianyu, who was abandoned by herself and others at that time. How desperate that would be. Wu Jianbin suddenly smiled dementedly, incomparably blaming himself. It's all me. It's all my fault. If it wasn't for me, how could anything happen to you? I'm even a little afraid of you. He looked to the side at Chen Mo, whose face was anxious as hell and whose hands had similarly begun to undergo searing ulcers. Maybe that's the kind of guy you can trust. Wu Jianbin gave a bitter laugh as large mouthfuls of blood continued to gush out of his mouth. His vision was getting blurry. Murmured softly, Sorry, finally a good break. If there was a chance to start over, one would definitely not choose to leave Xianyu behind. In endless guilt and condemnation, suddenly, he hung his head heavily. Chen Mo, who was in a state of anxiety, sensed something and looked over, only to find that Wu Jianbin had died at some point. His clothes had been soaked with blood, and he had lost so much blood that he had died right here in this dark little corner. Although Wu Jianbin was cowardly and hesitant, he was considered one of the few, in the post-apocalyptic world, people who still have a conscience. It was even more stressful because countless people were counting on him because he was a shifter. Tighten your nerves at all times. He wants to shoulder the big picture, but sadly, he doesn't seem to have it. Chen Mo stayed silent for a while. He sighed, the anger in his eyes receding like a tidal wave. Wu Jianbin's death didn't make him feel any guilt. Chen Mo once again picked up the F-class recovery potion and slowly poured it into Tang Xianyu's mouth. He was suddenly somewhat able to understand why, in these last days, many people believe in something nebulous. At the moment, even he couldn't help but pray. When the 10th bottle of F-rank recovery potion was poured into his mouth, just as Chen Mo's eyes turned red and he was somewhat desperate, suddenly, on Tang Xianyu's body, a black aura that looked like it had been vaporized filled the air. The chicken pox on her body began to fester, and the fluid flowed down in a large, though shedding skin tissues also began to continuously grow newborn flesh buds. Chen Mo's eyes suddenly lit up, bursting with incomparable ecstasy. The Tang Xianyu in front of her eyes was as if she had shed her old shell. The shells, which had long since festered, came off in droves, revealing new skin. Chen Mo stared dead on at the scene in front of him. Gently peel away those puddles of sliding liquid with your hand. It was a girl who was naked and extremely beautiful. She was so beautiful, with steady breathing, long lashes fluttering and, in quiet slumber, there was still some sticky liquid left on his body, as if he had just been born from a fetus. Chen Mo's face was overjoyed, and he couldn't help but gently caress up the girl's face. F recovery potion, surprisingly, actually works. Chapter 125 The Eve of the Storm. The greatest danger to North China University. The girl in front of her, except for a slight childishness, was exactly the same as Yor before she was reborn. But the only thing that's not perfect is, after recovering, Tang Xianyu, on that white as snow skin, has a large red-like birthmark, on the left cheek, which is particularly noticeable. That's a scar from toad poison. F-class recovery potions, after all, had limitations. Looking at the naked Tang Xianyu in front of him, there was not a single distraction in Chen Mo's eyes, and his mood sank to the bottom in an instant. In his previous life he hadn't understood. Why did Yor have to wrap and hide herself so tightly, and leave her bangs long and covering half of his cheeks? Even if there was a potion that could restore these scars at a later stage, she still didn't choose to use it, and now he knows. That's because of everything that's happened. It left indelible scars on her mind and body. Yor is still unconscious, and now that it's all just beginning, there's always a way to bring it back on its own. At least, the people are still alive. Chen Mo took a deep breath and didn't say anything more. Taking out a bottle of F-rank recovery potion, healed his burns. As a fourth-order alien himself, that toad poison was merely able to burn the surface of his skin, unable to be effective. But coming all the way here, using a lot of mastery exotic energy, even he was a bit tired. Had to replenish my strength quickly with a recovery potion. After resting for a while, Chen Mo took off his jacket and draped it over Yor's naked and delicate body. Picking her up, came outside the school building. The school building broke through a hole, and this last floor, too, will be submerged in this black flood. On the metal platform, the last 4 survivors of North China University, each huddled on the ground shivering. The poor man, standing right beside them, terrified them. Couldn't even look up more than once. Cynthia Lee is dead. That guy is the devil. Should we escape? Someone whispered with a face full of fear. They didn't understand what exactly was the relationship between that youth and Tang Xianyu, but all can guess that after seeing Tang Xianyu, that young man's furious appearance. Escape? It's all flooded here, and there's that horrible monster here. How are we going to escape? When he comes back, will we all die here? I don't want to die. When I think about it, there were still hundreds of survivors gathered within the North China University, and now, it's just the 4 of them. No one who has made it this far wants to die. Where's Wu? Why isn't Wu back yet? Losing several backbones of Tang Xianyu and Wu Jianben one after another, the 4 remaining boys were all out of ideas for a moment. And right at this moment, the poor man not far from his side suddenly let out a low roar. It took them all by surprise. In the distance, Chen Mo landed straight on top of the metal platform while holding Tang Xianyu. Tada! Listening to the footsteps that came to his ears, a few people couldn't help but raise their heads and look over. Upon seeing Chen Mo with the girl in his arms, one by one, their pupils were dilated and their faces were filled with shock. That's Sister Xianyu? Senior Sister Xianyu is actually fine? A few people were shocked in their hearts for a while, a face full of incredulity. Where's Wu? Chen Mo coldly swept a glance at them. Dead. What? The pupils of the 4 people present shrunk violently, each with an expression of horror. It's over. Wu is dead. At this moment, they were utterly desperate. Even Wu is dead. So do they have a chance to live? Plop. One of them directly knelt down, crawling on his knees next to Chen Mo, kowtowing continuously. Snotty said, don't kill me. Don't kill me. It really wasn't us who wanted to abandon Senior Sister Xianyu. Bang. Humble as a drowning dog. Chen Mo kicked the man away and coldly spat out a word. Roll. Those few people were overjoyed at the words and kept kowtowing their heads in thanks. Anyone can die. As long as it's not you, then it has nothing to do with you. The 4 are weak in the knees and feet, helping each other to the wall that had been cut down by the blood scythe earlier. They're getting ready to leave. What happened here was just too heartbreaking. The 4 of them, the last survivors, and the piece of rubble that. It is like a Noah's Ark carrying the last survivors of the entire North China University. In unison, the 4 men slid their oars in unison in preparation for their escape from this fearful and desperate territory. Meet the new students. Looked at the dark, pressing down clouds in the sky like they were about to cave in. The black rainstorm got heavier and heavier, dropping several times larger than when he had arrived. The black torrents outside the metal platform appeared extraordinarily calm, and as far as the eye could see, not even a toad in sight. Even the toad chirping broke off. Everything around them, except for the sound of this rain, was a little awfully quiet. Chen Mo's eyes flickered and he was secretly on guard. That toad monster was merely a third-order existence. It was absolutely impossible to invoke the weather of heaven and earth. There seemed to be some great horror yet to come under this black torrent. The strength of a fae that could invoke the weather of heaven and earth was, at the very least, a fourth-order existence. This place should not stay long. Just above Chen Mo's dark conjecture, suddenly, there was a loud and unmistakable vibration coming from the metal platform under his feet. Rumble. That black torrent, as rough as the waves of a furious sea, constantly slapping the metal platform, and the school building in the distance began to gradually crumble and sink into this endless torrent. The winds are howling, the rain is torrential, and this territory, at the moment those remaining buildings are flooded. Rumble. It was like coming to the end of the world. In the distance, The flood water in front of the crowd that was floating on top of the torrent rolled up a shocking wave and slapped it. The four of them stared with wide pupils at the surging waves of pangs of worship in front of them. The eyes were miserable to the point of despair. No! The screams were muffled by this torrential rain. Clatter! The sweeping torrent engulfed them in an instant. No one survived. Quack dash, quack quack quack, began to ring around. Again, from the toads. The poor man suddenly exploded all over and growled. Roar! Chenmo's body shook as an ominous premonition surged through his heart. Coming! Immediately he searched around. The waves lapping at the metal platforms of the black torrent rose higher and higher and began to spread. Chenmo was startled in his heart and directly urged his mastery exotic energy to pull the platform up. Rumble! Boom! A thunderbolt in the sky resounded through the clouds, lighting up the dimly lit world for a moment. This brief glow allowed Chenmo to clearly notice everything around him at the moment. The flood was so great that densely packed toadheads, with scarlet eyes, emerged from the surrounding water and was gazing straight at himself. Hidden under the water around the metal platform are countless toads. The number was so large that even Chenmo could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Chapter 126, Toad King. The Fey species that attracts heaven and earth's anomalies. Quack 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 quack. A voice that overshadowed all. A dull and loud voice resounded in this heaven and earth. Each ringing was like a giant hammer hitting an ancient bell, and like the whispering murmur of an ancient god. Chenmo's body was covered in sweat. This sound, is it a toad? Look at the countless toads surrounded by the stirring and surging floodwaters of this place. Chenmo took a deep breath and his face was grave. Can't walk. This monstrous flood was on the verge of submerging even half of North China. Those who were able to induce such heaven and earth visions were by no means any ordinary fae. Looking at the unconscious Tang Xianyu in his eyes arms, Chenmo whispered, "The poor man." Roar dash! The poor man slowly stepped forward. Chenmo placed Tang Xianyu beside the poor man's body and said softly, "Protect her. For the next fight, you don't have to do anything." Although it was the first time the poor man had seen Tang Xianyu, but it was equally capable of sensing its master's mood swings. Knowing that this person was of immense importance, the massive head nodded and let out a low growl that, taking cover with his huge body, he shielded Tang Xianyu from the wind and rain. Chenmo took a deep breath, holding the onigiri in his hand. His eyes were extraordinarily cold under this torrential rain. Come on, let me see the fae that can appear from the torrent of heaven and earth visions that can be induced by the. Just what kind of powerful existence is it? The surrounding toads lurk in the water. Quack! That terrifyingly loud voice rang out once again. Suddenly, the torrent surged, and from above the surface of the water, a thick and incomparable swirling water column leaped out. Like a big snake, those columns of water coiled in all directions. A fierce blast came towards Chenmo's location. With such power, it was at least a fourth-order psychic ability that could be used. Chenmo coldly snorted and leapt up with his tie saber in hand, chopping towards the water column in front of him. Drawing the knife, this raging column of black water seemed to swallow Chenmo in it. Extremely appalling. Clatter dash! The sharpness of the ghost cut split one of them directly, splashing the water in all directions. The four directions of the water column converged here and struck violently. Chenmo dodged and dodged, moving athletically. Boom! Boom! The metal platform trembled violently, and the terror of the power of that water column. It was like a high-pressure water gun that had been strengthened hundreds of times. A direct strike ran a huge hole through the metal platform. The poor man fended off the splashes with his bespectacled body. An incomparable scorn surfaced in the huge pupils. Chenmo knew that the other party was targeting himself. Buzz! With a wave of the hand, countless silver-colored iron liquids surged and coalesced into a narrow platform in the torrent of Chuan rapid ahead, constantly dodging. Quack! Quack! One of the toads lurking in the surrounding waters kept spitting out its tongue like crazy. It was a vain attempt to shackle Chenmo. Chenmo's face was icy cold as Ghost Slice sliced the oncoming long tongue into segments. Looking in the direction from which the loud voice came, he said in a cold voice, "Hide your head. Get your ass out here." Rumble. Quack. A long whistling sound rang out. The surrounding torrents surged and swirled like mad, with layers and layers of waves wanting to engulf Chenmo in them. This place was filled with floodwaters, and if it weren't for the metal platforms coalesced by the master's alien powers, it's simply inching along. Chenmo's eyes were fierce, and he held the ghost slice towards the water surface a little. Ding! A ripple. The juggernaut's powers are pushed to the limit. The metal under the torrent within a radius of 500 to 600 meters was turned into liquid as much as possible and floated to the surface of the water. On the other side, another empty and unimaginable metal platform was generated. The spectacle. The 100-meter-long metal platform stood tall in the midst of this rush of black floodwaters. One by one, thousands of toads swooped ashore from underwater, and the density is frightening. Quack! The noise of voices was so loud that Toad's voice filled this part of the sky. Chen Mo swept the ghost cut in his hand randomly without even needing to select a target. He was able to kill dozens of oncoming toads. The reason why both gods and fae are difficult to deal with. That is, they will make their territory a place that is uniquely their own domain. And here, with the endless flooding, unusual people can't even find a place to land. I'm afraid that even a 4th or 5th order psychic would fall here if they came. Chen Mo was likewise very unpleasant. The juggernaut alien energy, which was released and catalyzed almost all the time. Put, gulp. Another bottle of F-rank recovery potion went down. Under the torrential rain, Chen Mo's body was covered in that toad slime and blood. It's been washed away I don't know how many times. The cuts made my hands numb. The metal platform was filled with the corpses of those toads. Looking at the nearly endless number of toads to kill, Chen Mo's gaze was incomparably cold. Heaven's right alien power moves. Slowly, he opened his mouth. A piercingly loud and clear beeping sound erupted. This is the voice from the god of Shikatsu. It is the most powerful in the end times. From the ancient hissing sound of the end times gods, this voice clearly had an extremely great deterrent effect on these surrounding toads. One by one, they had stiffened in place, not moving a muscle. And at this moment, the darkest depths under this dark cloud, quack, the same terrifying toad sound from before came. It's like being enraged. In the distance, a shocking ringing sound suddenly erupted. Rumble, a behemoth of unparalleled size, covering the sky and the sun, leapt high into the air. It was tens of meters high and fell down towards Chen Mo's location. Boom! The huge object smashed down heavily like a pound of deep water bomb. The metal platform instantly shattered in the torrent, setting off massive aftershocks and waves of water. Those toads on the platform were all crushed into a piece of mush by this giant thing's buzz. Silver-colored iron liquid enthusiastically emerged from under Chen Mo's feet, and he steadily stepped on top of the torrent. Upon taking a good look at the behemoth in front of him, his pupils could not help but shrink. That turned out to be a god whose size was almost close to that of the Shohei god. A golden-colored toad with dense bumps all over its back. The golden toad is oozing. Its hind legs and forelimbs are thick and sturdy, and in its mouth, a viscous red liquid continuously flowed down. Huge bubbles continue to bulge around his gills, and from his abdomen he makes a croak, sound, shocking hearts and minds. And that's not even the most shocking. On the surface of the water on which it stood, a deep eddy constantly surging up beneath this square of black torrents seemed to be manipulated by it. A swirling column of water slowly rises beside it, and the torrential rain in the sky grows bigger and bigger. Thunder flashes. The toad monster had 2 scarlet eyes, and was staring slyly at the incredibly tiny Chen Mo below. It was as if he was scanning a mole cricket. Quack! A dull sound emanated from the abdomen of the toad monster. All of the remaining toads around them poked their heads out of the water, looking up to the king of their pack. There was an echoing cry. Under this flooding, dark, unparalleled rainstorm, the huge Toad King and the tiny Chen Mo faced off against each other. Chen Mo's face gradually became incomparably grave. Staring closely at the toad monster in front of him, a great sense of crisis inexplicably surged in his heart. This is 4th order. No, a fae on the verge of 5th order? Moreover, it was definitely an extremely powerful lord class. King Toad. Chapter 127. A young man with an overwhelming sense of justice. Divine Spirit System abilities. Outside of Northwestern University, a 6'6" teenager looked at the wildly surging torrent. Eyes murmured with some warped surprise. Why, there's even a flood here in North China. Don't the 6th military region people care? The teenager had an inch of hair. His face was green and handsome, somewhat cynical. The rain here dampens the clothes on its body. Amazingly, he walks on this torrent. There seemed to be some kind of power beneath his feet that was dragging him through the waters. Suddenly, a deafening toad chirped from within North China University. The teenager was stunned, then frowned and looked in that direction. That voice is Faye? His eyes twinkled as he thought for a moment before saying, "That's not right. Didn't the people from the 6th military region say that the survivors in North China City have all been properly resettled? There can't be any survivors here." The teenager's face grew more and more odd. He thought for a moment, then very tartly stroked his inches, shaking his head and sighing. "AI. It seems that this fragmented world still needs to be saved by me. Jiang Fan." Buzz. The right-hand awakening dark pattern flickered with a flawless white light. Behind him, surprisingly, a pair of white and flawless feathered wings suddenly unfolded out. It just flew high. He prepared to rush towards the interior of North China University. Then, halfway through the flight, it felt more and more strained. "Damn, why can't we fly today?" Jiang Fan looked back at the wings behind himself as if he had thought of something. Pupils snapped. Oops. The feathers on his back had long since gotten wet because of this rainstorm. Finished. Jiang Fan's face turned pale as a huge sensation of falling hit him. Plop. a sound fell into this torrent, exploding a large splash of water. On the other hand, inside North China University, the Toad King sat there like a giant mountain, facing such a terrifying existence. Even Chen Mo did not dare to be careless in the slightest. Can't think of. Within North China University, there is such a big surprise. He suddenly understood why the city of North China had been split in two when he first arrived here. The reason why all those zombies are gathered at the border location is huge and countless. That's because, with an overlord level Fae, ordinary zombies, it simply didn't dare to approach the territory where the overlord was. Unless, of course, there is a necromancer. The Toad King's scarlet and incomparable eyes sized up Chen Mo as a Fae great evil that was capable of triggering this heaven and earth's strange image. A Fae great evil at the level of an overlord within the North China University. The downside of the toad is that it doesn't exist on it at all. It had special means to sense Chen Mo's presence. So, even if Chen Mo just stood here motionless, it's hard to escape it. 2. Quack. The Toad King tilted his head and let out a long whistle. Boom. The sky was dark with clouds, lightning and thunder, and the torrents of water around the started heaving and churning and rushing. Endless black tides slapped toward Chen Mo's location. Chen Mo was also not the least bit afraid, and his eyes instead burned with an incomparable glow of excitement. This sense of crisis that has not been felt for a long time. It also made his body's blood chi restless, tensing his nerves, not daring to be careless for a moment. Chen Mo laughed out loud, the anger that he had accumulated before exploding out in full force at this moment. The face laughed madly. Come on then, today, I'll take your crystal core. Big hands, buzz, activating the Juggernaut's powers. The silvery liquid on which his feet stood in this raging torrent continued to solidify and rise. For a moment, countless splashes erupted from beneath this torrent. It was a densely packed, as if 10,000 arrows were firing at the same time. A stunning scene of metal blades that, it was as dense as a storm. Bang bang. These metal blades cut through the black rain and torrents, tearing apart a toad that lurked underwater, straight towards the immense and incomparable Toad King. Pffffffffffffffff. The metal blade dug deep into its lumpy skin, but it didn't break through its defense at all. But such behavior angered the Toad King all the same. The Toad King's pupils were furious. In its eyes, this weak human dared to challenge itself. This is absolutely inadmissible. As the dominant Fae in this area, it let out a long roar. Quack. Beside it hovered countless prime water pillars, as if they were water pythons rotating. Its power is so great that it pulls the floodwaters of this place. It seemed as if all of this heaven and earth had become a water world ruled by the Toad King. Boom, boom. An interwoven metal barrier rumbled up in front of them. This water column manipulated by the Toad King was as powerful as 1,000 pounds, and instead of a column of water, it would be more terrifying to say that it was a merge of giant hammers, even directly to a layer of thick metal barrier, to hit the depression out of a huge hole. Whenever a psychic ability reaches the 4th rank, it is an extremely huge watershed. It was only at the 4th order that the real power of a psychic's powers could be displayed. Chen Mo stepped on top of this torrent, and his mastery alien ability was being utilized almost all the time. Each time he landed on one of his landing spots, a silver liquid coil would emerge and support it. The skin is quite thick. What about this? Chen Mo's eyes were cold and piercing. The ghost cut swept through his hand, and under the manipulation of the Juggernaut's psychic powers, the body of the Onigiri blade swirled with strands of black blades shaped like a half-moon. Ding! The speed that was erupted was extremely terrifying and seemed to be able to cut through everything. The countless falling black rainwater was neatly chopped apart by a blade that the Onirai had transformed into. Before the rain fell into this black torrent, it exploded into a splash of water. The Toad King was able to clearly perceive that the human in front of him was completely different from what he had seen before. However, as the overlord of North China University, it had obviously not fought against powerful aliens. Facing the razor-sharp blade, it opened its slime-filled, bloody mouth and the incredibly thick tongue in his mouth spat out. It seemed to shatter the ghost-cutting blade. Quack! Chen Mo sneered as he used his mastery alien energy with unparalleled skill. His right hand awakening dark tattoo continued to bloom with a brilliant purple light in this dark night. With a stroke of his right hand, those ghost-cutting blades looked like they were about to impact on that huge slimy toad tongue. Surprisingly, he drew an arc, avoiding the long tongue, and then chopped directly into the top of that tongue. A faint sense of blockage came through. Chen Mo was shocked in his heart. This Onigiri of his own. However, it had been strengthened by divine artisan Lin Yu with an extremely high-quality emerald crystal stone. Although Lin Yu had only awakened her divine craftsman ability for the first time at that time, unable to perfectly incorporate the toughness of the emerald crystals into the ghost cut, but it also definitely strengthens the sharpness of the ghost cuts considerably. One could imagine the toughness of the tongue of this king toad in front of him. It was worthy of being a Toad King that was able to invoke the heaven and earth. But Chapter 128 Exterminating the Toad King. Is there something wrong? Since it can't be cut off easily, then step it up a bit. Humph. Shenmo's eyes erupted with a regal light, mobilizing the juggernaut alien energy again. Put. This time, a smudge of black arcing light flashed. Put. Blood splattered everywhere, and the toad's huge, thick, long tongue. Surprisingly, they were chopped into pieces and fell into the water, splashing a water splash into it then floated above the torrent. The ghost-cutting blade reimagined itself as a blade returning to Shenmo's hand. Quack dash. The Toad King let out a piercing and incomparable mournful cry. Toads have an inherently low IQ, even up to the 4th order feline class. It is also only capable of giving birth to some simple thoughts. It couldn't understand how this thing could hurt itself. The Toad King's tympanic membrane flopped, and his scarlet pupils were filled with killing intent. Its cheeks bulged and its belly continued to make noises. In that bloody mouth, the tongue that was only half left was constantly wriggling out blisters and buds of flesh. Surprisingly, it grows under the speed of the naked eye. With the first lesson learned, the Toad King began to maneuver this flooded waters. The torrential rain in the sky fell even more violently, slapping on the body, even some raw pain. Quack, clattering dash at this moment. The rain that fell around them seemed to have frozen in the air, underneath the Toad King's feet. What was even more terrifying was that a huge and incomparable whirlpool surged up. Within this field of water, countless raindrops converged towards the Toad King's direction. It intersected with this torrent and leapt up into a swirling column of water. Suddenly, boom, boom, a column of water exploded violently from the torrent, toward Shenmo's direction, and around it, an incredibly thick column of water looked like it had come to life. Sweeping in at the same time. The scenery was spectacular. Shenmo's face was icy cold as he avoided chopping up a column of water, while continuously pouring F-class recovery potions into his mouth. Approaching. The terrain here was just too unfavorable for his own good. Heavy rains, flooding. His own mastery of his powers required a great deal of stamina every time he used it. F recovery potion recovers once again. When he was less than 100 meters away from that Toad King, Shenmo's mind moved. Rumble. From all around that Toad King, a 4-square metal cage suddenly rose up and, to imprison him in it. Noticing everything around him, the Toad King snapped out his tongue and wrapped it around this cage. Constant tugging. Squeak. Squeak. The metal that had been strengthened by the Juggernaut's foreign energy had long since gone beyond the ordinary. Seeing that it was fruitless, the strong and incomparably strong hind legs of that Toad King stomped out with a fierce force and, trying to crash through this metal cage. Boom! The Juggernaut alien ability is once again strengthened. From beneath the torrent, countless silver liquids converging, drained all the metal within those hundreds of meters. Even the metal platform where Porchi and Tang Xianyu were located had half disappeared, constantly reinforcing this metal cage. Boom! An immense and incomparable collision sound resounded. Bang! 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 The Toad King kept hitting this metal cage with his body. The metal cage floated violently and trembling on this raging wave. As King Toad's crashing, deformation bumps occur. Seeing that he had temporarily shackled this Toad King, Shenmo took a deep breath. Not enough. Not enough. Just by shackling this Toad King, he had emptied out most of his own strength, as well as all metallic substances within 100 meters of the surrounding area. Shenmo's eyes flashed with a trace of crazy light full and slowly closed his eyes. The Juggernaut's powers moved, and in his vision, it seemed to get a good look at the countless amounts of metallic liquid that came surging in. 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters, and even extend beyond the distance of North China University. 1,000 meters. Those metallic liquids came rushing in with this torrent. All of them converged at Shenmo's feet. In the black torrent under that metal cage, the silver-colored liquid that came in wisps in all directions formed a huge and incomparable vortex. Thousands of strands of liquid slowly spread and rose into the air, all toward the center of the position, and gradually transformed into a large metal sword suspended in the air, aimed at the Toad King inside the metal cage. It was this strike that nailed the Shukijin. The Toad King was not as slow to move as the Shoshi God, and was able to manipulate this area of water. It was difficult to approach, and if he didn't shackle it, he wouldn't be able to give himself a chance to kill it at all. Quack! As if sensing great danger, the Toad King let out a restless sound. The countless toads under the waters were all desperate to pounce towards Shenmo. Quack! Quack! Shenmo coldly looked at the toads that were densely swarming and had surrounded his surroundings. The ghost cut swept through and kept killing them. The giant metal sword above coalesced into its full form, and Shenmo's face was cold to the core. In a deep voice, he bellowed, "Die, Buzz." At this moment, the metal cage was closed above was opened at once. The immense and incomparable metal giant sword came crashing straight down. Rumble. The flood surged even more violently, and the Toad King opened his great mouth and, Tongues erupted out towards the giant metal sword in the upper air and wrapped around it. Countless water columns surged out around them and blasted out in unison as well. Whoa dash. Countless splashes of water interspersed with blood splattered. And its tongue could not stop this terrifying force. The power and strength of the divine spirit system's psychic abilities far exceeded that of ordinary psychics. The horror of this strike in terms of both weight and power, not to mention the fourth-ranked Fae. I'm afraid that even the fifth order would have to end up half dead or crippled. And just then, a loud cry suddenly rang out from the distance. Don't be afraid, brother. I'll help you. The teenager who fell into the water before appeared from nowhere. Beneath its feet, a circle of radiant, clean white light emerged, running wildly from the water. Jung Fan's face was so excited that he lifted his hand and wowed strangely in a middle-aged and incomparable way. Behold my divine might. Invulnerable. Great sun meteor strike. Boom. A cluster of sacred, immense light suddenly erupted from his hand. It burst out like a blazing sun. This force was extremely terrifying. So fast that it directly dinged that metal cage. The heavy blast hit the Toad King. Quack dash, the Toad King screamed all over in severe pain. This power. It seemed to have an extremely strong restraining effect on it. The mucus on its body surface instantly dissolved, and a bloody wound surfaced on its massive body. The metal cage was punched through an opening. The Toad King endured the severe pain and attempted to jump into the water before the giant metal sword came down. Seeing that the metal cage was broken open with a huge gash, this sudden scene, it made Chen Mo look dumbfounded. Chen Mo's breath caught and he turned back violently, looking at the teenager running wildly across the water in the distance. His eyes reddened as he said, "Are you sick?" But it was too late to care at the moment. Buzz, forcing the already overdrawn juggernaut alien energy in his body, let the broken open mouth of the metal cage quickly coalesce and recover. Boom! The Toad King slammed into the top of the newly healed metal cage. Rumble! As the giant metal sword fell heavily. Quack! The Toad King's mournful sound of extreme pain resounded through the clouds. Chapter 129, Ruling Light. No. One alien in the 11th military region. The torrent was so choppy that the teenager was unsteady and knocked over in the water again. The storm gradually subsided. The metal cage submerged in this torrent slowly emerged. Crimson blood filled the waters. The Toad King, just locked up in a metal cage. The huge sword gave a straight hook through the huge body. After the surrounding toads saw this, one by one they dived underwater and disappeared. Cough. Zhang Fan drank several liters of water and swam up from the water with a wretched look on his face. Climbing on a rocky reef. Vomit. This flavor is so sour. So, did the monster take care of it? Zhang Fan looked toward the Toad King that had fallen inside the metal cage in the distance, and his pupils couldn't help but shrink. That giant metal sword was simply too shocking, and it had directly nailed that Toad King to death to this point. When it was all over, Chen Mo immediately dashed to the front of the teenager. A hand grabbed its clothes and lifted the 6'6" teenager. Deadpan stares at him speaking beautiful language. Are you? Ha! Zhang Fan froze, looking at the person in front of him with some bewilderment, staring at the teenager's face. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, Chen Mo's body shook violently. He is Zhang Fan of the 11th military region? Chen Mo's heart shook greatly, because of the slightly green and ignorant teenager in front of him. In his previous life it was precisely the strongest alien in that 11th military region. An 8th order powerhouse with S-rank divine spirit system psychic abilities. Ruling. It is a well-known top figure in the end times. And now, why is it in this place? Chen Mo felt a bit incredulous. This was the first time he had encountered the top group of powerful people from his previous life since he had rejoined the end times. Why are you here? Zhang Fan frowned and looked at the youth in front of him with some confusion. You know me? Put. Chen Mo didn't all but fling his big hand and it directly threw Zhang Fan back into the water. Coldly. No, I don't know. All I know is that you almost spoiled something big for me. Zhang Fan, who had managed to climb up the bank with great difficulty, once again fell into the water. He is, today, 3 times overboard. I'm here to help you. Buzz. Beneath the surface of the water, an incomparably bright and clean white light emerged. Zhang Fan floated out as if he was a fallen chicken in anger, glaring angrily at Chen Mo. You people, I kindly help you. You don't appreciate it even if it's not enough. Why are you still like this? Chen Mo glanced at him coldly. Even if he was the top powerhouse of the 11th district in his previous life, he was still just a rookie now. Shut up. I don't need your help. He had managed to shackle the Toad King with great difficulty, and he was also high on so many F-rank recovery potions. This black torrent is boundless. If we really let it escape, that's a loss to Grandma's house. It's a good thing it turned out well, or you would have had to slap him twice yourself. Zhang Fan sniffed and looked at the terrifyingly huge metal sword in the distance, and the corpse of the Toad King. That Toad King obviously didn't kill himself. He scratched his head a little awkwardly and said, I'm here. I didn't mean for this to happen. Man, Dude, what's your psychic power? How come it's so strong? Chen Mo didn't bother to pay attention to him and instead walked straight towards the toad monster. At its feet, with every step, the water, which had nothing in front of it, it will then shimmer with a silver layer of light. Immediately afterward, a metal platform capable of holding one person appeared at his feet. Zhang Fan's eyes widened at the sight. This North China city, there was even a so powerful alien that he didn't know about? Hey, dude, wait for me. He trotted over as well. Just as Chen Mo was about to approach the corpse of that Toad King, that head is dead as a doornail. The Toad King, who was nailed inside by the giant metal sword, unexpectedly snapped open his scarlet pupils filled with killing intent. Opening his bloody mouth, he spat and shot his long tongue towards Chen Mo. It's surprisingly not dead? Chen Mo's pupils stared. Immediately, he wanted to use his mastery alien energy, but the power in his body had long since been deficient after blocking that metal cage at the last moment. Damn it! He had no choice but to raise his onairai and chop away. Zhang Fan, who was behind him, said with a shocked face, "Look out!" Buzz. In his hands, the same kind of light mass as before had suddenly appeared. Boom! Ruling light, as an S-rank divine spirit system ability, has extraordinary killing power. For some specific existences, it was an extremely strong restraining power. It was even like a ray that cut through Chen Mo's side, directly dinged the long tongue of the Toad King. Its power was terrifying, extending out and dissolving the metal cage that directly blasted into the Toad King's mouth. Quack! This time, the dying Toad King's huge body collapsed heavily inside the metal cage, completely fallen. Bang! When feeling this power coming from behind him, Chen Mo turned back with some surprise. A fourth-order alien? Zhang Fan's face was pale at the moment, and the light from that ruling just now, it was directly emptying out most of the power in his body. Zhang Fan sat down on his butt and laughed. Hey, how's that? It's okay? Chen Mo nodded. In the end, he was still the treasure of the 11th military region, and he was afraid that he had used a lot of resources in order to cultivate him. Chen Mo came to the side of the Toad King, who was nailed through the inside by the giant metal sword. Put. Ghost cut inserted. A strand of red thread spread to the hand with the ghost cut. Chen Mo's face flushed for a moment. While Atakiri is able to draw on blood to restore itself, the effect isn't exactly high. But this Toad King was different as a fourth-order Fey. The blood chi was huge, and even if it was a tenth of what was drawn from it, it's also enough to restore yourself quite a bit. Phew! Chen Mo breathed a long sigh of relief, and the ghost cut in his hand went up one line and it easily cut a bloody gash. Unashamedly, he thrust his hand straight into the even still writhing flesh and groped for it. Zip 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 zip, came a burning, unbearable tingle from his left hand. The flesh and blood of this toad are laced with toad poison. Pfft, as if touching something, Chen Mo's left hand violently pulled outward, pulling up a cloud of snow and slime. A purple crystal core, the size of an egg, appeared in his hand. This Toad King's crystal core was extraordinarily large, and it was on the verge of approaching with the 5th rank, and with the power to invoke heaven and earth. If left unchecked, it is bound to become a major problem in North China in the future. But sadly, the Toad King didn't seem to have fought many human aliens, or maybe it was the fact that all the NWU exalts it had encountered were pathetically weak, totally insufficient to pose any threat to it. So even before he could learn from his experience, he encountered Chen Mo directly hiccuping. His left hand was corroded and bloody, but Chen Mo acted as if he couldn't notice the pain in the slightest. Chapter 130, Goodbye to the Mysterious Merchant, Redeeming the Bright Bird Pearls. Looking at this crystal core in his hand, Chen Mo's eyes revealed a hint of joy. His Zhang Fan, who had followed behind him, looked horrified when he saw this scene. Doesn't it hurt? He tried touching the toad's skin with a hint of curiosity. Wow! The cried out strangely, his scalp tingling. Zhang Fan pulls out and pulls out and pulls out from the belt of his pants. He pulled out a 4-square iron box, and then sighed with relief. So close still. Ka! He opened the metal box. Inside lay dozens of capsule-like congealed beads that picked one up and swallowed it straight raw, then stepped forward and said, "Dude, want one?" Chen Mo glanced at him. With a single glance, he could tell what this was that Zhang Fan was holding in his hand. Diluted capsules of recovery potions, developed by the recovery potion that the military district redeemed from the mysterious merchant. I can't imagine that the 11th military region has developed to this point. Even this stuff is manufactured. Afraid that Chen Mo didn't know, Zhang Fan said with a heated smile, "That's a good one. I'm telling you." He hadn't finished speaking, and Chen Mo was not the least bit out of the loop. Picked up 3 of them straight away and dropped them in his mouth to recover. The alien energy filled up quite a bit in an instant, recovering at least 0.3%. The wound on his left hand that was burned by the toad poison had also healed quite a bit. It was roughly equivalent to, say, half a bottle of F-rank recovery potion. Zhang Fan's face changed, and with a face of flesh pain, He hurriedly covered his treasure. Why are you eating 3 at once? This is a good thing my uncle gave me. There aren't many of those in the 11th military region. At this moment, far above a wasteland in Emmerich, several Negro and white officers were standing on a head of immense end, next to the body of a strange bird with only one eye. There was a heated argument about something being gibbered at a black-cloaked figure. Behind them were thousands of well-equipped GIs, as well as tanks and warplanes. The mysterious merchant was caught in the middle of a crowd and was silent for a moment. Couldn't understand what these guys were saying at all. Suddenly, as if sensing something, the mysterious merchant disappeared into thin air, snapped, on the ground, leaving a trail of various potions behind, as well as a few colorful rocks. Also gone were the bodies of the strange birds that the GIs had managed to kill. The strange bird, which was 20 meters long, was a fifth-order fae that had occupied half of the city. Even Emmerich had expended a great deal of firepower to barely bring it down. What? The body of the strange bird suddenly disappeared. The few officers present were dumbfounded for a moment. What about a bird as big as me? Inside North China University. Ding dong. Beside his ears, there was suddenly a crisp, unmistakable sound of falling water drops. Chen Mo frowned and lowered his voice. Shut up. Did you hear anything? Ha? Jiang Fan froze, somewhat bewildered. No. Tada. There seemed to be a ripple that rippled through the water. Wow. An incredibly cold wind blew. In front of the two men, at some point, there appeared an incredibly short man, wearing a black cloak. The black-robed man whose face could not be seen. Jiang Fan's breath caught. The expression was as if he had seen a ghost as he looked at the dwarf that suddenly appeared in front of him. Where did this come from? Chen Mo, on the other hand, had his eyes suddenly brighten up immensely. Sure enough it came. Mystery trader. Earlier he had been guessing that the corpse of the King Toad, which was close to being the same as the Fifth Order, was for the mysterious merchant. It is also highly exchangeable. The purpose for which the mystic merchants existed seemed to be to collect all sorts of powerful corpses and resources. Some suspect that the true form of the mysterious merchant is in fact a post-apocalyptic god, and he gave it the code name Baiken. No one knows what he wants to do, but what is certain is that many of the mysterious merchant's fabulous treasures that it was all taken out of those bodies. Even the mysterious merchant himself was an incomparably powerful divine forge master. The mysterious merchant appeared at this place, and it looked at the corpse of the Toad King. He then looked at Jiang Fan and Chen Mo. The eyes hidden under the cloak were a little surprised. Obviously, he still remembered Chen Mo. It was only because Chen Mo had given it too deep an impression. A guy who was able to kill the Endbringer gods with his personal power. Long time no see. Chen Mo grinned. Recovery potion is almost out. Moreover, he had long suffered from the need for a space-type treasure that could fuse crystal cores and supplies. Otherwise, traveling alone in this post-apocalyptic world and carrying a whole bunch of stuff is just too inconvenient. The mysterious merchant said quietly. Corpses. For a change? Chen Mo stepped forward to the mysterious merchant's side and opened his mouth. Change. The mysterious merchant didn't move, and only after a long time did he speak hoarsely. This time, what you want? Jiang Fan looked at the guy in front of him, who was even shorter than himself, somewhat dumbfounded by the sight. Frowning, he always felt that there was something familiar about this guy, but he just couldn't remember. Chen Mo opened his mouth. Give me a treasure that can store resources. The rest, you watch. The mysterious merchant pondered for a while, and then said, Space ring. In front of it, a hazy black mist coalesced, and a silver-colored trigger finger appeared. There was a clear crystal stone embedded in it, capable of holding 10 parties. Jiang Fan looked at the ring floating in the air in front of him. Oh, 0? Creating things out of thin air? What kind of psychic ability is that? Too little. Chen Mo shook his head. So little that one could just go hunting for some random crystal cores and stuff it. Even the emerald crystals, they couldn't put in a few pieces. Is there a bigger one? Chen Mo said. The mysterious merchant glanced at the Toad King's corpse and spoke its thoughts directly. You should know the value of these things. This body, at most, can only be traded for 30 square feet in size. 30 parties? Muttered Chen Mo. It's still not enough. I wish it was bigger. Another dense black mist appeared in front of the mysterious merchant's eyes. When the black mist dissipated, what was in it was a palm-sized. Even the scarlet and incomparable eyes of the beast's pupils that were still turning. Such an eyeball. The very eyeball of the strange Emmerich bird. This is the bright bird pearl, capable of holding 100 parties, whether storing crystal cores or supplies. All perfectly adequate for you. But do you have anything else to redeem it for? Bright bird beads. Upon seeing this object, Chen Mo's eyes suddenly lit up. That's what one wants. The more space a treasure held, the more valuable it would be. Chen Mo pondered beside him for a long time and finally said, Yes, jade crystals, take it or leave it. Chen Mo picked up the ghost cut and asked with a smile on his face, It was then that the mysterious merchant noticed the change that had occurred to the ghost cut he had given him earlier. Slightly baffled. Surprisingly, it's really emerald crystals. It didn't understand why this guy in front of it. How did he know everything? But again, making a deal with Chun Mo didn't require much talking at all and was extremely efficient. It's so easy to compare to the group we just saw. The mysterious merchant opened his mouth coldly. Collect. Plain and simple one word. Chun Mo was delighted in his heart. Mysterious merchants can not just collect only crystal cores and corpses. Almost everything in this post-apocalyptic world all have a reasonable assessed value in it. Chapter 131 Generous Reward. Increase ring. As far as how much it's worth and how to judge it, that can only be if the mystery merchant says so. The mysterious merchant thought for a moment and gave an offer. 1,000 pounds of emerald crystals, and this corpse will be paid for separately. Obviously, for the moment, the emerald crystals seemed a bit more important to it. I'll give you 1,500 pounds, Chun Mo said without hesitation. Jiang Fan's eyes widened at the words and froze as he looked at Chun Mo. Isn't it 1,000 pounds? He didn't recall for a moment what figure was in front of him, but even if it was a cutie, be able to see that too. They're trading something. Spare the mysterious merchant a jolt. Mystery merchants never do business at a loss. It's never someone else who cuts a deal with it. The other side of the initiative to raise prices, or the first time to see. Chun Mo smiled brightly and opened his mouth. This corpse of the Toad King, you can take it away first. I'm not going to lie, but I've found a vein of emerald crystals. But I don't have the emerald crystals on me right now, so how about I give them to you the next time we meet again? The extra, counted as interest. The corners of the mysterious merchant's mouth twitched at his words. Credit? It was silent for a moment, as if pondering the deal. After a long time, Fong said quietly, what an interesting guy. I don't really have that right. Chun Mo sniffed and then sighed. Pity, but I can give you this bright bird pearl. The mysterious merchant continued. Chun Mo's eyes lit up and he frowned. Why? In his impression, mysterious merchants never did deals that lost money. The mysterious merchant spoke in a calm tone, his voice hoarse. I'll give you a month to prepare a 5th order Fae, or the corpse of a 4th order endgame god. Give it to me. I will naturally appear before you. If you can promise, then this bright bird pearl, I can give it to you. For some reason, there was a sense of foreboding in it. One seems to be working with this person for a long time to come. The two of them traded cleanly and without ink, and it liked trading with Chun Mo. Chun Mo pondered for a moment, then said without hesitation, could be. The mysterious merchant nodded. The bright bird bead, suspended in the air in the size of a fist, under an extremely mysterious force, constantly shrinking. By the end, it was merely the size of a quail's egg. It slowly floated to Chun Mo's body. It's yours. Chun Mo received the bright bird bead. The touch felt somewhat soft and round. Akito Pearl's pupils were wavering. In his previous life, he himself had owned a 50-square bright bird bead. Therefore, Chun Mo was also familiar with its use. Aiming the 4th-rank egg-sized crystal core that he had previously collected from that Toad King's body at Yuming Bird Bead's pupil. Buzz. That pupil began to dilate, and a flash of purple light flickered up. At the end of the day, that crystal core unexpectedly disappeared directly into Chun Mo's hand. This divine scene caused an incomparable excitement to flash up in Jiang Fan's eyes. I know, it's a storage ring. I've seen it in metaphysical novels. I can't imagine that such a thing really exists. Who wouldn't want to be well-stocked and lightly traveled than to set out on their own carrying a ton of supplies? This kind of good treasure, in the midst of the end times, there is almost no one who doesn't want to have it. Jiang Fan rushed forward. Can I redeem it too? Mystic Trader, in exchange for what? I want that thing too. Do you think these will be enough? Jiang Fan was incredibly excited as he spoke. While doing so, he pulled out a few scattered second-order crystal cores from his pocket, as well as the iron box containing the recovery capsules from before. These second-order crystal cores were still taken out in passing when he arrived. The mysterious merchant looked at the capsule in the iron box, as well as the crystal cores in Jiang Fan's hand, a castrated version of the F-class recovery potion. Solely ignoring him directly, he looked at Chun Mo and said, what else do you want in exchange for that corpse? Chun Mo was clearly in a good mood after receiving the bright bird bead. Having a carry-on space capable of holding supplies and crystal cores definitely made things a lot more convenient for himself. There was also no need for the poor man to carry a huge load on his back. As if he thought of something, Chun Mo suddenly remembered Yor, who was still in a coma. Earlier, in order to deal with that Toad King, so that the poor man and Yor wouldn't be affected, he specially brought the Toad King to the depths of North China University, avoided there, a bottle of restorative potion. For the rest, you make an offer. The mysterious merchant nodded and looked at the corpse of the Toad King. With a single glance, he was able to see through all of the Toad King's information. Almost 5 steps? The mysterious merchant spoke slowly. This Fei, there's something unusual about it. And the body was pretty well preserved. A bottle of restorative potion. As you wish. For the rest I'm willing to give an enhancement ring capable of increasing your powers by 1.25 times. Plus 5 third-order cores and 1,000 second-order cores. How about 10 bottles of Class D recovery potion and 1 berserk potion? You should be no stranger to all this if you know so much, right? Ooh. Chen Mo's eyes suddenly lit up immensely at the words. He had never thought that he would be able to exchange it for so many things. Jiang Fan on the side was also shaken. Holy crap, that's a lot of crystals? A third-order zombie or a Fey was difficult enough to deal with, requiring one's presence. 5 third-order cores, 1,000 second-order cores. How long does this 11th military district have to go out hunting? What shocked him was the number of these crystal cores. And what Chen Mo was concerned about was not those thousands of crystal cores. Instead, it's an enhancement ring that can increase the enhancement powers. And the 2 potions. A D-rank recovery potion had a recovery effect that was several times that of an F-rank potion. Ever since the Juggernaut alien power broke through stage 4, the F-rank recovery potion was no longer enough to satisfy himself. 1 bottle wouldn't even restore the consumed alien energy to full. And that berserk potion, on the other hand, it was a potion that many aliens in their previous lives would prepare when they went on crusades against extremely dangerous gods with huge life-threatening risks. Although it has not been developed by the military district yet, but it's arguably the most sought-after potion by exotics in the previous world. 1 bottle is worth a lot of money, because after taking this berserk potion, it was able to break through the critical point of the alien ability, explode in a short period of time with a power that far exceeds the current powers. The lower the level of the ability, the stronger the increase it brings. For example, if a D-ranked psychic took it, he would be able to utilize the power of a C-ranked psychic. In the end, it's still less exposure to mystery traders. In his previous life, he had never had the chance to meet the mysterious merchant at all. The mysterious merchant's voice was hoarse. Swap? Chen Mo did not hesitate. Change? He hadn't even thought that the mysterious merchant would be able to give much of a price. I can't imagine that the terms of the deal are so lucrative. The corpse of this near 5th rank Toad King was worth a lot of money. It was only that what Chen Mo had to exchange every time was something extremely precious in this post-apocalyptic world. That's what always seems to be of insufficient value. Chapter 132, First is also fourth. Changing the ending. Transaction completed. In front of the mysterious merchant, the items that needed to be traded emerged. Thousands of crystal cores, and 2 types of potions. After the bright bird beads that can hold things, you won't have to worry about storing and carrying it around yourself. Chen Mo stowed all of these things into the bright bird pearl. Smiling, he opened his mouth. Pleasant transaction. By the way, businessman, remember what you once promised me? Me, the first to slay the endgame gods? The mysterious merchant laughed hoarsely. Does it matter to you? Important. Chen Mo replied without hesitation. He wanted to know that since he had been reborn once, possessing 2 more extremely powerful psychic abilities, consider yourself no weaker than anyone else, even that unattainable top power in his former life. It also seems to have become less of a source of admiration. The mysterious merchant said quietly. First and fourth, I should go. The words fell, and a wisp of fresh wind cut through. There wasn't a single trace left behind. Even with the corpse of the Toad King in that metal cage, it also disappeared with it. Oh, Chen Mo's eyes narrowed slightly as he frowned and muttered. First and also fourth? He was a little puzzled by the mysterious merchant's ambiguous answer. Is it number 1 as far as individuals are concerned? Or is it the same stats for kills worldwide? Ha! Chen Mo grinned, his eyes flashing with incomparable excitement. But it's enough. At least, it's lined up now. And as a born-again person, the greatest advantage one occupies, that is an absolute head start. In his previous life, his own self, who possessed psychic abilities, was extraordinarily sharp at capturing information. With the breakthrough in his powers, the number of events, large and small, that he recalled increased. Whether it's an end-time god or a forbidden zone or the location of various end-time treasures, all remembered clearly by themselves. It could be said that these things, this information, could not be exchanged for any treasure. After the mysterious merchant left, Jiang Fan on the other side then snapped to attention. Misery said, It's that merchant who can redeem everything, right? I remember. Old Uncle once told himself that the 11th military region was by chance purging a group of zombies in the Ever seen a mystery merchant? And the old uncle was still there at the time. They used all the crystal cores they had cleared out and exchanged them with the mysterious merchant for quite a few treasures. A sensory or capable of detecting the strength of psychic abilities, food seeds that can be planted under the wasteland and more. All that was exchanged were treasures that could be used for research with the help of external forces. The F-class recovery potion was the one from which it was exchanged. Jiang Fan slumped to the ground on his but with a Sima face. Old uncle has said that end-time merchants are hard to come by. and they've only seen them once, in exchange for saving decades of research and development. Holy, that's a big loss. If I had known, I would have brought more crystal cores, Jiang Fan said with hindsight. The bright bird beads were put away, and the supplies exchanged from the mysterious merchant. It also only takes up about 6 squares of space. In his previous life, his own 50-square bright bird bead could store a large amount of food resources. Now this 100 square meters of space was definitely enough for a long period of time by itself. Chen Mo glanced at him, worrying about the safety of the poor man and Tang Xianyu, not communicating too much with Jiang Fan, but directly from within the bright bird pearl. Took out the last bottle of F-rank recovery potion and drank it. Gollum. As the potion went down, Chen Mo tried to reuse his juggernaut alteration. The power of the alien energy was mostly restored. Buzz. The metal cage and metal giant sword behind them instantly dissolved. The water in front of him spread its a long metallic path, stowing the ghost cut. Without looking back, Chen Mo rushed towards the location where the poor man was. There were still dark clouds surging over North China University. Only after the death of the Toad King, the violent and incomparable rainstorm stopped. Seeing this, Jiang Fan hurriedly said, "Hey, dude, wait for me." Although he didn't know who Chen Mo was, he could tell from the other party's words and demeanor. Obviously no ordinary person who knows quite a bit. The information that Chen Mo knew was, for any power in the midst of the end times, it's all vital. He was just about to follow him when he realized that the metal platform began to dissolve right after Chen Mo left. Wow! The feathered wings behind Jiang Fan unfolded and shook off the rainwater on them. S-rank ruling powers, aka Angel of Ruling. Above it in the rankings is the SS rank 6 wings. Jiang Fan directly leapt into the air and hurriedly chased after him. The torrent, a metal platform. Poor Chi protected Tang Xianyu, and it was connected to Chen Mo by heart and soul. Naturally, he knew about the fall of that Toad King. Upon seeing his master's figure, the poor man got up and let out a low growl. Chen Mo came to the poor man's side and looked at Tang Xianyu, who was still unconscious on the ground. The effects of so many bottles of F-rank recovery potions played out. The breath on Yuer's body also gradually smoothed out, as if she had fallen asleep. Only the red, prominent scar on his cheek stood out. Well done. Chen Mo patted the poor man. Then come forward. From the bright bird bead, he took out the potion that had been specially redeemed for him that was capable of repairing scars. It was fed gently and slowly. In the end, it was still a potion redeemed from the mystery merchant. The results can be immediate. Those red scars on Tang Xianyu's body began to fade and subside, revealing that pale, delicate skin. The scars on the legs exposed through the jacket also became fine and polished. Chen Mo's eyes lit up. It's always a relief. It's okay. It's okay. In this life, he had finally changed Yuer's situation. The scars that would later accompany her were no longer there. Now, just wait for Yuer to wake up. And at that moment, from high in the air behind him came Jiang Fan's voice. Why are you going so fast? Told you. Wait for me, buddy. Roar. This sudden appearance of the, causing the poor man behind him to growl towards it with a grimace. An immense stream of air rushed towards him. Jiang Fan's pupils shrunk violently. My mom? How is there another Fei here? He almost didn't maneuver well enough to plant on the and slowly fell, his wings retracting behind him. Dude, what the hell is this again? Poor Chi. Chen Mo faintly shouted. Only then did the poor man tighten up a bit. What are you still following me here for? Jiang Fan was shocked that the Fei in front of him would follow this person's orders. The heart couldn't help but be even more surprised. I came over to see you. Chapter 133, Unprecedented Second Evolution. Are there any other survivors left here? Jiang Fan muttered as he surveyed the surroundings. Suddenly, it was as if he had realized something. He noticed an extremely beautiful girl on Chen Mo's side. Naked, disclosing only a jacket. Naked arms that were as smooth as lamb's milk. And, those round, straight legs. Jiang Fan's entire body was dumbfounded. He's still a minor, just turned 17, never even held a girl's hand. Where have I seen such a scene? The nose was hot and the nosebleed immediately spurted out. Put. Jiang Fan hurriedly turned his head and closed his eyes. The heart murmured, misconduct and misconduct. Why is there a woman in this hellhole? Chen Mo frowned. Jiang Fan, as the #1 strongest person in the 11th military region. In my memory it was the 6th military region that had a lot to do with it. And every time Yuer saw him, the two would nod their heads as if they knew each other. Chen Mo pondered for a moment, then looked at the not-so-smart brat in front of him. Could it be that this man saved Yuer in her previous life? Considering that Jiang Fan is now a 4th-order alien, its ruling light for that Toad King again has great damage. Plus, Jiang Fan was here alone again, under the 11th military region. Maybe it's true that he took care of that Toad King for the 6th military region. In silence, that's what kept the wind from blowing too much. Chen Mo gave Tang Xianyu his jacket to put on and got up to come in front of Jiang Fan. The height difference between the two is really a bit big. After awakening his dual psychic abilities, Chen Mo was now already 1 meter 8 in height, and Zhang Fan is only 5 feet 6 inches. And if none of his powers have been awakened, I'm afraid it's not about the same height as that mysterious businessman. Chen Mo's face was a bit odd as he lowered his head and looked at the little brat in front of him. Zhang Fan also looked up at Chen Mo, obviously feeling extraordinarily dissatisfied with the height difference. Beneath his feet, a circle of incomparably white light rose up, his entire body floated in the air, and only then did he manage to be on par with Chen Mo. Some goosebumps rose from being looked at so much by Chen Mo, muttering and opening his mouth. What are you doing? Chen Mo, aren't you from the 11th military region? What are you doing in North China City? Zhang Fan froze, then said, how do you even know that? Chen Mo grinned with some playfulness. Not only do I know this, but I also know that your name is Zhang Fan, and that your psychic ability is an S-class ruling. Your uncle is the current head of the 11th military region. Jiang Shangming. Zhang Fan's eyes lit up at the words, and he said with incomparable surprise, so I'm already this famous? He suddenly laughed out loud. Unexpectedly, Junior Master's reputation is so great that even the people in North China City already know about it. He appeared to be able to do so with his nose turned up in the air. Right, that's right, I'm Jiang Fan. Dude, what's your name? Jiang Fan asked. Chun Ma. Oh, Jiang Fan nodded. Never heard of it. Chen Mo said indifferently. I'm just curious. A prince like you. What's the point of coming to North China City if you don't stay honestly in the 11th military region? Zhang Fan's face changed at the words and said with some dissatisfaction. It wasn't even my uncle who told me to come. How boring it is to stay in the 11th military district every day. I wanted to go and follow them to save the survivors. He nonetheless refused. But unable to resist my softening, I was still given a very difficult task. That's what sent me to the 6th military district, responsible for negotiating agreements with their executives for the acquisition of ammunition. Said Zhang Fan. As if he had thought of something, he directly sucked in a breath of cool air. With an expression as if he had seen a ghost, he hurriedly covered his big mouth. Bad. He sneaked a look at Chen Mo. Seeing Chen Mo's calm face, he hurriedly interrupted his thoughts with a loud laugh and said, ha ha, just kidding, just kidding. I'm just so bored in the 6th military district. That's why I came out to sneak around a bit. That neighborhood was cleared of walkers and ran here without realizing it. Chen Mo's eyes twinkled. Mo? Listening to Zhang Fan. So it seemed that the 6th military region seemed to be consuming quite a bit of firepower. There wasn't even much left in the stockpile, so they had no choice but to ask for help elsewhere. This matter, I seem to have heard Liao Ruyu mention it as well. When Zhang Fan saw that Chen Mo did not reply for a long time, he could not help but sweat profusely for a while. I can't wait to smack myself in the face. I'll be damned. Non-disclosure agreements. Confidentiality agreements. Own asterisk asterisk, how did you just say that? Zhang Fan looked at Chen Mo with a pale face and spoke bitterly. Brother, Chen, you mustn't say anything about this, or I'm really screwed. Now there's more than just the threat of zombies and xenomorphs in this post-apocalyptic world. Those who are but a little bit capable of being an alien, all rose with a strange heart, and even the survivors who had converged on the neither is willing to travel to the safe zone. He sent a number of men from the 11th military region to suppress the unrest for this very reason. If this news leaks out, the 6th military region will be in a bad way. Chen Mo glanced at him and said indifferently, I didn't hear anything. That's good. That's good. Zhang Fan patted his chest. Tentatively, he inquired, dude, you're so strong. Are you also from the 6th military region? He was able to sense that Chen Mo, like himself, was also a 4th-ranked alien. Chen Mo shook his head. No. Zhang Fan's eyes were delighted and he immediately exclaimed, then want to come to my 11th army district? With your strength, I'll talk to my uncle and get you an official high or low. Chen Mo was somewhat speechless. When he awakened his powers in his previous life, there had long been no shortage of innate and acquired awakened psychics in the various safe zones. Although he possessed psychic abilities, his status among the psychics belonged to the middle of the road. It's also a dispensable presence for the war zone. Now the first thing a famous power from his former life did when he saw him was to invite him to join. It was a bit tiresome to mess with. Chen Mo waved his hand. All right, you have business to attend to, and I likewise have business to attend to. You go. Himself promised the mysterious merchant, handed a corpse of a 5th-order fae or a 4th-order god within a month. From memory, the few gods that were close by were also quite a distance away from the city of North China. I'm afraid it's too late, but with half a month to go, the year will appear. The year. It has now found Yul ahead of time. After placing him properly, Chen Mo's intention was to start with that yearling beast. In the worst-case scenario, then we can only entrust Shou Shishun. After all, No one dared think otherwise of the mysterious merchant, even those 8th order powerhouses. There was once a 7th order alien who wanted to buy it for $0, but he was directly killed by the mysterious merchant. It doesn't even need it to do anything. The other powers won't let it go. And even an extremely special presence in the end times, the next few hours will be very tight. After the year beast purges the large number of surviving humans, the population will face another drastic reduction, but just as much extra are the countless freshman resources that, and the most powerful zombie fae that survived. Then, all creatures of the world will be greeted with a post-apocalyptic unprecedented and final, second evolution. Chapter 134, An Orgy After the Purging of Mankind. Second evolution. After that time, the human side, whether it was a psychic or an ordinary person, would undergo another metamorphosis. After being ravaged by the year, the population was drastically reduced. A substance called evolutionary dust will appear in the world. Evolutionary dust pervades the entire world, and all are able to be blessed by the. There is no time to elevate the entity. The general public will be strengthened to a great extent, and will be protected from all diseases. It's even immune to a small percentage of zombie viruses. And that evolutionary crystal core was even more terrifying. Only in the place where the evolutionary dust is the most dense will there be a chance to be born and condensed. If a psychic uses it, he or she will be able to directly advance his or her psychic abilities. It's just a pity that this evolutionary crystal core is so scarce. Without exception, they exist in extremely treacherous places. It was an orgy from the aftermath of the human purge. Neen, Orochi, Leviathan, Patun, all over the world, at that time of year. There are all sorts of horrors and great evils from mythology. Evolutionary crystal cores were almost always obtained by immensely powerful forces from all sides. It was not until the end of this orgy of evolution that it came to light, and sadly for my former self, it was just a baptism of evolutionary dust. The 6th order alien who just broke through doesn't have any qualifications that, being able to travel to the place where that evolutionary dust is thickest, not to mention, getting the evolutionary crystal cores condensed out of it. Chen Mo's eyes kept flickering. For once, grab an absolute head start. That's second evolution. One has an absolute advantage. Hey. At this time, Zhang Fan's voice pulled Chen Mo back from his thoughts. Where do you plan to go next? And this woman. I'm getting ready to leave in a couple of days. Somebody's coming to pick me up. Do you want to follow me forward to the 11th military region? That woman, she should mean a lot to you, right? She's nothing more than a commoner. She still has to be allowed inside the war zone to be safe. I'm sorry. Zhang Fan spoke. Chen Mo glanced at him and said with a calm face, I won't bother you with that. The 11th military district has a good reputation though and treats survivors extremely well. But in this post-apocalyptic world, it's not just the major military regions that are safe. Since he had already found Yuer, there was no need to stay in this North China city. Chen Mo walked over and gently picked up Tang Xianyu before leaping up to sit on the poor man. Whispered, Poverty, we should go. With a low roar, the poor man leapt up and left directly towards the outside of North China University. Zhang Fan stood alone on the metal platform, staring blankly at the scene. Couldn't help but say with a look of envy. This is so rad. So these fae, they can still be tamed? It fits me perfectly. He decided to get one for fun later. The wings on his back incited, and Zhang Fan's entire body just flew up in the air. Stay close. Outside of Northwestern University. Rumble. 5 helicopter gunships came in. Looking at the monstrous flood below, Zhang Haifeng's face was a bit gloomy as he muttered. This place has actually been flooded? How many people have to die here? Zhang Haifeng shook his head inside the 6th military region in order to go and save the lives of those top leaders and their families. I don't know how many men as well as firepower were wasted and hurt for nothing. How hard it is to find someone in this post-apocalyptic world. Sometimes he couldn't help but wonder if it was really worth it to do this. Obviously on this side of North China. I wonder how many more survivors are cut off by that plugged gully. Whenever this happened, Zhang Haifeng couldn't help but think of which young man he had met at the beginning of the end times. Chun Ma. If it wasn't for him, I'm afraid I would have died on the first day of the end times. He killed Lin on his son, but then saved hundreds of people. If the top brass within the military district had all given up on rescuing their relatives in the field, on those dozens of, then the number of people saved by these fires would be more than thousands. There are at least over 10,000 survivors that make it to safety. But it's a shame that one's position in the 6th military region is still too low. Totally inadequate to decide this. Lin Anha promised himself that as soon as his son's murderer was found and solved, then he would make himself the first voice of the 6th military region besides him. Zhang Haifeng's eyes were extraordinarily determined as he murmured, Little brother, I'm sorry. And just then, a middle-aged man with a big belly inside the helicopter shouted angrily, Zheng Haifeng, I asked you to watch that brat. What did you do? Zheng Fan is the nephew of Zheng Shengming from the 11th Military Region. It also carries the mission of trading between our two war zones. If anything goes wrong, you'll die a million deaths. Gao Lameo is going to pass out from anger. Couldn't help but crack up. Damn, where the hell is that kid man now? Left? Are you sure he's here? Zhuo Yuan nodded his head with a calm face and said, Xiao Jiang said it was too stuffy inside the military area and came out to get some air. Dear Gao, don't worry, Xiao Jiang is a fourth-order alien, and is even stronger than me in terms of strength. There's no use. Galamo spat. An underage brat. I really don't know where he got the guts to come to this hellhole. Wait, Zheng Haifeng, who was on the side, looked as if he had seen something and snapped to a dead stop, staring into the distance. That familiar and unmistakable figure, that terrifyingly fierce beast, is he? The other side. After getting out of NWU, the water level of this torrent also lowered quite a bit. Wherever the poor man passed, metal platforms rose up. Chen Mo also didn't pay any attention to Zheng Fan who had been following him. Rumble dash from high in the distance. The roar of a helicopter sounded. Chen Mo raised his head while then looking at Zheng Fan behind him and couldn't help but frown. He knew Zheng Fan's identity, and the people of the 6th Military Region would definitely not dare to allow any damage to it. Came quite fast. Chen Mo sneered. So many survivors in North China University waited until they died without seeing anyone from the 6th Military Region come. Now instead, Zheng Fan alone was here, and 5 helicopters were deployed. What a different life. It's someone from the 6th Military Region. Zheng Fan, who was behind him, said with his eyes suddenly bright and incomparable. It came pretty fast. I've only been out for how long? Less than a day. Zheng Fan looked at the oncoming helicopter gunship in the sky with some dissatisfaction. Obviously not having enough fun. He flew over to Chen Mo and opened his mouth with a smile. Dude, do you want to come with us? Chen Mo said indifferently. Go back on your own. This stupid kid. He doesn't seem to know that he's the most wanted man in the 6th Military Region. Chapter 135, the 6th Military Region's men discovered their whereabouts. There's still a lot of work to be done on your own right now. Chen Mo didn't want to break out into any conflict with them. Zheng Fan's face pulled a shrug. He still wanted to interact more with this mysterious guy. In the blink of an eye, Chen Mo disappeared into the waters on his poor chi and disappeared. That's strange. What's the point of running so fast? Zheng Fan muttered uncertainly. Rumble. One of the helicopter gunships slowly came down, dropping a ladder from above. Zhuo Yuan leapt from the helicopter. As for Zheng Haifeng, he was also climbing down the ladder with an eager face. Uncle Zheng? Brother Zhuo? Why are you guys here? Zheng Fan was surprised by the large array of people. Zhuo Yuan gave him a look without a good mood and opened his mouth. Xiao Jiang, why did you leave without giving notice? Do you realize that you suddenly disappeared? But it freaked out the executives? Zheng Fan held his head in his hands and whistled. Boring, saying something about conferring and not giving me an accurate answer. I'll just slip out on my own. Zhuo Yuan can't help but be a little speechless at the lawless kid. Hurry back. Gao has also come over. You brat, you really don't let people worry about you. The two had a good relationship, and the first person Zheng Fan met when he came here was Zhuo Yuan, who was also an alien. Xiao Jiang, who was that guy following you just now? Zhuo Yuan looked in one direction and, frowning, he asked. Zheng Fan said with a smile, oh, him, he's Xiao Jiang. Another anxious voice immediately sounded. Zheng Haifeng hurriedly dropped down from the ladder and looked at the endless torrent of, as well as the neatly organized metal platform at his feet. Pupils snapped. Metal. It's him. It's definitely him. Zheng Haifeng opened his mouth with an incomparable urgency on his face. Xiao Jiang, I'm asking you, that guy you were just beside, where did he go? Seeing that Zheng Haifeng was so eager, Zheng Fan spoke with some uncertainty. What the hell is going on? His name is Chen Mo. My new buddy with strong psychic powers, but he didn't seem to want to go back to the military with me, so he went ahead and left first. Chen Ma. Zheng Haifeng was shaken. It was unthinkable that Chen Mo, whom he had been searching for a long time, would appear in this place. North China. This guy, isn't he afraid to die? Dare to run from Tianhai City to North China City under the eyes of the 6th Military Region? What did you say? Zhuo Yuan, who was at the side, also changed his face when he heard the name. Zheng Haifeng and Zhuo Yuan both glanced at each other. All of them saw the color of shock in each other's eyes. Zheng Fan was even more confused. Chen Ma, what's the problem? He came from the 11th Military Region, and although he had heard about the death of Lin Anha's son, but it is not known who killed him. Brother Zhuo, tell me about it. Zheng Fan came over. Zhuo Yuan said with a grave face. Xiao Jiang, you have no idea. He's the most wanted man in our 6th Military Region. What? Zhang Fan's eyes widened at the words, and his entire body froze in place. Backpedaling, he stammered. Is he the one who killed Lin Shu, and saved hundreds of survivors along the way? Zhang Fan was sluggish for a while, then clapped his hands and said, "It's good to kill. I've long been displeased with that kid. Do you really think that people don't know about the tricks he's done?" Zhang Fan, who also had an extraordinary background, had naturally heard about Lin Shu's circle. He's been able to smooth out a lot of messes for him, thanks to the energy of his parents behind him. There were even many lives involved. Zhua Yuan glared at the mouthy brat. Xiao Jiang, Duro Gao is right up there. You can't say that nonsense. Zhang Fan grunted in dissatisfaction. Deserved to die. I heard that day the C-City 415 incident that project is his Lin Shu group to get out. That shabby project but died hundreds of people. His father entrusted someone to find a scapegoat. Is it true that we don't even know about it? Alright. Zhang Haifeng opened his mouth with a gloomy face and interrupted. What time is it? It's so hard to find Chen Mo now. We must catch him this time. Can't let him get away. I'll take Xiao Jiang back. Zhua Yuan, I'll leave this matter to you. I'll have a word with the High Council in a moment. Zhua Yuan was obviously aware of the importance of the matter. Nodded. Good. But suddenly, Zhang Fan, who was on the side like a sloth, hugged Zhua Yuan to death, shouted in all directions. Dude, run. Someone's out to get you dash. The aftermath is unrelenting, echoing on this flood. All he knew was that Chen Mo had solved a major scourge for North China and saved many survivors. Now the 6th military region was trying to arrest Lin Shu because of him alone. Though his old uncle told him to stay out of trouble, he couldn't see past what was going on. Zhang Fan, who fancied himself as a messenger of justice, would naturally not sit idly by. Zhua Yuan and Zhang Haifeng both froze. Zhua Yuan even kept picking at Zhang Fan, who looked like a dogskin plaster on his body, and frowned. Xiao Jiang, what are you doing? I can't walk anymore. Zhang Fan wailed. This kind of commotion naturally alarmed Gao Limo inside the helicopter above. Gao Limao roared in anger as he looked through the helicopter at the 3 men below. Zhua Yuan, Zhang Haifeng, what are all doing? Quickly bring Xiao Jiang up here. If anything happens to Xiao Jiang, there will be consequences for you. Do you two hear me? Zhang Fan said with a cheeky smile. Uncle Zhang, Brother Zhua, you all heard it. This is not what I said. Seeing the High Council speak, Zhua Yuan looked at Zhang Haifeng and said, what now? The High Bureau side is urging. Zhang Haifeng's tightly frowning frown never stretched for a moment. The face is gloomy and incomparable after a long time before said quietly. Forget it. It's been dragging on for so long. It's all flooded here. We shouldn't be able to find Chen Mo. Let's go back first. The 3 of them boarded the helicopter together. And when Gao Limao saw Zhang Fan, he immediately shushed him, changing into a face of unparalleled kindness. He said, Xiao Jiang, if you're bored, talk to Uncle Gao. We have everything there. How can we explain to your uncle if you come here alone? Look at you, kid. You're soaked. Go back and wash yourself. Faced with Gao Limao's enthusiasm, Zhang Fan casually perfunctorily said a couple sentences. Zhang Haifeng, who was on the side, came forward and told him about meeting Chen Mo. Gao Limo froze. He looked at Zhang Fan and then at Zhang Haifeng. A cold voice followed. Humph, Xiao Zhuai is my man. How dare you let him go? He didn't get much credit for catching Chen Mo. And it was a lot of work. And who's going to protect himself when Zoro's gone? Zhang Haifeng was anxious, but, that's Lin. Gao Limao, catch Chen Mo. That's your business. There's no need to say more. We are here this time to find Xiao Jiang and that Chen Mo. I still know which is more important. You know. Chapter 136, Tang Xianyu awakens. Icy night. Zhang Haifeng cursed in his heart. This guy, he's literally the assholes of the 6th military region. So much for being greedy. Personnel is a no-go, but there's no way around it. Gallimore's position is there, and good relations with the other top brass in the 6th military region. It's not good to be overly offended yourself. Zhang Haifeng held back the anger in his heart and didn't say anything more. On the other hand, Gao Limo was still shushing Zhang Fan. Xiao Jiang, you're not hurt anywhere, are you? Although you are powerful. But here, it's just too dangerous to run around. Know what? It's getting dark in the city of North China. The poor man left the confines of North China University in the twinkling of an eye, came to a silent, uninhabited area. Bang! A store door was smashed open. The mournful roars of the zombies kept coming from them. It looked extraordinarily oozy in this night. It had been a while before the voices inside subsided. Tada! Footsteps came from it. Chen Ma stepped out of the pitch-black store, holding a ghost cut that. It still got a lot of blood on it. In its hand, it was holding a dress worn by a girl. One man and one beast found a place to build a fire. Under this nocturnal bonfire, and through the faint light of this fire, Chen Mo just quietly looked at Tang Xianyu. The crackling of the campfire was in my ears. Chen Mo gradually fell into a long period of reminiscence. I don't know how much time has passed. Tang Xianyu, who was on the side, suddenly let out a wooing sound. The poor man and Chen Mo both looked over. Chen Mo's eyes lit up as he rushed forward to pick up Tang Xianyu. The long eyelashes of the pregnant Tang Xianyu fluttered gently, then slowly his eyes opened. What met his eyes was an unfamiliar face, but the other party's face seemed extremely worried, as if she was having a long dream. Tang Xianyu murmured softly with her beautiful eyes somewhat hazy. Well, this is, where, seeing Yor wake up. Chen Mo's feelings were excited and complicated. He didn't know how to describe to Yor what had happened before. Tang Xianyu slowly sat up from Chen Mo's arms, looking at Chen Mo with a face full of puzzlement. He looked around again. After taking many F-rank recovery potions, her body had been strengthened by a small amount, but on her face, there was unending doubt, because there is no such thing as a monstrous flood here, no such thing as a horrible toadstool. Tang Xianyu frowned her eyebrows, covering her forehead with a bit of a headache as she continued to recall in thought. Those memories of agonizing despair come to mind. Didn't I get poisoned by that toad? Why? Chen Mo, who was on the side, gently assisted Tang Xianyu's shoulders. Tang Xianyu's delicate body trembled. Chen Mo was stunned, then thought. At this time, Yui didn't recognize herself. Chen Mo removed his hand and said softly, "It's all right already. It's safe here." Tang Xianyu turned her head, looked at Chen Mo's unfamiliar face, and opened her mouth. "It's you. Saved me? Aha." Chen Mo nodded. At this time, the poor man also came over from the side with a huge head, eavesdropping on the two people's conversation. In this dark night, its huge body seemed to merge with this dark night. Roar! It curiously and incomparably surveyed the Tang Xianyu in front of it. When she saw the poor man appear behind Chen Mo, Tang Xianyu was startled for a moment. Yikes! Chen Mo blared at the poor man. "Poor man, sit honestly to the side." The poor man let out a low growl in aggravation and consciously prostrated himself to the side. The two scarlet, unmistakable eyes were still peeking in that direction from time to time. Yor has only just woken up, although her body is fine. Still, the realization was a rude awakening. Chen Mo comforted. "Don't be afraid, that's my pet." It took a while for Tang Xianyu to understand the current situation. And exactly what happened. It's always been, both in the end times and before the end times. Shenma didn't even have much experience communicating with girls. Good thing this way over. And Mingyue, Liao Ruyu, Lin Yu, after meeting Tang Xianyu once more, and having gained some experience, not to make the scene too awkward, after a brief explanation. "So the toad poison on my body, you helped me with that too?" Tang Xianyu gently touched her cheek with her hand. It was flat and polished and there was no discomfort or damage. She couldn't help but feel surprised beyond belief. One must know that within North China University, it was unknown how many people had died under that toad poison. Ordinary people have absolutely no chance of surviving if they get even a hint of it. "Shenma, aha." Tang Xianyu stared intently at the calm-faced youth in front of her, her nose suddenly a little sour. He was the one who saved himself and helped remove the toad poison. A layer of water mist gradually surfaced in her eyes, and Tang Xianyu somewhat choked. "Thanks. Thank you." She didn't know how Chen Mo did it, but Northwestern University, which was flooded by it was like a cage trapping all the survivors inside. He himself is now able to come out safely and escape the countless toads out there. The perils of this can be imagined. Recalling the previous memory of being alone and waiting to die inside an incredibly dark school building, right now she was so grateful to be alive. "Thank you." Tang Xianyu lowered her head, bean-sized teardrops dripping down. The two words were repeated with a constant trembling of her body. Chen Mo just looked at her. He wanted to comfort, but that seemed too abrupt. Chen Mo shook his head and said softly, "It's okay. Those bad memories, just forget about it. At least you're alive." Live. As if she had thought of something, Tang Xianyu looked up at Chen Mo and inquired, There was a group of survivors before me. Did you see that?" "Well, see," Chen Mo calmly said without a blush on his face. "But unfortunately, I'm a little late. They were all persecuted by those toads when I got there. You're the only one still alive. Sorry, I tried my best." Tang Xianyu's petite body shook at her words. The whole person was struck by lightning. It took a long time to slow down. Her beautiful eyes were complicated and she bit her lips slightly. Wu Jianbin and the others, who were about to hopefully escape from North China University, had all died. Instead, he was poisoned with toad poison and survived with no cure. How ridiculous. In that case, the survivors who survived from within the NWU, just by myself alone, Chen Mo said quietly. "When I found you, you were alone in a school building. They seem to have abandoned you. Do you still wish them to live?" Tang Xianyu hung her head low, her hands clasping her knees, her beautiful eyes flashing. Slowly, "Well, if it had been me when I was there, I guess I would have done the same thing they did. Chen Mo could hear the faltering as well as uncertainty in her tone. That being said, no one wants to stand by and watch their sidekick abandon them. Chen Mo didn't say anything more. Instead, they spiced up the smoldering campfire, trying to warm up the cold, dark night. P.S. I saw a great saying that the first two water are still short, so let's add more. I powdered my milk and swore to God that each chapter was over 2,000 words. It's true that I didn't post one chapter in 2. By the way, I'd like to solicit powers and character names QWQ. Milk powder on his knees begging for hyped up positive reviews and free swag. Daily worship, thank you all greatly. Bang bang. Chapter 137, the first year of the end times. Meet the last rapture. What are you going to do next? Chen Mo looked at the burning bonfire and suddenly said. Tang Xianyu shook her head and hugged her legs tightly. I don't know. I seem to have nowhere else to go. Chen Mo, for example. What about the 6th military region? Tang Xianyu was silent for a moment. She used to think about what she would do when she got out. That is, like the big guys, they are all ready to head to the military region to seek refuge. But their group had been trapped in North China University for so long that the thought had been cut off. Because they had witnessed military district helicopter gunships flying in, but ignored the line of people who came out to shout and chose to move in another direction. Desperate. I don't know. Chen Mo, if you trust me, then come with me. I'll take you to a very safe place. Tang Xianyu looked up at Chen Mo as she sniffed. Under this firelight, Chen Mo's face was exceptionally calm and indifferent. One clearly didn't know him. But why? There was a familiarity in him that he had never felt before. Why did you save me? Tang Xianyu asked the question that had been accumulating in her heart for a long time. Chen Mo was slightly stunned. The familiar and somewhat youthful girl's face in front of her eyes overlapped with Yuer's face in her memory. It's a phrase that he himself once asked her. Chen Mo grinned and said in a gentle voice, perhaps it is in you that I see the person I once was. In the past, he himself did not understand the meaning of Yuer's words. Seems to get it now. It was the same rainy night then, when he himself fell in the ruins, covered in blood and flesh, wretched as a fallen dog. Surrounded by the corpses of the dead and the zombies, his last conscious, there is only endless despair and darkness. After meeting Zhang Fan, Chen Mo had probably straightened out everything that had happened to Yuer. Zhang Fan's power, judgment. It has a great restraining effect on the Toad King. If you don't come yourself, Yuer won't die. Even those who survive, don't die. After they met Zhang Fan, they would ask him to save Yuer, and Zhang Fan didn't know what to use, that capsule, or the crystal core to make Yuer come to life. Then it joined the 6th military district. This was why, in his previous life, whenever Zhang Fan arrived, the two would greet each other, but the scars on her body with that indelible memory are eternal. Upon hearing Chen Mo's words, Tang Xianyu's pretty face was filled with a look of incomprehension as she fell into deep thought. She looked so thoughtful in this way, different from the icy coldness of her memories. Instead, it looks a little cute. Chen Mo smiled at the sight. Don't think much about it. I don't need a reason to save you. In 1 week, the world is going to be turned upside down. Come with me. I'll keep you safe. Tang Xianyu looked at the youth in front of her who seemed to be in a good mood, not understanding why. A sea change? Is there anything more terrifying than the coming of the end times? The two men talked for a while longer. To Tang Xianyu's surprise, Chen Ma seemed to know everything. Whether it was any question he asked himself, he was able to answer them all with ease. Unlike Wu Jianbin and the others, on Chen Mo, she sensed a maturity and stability that was completely at odds with the age of the face. Who wouldn't want to have someone reliable to lean on in these last days? This calmness of Chen Mo's gave her a lot of security to a great extent. Tang Xianyu stole glances at Chen Mo from time to time. She was trying to figure out why he knew so much. Noticing her gaze, Chen Mo turned his head. What's wrong? No, nothing. Tang Xianyu's pretty face reddened and hurriedly lowered her head, not daring to meet her eyes. Chen Ma, where are you from? Tian Hai people. Chen Mo said as he took out some food from his pocket. Handed it over. It's getting late. You've only just recovered. I'll keep watch here. You eat something and get some rest. Tang Xianyu nodded and carefully took the food. When it touched Chen Mo's arm, it couldn't help but tremble with some cowardice. Chen Mo didn't care too much. After all, in the true sense of this life, Yuer had only known herself for the first day. That's enough. After eating some food, Tang Xianyu slept alone on the ground, turning his back to Chen Ma, who was keeping watch. Her beautiful eyes kept flickering, her head rambling with thoughts. What was experienced was too sudden. This feeling of security gave her the illusion of being a world away. What was I thinking? Tang Xianyu bit her lip and cleared her mind. Though her body had eased, the exhaustion of her consciousness made her a little sleepy. Suddenly, as if noticing something, she looked at her sleeve in some bewilderment, and her petite frame shook. My clothes. As if thinking of something, Tang Xianyu's pretty face turned scarlet in an instant. For a while sleep eluded me. Even his breathing was a little short. At this moment, Chen Mo did not notice her difference. Instead, he began to muse about the plan to take over. What identity will he, himself, play next? The coming of the year beast announced the end of the first year of the end times. Chen Mo pondered for a long time. One would not choose to give the year away early and save the lives of billions of people. Because of the situation in the latter end times, the annual purge of humans and Fae can never be missing. After his own rebirth and return, he had already touched off many unnecessary butterfly effects. If the yearling beasts die too early, then the situation within the end times will change dramatically. The memories that one relies on most to be able to take advantage of the situation. And as a result, it will move to a point where it is not in your control. It was something he didn't want to see. The purging of the population is so essential that it was once even speculated that it is because of the massive depopulation of the world. It was only then that the evolutionary dust was born to promote a second evolution. Chen Mo casually picked up a wooden stick and wrote 2 words on the ground. The lion. Then go back and check it out. It first appeared in Rihama City in 2007. It takes a while to get to Tianhai City. This is a great time for the first wave of frenzy to be greeted by the provinces and cities of Rihama, North China, and Kawamoto. It fulfills both the purging and the consuming purposes. And I don't know that guy, Luo Tianxiong. Did you find anyone on the list? Chen Mo muttered himself to give him the list, even if he only had to find a few of them. Then the strength of the lions will also change dramatically. And that girl, Kiki, I don't know how she's doing. Chen Mo let out a bitter laugh, leaving without saying goodbye. I hope that little girl doesn't hate me. Chen Mo took out all 5 of those third-order crystal cores from the Brightbird Pearl. There were also over 100 second-order crystal cores. Yuer hadn't awakened her powers yet. She had only just recovered a short while ago. Chen Mo planned to let her start awakening again in a few days. That Toad King's 4th-rank crystal core was left for her. Chapter 138 Ancient Martial Alliance. Sealed Year Beast. Poor man. Chen Mo casually flung out more than 100 second-order crystal cores and opened his mouth. It's time to eat. The distantly prostrate and somewhat lethargic Porky's pupils instantly lit up when he saw this. Just as he wanted to subconsciously let out a low growl, he noticed Chen Mo's morose gaze. Meow. So that's what they still call it. Chen Mo said indifferently. Eat up. There's no shortage of this stuff now. It was an extremely long process to break through to the 5th rank when one reached the 4th-ranked alien. Chen Mo wasn't in a hurry, but picked up the 3rd-order crystal core. Prepare to advance your heavenly powers a bit. Compared to the Juggernaut ability, one's own heavenly power ability seemed even more extraordinary. After the 4th stage, Chen Mo had a premonition that the heavenly power abilities were feared to undergo a huge change. Buzz. Holding a 3rd-order crystal core in his hand, his left hand flickered with an eerie purple light. Tang Xianyu, who was somewhat sleepless on the side, heard the commotion and couldn't help but look back. Is that a crystal core? She had once seen Wu Jianbin absorbing crystal cores, and for a moment, she couldn't help but be a little envious. How great would it be if you were a shifter yourself? This is a thought that every ordinary person will have in the midst of the end times. On this calm night, the regions, however, are dark and stormy. Zheng Haifeng asked for instructions from his superiors and was given the right to search for and arrest Chen Mo within the city of North China. One can ignore anyone and act with full force. He took Linen and the 2 shifters sent from the center and began to plan. And far beyond the city of North China, underneath the city of Rihama, within an eerie, dark vein of mines, Li Long and the others looked at the incredibly lush, large tree in front of them, identical to the peach tree in the steel mill. Unable to help, his pupils stared and muttered, is this the same tree species as before? Why are they all so big? This vein, before the end of time, was a relic of an ancient cave. A number of archaeologists have given this site to development. After Li Long and the others brought back the peach fruit, this vein had been closed for a long time. Inside the dimly lit cavern, candles were lit all around. There was a woman's back under that peach tree. Shaolin, did it work? Li Long asked as he brought his men forward. Yeah, Sister Lin, what do you say? Is there really that mythical monster underneath this vein? Some of the people from the surrounding ancient martial alliance couldn't help but ask curiously. The woman slowly turned around. She was dressed in a robe similar to a ritualistic one, beautiful in appearance, tall and plump, the granddaughter of the president of the Rihama City Budo Association, Zhong Lin. Zhong Lin did not speak, but took a bottle, with a small knife to that peach tree. Put, stuck the knife hard within the body of the peach tree. Rustle, the peach tree violently shook off countless leaves. Meanwhile, the peach tree far inside the steel mill trembled similarly, a liquid of immense crimson color, and a clear white mucus that secreted from that peach tree body. Zhonglin took the knife and gently scraped the red and white slime into the mouth of the bottle. Softly. It should be soon. It is estimated that in another 10 days, the seal will be able to be lifted. Bellin shook the bottle in her hand. Then turning towards the depths of the vein, he opened his mouth. Come with me. It's about time I showed you guys. Li Long's group followed with a hint of curiosity. After this long, dark mine tunnel, going ever downward, the road around them became emptier and emptier. I don't know how long I've been gone. The field of vision in front of me suddenly brightened. When looking at the scene in front of him, everyone present couldn't help but start trembling all over. The pupils were filled with horror. Hiss. What's this? What's this? Within this vein, hundreds of meters underground, there is a deep, bottomless, and an immense cavern. There, countless huge black chains, already rusted, wrapped around a monster of the utmost horror. The monster looked like a dog, not a dog, a lion, not a lion, with a hideous, horrible face, a single horn and fangs that, like a mountain. Guys, with a picture, 2/3 of his body was buried deep under this dark, abyss-like mine. It's impossible to see the whole picture. All the crowd could see was the hideous and terrifying unicorn horn and head of the beast. The monster was entangled in countless black chains. The chains connected to the single black stone pillar that surrounded it. It was codified with various totems and seals, and the surrounding rock walls, all of them are also engraved pictures. Inside this cavern that is incredibly empty, it seemed to be able to hear the creatures rumbling, breathing, and the sound of their hearts beating more than once. The monster in front of me was not dead at all. When Li Long and the others saw this, they couldn't help but tremble. Creepy looked at the scene in front of him. The mood was like a wild tide, surging and raging. No one could have imagined that under the decades-long blockade of the mine, surprisingly, it would harbor such an amazing beast. What the hell kind of monster is this? Rao Li Long. At this moment, the color of unstoppable fear and shock surfaced in his pupils. It was a shiver that came from the soul. And Zhonglin, who was at the very front, had a calm face, as if she had long been accustomed to it. See the totem on the stone wall? It is the legendary year beast. Years? Everyone's heart went thump. Is that the mythical monster that eats people? I always thought that these were just legends. Sister Lin, you said that being able to allow us martial artists to take our place in this post-apocalyptic world, could it be that it depends on it? In times of peace, martial artists have nowhere to utilize their skills, and even eating is a problem. 10 years of martial arts practice is not as good as one shot, and nowadays, in the end times, even those practicing martial arts without supernatural powers, the status was also extremely high, and there was no fear of some ordinary zombies. A martial artist with psychic abilities is even more terrifying, and ordinary firearms can't help them. What the Ancient Martial Arts Alliance sought was to create a kingdom that belonged to martial artists. The post-apocalyptic and alien powers gave them this ability and ambition. Zhonglin's beautiful eyes were fixed on the sleeping yearling beast, as if it would wake up at any moment. Slowly, everything my mentor studied in his life was for it. This guy, who was discovered 10 years before the end times even came, but by that time it was dead. The tutor consulted many ancient books and materials, and according to those totem murals, it was only barely identified. Zhonglin arrived in front of a stone pillar that stood in its half a zhang high, pouring those liquids in the bottle. He slowly poured them against the stone pillar. Snapped. The liquid drew a long line and dripped down onto the stone pillar. Zhonglin's beautiful eyes were calm as she continued. And now it seems to have come back to life after the end times. The liquid secreted by that peach tree, with the dimpled totems on the stone pillars, spread out. The liquid gradually filled the gap in the totem, and the moment it was filled, the stone pillars suddenly erupted with a bizarre and incomparable black light, as if it had been lit up. Rumble. The entire grotto trembled violently for a moment. Debris was constantly falling, as if it was going to cave in the next moment. Rumble. Another huge black shackle came off and, falling into the endless abyss below. Zhonglin looked at the yearling beast and said with an incredibly calm face, "And it's our biggest card." Li Long and his group, their eyes widened. For a moment the heart was in his throat, fearing that the monster would just wake up. Chapter 139, Beast Harnesser, Heavenly Power Ability 4th Level. Don't worry, Bellin's voice came. There are 12 stone pillars here that seal it. It won't wake up until these stone pillars are filled. She seemed to be very familiar with the monster. Li Long looked a little anxious and said, "Little Lin, this whole thing is too dangerous. Our ancient martial alliance, can we really control this monster? This matter, did you tell old man Zhong? Even if he's a third-order psychic." Li Long also felt great threat and fear in that headgear. Zhonglin's ability was to be able to harness beasts, and the ancient martial alliance would often capture some incredibly powerful fae, give her practice maneuvers, and her intention, apparently, was to tame the yearling beast. Zhonglin glanced at him and said faintly, "I've already said that Grandpa is very supportive." Liren's breath caught. In comparison, some of the younger members of the ancient martial alliance on the side were all excited and rushed forward one by one. Pupils full of fire gazed at the sleeping monster. "Sister Shaolin, if our ancient martial alliance takes control of Nian, it will take off. So handsome. This guy, more majestic than any I've ever seen. Compared to it, all the other Fey are scum." As a powerful being native were suddenly appearing in the midst of the end times. Years, which, under normal circumstances, would no longer be considered Fey. Rather, it's the end-time gods. Liren only felt his heart beating hard. His eyes stared deathly at the sleeping Nian beast, his eyes constantly flickering. Alien powers, apocalyptic end times. Either one was in existence they couldn't fathom. And is such a terrifying mythical great evil really within our human control? Lin, how many orders of Fey can you control now? Li Long took a deep breath and said with a gloomy face. He had a bad feeling about it, and didn't feel that putting it out was a good thing. Zhonglin glanced at him and said faintly, "Maybe be able to control the fourth order. But unfortunately, you do not yet have the ability to capture a fourth order Fey. Not even the third order." There was some grumbling between the words. "Rank as psychic ability, Beast Master," Li Long said in a deep voice. "We did our best. Do you know how powerful those fourth order Fey are? Not long ago Sun Xinrui's group brought back a third order Fey, and several people died. It's being held there at the base right now." He had never denied that Zhonglin was powerful. As the granddaughter of the Martial Arts Association president, at such a young age, he was already a fourth order psychic. When hearing this, Zhonglin came to be a little interested. "Oh, third order? That's kind of funny. Just leave it there. I will stay here for the next 10 days. This first year, as long as the control is within my ancient martial alliance, will be more important than any of the Fey." Li Long gave her a deep look and said in a deep voice, "Lin, trust me, it's definitely out of your control. No need to say anymore. I have my own judgment." Zhonglin said faintly. At this time, some of the people from the ancient martial alliance beside Li Long said, "Brother Long, why are you saying all the demoralizing things? This guy is strong at first glance. If my ancient martial alliance got it, it would definitely be a horizontal domination of the end times. Unrivaled. Gee, I'm still a little excited just thinking about it." The people who spoke were all young juniors, each with a heart higher than the sky. Before the end of the world, he had always felt superior by relying on the Force. Now that the end times are over, his own abilities are even more useful. The older Li Long was the only one in the field who was worried. Li Long sighed heavily at his words. Even Elder Zhong had agreed, so he couldn't change anything. In the end, he could only shake his head helplessly. North China. Snapped. 1, 2. Chen Mo finished absorbing all 5 of those third-order crystal cores. Slowly, he opened his incredibly deep eyes. The face was calm, with a hint of thought. The third stage of the heavenly power alien ability seems to have reached a tipping point. However, the breakthrough boundary of the heavenly power ability seemed to be even higher than that of the mastery ability. Chen Mo noticed that the poor Chi on the side was also looking at himself pitifully. "You guys, you haven't advanced either. At this stage, to break through to the first rank, one would need a large amount of crystal cores, as well as time." It was good that the upper limit of the crystal cores that either he or the poor man could absorb was far greater than that of an ordinary aberration. The power of the individual is ultimately limited. It was impossible to collect crystal cores at a speed that was as fast as the major powers, but he himself controls a vein of emerald crystals. As long as that woman Liao Ruyu operates well, it would be able to constantly provide itself with a huge amount of crystal cores as well as supplies. The poor man seems to have reached his ceiling, and he himself had only absorbed 5 third-order crystal cores. Previously, Chen Mo had tested his upper limit, which was almost around 54 crystal cores. Another second-order crystal core was taken out from within the Brightbird bead. Time went by, and after an unknown period of time, this night is gradually starting to brighten up as well. 20, 30, 40. When the 40th crystal core was absorbed, the awakening dark pattern on his left hand suddenly erupted with a brilliant and incomparable light. Buzz. At the moment, it was like sensing something. The poor man slowly rose from the ground, and above its massive body, similarly a purple ripple appeared to wash over and over. The tattoo of the Shoshi god on Chen Mo's arm also began to squirm with sudden brightness. It seemed like it was coming to life. Dang, just a breath of time. It was as if Chen Mo had arrived in a chaotic misty void. Here is, in this place, as if exiled from the world, there was darkness and nothing. Hoo. Within this world of nothingness, 5 clusters of flames suddenly lit up around them. Around the perimeter, a huge circle was formed, and one floats in the center of the circle. The 3 knitted flames among them took on a reddish golden color and were pulsing continuously. From it, the vapors of the poor man, the god of longevity, and the peach tree were gradually extended. Poor Chi's huge pupils were filled with incomparable curiosity as he surveyed this area of space. The statue of Shokatsu was a huge white worm lounging lazily. From time to time, he scratched this and that with his big, fat, not-so-smart hands. The peach tree, on the other hand, was gently swaying its branches. Shenmo's eyes were astonished beyond measure as he looked at them in front of him, which had been subdued by the heavenly power abnormal ability. Surprised, inner vision? This place was as unreal as in a dream, a void and chaos. Shenmo surveyed the flames surrounding his body. The 5 knitted flames represent the number of heaven's right powers that can now be enslaved and driven. The 3 knitted brows that were illuminated represented the poor man, the god of longevity and the peach tree. I can't imagine that after the 4th stage of the heavenly power alien ability, one would enter such a magical place. Shenmo couldn't help but marvel immensely, his eyes flashing with excitement. Suddenly, a voice from nowhere, ancient and solemn. It was as if the murmurs from the ancient gods of the ages rumbled out. Chapter 140, the third divine word, breaking through boundaries. Shenmo's body shook violently. God's word? Every alien, after awakening their powers, was able to hear this divine word. When the divine word rings out, one is able to know with unmistakable clarity what kind of alien power one is. What is the ability of the alien? And he himself had already heard it twice as early as when he had awakened the mastery, as well as the heavenly powers. And now, it's even the third god language. Shenmo was shocked beyond belief in his heart. Why is it that the heaven's right ability, after breaking through to the 4th order, is still able to hear the divine language? This divine word gave a shudder from the soul ringing in the ears. An indescribable feeling filled the heart. Heaven's rights. Shenmo's eyes kept flickering as he looked toward the poor Chi, Shoshi Shin and Peach Tree on the other side. A moment of clarity about all their abilities. Poor man, drastically and comprehensively strengthened the physical body. Peach Tree with parasitic drawing power. Shukijin, the voice of law-breaking. Shukijin's chirping is capable of disintegrating psychic powers. Heaven's right alien power moves. The field of vision in front of him changed in an instant with a heavenly twist. It was as if he himself had replaced the peach tree. Through the peach tree he saw the field of corpses around him, and the wrapping of everything that, the metal screen cover that surrounds the water. When the time comes to look back once more, what came into view was an incredibly worried, beautiful face. Chunma, are you okay? Consciousness was pulled back to the present world as if it had been a long dream. Shenmo looked around somewhat blankly. One's own heavenly power alien ability had managed to break through to the 4th rank at some point. In his mind, many more memories suddenly flooded back. The memories from those post-apocalyptic times in his previous life seemed to become more visible. Upon seeing Shenmo awaken, Tang Xianyu was relieved. Her pretty face was filled with worry, and she was so anxious that she almost cried out. As soon as she woke up, Shenmo sat motionless. Even that terrifying poor man's chi looked as if it had stiffened up. Are you okay? Tang Xianyu inquired with immense concern. Shenmo pressed his hand against his forehead and frowned tightly for a while to ease his mind. I just felt a little dry mouth and recalled everything that had happened before. It seems to me that I heard the word of God for the 3rd time. God's language? What's that? Tang Xianyu was filled with puzzlement. Shenmo's eyes cleared a bit. I'm fine. Tang Xianyu looked disbelieving. Really? Do you want to take another break? Looking at Tang Xianyu's incredibly worried face, Shenmo smiled and said softly, no need. Xianyu, we should get going. Shenmo slowly stood up from the ground and patted the dust on his body, randomly in one direction. Heaven's right alien power moves. Rustle dashed the soil. There began to wriggle. A slender branch broke through the ground, and a delicate, crimson peach blossom soon condensed on it. Tang Xianyu obviously hadn't noticed this scene yet, and was still worried beyond measure. Better get some rest. We'll go later, okay? For her, Shenmo was the benefactor who had saved her life. If something happened to Shenmo, she was genuinely unsure what to do for the best. Shenmo grinned at the sight. Sure enough, through that divine word he was made known. The biggest limiting drawbacks of the 4th-ranked heaven's right powers are now gone. One didn't even need to retrieve the poor chi them now to be able to utilize a small portion of their abilities. If they were transformed into a tattooed state, they would be able to utilize their full abilities. And the energy consumed by the abilities used through the celestial power alien ability has been drastically scaled down by quite a bit. When facing that Toad King, even if the Shoshi God was included in the heavenly power alien energy, he only used Shukijin's sound of breaking the law once. Then he emptied most of his power, which is why he has not dared to use it too much. And now, it's capable of being used at least 3 or 4 times. Shenmo's eyes were somewhat excited. No wonder it was said that the 4th order psychic ability was a major watershed for all psychics. The only way to show the differences between the individual powers was to reach the 4th rank. Chen Mo patted the dust on his body and walked forward to pick that peach blossom. Coming to Tang Xianyu's side, he handed it over and said with a smile, "I'm really fine, believe it or not. Here, this, for you." Tang Xianyu lowered her head, noticing the incomparably brightly colored peach blossom that Chen Mo handed over, permeated with a strong floral fragrance. Faintly, "Flowers? Where'd you get that?" Tang Xianyu was filled with bewilderment. As if he could see the doubts in her mind, Chen Mo smiled lightly with a gentle face and said, "Magic, how's that for awesome?" Tang Xianyu couldn't help but snort with laughter. Seeing that Chen Mo was still in the mood to joke, his previous worries could not help but be swept away. Chen Mo smiled and joked, "Do you want it or not? I'll throw it away. He's not so good at sticking his head in people's mouths. That's too greasy." "Yes." Tang Xianyu spread a smile and directly took that peach blossom. "Looks extraordinarily joyful. Pretty face with that peach blossom like extraordinarily scarlet shy." The poor man looked at the two men suspiciously from the sidelines. "Meow." Chen Mo came to the poor man's side and stroked its orange-red fur. Said, "It's time to go, and it's time to leave North China City." He intended to make a side trip to the Dragon Steel base as he returned along the road. In a week or so, it will be time for the New Year's Eve beasts to appear, and Linyu within Yujie County must not allow any slip-ups. It could be said that Chen Mo would rather give up all the emerald crystal cores than let anything happen to Linyu, because she is one of the three divine artisans in the midst of these end times. The potential was endless, and to the major powers, it was worth more than many of the S-ranked exalts. Letting Linyu stay here, that was because her role was much more than that. Chen Mo already had an intention in his mind. He looked to Tang Xianyu, who hadn't moved in place, and opened his mouth. "What are you waiting for? Get up here." The poor man's overbearing and incomparable body shook its huge body and roared. Tang Xianyu's face was a little odd as she held the peach blossom in her hand and walked forward. Being in such close contact with this great evil in front of her, she could not help but feel a little apprehensive. Carefully reaching out his hand, he saw that the poor man was unresponsive. Chen Mo smiled. "Don't worry, the poor man is very obedient. Go on up." "Aha." Tang Xianyu nodded and rode on. Chen Ma grinned and boarded the same. The poor man roared, and the two men and the beast disappeared into thin air. Roar! The poor man was unstoppable as he swept all the way across the room. The zombies encountered on the way back were either crushed and torn apart by either that or they will be shattered by a slap. The scene was bloody to the core, with blood and flesh flying around. Pffffffffffffffffff. Under such a shocking vibration, the surrounding zombies poured in densely as if they were a tide of corpses. There is no end to killing. Tang Xianyu, who was sitting on its back, looked a little pale, though killing zombies was something she had seen quite a bit within North China University, but never have I seen such a bloody picture. Chapter 141, My Strength, It's Just SOSO. The surrounding roads were all blocked by these countless zombie corpses. Now these first and second order zombies are in front of themselves. It no longer holds any threatening power. Chen Mo's face was indifferent as he activated his mastery alien energy, mobilizing the countless metallic substances around him, transforming them into a huge, incomparable blade. It swept out as if it were a raging wind and rain. Put. The mountains and seas were emptied, and hundreds of zombies in front of them were cut into two halves by the waist. The scene was bloody spectacular. Not even a speck of blood on his body. Those zombies that lunged towards him then died under the metal powers. Chen Mo walked at the forefront, sweeping away the countless zombies in front of him, and the poor man was in charge of slapping the zombies that came sporadically one by one. Tang Xianyu, who was sitting on its body, felt the poor man's constant and drastic movements. With her eyes tightly closed, her hands gripped the poor man's fur in a death grip, pressing her delicate body against the poor man's back. The hissing sound beside his ears was unrelenting. She couldn't even be bothered to look at what was really going on. Just one man and one beast were able to face this wave of thousands of zombies that came furiously. It's horrible. Although Chen Mo's slaughtering speed was fast, these first and second order zombies were like locusts. It is not dispersed. Every time the metal blades cut through a batch, another batch would fill in the gap. North China is a city of heavy industry. The younger generation has more or less left to seek work abroad, so the population is not large, totaling just over 6 million. It's pretty rare compared to other cities, despite the presence of the 6th military region, and the 2 forces of Dragon Steel, but no one has ever come to clean up this other side, just a protective line away. The 2 sides of the southeast are as different as the sky. The number of zombies in this place was so high that even Chen Mo couldn't help but feel a little depressed, thanks to the existence of that Toad King, limiting the rate of progression of the walkers. Now without King Toad, with the number of zombies here, sooner or later, a Corpse King level zombie existence would be born. Once there's a Corpse King who can call on all the zombies in this place, at the very least, it would be able to trigger a wave of level 6 corpses. but all of this should be handled by Dragonsteel and the 6th Military Region. Chen Mo didn't want to stay here for long. Eyes narrowed slightly as he spoke in a deep voice. Xian Yu, cover your ears. Behind her, Tang Xianyu, who was sitting on the back of the poor devil, shuddered at the words and subconsciously obeyed Chen Mo's request. Tightly cover both ears. She had taken many F-class recovery potions, and nowadays, her physique had long been far beyond that of an ordinary person. Chen Mo was a little more relieved to see this. With a leap, he jumped into the center of this tide of corpses, running at breakneck speed. Roar! At this moment, the densely packed zombies were pouring towards Chen Mo. Chen Mo's left hand awakening dark tattoo emitted a ghostly light. The eyes gradually became cold and deep, and his throat drummed as he slowly opened his mouth. Heaven's right alien power moves. Shukatsujin chirps. Boom! This roar set off a shocking wave. A majestic sound wave spread outward with Chen Mo at the center. At this moment, the entire heaven and earth seemed to echo with this voice from the Shoshi god's terror. Thousands of zombies stiffened in place, and the zombies in the closest range to Chen Mo spread outward in a circle. In an instant, they began to explode into a cloud of blood mist one after another. Bang! 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 Minced meat flew about. Intestines and entrails raised in the air. It's like it's raining blood. And the zombies that were still left in the distance looked like they had felt some great fear. There is no necromancer in command. And upon hearing this from the gods of the last days, not after the sounds of this world, these zombies are like headless flies fleeing in all directions. It was a shock. On the other hand, Tang Xianyu on the other side of the poor cheeseback was also very uncomfortable. Her face pale. The chirping of the god of longevity crossed the palms and eardrums and went straight to the sky. Stirring up fears from the distant past. Put. Chen Mo held the ghost slice and quickly came to the side of the poor man's body. Decimate the few remaining zombies around them. Is everything okay? Tang Xianyu slowly opened her eyes. After seeing everything around here, the beautiful eyes stared. A field of corpses and broken meat, and even on the ground that poor man and Chen Mo had stepped on. All with that thick, sticky blood. She took a deep breath. Cough. The extremely thick stench of blood and corpses hit his nose. Tang Xianyu shook her head and said softly, I'm okay. She had not imagined that the world outside of UWM, surprisingly, it was even more terrifying than inside North China University. These walkers, more than enough, are simply desperate, and even more shocking to her. Chen Ma killed them all. Are you okay? Looking at Chen Mo, whose body wasn't even stained with blood, Tang Xianyu couldn't help but ask. Chen Mo shook his head and laughed, spreading his hands. Do I look like I'm up to something? Tang Xianyu got down from the poor man's back and came to Chen Mo's side. It was scrutinized from front to back. Chen Mo opened his mouth with a somewhat odd expression on his face. Do what? Tang Xianyu said. I saw, within North China University, those who were given to the zombies. It'll turn into a zombie too, but as long as the injured area is cleaned up ahead of time and the rotting flesh scraped away, it will be able to stop the spread of the necrotic poison, and you should be fine. She was worried that Chen Mo had been hurt somewhere. That's why the little face looked extra serious and didn't miss a spot. Chen Mo lost his smile at his words. Yuer was keeping her head down and carefully checking herself for injuries. Chen Mo couldn't help but gently flick her forehead with his hand. Snap. What you're talking about? That's a human who just turned into a zombie in the end times. It wouldn't work now for a long time. And did you forget? I'm a shifter. Alien. Immune to most corpse poisons. Your mouth scraping meat will be able to remove the corpse poison that are the early post-apocalyptic method. Back then, zombies either didn't have crystals or produced inferior crystals that, not even a first-order zombie. Aside from the fact that you can't die without a headshot, you're not much better than a normal person. Furthermore, after becoming an exalt, all of their physical qualities were extremely drastically improved. Even if they suffered from a walker, it was nothing. Tang Xianyu froze and looked up at Chen Mo, who had a smiling face. Somewhat curiously, he asked, are all the shifters out there as powerful as you? She had been trapped inside North China University since the early days of the end times, and had no knowledge of any news from the outside world. The only alien who felt more powerful, Wu Jianbin, was also struggling to deal with those toads. Chen Mo was a bit embarrassed by what she said. Touching his nose, he said, well, is just as sloppy. Tang Xianyu's beautiful eyes stared, a face full of incredulity. With Chen Mo's strength, surprisingly, it could all only be considered sloppy? So how strong should the aliens in the outside world be? Chapter 142, Unknown Ability. Tide of Calamity. But then Chen Mo's next sentence. It caused Tang Xianyu to be a bit speechless. At least, I haven't seen one that beats me yet, Chen Mo said without a blush. Tang Xianyu sniffed and blankly glanced at him with a disbelieving face. Chen Mo sighed. What's that look in your eye? I'm telling the truth. So long after being reborn, Except for letting himself feel a touch of pressure in his crusade against the Shokai God and the Toad King, none of the Xenos encountered have made themselves feel too threatened so far. Tang Xianyu lowered her eyes and said with some envy, "That's nice," like something came to mind. Chen Mo suddenly turned his words around and said, "Xianyu, want to become a shifter?" Tang Xianyu froze, as if she was wondering if she had heard correctly. "Me? Aha." Chen Mo nodded and said with a faint smile, "Alterans are also able to be awakened through later in life. Crystalline cores you should know. It's by this stuff. It's time to hand it over to her." 2. Chen Mo took out the crystal core of that 4th-rank Toad King, almost the size of an egg. It looked crystalline and glowing black. "This is..." Tang Xianyu looked at the crystal core that Chen Mo handed over. She had never seen one this big. Chen Mo said in a gentle voice, "Xianyu, in this post-apocalyptic world, I want you to have the ability to defend yourself. At least, there are means to be able to countershackle in the face of zombies in Fey. In her previous life, Yuer's ability wasn't particularly strong, merely a plant-based psychic ability. The effect of the crystal core can also cause the direction of the awakening of the acquired psychic abilities. A 4th-order crystal core was the limit of an acquired awakening crystal core. The quality of the powers that could be awakened was not low, and the energy is more pure. Not like the low quality of the crystal core is generally violent to affect the sanity. It's relatively low risk and effective, and it's also smoother. If one were to go even higher above a 4th-order crystal core, even if the core energy were clean and pure, ordinary people can't withstand that power either. The experience that it took the major military regions in the previous life to accumulate over a long period of time naturally has its own justification. Tang Xianyu stared intently into Chen Mo's serene and calm eyes. There was some strand of maturity and stability that was reassuringly uncharacteristic of his age. She couldn't stop her heart from pounding. The mood at this moment was just like Lin Yu's that day, unusually apprehensive and restless. Only the only difference between the two is, Chen Mo gave Lin Yu nothing more than a 1st-order crystal core thrown out casually. But what was given to her was approaching the 5th rank. Excellent quality 4th-rank Toad King crystal core. A thin layer of water mist surfaced in Tang Xianyu's beautiful eyes. For a moment, I didn't know what I was supposed to say. "Thanks," Chen Mo said with a smile. "Take it. Between you and me, there's no need to say thank you. Besides, you'll be able to help me better after you've awakened your powers." Tang Xianyu lightly bit her lip and looked at Chen Mo with a complicated face. A strange sentiment inexplicably welled up in his heart. She hadn't been in contact with Chen Mo for long, but somehow, she could sense that the other person was there with no agenda. Wholeheartedly for your own good. Chen Mo slipped the crystal core into Tang Xianyu's hands and laughed lightly. "Go to the poor man's on. We should go. The next pace may slow down a bit, once you've awakened your powers." Tang Xianyu nodded. Under Chen Mo's guidance, she began to try to feel the energy of this 4th-order crystal core. Unlike the fierce and furious burning heat of a 1st-order crystal core, the energy of the 4th-order crystal core was more like a babbling brook constantly washing over her body. Chen Mo's eyes were haunted as he calmly glanced at her. Walking at the forefront, he said faintly, "Poor man, let's go." The poor man followed. What made Chen Mo a bit surprised was, I wonder if it's because it's a 4th-order crystal core. It was still the reason why he had used a large amount of F-rank recovery potions to strengthen his physique before. Tang Xianyu's awakening process was unexpectedly smooth. It only took less than half a day to wake up from the awakening process. After experiencing the divine language of awakening powers, Tang Xianyu's beautiful eyes plummeted brightly and incomparably as she looked around. In her hand, a dark pattern of awakening similar to a ripple appeared. "How does it feel?" A gentle voice rang out. Chen Mo sat on a raised rock and looked at her with a smile. It was quiet around him. It seemed that he had cleared the grounds long ago and not a single walker could be seen. Tang Xianyu's pretty face was a little flushed with excitement. "I think I made it." She looked at Chen Mo with a face of faith and delight, her beautiful eyes overflowing with unending joy. The whole person was in better shape than ever before and was light as a feather. Both vision and perception had been greatly improved. She had spent countless days and nights thinking how great it would be if she had awakened her powers as well. And now, at the time of awakening his powers, he is worried that his powers are not powerful enough. Couldn't help on Chen Mo. Seeing Yuer's so elated appearance, it seems that the awakened supernormal ability should be good. Chen Mo was equally happy for Yuer. With a 4th-order crystal core, as long as one wasn't too unlucky, the ability awakened wouldn't be lower than C rank. What is ringing in your ears is the divine word after awakening your powers. It will tell you what the powers are and what they can do. Tang Xianyu nodded with a surging mood, her beautiful eyes bright. "Aha! My power. The tide of calamity." "Tide of calamity?" Chen Mo was stunned at his words and pondered. "Elemental powers? There are thousands of different kinds of powers. There were no less than 1,000 different abilities of the existing psychics recorded in the 6th military region alone. Not to mention that this doesn't even include the records of the other military districts for the exalted, in addition to the noteworthy top, or capable, powers of the previous life. Spare yourself the trouble of remembering them all. And the ranks are divided by the major military regions and are judged based on ability, strength, and usefulness. One has not heard of the name, but the easiest way to. It was the effect of letting Yor show her powers. Chen Mo thought for a while and looked in one direction with a gentle lift of his right hand. 10 meters away from the eye of an open space, suddenly rumbling surged a metal barrier. The juggernaut alien energy had been used by him with ease. Chen Mo smiled faintly. You unleash your supernatural powers and take a look. He didn't pay attention for a moment and subconsciously shouted out the intimate name. Tang Xianyu's pretty face flushed red as she sniffed. Delicate. Nodding, he didn't say much. Instead, he raised his left hand and tried to catalyze his own supernatural ability. Tide of Calamity. Buzz. When this psychic ability moves, for a moment, the soil under its feet actually surged up a black tidal vortex. A cluster of raging to the extreme black waves blossomed from his hands. That black wave was like a black python. Extremely fast and straight towards the other side of the metal wall. Chen Mo's pupils shrank. Isn't this the ability of the Toad King? Rumble. Chapter 143, Second Order Calamity Tide, Divine Spirit System? A huge rock in front of him exploded into pieces, and the resulting splash of water is melting away the debris that submerged it into the ground. Tang Xianyu froze and looked at her left hand incredulously. Is this the power unleashed by himself? Chen Mo was greatly shocked, judging from the power that Xianyu had just erupted, even though she had just been awakened. However, its intensity had clearly reached the strength of a second-order alien. Chen Mo looked toward an empty land in the distance. The metal walls still stood intact. Chen Mo said with a somewhat odd expression on his face, "You're a little short on precision here." Tang Xianyu blushed and looked at Chen Mo with some embarrassment. I'll try again. Once again, she unleashed the Tide of Calamity, and this time, the waves were even bigger. Obviously a little more skillful than the first time I used it. Straight towards that metal wall and slapped it. Dang! The water exploded and the metal walls shook violently. Unharmed. After all, it was a fourth-order mastery ability, and its hardness far exceeded that of ordinary metals. Even if Qinma built it with his own hands, it was also by no means something that could be broken by an alien who had just awakened his powers. Tang Xianyu's eyes were somewhat disappointed, but Qinma noticed the water droplets that remained on the metal walls in the. It's like it's alive. It's constantly corroding and piercing through this metal wall. Chen Mo's face stared, deeply surprised. The Tide of Calamity that Yor had awakened seemed to be different from ordinary water elemental powers. It also contains the corrosive penetrating properties of that Toad King. Try this again. Chen Mo once again activated his mastery abnormal ability and summoned a metal wall. Each of the metal walls would be about 10 meters apart from each other. And, in order to more intuitively feel the power of the Tide of Calamity, Chen Mo also purposely had poor Chi go and capture a few second-order zombies to shackle them in front of the metal wall for Yor to practice on. Roar! Roar! The second-order zombie in the distance kept hissing and roaring, seemingly wanting to tear the two apart. After almost an hour or so, Chen Mo looked a bit dumbfounded. Tang Xianyu had already gained preliminary control over the use of her powers. The black tidal vortex beneath his feet expanded more than double. All around them was that black tide flowing between the crevices. A black light suddenly lit up in Tang Xianyu's hand. There was no need to condense the water element at all, and another black water dragon erupted. After such a long period of connection, she had no power left in her body for a long time. The face was a little pale. Boom! A loud noise pierced through. This time, the black water dragon, along with the zombie and the metal wall behind it, turned into smithereens. Roar! And the special zombie charger that was 2 to 3 meters tall and huge. Surprisingly, under this black splash of water wailed in excruciating pain and began to melt continuously, revealing white bones. It gradually dissolved in this puddle of black water. Even the metal wall behind that walker pierced a huge hole. Gollum. The black tidal vortex disappeared, and Tang Xianyu, somewhat physically exhausted, assisted a rock. Sit down. Hiss. Seeing this scene, Chen Mo sucked in a breath of cool air. Her eyes were somewhat shocked as she looked at Tang Xianyu, who was sitting down on the side, though the metal wall behind it let in seawater on its own. Y'all, the alien, seems really somewhat awesome. After Yor absorbed the 4th stage crystal core, she did directly cross one stage to become a 2nd stage alien. The only way to see the real difference in the strength of the powers is to reach the 4th rank. One's own juggernaut ability was almost no different from an ordinary elemental system ability before the 4th rank. But when you reach the 4th order, the range is increased tenfold. From a distance of 100 meters, a leap to 1,000 meters, a qualitative leap. Not only is it capable of transforming matter into metal, but its hardness and density are far beyond the reach of ordinary people. Let's say, for example, that Chen Mo is able to take hundreds of pounds of metal and it was compressed into a steel ball the size of a crystal core in an instant through the juggernaut alien energy, and the psychic ability that you are awakened. Just at the second stage alone it showed an absolute difference from elemental powers. Chen Mo muttered, "Your psychic ability has inherited all the good qualities of that Toad King. Poison, corrosive, is at least somewhere between A and S grade, even. It's highly likely that it doesn't belong to the elemental lineage, but the divine spirit lineage. For the divine spirit lineage, the minimum is S rank to start with. Juggernaut powers were likewise elemental powers before they were categorized as divine. It wasn't until Shi Yuan, who also possessed the mastery ability, appeared that the world was told that this ability is far from being comparable to the elemental system." Tang Xianyu wiped the sweat from her forehead and whispered with some apprehension, "Chen Mo, how about this psychic ability?" Chen Mo got up and took out a second-order crystal core for her to recover and said, "It's great. Second-order strength, supernatural ability. Well, let's just say it's recognized as an A-ranked supernatural ability. Tide of Calamity. The only way to see its true power was to reach the 4th rank. Class as psychic ability?" Tang Xianyu cocked her head, a little puzzled. "So what level are your powers?" Chen Mo laughed. "Which one do you mean?" Tang Xianyu asked in disbelief. "Do you have 2 other supernatural abilities?" Chen Mo smiled mysteriously and said with a serious face, "I actually have 5. Can you believe it?" "I don't believe it. Ha ha." It was almost within range of the protective line, which had been cleared by Shukijin once before, so the rest of the road, too, went a lot smoother. Sasha, in front of the protective line, Tang Xianyu looked at the towering wall in front of her, which was made of various things: abandoned vehicles, boards, collapsed building rubble, as well as, apparently, just recently built, filling the bulging walls with concrete mix. The delicate body couldn't stop trembling gently. The scene was clearly a shock to her. Why are walls set up here? From those still-filled gaps, you can see the other side of the city of North China. The wall not only cuts off the walkers from this place, even more so, it isolates all the survivors at this end of North China City. Chen Mo's face was calm as he slowly said, "I suppose it's to save some firepower. After all, without a corpse king in command, these zombies simply don't have the intelligence to destroy this wall. The other half of North China is still safe." Chen Mo said indifferently, "I'm not sure about other places, but there's no shortage of ordinary people in the 6th military district. The countless survivors around the city of North China, but they are all squeezing their heads to get to the safe zone. The truth, as always, is so cruel. Ordinary people's lives are worthless in this post-apocalyptic world. P.S. Extra shifts. Milk powder raises never go back on their word. Comments cannot see a little. The whole book to raise a bare-knuckle commander left milk powder is it num. The bookkeepers all bong 2 punches. The next chapter and the conflict in the military district breaks out. Ask for hyped-up positive reviews and free swag. I'd like to thank you for the bang. Chapter 144, Doing Good, Not Leaving Your Name. Chen Mo's meaning was already clear. Except for the sons and daughters of high-ranking family members in prominent positions, it was unlikely that the 6th war area would send out a lot of firepower to take care of ordinary people. For example, Jiang Fan, a 4th-rank alien, was even in control of the S-rank alien ruling. With this kind of strength, except for the end-time gods and some extremely powerful fae, you can pretty much walk sideways in the post-apocalyptic world. But just because he's the nephew of the head of the 11th military region, the 6th military region also had to send out 5 helicopter gunships and several alienists to look for this. Don't think too much about it. What you are now is a shifter. Chen Mo sensed Tang Xianyu's inner unrest. Tang Xianyu nodded gently and took a deep breath, calmed his restless heart. The survivors of North China University, had actually guessed that they and the others had been abandoned. It just hasn't been a willingness to accept it. Chen Mo's eyes were as calm as water. Yul, unlike herself, has been trapped in a North China University and hasn't seen the real horrors outside of the end times. It will take time to move forward to a gradual acceptance. In the end times, there is no need to delve into some of the original causes. Even a 9th-ranked alien can hardly change these rules. Take care of yourself, and that's enough. Chen Mo lowered his eyes and walked slowly to the protective line, placing his palm gently on it. He whispered, "If you are displeased, just destroy the wall." Juggernaut alien moves. Rumble. A shocking sound exploded violently. In front of me, this wall is like a heavenly gully separating the 2 places protective line. Between the hurricanes fell apart. Countless debris and buildings collapsed, and a golden barrier enveloped the 2 in it. Not the slightest ripple of damage. Smoke filled the air and dust rose. When the metal barrier receded, Tang Xianyu stared at the scene in front of her with wide, beautiful eyes. The small mouth was slightly open, and a look of disbelief filled his face. This? For some reason, after seeing this line of defense destroyed, the last barrier in her heart seemed to have been destroyed along with it. Chen Mo calmly watched everything, stepping on top of this wasteland and turning around with a slight smile. This wall, it won't stop these walkers. Sooner or later, a corpse king will be born in this place, and then it will be even harder to deal with. I'm doing this, it's actually helping them. What Shinma said was not bad. The number of zombies here was so high that it was capable of giving birth to at least a 6th-order zombie wave. The crisis brought on by the necromancer is devastating. Instead of that, it's better to let Long Gang and the 6th military region be forced to deal with the zombies here earlier. The level of danger will be much less than doing good deeds without leaving a name. Tang Xianyu froze, then nodded woodenly. Some half-knowledge. Let's go. Chen Mo's voice came from the distance. You were, after possessing her supernormal ability, was considered to have the ability to defend herself in this post-apocalyptic world. This trip was very rewarding. Not only did the Heaven's Right alien ability break through to the 4th rank, and brought you out safe and sound, there weren't many zombies on the next stretch of road, and you could see the occasional scattered 3 or 2. Tang Xianyu wanted to try her own supernatural ability, Tide of Calamity. Chen Mo just quietly watched from the side, revealing a heartfelt smile every now and then. The mood was obviously very good. Dragon Steel Base. Jade, what should we do now? Liao Wen, a director of Dragon Steel Group, said with a worried face. We don't know any Chen Mo at all. Listening to that Zheng Haifeng, if we can't find that guy, I'm afraid our Longgang is in danger. Liao Ruyu's pretty face was terribly gloomy, her beautiful eyes constantly flickering as she gently bit her fingers. It was a long time before he spoke. TSK. Uncle Liao. This matter, does the High Council know about it? Liao Wen sighed and shook his head. I've sent someone to contact the High Council, but for some reason, he's been deliberately avoiding us. Don't even return those crystal cores you gave away. The trick of giving gifts was tried and true for Gao Limo even before the end of the world. Even the identity of the girl Chen Mo was looking for was worked out. But this time, it was ineffective. Liao Ruyu pondered for a while and said quietly, it seems that this time the 6th military region has made up its mind. She naturally knew who Zheng Haifeng was looking for. About Chen Mo. She had never told Liao Wen. If it was before, one might not hesitate to betray Chen Mo. But now, both Long Gang and Chen Mo, through that emerald crystal core, an inextricable relationship has been established. Besides, what scares her the most is, she had seen Chen Mo's ruthless methods with her own eyes. If he turned his hand and gave him away, the other didn't die under the 6th military region. At that time, the entire Dragon Steel wasn't enough for him to kill. Liao Wen had an anxious look on his face, although he was very good at human affairs and knew how to read people's words. However, the decision-making in this post-apocalyptic world was not at all as decisive as this niece of his in general, always afraid of offending this or that. The smooth way, in these last days obviously does not work. Little Jade, Uncle Liao, I'm getting old, and I can't understand this era now. This matter, if you can handle it, then in the future Longgang Uncle Liao I can also rest assured to hand over to your hands. His children are studying abroad, and it is not yet known what the situation is. That's why the words were spoken. Liao Ruyu sniffed and nodded, whispering, Uncle Liao, just leave it to me. The dragon steel you've worked so hard to run is going to be fine. The words fell. The door suddenly rang a bang-bang knocking sound. Both of them gave a slight lurch. Ge Huaju's voice came through the door. Miss, Chen Tian is back. Liao Ruyu's eyes suddenly lit up. Chen Ma? He's finally back. I'll be right there. Liao Ruyu retreated to Liao Wen and turned around to leave in a hurry. Only Liao Wen was left standing in place with some consternation, murmuring with a puzzled expression, Chen Tian, isn't he dead? Inside a blue-skinned room at the Dragon Steel base, Chen Mo very skillfully squatted down and found a box full of food from under the stool. From there, he took out a few pieces of bread and water and handed them to Tang Xianyu. Hungry? Eat? Tang Xianyu's face was a bit odd as she said quietly, it's not good that this is someone else's place. Dragon Steel Group she knew, but hadn't thought that in this post-apocalyptic world, Dragon Steel had surprisingly become a large power. And look at this, Chen Ma seems to know people here? Chen Mo grinned as he unwrapped the bag and, nibbling on a piece of somewhat dry bread, blended the saliva. Vaguely, it's okay, time to eat and drink, just like going home. This was originally a large supermarket with lots of food, so feel free to just eat. Jade crystals. It is estimated that there is no less profit for that woman Liao Ruyu. The ones he ate by himself couldn't even be exchanged for a crystal the size of a grain of rice. Seeing Chen Mo in this flaccid state, Tang Xianyu's somewhat apprehensive heart couldn't help but calm down. For some reason, he himself was very much at ease whenever he was with him. Suddenly, the door to the room was brutally pushed open. Bang! Chapter 145. What else can be done? Of course, is to forcefully break in. A slightly huffy voice rang out. Chen Mo, I think you really don't want to die, right? How dare you waltz in through the front door of my dragon steel at this hour? Do you take it that everyone in the military district is blind? Chen Mo didn't even lift his eyelids and said indifferently, don't worry, no one will find out. Outside the door, Liao Ruyu, who had a tall figure in full and straight peaks, walked in with great strides in anger. Good thing she had expected it. Dragon steel outside are their own heart, but also sent Guohuazhu to guard there at all times. Guohuazhu followed behind, closing the door behind him with a bit of a headache and letting the wind out outside. This guy, how come every time he comes he makes a mess? Angry inside the house. As soon as Liao Ruyu entered the door, her entire body gave a start. Locked eyes with Tang Xianyu, the two women sized each other up for a while. The anger on Liao Ruyu's face faded, revealing a surprised expression. Looking at Chen Mo, who was wolfing down his food on the side, he said rather playfully, looks like it was found. This little girl, she's the one you're looking for? Liao Ruyu found a place to sit down and mocked, looking quite innocent. I can't imagine you like the student bit. Tang Xianyu looked at Chen Mo with some confusion. Looking for me? Liao Ruyu said as she smiled and sized up Tang Xianyu. The little sister is quite a looker. Just don't be fooled by some unsuspecting people. Tang Xianyu frowned. The woman in front of her, who looked rather mature and imperial, always seemed to be targeting Chen Mo as if she was. She certainly wouldn't listen to Liao Ruyu's words. Instead, he smiled gently and whispered, where are the unsuspecting people? Auntie, that's not a good thing to say. Auntie? Liao Ruyu's smile stiffened in place at her words. Auntie is only 26 this year. Her eyelids fluttered wildly, and she was so angry she barely fainted. Put, Chen Mo, who was on the side, couldn't help but laugh out loud, smiling. I thought you'd be grateful to see me again. What? Is that emerald crystal core not good? And you say? The very mention of it made her angry. Liao Ruyu's beautiful eyes stared round and choppy. You guy, did you already know that crappy stone could only allow your people to be hardened into weapons? He himself sent people to Yujie County to spend a large amount of crystal cores and supplies to purchase the jade crystal cores. It arrived only to find that it could not be quenched at all. At the end of the day, you still have to buy some finished products from that woman named Lin Yu. But the good thing is, she followed suit, and sold those unquenched stones to the forces around North China City. Chen Mo sipped his water and said nonchalantly, I thought you guys had it figured out. Liao Ruyu's breath caught. She glanced at Tang Xianyu on the side and suddenly seemed to think of something. Smilingly, she turned her head to look at Chen Mo and said, forget it, this matter is not to be mentioned. At least you didn't lie to me. Those weapons forged from emerald crystal cores are indeed quite good. But Chen Mo, I don't think you know that by now, do you? Your identity has been exposed, and now all the roads out of North China City have been blocked by the 6th Military Region. Chen Mo frowned. What did you say? The entrance and exit of North China. Isn't that your territory? Liao Ruyu smiled like a flower. After meeting Tang Xianyu, she had already guessed what Chen Mo was planning to do next. With him being as close as he is to the 6th Military Region, to be so worried about this woman, it is impossible to stay in North China. That would be a good thing to do. Drive the wolves and let Chenma and the military district take care of their own business. His own dragon steel would be able to stay out of it. No one is offended on either side. You want to know so badly? Then I'll tell you better. Who made you my Liao Ruyu's friend? Liao Ruyu blinked her eyes. Her voice was light and delicate, and she glanced at Chen Mo in a flirtatious manner. Tang Xianyu was quite displeased to see this. Why is this woman Tai? Liao Ruyu said slowly. Did you meet someone named Jiang Fan in North China City? That guy was from the 11th Military Region. On that helicopter gunship that went to pick up Jiang Fan at that time, Zheng Haifeng and Gao Limao are up there. Originally, Zheng Haifeng all returned from Tianhai City without any success. On the contrary, why are you guys so careless? It's okay to blow your cover at that point in time. It also implicates us, Dragon Steel, for not doing our job properly. On the highways leading to the city of North China from all over the world, including the vicinity of the city of North China, it's all manned by their Dragon Steel guys. Chen Mo was able to appear here, and not a single whisper had come out. With Zheng Haifeng's acumen, to say that Long Gang and that Chen Mo are not related at all, that's bound to be impossible. In fact, as early as when he saw that immense and unparalleled metal barrier inside that steel mill, he then had his suspicions. It could be said that after meeting Chen Mo's original self, this speculation became even more certain. 5 times in 3 days. Just tell me if I'm annoyed. Liao Ruyu blanked him. Chen Mo pondered for a while and muttered. According to you, the exits leaving North China City are now all from their military region? Liao Ruyu nodded. There were also cover bodies constructed there. Now do you realize how serious this is? There's nothing more we can do here about this. What's your plan? No plans. Chen Mo simply laid down with his body. Straightforward in-place swing. Liao Ruyu was dumbfounded. She froze for a long time, and all of a sudden she was in a hurry. No, are you messing with me? You're so strong. You must have a way, right? The day Chen Mo didn't show up, the day she, Long Gang, wouldn't have a good time. Chen Mo said lazily, I do think you're pretty safe here, so why don't you just stay here the whole time? If I get caught, I'll be the first to confess you. Dragon Steel, you have to protect me. You. Liao Ruyu was so angry that her body was shaking cold. Isn't that a bummer? Tang Xianyu was listening to the clouds from the sidelines, but she also vaguely guessed something from it. Chen Mo, it seems, has a grudge against the 6th military region. Liao Ruyu was already a little too angry to speak at the moment. This feels like teasing a child. Chen Mo repeated as he stared with interest at Liao Ruyu, whose pretty face was red with anger. What about me? Suddenly, Chen Mo said with a big smile. Ha ha, just kidding. See how scared you are. Liao Ruyu's breasts were heaving together, and when she heard this, her face looked a little better. I'd like to smack him. This guy, why is he so cheap? What do you want to do? Chen Mo changed his face and resumed his previous bland color. Silky said, what else can I do? Just go over there. The words were calm, yet sounded so deserved. Forced entry? Liao Ruyu frowned. There's at least 1,000 people there, and when you show up, troops deployed around the perimeter will come over to support them immediately as well. Can it work? Chen Mo's eyes narrowed slightly, flashing with a chilling aura. Cold laughter. They can't stop me. Chapter 146. What are you trying to do? Liao Ruyu's heart thumped when she heard this. She had thought that Chen Mo would say something nice about the law. I can't imagine it's the simplest and roughest way to break in. It was the same as when they broke through the barrier set up by Dragon Steel at the highway. However, she didn't say anything more. As long as Chen Mo appeared in the 6th military region's field of vision, at that point they would have no time to worry about Dragon Steel. Liao Ruyu glanced at Tang Xianyu on the side and lightly laughed. Seeing as how you're planning to leave this woman here? In her perception, even if Chen Mo was strong, but if you're carrying around a liability at all times, there was also no way to protect it from the massive firepower of the 6th military region. She's clean, so we at Dragon Steel can keep her instead. Liao Ruyu smiled faintly. No. Chen Mo shook his head. She followed me. That's something that you don't need to worry about. Liao Ruyu's eyes narrowed slightly as she looked at Chen Mo with some curiosity. Could it be that she's a shifter too? Chen Mo grinned and didn't say anything. Liao Ruyu stared intently at Tang Xianyu, her eyes seeming to see through her. Before the end of the world, Liao Ruyu was a senior manager of the Dragon Steel Group. An air of superiority was developed long ago, and after the end of the world its murderous and decisive character, although beautiful in appearance, but at the moment it was like a viper gazing at its prey. Compared to Tang Xianyu, who was still a student, she was overwhelmed from her aura alone, but Tang Xianyu also looked at her without the slightest bit of weakness. She was able to detect that the woman in front of her was not something to be messed with, and such a character was able to sit down and communicate with Chen Mo in a calm manner. Chen Mo couldn't help but become more mysterious in her heart as well. Liao Ruyu said with a soft smile only after a long time. Well then, when do you plan to leave? Should we stay at Dragon Steel for the day? I'll entertain you all as well. No need, Chen Mo said indifferently. It's a bit of a long ride back to Sky Haven, so just prepare some food for us. That shouldn't be too hard for you. But I have, here, one last thing to ask you to do. Like it was expected. Liao Ruyu sighed and said with a sultry look. Say it. Chen Mo smiled faintly. Don't look so glum. When have you ever suffered with me? Liao Ruyu rolled her eyes. Have you suffered enough? Chen Mo ignored her complaints and said to himself. Lin Yu of Yujie County is extremely important to me. No, it should be to all the forces. She's a divine smith with her powers, and you've already seen the strength of the emerald crystals. It is only through her that it can be hardened into a weapon. What? Liao Ruyu's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. The hardness of that emerald crystal was so hard that even an alien would have trouble destroying it. She'd had her suspicions for a long time, but hadn't been able to come to any conclusions. The one who was able to quench it was bound to be a guy with supernatural powers and extraordinary strength as well. Now that she had received Shen Mo's affirmation, she looked extraordinarily surprised. Are you saying that the jade crystal stone, only she can quench it? Shen Ma nodded. My point is clear enough. It's not just the emerald crystals that's the one thing. It's everything else. Even the bodies of those powerful fae can be refined through her to produce all sorts of powerful and characteristic things. It is, for instance, the ammunition that is now most in short supply in the 6th military district. It doesn't matter to her in the slightest, and there's no doubt in my mind that Lin Yu's ability alone is enough to support an entire military region. Liao Ruyu's pupils stared. Her red lips opened. feeling somewhat incredulous. That's kind of amazing if you say so. What do you want me to do for you? She couldn't understand why such an important person, Chen Mo, surprisingly chose to be the one to give it alone there in Yujie County. If there was an alien within Dragonsteel that possessed such an ability, it would certainly be given as a treasure. Send countless people to shelter the circumference, to bring out the maximum value of its glory, and to serve it well. Really spoiled. Liao Ruyu looked at Chen Mo with some dissatisfaction. How good would it be for this kind of person to be a member of Dragonsteel? Chen Mo's face was calm. The remaining two of the three great divine smiths from his previous life were nowhere to be found. In terms of the divine craftsmen that had appeared so far, there was only one, Lin Yu. This also meant that if Lin Yu's ability was exposed, it's bound to cause countless people to go crazy and fight over it. It wasn't even impossible for the two major powers to go to war. After all, the value of a divine craftsman in the previous world, for the major powers of, it was more important than several S-ranked aliens put together. Don't think too much. Lin Yu's ability can't be protected with your Dragonsteel's power. I want you to reveal her psychic abilities to the 6th military region so that she can join it. Bang! When hearing this, Liao Ruyu's pupils shrunk and she violently slapped the table. Are you crazy? Chen Mo. You're lifting a stone and stoning yourself. This scene that suddenly rose up startled Tang Xianyu, who was on the side. What's wrong with her? It's fine. Chen Mo returned with a gentle gaze. Turning to Liao Ruyu, he said, take it easy and hear me out. Chen Mo was not surprised by Liao Ruyu's anxious appearance. He himself gave such an important person to the 6th military region. The first one to have a bad time in the future would be her. Long Gang. After all, in her perspective, there was no such horrible monster as the Beast of the Year that would appear in the future. The 6th military region was already desperately short of ammunition, even forced to resort to the 11th military region for some. If she knew Lin Yu's value, she would definitely do whatever she could to protect her safety. This time, he has placed Lin Yu in the 6th military region. On the one hand, it was to protect her from the ripple effects of the yearling, and more importantly, many things have been derailed since the rebirth. After forcing his way through the border defenses of North China City himself, the 6th military region might not be able to hold off the yearling as well as it did in its previous life. Whether it's an annual beast or a secondary evolution that's passed, the involvement of the 6th Army region in these sessions was inevitable. It's a close call. One less major power. Inevitably, many things will be born in the future that are out of one's control. With Lin Yu as a mole inside, it guarantees the safety of. It's a lot easier to move around later on your own. Chen Mo's eyes were deep. His most precious treasure was the memories of the 15 years of the last days. After returning from rebirth, except for killing Lin Shu in advance, he never limited his gaze to the middle of the 6th military region, but looked far, far away. Liao Ruyu didn't know this. She only thought, this guy, Chen Mo, is out of his mind. Why would you voluntarily give such an important person to the 6th military region? Tell me honestly, what do you really think? Liao Ruyu's beautiful eyes stared round, full of incomprehension. Chapter 147, Snowy Year. It's snowing, Chen Mo calmly said. You just have to do as you're told. Don't worry, Lin Yu is one of mine, and when she gets into the 6th military region, I'll have her take extra care of you, Dragonsteel. Moreover, do you think Long Gang's current power can protect Lin Yu? Instead, why don't you take the initiative to give information to the 6th military region and repair the relationship between you? You know I don't mean that. Liao Ruyu stared hard into Chen Mo's eyes. The scene was somewhat frozen for a moment, until a good while had passed. Liao Ruyu only sighed in defeat and said, sometimes I just want to break your brain open and see what's in it. Never mind. You're right. Dragonsteel is still too weak. I'm looking away. Anyway, as long as we, Dragonsteel, are here in North China City, we will not be able to compete with them, because it was so close. Even every move is being watched. Seeing her downcast appearance, Chen Mo shrugged and snickered. You weren't like this the first time we met. Don't worry. It's not like Lin Yu is really working for them. Speaking of which, Chen Mo's eyes glanced slyly at the ticked-off calendar on the wall. The words came out. That was fast. It turns out it's been so long since the end times came. After New Year's, you Dragonsteel will have the opportunity to break away. There are no absolutes. The worst-case scenario is to let Long Gang replace the 6th military region. Go on as you remember and maintain the end-time situation. New Year's Eve? Liao Ruyu's face was a bit puzzled, and she looked at Calendar Road along with Chen Mo's gaze. If you hadn't reminded me, I'd almost forgotten that it's almost New Year's Eve. Tang Xianyu was also a bit surprised. Under this post-apocalyptic world where life is extremely stressful and is shrouded in fear all the time, all the survivors, it seems, have forgotten about this important annual holiday. Chen Mo smiled faintly and said in a calm tone, it's going to be a great year. Have a good time celebrating, the last hurrah before the new year. I hope Dragonsteel is still alive when I return. Liao Ruyu frowned. What do you mean? Listening to Chen Mo's words, it seemed like something important was going to happen. She had always felt that Chen Mo seemed to have an ability to see things before they happened. This she never doubted. Chen Mo smiled and did not explain, but said, well, I've said all that needs to be said. It's about time to go. He rose slowly and stretched lazily. Would have liked to have been on a break. But a bunch of guys from the 6th Military District have been working so hard to get set up and ready for me. It's not good to keep them waiting too long. Xian Yu, let's go. Tang Xian Yu nodded and got up to follow her out. Squeak dash. The door of the room was pushed open, and Liao Ruyu's voice came from inside the room. Ga Huozhu, take Chen Mo to the warehouse to get some supplies. Ga Huozhu outside the door froze, looked at the two who came out and nodded, leaving the place together. Inside the house, after Chen Mo and Tang Xian Yu left, Liao Ruyu leaned on the chair, her pretty face a little tired as she slowly closed her eyes, constantly digesting all the information that Chen Mo had brought. Previously, her focus had been on Lin Yu, so she hadn't paid attention to the others. As she slowed down, her thoughts remained on Chen Mo's last paragraph. Keep repeating the mumble. Why? Did Chen Mo hand over Lin Yu to the 6th Military Region at this time? Or even choose to force your way out despite your identity being exposed? Snap. Liao Ruyu opened the drawer and took out a thin cigarette from it and smoked it. She's been off cigarettes for a long time. It was only after the end of the world that the many annoyances made her start smoking again. Under the dim light, Liao Ruyu's slender fingers were holding a cigarette. The other hand kept combing through various papers. The beautiful eyes were lowered, not knowing what they were thinking. I don't know how much time has passed. As if thinking of something, Liao Ruyu's pupils shrunk violently, noticing the key point. Swish rose abruptly. Liao Ruyu rushed out, and Chen Mo was long gone. Provided the Dragonsteel is still alive. Liao Ruyu's pretty face was a bit pale and unbelievable. Dragonsteel is still alive? Are you telling me that there is some extremely terrifying existence that is about to descend? She quickly returned to the house and counted the time left on it. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 7 days, within the city of North China. I don't know if it's because the forces of the 6th Military Region are now guarding the perimeter of North China City. It was surprisingly silent all the way. Not even a single zombie or silhouette was seen. Chen Mo walked on the side of Poor Chi, while Tang Xian Yu sat on Poor Chi's back. What's wrong? After you came out, it looked like you had something on your mind the whole time? I'm sorry, Chen Mo said as he looked at Tang Xian Yu. Tang Xian Yu reluctantly smiled, shaking her head and whispering, nothing. I was just wondering, do you really intend to fight the 6th Military Region? I suppose so. Chen Mo didn't avoid it in the slightest and said bluntly, I wouldn't want to if I didn't have to, yet they don't seem to want to leave me alone. Why are they trying to kill you? She asked. Chen Mo murmured, well, I killed their men, but saved a couple hundred more along the way, and honestly, I should be given an award anyhow. They don't seem to think so though, and anyway, you don't need a reason to kill someone in these last days. I can't just spread my hands and wait to die. Chen Mo said with a faint smile. The tone was subdued, as if nothing could affect his mood. Like this? Tang Xian Yu was slightly stunned, her face a little complicated. Lowering her head, she lightly bit her vermilion lip and said, I see. Chen Mo smiled and came over. Understand what? Seeing Chen Mo who came over so close to him, Tang Xian Yu's face swooned with a layer of scarlet, not knowing what to say for a moment. Half the time. I'll help you. After all, Chen Mo was the one who gave himself a second life, and if it wasn't for him, he himself would have died long ago in that endless torrent. Chen Mo stared at her face for a while before smiling and patting her shoulder. Don't worry, just leave everything to me. Although Yuer's powers were powerful, her own thoughts about her were the same as Kiki's. Just be able to defend yourself in these last days. He's returned from his own rebirth, and he keeps getting stronger and stronger. For the sake of not being able to have the ability to protect the people you want to protect. Chen Mo looked into the distant sky as dusk was approaching. The sky gradually darkened, and the weather this evening was a little extra cold. The gloomy wind rustled through, and Chen Mo and Tang Xian Yu didn't have too much of a conversation, all the way towards the edge of the city of North China. I don't know how much time has passed. A few snowflakes fell sporadically in this sky. It floated down on Chen Mo's cheek. Chen Mo froze slightly and ran his hand over his somewhat moist cheeks, then looked up into the sky, murmured softly, it's snowing? Chapter 148, Sleeping Ability. Endless sinking. At the moment it was far away at the border of the city of North China. Bags of sandbags stood a long line of protection, and even sentry posts had been established. Everywhere you can leave. All of them were stationed with thousands of heavily armed soldiers guarding the perimeter with vigilant looks. It seemed to be welcoming the arrival of some extremely dangerous being. the snow, which came unusually suddenly. Every single person couldn't help but tilt their heads up and look towards the snowflakes that were gradually falling in the sky. Even Zhang Haifeng couldn't help but raise his head similarly. He reached out his large, somewhat rough hand and a snowflake melted into the hot palm. Zhang Haifeng exhaled a mouthful of cold air and couldn't help but mutter, "It's snowing. So, it's the second year already? That was fast." At this time, a youth in charge of monitoring communications came up and said in a deep voice, "Commander Zhang, you've been standing here for a day. It's cold. Better go inside and rest." A number of temporary shelters have been erected here and are responsible for resting the shift workers. Zhang Haifeng shook his head and looked at the dim sky and suddenly said, "Pang, how long have you been with me?" The young man froze, seemingly not expecting Zhang Haifeng to ask this, but he said honestly, "Almost 10 years. 10 years. Zhang Haifeng's eyes revealed a trace of nostalgia. Xiao Peng has been following himself, but it's a pity that although he has enough seniority and ability, but never understood all those people and positions, the ones in the same group as him have long been making a name for themselves all over the place. It's so hard to keep following me when you should have been promoted long ago," the youth said with a solemn face. "It's not hard, and guidance Shang. Times have changed, so as long as you catch Chen Mo, it will be able to squeeze into the top echelons of the 6th military region." At that, the youth looked up at the falling snowflakes. "Your contribution is obvious to all the guys, and now that the 6th military district is settling in, vigorously recruiting survivors, you've made it through the snow." Because a large portion of those survivors within the military region were rescued by Zhang Haifeng himself. Sometimes Zhang Haifeng's words work better than those of the so-called leaders among the survivors. It's more than capable of calming the mind. "Rui shui zhou feng yan?" Zhang Haifeng's eyes surfaced a trace of compassion, said with a sigh, "All I know is that with the snow, I don't know how many more people are going to die. Kill one man and save 10,000. And after that young man's death, let's just hope Lin Anha doesn't go back on his word." He had never been so hungry for power. You know, just the population of the two regions of Tianhai City and North China combined, the total would be in the tens of millions. Even if we go by the 10-to-9 ratio of post-apocalyptic deformations into zombies, it's all a huge stream of numbers. Zhang Haifeng had once made a rough estimate. There are also 40,000 to 50,000 personnel guaranteed to survive in the two cities since the end of the world. All of them are scattered as survivor organizations of all sizes have no place to live. Even the 7,000 or so survivors of the 6th military region, half of them are still brought back by myself along the way in the course of my mission. Thinking about this, a trace of hatred emerged in Zhang Haifeng's eyes. Incompetent people are taking over the top. The 11th military district next door has room for tens of thousands of people in its safe zone. The reputation is excellent, open for supplies, shifters across the board, and countless talents. This time, they also came for more supplies in this trade, and the 6th military region, Gao Limao and others are rat-faced, and spend their days feasting on fish and meat, living more elegantly than the emperor. All you know is hoarding supplies and food and expending a lot of firepower to save your own kin. It wasn't until the 6th military district was saturated and congested with survivors that the option of building safe zones began. Pang, why do you think there are always some people who always think they can rest on their laurels? Zhang Haifeng suddenly said quietly, "If the 6th military region keeps going like this, sooner or later, it will be eaten up. Hearts and minds." The young man was momentarily speechless, not knowing what to say, and finally said, "Instructor Zhang, as long as Chen Mo is killed, you will preside over the situation at that time. Everything will be fine." "Ha!" Zhang Haifeng laughed, his heart extraordinarily cold. "I can't imagine that if I, Zhang Haifeng, want to climb up the ladder, I have to rely on the death of a young man to do it. It's ridiculous. Forget it." Zhang Haifeng adjusted his mind and looked at the warriors who were still stationed at their posts at the moment. In a hushed voice, "It's getting cold, and you can't be lax. You still have to keep a close watch on the surrounding defenses. I suspect that Long Gang has something to do with Chen Mo as well, and that during this time, no one can get out of North China." "Understood." The young man nodded, just a little puzzled. Is that guy really going to show up though? Honestly, he thought it was a little too flashy to do it this time. If he were himself, he would never be able to expose it in a big way. He had also been following Zhang Haifeng's side before the end times came, had seen Chen Ma in person. Zhang Haifeng's eyes narrowed slightly. In his mind, he couldn't help but recall the figure of Chen Mo that he had seen in that torrent earlier. Open mouth, catch a turtle in a jar, cut off his retreat first. Whatever, it's the closest we'll ever get. It won't be so easy to find him again if we miss it. What about the two brats sent from the center? Young man, Tan Tao seems to say he's bored to go out for a walk, and Zhu Rui should be asleep already. Zhang Haifeng nodded and didn't say anything more. Those two guys, both personally dispatched by Lin Anha from the center, are incredibly powerful and, the ability is even more palpable. Nowadays, all of them also stepped into the range of the third-order alien within the 6th military region accordingly. Tan Tao, third-order A-rank psychic ability, open fire, able to control flames. Zhu Rue, third-order A+ level psychic ability, sleep, able to create dreamlike illusions. It puts one in the middle of an endless slumber. Tanto was okay, and the young girl's ability to. Zhang Haifeng had witnessed its terror with his own eyes. It is simply impossible to tell the difference between the real and the imaginary, and under its supernatural powers. What I experienced seemed as if I had seen it with my own eyes. And just then, the defense line in the distance suddenly erupted with an earth-shattering roar. Rumble. For a moment, the fire lit up that dark night. There was a constant roar of gunfire. The entire position, both those who were resting and those who were making their rounds, quickly converged on the grounds. Neatly arranged. Zhang Haifeng was shocked in his heart and immediately looked in that direction. What's going on? At that moment, a lazy voice rang out from inside the house. It's that guy Tan Tao's psychic ability. PS, plus more. The ability to sleep was provided by the comments section. And interesting abilities will follow heavy plus sign. Without further ado, please, milk powder bye bye bang bang. Chapter 149. Do you know that bullets are useless to me? Inside the house, a young girl around 1 meter 6 in height came out. The young girl's hair was a little messy, and her face was delicate with some baby fat. Wearing a one-piece green leather-colored dinosaur pajama set, rubbing his eyes and, sleepy eyes are like they just woke up. She glanced at the thick black mist and fire rising in the distance and smacked her lips twice to speak. Looks like that one's coming. What? Zhang Haifeng's pupils contracted violently, his gaze shaking greatly. You mean Chen Mo is here? Zhu Rue lightly nodded her head and said lazily with a yawn. Sleepy. Going over? Isn't that bull asterisk 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 asterisk? Zhang Haifeng's heart shook, and his mood became surly and apprehensive for a moment. Will we finally meet again? Chun Ma. This time, you definitely won't be allowed to escape easily. Zhang Haifeng immediately raised his head and looked at the converging soldiers and shouted, all bring your weapons. Follow me. Swish dash. At the word, the crowd quickly executed the order to. A few of them climbed into armored vehicles, tanks, and helicopter gunships. Under this blackness, the sound of guns sizzling, the roar of engines being started and the sound of propellers turning was incessant, and in an instant it was bustling with activity. Zhang Haifeng looked at the young man beside him and spoke in a deep voice. Pang, contact the 6th military region and the soldiers stationed nearby. Position B4, come quickly for support. This time, in order to capture Chen Mo, the 6th military region had made a huge amount of effort. The fighters who guarded the border of the city of North China dispatched 5,000 men. The abundant and incomparable firepower support, coupled with the presence of psychics in every stronghold. In addition to Tan Tao and Zhu Rue, who are the strongest from the center, there are 15 alien power users in total. The number of people and the luxury of the lineup was only to capture or kill Chen Mo. After less than 2 minutes, all the fighters were ready. The lights were turned on and he looked at the group of well-heeled and vociferous warriors in front of him. Zhang Haifeng's eyes were a bit gloomy as he exclaimed, depart, North China city border, position B4, roar. The poor cheese orange-red hairs stood up, and his face was incomparably fierce as he roared towards the opposite side. Chen Mo's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the battle in front of him and couldn't help but grin. What a feast! A full 3-meter-high sandbag has long been erected in front of his eyes. Not far away was a makeshift outpost. In the midst of all those sandbags crisscrossing the crevices of the, revealing a blackened gun barrel aimed at himself, lined up directly in front, hundreds of men looking alert holding rifles locked in place. The front row party fended off the blast shields. Pop! The lighting on both sides hit the bodies of both Chen Mo and Tang Xianyu. At the moment they were the center of attention as if they were the male and female characters. How had Tang Xianyu ever seen a scene like this? Under the gaze of these countless pairs of eyes, and the light of the, it only felt as if he and Chen Mo had become sinners overnight. She couldn't help but clench her fists so tightly that her palms were already sweaty and, it was obviously extremely stressful. It's fine. Chen Mo took her hand and smiled lightly. Just leave it to me. Tang Xianyu looked at Chen Mo and saw his relaxed and indifferent look. For a moment, he couldn't help but let go of his heart, shaking his head and whispering softly. So, what do we do now? Close your eyes and walk over with me, Chen Mo said. This time, a bellowing sound suddenly rang out from the crowd on the opposite side. Why aren't they moving? He's Chen Mo. Orders from above. If you see Chen Mo you don't need to ask for instructions. Just shoot him on the spot. A middle-aged man in military uniform came out of the B4 position and, also an alien from the 6th war zone. He held a walkie-talkie in his mouth and kept sending the message out. Chen Mo has been spotted at the B4 stronghold. requesting backup. But Captain, beside that man, there is a female survivor. Someone whispered. The middle-aged man was stunned when he noticed the girl beside Chen Mo not far away. Frowning, he said coldly, "How come there's another woman?" Within the information provided by Zheng Haifeng of Tianhai City, there was news about Chen Mo that Chen Mo had always been alone, with only the terrifyingly incomparable beast by his side to keep him company. The middle-aged man's face was resolute and cold as he exclaimed, "Humph, Chen Mo, did you not think that by holding a hostage, you would be able to threaten us? He's a high-level shifter. He's not bad. Shoot him on the spot. All of you, empty your magazines. Do it." The middle-aged man roared without question. Even a lion fights a rabbit with all its might. The person who can make Commander Zhang pay so much attention to him. He naturally refused to be careless in the slightest. "An order. The fighters around us, the heavy machine gunners hidden behind that sandy pack, all have pulled the trigger in their hands." Bang bang, bang bang. Fire and starlight lit up the dark night, and countless gunshots rang out, unceasingly. It's like playing a piece of music. Dense bullets swept indiscriminately towards Chen Mo and Tang Xianyu's position. It was overwhelming, like a dense rain. The number was so dense that it would only be able to sweep the two and the beast into a sieve in an instant. Bang bang, under and all-around firepower suppression. Even if a fourth-ranked aberration came too, it's probably hard to get distracted. When sadly, they were facing, it was Chen Mo who possessed the ability to dominate all metal powers. When Tang Xianyu saw this horrifying scene, she subconsciously closed her eyes tightly. Chen Mo's face was bland and self-conscious as he said softly, "Follow me." These countless bullets in front of him seemed to slow down in his vision. Chen Mo took a step forward. Juggernaut alien moves. Buzz. Just a breath of time. An unbelievably appalling scene emerged, only to see the thousands of metal bullets, unexpectedly hovering directly in front of Chen Mo's body, floating in the air. That one metal bullet, it was as if it was being stopped by something that, it was hard to move an inch and stood still in general. The view is spectacular. Dang. Dang, dang, a bullet fell to the ground with a crisp, unmistakable percussive sound. Hiss, the unparalleled horror of the scene before us. It made everyone on the opposite side of the B4 stronghold stare in disbelief. Upon seeing the intact Chen Mo, the middle-aged man's eyes were even staring out in general. His expression shocked. "Back up and take a breath of cool air. This, how is this possible?" Tang Xianyu couldn't help but open her eyes even after hearing this commotion. A floor of bullets, so numerous and densely piled up that they even obstructed the way. Chen Mo was still pinching a bullet in his hand, staring intently at the markings on the end of the bullet that belonged uniquely to the 6th Warzone. "Spare a flirtation. I say, since you all know who I am, so did they tell you? These things, useless to me?" Chapter 150, The Master of Metal. The Sea of Prairie Fire. Chen Mo suddenly raised his head, revealing a somewhat oozing smile as he looked at the hundreds of people across the street. Bang! Without even exerting any force, the bullet in his hand was reduced to pieces in an instant. The middle-aged man stared at Chen Mo dead in the face, and his body began to tremble violently. A hint of fear gradually surfaced on his face, and he roared loudly with a clench of his teeth. "Keep firing for me. All the fear comes from a lack of firepower." He just couldn't believe that this guy in front of him was able to ignore all the bullets. If 100 won't do, then 1,000. If 1,000 won't do, then 10,000. Until he dies. Fire. Bang bang. Another round of intense fire attack. A loud gunshot vibrated, and sparks erupted from a muzzle in the morose blackness. Bang bang. A barrage of cartridge rounds was emptied, and after shooting all the ammunition, the B4 fighters quickly reloaded to continue joining the monstrous fire. But these bullets, surprisingly, kept stopping in front of Chen Mo. It was as if there was an invisible shield, densely hovering in mid-air. There was simply not even a single bullet that could hurt each other. The middle-aged man's eyes were red at the sight. What the kind of monster is this? Even a more powerful alien, under such a dense fire attack, even if he could resist for a few moments, consumption was also enough to drain his alien energy. Again, no stopping, give me the next hit. The middle-aged man's heart palpitated more and more by the end of the day it had even all gone numb. The flames were a magnificent-looking spectacle, but the bullets, not even a bullet hole was left. The snow was falling harder and harder, and he could only watch. Under this hail of bullets, Chen Mo walked towards them step by step. A mood called fear spread to everyone's heart. One man, in the darkness of the night, facing hundreds of heavily armed fighters, ignoring the massive firepower of this, walking slowly. The poor man seemed to be infected by these emotions. Excitedly, he gave a long roar to the sky, and this majestic roar seemed to shake through this dark night. Tang Xianyu stood in place, her mouth open, incredulously looking at everything in front of her. She couldn't imagine how exactly Chen Mo did it. The middle-aged man's breath caught. Even the warriors behind him each had an expression as if they had seen a ghost. Countless shell casings spilled out into the surrounding area. Bang bang! Tens of thousands of bullets swept towards Chun Mo, who merely waved his hand casually. A rain of bullets was suddenly stagnated in the air, spilling onto the ground. The bullets fell one by one with a crisp dang-dang sound and piled up. Chun Mo slowly walked through the midst of the bullets scattered around the area. The eyes were ghostly. Any more? Trying to kill me with just that? Cold sweat continued to fall from the middle-aged man's forehead, and a strong color of fear emerged in his eyes. He took a deep breath and was just about to speak when a slightly playful voice came from behind him. Oh, an ability to control metal? That's kind of interesting. When he heard this voice, the middle-aged man's eyes suddenly lit up. Gao's heart hung high in thought, and in an instant, he let go of it. Tonto? Isn't he with Commander Young? How did it get here? Without much time to think, the middle-aged man exclaimed, Tan Tao, he is Chun Mo. Kill him. Only in the northern position of the B4 stronghold, a man who was holding a cigarette and the hangdog youth came without delay. Day after day, my ears are getting calloused from hearing it. Tan Tao pulled out his ears and said with a disdainful face, let's see. It didn't grow 3 heads and 6 arms. He pulled a lighter out of his pocket. The cigarette was lit with a snap. Enjoying it immensely, he took a deep breath and the lighter in his hand was then thrown high in Chen Mo's direction, rolling down in front of the body. Chen Mo frowned and looked at the lighter in front of him. Suddenly, the lighter on the floor exploded in a flash. Boom! An endless sea of prairie fire erupted from it, surging forth and directly lighting up this battlefield. The rolling wave of flames washed over everything, vaporizing the snowflakes that fell from the air before they even hit the ground. Chen Mo's entire person was instantly submerged in this sea of fire. The surrounding area of tens of meters was covered by blazing fire, blazing with scorching fire and starlight. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged man's eyes immediately lit up. Well done, Tan Tao. You're just in time. Where are Commander Zhang and the others? Tan Tao glanced at him and said in a salty manner, I just came out for a quick stroll. You're making a lot of noise here. They should be here soon too. He looked up a short distance away. A military helicopter gunship sped by. In that direction, very brightly. Thousands of people converge here. Chun Ma, looking at the sea of prairie fire in front of her, Tang Xianyu's pupils contracted violently, her expression going white. At this moment, she couldn't care less and immediately activated its tide of calamity. Turning into a water dragon, he lunged towards the sea of blazing fire. Tan Tao coldly glanced at Tang Xianyu and frowned. Why is there a shifter? She's in cahoots with that guy. Kill them all together. The middle-aged man spoke. Tan Tao nodded slightly and looked at the sea of fire with disdain. I thought it was some kind of cargo. It's just a 3-legged kung fu. Not enough to fear. With a flick of cigarette ash in his hand, the wisp of soot floating in the air instantly turned into a long line of fire, spreading straight toward Tang Xianyu. 3rd order A-ranked psychic ability, elemental system of bright fire. His powers, which cannot be performed out of thin air, must be mediated by a substance. It can then be manipulated to turn into flames and engulf everything. He had perfected his powers, and was one of the first one of the psychics who got the attention of the central government to cultivate them. Tan Tao's appearance turned the tide of the battle in an instant, even without the need for Zheng Haifeng's hand at all. But just when everyone thought that Chun Mo had died under that sea of prairie fire, an icy voice rang out from it. This is the ability of the 6th military region alien? Tang Xianyu's petite body burst, overjoyed and surprised. Chun Ma? When he heard this voice, Tan Tao's hand holding the cigarette trembled. His face changed, and he immediately looked over. Buzz. All the metallic material around them began to tremble violently. The casings, bullets, on the ground, all slowly floated up and even the guns in the warriors' hands began to shake. Suddenly, bang bang, a popping sound rang out. Immediately after that, countless hissing sounds of extreme pain came from behind the middle-aged man and Tan Tao. One warrior after another fell. The crowd stirred, and there were near screams. The middle-aged man jerked his head back, a look of incredulous fear written all over his face. How is that possible? The guns in their hands, surprisingly, all blew up? And Tan Tao was even staring at the sea of fire with a deadly stare. How is it possible that someone didn't die under their own flames? The flames rolled, and an immense and incomparable metal barrier directly covered the monstrous flames. Chun Mo stepped out from it with a cold face, dragging the ghost cutter with his hand, making a piercing friction sound on the ground. At this moment, everyone present was dumbfounded, and one heart rose with fear and there was no longer any desire to fight. Chun Mo held the ghost slice in his hand and flicked it towards the ground. Buzz. A ripple rippled from the blade, surrounded by a place in this hot sea of fire in the bullet, but slowly floating up. It burst out violently. It came in a black mass, so fast, Tan Tao's pupils shrunk violently. At their level, they had long since completely left the realm of ordinary people. He violently raised his right hand to try to release his bright fire ability in response. Put! A bullet went straight through the palm of his hand. Revealing a hole still rising hot and bloody. Chapter 151, this time, let's go in the open. The sharp pain coming from his hand made his face grimace and he was covered in cold sweat. Looking at his bloody one-hole palm, Tan Tao screamed miserably. For a moment he was paralyzed with pain. Covering his bleeding palm, he kept wailing. By all accounts, an alien's physique is incredibly powerful, and this injury isn't enough to be fatal. Fully able to then catalyze the alien energy to fight. But he was from a good family before the end of the world, in favorable conditions, and was pampered since childhood. Since he awakened his supernormal abilities, he has been reused by the central government, and he has been able to get everything he wants. A broken skin is too much to bear. Since childhood however suffered such an injury. How can a pampered hothouse flower compare to a ruthless man who licks blood at the tip of a sword outside the post-apocalyptic world? Even if one was powerful in their alien abilities, after suffering this simple strike from Chun Mo, it directly pierced through his last bit of confidence and fighting spirit. Lost the ability to fight. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. Tan Tao curled up and rolled around on the ground in pain. The middle-aged man at his side's pupils shrunk violently at the sight. All he saw was countless gunfire bursting towards himself and the others. The middle-aged man's face suddenly became hideous, and he let out a low roar. Muscle strengthening. He's a second-order psychic, and his psychic ability is the most common F-rank muscle enhancement. But in the face of this terrifying number of bullets, his immensely powerful body, surprisingly, it was pierced through to a sieve in an instant. A bullet directly penetrated his brow. Done. It was one of the last thoughts the middle-aged man had. Then, with a bang, he fell into a pool of blood, his combat uniform stained red, and he died on the ground. The tens of thousands of bullets fired from the B4 stronghold earlier seemed to have been transformed into life-saving talismans at this moment. In an instant, the place was turned into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Even the combat captain with powers is dead, and to be fair, they don't have guns. It's only a little more powerful than the average person, but the most powerful ordinary person, even if the world champion comes to, nor can they even carry a single lethal bullet. Beneath the snow of this dark night, a brutal massacre, bloody to the core, was underway. Don't kill me. Escape. Where's the backup? Why hasn't the backup come yet? Seeing one by one his comrades being pierced by bullets and falling to the ground, under the power of this absolutely horrible, hundreds of people present were ashen and scurried away. The power of the bullets empowered by the mastery abnormal ability was even far more powerful than before. Even those hiding behind the sandbags were not spared. Blood splattered and a trail of screams, gunshots, and explosions went on beside his ears. Bang! Under this rain of gunfire, the entire world, it was as if it had been purified. Bullet holes all over the walls and blood soaked those sandy packs as well as one of the user's firearms. The entire B4 stronghold is under the baptism of the Juggernaut's alien powers. An inhuman massacre was carried out. The strength of a fourth-rank alien was far beyond what one could comprehend. And this horrifying scene had only been going on for less than 3 minutes from the start. Monster! Monster! You're a monster! The only sentry left in the field was covered in blood and, with a face full of despair, he looked at Chen Mo. He can't tell anymore if the blood is his or someone else's. A bullet went through, as the last man collapsed in horror. Bang! The B4 stronghold, thus completely destroyed. At this moment, Zhang Haifeng, who was on the helicopter gunship in midair in the distance, looked at the flaming B4 military area. He had a face that was incredibly grave and, the handheld walkie-talkie kept trying to reach the now dead middle-aged man. B4 military district. How the hell are you guys doing there? Come back when you hear me. Come back when you hear me. On the other end of the intercom, there was only the sound of rustling. Screams. The sound subsided. Even the distant gunfire stopped. Zhang Haifeng's heart thumped. A bad feeling suddenly welled up in his heart. He's gone to mobilize the major strongholds along the border of North China. And at the moment, the people from the B1 B8 strongholds in North China City are all here. And even if that Chen Mo has heavenly powers, he can't escape. But B4 stronghold, even if you can't stop that Chen Mo, you can at least hold out a little longer, right? What the hell is going on here? At that moment, Zhu Rui, who was squinting at the side, rubbed her eyes and, opening his eyes calmly, he gazed out at the smoke in the distance. The tip of his nose sniffed and whispered, "Should all be dead. Tonto's fire seems to have gone out as well. How is this possible? The B4 military area, but there's a full 500 men stationed there. Hurry! Speed over!" Zhang Haifeng urged anxiously and incomparably. That's more than 500 living lives. In such a short period of time, even if one of them is standing still for you to hack at, it's also not likely to die out so quickly. North China's city border. B4 stronghold. Dang dang. Around Chen Mo, there were still countless rounds of unused bullets. As if it had lost the control of some power, it spilled out onto the ground as much as it could. It made a crisp sound. Chen Mo's eyes were indifferent, and his face was so calm that it made people suspect that he seemed to be a mere bystander. From the beginning to the end, without even a speck of blood on him. It was then easy as pie to take care of everyone in the B4 stronghold. But at this moment, the real bystander, Tang Xianyu, had long since looked dumbfounded at the side. The smell of gunpowder in the air, the heavy, pungent odor of blood, the visual sensation of such a cruel and merciless image was too much. Night and drifting snow tried to hide what was so tragic here, but in the eyes of Tang Xianyu, who had awakened her psychic abilities, everything in front of her was exceptionally clear and visible. So detailed that she was even able to make out the look of desperate fear on the face of each corpse. The venue was frighteningly quiet, like you could only hear your own rapid breathing. The snow in the sky got heavier and heavier. Tang Xianyu couldn't help but feel a little cold all over her body as well. A feeling of wanting to vomit was accompanied by fear. She opened her mouth a little dry in her throat and said in a pitifully small voice, "They're all dead." To this day, she still can't believe some of it. Chen Mo nodded slightly and said softly, "Aha. I've already given them a chance. Whether it's because they don't want the 6th military region to suffer too many casualties to defend against the yearling, or is it because Yell is here? Before they fired towards themselves, they never made a move. But sometimes, without teaching them some hard, bloody lesson, there will always be people who will take a chance." Chen Mo looked at the bit of snow that was gradually falling in the sky and murmured with serene eyes, "This snow will bury every trace of this place. Tomorrow, there will be nothing." At that, he glanced at a helicopter that was rapidly approaching in the distance. In the midst of this night, a tremor came from all sides to the earth beneath his feet, and it seems that many people are rapidly moving towards this place for support. Chen Mo's eyes flickered, not knowing what he was thinking. Tang Xianyu forced back the fear in her heart and looked at Chen Mo. "What now? Are we going to run away?" "No." Chen Mo shook his head and said with a slight smile revealing a mouthful of white teeth, "Why did you run away? This time, we're going to leave fair and square. P.S. Extra, powdered milk usually after work at night to code. Thanks to the great appreciation. I'm so grateful that I can only add more. But please forgive me if I don't add more sometimes. QWQ. Please greatly move small hands. Do not feed the book to follow the reading to urge more favorable comments as the milk powder to add more power. Bye bye bang bang." Chapter 152. Terrified Zheng Haifeng. Crusade battle. A pained plea for mercy suddenly sounded beside his ears. "No, don't kill me. Spare, spare." Tang Xianyu was slightly stunned, then looked in that direction, sweating profusely and contorting his face. Tan Tao trembled as he rose from the ground. He glanced behind him and his body shook violently. The scene that was like hell on earth made his heart stop. The fear in his eyes seemed to spill over and, at this moment the heart could no longer rise a little bit of resistance. He dragged his right hand, which was bleeding profusely, and kept gasping for air. I was wrong. Don't kill me. I'm not from the 6th military region. I'm from the center. Our Zheng Haifeng. That guy Zheng Haifeng is going to kill you." Tonto hissed a low growl. He was about to be scared out of his wits. Had he known that this person was so powerful, even if he was given 100 guts, he wouldn't be able to come to the 6th military region. B4 stronghold. That's over 500 people. In just a few minutes' time, it was exterminated cleanly by him alone. Young Haibang again? It wasn't the first time this guy's name had come to his ears. Chen Mo slowly stepped forward with an expressionless face and coldly swept a glance at him. A hint of boredom surfaced in his eyes as he said, "Is this the strength of a central exalt? Useless. Too fragile. He's obviously a third-order alien, and he hasn't even utilized 1/10 of his strength yet. With only a few wounds, he gave up the resistance." Seeing Tan Tao was like remembering some bad memories. How many people in the previous crusade broke their arms and legs and still fought? It's because there are so many of these guys on the outside. It's what keeps the major military districts in the campaign. Being spoken to like that, Tan Tao surprisingly didn't have any reaction at all. Instead, he revealed a curt smile and forced himself to endure the excruciating pain. Yes, I'm a loser. Don't kill me. I don't want to die. I give kowtow." He immediately chose to kneel down, kneeling at Chen Mo's feet and kowtowing continuously. "Please, I really don't want to die." Tan Tao was in tears. If he was given another chance, he would never come here. Chen Mo did not pay attention to Tan Tao's pleas for mercy, but slowly lifted the ghost cut up. Right on cue. Pop, pop. A white light struck shining in the distance. From the helicopter gunship, the gruesome state of the B4 stronghold with no survivors came into view. A mountain of corpses and blood. Countless bodies of warriors fell on the sandbags and the ground. The blood rushed to the sky, and the scene was appalling in the extreme. Zheng Haifeng's breath caught at the sight and his eyes roared in anger. Chan Mo! You stop it! Release Tan Tao! When he heard this voice, Tan Tao's eyes suddenly lit up immensely and immediately looked in that direction. Seeing Zheng Haifeng, who had already come to the B4 stronghold for support, was like seeing the dawn of life. The face of an ecstatic and incomparable man exclaimed, I'm here! I'm here! Help me! Put! That's when the Onigiri fell. As if Chen Mo hadn't heard the voice, he took Tan Tao's life with an expressionless face. Bang bang! Blood was like a pillar, and Tan Tao's head rolled to the ground. The face revealed ecstasy even before he died. Shasta! Zheng Haifeng on the helicopter gunship's heart jerked violently and his body went cold. Tonto is dead? After seeing Tan Tao die in front of his eyes, as well as the countless corpses in the B4 stronghold, he could no longer suppress the anger in his heart and growled with red eyes. Fire! Fire at all of them! At this moment, the first 6 helicopter gunships to arrive hovering in the air. Aim your fire downrange for a sweep. Bang bang! The frequency of strafing was extremely high. The sound of bursts resounded through the dark night, and countless rounds of fire rained down vertically in the air. The corpses of hundreds of men from the B4 military district below were affected by this wave of fire. The bodies were beaten and split apart. Blood sprayed out and smoke billowed up. Dang! The dust exploded, and dense bullet holes surfaced on the ground. But those bullets couldn't even come close to Chen Mo. Chen Mo merely cast a faint sidelong glance at the helicopter perched in the sky above. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Zhu Rui, the young girl in dinosaur pajamas on Zheng Haifeng's side, pulled his hand. With a somewhat grave face, he said softly, dangerous, go. Next moment, those bullets that went off. In an instant the original path was turned back to run a helicopter gunship through a sieve. Boom, boom. At the same time, within the realm of this dominant alien power, the 6 helicopters that were first in the air somehow stopped functioning for a moment, shaking, and no matter what the driver did, he could not get it started again. Finally, it burned up a blazing fire and fell straight down towards the bottom as if it were a meteor. Rumble! The explosions were deafening and resonated throughout the city of North China. A distant fire lights up the night. Inside the Dragon Steel base, Liao Ruyu walked out with many Dragon Steel personnel. Looking at the falling and burning sparks in the distant sky, Liao Ruyu's beautiful eyes murmured in shock. Chen Mo, have you finally made a move? It was destined to be an extraordinary night. One man, trying to fight off an entire military region. He represents the apex of the altered. The mighty altered. Is it really possible to ignore everything in this post-apocalyptic world? Liao Ruyu didn't dare to imagine. Inside the B4 stronghold, after destroying the armed helicopters in the air, Chen Mo withdrew his mastery alien energy. Chen Mo, I think you're really crazy. The sound of violent anger rang out, and Zhu Rui's small body unexpectedly appeared on the flat ground carrying Zheng Haifeng. Zheng Haifeng was furious, a monstrous rage hidden within his chest. He didn't dare to look at the misery of the place in front of him, but wherever he looked, there was a field of corpses, a tragic mess. Zheng Haifeng couldn't help but close his eyes tightly, his face twitching. The devil! On the contrary, it was Zhu Rui, who was not very old at the side, who looked extraordinarily normal. Looking at the head of Tan Tao that rolled down, he muttered expressionlessly, told you to tone it down. This is dead. Chen Mo and Zheng Haifeng. It was the second time they met. The last time, it was at the beginning of the end times. Chen Mo looked at the man in front of him, dressed in a military uniform, with a straight and upright figure. Some haggard man with red eyes. Frowning, something suddenly dawned on him. So it's you. This person is Zheng Haifeng. Zheng Haifeng took a deep breath, stared dead at Chen Mo across the table, and said in a chilling voice, do you realize how many people you've killed? They are, however, a living human life. Why did you do that? At this time, Tang Xianyu, who hadn't moved for a long time, didn't know when she had gotten off of the poor man's back. She tightly knitted her eyebrows, her beautiful eyes gazing at Zheng Haifeng across the room with some cold intent and said, what a big tall hat. What do you mean? Do you want Chen Mo to stand here and wait for death? Chapter 153, Stalling for Time. Arrival of the 8 strongholds. She had seen it all before, and Chen Mo had not taken the initiative from start to finish. Whether it was Tan Tao or that middle-aged man, or Zheng Haifeng in front of him, all of them are willing to have a good conversation only after they've been out of the way. This ugly face made her very unhappy. Zheng Haifeng was stunned and frowned as he looked at the unfamiliar and incomparable young girl in front of him. Chen Mo, who was on the side, was slightly surprised. Tang Xianyu said in an aggressive, icy voice, all I know is that you are the ones who have been unforgiving. If it were an ordinary person here, I'm afraid he would have been dead already. If you guys hadn't struck first, I don't think so many people would have to die, right? She didn't understand just what 10 evil things Chen Mo had done that heaven and earth could not tolerate. That's what drew the 6th military region to send this kind of vocal firepower. Zhang Haifeng said in a deep voice, "Little girl, there are some things you won't understand, Chen Ma, in order to catch you this time, but enough to send 15 shifters and a lot of firepower. No matter how strong your powers are, you simply can't stand up to so many of us. You will bind your hands now, and I will take you to the center of the, with your ability being appreciated by the other heads. This matter may not be without a turnaround. Don't be stubborn." He didn't want to lose any more men, and if he could give up without a fight, that would naturally be great. Ridiculous. Choosing to talk about peace now. What were you doing earlier? Tang Xianyu frowned rather dissatisfiedly. If you don't go against the Fey and zombies, if you care so much about the lives of your warriors, why should they be allowed to soldier on against their own people? They had been somewhat disappointed in the 6th military region as early as North China University. Now after seeing such a scene, it was even more so that a strong feeling of dissatisfaction rose in her heart. Zhang Haifeng was shaken. It seemed to have been poked at something painful. He looked at the corpses in the B4 stronghold, and his eyes struggled a bit as he said, "The positions are different. Some things are not as simple as you think." He couldn't think of anything to say in return, and was only able to respond with, "You don't understand." Why would he ever want to give up his targeting of Chen Mo? But the Lin family's energy was too great. Lin Anha wasn't scary. What was scary was the battle-hardened and late Lin Lao behind him. After the end times came, he regained power and was almost on the verge of becoming the second in command of the center. All I can say is that he's dead. It's a good thing for everyone. Zhang Haifeng whispered with some pain. Tang Xianyu's face was icy cold, her body shaking cold with anger. Good for whom? She was just about to speak, when Chen Mo, who was on the side, seemed to have sensed something, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Pulled her. "It's okay. What's wrong?" Tang Xianyu was a bit puzzled, but she still backed up to Chen Mo's side. Chen Mo didn't say anything, but looked around. The entire B4 stronghold revealed an eerie color at this moment. Obviously, the last moment I could feel the ground shaking under my feet, the sound of a crowd of people converging from all directions. But now, there was a somewhat frightening silence. As the snow fell from the sky, Chen Mo's eyes grew colder and colder. He stared across the room at the young girl in the dinosaur pajamas beside Zhang Haifeng. Suddenly there was some playful laughter. "Zhang Haifeng, are you trying to stall for time? Actually, you don't have to worry so much. I'm waiting for your man to arrive too." Boom! This statement was made. The opposite Zhang Haifeng's pupils contracted violently, his face full of disbelief, and he did not speak. "What do you mean?" Poof, poof. Chen Mo did not explain too much to him, but instead gently raised his right hand. A single bullet directly pierced through Zhang Haifeng's body as well as the young girl beside him. Bang! Countless blood holes surfaced on both Zhang Haifeng and Zhu Rui's bodies as they collapsed to the ground with a bang. Lifespan is all but gone. Tang Xianyu, who was on the side, shuddered when she saw this. She noticed one of the key points of the scene. Why isn't bleeding? What an interesting alien ability. Chen Mo grinned and said softly, "From the moment you talked to me? Interesting, and quite realistic. Xianyu, cover your ears." Chen Mo instructed. Tang Xianyu nodded her head somewhat cloudily. She knew that Chen Mo was planning to let out that very scary scream again. Before, she was an ordinary person, but now after becoming a second-order alien, that voice would not shatter her eardrums and seriously injure her, but she covered her ears quite obediently. Chen Mo looked at the silence and slowly opened his mouth. Suddenly, a deafening hissing sound directly shattered the silent heaven and earth. Clack! The sound of breaking came. The whole world, as if it were a mirror, was fragmented. There were screams coming from the obviously empty and dark surroundings. What is this? My ears. Sleeping allomancy. This realistic and incomparable, as if the reality exists. Sleep supernatural ability. It was directly shattered by the sound of Shou Shishin's broken law. Once the reality was revealed, it was as if the night had turned into day. Surprisingly, around them, a densely armed army had appeared at some point. Counting by the sea, the airborne helicopter gunships were entrenched, the sound of their propellers rumbling. A kilometer away, on the ground, a heavy tank had already been positioned. The blackened cannon holes locked onto Chinma. More than 4,000 soldiers from the 6th military region have surrounded the area. Block any retreat that might escape. The black pressurized piece, the sound and momentum, quite a crusade against the gods of the great evil. Support from all over B1B8 is gathered here. The hissing sound of the Shoshi god caused the eardrums of the hundreds of warriors closest to Chen Mo to shatter instantly. The mouth and nose bleed to the bottom of the boom. Keep your distance. A tall B3 stronghold captain among the Xenos bellowed. The crowd moves quickly and lines up their positions. they maintained a certain distance, around 100 meters on the opposite side of Chun Mo. The 14 remaining aliens sent to the 8 strongholds. Each one of them gazed at Chen Mo in the center of the field with an incredibly vigilant expression. And Zhang Haifeng as well as that young girl Zhu Rui happened to be in the center at the head of the group. Zhu Rui's supernatural ability has failed? Someone murmured incredulously. What the hell is going on here? It was like an army had appeared out of nowhere to see this. Tang Xianyu's pretty face turned flowery white in an instant. Even the poor man on his side growled uneasily. Chen Mo had a calm face. One man also appeared to be at ease against the firepower of the 4,000 or so 6th military region. Fade. So it is. What a rare ability. It's not often that you're able to affect the field and derive illusory powers anymore. That young girl was at least an A-ranked or higher psychic ability. Zhang Haifeng pinched a cold sweat over this. He was just an ordinary person. In order to stall for time until the arrival of support from the major strongholds. Just now, if it wasn't for Zhu Rui's sleeping ability, maybe he really is going to die. He looked to Zhu Rui who was at the side and said, "Thanks a lot." Zhu Rui shook her head, her eyes extraordinarily frightened and in a trance. She was still immersed in the aftermath of the Shoshi god, her face pale and bloodless. Pooh-ho! Suddenly, Zhu Rui spat out a mouthful of blood from her mouth, and her entire breath shriveled and faltered. Chapter 154, Military Region Alien. Tide of Calamity showed its power. Is it alright? Zhang Haifeng was shocked in his heart. Zhu Rui shook her head and looked at Chen Mo across from her with some trepidation, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth and said, "Be careful, he seems to have a way to break my powers. The longer you're enveloped by the sleeping ability, the longer you'll be unable to even distinguish reality in the end, sinking forever into the unreal." But the sleeping powers were established by her, and this low roar from the god of Shukijin that she had suffered the most tremendous ripple effects, and at this moment was already incapable of fighting at all. What you did was already good. Zhang Haifeng patted her shoulder. Treat her. A woman stepped out of the alien, and a flash of vermilion light appeared in her hand, slowly disappearing into Zhu Rui's body. Zhang Haifeng gruffly said, "All be careful." "Ha ha, got it, Commander. So many of us here. Today, he is just 2 people in A, and he still wants to overturn the sky?" A man slapped the ground, and the earth turned to quicksand. Under his powers, it continuously collapsed, extending into a circle to encircle Chen Mo. The other man's eyes narrowed slightly, flashing up a blue-colored light as he muttered, "Fourth order Xenos," a third order Fey behind him, and the woman's Xenos second order. Fourth order. Didn't the news say he'd been alone all along? How did you manage to become a fourth order shifter? All of them are the top pillars of the 6th war zone, ranging from 2nd to 3rd stage aliens, but as of now, in the entire 6th military region, the existence of an alien capable of breaking through the 4th order of the just under 4. Not long ago, Zuiyuan also broke through together, 99% of which are the personal bodyguards of the top brass of the 6th military region. It was not sent to fight here. No wonder this man was able to slaughter the B4 stronghold. Listening to Zuiyuan said that after reaching the 4th stage of the alien ability will exert a shocking change. The man with the insight type murmured, "Be careful." That said, the man surveyed the field that had rippled out and the gruesome battlefield that surrounded it. The heart grew more and more surprised. "Commander Zhang, this man is not simple. I estimate that perhaps it is the same S-level psychic ability as Jiang Fan of the 11th military region. Whatever his powers are, with so many of us present today, even a 5th order Fey would have to be ate over by us. Commander Zhang, do it." One of them turned his hands into spikes and started spinning continuously. The opposite 14 alien powers contain quicksand, healing, insight, muscle strengthening, and so on. Each and every one of them was an elite among the 6th military region's exalted. The fighters from all the major strongholds as well as the exalted arrived in full force. This also gave Zhang Haifeng a great bottom, and Zhang Haifeng calmed himself. Eyes gleaming, he stared intently at Chen Mo. Frankly, he felt sorry for it. Why couldn't such a strong and powerful person with no background power become a person of his own 6th military region? Chen Mo's strength alone was enough to compare to an entire B4 stronghold. How terrifying! Even to this day, some of the top brass within the 6th military region who had not awakened their psychic abilities were still somewhat scornful of psychics. Doesn't think a shifter can turn the tables. But this knight is different. Except for the last great killers of mankind, he had seen with his own eyes the ferocious fire of those. It simply doesn't seem to be enough to deal with powerful aliens. Chen Mo, who was only a 4th order alien, was able to have such strength. What if we wait for him to get to the 5th or 6th rank? According to the projections of the military districts of each side, there were 9 levels given to the Ultrans. According to the reinforcement gained from each breakthrough of the psychic ability, upon reaching the 9th order of psychic ability, its power will be horrifyingly unimaginable. This kind of talent, hey, It's a pity. Zheng Haifeng sighed and looked at Chen Mo across the table. Chen Ma, take a good look around you. After all this, do you still want to resist? If you surrender with your hands, I, Zheng Haifeng, am willing to recommend you to the heads of the other military regions. The power you control is perfectly capable of doing something for humanity. But if we really do it, this matter will never turn around again. He still wanted to fight one last time, even when everyone around him was looking at him with eyes full of astonishment and incomprehension. All right, Chen Mo suddenly smiled brightly and narrowed his eyes. You try to delay me here, and I, for one, am not here for you? The hearts of everyone present shook at the words. Humph, you still want to talk tough even at the end of your life. Commander Zhang, let's just do it. Someone asked for instructions. After all, Zheng Haifeng was the highest authority in this operation. Zheng Haifeng tightly locked his brows and stared at Chen Mo across from him with a somewhat uneasy death stare. He didn't understand what cards Chen Mo could still have that hadn't come out by now. With so many of his own aliens here, and more than 4,000 fighters in the area, let alone a 4th-ranked alien, even a 5th-ranked alien would be able to drain him alive. After all, it's incompatible. This time, Zheng Haifeng did not have any hesitation and said with a cold wave of his hand, in that case, let's do it. He's able to control his metal powers. Now that I don't have many firepower reserves in the 6th military region, it's not a good idea to waste them. A few of you will make a move to consume it first, and if you can resolve it, there's no need to keep your hands off. Yes, the 14 Xenos at his side shot out in unison. Then let me be first. Quicksand Hell. Class a psychic ability. Quicksand. Those who are able to be here are selected from millions of people, and their psychic abilities are at least B-class, far beyond the major large survivor forces in the outside world. With the center of the man at the head, a palm slapped down on the ground. The earth under his feet turned into endless quicksand in an instant. It spread towards Chen Mo's position at Tang Xianyu's poor man's location. I'll block off the space where he can escape. You guys go into quicksand hell. I'll cover you. It won't be swallowed up by the quicksand vortex. The man bellowed. Of the remaining 13 exalts, all but 3 functional exalts, the remaining 10 had struck out. Extremely fast spinning sharp barbs, muscle-enhanced body agility quickly several people. They stepped into the middle of this quicksand hell. With the help of the man behind it, a sandy platform appeared at each of the 10 people's landing points instantaneously, attacking towards Chen Mo from all directions. Bang bang, several gunshots came out. It's a special bullet for Zhuayuan. Zhuayuan's disintegration ability can attach explosive properties to objects. The bullets blazed and burst. Tang Xianyu no longer hesitated at this moment, quickly urging up a rolling tide of calamity. A vortex of calamity spreads beneath his feet. A monstrous torrent stood a barrier of water from the water vortex. The dissolving power of the black tide instantly drowned and dissolved those bullets. Chapter 155, Come Out, Shukajin. The range of the splash of the pieces of the tide of calamity was extremely wide, and a thick column of water emanated from Tang Xianyu's left hand. It turned into a water dragon towards the one who rushed at the front. The man at the end of the party who possessed the insight ability saw this, and his pupils flickered with azure-colored light. Immediately bellowed, Avoid! There's something odd about this black current. Clatter! The water dragon exploded. Countless black splashes of water splattered in this quicksand hell range. Steam is coming out of it. The invisible power of the tide of calamity is even communicated to the exalted through their powers. The man manipulating quicksand purgatory's heart immediately jerked, and his cheeks began to fester. Foaming at the mouth and collapsing to the ground. In an instant of time, this spinning hell of quicksand unexpectedly returned to the appearance of land one after another, and 2 or 3 of the other 10 were stained with black droplets of water. Those with muscle-strengthening abilities were still well, but the rest of them had ulcerated skin, revealing scarlet flesh and blood. What's going on with this water? What is this? Everyone felt a bit incredulous. Zheng Haifeng could be thrilled to watch from afar. This was a battle that belonged between the aliens. The woman that Chen Mo was following by his side. Just who was she again? The quicksand hell disappeared, and the poor man leapt high into the air with a growl, tearing and charging out towards one of the muscle-enhanced aliens. Leave that to me. But the speed of the poor man, the horror of his size, like an unstoppable chariot appeared in front of the person who spoke. He quickly regretted it. The beast's claws slapped down, splitting flesh and blood. Even if you have a muscle-enhanced psychic, it also simply couldn't withstand the savage and brutal powerful force of the poor man. The screams rang out so loud that the others couldn't even come to the rescue, and in just the blink of an eye, then one person will fall. Li Bin. That actually killed Li Bin. Kill the first. With the poor man's entrance, the scene was chaotic for a moment, and The poor man has been fighting all the way from the beginning of the end times to the present. Although it was still only a third-order Fae, its strength was by no means something these people could contend with. A Fae that was able to kill the Shoshi god in his previous life and was given the name, Poor Key. It comes as no surprise to say that just one Fae, the poor man's, he would be able to take care of all of the psychics in the room. Boom boom. Several more explosions blasted through the poor man's massive body. But the poor man merely shook off his fur, and not even a wound appeared. Chen Mo's eyes twinkled as he looked towards Tang Xianyu on the side. He intended to let you practice. If you can even handle such a scene, even if you are not around in the future. Yul was also able to have a response to anyone. Dare you kill someone? Chen Mo asked. Yuer had seen a lot of post-apocalyptic gruesomeness, and human life was worth nothing underneath it. If it is to this life and death are not willing to go out, although they will not say anything more. But in the future, they can only be placed in the lion or the safest military area to be sheltered. It's just a pity that Yuer's supernatural ability, Tide of Calamity, is extremely special. It was not even documented in the information collected by the 6th Military Region. Tang Xianyu's petite body shook at his words, her beautiful eyes trembled, and she nodded her head after not thinking for long. She raised her right hand. The tidal vortex beneath his feet drew out a huge wave of water raw toward the group of people across the street and blasted it. Whoa dash. The image of the Tide of Calamity breaking through the quicksand hell earlier was still fresh in my mind. The remaining exalts who were continuously bombarding the poor man had no time to care. The man of insightful powers bellowed out. Look out! The poor man noticed the scene and directly roared a high leap. The black torrent washed over everything, and the few remaining people noticed the raging black wave with their after images. His pupils shrank and he quickly sidestepped away, and the two who couldn't retreat in time flew out high under the blast of the black wave. Let out a miserable scream. Ah! My eyes! Bang bang! Those two blasted down at Zhang Haifeng's feet. It was nothing to be injured, but all of the skin of the two men was dissolved and they were alive with blood. When he saw the appearance of the two, Zhang Haifeng's face changed greatly, and he panicked for a moment. Lu Ha! Come over here and treat them. On the other hand, the poor man had once again harvested the lives of the remaining exalted. Boom! No! Another cry of alarm. I don't know how long it took for the poor man's orange-red fur to become more vibrant. The remaining alien was getting more and more palpitating and sweating without the initial contempt. 3. The Fae in front of him had actually killed 3 people. Whether it was that woman or this Fae, there was no such thing as a simple commodity. And what's even more terrifying is that they hadn't even seen that most dangerous youth make a move from the beginning to the end. Lu Ha, a woman with healing powers, faints when her strength fails. The 2 who had been attacked by the Tide of Calamity earlier died without treatment. 2 more dead. Tang Xianyu panted heavily, her pretty face a little pale. She was only a second-ranked empath, and it was impossible for her to use it as often as Chen Mo did with near unrestrained frequency. She still wants to strike. It's okay. But at that moment Chen Mo, who was on the side, pulled her back. Next, leave it to me. Chen Mo looked across the table at Zhang Haifeng. Enough! Zhang Haifeng shouted angrily, forcing his hand and choosing to have the remaining Xenos close their hands. A headcount was taken. There were 15 psychics at the time of their arrival, but now there were only 6 left. Can't fight anymore. He glanced at the group of warriors that surrounded the place and a hint of fear surfaced in each and everyone's eyes. The battles of the aliens were like gods in the eyes of ordinary people. Every alien is an important member of the 6th war zone. Keep fighting. I'm only afraid of heavy losses and demoralization. Zhang Haifeng's eyes were scornful. With a big wave of his hand, he decided to use the last resort and stormed out. Retreat back another 500 meters position and inform B3 that B7 is firing at full power. The person in charge, a kilometer away, shouted, fire, boom, boom, boom. A heavy tank bombarded towards the 100 meters where Chen Mo was. The loud sound of artillery fire resonated through the sky. The entire night sky was lit up. It was not until this moment that the real war was sounded. A brilliant arc was drawn in the sky, and the sound of artillery fire and gunfire erupted at this moment. Like a volcano erupting and the sky crumbling, countless flames swept out from within the B3 stronghold as well. Thousands of 6th Military Region soldiers pulled the triggers in unison. Bang bang, as if against the whole world. This fearful, overwhelming, infinite fire raged on. Even Tang Xianyu was a bit desperate. Dying? And Chen Mo, who saw this scene, didn't have any color of fear. Instead, his eyes surged with madness as he said in a deep voice, Shukijin, come out. Chapter 156, Crushing Power from the Gods of the End Times. This time, he's going to show the people of the 6th Military Region, with his own eyes, just how much so-called firepower is in the face of the end-time gods. Buzz. Chen Mo grabbed Tang Xianyu, and Tang Xianyu only felt a sharp sensation of levitation come over her. It seems that something is about to appear. The incomparably bright white light directly flooded the entire field. Suddenly, from the gods of the end times, the chirping of the god Shuki shook the heavens. The helicopter hovering over the B4 stronghold was grabbed by an incomparably large snow-white hand and shattered in the palm of that hand. Rumble! When this ancient divine chirping sound that trembled the soul resounded, one by one, the fighters in the very back of the 6th military region were bleeding from their mouths and noses and rolling on the ground in excruciating pain. Ah! The comrades in front of them! Unexpectedly bang bang exploded into a mass of blood mist. Even Zhang Haifeng was bleeding from his 7 orifices, and with the few remaining Xenos in the quickly scurrying towards the crowd. Shells blasted down from the sky with precision. Rumble, rumble. The 600 to 700 warriors who couldn't escape in time were crushed into mush by Shou Shishin's breakthrough appearance. The ground trembled violently, as if a magnitude 10 earthquake had occurred. The earth quickly spread an abyssal rift, and countless buildings around them collapsed. Tonight's moving sound drives the entire city of North China. Zhang Haifeng was brought back a kilometer away in an instant by the exalts. They looked into the dusty mist that filled the sky, and in the midst of it seems to hide a behemoth figure. Everyone's heart and mind were in fear, and one by one, they couldn't help but stare at their pupils wide open, deadly staring at the monstrous fog. He, an ear-piercing and incomparable voice, yet like a baby's laughter, echoed through the area. What sound? The crowd unconsciously looked towards the middle of that roiling smoke and dust, only able to make out a little black shadow. Big. A strong fear welled up in Zhang Haifeng's heart. What the hell is it? Everyone held their breath in unison. Even the aliens couldn't help but begin to tremble. You guys see? What is that? An unknown person exclaimed. The fog slowly receded, revealing a huge, fat, bloated body that, about 30 to 40 meters tall, 13 floors, and covered in snow-white ponchos. The amazing giant was like a mountain of flesh, with just a mouthful and a leg of. The bloody mouth curved into a half-moon arc, revealing the morose and dense fangs within, and stood beneath this nightly. The sense of oppression that permeated the room left everyone breathless. End-time gods, the god of longevity. The moment, everyone's heart and lungs stopped suddenly, and their faces changed furiously. Zhang Haifeng's face was bloodless and his lips trembled as he muttered, That's. He was plunged into an ice cellar. His body had never felt so cold. The thousands of soldiers of the 6th military region, even more so, involuntarily swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The hand that clutched the firearm couldn't stop shaking violently. What the hell? What a monster! They've crusaded against Fey great evils. And what monsters haven't they seen in this post-apocalyptic world? But when the god of life and happiness appeared, it was surprising that each of the 4,000 or so people stiffened in place. A gasp of incomparable fear came from the crowd, as if the god of longevity had stood still. He made everyone look up enough. And the thing that caused Zhang Haifeng and the crowd of exalts to feel fearful beyond measure was, above the shoulders of that mammoth monster, standing there was clearly Chen Mo as well as the unknown woman. Boom! Like 5 thunderbolts pouring into the sky, Zhang Haifeng's breath froze. The expression was horrified to the extreme as he roared, Chen Ma? This monster, could it be that you're behind it too? Crazy! The world is simply insane. Why did this desperate and incomparable monster appear out of nowhere? One by one, the shifters were soaked to the back. The man with the inside ability stared at Shukijin with reddened eyes in death. Can't see. I can't see anything. Is this a Fey or what? Why have we never seen a monster like this before? The man was trembling, and the few shifters around him stood dumbfounded. It wasn't just them. Even Tang Xianyu's beautiful eyes stared round. She looked at what was in front of her with disbelief. What the hell is this all about? Himself, seemingly stepping on a mountain of flesh? Chen Mo's eyes gazed indifferently at the crowd below, with an excellent view of the Shukijin's body. He was able to clearly and incomparably see just how much firepower the 6th military region had dispatched in order to deal with himself. Not only was there a massive crowd, but even in the distance, turrets were set up as well as heavy tanks. Chen Mo did not choose to explain more to Zhang Haifeng. Instead, he spoke indifferently. It's over. The moment the god of longevity appeared, it meant that it was all over. Mordecai gods, even if they are merely 4th-order inferior gods, it's also simply not something that these people can stop. In the midst of these last days, an existence that can be called a god of the last days, none of it can be explained by common sense. They're like aliens, or mythological beings that have been around for a long time. There was no need to rely on apocalyptic evolution, and the moment it was born, it was an extremely powerful existence that crushed everything. A number of people had been dumbfounded, confronted with this monster, different from the norm, even chose to drop his gun and run for his life. No more, go back, I want to go back. Bang! Zhang Haifeng instantly shot down one of the men who tried to escape, his eyes red with blood all over them. A growl of blue veins rose between his forehead. No one is allowed to escape. Fire on me. Kill the monster. The good thing is that these people are only a minority after all. Bang! Bang! In the distance, the heavy tanks fired once again. The firing of more than 4,000 warriors, gathered as suddenly as a wild storm. The amazing firepower pressed away, blasting at various parts of the Shoshi god's body again and again. Boom! Bullet strikes as well as oozing explosions continued to come from various locations on Shikatsujin's torso, but these were like scratching an itch in front of it. Hip, hip, hip. The god of longevity opened his mouth in a hideous grin, and in one motion, it was as if they were laughing at them. Zheng Haifeng's entire body was momentarily caught in an endless whirlpool of fear. Shivering, he muttered under his breath, "Is this monster mocking us?" Roar! The poor man rushed into the crowd of thousands, his brutal claws mercilessly tearing apart a body of flesh and a ride to the top. In front of the Shoshi god, a bloody path paved with blood was directly torn open. Dozens more warriors fell. Slaughter! Zheng Haifeng stared at Chen Mo above the Shoshi god in the distance in death. There was a moment of despair. A violent fae with an incomparably hideous appearance. A behemoth like a mountain of flesh. Who exactly are we? Fighting? No. He felt like he was literally not fighting a man. Instead, they were fighting a group of monsters that were horrible and unimaginable in the end times. Chapter 157 Bloody Battle. Desperate and unbelievable warriors. Why did it come to this? Zheng Haifeng could not understand how Chen Mo was able to control such a terrifying two-headed monster. And what was frightening was that apart from the very beginning, up to now Chen Mo had not made a move. The light of blood and the sound of the screams vanished into the darkness of the night. Hundreds more warriors from the 6th military region were crushed by the Shoshi god as well as the ravages of the poor Qi. Commander Zhang, why don't we withdraw? Finally, someone couldn't bear this horrible scene. The exalts who had survived beside Zheng Haifeng all had miserable faces. This scene was obviously a huge and incomparable shock to them. Retreat? We've come with more than 4,000 people this time. If we retreat, how do you want me to explain to the 6th military region? And Lin Anha? Zheng Haifeng was furious, and his monstrous anger made his face become somewhat hideous and regal. With so many people, he didn't believe that he couldn't even take one Chen Mo. If he returned in defeat, as the overall commander, he would become the sinner of the entire 6th military region. It would be his own last chance. Zheng Haifeng roared, "All fire, mobilize B4, B7 and fight to the death." As he snatched the firearm from one of the men at his side, toward Chen Mo above the Shoshi god, he was violently blasting away. Bang bang! The crowd of exalts on the side could only act stiffly at the sight of the situation. The eyes of the man with the insight ability even bled 2 times. Forcefully overdrawing his power to try and spy something out. 4th ranked. This is merely a 4th ranked monster. Why is it so horrible? The end-time gods, they're still too far away for them. The first clash between the major military regions and the end-time gods was still a year after the year beast had ravaged the area. The appearance of the god of longevity had clouded an indelible black fog in everyone's mind. And at this moment, Chen Mo, who was standing at the very top of the Shoshi god, noticed the bullets that Zheng Haifeng had shot in the distance. The eyes narrowed slightly, and a trace of coldness emerged. Still trying to be negative. Shukijin, then run me right over. Speaking of this, Chen Mo's eyes surged with a heart-stopping cold aura. A final order was given to Shukijin through the celestial power alien energy. He wanted to see just how much destruction this war beast was capable of causing, even if it means destroying the borders of North China City. Tang Xianyu, who was on the side, was icy cold when she saw this. She looked at Chen Mo again and only felt incomparably unfamiliar. It was as if at this moment Chen Mo had become the terrifying master of the end times. The gods and fae under his command were charging and killing the armies on the human side. Chugging, chugging, a storm of bullets poured in. She didn't know what to say. Under these last days, no one was right or wrong. If it wasn't the people from the 6th military region who died today, then it would be the 2 of them who fell in a pool of blood, unconsciously, under the influence of Chenma's. Tang Xianyu's mindset gradually changed. The only way to visualize the end of the world is to fight with the monstrous artillery fire. She began to adapt to the rhythm of the end times, and with her beautiful eyes becoming a little cold, she raised her right hand, unleashed the tide of calamity towards a group of people gathered in the distance who kept shooting out massive fire. Whoa dash! No! My hand! What the hell is this? No! The tide of calamity is even more deadly to the common man. Each drop of the tide carries a terrifying toad toxin. A curtain of rain falls, blood and water. One by one, the soldiers of the 6th military region dissolved into the tide of calamity and died in agony. Chen Mo and Tang Xianyu both stood on top of the shoulders of the god of Shoshi. the more and more there was some similarity. It was like the god of death in the darkness of the night harvesting countless lives, and underneath him, the god of Shikatsu moved and began to act. With an immense and unmistakable movement, it hardened itself against these bullets and fell towards the front. It was so huge, with just one leg, so big that you can't walk at all except by crawling on your hands. Rumble. The amazing thing rumbled down towards the thousands of personnel in front of us. The black shadows that covered the sky blinded the sight of countless warriors. The thousands of desperate fighters were only able to impotently trigger there, constantly strafing the mountain of flesh that fell before him in an attempt to hold it back. Bang bang, bang bang, but even artillery, it was difficult to penetrate the body of Shukijin, let alone bullets. It was negligible damage to Shoshishin, and quantitative changes could not cause qualitative changes, only able to have his pupils dilated. He watched as a huge mountain fell towards himself and the others. The only drawback of the Shoshi god is that he moves slowly, but the threat it poses, as well as the destructive power, is absolutely terrifying. It was a terrifying and incomparable beast of war. Its huge mountain-like body smashed down. More than 1,000 people who couldn't retreat at all were crushed into mush. He died a horrible death under the body of the god of Shikatsu. Rumble. For a while, the sky shook and earth shook, and a shocking loud noise exploded. The earth crumbled, smoke and dust rushed into the sky, and a terrifying aftershock splashed out. Accompanied by countless debris splashes, it was like a sandstorm sweeping across the entire field. The ground beneath their feet suddenly collapsed, and even hundreds of people suddenly bounced up from their places, and Zhang Haifeng, who was in the distance, had his entire body washed away by the terrifying air currents that rolled up. Commander Zhang, the alien powers' faces turned pale, and one of them stepped forward to grab Zhang Haifeng, looking at the smoke that filled the air and kept making horrible loud noises. He had no choice but to withdraw backwards with Zhang Haifeng once again. Rumble. The god of longevity stretched out a large, bloated hand and slapped the ground in front of him. Die for me. One by one, the remaining warriors who sensed that they could no longer escape reddened their eyes. It seemed to want to get all the bullets out in those few seconds. Chug chug dash, all that was left around them were screams and gunshots. Bang! A slap swept across the sky, entrapping hundreds of people, rubble boulders, and all of them were mercilessly slapped to pieces by the god of Shoshi. This strike nearly rippled into the poor man who was slaughtering the crowd. Roar! With a growl, the poor man leapt high and sensitively, stepping and standing on top of the ruins. There was a disgruntled snarl towards the Shukijin. Boing boing. A somewhat aggravated emotion came from the mountain of flesh that lay on the ground. Crimson, thick blood drenched the Shoshi god's massive body. Seeing this, Chen Mo said with a calm face, "Poverty, go ahead and clear the way." The poor man immediately scurried out, and Shoshishin, under Chen Mo's direction, is slowly climbing toward the outside of North China. Each action destroyed all that was there, as if the monster was born. It is to destroy. Chapter 158, the 6th Military Region. A crushing defeat. In the distance, there were less than 1,000 people left scattered about. The last of the heavy firepower attached to the 6th Military Region outside the B3 and B7 strongholds was also supported here. Rumble dash, a heavy tank with a blackened turret aimed at Shukijin's body. Fire! Boom! 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 Countless cannonballs exploded on Shoshishin's obese body, erupting with a dull thud. The onslaught from such a close range finally caused damage to surface on Shukijin's body. Green blood flowed out, and the Shoshi god let out a long cry with some pain, started waving his fat, meaty hands around wildly. Rumble! That one heavy tank is like a toy compared to it, slapped into a field of debris by this brutal and unparalleled violence. The sound of fierce fighting rang out in the distance. The expressions of the exalted were desperate to the extreme, and some people's eyes were red as they kept trembling. It won't work. It's really not working. Commander Zhang, let's withdraw. 2/3 of them are already dead. Our weapons, they can't hurt that monster at all, he said towards Zhang Haifeng in a near hiss. The sound of this angry roar caused Zhang Haifeng, who had almost lost his mind, to gradually clear his eyes. He saw countless warriors fleeing toward it, bathed in blood. Hundreds of fighters holding out against the valiant sweeping fire were slapped into the ground. Even the constant support of the most powerful firepower of B3 and B7 could not stop that monster in the slightest. The fire that lit up this dark night, the smoke and the monstrous sea of fire, this ground full of corpses. Every moment told of the grueling nature of the battle. Zhang Haifeng's pupils dilated and his breathing became more and more rapid. Suddenly, his heart throbbed violently, and he pressed dead center on the heart area, gasping for air. Commander Zhang, is everything alright? This scene caused the few shifters around them to panic at once. Rumble, the last of the heavy tanks in front of them that had resisted this, as well as the hundreds of warriors escorting them, were torn through a huge gaping hole by the poor man. Roar! The poor man roared up to the sky as he appeared here. It was drenched in blood, its orange-red fur growing brighter and brighter. The mighty, burly body stepped on top of a corpse, and his head was born with two horns of the color of ink and jade. The face was hideous beyond measure, and the long tail swept, as if locking onto his prey. He appeared behind Zhang Haifeng's men, the hideous and horrible faces caromed together, and the large and violent pupils of the beast flickered with a ghostly light. Constantly sizing up the few people in front of him, the mouth and nose exhaled rich, hot air, though not as much as the god of Shikatsu to look up to, but the very oppressive aura emanating from its body. It caused a great fear to rise in the hearts of everyone present, and behind it, with the smoke from the cannon fire, the massive Shukagen slowly wormed its way in. Each time, a loud and unmistakable vibrating sound is made. Is that monster catching up? The Xenos stopped their hearts and lungs for a moment. Each one of them stared intently at the opposite poor man with fear on their faces. Zhu Rui, take Commander Zhang and go first. We'll take the rear. The man with the inside ability bellowed. Zhang Haifeng's pupils were crimson as he stared at the poor man in death. Tada! The poor man took a step. It stepped on a corpse and came slowly. Roar! A fierce roar followed, and a leap was made. Look out! Protect Commander Zhang! The man hissed at the top of his voice, his veins flaring. I'll kill him! A shifter rushed over. Zhu Rui also strongly supported her extremely weak body, forcibly trying to use the sleep ability, just when they thought they were going to fight to the death. A scene that made everyone feel incredulous appeared, only to see the poor man take a deep leap and cross over everyone's head. One by one, their pupils dilated, under everyone's terrified and incomparable gazes. Bang behind the crowd. Surprisingly, he chose to ignore them and run towards the front. How is that possible? Why it chose to ignore itself and others? Why? Said someone with a puzzled look on his face. Spare a thought for Zhang Haifeng, who was kneeling on the ground, deadly pressed at the heart with a shocked and bewildered look. Tada! At that moment, a footstep came from the sky-filled smoke directly in front of them. Two figures slowly appeared. When the smoke that filled the sky cleared, that amazing giant, unexpectedly, had disappeared at some point. Chen Mo and Tang Xianyu both walked out slowly. Behind them, a wasteland that had been savagely swept away by the body of the god of longevity. It was countless pieces of crushed tanks and bodies, the last few hundred still alive, each one scarred and battered, paralyzed on the floor still clinging to his firearm. They were all covered in blood, and all of them were seriously wounded and unable to continue fighting. Blood soaked his eyes and his expression was horrified to the point of horror as he watched the two men walk past. After being ravaged by the god of longevity, I can't even muster up a bit of fighting spirit. Even when it was clear that the gun was in his hand, he did not dare to fire any shot at all. This overwhelming battle shattered everyone's last desire to fight. Chen Mo's face was incredibly indifferent as he and Tang Xianyu walked towards where Zhang Haifeng and the others were. What about the monster? Someone muttered with pale lips. That was a monster that was nearly 40 meters tall. Just say no. Why did it disappear in a flash? Looking towards Chen Mo, who was walking across the street, the distance got shorter and shorter. The hearts of several of the shifters present began to beat rapidly, raising to their throats. You stay back. Stay back. But this threat, compared to their miserable appearance, didn't seem to have the slightest deterrent effect. Chen Mo didn't say anything and didn't even look at Zhang Haifeng on the ground. Under the gazes of countless people, with Tang Xianyu just like that, without any defense, it passed by Zhang Haifeng's several people, bright and early. It's obviously only a step away, but all of the exalts stiffened in place as if they were shackled by something. None of them dared to make a move. Hundreds of the remaining seriously wounded. They were all only able to watch Chen Mo and Tang Xianyu's departure. Bang! After Chen Mo left, the tremendous pressure instantly dissipated, and some people couldn't hold on under this high pressure, paralyzed in place. There wasn't a trace of blood on his face, and his lips were a little dry and peeling as he mumbled. Why, doesn't he kill us? The feeling of having been robbed of their lives then brought them no relief. Everyone is not able to understand. Only Zhang Haifeng sat on the ground, only to realize that his eyelids had become very heavy. Chen Mo, who had his back to Chen Mo, who was walking from his side, lowered his head and suddenly stormed out. Chen Ma, you, kill me. Chapter 159 Zhang Haifeng's death. Thanks to the great god of Guiding Snake's certification, Zhang Haifeng looked as if he was crazy and roared. Why don't you kill me? Chen Mo, who had already walked behind them, suddenly stopped in his tracks. Tang Xianyu looked to the side at Chen Mo, unable to guess what he was thinking, but didn't say anything more. Chen Mo paused for just a moment, then he proceeded to walk towards the outside of the city of North China. Not even a word was left. It's over 4,000 people. More than 4,000 lives were killed in this way, leaving only a few hundred wounded still remaining. Zhang Haifeng suddenly understood. Why did that Fei leave? Even Chen Mo, whom he wanted to kill the most, all chose to turn a blind eye to themselves and others. What is this? Is it humiliating? Or were they laughing at the fact that they couldn't even hold him alone with so many people? Ha ha. Ha ha. Zheng Haifeng suddenly raised his head high, eyes squeezed shut in excruciating pain. A trail of tears ran down his face, and his cheeks continued to twitch. Of the 4,000 or so men from the 6th military region who came this time, not 1 in 10 survived. At the moment, in his mind, there is only a strong sense of despair and powerlessness. 6th military region failed miserably. Pu ho! Zheng Haifeng was suddenly attacked by qi and blood, gushing out a mouthful of blood mixed with crushed flesh. He fell to the ground with a loud bang. Alive or dead? Commander Zhang? The still remaining exalts were all filled with puzzled looks. Obviously, the other side hadn't even made a move anymore. But why? But when he saw Zhang Haifeng's right abdomen that was bleeding profusely, and even the blood and flesh were broken open, after being able to see the internal organs they all looked shocked. It turned out that, back when he was blasted out by the aftermath of the previous, Zheng Haifeng then suffered the impact of a piece of debris. A strong will had sustained him until now. Commander Zhang, heal now. The battle, it's over. A cold, blood-red sun was first appearing in the sky, as bright red and slightly bright as the morning sun. The snowflakes drifted away from the clouds, and the wind in the early morning seemed to become a little colder. When he woke up, Zheng Haifeng's breath was shriveled and his abdomen was wrapped in bandages. At the moment it was as if he was still a statue, kneeling in place and not moving. This unprecedented battle against just one person, with the last of the 4,000 or so casualties that the 6th military district had suffered when it came from the just under 100 remained to declare the end. 15 Xenos, and only the last 4 were left. The man with the power of insight and 2 other psychics go in search of the remaining survivors of this crumbling stronghold. Zhu Rui was guarding Zheng Haifeng's side, her small face covered in dark dust and blood. Looking at the blood that even bandages couldn't stop, she whispered, Zheng guides, daybreak, you're hurt bad. Ha, ha. Zheng Haifeng, who was kneeling on the ground, suddenly smiled dementedly. Ha ha. He opened his eyes, and the bloodshot eyes that covered the demented and uncontrollable let out a loud laugh. More than 4,000 people. More than 4,000. Is this a shifter? Chen Mo, you're really good. Zheng Haifeng was constantly shedding tears, crying and laughing at the same time, as if he had gone insane. After this battle, his conviction that, and rock-solid hearts were buried and crushed in the midst of this grueling battle. Such a deep pain, from the lesson on blood and soul, made Zheng Haifeng finally understand one thing. The 6th military region shouldn't make enemies with people like that. Ha ha, shouldn't. Zhu Rui didn't know what to say from the side, and was only able to look at Zheng Haifeng in silence. She wasn't a shifter from the 6th military region, but from the center. But for some reason, she was unable to refute what Zheng Haifeng said. Commander Zhang, go back, said Zhu Rui softly. Zheng Haifeng hung his head down so that no one could see his expression clearly. Good, Zhu Rui, you go ahead and save the surviving warriors with them. I, for one, have been fine. Zhu Rui, you're a good kid. Go back and tell those adults at the center. Chen Mo, shouldn't be the enemy. An internal struggle that is pointless and never-ending. Zhu Rui's beautiful eyes flickered, as if she had detected the strangeness in Zheng Haifeng's words. She rose slowly and spoke softly. I know. Zheng Haifeng didn't speak next. After Zhu Rui left, Zheng Haifeng looked at a pistol on the ground that belonged to the one he was wearing. Trembling, he extended his right hand. He looked up at the cold and clear sky as the goosefeather snow fell. Eyes blurred. He couldn't help but murmur, it's almost New Year's. Once upon a time at this time, he might have been at home in the warmth of his home, cuddled up in the arms of his wife and children, asleep. Get ready for a great new year. It's just a pity. I'm just an ordinary person, just like before the end of the world. Nothing really changes. Nothing can change that. Zheng Haifeng smiled to himself, then slowly closed his eyes. Bang! A gunshot came from behind. Zhu Rui's petite body shook and tightly closed her eyes. Biting his lips tightly, his entire body began to tremble softly without being able to stop. She knows that Zheng Haifeng is dead. After the fall of so many warriors, he chose to commit suicide with overwhelming guilt and despair. More and more she felt that the struggle from within the human race was pointless. So many people were sacrificed just for the sake of a dead Lin Shu. Was it really worth all that was done? Upon opening her eyes once more, Zhu Rui's eyes became unusually determined as she muttered, perhaps it's time for me to leave. Outside of North China. No words on the way. The poor man followed. It had already made a path ahead of him. Kill the zombies outside the North China City area in one fell swoop. Tang Xianyu said with some confusion. Just now, why didn't you kill them? In her impression, Chen Mo was not the kind of person who was soft-hearted. Chen Mo's eyes were calm as his mind recalled his first meeting with Zheng Haifeng. It's obvious that he's the one they want to arrest, but for the sake of the masses, Zheng Haifeng still chose to assist himself without hesitation, fighting the zombies with all his might and covering the masses. Chen Mo said softly, "It's enough that he won't live. Fear, it's contagious." Tang Xianyu nodded thoughtfully. Her hands, to this day, are still a little shaky. She couldn't understand why there wasn't even a hint of fear in her heart. The sensation of killing someone through psychic powers, versus stabbing them in the flesh with the blade itself. Watching life die a little at a time in your own hands is a completely different feeling. She didn't even have a drop of blood on her hands, but the soldiers of the 6th Military Region who died under the tide of Calamity's powers, maybe dozens, hundreds, or even more. Tang Xianyu didn't ask much about where that terrifying monster had appeared from. She knows that everyone has secrets, and that ability, I'm afraid, is the biggest secret about Chen Mo. Where are we going to go now? Tang Xianyu asked. Chen Mo's eyes gazed into the distance and said softly, Tianhai City, Lion. P.S. Thanks to Guading Snake Boss for his Great God certification. Chapter 160, The Last Chain. Arrival in Tianhai City, 4th shift. A male lion? Tang Xianyu murmured in a low voice. Shenma, there are my people. The Nian beast will appear in a while, and the first place it will appear is Rihama City. Killing doesn't give much of a boost to one's powers, cores do. In order to be on the safe side, one needs to raise the Juggernaut ability to the 5th level of strength, in anticipation of the arrival of the Beast of the Year. And now, there's no telling what the situation is with the lions today. Tianhai City, since he had resolved the 2 Shoshi gods, and even the poor man had been subdued by himself as well. If there's really any threat, it's just the female walker. Chen Mo's eyes flashed as he recalled the female zombie with bone spurs on both arms from before. Even now he could not understand why, when confronted with the god of longevity, it's going to let itself get away? But Chen Mo didn't think much about it. Instead, his eyes twinkled and he muttered to himself, there are still 6 days to go, and at the poor man's present rate it would take at least 3 days to get there. TSK. Speaking of this, Chen Mo frowned. That's a bit of a tight time frame. If any other risks were to be encountered in the middle of the journey, there would certainly be some delay. Chen Mo didn't want to have the slightest bit of procrastination, but instead directly mounted the back of the poor Qi and opened his mouth. Let's try to go as fast as we can for the rest of the journey. There's not much time left. Tang Xianyu was stunned at his words. She didn't understand why time was so tight. Similarly seated, the poor man underneath him let out a low growl and the speed was extremely fast as he raced towards the location of Tianhai City. Chen Ma, why don't you have time? Is something about to happen? Tang Xianyu couldn't help but inquire softly. Aha. Chen Mo nodded slightly. It's a rush. Do you know what date is coming up? Tang Xianyu couldn't help but think of the words she had said earlier when she was at Dragonsteel, and her beautiful eyes lit up as she said, New Year's? Chen Mo grinned. The expression became somewhat playful. It's a real New Year's Eve this year. There are many more existences in the end times that we cannot understand. This time, it's a scary guy who's going to be spending time with us. Years. Tang Xianyu's petite body shook as she said with some incredulity. You mean, we'll really have a year to show up? Chen Mo nodded his head, a ray of scorn flickering through his eyes. That guy, he's not a good one to deal with. In my previous life, I almost died under the first wave of the New Year beast. It was also at that time that he met Yor. As an end-time god, Nian's strength changes drastically every time he appears. Yearlings have very unique habits. The first appearance is initially estimated to be at least around the 5th order. It is not like the regular Greater Feral Fae and Endbringer gods that will merely be entrenched in only one place. Yearlings don't have any sense of territory and can appear anywhere. It exists and appears for one purpose only. That is for purging and devouring, exactly as recorded in the myths. The process, which would last a full 30 days. That's a month. The destruction wrought during this period was even more terrifying than that of many powerful end-time gods. Movements of millions and millions, both Fae zombies and humans, will not be spared. After that, it would fade away and no one would know where it went. The party speculated that perhaps they had returned to their lairs to digest the harvest of the 30 days. Until the next year comes around again. Chen Mo kept recalling all the information about the yearning beast. A frown was muttered. I remember. 5 years. This process, which has been going on for about 5 years. In fact, long after the 3rd or 4th visit of the yearling beast. At that time, the power of the major military regions was fully capable of being able to seriously injure or even kill Nian. But no one does. He himself did not know until later that the second evolution, brought about after the first infestation of the beast of the year, the benefits are tremendous. It was allowed to run rampant because it was all suspected to be related to the yearling. Everyone wants to replicate to evolve again. It wasn't until the 5th year when Shi Yuan, a top post-apocalyptic powerhouse who possessed the same mastery powers as himself, put an end to it with his own hands that this annual disaster ended, if one remembers correctly. At that time, Shi Yuan was a 7th-order alien powerhouse. Thinking about this, Chen Mo suddenly became somewhat expectant. Nanzawa City, Ishibuchi, and I wonder if the Lion's people have found it yet. Nanzai City is very close to Tianhai City. It is also one of the cities most persecuted by the yearling. On the note that he had given to the male lion, there was Shi Yuan's name. Over the next few days, the poor man barely stopped rushing for a moment. The bright bird pearl was also stocked with a large amount of supplies that had been gotten from within Dragonsteel. Naturally, there is nothing to worry about when it comes to food. The road back and forth was already familiar to Chen Mo. The few zombies encountered along the way were also swallowed up by Yuer's tide of calamity before they could get close. The expected time of arrival was quite a bit faster than one would have liked. On the morning of the 3rd day, then he had already stepped into the boundaries of Tianhai City. At this moment, far away from the surface of the vein in Rihama City, the earth underneath his feet suddenly sent out a violent vibration. Rumble. The cracks in the ground that were already spread all over the place, and the gaps that opened up were even bigger. What's going on? Such a strong tremor naturally startled the group of people from the ancient martial alliance who were guarding the area. A group of people rushed out, looking at the bottomless crack on the ground. All of them were shaken. Someone said with great excitement. Another one. So, there's only the last pillar left, and the beast of the year will be able to release the seal. Awakened from his slumber? They were talking and full of anticipation. I heard that a few days ago news came from there in North China City that a 40-meter-tall monster had appeared. The 6th military region had more than 4,000 dead before they barely managed to kill it. And I don't know which one is stronger compared to the year beast. No need to think? It must be the year beast. Sister Lin has said that this Nian beast, but it's completely different from the Fae out there. It's not even on the same level. The 6th third-order Fae captured in the base won't even be enough to stuff its teeth when the year beast wakes up. After all, this is a mythical being. Inside the underground mines several close to 1,000 meters deep beneath the feet of the crowd. At this moment, Li Long and Zhong Lin were on top of the huge and incomparable head of that beast of the year. The two men looked tiny in comparison. Ka! Another immense and incomparable black chain imprisoned on the body of the yearling beast snapped. Falling into that endless black abyss, until 5 or 6 breaths had passed. There was a loud, muffled rumbling sound. Zhong Lin's eyes were a bit mesmerized as she crouched down and stroked the fur of the yearling beast. Feeling the breath of the yearling beast beneath him, a trembling body murmured softly, "Just one last chain to go. You'll be able to wake up soon. Very soon." She had been studying this headgear for almost 7 years, from before the end of the world until now, following her mentor. For this mythical being full of mystery, there is an unbridled curiosity and mastery. Just as she was talking to herself, oblivious, as the chains of captivity continued to dwindle, the tightly closed pupils of the beast of the year underneath slightly moved. Chapter 161. These are human beings, not livestock. Lin, it's too dangerous here. Let's go quickly. Li Long, who was at the back, opened his mouth with a somewhat grave expression. He noticed the frescoes on the rocky stone walls around a simple scribbled pattern was etched on it, but it's not hard to tell from those patterns that it's a ferocious beast of prey. Is hunting and chasing a little person. Zhong Lin lowered her eyes and whispered unconcernedly, "There's no harm in it. I've already established a connection with this beast of the year. I can feel it calling to me, trying to get me to release it." What? Li Long's heart snapped at his words. Lin, you're really not wrong about this. Your beast harnessing ability has really established a connection with this Nian? Naturally, he understood what that meant. Xiao Lin's supernatural powers. If she establishes a connection with those Fey great evils, then it meant that she was already fully certain that she could control that Fey. If that's true, the corner of Zhong Lin's mouth lifted up, revealing a nice curve. As early as when the 6th chain was lifted, I had already managed to establish a connection with it. Now I realized that Neen never really died, from the beginning to the end. Instead, it went into a hibernation-like slumber. Before, with our means we were not able to detect any sign of life in it at all. And after that apocalypse, the beast of the year gradually awoke from that slumber. I've been here for 7 years, and I'm afraid it's gotten used to my scent a long time ago. Suffice it to say, no one but me will be able to harness drive it in the midst of these last days. Speaking of this, Zhong Lin's eyes blossomed with a fiery and incomparable light. Liren, can you feel it? As long as this last chain is opened, that's the day it wakes up. Dragon Lee, how's everything going with what I asked you guys to get ready? Seeing Zhong Lin so excitedly, Li Long couldn't say anything more, but opened his mouth. 6 third order Fey and 10 second order. all of which were sent to be captured from outside. There are returning members out there at the moment who have brought back a number of them on the road. Estimating it, there should be almost close to 30 heads or so. The Ancient Martial Arts Alliance is almost a zoo now. It took a lot of manpower to fulfill Zhongrim's request, caught all the Fae around Rihama City and beyond, even going so far as to go to someone else's territory to trade or take it by force. In just under a month. This workload is immense. However, it was good that the strength of the people of the Ancient Martial Alliance were all very impressive, and the casualties were quite acceptable. Liren, it's just that Lin, what are you going to do with all the Fae you've captured? He hadn't misremembered his words. With Zhong Lin's current strength of her powers, driving 2 Fae, it's already the limit. Tame it, Zhong Lin said with a calm face. It won't be that easy to tame this yearling beast. I can sense that it's hungry right now. 30 heads isn't enough. It's still not enough. In that case, didn't a batch of over 1,000 survivors brought back from Ho County just arrive outside the Ancient Martial Arts Alliance? It won't do any good anyway. You'll bring them all here in 3 days. What? Li Long's pupils dilated at his words, and his gaze was horrified beyond measure as he looked at Zhong Lin. He had begun to wonder if Zhong Lin was really crazy. Xiao Lin, do you know what you are talking about? Li Long shouted angrily. This is a human being, not livestock. Those survivors will be of great use to our Ancient Martial Arts Alliance later on. He suddenly felt that there was something unfamiliar about the Zhong Lin in front of him. Surprisingly, the survivors were mentioned as if they were talking about livestock. The foundation of a power is built on countless survivors. What's the point of talking about power when the people are gone? When you're a bare-bones commander? There's still 3 days left. I'll send someone out to look again. Survivors outside of the Ancient Warriors League. Don't even think about it, Li Long said without question. Zhong Lin glanced at him and said after a moment of silence, I know, though I fear no one in the Ancient Martial Alliance when the year beast awakens. I'm not so bad at this morsel of food. If you don't want to, then forget it. Only then did Li Long let out a sigh of relief and spoke in a low voice. Lin, I've noticed that you've changed a bit since the end times, Bellin said with a bright smile. Is there a possibility that I've always been like this? Li Long's eyes narrowed slightly, staring intently at her, finally sighed quietly. Never mind, there's one more thing. Zhang Yi brought back a somewhat strange group of survivors when they went to catch the Fae. When he came within my Ancient Martial Alliance, he has been loudly proclaiming some cult theories, constantly chanting the words Pure World Sect under his breath. A number of people on the survivors' side have become adherents of the Pure World cult. Even our people were almost possessed, but luckily they were caught early and have been suppressed and dealt with. Nowadays manpower is catching Fae. Should we draw some people to start investigating this newly emerged Pure World cult? The Pure World Sect. Zhong Lin frowned her eyebrows and waved her hand after thinking for a while. No need. We're short-handed right now. This Pure World cult is 80% a force made by some alien. One must have some faith in order to live. But in all times of turmoil there is always this cult that claims salvation. But you can't keep these bogeymen. And it just so happens that, since you're not willing to let go of that group of survivors, just let those who believe in Puritanism come over and kill 2 birds with 1 stone, Zhong Lin said faintly. Instead of believing in something vain, it is better to dedicate oneself to becoming the ration of the beast of the year. Li Long nodded and chose to accept it as well. This time, he didn't say much. After all, he's seen those so-called believers before, and they're all crazy. It's like being brainwashed, and it doesn't look like anything normal. Remaining within the Ancient Martial Alliance had no value whatsoever, and instead, it constantly compelled people. Inside the city of Tianhai, the highway's obviously been blocked by the lions, to impede the zombies roaming the highway into Tenkai. There were about 300 to 400 zombies converging at the intersection in front of them. There were more than 10 second-order zombies in total, and the rest were all first-order. Roar! The poor man let out a low roar and charged directly into the zombie group. Chen Mo's mind moved slightly. The ghost cut disintegrated directly into a blade, and in the blink of an eye, he then instantly executed more than 10 second-order zombies. Put. These second-order zombies did not pose any threat to their present-day selves at all. Xian Yu, I'll leave the rest to you. No problem? Chen Mo looked at Tang Xianyu and spoke. Tang Xianyu nodded. Honestly, these walkers look a lot more disgusting than those toads look. By now, these zombies, except for the sticky liquid still secreting from their mouths, the flesh had all rotted beyond recognition, with maggots all over his body, revealing ghastly white bones. However, she dared to kill even the living, so these guys who were already dead were naturally not to be feared. Catalyze the tide of calamity's powers. Buzz. Chapter 162, The Importance of Population. Long-term perspective. The water surged and the earth in front of them transformed into a tidal vortex. From it rises a column of black water that is constantly revolving. It was like a water dragon sweeping towards the hundreds of zombies in front of him. Whoa dash. Countless zombies were blasted away by this water vortex. crashing heavily into the protection built by the male lions. Boom! The wave drowned a zombie in it. Under the tide of calamity, all matter is dissolved. This black tide, as if it had life in it, constantly dissolving their bodies. Ho! The mournful cries of a zombie were endless. Large swathes of flesh and blood continued to fall off from its body, drowning in this tide. In just a few minutes, the place was cleared of all the zombies. Flesh, blood and bones were all corroded by the tide of calamity. A ground of shiny crystal cores spilled out. Shenmo's eyes lit up. It's quite convenient for Yul to have this psychic ability, without even leaving a body behind. Saves a bit of tedious dissecting of the crystal core. A mosquito's leg is also neat. He himself now possessed a full 100 square meters of storage space, bright bird beads to accommodate these crystal cores. Naturally, it's a no-brainer. After putting away all the crystal cores on the ground, Chen-mo took out a bottle of water from it and handed it over. Thanks. Tang Xianyu took it and drank a long sigh of relief. Only then did Chen-mo look in an empty direction. The eyes were calm and faint. It's about time to come out after all that time watching, isn't it? Bang! A metal steel ball burst out, shattering the bunker stone in pieces. The stones exploded and countless pieces of debris splashed. From them, 7 or 8 thin, bony, yellow-faced men and women appeared, hiding behind rocks. Each of them had a horrified expression as they screamed. Yikes! Don't kill us! We didn't mean to try and peek. Tang Xianyu was slightly stunned at the sight, feeling somewhat incredulous. Anyone? Why didn't you realize it? Chen-mo frowned at the sight. Survivor? Entered the city of Tianhai. One by one, the survivors had a piece of bread and water in their hands and were gulping and swallowing continuously. Chen-mo and the poor man walked at the front, and Tang Xianyu in the back looked at the group of people who were wolfing down their food, somewhat unsure of what to feel. If I hadn't met Chen-mo and escaped by chance inside North China University, I'm afraid I'll be the same way myself. Tang Xianyu looked toward a youth and said softly, "Where did you come from?" The youth didn't look very old, and his clothes were tattered and gray. His eyes were a little timid and he bowed his head. We're from Kawamoto City. That far? Tang Xianyu was slightly surprised. Chuanyuan City, that's an area close to North China. A group of them ordinary people. How could you come all the way here? I remember, isn't there a 6th military region in North China City? You don't go there for refuge. What are you doing here in Tianhai City? The grizzled youth swallowed a large mouthful of bread and took another large gulp of water before speaking. Go for it. The safe zone in the 6th military region, where the altered have priority, is not accessible to just anyone. There are still people there who stop the road and ask us to pay over the tariffs, so how can a bunch of us commoners afford to go out? I met bead survivors on the way. I heard that the lions of Tianhai City are taking in people. As long as you get in there, no matter if you're a shifter or not, as long as you work, you're fed and housed and don't have to worry about your safety and security. We've all gone all the way. A lion? Tang Xianyu looked toward Chen-mo's back at the very front. Aren't you and Chen-mo going to the lions? After the youth finished speaking, a middle-aged man behind him sighed. Hey, it's a tough world to live in. We did hear about other military districts recruiting asylum seekers, but it's just a little too far away. There were more than 70 when they came, and that's all that's left of the big guys who died trying to get here. My wife and child are dead, and if even the lions won't take us in, then we'll really have nowhere to go but to wait for death. Yeah, each of these survivors had dull, haggard eyes and hung their heads in shame. Tang Xianyu was silent for a moment. Suddenly she realized why she hadn't noticed anyone else present just now. Being able to escape all the way from so far away, avoiding countless zombies, those who couldn't conceal themselves enough to be careful are long dead. The rest of the group, all of whom are experienced survivors who are able to hide their movements well from walkers now. The middle-aged man looked at Chen-mo, who was at the forefront, and then looked at Tang Xianyu and said, "Girl, thanks for the food. We haven't eaten in a long time. If it weren't for the fact that all this stuff is about to stick, are you also traveling to the lions?" Tang Xianyu nodded. The few people present all had happy faces when they saw this. The previous scene where Chen-mo and Tang Xianyu killed so many zombies with ease and immensity. They have seen it with their own eyes. Both of these two can be powerful shifter lords. If they could follow the two, they wouldn't have to be so wary along the way. Careful now. The middle-aged man was overjoyed and humbly inquired with some apprehension. Since we're all going to the lions, then, can you take us with you? Tang Xianyu hesitated for a moment. For reasons of unfamiliarity with the lions and the city of Tianhai, she didn't know what kind of situation was going on here either. Only able to trot forward wanting to go and consult Chen-mo. She was just about to speak when Chen-mo's voice came. Bring it. Tang Xianyu was stunned. Doesn't matter? The corner of Chen-mo's mouth lifted up as he looked at her and smiled. Don't worry. Have you forgotten that I went over from Tianhai City? I'm familiar with this place. It's all going to the lions, so there's no problem having them follow. They had heard a bit of their exchange earlier themselves. In the end times, there are always lords. He himself merely handled the god of longevity and pushed the envelope a bit. That Luo Tianxiang guy then grasped the opportunity firmly. Even the vision is very long-term. As strong as the aliens were, that didn't mean that ordinary people were useless. The construction of the safe zone and the development of food in the future will not be possible without the help of these ordinary people. Many hands make light work. And this saying is never outdated. No matter what era you're in. Even in this post-apocalyptic world where human ability is extremely important. And, most importantly, until now there are still many major powers that do not know that psychics can awaken their psychic abilities through the crystal nucleus later in life. Roughly 1 or 2 later awakened psychics could be born out of every 1,000 ordinary people. The base of survivors is bound to be a sizable force if you translate it that way. Many forces have also realized the importance of this issue. Although I didn't know that ordinary people could awaken psychic abilities, but it also still chooses to start creating safe zones early and goes to great lengths to take in survivors in a big way. Those survivors, already few in number, will be even more precious after the beasts of the year have wreaked havoc. There are 2 general directions that the major powers will be fighting for in the future. The first one, it is the second evolution brought about by the departure of Nian and the resources of the parties in the end times. The second one, it is the population. Chapter 163, Who is a good man when he has a clear conscience? In his previous life, too, it was because the 6th military region had chosen to distance itself from the survivors everywhere that's what led to the severe understaffing in the medium term. At a time when all the major power war zones had begun to build up protective cities they've only just repaired the safe zone. Either way, good move by Luo Tianxiang. After solving the worries of Tianhai City, he had already begun to plan for the future. Go ahead and tell them to just follow us, Chen Mo said. Tang Xianyu's pretty face was delighted, and she nodded with some surprise, turned around and said, "Come along all, we'll take you to the lions." Behind him, who was still a little apprehensive and desperate, the survivors who thought that it would be impossible for an alien to bring along such a group of burdensome people like themselves were all thrilled with their expressions after hearing this. What had been a lifeless gaze became filled with hope for life. "We are saved. Thanks. Thank you." A few of them cried tears of joy, at least in the city of Tianhai after that. "No need to worry about whether or not you'll be in danger from walkers again." Tang Xianyu shook her head and said with a light smile, "Don't thank me. If you want to thank me, thank him." She didn't understand why the people in the military region were targeting Chen Mo so much, but at least in front of ordinary people, she felt that Chen Mo wasn't that cold. Those foods, too, he had taken out from the bright bird beads and distributed them, then walked some distance. What made Chen Mo feel some palpitations was, surprisingly, he didn't see a single zombie or mutated fae along the way in Tianhai City. Calm beyond measure. Chen Mo frowned. That's not a good thing. You know, even in North China, there were 2 major forces defending the territory, the 6th military region as well as Dragonsteel. There will still be bits and pieces of zombies that have not been dealt with. As far as he knew, there was still a corpse king of unknown origin within Tianhai City. That guy already had the power to be able to call on walkers early on. Now that so much time has passed, I'm afraid that all the zombies in Tianhai City have been gathered by it somewhere. The corpse king can order the corpses, a whole city of zombies, enough to erupt into a 6-level corpse tide. Chen Mo's eyes narrowed slightly as he muttered, "Looks like he needs to be warned." It was about another half-hour's walk all the way to the center of town. The snow is heavy. Tianhai City, unlike North China, almost rarely snows, but this year, it was surprisingly different. Obviously, when he first came to the outside of Tianhai City, there were only 3 or 2 falling snowflakes, but the further we went towards the center of Tianhai, the more snow fell in the sky. It's as if they're all converging here. The snow has covered up all traces of the terrible struggle that took place. Nearly half of the city has been destroyed by those 2 Shohei gods of yesteryear. This unparalleled destructive force, as if it had come over a broken and scorched earth. The countless skyscrapers have collapsed around the ruins, making it difficult to walk. In addition to the cold air, there is no longer the rich smell of blood and smoke. Maybe when it snows a little longer, it will be able to bury it all. The group of survivors behind them when they saw such an empty and tragic scene, unable to help, each one of them stared in disbelief. This is Tianhai City? What the hell is going on here? I've been here before with my kids. This can be called the most prosperous place. But why? Someone's heart is shocked and incomparable murmured. Lions, do they really still exist? Everyone's hearts, for a moment, hit rock bottom. The terrible destruction here is nothing short of an unprecedented disaster. Tada! Pedestrians travel through the ruins with extra caution, because in the piece of wasteland, there are all kinds of sharp weapons present. The decaying steel and concrete, the sharp stones. If you don't pay close attention to them, it is easy to get hurt. Tang Xian, you couldn't help but remind as well. All be careful, don't get hurt. They were, after all, ordinary people, and their physique was all but as strong as that of a psychic. The zombie virus was able to threaten them, let alone in this post-apocalyptic world where danger was everywhere. If the wound gets infected, it's only life-threatening. Buzz. But suddenly, the strikingly unmistakable steel bars of the ruins and the sharp, unmistakable metal remnants of the road quivered. They intertwined and melted, strands of silvery iron liquid mingling in a spectacular scene of pave the road in front of you. Metal Avenue appeared before everyone's eyes. See this scene. Those survivors behind them each had their pupils wide open, exclaiming miracle. Tang Xianyu, on the other hand, was slightly stunned and looked at Chen Mo's back at the forefront with some surprise. Control metals. It's his psychic ability. Chen Mo, you're still strangely nice, Tang Xianyu shouted with a smile. Chen Mo's unsavory voice came from the front. I just think it's too slow for them to go that way. Hurry up. Tang Xianyu stared at Chen Mo's back for a long time. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly, revealing an extraordinarily bright smile as she delicately said, let's go. Follow him. Walking on this flat, metal platform without having to watch out for the presence of sharp objects around your feet. It's a lot easier and quicker to move. The middle-aged man among the survivors couldn't help but sigh. Girl, you guys are really good peoples nah. Yes, little girl. It's not a bad fate that we were able to meet you guys. The living Buddha. It wasn't as if they hadn't seen shifters along the way. Some of the conscientious ones give themselves and others something to eat. But those aliens were lucky if they didn't make a move on themselves and the others. It's a family affair to grab people, as well as food. Those who are capable have long since joined the major military regions and large survivor forces. It's impossible to take a bunch of tired people with you. When she heard these words, Tang Xianyu froze. The beautiful eyes murmured downcast. Good people? She wasn't sure exactly who was the good guy and who was the bad guy now. But his own hands are stained with the lives of many soldiers from the 6th military region. To say that the good guys are definitely not talking about. If these people knew that the good guys they were talking about had killed more than 4,000 people in the 6th military region. Not sure how I'd feel about that either. But Tang Xianyu didn't think about it that much. In these last days, it is necessary to take care of oneself before being able to take care of others. Master your own destiny. This is the truth that Chen Mo taught her. It is good to have a clear conscience. When about to leave the confines of the city center, the poor man walking at the front suddenly paused. Sniffing at the tip of his nose, he shook off the snowflakes that had stained his body and glared ahead, alert as ever. A hot white mist erupted from his mouth and nose and he began to growl low. What's wrong? Chen Ma stepped forward. The poor man sent a message through the heavenly power alien energy. There's a lot of people's breath in the distance. 100 or so. Chen Mo was slightly stunned, then stared at the direction it was looking at and muttered. The Lion's Man? Tianhai City. So many people. It can only be them. Suddenly, a loud commotion exploded in front of them. Rumble. Chapter 164, The Pure World Sect. I ask you if you are still pure? The gunshot was extraordinarily abrupt in this silent, deserted wasteland. The group of people behind them were taken aback. Tang Xianyu also immediately rushed up. What's wrong? Immediately afterward, an incomparably familiar bellowing voice came out and it could be heard clearly and unmistakably even from a distance. Jiang Dong, are you out of your ing mind? Is it Luo Tianxiong? The Lion's people had already occupied Tianhai City, and it didn't feel like a surprise to Chen Mo that he would encounter them at any time. But it was no small matter that could make Luo Tianxiong personally come out. Go over there. With a hint of doubt, Chen Mo's entire body and the poor man disappeared in a moment. At this moment, on an incredibly empty avenue in Tianhai City, Luo Tianxiong had brought hundreds of heavily armed lion elites. He was staring angrily at a rampaging black SUV in front of him. The SUV sped up to over 100 yards in this downtown area. Directly towards the dozens of lion personnel in charge of the patrol directly in front of them. Boss, what now? Jiang Dong is going to escape with those things. Chao Fong Yuan, who was holding a rifle in his hand, said with an unsightly face. Everyone can't figure it out. Jiang Dong is clearly the second in command of the lions. I can't believe that I couldn't think of a way to roll the weapons that the boss had managed to get and run away. What about motivation? Luo Tianxiong's face was incomparably angry as he cursed angrily. TNND. I have to him up today. His heart is bleeding. Those things, but the lion cut his flesh to get them. Each piece is precious. Boss, he's running away. Chao Fong Yuan said urgently. Luo Tianxiong no longer hesitated. His gaze was cold to the core as he spoke. Little one, take him down for me. A young man at his side with a broken arm and only one right hand left nodded slightly. A hint of essence flickered in his pupils as he slowly raised his left hand. Alien energy catalyzed. Gollum. His severed left hand actually began to wriggle. Put. Suddenly, Countless slimes exploded from the left limb. A huge tentacle that was incomparably thick and had a single sucker erupted violently. The tentacles were so fast that they caught up with the SUV in a flash, winding their way toward it and, firmly bound, the modified SUV was squeezed out of shape by the tentacles. Under this tremendous inertia, he was pulled alive and violently blasted away. Rumble! It smashed heavily into the ground, kicking up a huge cloud of dust. Whoosh! The tentacle re-enters. Luo Tianxiong raised his hand. Behind them, more than 100 people rushed straight up and surrounded that SUV. The SUV flipped over, spilling one of the weapons stored in the trunk to the ground. Most of those are extremely specialty alloy bullets. There are also a few ink-black military knives as well as daggers. Chao Fanyuan gave a wink to the man beside him. A few people came out of the male lions and immediately collected these weapons. Upon seeing these things, Luo Tianxiong was relieved. So close. If this really took all this stuff, then you're really losing money to your grandma's house. Thinking about this, Luo Tianxiong couldn't help but become even angrier. Chao Fanyuan couldn't help but murmur from the sidelines. Boss Luo, Jiang Dong wouldn't be dead, would he? Luo Tianxiong was stunned, and then he somewhat regretted that he had allowed Little King to make a move. Jiang Dong, after all, is a brother who has fought with himself to the death, and even more so, he has been playing with him since he was a child. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to be so assured that he would give him the lion's affairs, both large and small, to fetch away, thus allowing him to escape with these important strategic materials. With such a large impact, even an alien would probably suffer a considerable amount of damage. Not to mention Jiang Dong, who was an ordinary person. TSK. Luo Tianxiong's eyes were ruthless and he said in a deep voice, "Drag this traitor out of here and throw him to the walkers if he's dead. If you're not dead, one has to beat the out of him and ask the guy what the hell is going on in his head." The second in command of the lions, who have nothing to lose in this post-apocalyptic world, and who want food to eat. It takes a lot to get a woman inside a survivor camp, even more than even before the end times. They do whatever they want. He wanted to see why this guy would betray himself. Yes. Chao Fanyuan and the others stepped forward and slammed the door of that SUV open with the back of their guns. Bang bang! From it, a man with a gray head and a bleeding forehead was ripped out. Chao Fanyuan carefully detected for a while before looking at Luo Tianxiong in surprise. "Boss, alive! Wake him up!" Luo Tianxiong said with violent eyes full of killing intent. Bang! Chao Fanyuan lifted Jiang Dong and a punch was thrown at his abdomen. Ahem! Jiang Dong violently opened his crimson, incomparable eyes, and his pupils were covered in blood. Some obscure scattering coughed heavily a few times and kept spitting out blood. Chao Fanyuan angrily questioned. "Jiang Dong, you're confused. Say, why did you betray my lion?" Hundreds of members of a group of lions that looked like a black force surrounded the place. Luo Tianxiong slowly stepped forward amidst a crowd of protection. After the end of the world, the fury in his body was even more intense. "Dongzi, are you going to want to rebel?" Jiang Dong after a while, his eyes red and a bit scary. It was as if he hadn't closed his eyes for days. It was obvious that he had been hit on the head, but it was as if he didn't feel the slightest bit of pain. The expression of exuberance was incomparable as he lifted his head, his face frantic as he looked straight at Luo Tianxiong and laughed maniacally. "Ha ha, you guys are finished. You're all finished. In a few days, you'll all be dead. The gods are coming to purify this world, and the only way to live is to join the pure world cult." Ha ha, this statement was made. The faces of all the lions present turned very odd for a moment. Puritanism? Luo Tianxiong even frowned tightly and said in a deep voice, "What the hell?" To the side, Chao Fanyuan looked like he knew something and muttered with an odd face. "Boss, Jiang Dong has been in a daze ever since he came back from being in charge of the deal. Keep muttering something about Puritanism under his breath. I have no idea what he's talking about." Jiang Dong was as if he was possessed at the moment as he yelled, "The pure world cult is the only pure land in the end times. Luo Tianxiong, you brainless mangaka won't understand the sacred significance of our pure world sect's existence. These are all tributes. If you don't join the pure world sect, the lions will all be finished in a few days." Luo Tianxiong had a black face when he saw this. What the hell is this? But at the moment Jiang Dong looks like a cutie. It was also able to understand what was being brainwashed. Luo Tianxiong rushed forward in anger. A handful of Jiang Dong's collar was a fierce slap to him. "Pop! Jiang Dong, wake up! Are you stupid? Go ahead and fight. Even if you beat me to death, you won't be able to stop the pure world sect's determination to save humanity." Pop! Another slap. NND, still clean? Ha ha, the pure world cult. Pop, pop, pop. The lions men watched as their eyelids fluttered, never having seen their boss look so angry. Chao Fanyuan, as the oldest member of the lions to follow Luo Tianxiong, naturally, he knew why the boss was like that. Jiang Dong grew up wearing the same crotch pants as Luo Tianxiong. More so, having experienced countless life and death friendships, Luo Tianxiong's most trusted person. This kind of friendship, if he were him, he would not be able to bear to see his own brother being compelled to become like this. I don't know how long the fight lasted. Jiang Dong's entire teeth were finished being slapped, his face swollen into a piggy look, blood spilling from the corners of his mouth. Yet it remains firm, slurred and slurred. I net, bang. This time, he finally netted no movement, because he had lost so much blood. He had fainted. Chapter 165, Elder Brother Chen? Why are you back? Chao Fong Yuan, who was on the side, had never seen the boss look this angry before. For a moment, he couldn't help but be a little creeped out and quivered. Boss, he seems to have fainted. Luo Tianxiong stared dead at Jiang Dong, who had already been beaten beyond recognition. Exasperated, he shook cold and got up by slamming it down hard on the ground. Bang! The ice-cold gaze swept over the crowd present. Oppressive, and only after a long time did he angrily shout, "Bring this back to me, all of you. Find out who actually brainwashed Jiang Dong into this." Those of them, although they believe in some of the rules of the road, they are even willing to spend a lot of money to invite those so-called Taoist priests and monks to spend money to eliminate disasters. But definitely not obsessed like this. Jiang Dong becoming like this was even more unrelated to that so-called pure world sect. Luo Tianxiong's eyes kept flickering as he viciously whispered, "Don't let me find you, or I'll have to tear down that so-called pure world sect." Dongjia has been with him since he was born. This could be said to have caused Luo Tianxiong to directly hate that pure world sect. The crowd looked at each other. None of them dared to touch Luo Tianxiong's mold. At that moment, a calm voice rang out from behind the crowd. "Why? It seems to me that you lions, as if there is some kind of internal strife." Upon hearing this sudden voice, the hundreds of lion members present were immediately alerted. Quickly lifting his gun, he turned and aimed it at whoever was coming in the distance. Click click. One by one, the muzzles of the guns were aimed at the oncoming Chen Mo. "Oh," Chen Mo raised an eyebrow. This familiar voice. Luo Tianxiong paused and froze for a while before reacting. "Mr. Chen." He was overjoyed for a moment, and the older members of the male lion such as Chao Fong Yuan on the side were also astonished. Luo Tianxiong hurriedly turned around. Seeing the visitor's face in ecstasy, he laughed out loud. "Ha ha, Elder Brother Chen, it's really been a long time." His previous gloom was swept away, and he couldn't be happier. "I haven't seen Chen for a few months, but I really miss him." The ordinary note that Chen Laodi had given himself could be said to have helped him a great deal as a lion. The little king who has the power of octopus tentacles. It was the alien on the note. One by one, the older members had put down their firearms and this group of new members were so faceless as to point their guns at Chen Mo. Luo Tianxiong exclaimed rather unpleasantly, "What the are all the guns up for? Put the down." The group of people then slowly lowered the guns in their hands. Luo Tianxiong took big strides. His stature was tall and majestic. The 1-meter-8 strong man went up and just gave Chen Mo a big bear hug. "Ha ha, finally back. Really missed me, old me. How has it been? Did you find the person you were going to find in North China?" Luo Tianxiong was also a third-order alien now, and he was already physically strong. This passionate and incomparable bear hug made Chen Mo frown. However, he didn't say anything more, but withdrew from it without moving and smiled faintly. "Fortunately, the man has been found, so just came back to see how Kiki was doing?" At the mention of Chi-Chi, Luo Tianxiong's face looked a bit odd and he rubbed his nose and said, "Kiki, that little girl is okay, just spoiled and a little naughty." What do you mean?" Chen Mo was a bit puzzled. Didn't care though. After all, it's normal for kids to be a little naughty. Chen Mo looked toward the youth beside Luo Tianxiong, the familiar and unparalleled face that, it couldn't help but move him slightly. Luo Tianxiong noticed Chen Mo's gaze and laughed out loud. "Ha ha, old brother Chen, little Wang is the one on that list. Our male lions went through a lot of trouble to invite him here. Little Wang, this is the Chen Mo I always tell you about. Come and get acquainted. Wang Yurue, A-class alien with the ability Octopus Tentacle. Extremely strong. It was precisely one of the combat mainstays in his own previous life's Tang Xianyu squad." Chen Mo's eyes not only surfaced a layer of nostalgia. Although Wang Yurue was not good with words, he was also one of the few people in the squad who did not exclude his presence. Those lists he had given to Luo Tianxiong were also tremendously private letters, having crossed paths with him in his previous life. People who are nice to you are written in. So it seems that Luo Tianxiong is afraid that he has found a lot. Wang Yurue also realized that Chen Mo was looking at him, and he had a bland personality that, nodding without speaking. The current group of lions were all carefully selected elites by Luo Tianxiong, except for the older group of members who knew Chen Mo. All of its newcomers were somewhat unfamiliar with Chen Mo as a person. Seeing that Boss Luo ahead was communicating with Chen Mo, A younger member of the crowd couldn't help but mutter, "Chow, who is this? How come you don't look old enough to be talking and laughing with Boss Luo?" Luo Tianxian's methods, these new ones can be seen as the lion's hand. Very prestigious, and every one of them is feared and admired. Now that I see that Boss Luo is actually in a not so young, being polite in front of a guy who was almost as good as he was, he couldn't help but be a little curious about it all. Yeah, I've never seen the boss look so happy. Chow Fong Yuan sniffed and directly slapped the back of the head of that talking youngster. Not in a good way. Show some respect, all of you. He's the Chen Mo that the boss said. All roll up and call Brother Chen. What? The moment these words came out, the crowd of male lion newcomers all had their faces shaken. He's that Chen Mo? Holy, that's a tough guy. I was watching the live news a few minutes before the end of the world. I heard that Lin Shu, the president of that new emperor group, was killed by him single-handedly. Our boss knows him? Amazing. Boss Luo and him, what friendship, ah. A group of old and new lions went up under the leadership of Chow Fong Yuan. One is like a horseman, wearing body armor and holding a rifle in his hand. Neatly and in an orderly fashion, he exclaimed, "Chun!" The voice was loud and thunderous. This unexpected moment startled Luo Tianxian, who was talking and laughing with Chen Mo. Turning his head, he glared hard at Chow Fong Yuan. The look seemed to say, "Eyeless thing, can't you see you're chatting with Chen Laodi?" Chow Fong Yuan sardonically touched the front of his head and came next to both Chen Mo and Luo Tianxian, smiling. "Hey, Brother Chen, it's really been a long time. Do you remember me? Chow Fong Yuan." Chen Mo shot him a glance. Nodding slightly, he looked over at the raw faces of the group of lions and smiled with interest. Elder brother Luo is having a pretty good time now. It's all newcomers. Luo Tianxian was also clearly satisfied with today's lion elite. The team he split between the aliens and the regulars. Each of these are young men brought up by older members. Chapter 166, The Passionate Luo Tianxian. The Injustice Seed, the Lion King. The Xenos are all responsible for trading with the outside world and searching for resources to hunt for crystal core Xenos. These people don't have powers, though, but again, each is a hand-picked guy who can take on 3 guys at a time. Luo Tianxian was quite a bit spirited and laughed loudly in his middle voice. "Haha, I made you laugh. Old man, these little ones are, indeed, the cream of my lion's crop at the moment. Whether it's a weapon or a gun or something, it's paired with the best of the best. Older brother, I won't hide it from you, but I've recently procured a new batch of extremely raw weapons. That's really like sharpening iron like mud. Even if an ordinary person holds it, chopping a second-order zombie won't be a problem." Speaking of this, Luo Tianxian stretched out his big hand and wrapped it around Chen Mo's shoulders. Taking it aside, he said surreptitiously, "Elder brother Chen, don't you like taijutsu? Old brother, I specially ordered someone to customize one for you. Gee, that quality workmanship is absolutely world-class." Oh, Chen Mo did not expect Luo Tianxian to specially build a sword for himself, but he already had a ghost cut, so he wasn't really interested in those ordinary blades. As if sensing what was going on in his mind, Luo Tianxian hemmed and hawed and opened his mouth. "That blade, it's definitely not beneath that blade of yours. I prepared it for you, old brother, so of course it's the best." The reason why Jiang Dong's betrayal made him so angry, it wasn't just because Jiang Dong was his hairdresser, and most importantly, that actually took all those weapons with him. Hearing Luo Tianxian say this, Chen Mo came to have a hint of interest. Is there a better knife than the Onigiri? It just so happens that all those treasures are here. Luo Tianxian said loudly towards the group of people. "Come, all of you, bring me those top-quality good guys over to give old brother Chen a good look." Chow Fong Yuan immediately understood and ordered his men to carry those weapons over one by one. Claptrap. A single ink-black weapon. Sabers and daggers spilled out onto the ground. It makes a crisp knocking sound. Looking at these superior weapons in Luo Tianxian's words, Chen Mo's face became increasingly odd. These things. Why does this look so familiar? Isn't this a ING weapon created by Divine Smith Lin Yu with emerald crystals? How did it come to be here at the Lion? Chen Mo was dumbfounded. It was half a moment before he said quietly, "Where did you get all this stuff?" And Luo Tianxian, who was on the side, hadn't yet noticed Chen Mo's abnormality and said rather complacently, "Ha ha, older brother Chen, thanks to you going to North China City, these good guys that, all of which we traded under the hands of that North China City power, Dragon Steel. Elder brother Chen, don't look at these selling poorly, but it's worthy of being the #1 heavy industry group in North China. This quality is just great. Just use the thing for chopping. Just use it well." Chow Fong Yuan also laughed from the sidelines. "Yes, it does take a lot of effort to transport all this stuff back and forth. We talked for days just about the price, looking at a field of weapons made of emerald crystals, though all sharp and sturdy. But most of them are pitted and not that aesthetically pleasing. Obviously some scraps. He had already instructed Lin Yu to keep the good quality for himself, and to give long gangs, though not bad, but the quality is mixed. But all this stuff about the lions, obviously the inferior goods that Long Gang had carefully selected and separated out were resold to them. Chen Mo was silent for a moment, looking at the weapons on the ground for a long time. He couldn't calm down. Luo Tianxiong took out the only knife of decent quality from it, and aimed it at the ground with a heavy thrust. Without even too much effort, it easily disappeared halfway into the earth beneath his feet. Ha ha, older brother Chen, look, this is my older brother preparing the knife for you. Older brother, I even named it the Lion King's blade. How's that? Not bad? Seeing that Chen Mo on the side didn't say anything for a long time, Luo Tianxiong thought that old brother Chen was too moved. Unable to help himself, he stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder, smiling. Elder brother Chen, you are a great benefactor to my male lion. These things are just a small token of my old brother's appreciation. There's no need to be polite with me. Chen Mo took the Lion King sword, and there was also the word "you" on the blade. Coldly, he said, how much did you pay for it? Luo Tianxiong had not yet spoken. Chao Fang Yuan then couldn't wait to speak, wanting to express the importance of this sword. Brother Chen, all these AHS on the ground cost 1,000 first-order crystal cores, and this one in your hand, Brother Chen, is even more valuable. Even the other survivor forces are trying to grab just one. It cost a full 3,000 first-order crystal cores. How much? Chunma's voice got louder. NND, laughing at myself. The Lion King? Why don't we just call it the Injustice Seed? Chao Fangyuan compared a number and said with a serious face, 3,000. Grass. Chen Mo seems to have seen Liao Ruyu, that woman's treacherous smile. Himself gave her 300 first-order crystal cores, a weapon forged from emerald crystals. This guy is good. He's selling 1,000 crystals. From there, a few randomly selected ones that were still in good condition were able to be sold at a sky-high price of 3,000 crystal cores. Recalling Liao Ruyu's unsightly and incomparable expression of having suffered a great loss that day, one really underestimated her. The prettier the woman, the better she is at acting. Chen Mo sighed and exchanged the Lion King to Luo Tianxiong. Luo Tianxiong froze and said with some confusion, what's wrong, old brother Chen? Is it because you don't like this weapon? Chen Mo, I appreciate the kindness, but I already have Ghost Cut. Don't have to use it. It's a good buy. Don't buy it next time. Later I will give you a channel for the same weapons, of higher quality and at a cheaper price. You guys go to her and stock up directly. No need to go back to Dragon Steel. There was no way around it. It was really that the weapons made from the emerald crystals were too beyond the pale. In this post-apocalyptic world, ordinary people are able to easily cut down zombies, and their numbers are incredibly scarce. As the first agent, Liao Ruyu naturally priced it however she wanted. I'm afraid that if I sell it to the major military regions, the price will be even more horrible than if I give it to the lions. After all, there are specialized researchers in all the major military regions. It is possible to study the construction of the emerald crystals as well as to exert more effects. Sure enough, the information gap within the end times is worth the most. Luo Tianxiong froze. He had been in the jungle for so many years, and as soon as he heard elder brother Chen's tone, he knew that he was being punked, but he didn't show anything out of the ordinary either. Instead, he smiled with his face as usual. Ha, since you don't like it, old brother Chen, then take all these things back. Chao Fang Yuan's heart thumped, and a bad feeling immediately surged up. You know, these are the things he went to talk about to get a raise. Chao Fang Yuan laughed out loud, trying to cover up the awkwardness in the scene, and said, it's okay, these are still okay, at least quality-wise. Good use. It works. Chapter 167, New Year's Eve. Thanks to God Mo positive for the certification. And just in time, a shout came from behind the crowd. Chun Ma. In the distance, Tang Xianyu arrived late with a group of people. Why are you walking so fast? Tang Xianyu slowed her breath and they followed Chen Mo and were gone in a flash. It took a long time to track down the place to get here, and the group of people behind her were all tired and sweaty, too. If it wasn't for the fact that he had just replenished some food, he would have just passed out from exhaustion. The lion's hundreds of heavily armed members looked over in unison, each one of them with a fierce look on his face. With a firearm in hand, it didn't look like a character to be messed with. Live and let live a dark force. The survivors had never seen such a horrible scene. One by one, their legs were shaking with fear. What? So many people? No, I don't know. They're all stunned. One by one. These are the chosen elites of the lions. Each of them was an existence that had killed at least hundreds of zombies. Tall and tall, with a stern and fierce aura. Compared to them, their 7 or 8 survivors are like chickens and rice. Tang Xianyu was also stunned. However, she was at least an alien, and upon seeing Chen Mo beside Luo Tianxiong, hurriedly trotted up. You're going too fast, aren't you? The Tianhai City Lions? Chen Mo smiled and stepped forward. From the bright bird bead, he took out a bottle of water and handed it over. Well, take a break here. This is Luo Tianxiong, who was on the side, sized up Tang Xianyu. In an instant, he realized what was going on and looked at Chen Mo with a very deep meaning. Chen, old brother, this is the younger sibling, right? Tang Xianyu's pretty face blushed at the words. A blush immediately appeared on the beautiful cheeks. What the hell? Nonsense. She stammered a little for a moment. When Luo Tianxiong saw that Chen Mo didn't retort, he couldn't help but smile even more intensely. Other than that little girl Chi-Chi, he had never seen a woman that would follow Chen Mo around. Male lion within so many posture beautiful and beautiful each has 1,000 different kinds of netizens, big and small stars, human wife students. Elder brother Chen was indifferent before. She was accompanied by such a young and pretty girl who looked like a student. It should go without saying what the ingredients are, right? Luo Tianxiong couldn't help but laugh. Elder brother Chen went to North China City. I'm afraid it's for the sake of his younger siblings, right? Chen Mo didn't explain anything. Bunch of eyeless things, shouting people. Luo Tianxiong immediately commanded towards the group of lion members behind him. This group of guys, don't they yell when one yells out loud? It's time to call out. Why are they all mute? Chao Fanyuan then responded. Yes, I haven't met my sister-in-law yet. Hello sister-in-law, he immediately said. The group of lion members behind them also shouted in unison. Hello sister-in-law. Good, very spirited, Luo Tianxiong thought with a smile of immense satisfaction. And as the person concerned, Tang Xianyu, where had she seen such a scene? A social big brother calling his sister-in-law. She had goosebumps all of a sudden, stretching out his hand and clutching Chen Mo's sleeve to death. He hated burying his head into the ground like an ostrich. Her face was blushing and on the verge of dripping. Tell them to stop calling it that. Embarrassed enough to want to find a place to burrow in. Chen Mo was also a bit unable to stand the ethos of these guys from male lion. Rather helplessly. Alright, elder brother Luo, don't tease Xianyu. Those people, they're all survivors we met on the road. I hear you lions are on a survivor recruitment spree right now. They've traveled a long way from Kawamoto City to bring them here. So make arrangements for them. Ha ha, small matter. Luo Tianxiong laughed out loud. He wasn't afraid of Chen Mo making demands. He was afraid of Chen Mo not making demands. Luo Tianxiong raised his hand to stop the group of argumentative and restless lion members behind him. And then he looked to the survivors in the distance who were standing still and didn't even dare to move a bit. Those few survivors were thin and withered, like refugees fleeing during a disaster. The eyes were shriveled and devoid of luster, being watched by countless pairs of gazes just like that. He didn't even dare to raise his head to look. Luo Tianxiong sized them up and muttered, Kawamoto City? ING to our Tianhai, that is indeed quite difficult. Saozi, set them up. Chao Fang Yuan nodded and led the men forward. Come with us, we are the lions you seek. Since Brother Chen brought you here, then we will definitely ensure your safety. Brother Chen? Several of the survivors looked startled. Somewhat incredulously, he looked at the powerful youth across from him. So he's one of the lions? And looking at the respectful manner of those around him, it was obvious that their status was not low. In this post-apocalyptic world, ordinary people can only go against the grain. One by one, they followed Chao Fang Yuan, somewhat rushed and uneasy. One by one. I don't know with what kind of feelings I got into the car. Inside the SUV, one Yurue is in charge of driving, and although he only has one hand, this doesn't seem to affect his operation. Luo Tianxiong sat in the backseat and laughed and caught up with Chen Mo. Elder brother Chen, this time when you come, you shouldn't leave at once, right? I didn't even get a chance to treat my old brother properly last time, and that girl Kiki has been chanting every day about when her brother is coming back. Kiki? Tang Xianyu, who was sitting in the passenger seat, perked up her ears. Chen Mo nodded and said flatly, aha, this time, it should stay for a long time, at least until after New Year's. Luo Tianxiong's eyes suddenly lit up at his words, said with great joy, ha ha, yeah, old brother, my male lion is developing quite well now. It's even taken in nearly 6,000 survivors during this time. They can't even be accommodated, haha. I had thought that I had sufficiently stored more than $30 million of food and drink supplies before the end of my life. Definitely enough to live in style for years. But as the population within the lions grows, along with members of the count was nearly 8,000 personnel. The average person eats 2 meals a day for a long time, not to mention all that stockpiled food. Even a mountain of gold would be eaten up. Now the lion, although the rapid development, but the days are in turn a little straightened up, plus searching for supplies while constantly collecting crystal cores, expanding base protection and other tedious things. It made Luo Tianxiong wonder, hey, old brother Chen, I won't lie to you, Those resources of my male lion. It's almost too much to take in that many survivors. Having now reached a bottleneck, the entire Tianhai city's major supermarkets have been emptied by us. And although there is no shortage of food for these for the time being, if we continue to develop, I'm afraid that it will be completely insufficient. Many of the large survivor forces have targeted other regions. The battle for resources. Frequent outbreaks. He poured out his bitterness straight away. After all, in his eyes, Chen Mo was omnipotent. Maybe something good can come of it. Chen Mo nodded. It wasn't just Luo Tianxiang alone who had a headache. Now that there was no food output in the post-apocalyptic world, the heads of the major military regions are equally sore. Chen Mo's eyes were calm as he spoke without any delay. There's no harm in developing it as it should be. After the new year, there will be a much smaller population, and there will be no need to worry too much about supplies for the time being. Moreover, he himself had come back this time for this very thing. The new year. P.S. Thanks to UMO got positive, boss for the Big God certification. Thank you, Mr. Positive, for the powdered milk. Bang! Don't raise the book treasures of the children of the CAC. Chapter 168, Lion Base, 6,000 survivors. Luo Tianxiang paused, then murmured thoughtfully. Since you said so, old brother Chen, then I'm relieved. Ha ha, but you've reminded me, old brother Chen, by saying this year is also considered to be the first year after the end of the world. So we, Lion High and Low, have to prepare a bit more grandly to raise our morale. When I get back, I'll have my men make the arrangements. It's got to be a big one. The whole thing is just like before the end times. Chen Mo nodded slightly. He planned to have a good chat with Luo Tianxiang alone when he returned. But before that, Chen Mo couldn't help but recall Kiki's appearance in his mind. I wonder how that little girl, Kiki, is doing now. Suddenly leaving without saying goodbye. That little girl won't hate me, will she? Chen Mo let out a bitter smile and couldn't help but have a bit of a headache when he read this. The roads near the lion base had been cleared by Luo Tianxiang in order to facilitate passage. It was the same villa area as before, all the way through, unimpeded. And the closer he was able to see clearly that there were members of the lions busy back and forth on both sides of the road. A large truck pulls up with a number of members of the lions on it talking and laughing. Many people were patrolling the area. Everything was in order and looked harmonious. Chow, Lao Chow, boss is back? Chow Fang Yuan and a few old members of the lions sat in the back of a pickup truck. He spoke with his face as usual. Nothing today, right? Well, Chow, all is well. Chow Fang Yuan nodded slightly and said, all right, Chen's back today. Go get the front guards to open up the road. If you're okay, you can all go back and get ready. The boss was happy to give the arrangements. When they heard the word Brother Chen, all the people on patrol were shocked without exception. I can't. Godman Chen is back. Almost all of the older members within the Lions had seen Chen Mo before. Naturally, he knew its importance in Luo Tianxiang's heart. One by one, they returned at once in a hurry and followed the buggy in the open road. And at this moment Tang Xianyu, who was sitting on the SUV, looked at everything around her, unable to help. Her beautiful eyes brightened slightly, and she secretly thought in her heart, is this the Tianhai City Lion Base? She'd heard from the survivors on the way here. Now the name of the large survivor force, Lion. It can be known far and wide among a group of survivors. They are found around Tianhai City, as well as in more remote areas. The crowd soon stepped into the villa area. The extent of the villa area has been expanded considerably, and the vegetation of the middle-aged woods has been cleared away. It seemed very empty, except for the restored cottage houses in the distance. There were many tents on both sides of the road. Survivors were everywhere, and there were even a number of not-so-young children playing among them. Upon seeing Luo Tianxiang's exclusive SUV, one by one, those survivors around them stopped and looked over in unison, tightly guarded on the outside, but thriving on the inside. It looked rather like one of the few clean slates in the post-apocalyptic world. Rao Chen Mo cannot help but also with the same sigh of just a few months of time. The lion will be able to develop into such. The car window fell down. Luo Tianxiang looked at the scenery outside and laughed. Ah, old brother Chen, I've made you laugh. The underground garage side is all but uninhabitable. Had to let these new survivors live up there. Chen Mo shook his head and suddenly said with some admiration, it's pretty good to be able to do that. Everyone has their strengths. Ask yourself if you were to put yourself in control of an entire large force. I'm afraid you'd be too busy to do anything about it. One comes without any notice, which means that this scene is all an unprepared affair. At least on the faces of these survivors on the side of the road. One does not see the kind of confusion and despair about the future of the survivors who spend their days and years in the post-apocalyptic world. How many people does the male lion have now? Chen Mo suddenly asked. Luo Tianxiang pondered for a while, then said, there's been over 6,000 000 survivors. If we're talking about survivors alone, the membership within the Lions is almost close to 2,000. Among them, if you look at the Ultrans, the count is 176. So many? Chen Mo was slightly stunned. He had thought that, with over 3,000 people, that's about as much as the Lions can handle right now. But I didn't expect it to more than double in size. What Shinma doesn't know is that, the reason why the Lion had flooded in so many survivors in a short period of time was precisely because of the note he had given to Luo Tianxiong. In the midst of this post-apocalyptic world, the only way to find someone is to look through other survivors. Lion was in the middle of searching for those aliens. Incidentally, it also annexed quite a few small and medium-sized survivor forces from all over the world. And knowing that the Lion had plenty of firepower, no one resisted. That's why there's been such an influx of people all at once in just a few months, Chen Mo said with a twinkle in his eyes after a moment of contemplation. That's it. Next, there's no need to take in survivors again. Any more than that and it's too bloated. Luo Tianxiong nodded. I understand. He also knows that until the safe zone is established, expanding again before food as well as all aspects are stabilized will only cause a lot of unnecessary internal strife. The car stopped, arrived by a single house. Wang Yurue, who was in charge of driving in the front, opened his mouth. Boss, we're here. Luo Tianxiong laughed loudly and got out of the car to personally open the door for Chen Mo and Tang Xianyu. Come, older brother, younger sibling, here we are. One by one, Chao Feng Yuan and a group of people jumped out of a cross-country pickup truck at the back. Chen Mo glanced around. This is where we ate on our first visit. Inquired. Where's Kiki? Luo Tianxiong said with a somewhat embarrassed face. That little girl Kiki is in there. Luo Tianxiong turned to look at Chao Feng Yuan and the others. Chao Zi, go have someone arrange for dinner. And also, have all the executives within my Lion come over. The shifters on the list who are still on base call out as well. Today, our brothers are going to have a good drink with old brother Chen, without getting drunk. Ha ha, Luo Tianxiong was obviously in an extremely good mood. Don't worry and leave it to me, boss, it's done. As if thinking of something, Chao Feng Yuan continued. Boss, what about Dong's side? When he heard these words, Luo Tianxiong's face sank in an instant. You boys talk more if you're so good at talking. Lock him up in the old man's study and leave him alone to clear his head for a while. And you don't have to come in at night and check for me. Find out what this pure world cult is all about. Notify me at the first sign of news. Damn it, even my people dare to move. If you can't find out, you shouldn't come back. Luo Tianxiong added. Chapter 169, It's Waking Up. Luo Tianxiong arrived at the door, and the male Lion member guarding the door respectfully said, Boss. Luo Tianxiong nodded his head and ordered, have someone serve this head. Pet of old brother Chen as well. Yes. After saying this, Luo Tianxiong changed his face again and said with a smile towards Chen Mo. Come, old brother, sister-in-law, let's go inside and talk. Honestly, I haven't seen that Kiki girl in a while either. Chen Mo looked toward Tang Xianyu, whose face was somewhat shocked, and couldn't help but laugh. What are you waiting for? Let's go. Ha! Tang Xianyu reacted in confusion and followed. She couldn't help the curiosity in her heart and inquired, who the hell is Kiki? Chen Mo lost his smile. The daughter of one of my uncles. A very cute little guy. Oh, Tang Xianyu then realized, and couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. A bright smile said, let's go in. Then, to be honest, I actually kinda like kids. Bang! The door to the room was slammed heavily, leaving only Chao Feng Yuan alone to stop where he was. His pupils dilated, still recalling what the boss had said earlier. A look of despair. Why me? Pop, pop. He remorsefully began to smack his big mouth over and over again. Chow, brother Chow, calm down. Inside the villa, outside the door of the second floor room of the house, Lu Mang was guarding the door with 5 or 6 children who were not very old. Sister Kiki, come out and play. One of the little boys shouted in a milky voice. We're all waiting for you outside, Lu Mang said with a sad face, barely squeezing out a smile. Auntie, come out quickly. Look what goodies I brought you today. Your favorite bear doll, limited edition. Oh. And your good friend, little Sandy little grandson came along to play with you. Yo. I just want my brother. Bang! Another smashing sound rang out. Lu Mang then before compared to become a lot of vicissitudes, full of scum of the beard, pumped the corners of the mouth and sighed. Hey, why are you losing your temper again today? Wasn't it fine before? NND, even a zombie fight to bring those newcomers is not so tired. Ah, no more babies, can't have any. It would have been hard for Kiki to get used to this place. But lately I don't know why I've started to get angry and twisted again. And she's the one Chen brought in. But Boss Luo himself has spoken. If anyone within the male lion dares to mess with Kiki ungratefully, he will take the barrel of a gun and stuff that person's skin swallow. You can't hit or scold. You're a living little ancestor. To the side, an older member of the male lion who was also in charge of taking care of Kiki muttered, "Old Lu, let's not take the barrel of a gun to put." Lu Mang's face changed furiously, and his buttocks couldn't help but shrink. "Get out!" He took a deep breath and was ready to start comforting again. At this point, crunch, Luo Tianxiong and Chen Mo and the others happened to enter the door. Then you hear smashing in Kiki's voice. Chen Mo froze. "What the hell?" Luo Tianxiong touched his face in some embarrassment and opened his mouth. "This, Chen old brother, Chi-Chi has actually been treating quite well. It's just that sometimes it's like this. I've tried to make as much time as I can for her, old man, but it can't be helped. That little girl Kiki seems to like you a little more." Lu Mang on the second floor turned around when he heard the movement behind him. Upon seeing Luo Tianxiong and Chen Mo beside him, the pupils suddenly lit up, as if they were snotty, as if they had seen a savior. Straight down the line. "Boss, brother Chen." Looking at Lu Mang lunging towards himself with a sniffle and a tear, Chen Mo's eyelids jumped. Buzz, a metal wall suddenly appeared in front of him. Bang! Tang Xianyu on the side was also shocked by the enthusiasm of the middle-aged man in front of her. "What's wrong with him?" Luo Tianxiong didn't need to think to know what was going on and said with a calm face, "Where's Kiki?" Lu Mang rubbed his nose and opened his mouth. "The youngest ancestor is in his room. He's had another tantrum lately and still won't come out." Luo Tianxiong sighed and looked at Chen Mo rather somewhat helplessly. "Elder brother Chen, you saw it too. The little girl only recognizes you. It's better for me to go and take a look." Chen Mo nodded his head and looked at the large bear on the ground beside the, picked it up and walked up with a calm face. Luo Tianxiong. Several people looked at each other in dismay. He snorted and turned toward Tang Xianyu, who was at the side. "Ha ha, sibling, come, sit. In a few moments the rest of my lions will be here. It just so happens that we'll take advantage of the time that elder brother Chen is up there to talk about how you and Chen met. I'd be interested, ahaha." He was curious as to what exactly Chen Mo had been doing in North China City during this time. Tang Xianyu's pretty face reddened as she lowered her head and murmured softly, "What younger siblings? What is it with this group of people that they always love to talk out of turn?" Chen Mo came to the door of the room. The door to the room was locked, but the lock on the door was as good as nothing to myself. The lock cylinder inside was quickly moved and opened after using the mastery alien energy. Click, came a crisp ringing sound. The door of the room was gently pushed open, and the decoration inside was placed pink by Luo Tianxiong. There were toys and dolls spilled everywhere. "I told you, no one is allowed in here but my brother." A bear doll was thrown directly towards himself. Chen Mo's eyes narrowed slightly as he raised his hand and gave it a grip, grinning uncontrollably. "Kiki?" The unmistakably familiar voice suddenly froze Kiki, who was annoyed beyond belief in the room. Her delicate body trembled and she looked up incredulously, her eyes turning red for a moment. Chen Mo just stood in the doorway quietly looking at the little girl on the bed. It seemed that Luo Tianxiong and the others were taking care of them quite well, wearing a clean nightgown, and her little face was not as pale and dry as it had been before. Now the rosy, pink and tender with a porcelain doll general. The appearance is very cute. Only, that little face was covered in tear stains and looked pitiful. Chen Mo walked through the door and said softly with a gentle face, "Long time no see, Kiki. Brother, this is not back. Here, and a present for you." Chen Mo shook the large bear in his hand. "Wow, originally a child of a young age." After seeing Chen Mo, Kiki wailed. Directly barefooted, he got out of bed and jumped into Chen Mo's arms. "Brother, why don't you take Kiki with you? Kiki is so worried about you." Okay, it's okay." Chen Mo whispered softly and kept calming her down. It was only after a while that Kiki stabilized, her eyes wide and red. The little nose was still twitching every now and then. She pulled Chen Mo's clothes with her small hands, lowered her eyes, and whispered with her eyelashes gently fluttering, "Brother, this time, don't go away, okay? Because it has woken up and it's hungry enough to take it." Chapter 170, Appearing from the Sea. Who is it? Kiki suddenly saw something really scary the other day. It's so dangerous out there. The reason why she had always wanted Chen Mo to come back was because of that dream. She wanted to tell Lu Mang, but then her brother told her not to reveal that she had psychic abilities, so Lu Mang also every time is thought to be a child's nightmare, so did not care too much. Only Chen Mo knew that the various shattered fragments that Kiki had seen, all from that vision ability she has. Perhaps a glimpse of the future can be glimpsed. Chen Mo was slightly stunned, staring intently at Chi-Chi, whose small face in front of him was somewhat distraught. Dark thought, is that the beast of the year? Kiki, tell brother, what did you see this time? Chen Mo asked. Kiki scrunched her little face, remembering carefully. Well, it seems like a very scary monster has crawled out of the ocean. It was hungry and brought lava, disaster, and ate lots and lots of people. This time, Kiki seemed to remember a little more clearly. She brought her drawing board from a small table off to the side of the, with a pen. He scribbled on it, then handed it to Chen Mo. Chen Mo received the drawing board, and his pupils slightly condensed. The yearling? It was a ferocious beast the size of a dog with blue water behind it. The drawing on the panel was crude, but from the unicorn horn atop its head, the horns of the two ears are not hard to see. This ferocious beast that came out of the ocean was none other than that great ferocious annual beast. Chen Mo's eyes flickered as he muttered, "It's the right one." But why did appear from inside the sea? After thinking for a while, there was no record in his memory about where the year beast appeared from. Everyone says that Rihama City is the place where the beasts first appeared and wreaked havoc, and Rihama City, like Tenkai City, was by the sea, and judging by what Kiki had seen, in that case, the beasts have climbed up from the ocean and entered Rihama City. That's reasonable. However, Chen Mo did not know about the great evil presence in that mine of the ancient martial alliance. If the year emerges from the ocean, then thousands of meters underground inside the mines of, who is it again? Chen Mo looked at Chi-Chi and opened his mouth. Kiki, know anything else? What did the monster, for example, do when it got out and where did it go? He wanted to ask for some useful information. Chi-Chi's big eyes trembled as she hugged Chen Mo after pondering for a while. There's another place that's so deep that you can't see the bottom. A lot of people. Just a lot of dead people. So brother, don't go out. It's dangerous. Chen Mo nodded slightly, gently patting her back. Her voice was gentle. Okay, it's okay. Don't be afraid, Kiki. Brother is back now and it's safe inside the lion base. Kiki's powers don't seem to be under her own control. It always comes to mind unconsciously. Chen Mo was a bit torn as to whether or not to let Chi-Chi advance her powers. If her psychic ability was advanced, then it was simply equal to opening a god's perspective in general. Being able to know what is going to happen in the future. One can know one or two things that will happen in the future by experience and memory, but never as accurate as Kiki. There are too many variables, so maybe it's a good idea to let Kiki advance her powers. The only thing Chen Mo was worried about was whether or not Chi-Chi would be like that prophet in the future. Inexplicably evaporated. Weighing his options, as if he had made up his mind, Chen Mo looked at Chi-Chi with a serious face and said, Kiki, want to take control of your powers? It wasn't up to her to decide that Kiki's powers were innately awakened, for the reason that I have commanded. She had never told anyone that she possessed psychic abilities, even Lu Mang, who was the closest person here. Chi-Chi looked at Chen Mo's face and carefully inquired, May I, brother? She also wanted to be able to help her brother. If only one could see more of the picture. She likes to draw here, and is trying to give a picture of what she sees. Chen Mo didn't say anything. Instead, he stared at her for a long moment. At that moment, there was a sudden knock at the door. Brother Chen, Kiki, everyone's here. We can start eating. Chen Mo paused, then directly picked up Chi-Chi and got up. Ha, come on, Kiki, let's go eat. Kiki said with a blush and a small, serious face. Brother, Kiki wants to do you a favor. Aha. Chen Mo nodded and said as he pinched her cheeks. Eat first. Nothing is as important as filling your stomach. Ha, coming. The two walked out of the room together. Inside the villa. At this moment came a lot of raw faces there talking and laughing. Lively. And on the other side of the dining area, a sumptuous and unbelievable dinner had already been set up. This vibrant, unmistakable atmosphere. It's like a party. There's no hint of what it's like in the end times. Luo Tianxiong was sitting on the sofa, discussing something with Tang Xianyu with a smile on his face. Tang Xianyu instead looked a bit constrained, very uncomfortable with this kind of scene. Ha, our male lions are all some brown men. Don't be too formal. Sister-in-law, all your own people, ha. Luo Tianxiong said with a big smile. Yes, sister-in-law. Our boss is overjoyed that brother Chen is back. Gee, ever since there's been more survivors, we haven't had such a luxurious meal for a long time. It's kind of a blessing from brother Chen. A bunch of the older members of the lions around there were fooling around. Tang Xianyu sat there somewhat awkwardly, like a needle on a pincushion. From talking to the group she found out, they seemed to have a look of admiration for Chen Mo one by one. It made her wonder a little that, what exactly did Chen Mo do to have such a high status among the lions? And even this group of fierce and vicious 5 big and thick men were all respectful to themselves one by one. Help being questioned with unbearable. Tang Xianyu silently called out to Chen Mo in her heart. At this time, Chen Mo pulled Chi-Chi down from the second floor, because there were so many people outside. Kiki was a little embarrassed and said she wanted to come down and walk by herself. Looking at this lively scene, Chen Mo couldn't help but snicker. Elder brother Luo, is everyone here? Chen Mo appeared and instantly gathered the gazes of the entire crowd. A few of the lion's new shifters also looked over with incomparable curiosity. Brother Chen. For their part, the older members of the male lion smiled and came forward to cozy up to them. Luo Tianxiong smiled broadly and got up from the sofa. Ha, That little girl Kiki came out too. This girl still has to be close to elder brother Chen. Sibling, shall we go over there? Tang Xianyu nodded her head, noticing the one beside Chen Mo, who was holding a large bear and the little girl who dresses like a little princess and is a little disgruntled that so many people are here pouting. Unable to help himself, he breathed a sigh of relief and smiled back. Chapter 171, Old Fox Luo Tianxiong. Doing it for us. Older brother Chen. Just waiting for you alone ah. Luo Tianxiong exclaimed with a bright voice. Yes, brother Chen. As soon as I heard you were back, my brothers traveled 800 miles to, running wild back. Brother Chen, is North China City fun? Kiki, come, let uncle hug you. Several people around them also said. Kiki made a little face. After being here for so long, she naturally knew these weird mongrels. You guys are making a lot of noise, muttered Kiki unhappily. She would have liked to spend more time with her brother. Chen Mo smiled and waved his hand. Okay, I'll go eat. Chi-Chi, you go over with your Uncle Lu as well. Oh, Kiki followed, somewhat reluctantly, but the gaze still remained on Chen Mo. Chen Mo came to the side of Tang Xianyu and said with a faint smile, not used to it? Tang Xianyu's face was somewhat helpless as she blankly glanced at him and said, too enthusiastic. Chen Mo, tell me honestly, what did you do before the end of the world? These guys are more social than one. Those who are able to eat here today are all the top staff of the Lions, and a couple of new shifters. These people, each one of them a ruthless character, though they are talking and laughing and chatting with themselves here. But Tang Xianyu could clearly feel the ferocity in their gazes. Chen Mo shrugged and spread his hands. A mediocre beater. Let's go. Let's eat. These are chefs cooking. It's not easy to eat a decent meal in these post-apocalyptic times. When people live, they always have some desires, and naturally the desire for food and drink is one of them. Tang Xianyu glanced at the array of items that could be considered a luxurious feast. A group of people melted together and chatted there. At the moment in a trance she had the illusion that she seemed to be back before the end of that time of unparalleled peace. Having come all the way from North China City and Chen Mo, having seen too many miserable images from the end times, she was a little numb, couldn't help but sigh a little. This is what it feels like to be alive. And the other side, Kiki, who was in her seat, puckered her lips and frowned a little when she saw her brother come over with a beautiful woman she had never seen before. Luo Tianxiong, who was on the side, stretched out his big rough hand and pinched her cheeks, laughing. You who? Kiki, you little girl, or are you jealous? Not very old, but you think a lot. Slightly. Kiki made a face at him and sat on the stool rocking her feet, keeping his head down. He didn't know what he was thinking. Chen Mo and Tang Xianyu took their seats, and the group of heat around them had long been somewhat eager to try. Chen Mo looked around and said with some doubt, where's Chao Fang Yuan? Him? He had something to do and couldn't come. Luo Tianxiong said without a care in the world. Instead, he patted Chen Mo's shoulder and introduced him. Buddy, we're all old acquaintances. Let's let loose and drink tonight. Come on, big guy. Let's not get drunk tonight. Yes, brother Chen. I'll drink to you. Me too, brother Chen. It's really been a long time. I've missed my brothers to death. Just like that, a feast was opened under the pouring of wine by the group of male lions in turn. Kiki ate a little and then went to her room alone. Luo Tianxiong can be described as red in the face and ears. Already a little drunkenly put his arm around Chen Mo and said in a loud voice, ha ha, I'm so happy that old me is back today. Brother Chen, we're all brothers here, so let's get down to brass tacks. But it is said that if it weren't for brother Chen, there would be no lousy Luo Tianxiong today. From now on, Chen's business is my lion's business. Anyway, there's no law now. Whoever dares to upset old brother Chen, I'll shoot him. Do you hear me? Ha ha, boss, do you even need to say that? Yeah, Chen's strength is obvious to all of us. Our lion is a tiger with brother Chen. Luo Tianxiong nodded his head in satisfaction and looked to the side to Chen Mo and exclaimed, come on, old brother Chen, old brother, I'll toast you again. As he said that, he winked at the man at the door. At that moment, a person suddenly hurried in through the door. He hurriedly came to Luo Tianxiong's ear and whispered a few words. Luo Tianxiong's eyes flickered for a moment before he glanced at Chen Mo beside him. He suddenly burst into a rage, and for a while the alcohol could not help but sober up a few points, violently slapping the table. Bang! Such an important thing. Why are you talking about it now? 1 second they were talking and laughing. The next it was as if they were a different person. His face was incomparably angry, and an invisible oppression filled the air. Everyone was taken aback, and Tang Xianyu hadn't expected it. This man who looked like he had been smiling all the time was so terrifying when he launched into anger. Chen Mo's face was calm as he opened his mouth and asked, what's wrong? Luo Tianxiong seemed to have just reacted to the fact that Chen Mo was still present, and immediately forced down his anger. Somewhat apologetically snorted, old brother Chen, Old brother, I still have some things to take care of, so I'll leave first. Chen Mo lowered his eyes and nodded as he ate his own vegetables without stopping. The surrounding group of old lion members also looked at each other in disbelief after seeing their boss in such a state. Don't dare to act playful anymore. There were apologies beyond measure, and they rose to retire. Within a few minutes, the crowd was mostly gone. Only Tang Xianyu and Chen Mo were left here. Tang Xianyu was still in a daze at the moment. The aura Luo Tianxiong had just displayed had really scared her. What Luo Tianxiong had shown earlier was simply too much enthusiasm. It was then that she snapped to attention that the man who had just been beside her, laughing and eating his meal, but the lion, an entire large power, is in charge. If it wasn't for Chen Mo sitting here, how could he sit here and eat in peace? What's wrong? Tang Xianyu looked at Chen Mo inquiringly with some confusion. They can't be up to anything after all that drinking and going out in such a hurry, can they? Chen Mo chucked a piece of fish into his mouth. The flavor was incredibly sweet, and grinned lightly. Drinking? Luo Tianxiong won't get drunk that easily. This old fox, making a show of us. What? Tang Xianyu's beautiful eyes widened at the words, and she said with a puzzled expression, the way he looks, is he faking it? Chen Mo nodded slightly and smiled faintly without care. I'm afraid something else has come up, and the old fox was too embarrassed to beg me, which is why he put on such a show. At least it is the lion boss, always begging himself. In front of the little brother's face cannot hang. Tang Xianyu froze for a while. It didn't seem to have occurred to him that the bold and brash-looking man was hiding 800 hard eyes. His face was a little odd as he said, how do you know? Chen Mo stopped his hand movements and turned his head to look at her with a bright smile and said, I guessed. Chapter 172, Faith Alien Power. Compulsion. Tang Xianyu, are you going? Chen Mo ate the meal on the table at his own pace and said nonchalantly, later, as it happens, there's something I need to talk to him about. There's no rush. Let's eat first. At this moment, another villa situated not far away. Luo Tianxiong slapped Zhang Dong hard a few times with an angry face. The scene was bloody and brutal. Geez, Dongzi, I didn't realize before that you have such hard bones. Bang bang. His hands were a little numb from the beating. Zhang Dong disdainfully spat a mouthful of bloody foam and looked up with a blue nose to look straight at Luo Tianxiong. Stubborn as hell. I poo. Luo Tianxiong, 2 days from now will be your doom. You still have a chance of survival if you join my pure world sect now. Otherwise, bang! Luo Tianxiong greeted him with another punch towards his face. Viciously, he turned in his chair and lit a cigarette. Hu dash, Chao Fong Yuan, who was on the side, came forward somewhat sardonically and said helplessly, Boss, I really can't do anything about it. Before, Gu came over to look at it. He said that Tuko seems to have been hit by someone else's psychic ability. I am saying that nothing will help. The Xiaogu in Chao Fong Yuan's words was one of the newest adepts in the lion. The ability is also similar to the category of insight. Brother Chen, will he come over? Chao Fong Yuan inquired somewhat cautiously. Luo Tianxiong glared at him, then looked at the watch in his hand and cursed angrily. Damn, a bunch of losers, asking for elder brother Chen for everything. This old man's face is cleaned up by you guys. Having learned that Zhang Dong was under compulsion, they used a number of physical sobriety methods. All of which also did nothing at all. Just wait, a little longer. Luo Tianxiong sighed. Honestly, he wasn't sure if Chen Mo would come. Always begging Chen, doesn't he want to lose face? Time passes by. Half hour, 1 hour, 2 hours. Chao Fong Yuan was all sleepy waiting. Luo Tianxiong's but was also a little numb from sitting, and he got up and kicked him twice. Who? Chao Fong Yuan was instantly startled awake. Let's go. Just keep an honest eye on Dongzi here. Just don't die. Tomorrow, I will personally go and beg old brother Chen. Luo Tianxiong said impatiently. He opened the door directly. He happened to see Chen Mo who appeared at the door. Luo Tianxiong was shaken. Then he was overjoyed and pretended to be surprised. Elder brother Chen? Haven't you rested yet? How come you're here? Chen Mo's face was calm. He had a hard time putting Chi-Chi to sleep. Seeing Luo Tianxiong say that, he said lightly, I'll go then. Turning to leave, Luo Tianxiong was directly dumbfounded, rushing to block it. Don't, old brother Chen. You've come just in time. There's something I'd like to ask a favor of you, old man. Only then did Chen Mo stop and said, okay, just tell me what you want me to do. Spare me the whole flowery thing. Luo Tianxiong sniffed and also knew that his actions had been seen through by Chen Mo. The old man blushed and smiled broadly to hide his embarrassment. Ha ha, it's still you, old brother Chen. You see, old brother, I can't hide anything from you. Come on, come in. Luo Tianxiong directly pulled Chen Mo to hit the study. Chen Ma, go ahead. Luo Tianxiong explained with a helpless face. Elder brother Chen, help me see what's wrong with this Dongzi fellow. He seems to have been hit by someone else's powers. Alien ability? Chen Mo frowned. looking towards Jiang Dong, who was tied up on the ground in 5 different ways and firmly bound there. Why? Luo Tianxiong was just about to explain when Jiang Dong started shouting with an incomparably frantic expression on his face. The Pure World Cult. Pure World Cult. In a few days, all of you will be dead. Okay, don't even bother explaining yourself. Luo Tianxiong sighed. Chen, old brother. As you can see, this is it. Elder brother Chen? When he heard the name Pure World Sect, Chen Mo was a bit surprised. Puritanism? Why did it appear so quickly? In the previous life, the Pure World Sect appeared in the wind. Still, after the first year of the year beasts ravages, all areas are devastated, giving another blow to the survivor forces, large and small, that had been struggling to get on track. The survivors who were languishing everywhere. In that panic, even for those in the safe zone, all were gripped in fear all day long period. The emergence of a sect called the Pure World Cult, which has followers all over the world. It was like a virus spreading and soaking into the major survivor forces. Frantic outbreaks of unrest, wars of all sizes. Although it was finally suppressed and silenced by the major military regions, but then every now and then a few more would pop up claiming to be puritanical. Chen Mo's eyes continuously flickered as he looked at the crazy and incomparable Jiang Dong on the ground and softly said, "Is there anyone else like this?" Luo Tianxiong shook his head and said, "Just the one Jiang Dong has been discovered so far." In that case, it would seem that long before the annual beasts ravaged, the Pure World Sect then infiltrated all the forces. Chen Mo didn't say anything more and opened his mouth. Be careful in the future. This Pure World Cult is not a good thing. The Pure World Sect is terrifying in that it can disintegrate a large force from within. The rest is worthless. Luo Tianxiong somewhat angrily kicked Jiang Dong fiercely and said, "I know that the previous batch of weapons, procured at great expense, all of them were almost taken by this dog, too." Chen Mo stepped forward and lifted Jiang Dong. Heaven's right alien power moves. His mouth opened slightly, and he let out a sound that wasn't big, but it was piercing and incomparable. Ka! It was like the sound of something breaking resounded in Jiang Dong's skull. Jiang Dong, who had an incomparably frantic expression, suddenly shuddered. Then his head dropped heavily and he fainted. Chao Fang Yuan's pupils widened as he muttered, "Asterisk? Tuko can't be dead? You don't have a single good word to say with this ing foul mouth." Luo Tianxiong directly smacked his head. Chen Mo saw this and whispered, "Sure enough, it's that alien power. Divine spirituality S-ranked psychic ability, faith. Believers who are covered by faith are able to strengthen their bodies for a short period of time. Maintain a state of exhilaration at all times. This ability is of the divine spirit system, but it doesn't have much combat power. It's even less of a fear for most shifters. The reason why it is classified in the S-class, that is because of the extremely terrifying dominance over ordinary people who do not possess psychic abilities. In the previous life, there were many people in the top echelons of the major military regions who suffered from the assimilation of their beliefs. A lot of mind-boggling decisions were made. Faith alteration? It's quite a talent. Chen Mo's face was somewhat playful. Himself, though he could not remember everyone's names, but some of the key figures in the post-apocalyptic, still remember it clearly. UCI City Seal Chuan Choi. Chapter 173, 26 Third Order Crystal Cores. A big help. As the founder of the Pure World Cult, Feng Chuankai was too eager to expand the Pure World Cult. Exposed too soon, so died too soon. Well, at least it's in existence with an S-ranked divine spirit system, but it fell just as the 5th rank was just about to power up. But it's also a reminder to myself that the second evolution, after the yearling, exploring the land of evolution will be filled with powerful people from all forces, while the Lions have now found 2 or 3 of their former teammates, with the exception of Wang Yurue. The rest is still almost interesting after all. Alright, he's already fine, Chen Mo said indifferently. Luo Tianxiong's eyes lit up at his words. Since old man Chen said it's fine, it must be fine. Chao Fanyuan also rushed forward. A clutched Jiang Dong. Check for a moment, surprise incomparable said, "Boss, alive." The gloom in Luo Tianxiong's heart was swept away at the moment, and almost every time elder brother Chen appeared, both will give to solve a huge problem for themselves. He was suddenly very grateful. Although Chen Mo wasn't one of his own, he had a close relationship with the lion and was likewise not an enemy. Luo Tianxiong stepped forward with some excitement and said, "Elder brother Chen, you this really, a great favor. Dongzi is my brother who has lived and died with me. You really solved another big problem for me. Old brother Chen." Chen Mo looked at Luo Tianxiong with a smile at the corner of his mouth and said, "Elder brother Luo, I've already helped you with yours as well. Now then, it's time to talk about me." "No, us." What do you mean, old brother? Could it be that something is about to happen?" Luo Tianxiong muttered. But then, as if he thought of something, his eyes lit up and said, no rush, let's talk about what's going on in a while." Old brother Chen, you've helped old brother me once again. Come on, I'll show you something good. Good stuff? Luo Tianxiong somewhat impatiently pulled Chen Mo directly to the bookshelf behind him, taking all those books out of the way. There was a safe hidden in the back, he said with a smile on his lips. Older brother Chen, here's a little gift from me to you. Why don't you open it? He knew that Chen Mo's psychic ability could manipulate metal. The metal safe wasn't even a problem for him. Chen Mo was a little confused as to what this Luo Tianxiong fellow was up to again. Click! The hub of that safe unexpectedly turned directly as the Juggernaut's alien energy was utilized. Luo Tianxiong smiled and opened the safe. Whoa dash! From it, a crystal core of extremely high quality unexpectedly gushed out. About 20 to 30 pieces. Don't look at it as a small number, but without exception, they were all third-order crystal cores. Chen Mo's entire body jolted, looking astonished. So many third-order cores? He looked at Luo Tianxiong, who was at the side, with some surprise. I don't know where this guy got so many crystal cores from. Luo Tianxiong laughed out loud when he saw Chen Mo's puzzled look. Ha ha, I can't believe it. Old buddy? Older brother. I'm also a third-stage alien now, so naturally I know the importance of these crystal cores. In the past few months since you went to North China City, naturally, old brother, I haven't been idle. There are a total of 26 third-order crystal cores inside, all of which I sent people to hunt or trade over. That Dongzi guy, he just got brainwashed somehow in the process of going to the deal. I don't know if these things will be useful to you or not. It's a small token of my appreciation, okay? Luo Tianxiong's face was filled with a pleasant smile as he directly took out these crystal cores one by one, put it on the table. You know, third-order crystal cores are not easy to get in the end times. As of now, the most prevalent ones out there are still some second-order Fae and zombies. It's far impossible for one person to match the collection speed of a large force looking for third-order Fae zombies. Hunting and so on takes a lot of time. Even if Chen Mo went all the way to North China City, on the way, he had only encountered that one third-order boar. The value of these 26 third-order crystal cores was even somewhat no less than that procured weapon. Even he, Luo Tianxiong, had spent some considerable effort and countless manpower and material resources, but it was all worth it in order to befriend Chen Mo. Chen Mo didn't refuse either, but looked deeply at Luo Tianxiong. It's pretty comfortable to deal with smart people. Without even having to say anything himself, Luo Tianxiong was able to guess what he needed. The later the ability advances, the slower it gets, and now the second-order crystal cores are not very effective for you. It's nowhere near as obvious as the third-order crystal core effect. The third-order crystal cores and second-order crystal cores that were traded from the mysterious merchant had almost been used up by himself, and the poor man still hadn't made a breakthrough. Originally, Chen Mo had been a little worried that before the yearly beasts attacked, he himself was unable to break through to the 5th stage of the Juggernaut alien ability, and right now with these 26 third-order crystal cores, it would definitely be able to allow one to successfully advance into the alien ability. There was even room for the poor man to advance to the 4th rank as well. It was also more certain to deal with the yearling beast. What a big help! Chen Mo couldn't help but feel a little excited. With flashing eyes, he looked at Luo Tianxiong and said, "Thanks, these things, indeed, are important to me." Ha ha, Luo Tianxiong let out a loud laugh at his words. Waiting for you to say that. What are you saying, old brother Chen? Why do brothers still talk to me about politeness? Not to mention the 26 third-order crystal cores. If old brother Chen wants them, he'll have to pay for them. Then even if it's 26 fourth-order crystal cores, old brother, I'll get them for you. Learning from his last experience, he knew he was preparing the right things this time. With a bull like elder brother Chen, would he lack that little bit of food and resources? Elder brother Chen, if you need anything, you can talk to me. We lions still have a bit of power now, Luo Tianxiong said mysteriously. Older brother, I'm not hiding from you. We have people from the military district behind the lion, and in the past, my brother, these crystal cores also thanks to him. This was also the reason why Zhang Haifeng had brought a large number of people from the 6th military region to the lions to look for Chen Mo but could not help him, and ultimately could only return without success. Chen Mo nodded his head slightly. I know. Ha! Luo Tianxiong froze. Chen Mo smiled faintly. After all, the fact that Lion Row is still standing here intact is reason enough. Before the end of the world, Luo Tianxiong to do those are enough to lose the head of the business. The entire city of Tianhai unique. It's been okay for so long, and the weapons are all gear that's been phased out of the military district. To say he didn't know anyone would not be believable on its own. Luo Tianxiong didn't care, but instead, he hugged Chen Mo with an incomparable closeness and laughed loudly. So that means that if old brother wants to do anything in the future, he can talk to old brother me. Well, old buddy, what were you just about to say to me? Chen Mo's face was calm as he looked at those third-order crystal cores on the table and said softly, 2 more days and there's a big change. Get everyone you have out there, back. Chapter 174, The Poor Man After the Fourth Order. Birth of Feathers, thanks to Salty Pig God certification. Big change? Luo Tianxiong's smiling face changed and his expression instantly solidified. His eyes kept flickering. The first time Chen Mo had told himself that there was a big change in. It was still the day before the end times. He didn't dare to be careless, but instead looked directly at Chao Fan Yuan on the opposite side and said in a deep voice, Chao Zi, close the door. Elder brother Chen and I have something important to talk about. No one is allowed to come in. Chao Fan Yuan nodded, realizing the seriousness of the matter. Bang! The door to the room was slammed heavily. Luo Tianxiong stared closely at Chen Mo, sat directly on the soft chair and said softly, Sit. Elder brother Chen, the big change you spoke of, is it related to this New Year's Eve? He was able to vaguely guess that Chen Mo had said before that the population would decrease significantly after the new year. There will be no shortage of resources and supplies for a while then either. Chen Mo said with an undeniable, calm face. Aha! This time, the new year will be very different. I wonder if elder brother Luo has heard of the New Year Beast. This time, it will come out. The Year Beast. Luo Tianxiong was lost in thought for a while, as if he had thought of something. The pupils shrunk incredulously. Elder brother Chen? Could it be that there are still such beings as the Nian Beasts? He thought about what Chen Mo would say next. It could be a fight between the major powers. It could be some zombie fae, or worse, a nuclear weapon. But when I heard the word Beast of the Year, I had a dreamlike feeling. Isn't this a mythical creature? How could it be here? Said Luo Tianxiong, pausing before smiling to himself. Even things like natural disasters and apocalyptic gods have appeared. So the world. What else can't happen? Elder brother Chen, I believe in you, old brother. When exactly? Luo Tianxiong calmed his restless and incomparable heart. After he calmed down for a while, Chen Mo softly said, probably the day after tomorrow. It's just like in the myths, but the only difference is that this time it's of the calamity level, where the beast of the year ravages, is everyone. This disaster was inevitable, even for the lions. Luo Tianxiong's entire eyes clouded over at the words. I thought that after the 2 Shoshi gods in Tianhai City were settled, the lion would be able to develop smoothly. I can't imagine that I will suffer another great crisis. NND, not enjoying the good times for a few days. This end of the world can be really unbearable. Luo Tianxiong couldn't help but curse darkly. Had it not been for Chen's reminder, no one can predict in advance the day when a disaster will appear out of nowhere. According to Chen, even the major military regions can't do anything about this headyear, not to mention the fact that it's your own male lion. I'm afraid I'll be caught off guard and suffer a violent devastation and heavy losses. Luo Tianxiong pondered for a long time before looking at Chen Mo. Elder brother Chen, since you said that, I think you should have some way out, right? Chen Mo shook his head and said in a deep voice, there's nothing I can do, only to be able to face it directly. One's own purpose was also to hunt the yearling beasts and deliver their carcasses to the divine merchants. As for letting himself give up the Shoshi god now, Chen Mo thought that he couldn't do it. After all, the voice of the broken law was able to dissipate the powers, and this ability was just too powerful. That yearling beast's abilities are not well known to himself. Unless another 5th order Fae or 4th order god was found to hunt, it would be difficult to have the best of both worlds. Chen Mo continued, the New Year's beast, unlike the god of longevity, will make frequent appearances during the randomness is tremendous. It is possible that during these 30 days, at all times and in all places, there's no exact route at all. Even he can't remember this exact route at all. Only the first appearance in Rihama City and a couple of places after that are known. Luo Tianxiong was horrified in his heart. He hadn't expected that even elder brother Chen couldn't do anything about it. So it seems that when the time comes, the lions are bound to have a lot of tough fights. 2 days to prepare was too much of a rush. And many of the lions members out there, it's not even always possible to return. Running away may not be an option. But for him to give up the lion he's worked so hard to build, necessarily impossible. Chen Mo naturally noticed the change in Luo Tianxiong's expression and spoke. There's no need to worry too much. Even if Nin shows up, it shouldn't have arrived in Tianhai City that quickly either. With me, it's enough time to prepare for the next few days. Luo Tianxiong's face looked better after hearing this. Unable to help, he laughed out loud, trying to ease the atmosphere and said, ha ha, old brother Chen, with your words old brother, I'm relieved. Chao Fan Yuan, who had long since been dumbfounded, said quietly, is this really going to happen? Brother Chen, I've heard that the new year is afraid of firecrackers and fireworks. How about we use this against it? This statement was made. Luo Tianxiong and Chen Mo looked over at the same time. That look, it's like really looking at a little cutie. Like that. If it's that easy, would Chen say that? Luo Tianxiong was greatly humiliated and only felt that this guy's brain was filled with water. Not in a good way. Chao Zi, you impress me just as much as Dong Zi. Why didn't I realize that before? You're so good at shaking things up, aren't you? Chao Fang Yuan embarrassedly hemmed and hawed, thinking that he was being complimented, scratched his head and said, you flatter me, boss. Actually, he thought so. Get out of here. Luo Tianxiong cursed angrily. Chao Fang Yuan's tiger body shook. Snappishly, he stepped aside. Chen Mo muttered, he's not far off the mark. In his previous life, although the Nian beast was so powerful that almost all large forces couldn't handle it, however, they had not heard of any large power being destroyed in this way. The ones that were wiped out were small and medium-sized survivor forces. There is no possibility that it is afraid of firearms and gunpowder. At the very least, the firepower is well prepared and there is always some means of confrontation. Luo Tianxiong turned his head and looked at Chen Mo and said, but when Chao Zi said that, it reminded old brother of something. Chen Ma, what? Luo Tianxiong lit a cigarette and took a long deep breath. I'm not from Tianhai, either. Old brother. I don't know if it's only on our side. That's not what we call it there. It's New Year's Eve and it's called the Eve Beast. A sunset beast? Chen Mo inquired with a hint of interest. Elder brother Luo might as well say something. Luo Tianxiong said with a loud laugh. Actually, they're all pretty much the same, right? Legends vary from place to place. Tianhai City is a coastal city, so the legend that has come down to us is that the year beast comes out of the sea. And my old home that is all big mountains, and all that has been passed down are the sunset beasts inside the old forests of the mountains. Legend has it that it comes down every year to wreak havoc on the mountain, so it's called New Year's Eve. I used to think that the myths handed down from the old ancestors were all lies to children, so it seems that there's something to be said for something that can be passed down to this day. This night, Chen Mo chatted with Luo Tianxiong for a long time before returning. Both men had already made their initial plans and intentions. On the way back, Chen Mo's eyes flickered, constantly recalling the words Luo Tianxiong had said. Suddenly, roar! A low roar sounded. Chen Mo raised his head and noticed the poor man who was creeping on the lawn outside the villa. Bringing his thoughts back, he grinned. Still not resting? The poor man wagged his tail, and his huge head lay on his forepaws. The scarlet pupils were particularly piercing and regal in this dark night. Chen Mo went up and stroked its fur for a moment. From the bright bird bead, he took out 6 third-order crystal cores and threw them over. Is this enough to break through to the 4th rank? Not enough there. The 4th order is a watershed for both humans and zombie fae. If memory serves, after the poor man's 4th rank, then a very powerful ability can be born. It is also the most important reason for looking at it yourself. Flight. P.S. Thanks for the Salty Boar Boss God certification. Boss Salty Pig is as blessed as the East Sea and as long as MT. Nan. Milk powder for you to kowtow a bang bang. Enlist the yearling ability. Urgently. The milk powder is already going to suppress the seal. Chapter 175, Advancing to 5th Order Alien. Dark Tide Surge. Chen Mo's eyes flickered as he looked at the 2 lumps of flesh rising from behind the poor man's back. If the poor man has control over the ability to fly, then whether it's for himself to catch up in the future, or fighting in special environments will be greatly increased. Just like the flooded North China University before, when the Toad King invoked the weather of heaven and earth. The flood was so great that it didn't even have a foothold. Having had to make extensive use of the juggernaut alien power to lay down a landing spot myself, if the poor man had the ability to fly at that time, then the battle wouldn't have been so difficult that time. The poor man's huge scarlet pupils flickered with light. A low growl came in response as he stared at the few third-order crystal cores on the ground. Under the heaven's right supernatural power, there was no barrier to communication between one person and one beast. Chen Mo paused and spoke with some surprise. That's not enough? The poor man has been stuck in the 3rd rank for a long time, and all the way back from the city of North China Crystal Core cannot be eaten less. It's that bit of trouble that the poor man is like that, and even more so for Shuki, who is a god of the end times. 4th order strength. From Tianhai to North China and back hasn't even broken through yet. After thinking for a moment, Chen Mo took out a few more. It was only when he reached 12 third-order crystal cores that the poor man let out a low growl and, gripping that one crystal core himself, he ran to the side and prostrated himself and devoured it. Makes a clicking sound. It's getting late. Chen Mo looked at the sky. The snow in Tianhai City seemed to have landed on the lion base as well. There were 14 third-order cores left, plus the ones hunted on the way here. It was barely enough for myself. Chen Mo looked at the door of the room. I guess Xian Yu was already asleep too. At that moment, the door of the room was suddenly pushed open gently with a squeak. From behind the door, Tang Xianyu stepped out somewhat sleepily, and she whimpered softly, "Chen Ma?" Chen Mo looked over and was somewhat surprised. Still awake? Tang Xianyu stepped out of the house. This night was a bit icy. she couldn't help but shrink a bit. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he whispered, "Aha, done talking?" Chen Mo nodded. "Then why don't you come in? It's cold, take a rest." Tang Xianyu yawned and, somewhat lazily, she stretched out, revealing her marvelous figure. She was about to fall asleep on the couch waiting for but when he heard the movement of the poor man outside, he came out to take a look. Honestly, here at Lion's Base, even sleeping on the couch felt 100 times more comfortable than being outside, and the place was heavily guarded, with members of the Lions watching over it at all times. Even she felt a great sense of security in relaxing her nerves. Not to mention the survivors out there. People are herd animals after all, and two people can be much more courageous than one. Chen Mo said with a smile, "It's still early, go rest. What about you?" Tang Xianyu's sleepiness dissipated a bit by the icy cold wind. She slowly came to Chen Mo's side and, noticing the poor man on the side who was devouring a third-order crystal core, "Still worried about that yearling beast?" "Aha." Chen Mo nodded slightly and murmured with lowered eyes, "I was thinking that in just 30 days, how it really ravaged almost the entire country." He had seen the yearling himself once, one of the few survivors who had survived. Although he had been saved by Tang Xianyu in the end, he had almost forgotten almost everything that had happened before. And at that time, after joining the 6th military region, the news from the major powers still didn't travel quickly enough. Between one day and the next, one can even receive news that several regions have been persecuted by the Beast of the Year, TSK. After all, I have too little access. In his previous life, he had survived for 15 years in the post-apocalyptic world, and he himself was only a 6th-order alien in the 6th war zone. The psychic powers are not exactly powerful either, although above the common man, knowing many great things but in the end, you can't get inside the 6th war zone to check out important secrets. On the contrary, who was already a 7th-order alien at that time, knew quite a bit of information. He always felt as if he was missing some key piece of information in it. Tang Xianyu saw Chen Mo frowning tightly with a contemplative look on his face. Unable to help himself, he stepped forward and grabbed his hand, saying, "All right, don't bother thinking about it. You haven't gotten much rest in the past few days all the way from North China City. Get some sleep, and refresh yourself for the yearlings coming up behind you." "Actually, I'm okay," Chen Mo said. For the time being, it was better to advance the mastery alien ability to the 5th rank first. In his previous life, Xiuan, who possessed the mastery abnormal ability, could kill the year beast all by himself. As for himself, he was also in control of the mastery abnormal ability, and he even had the two major helpers of Shou Shishin and Porchi. Together with the group of male lions, it was enough to be considered the top fighting force in this post-apocalyptic world. "You go to sleep. I'm going to advance my powers and see if I can get to the 5th rank." Chen Mo smiled and spoke. Tang Xianyu sniffed and puckered her mouth, her beautiful eyes staring straight at him for a while. Finally, rather somewhat reluctantly, he said, "Forget it, I'm not sleepy now. Do you have any crystal cores? Lend me some. I want to raise Calamity Tide, too." Being able to become a 3rd-order alien by the time the year comes around would be one more point of certainty. Chen Mo froze, then lost his smile as he took out the bright bird pearl. From there, he took out about 50 to 60 first-order crystal cores, interspersed with dozens of second-order said, "What loan? Here, take this. These are the ones you hunted before. Absorb the second-order crystal cores first, and stop when you feel discomfort." Tang Xianyu nodded. With that, the two returned to the house together, and both began to absorb the power within the crystal core. Chen Mo's absorption speed was much faster than Tang Xianyu's. The dark pattern of awakening in his right hand flickered eerily. 1, 2. The power of the crystal core was quickly drawn. Humming, the metal around them began to tremble gently. It was currently on the 2nd floor of the villa on a soft queen-sized bed. Kiki, who was sleeping with her big bear in her arms, was sweating profusely. It was as if he was having some kind of nightmare, his tightly closed eyelids fluttering ever so lightly. Next to her, there was a 2nd-order crystal core that had already been absorbed. On the other hand, Luo Tianxiong on the other side didn't rest either. He recalled what Chen Mo had said earlier and pondered for a long time. Finally, he kicked his hand into his pocket and pulled it out, preparing for his daily absorption of the crystals. Clatter! A crystal core was placed on the table. "Ha!" Luo Tianxiong looked at the crystal cores on the table and murmured with a somewhat puzzled frown. "How do I remember? I brought 6 second-order crystals. Why is there a piece missing?" He searched for a while and figured that he had probably dropped it somewhere. Forget it. Luo Tianxiong didn't care. Anyway, inside his drawer there was a large handful of 1st and 2nd-order crystal cores. He held a crystal core in his hand and began to absorb it. Being the boss of the lions involves more than just making a lot of important decisions. It is natural that one's own strength cannot be pulled down. Early the next morning, Next to Chen Mo and Tang Xianyu were dried up crystal cores that had spilled out all over the place. Brother! Brother! A broken call sounded. Chapter 176 Visual Field Observation. Tsunami outbreak in Rihama City. Chen Mo, who was on the sofa as if he was a stone statue, slowly opened his eyes. A brilliant light flashed in his eyes. The absence of rest for several days did not seem to have brought him the least bit of fatigue. Instead, he was radiant and at the peak of his essence. Fifth order alien. It's not easy. Finally, Chen Mo's face was delighted. Brother! The call was a little louder. Chen Mo froze. It was too late to test the enhancement of the fifth order juggernaut's powers. Noticing the unknown presence in his arms, Kiki, who was hugging herself tightly. Chen Mo subconsciously patted Chi-Chi's back and said softly, Kiki, what's wrong? Seeing Chen Mo wake up, Chi-Chi's small face was filled with anxiety. Burying her head into Chen Mo's arms, muffled voices spoke up. Brother, Kiki had another dream last night. Vision's powers, activated again? Chen Mo was shocked in his heart and picked up Chi-Chi and pacified her for a while before he said in a deep voice, Kiki, tell brother, what did you dream about this time? Kiki seems to dream a lot these days. Could it be because of the impending arrival of the yearling? Chi-Chi's small face was a bit intimidated, not daring to look at Chen Mo's gaze as she said carefully, Brother, I'm sorry. Yesterday Kiki secretly took a piece of crystal core. What? Chen Mo's pupils widened at the words and immediately grabbed Chi-Chi's hand. Upon seeing that the awakening dark pattern on Kiki's hand had one more pattern than before, the uncontrollable face was shocked. Everyone's awakening dark symbols are different. Some of them resemble flames. There have to be similar to eyes, flowers, mostly present on the hands. It represents an ability. And the most intuitive thing is that every time an ability advances, the awakening dark patterns all change to some degree. For example, his own heavenly powers look like an eye coming across the room. That eye tattoo spreads from the left hand all the way to connect to the tattoo on the left arm belonging to the god of longevity. The Juggernaut ability, on the other hand, is a sword surrounded by a pattern. Kiki awakening ripple looks like, obviously, he had raised his visual field ability to the second stage through the crystal core. Kiki, where did you get that crystal core from? Chen Mo's voice got louder. He had promised Uncle Lu that he would take care of Kiki and would not let her get involved in this end of the world. But Kiki's a preternaturally awakened shifter, and can't change that. That's why all along he had told her to hide the awakening dark pattern on her hand. And now that Kiki's in the second rank, with her supernatural abilities, what we see in the future will only increase. Kiki stammered a little. Chen Mo stared at her small face with some anger on his face without saying anything. Not all psychic powers are as free of drawbacks as the mastery of heavenly power. Some powers likewise have great side effects. For example, Wu Jianbin's blood scythe consumed his own blood qi. No need for a medium to light the flame of the woman from the GWU. The bandages wrapped around her hands represented the same way her powers could burn herself. That prophet, in his previous life, disappeared without a trace in the end. There is a price to pay for blindly peering into the future. Kiki, obviously taken aback by her brother's appearance, mumbled with her head down and eyes tearful. I didn't mean to. It seemed to feel that he had spoken too much. Chen Mo sighed and tried his best to calm his mood down a bit. Mildly, Kiki, tell your brother where this crystal core came from and why did you do it? Kiki bit her lip tightly, her big eyes misting over. Somewhat choked. That crystal core? It's what Kiki saw in Uncle Luo's pocket yesterday. Brother, sorry. She sat next to Luo Tianxian yesterday, and while Luo Tianxian was chatting with his brother, took one in passing. Kiki always feels like she can't see clearly and wants to help her brother. Chen Mo looked at the pitiful Kiki in his arms for a long time. I couldn't help but think of Uncle Jangwo's almost pleading instructions on his deathbed in the old days. Hey, okay, Kiki, don't cry. It's my brother's fault. Just absorb it. It was useless to say anything more about himself when the matter had come to this. In this post-apocalyptic world, other than Xianyu, Chi-Chi was the person she cared about the most. At least the physique has been strengthened again, was all Chen Mo could do to comfort himself. Kiki, tell brother what you saw again yesterday? Chi-Chi lowered her head. Her small hands clutched Chen Mo's clothes tightly and whispered. For once, Kiki saw it so clearly. Chen Mo didn't interrupt her either, but listened quietly. Brother, Kiki seems to be in a deep, dark sea, and she sees so many big fish. There are sharks, octopuses. Kiki snapped her fingers and said to herself, there are so many other creatures that I've never seen before, and they all seem to have been eaten by me. Maybe it's because of the first view. This time Kiki wasn't as scared as she had been the previous times. At the talk of eating them all, Kiki recoiled in excitement, and then in the midst of that deep sea came a terrifying roar that, it's like it's banishing me and I'm off. Roar. Hearing this, Chen Mo frowned. That scream Kiki has never heard before. Kiki said with a look of certainty. Is there more? Chen Mo asked after pondering for a while. Yes. And then there was a sudden brightening around us, as if we'd reached the shore, where there was a rocky reef. There was another statue up there with a lot of people running away. And then it seemed to be gone. A statue? Is that statue a woman? Chen Mo asked. Kiki nodded. She remembered very well this time and was even able to bring up the details. When he heard Chi-Chi finish speaking, Chen Mo couldn't help but have his face become more and more gloomy. That's right. The statue that Kiki was talking about was the Ama statue in Rihama City. And according to what Kiki described, what she saw in her dream, without exception, they all point to the year of the beast. Chen Mo stared closely at the curious-looking Chi-Chi, and suddenly a great possibility came to mind. From the earlier Shukijin to the later coast, Kiki's psychic ability may not be to foretell the future perspectives. Rather, it is the vision of someone or something in the future through which everything is observed. Kiki just mouthed off that she ate a lot of sea creatures. There was also the sight of many people fleeing in panic when they came ashore. Everything she saw in her dream may have come from the vision of that beast of the year. Just second-order psychic abilities can bring such important information. Chen Mo's eyes were cloudy. It is logical that today's 12 o'clock is New Year's Eve. And only on New Year's Eve, the annual beast party will only appear. Kiki, can you feel if this is happening now or in the future? Well, Kiki frowned, muttering in thought. Let's see. And just then, Chao Feng Yuan's anxious and incomparable shout suddenly rang out from outside the door. Brother Chen! Brother Chen! Not good! It's not good! Boss Luo's side suddenly received the news that a big tsunami suddenly erupted in Rihama City last night. The sea directly flooded half of Rihama City. Chapter 177, Fourth Order Poor Man. True Stance. Inside the mine cave in Rihama City, Zhonglin was still waiting for the moment when the peach tree would secrete mucus again. Her body trembled as she watched the strands of liquid that gradually gushed from the peach tree and, eyes on fire. Suddenly, tick, drops of water dripped from nowhere in the mine and snapped onto the leaves of the peach tree. Immediately afterward, drops of water kept falling from everywhere. Zhonglin was stunned for a moment at the sight, then murmured with furrowed brows. Water? Lin. At this time, from within the pitch-black and incomparable mine tunnel behind him, Li Long's shouting voice suddenly resounded. Kobayashi, go! From that instantly rushed in 5 or 6 people from the ancient martial alliance who looked as anxious as hell. Bellin turned around. Li Long breathed heavily. He and a few people behind him were soaked to the skin. There was also a look of incomparable anxiety on his face. What's wrong? Bellin asked. It's too late to explain more. The president has already evacuated with a large number of ancient martial alliance survivors. Lin, come on. You're coming with us. Li Long looked anxious and breathed a little sharply, stepping forward and directly pulling Zhonglin's arm with one hand. Immediately, he was going to take her away. Pop. Bellin pulled her hand out and frowned tightly. Liren, do you realize what you're saying? Today it will be possible to open the last seal of this beast of the year. Are you asking me to just give up? Sister Lin, Brother Lung is doing this for your own good. We had a tsunami here last night. The sea has flooded half of Rihama City. The people on the other side of the Haikau were all swallowed up by that tsunami. Now that tsunami accompanied by the hurricane is still coming towards us. The water has started to rise all over the mine. So if we don't leave, it'll be too late. The few people behind them all looked flustered, constantly looking at the rear. From the position from which they had come, the water above them had begun to flood down, though for the time being it was shallow. But I guess it won't take long to flood this mine as well. When it comes down to it, it's important to save your life. That's old man Zhong's order. Zhonglin's beautiful eyes shrunk at the words, her face full of unbelief. What? Chen Mo inside the house was shocked in his heart when he heard the words. His gaze was greatly superb as he put Chi-Chi down and hurriedly got up. Kiki looked up at her brother with a puzzled expression. It's Uncle Sao? Chen Mo glanced at Tang Xianyu, who was still asleep on the side. It was possible to feel the power within her body that belonged to the supernatural energy fluctuating in metamorphosis. Immediately afterward, Chao Feng Yuan's shocked cry rang out once again. Asterisk asterisk? What the hell is this? Chen Mo came to the door of the room, gently pushing the door open. What met his eyes was Chao Feng Yuan's face of horror. It seemed to have snowed heavily last night, and in just one night's time, the snow outside the house, a thick layer had piled up on the eaves of the house and on the lawn, and even the air was a world away from the house, chilly and icy. Chen Mo frowned and followed Chao Feng Yuan's gaze. The pupils stared. It was only on that lawn of the detached house that an immense, huge, and the poor Chi, which was about 5 or 6 meters tall, was prostrate there. Snow was piled down around the poor man, and some of it was caught in his fur. The ink-black horns on top of his head, which were bent like a cow's, were even thicker, containing brutal and incomparable power. The orange fur was as crimson as if it had been drenched in blood. Above the body spread flickering fluorescent blue streaks. On both sides of its spine, surprisingly unfolded a pair of fluffy huge feathers hold according to, is sleeping, with such an astonishing appearance. It was no wonder that Chao Feng Yuan's pupils were dilated and his face was filled with horror. He shuddered in his thick overcoat, his mouth continually harping a white haze. It's been a day since I've seen you. Brother Chen, what's wrong with your pet? His throat bulged and he involuntarily swallowed. Even his legs were a little weak. A 5-meter-tall tiger-like beast. In front of it, Chao Feng Yuan only felt that he was not even enough for it to stuff his teeth. Even Chen Mo couldn't help but be lost in thought for a while, his eyes gradually becoming incandescent. Poor, has been 4th ranked. Like the Xenos, the 4th order is similarly a watershed for zombies and fae. The wings on this back are like the feathers of a rock. The roots are sharp and pointed. It was more vast than its body. Chen Mo was in a somewhat agitated mood. After poor Qi awakens, he will be able to control the ability to fly in the future. This alone meant that the earth and sky would be dominated by it in the future. This was the true stance of the great fierce poverty that was able to kill the 5th order Shoshi god time with the ability of the 4th order. Wow, it's snowing. That's when Kiki, who was inside the house, followed her. This beautiful snowy scene made her big eyes twinkle with little stars, directly rushed out to hold up a pile of snow to play recklessly. As a 2nd order alien, even at a young age you don't feel this cold at all. Upon seeing the overbearing and extraordinary poor Qi on the lawn, Kiki looked even more excited. Without a hint of trepidation, he exclaimed, if it isn't Big Dog. Chen Mo looked at the scene in front of him, and instead of explaining more with Chao Feng Yuan, he stared at him and spoke in a deep voice. You're saying Rihama City was flooded? What the hell is going on? Only then did Chao Feng Yuan remember the main event. He was shocked by the huge change in the poor man. Hurriedly pulling Chen Mo, he opened his mouth. Brother Chen, boss also just learned the news just now. It said that tsunami that suddenly erupted in Rihama City directly inundated several of the surrounding estuarine areas. News of a request for support from the Ancient Martial Arts Alliance over in Rihama City has come to the major military regions. There are just too many people there, and now they're all heading to the next area for shelter. I don't know any more details. The boss has now asked me to come and invite you over, saying that the tsunami that it is highly likely that it is brought about by the year beast. It's possible that the year beast has appeared early before tonight. Chen Mo was shocked in his heart when he heard this. When I talked to Luo Tianxiang last night, I did mention that the first city to be purged was Ribbon, and then connecting it to what Kiki had just said to herself. I'm afraid that what Kiki saw last night with her vision powers was exactly what was happening in Ribbon City. That beast of the year, from the deep, all the way to shore, unleashed an unprecedented horrific disaster that swept through Rihama City with a tsunami. Lead the way, Chen Mo immediately said. That, Brother Chen, do you need to add a shirt? Chao Feng Yuan looked at Chen Mo, who was still dressed rather thinly, and inquired. No need. Chao Feng Yuan nodded his head and said with a grave expression on his face. Let's go then. The car is outside. The 2 villas were a long way away and he had driven there. Kiki, come here. Chen Mo shouted towards Kiki who was playing with the snow. Kiki stomped through the snow and trotted over. Chen Mo squatted down and touched Chi-Chi's head and instructed. Kiki, it's cold, so just stay here and don't go anywhere. When that sister wakes up later, tell her to go straight to me. Got it? Chapter 178 Plague Field. Tiger Devourer. Luo Tianxiang's residence lions people know. Outside is full of lions patrol personnel. Just ask casually. Kiki nodded her head in a good-natured, petulant voice. Aha, brother, I know. Chen Mo smiled and said softly, go play. He left the place with Chao Feng Yuan. The news of a large portion of Rihama City being flooded doesn't seem to have spread within the lions. Sitting in the car, Chen Mo could see through the window that the outside of the lion base was bustling with activity today. There were many survivors there talking and laughing, each with a joyful smile on their faces. Many children were running around happily playing in the snow with candies in their hands. Members of the lions, armed with firearms, were handing out supplies in a very New Year's Eve atmosphere. Come on, it's New Year's Eve today and New Year's Day tomorrow, and today's food is an extra loaf of bread. Children come and get their candy, one for each of them, and their clothes. The interior of the lion base is surprisingly decorated with lights and even couplets from who knows where. There was no shortage of practiced letter writers among the 6,000 or so survivors, and a group of men with the issued supplies in their hands, posting couplets everywhere on their tents. Chen Mo, who was sitting in the car, looked at the scene outside the window with some surprise. Chao Feng Yuan drove ahead and never spoke. Isn't there not much food left inside the male lion? Chen Mo suddenly asked. Chao Feng Yuan smiled at his words. Oh, this one. Ha, boss said we're all lions now, and it's almost New Year's Eve. It's the buzz and vibe of posting more stuff that makes everyone feel like they belong. It's just a shame we didn't get firecrackers and fireworks and all that. Otherwise the guys could still watch a fireworks party tonight, huh? Chen Mo's eyes gradually became a bit softer and he nodded approvingly. I never thought that a man like Luo Tianxiong would have such a meticulous side. Pretty good. It's a bit of a hike, but it's a quick drive. It took less than 10 minutes to reach Luo Tianxiong's residence. Chao Fong Yuan got out of the car, said a few words towards the guards watching outside the door, and then opened the door. Said, "Brother Chen, please." Chen Mo stepped forward with a calm face, and walked directly into the house. As soon as he entered, countless pairs of eyes converged and looked over. There were about 7 or 8 people in the room, all members of the Lion's senior staff whom he had met at dinner yesterday. Luo Tianxiong was also here. Elder Brother Chen is here? Luo Tianxiong's eyes lit up. Shun, Brother Chen. The few people around them all spoke up. A strong smell of smoke came from the tip of his nose, and Chen Mo couldn't help but frown. Noticing the ashtray on Luo Tianxiong's table that had been don't filled, he opened his mouth. How's Rihama City? Luo Tianxiong stepped forward, shaking his head with a somewhat grave expression. Not so good. Just got word again that tsunami hasn't stopped, and there's a black hurricane tornado that's moving along with it at the mouth of the flooded sea in Rihama City. So if these two come together, I'm only afraid that in less than 2 days, the entire city of Rihama will be flooded. The news from my end is that the central government has ordered that all the major military districts have to send their men forward for support. At the moment, except for the 11th, 9th, and 6th military districts that have taken action, none of the other military districts seem to be prepared to send personnel to the rescue. Chen Mo frowned at his words and opened his mouth. What's the 6th military district doing over there? Going to get killed? The 11th and 9th military regions are understandable, but the 6th military region, North China and Rihama City are so far apart. How can you do such a laborious thing when you can't even protect yourself? Luo Tianxiong shook his head and spoke. Maybe it's because Elder Lin is in the center. Relying on seniority to be the third in command doesn't carry much weight in this post-apocalyptic world if you don't get some merit to speak. After all, the 6th military region was originally controlled by the Lin family. Chen Mo waved his hand. He didn't care about the major military regions as well as the central government competing for power. Just don't get in the way. Buddy, this tsunami in Rihama City came in a weird way. And it's rumored that the entire city of Rihama has now been enveloped in a black fog. Could it be the yearling? Luo Tianxiong's face was a bit ugly. After all, there were still quite a few members of his male lion in the field. It simply cannot be summoned back in a short period of time. The ones that went to Ribbon City figured they were cool. That's it. Chen Mo's expression was calm, but his tone was undeniable. That black mist is the ability of the Nian beast, an extremely specialized field of a being within the domain simply cannot enter or exit unless it is repelled or it leaves of its own accord. I was once persecuted by the beast of the year, but those memories have faded with time. And after the alien ability reached the 5th stage, there were memories of the yearling beast that became clearer. Scourge Field. The yearling's unique ability to escape from nowhere in this realm. The more fearful it is, the more it's going to be. The more perception and strength the yearling beasts had within the realm, the more powerful they became. And the living creatures that were devoured by the beasts of the year within the realm of the it will turn into a black mist in the form of a tiger, eating away at the lives of all living things in the field until the beast leaves. This was why the Nian beast was able to eat up an entire city in just less than a day. It's just that to this day Chen Mo is still a little confused as to why, at that time, he himself survived the ravages of the beast of the year. In his memory, he seemed to vaguely see a figure before he fell unconscious. When hearing this, the group of people within the male lion had one expression of shock. In 2 days at most, Rihama City will have to be flooded. And in case the year beasts come to our Tianhai City by then, doesn't that mean none of us can escape? Brother Chen, since you said that every city can't be escaped, what are we going to do now? Are you just going to sit here and wait? Luo Tianxiong didn't say anything, which was what he wanted to ask now. Chen Mo's eyes flashed. The memories he recalled after the 5th rank gave him a preliminary knowledge of the year beasts. This information, in particular, is important. If I remember correctly, the year beast seems to have an ability similar to that of a mysterious merchant who generally descends. Elder Brother Luo, have your men go and guard the perimeter of Tianhai City. If they find a black mist, that side means it's coming. Don't worry, this cleansing, for the time being, it's not Tianhai City's turn. Keep up the good news contact. Just wait and see what happens. Chen Mo looked up at Luo Tianxiong. Luo Tianxiong seemed to have his own channels to be able to know the news of the outside world, though not exactly instantly, but it's enough to get by. Furthermore, even if he had the ability to resolve the yearning beast, Chen Mo wasn't really going to do so now, for this cleansing may determine a later second evolution. Essential. When the population is reduced, it is also a good thing for all the forces. There is a need for the year to exist until a certain number of people have died, and as for now, just let it have a raging orgy. By the way, do you have a way to be able to contact a few of the neighboring forces? Chen Mo suddenly asked. Chapter 179 New Year's Eve, Enhancing Lion's Overall Strength. Luo Tianxiang froze and opened his mouth with a somewhat puzzled nod. It can be. It's just that you're planning to. Old boy. Chen Mo grinned as excitement surfaced in his eyes and said softly, the tsunami is only the first part. The annual beasts afterward are the main event. Brother Luo, you spread the word about the beast of the year. Isn't that creating panic? Someone with wide pupils interrupted. Shut the hell up. Did I let you talk? Luo Tianxiang cursed angrily. Since elder brother Chen said that, he must have his meaning. Luo Tianxiang inquired tentatively. Elder brother Chen, go on. Chen Mo spoke nonchalantly. In the end times, poor information is worth a lot of money. For the unknown, when hearts and minds are on edge, information about the beast of the year, just in time to make a killing because of it. Luo Tianxiang sniffed and shook violently, his eyes suddenly bright and incomparable, saying, change what? Chen Mo lowered his eyes and directly took out a crystal core and placed it on the table, saying, crystals, and people. Tian Quan's powers are now at the fourth order. Not to mention the fact that you have the crystal cores needed to advance your powers with dual psychic abilities. The crystal cores required by just the two guys, the poor Qishou Xieshen, were more massive than one another. I didn't think so in the early days, but by now my own need for crystal cores. I'm afraid that even some small and medium-sized forces can't afford to feed them. Chen Mo was a little afraid to imagine it. The crystal cores to be consumed in the future would be such a huge number. The resources needed to raise them once by themselves with poor. I'm afraid it's all capable of creating several third-order psychics. In a flash he seemed to understand why those so powerful top aliens of his previous life, even Shi Yuan ended up having to join a force to accomplish various tasks. Behind a ninth-order alien, standing is an entire force of tens of thousands, if not millions, of people supplied. Luo Tianxiang nodded thoughtfully and said in a deep voice, Elder brother Chen, come and tell us in detail. After some conversation, Luo Tianxiang and a group of lion members all converged on the base, and all the members of the lions were called to come to this place. It was close to more than 2,000 men and horses, vast and powerful, with an air of a great war on the horizon. Many of the survivors were watching from afar from a distance. What's going on here? I don't know. I think it's almost New Year's. Something like some kind of annual company meeting. Everyone at your annual meeting is heavily armed with guns. Ha! Someone spat. Look at this formation. Something can't be wrong, can it? God forbid there should be any more catastrophes. These last days, it's the only place that's still a clean slate. The survivors on the sidelines were murmuring. It's been a long time since we've seen the lions mobilize so many men. At the moment among the crowd, Wang Luyao, who was distributing food supplies, was attracted by the commotion over there. When he raised his head, he saw Chen Mo, who was surrounded by a group of male lion executives in the distance. She shuddered, after seeing the respectful and pleasing eyes of each of those new and old members of the male lions. Even more, her face was incredibly complex, and she bit her vermilion lip and lowered her head. A few months after the end of the world had turned her whole being upside down, and her features were a little haggard and, the body has also become thin. Without the beauty and high spirits of the past, she still lives in the shady underground garage of the villa area, responsible for some simple sundries. Because of that one relationship between himself and Chen Mo before the end of the world, new and old members within the Lions shunned themselves as well. The survivor doesn't have many friends either, and belongs to an air person who is dispensable. Although safe within the Lions, every day was like a walk in the park. Hey, Lu Yao, what are you waiting for? Get to work. On the side came a woman of her age. The girl with some pockmarks on her face. It was one of the few friends among the survivors who was willing to befriend her. The girl looked over with Wang Luyao's gaze, and when she saw Chen Mo in the distance, she, unable to help his eyes light up, he said in amazement, Lu Yao, isn't that Chen Mo? He's your ex-boyfriend, right? I heard yesterday that Boss Luo had brought a class of human children to meet him. Won't you go over and take a look? She came into the Lions later. From those old survivors, they also learned some rumors about Chen Mo. That's a bull among the Lions whose status is not below that of Boss Luo. I've heard that the powers are still very strong. The girl's face was a bit excited beyond belief. Not to mention Chen Mo. As long as it is able to evening the lion inside, the members of the long ago do not have to live that dark and damp underground garage, can come to live above. The girl stepped right up and pushed against her waist, saying, Lu Ya, what are you waiting for? Go. Well, at least it's your ex-boyfriend. For old time's sake, what's to stop you from being like you are now? Wang Luyao forced a smile and said with her head lowered, I've had nothing to do with him for a long time now, the girl said in disbelief. How could it be? Lu Yao, you're so pretty and you're his ex-girlfriend. I just can't believe he's really just indifferent. Believe me, the girls kept urging. If Wang Luyao's days were better in the male lions, as a BFF yourself, you can get a little bit of a kick out of it. At least you don't have to be able to nibble on just a little bit of food for 2 meals every day like you do now. Who doesn't want to live a good life in these post-apocalyptic times? Wang Luyao's beautiful eyes flashed as she sniffed with some interest. After a long moment of contemplation, she gritted her teeth and decided to step forward. But suddenly, in the distance, surrounded by a group of the lion's top brass, I don't know when hurriedly came a tall girl who was enough to crush herself in both face and temperament, was saying something to Chen Mo, and looking around at the lion members talking and laughing. It seems that this girl is also very extraordinary. Wang Luyao stiffened for a moment. Tang Xianyu's appearance shattered her last bit of fluke into nothing. Even the pockmarked girl on the side was suddenly silent. It's better to do your own thing. Wang Luyao clenched her fists and skimmed his head and never spoke again. And the other side, with so many people here, Chen Mo naturally didn't notice Wang Luyao. Even if they had noticed, they certainly wouldn't have said a word more. Seeing Tang Xianyu who came with a hurried face, Chen Mo said with some doubt, Xianyu, what brings you here? Tang Xianyu gave him a blank look without any good humor and said, weren't you the one who told Kiki to let me come over? Chen Mo gave a beat, then grinned, almost forgot. Success? Aha! A hint of joy surfaced on Tang Xianyu's pretty face, and she said with quite a bit of excitement, third order now. While saying that, she also waved her fist and said, now I'm awesome. Chen Mo let out a light laugh and was not surprised. King Toad's crystal core is of extremely high quality. Then led her awakening after a leap to become close to the third order of the second order of the peak of the alien. From the third order is just a foot short of the door. Tang Xianyu looked at the heavily armed crowd surrounding the place and said with a somewhat grave expression on her face, Kiki told me that the city of Rihama was flooded with seawater, and today is New Year's Eve, so how do you say? Is that yearling coming out early? Aha! Chen Mo nodded slightly and spoke, Xianyu, you've come just in time. I'm going to leave with the poor man for a while, and it just so happens that there is something that your assistance is needed, because in this case, no one is more convincing than you. Tianhai City and Ribbon City were not far away, and poor man was now equipped with the ability to fly. He himself was going to stamp out whether the yearling beast, or not, was the same as he remembered. Chapter 180, one person is the best example. What is it? Tang Xianyu asked suspiciously. Listening to Chen Mo's meaning, it seemed as if this matter was still a must for him. She got a little curious. Chen Mo said with a mysterious smile, you'll see in a moment. He brought Tang Xianyu to Luo Tianxiang's side. At this moment, Luo Tianxiang was being surrounded by a group of people. Sibling is here? Luo Tianxiang said with a smile. Hello sister-in-law. Tang Xianyu has been somewhat immune. Anyway, what to say, these guys cannot change. Chen Mo then spoke. It's ready to go. As if there was some kind of tacit understanding between the two. Luo Tianxiang's face became serious as well. Loudly, alright, all disperse in an orderly manner. Make way for elder brother Chen. At this moment, the thousands of densely packed lion members surrounding this place have made a move at the word, well-organized convergence. The survivors, on the other hand, stood far away and watched what was going on here. All curious, everyone made way for a large open space, and Luo Tianxiang turned to look at Chen Mo. Elder brother Chen. Trouble. Chen Mo nodded slightly. Juggernaut alien moves. Rumble. With him as the leader, the land under his feet was covered by the juggernaut alien energy. The soil seemed to start writhing, its color gradually changing from earthy yellow to silver. Then a four-square, incredibly flat, high platform rumbled up from the ground. The surrounding group of lion members as well as those survivors in the distance all let out gasps of amazement when they saw this. A high metal platform was built in the blink of an eye, while Luo Tianxiang stood on the metal elevated platform, looking at the large number of people surrounding the lion base here. The look was solemn. The high platform was about 3 meters. Luo Tianxiang coughed twice, and after thinking for a moment, he released his voice. Brothers, today is New Year's Eve. Tomorrow will also be the second year that our lions have spent in this post-apocalyptic world, but this year is going to be an extraordinary year. He said a lot of polite things like year-end summaries that the survivors in the distance had also arrived in thousands, one after another. From the initial few hundred, the place is directly surrounded by more than 8,000 people, even if only half of them have come. The scene was also extremely spectacular. Tang Xianyu from below turned her head, seeing the incredibly dense crowd behind her, and said with some surprise, why are there so many people here all of a sudden? What is he up to? Chen Mo said with a faint smile, you'll see in a minute. I'll go first. The poor man should be about due to wake up by this time. He himself intended to go to Rihama City to explore the yearling beast. Tang Xianyu was startled and whispered, Chun Ma, where are you going? Just tell me what it is that you want me to do? Luo Tianxiong on the stage looked at Chun Mo, who nodded. What comes next is the main event. This matter was decided by him and Chen Mo together, and was also able, in a short time, a way to drastically increase the strength of a male lion. Luo Tianxiong opened his mouth with a loud voice. Brethren, I think we should all know how powerful the shifters are by now. Everyone wants to be a shifter, but I tell you that what you think is not impossible, and what I am going to say next, even an ordinary person is just as capable of becoming an alien. Wow! When these words came out, the seat was filled with clamor. The thousands of members of the lions below exploded in an instant, and some of the distant survivors with sharp ears heard this one from a distance as well. Everyone's expression was shocked, and one stared in disbelief. What? How is this possible? We ordinary people are also able to awaken psychic abilities? Geez, didn't we say that if we hadn't awakened our powers at the beginning of the end times, will it ever be hard to awaken afterward? Luo Tianxiong was naturally satisfied with the astonished expressions of the crowd. After getting this news from Chun Mo, at first he was just as shocked as everyone else, because the news is so mind-boggling. One subconsciously assumes that the appearance of the alien is untraceable, and his plan was to create aliens in bulk. He and Chan Mo tallied up a rough estimate, and using the first-order crystal cores as an example, out of about 100 people, then you will have the chance to awaken 1-3 alter egos. Second-order cores have a better chance of failing, and those that do, then they will either die outright or turn into zombies. But even so, when this news is announced, there are bound to be many people who will rush to it. The Lions 6,000 survivors, even if half of them choose to absorb the crystal cores, it's also enough to put together a team of shifters. It's not out of the question that even with some bursts of luck, close to 100 is not out of the question. The lion base is now a bit overwhelmed by so many survivors. The advantage of doing this is that you can increase your strength in a short period of time while reducing your burden. Taking a step back, he could also, with this difference in information, have to exchange people from other places by means of supplies, news, and so on is naturally 100 times more willing for those forces whose populations are also too large to fit. Luo Tianan raised his hand and coughed twice, looking down at the group of shocked, ecstatic lion members and those survivors below. Smiling, he continued, I realize that the brethren are still somewhat skeptical at this point, but one person it's the best example of awakening a psychic through an afterbirth. That's Miss Tang Xianyu. Swish dash. A group of people's gazes looked over in an instant, converging on Tang Xianyu's body. At this moment, she instantly became the center of attention. Tang Xianyu's petite body shook, looking caught off guard. She looked around at the group a bit blankly, then pointed a droll finger at herself. It dawned on her that she understood what Chen Mo had meant earlier, and her pretty face was a bit flustered. Immediately, he searched for Chen Mo, Chun Ma, but Chen Mo had already slipped out of sight at some point. Luo Tianxiong said as he looked at Tang Xianyu with a smile on the stage. Sibling, come up here. Tang Xianyu stiffened at the sight for a long time. In the end, you can only go as hard as a duck on a shelf. Inside the villa at the moment. Ha, big dog, do you remember me? Kiki's voice came from inside. Chen Mo, who was outside, walked in with a calm face. Kiki was sitting next to the poor man's head, smiling as she brushed his fur. Big dog, why do you have wings? So can you fly me now? The poor man has woken up. In front of the poor man, who was now almost 4 meters tall in size, Kiki isn't even the size of its palm. Incredibly curious, Kiki reached out her little hand to touch the poor man's wing. The poor girl ignored her, instead laying her head on her paws and wagging her tail lazily. The feathers on his side similarly shook gently. There were 2 breathless grunts. Chapter 181 Giant Octopus, Danger on the Sea. Kiki. Chen Mo lightly smiled and went forward, seeing the visitor. Chi-Chi's small face was overjoyed as she trotted forward and said in a petulant voice, Brother, you're here. Your big doggy sleeper is awake. Chen Mo wrapped his arms around Chi-Chi, looked at the poor man in front of him, and nodded with a smile. Brother, the big dog has wings now. Can it fly? Kiki asked curiously. It should be able to, Chen Mo said. Kiki, so brother, can you take Kiki with you on your flight? Chen Mo smiled and patted her head, saying, well, next time, brother has some things to do right now. Wait for the next time brother takes you, okay? Well, Kiki pondered for a moment before nodding. Well then, don't forget, brother, I'm going to my room to play. Good, go. Chen Mo's eyes were gentle. Knowing that his brother had something to do, Kiki very knowingly trotted into the house. After Kiki left, Chen Mo's face returned to calm. Fade. Poor man. It's time to get to work. The poor man who was lying on the ground opened his pupils ghostly and the pair of scarlet eyes looked very intimidating as it slowly rose from the ground. Stepping forward, the ground shook slightly under his feet with each step, close to 4 meters tall. The poor man was like a small mountain. Even Chen Mo had to raise his head to get a clear view. The majestic and powerful body, the pair of dark and unmistakable feathers unfurled. This is a gesture that belongs to the poor man's true stance. With every step, there was a hunting stance, and just looking at it was oppressive. The poor man came to Chen Mo's side. The poor Chi, who was born to kill furiously, lowered his head at this moment and rubbed against Chen Mo in an intimate manner. After being taken in by the celestial power alien, one will never have to worry about betrayal again. Chen Mo stroked its fur and murmured with twinkling eyes. Fourth order. It's just a shame you're so big now that it's all a bit inconvenient later. Chen Mo inevitably had a bit of a headache. The poor man's size was several times larger than before. If you go up with no place to put your feet, is it possible that you just have to lie on your back? There's no way around it. It seems to be a common problem with all Fae. With strength, except for the walkers. Humans will be in front of these Fae big fears will seem more and more small, moving suddenly enough to destroy a city. The poor man let out a low growl and took a few steps backward. Its immense and incomparable body unexpectedly gradually began to shrink. The bones made a crisp and unmistakable storming sound. Click. In a few breaths, it actually became the same size as before. It's gotten smaller, though. However, this body contained the terrifying and brutal explosive power of a fourth-ranked Great Fierce. Chen Mo's eyes lit up slightly at the sight, and he couldn't help but tsk and marvel. It seems that after the 4th rank, the abilities have changed in numerous ways as well. Let's go. Let's see how high you can fly with these feathers. Chen Mo tapped his toes and mounted the back of the poor man's body in one move. With the heavenly power alien energy as a medium, the mind is connected. There was no need for Chen Mo to say anything for poor Chi to be able to understand. It let out a low roar, and its wings spread out in a magnificent and unparalleled manner. And the dust and snow piled up in this place will be rolled and lifted up, and the huge body will leap up, waving the huge black wings. Surprisingly, he just rode up in the air. Kiki, who was inside the house watching the scene outside through the glass, her big eyes sparkled immensely. Hands on the glass, he watched the scene with immense envy. Whoa! Roar! The scarlet pupils of the poor Chi were regal, and its feathered wings swung. In the blink of an eye, it came to 100 meters in the air. The cold wind cut across his cheeks like a knife blade, and the chill intensified. It swung its wings to roam the sky, heading towards Rihama City. Chen Mo's full head of black hair was blown backwards and upside down, looking down to the building that is getting smaller and smaller in the field of vision. Feeling the wind whistling from the side of his ears, even he could not help but feel his heart surging to the extreme at this moment. After possessing the ability to fly, in this post-apocalyptic wasteland, wherever you are able to go. Wait. Chen Mo stared intently at the wings that the poor man had unfolded, as if he had thought of something, and gave a slight lurch. Since the celestial power alien can control the abilities of the poor clowns and theirs, does that mean that? It was dark. Over the sea at the mouth of Rihama City, Chen Mo rode on the back of the poor man's Chi, looking away from the distant patch of lightning and thunder, the wild and unmistakable lapping of the shocking waves. The sky was dark, and a black miasma of fog seemed to envelop the entire city of Rihama. From the outside, you can't even see Rihama City, and the deep black waves below raged and roared. Standing in the midst of this vast sea, it was as if only himself and the poor man were left in heaven and earth. Before even approaching Rihama City, the poor man constantly began to roar. The fur on his body also became a little tougher and alert, wave after wave of surging waves, that flooding within the University of North China. It's nothing compared to what's happening in front of us. The tsunami disaster that swept through the entire city of Rihama was clearly more than 100 times stronger. The limbs of various cruise ship hulls floated above the sea, and the air was thick with the mist of water. Such an intuitively terrifying sight caused Chen Mo's face to gradually become a bit gloomy. The catastrophe brought about by the emergence of each of the end-time gods has been devastating. And this year beast that came out of the deep sea had even more destructive power compared to the Shoshishin. At first, he thought that the year beast was merely at the level of a 4th-order endgame deity before it first came out. Looking at it like that, it was at least of 5th-order strength. Suddenly, from beneath the choppy sea below sprang an immense, incomparable tentacle. This tentacle is incredibly thick, 5 or 6 meters wide, slapping up a huge wave toward the air. The poor Chi lashed out. Roar! Poverty roared, sensing the tentacles coming from below, and the face hissed as it lunged towards this tentacle. Bang! Its violent and powerful power claws were set dead into the tentacles, brutally to the extreme. He tore apart this incomparably thick tentacle in front of him. Chen Mo frowned tightly. and the ghost slice in his hand suddenly swept out horizontally, turning into an incomparably sharp blade under the manipulation of the juggernaut's psychic powers. It chopped straight towards the tentacle. Tear and pull dash directly cut it off flat. An agonizing scream of extreme pain resounded violently within the sea below. Chen Mo looked toward the bottom, and beneath the surface of that water, he unexpectedly saw a black, pressurized piece of. There seems to be something huge hiding in the middle of this water. TSK, the appearance of the year beast has even triggered the fae around the waters of Rihama City. The sea area has always been the most dangerous place in the end times. No one knows how many ferocious and terrifying sea monsters lurk within the sea. They are even more powerful than the ones on land. Even in his previous life, no power dared to mess with it. Regardless of it, let's go, Chun Mo immediately said. He didn't have time to fight it himself, and if he let that yearling beast leave Rihama City destroyed, it's not easy to find out where the next one will appear. Put, poof, but the storm hadn't died down yet, and the action just now seemed to have angered the monster at the bottom of the sea. The waters below surged even more violently. A tentacle seemed to hold up the sky leaping out of the water. Clatter. Accompanied by countless splashes of water, 8 tentacles rose up around the surface of the sea, constantly swaying gently as it was like a cage that enveloped Chen Mo and poured chi in it. Chen Mo's eyes narrowed as he saw this. Rihama City was close at hand, and as he looked at the giant tentacles rising up around him, a flash of ruthlessness. Since you want to find death so badly, it's not my fault. Just in time. Take this opportunity to try out the 5th order Juggernaut alien ability. Chapter 182, Deep Sea Beasts. Don't mind them. The 8 tentacles slapped in unison towards the poor man in the center. With a roar, the poor man's body assumed a supine charging stance, and the feathered wings on both sides of his body swung with great vigor. It was like an arrow drawn from a full bow rushing up into the sky. Bang! 8 tentacles slapped heavily on this water surface. It erupted into a shocking, raging wave. The poor man was so fast that this gale, which scraped as if it were a knife, swept across the cheeks of the Chen Mo's full head of black hair was blown backward and stood up upside down, and his eyes were ruthless, directly aiming his right hand at a slice of the sea. The juggernaut dark pattern blossomed with an incomparably bright light that, frantically, he catalyzed his juggernaut alien energy. With the 5th order juggernaut ability, one was already able to do so without the need for metallic substances to catalyze it at all. To him, all matter within the realm of the Lord is metal. The water around them began to churn violently as if it were boiling. Within the area covered by the juggernaut's powers, the surging waves had instantly transformed into an incomparably sharp metal thorn, heading towards the giant octopus hiding in the deep sea. Boom! A splash exploded, and the 8 tentacles began to swing indiscriminately and wildly. Slapped the surface of this sea. A mournful cry of excruciating pain came out from the bottom of the sea. Immediately after that, the ear-piercing monster sound and the furious waves churning around them all calmed down. An immensely red blood floated from the bottom of the ocean to the level of the sea and it dyed the sea within these 100 meters bright red. The 8 tentacles struggled for a while and hung down helplessly. Gurgling, countless fine bubbles and blood froth surfaced. Chen Mo, who was sitting on the back of the poor Chi, was a bit stunned. Incredible in the power that comes with the 5th rank of the Master Alien. So quickly, he killed that giant octopus? Even Chen Mo was surprised, staring intently at the calm water below. Gulp gulp. A giant octopus corpse that was 20 to 30 meters long floated out of the water from under the sea. Chen Mo's eyes flickered, and he spoke directly at the sight of the situation. Poverty, go down and take a look. The poor man headed towards the giant octopus corpse that was floating up. With a leap, Anakiri easily tore through the giant octopus's torso. Only after spending a lot of effort did Chen Mo extract the crystal core of that giant octopus. What surprised him greatly was that it was a 3rd order crystal core. Chen Mo muttered, no wonder it was able to kill it so easily. Such a huge size, but it's only a 3rd order fae. He suddenly somewhat understood why the deep sea had always been a forbidden place in his previous life, even in the last 15 years. Not to mention the fact that there's no place to land in a place that's all saltwater. Just a 3rd-ranked giant octopus was able to invoke such great might. And according to what Kiki said, that yearling beast also came from the deep sea. There are many other creatures within the deep sea that she has never seen before. Chen Mo couldn't help but be vigilant, climbed back up the poor man and looked at that distant city of Ribbon. Open mouth. Be careful and try not to come up against these fae from the deep. The poor man was not good at water. If he had just been entangled by this giant octopus and entered the seawater, I'm afraid it's going to be another tough battle. The first order of business was to figure out exactly where that yearling beast was now. As far as one can remember, the power of the year is not to bring tsunamis and tidal floods, but rather, wherever it passes, without exception, they all melt into lava. This was also the reason why Chen Mo chose to come here at the first opportunity to figure out the truth of the matter after the poor man's breakthrough to the 4th rank with the ability to fly. The poor man rushed towards the black mist that surrounded the outskirts of Rihama City. After a few moments of time, it managed to arrive at the mouth of the Rihama City Sea. Just stepped into this place. That thick and incomparable black mist unexpectedly transformed into a spirit body similar to a grievous soul, with different forms, sea beasts, zombie fae, and even humans. The face devoured towards himself and the poor man. In the realm of the scourge of the beast of the year, those who are devoured by it will be transformed into a miasma in the form of a ghost. It can block most people from getting in and out. Chen Mo looked around at the crazy scurrying and surging to the devils, his face cold to the extreme. Cold snort opened his mouth. Just break right in. The scourge field can block ordinary people, already some low-level psychics. Though, however, it was simply not enough to fear for the 4th-ranked poor man and his 5th-ranked self. A beam of silvery streams of light erupted out, and the poor man roared all over the place. This filled with a sense of oppression, and the majestic sound waves directly swept through these black fog illusion of the ghost. Swish dash. Chen Mo sat on the back of the poor Chi, holding the ghost slash and sweeping it out, cutting through the black mist that obscured the area in front of him. A man and a beast entered the mouth of the sea in Rihama City in the blink of an eye. When he crossed the field of calamity and saw the whole picture of Ribbon City clearly, Chen Mo's pupils dilated. It was a little hard to believe. The tsunami directly flooded half of Rihama City, and in the midst of this endless seawater, all that was revealed were just a few taller buildings and crushed ship branches all over the place. The building is crumbling. Numerous black fog transformed into a devourer is like a wandering ghost in this Ribbon City in general, wandering, floating. The air, the sea, as if a group of demons. And at the mouth of the sea in Rihama City, there are still survivors on those buildings who are still alive. They were half submerged in the sea. It was as if they were holding on to various buildings or pontoons that were still on the level, as if they were holding on to a lifeline. Help! Help! Ah! I don't want to die. No! What the hell is this? Get the hell away from me! This area appears to have been flooded just recently. There were still quite a few survivors on the surface, constantly trying to swim away from this hellhole. They're all from the Ancient Martial Arts League, which has long since taken over the entire city of Ribbon. All the survivors in Rihama City have joined the Ancient Martial Arts League. Chen Mo's eyes became more and more grave. The seawater in this area was rushing and raging. In the distance there is some land yet to be submerged. The poor man gradually flew a little lower, and on seeing the beast that had flown through the air, the countless survivors in this place each had an incomparable desire for life and a hopeful glow in their eyes. What? What is that? People! Someone's flying! We are saved! That beast can actually fly! Help me! Friend! Help! Standing below at the highest point of a collapsed floor, the few survivors left were all hoarse, using their utmost strength to scream towards Chen Mo on the poor man's back. They fought off the bites of the ghosts while shaking their arms, trying to get Chen Mo to stop and rescue himself. Chen Mo naturally heard these voices. He merely glanced at the crowd of survivors below. Then he spoke without expression. Don't mind them. Chapter 183, The Scourge of the Sunset Beast. Poor man, go to the front. The location where the annual beast appeared represents the area inundated by the tsunami. With a low roar, the poor man slapped the yearling devourer, who had once again lunged at him, and his wings were like sharp blades that, swinging and slapping violently. Those black mist devils that were fatal to ordinary people were crushed by this pair of immense and incomparable feathers before they could even get close. Too many people. Although it had been known that this place, Ribbon City, had the existence of the Ancient Martial Arts Alliance. Moreover, the strength of the Ancient Martial Alliance as a large force formed by martial artists before the end of the world was extraordinary, not even weaker than the major military regions. But what he didn't realize was that just this one area of the spit, there are still many survivors left. These survivors escaped the New Year's Eve and the tsunami, but they can't escape the ghosts created by the beast to plague the realm. As long as the yearling beasts didn't stop eating for a moment, these black mists would be produced continuously. Countless people are shouting snotty cries from below. Upon seeing Chen Mo riding the poor man's chi and leaving without hesitation, he flew over the top of his head. One by one, their mood instantly dropped to the bottom, their expressions desperate to the extreme. Some are angry, some curse. Why didn't you save us? We are all humans. You shall not die if you see death. Someone roared from a distance. Another person was torn apart by the devils. Chen Mo naturally didn't care what they thought. The annual beast purge of the population would have been in its own plan. One would not stop it, nor would one want to be any kind of savior. Each to his own. Ow dash. In the distance, a loud and unmistakable, deafening roar shook heaven and earth. That one skyscraper began to collapse. Boom! The seawater unexpectedly began to violently churn, and immediately after that, Another stack of huge waves formed, erupting into a tsunami that swept across the sky once again. Tsunamis bring more than just seawater that engulfs everything. There's also an amazingly huge head that emerges from the sea as well. All kinds of fae in the sea near Rihama City, without exception, were washed in by the tsunami brought by the beast of the year. The roaring sound coming from the front made the poor man under the seat even more exuberant. The Scarlet flashed with a brutal, bloodthirsty light as it roared defiantly and loudly. Pop! Shenmo directly slapped it and said with an icy face, "Shut up and get over there." It was only then that the poor man's chi was somewhat restrained, and he gave an aggrieved cry, waving his feathered wings very vigorously. According to one's memory, the newly born yearling beasts are extremely hungry, and if a living being exists, it was impossible to turn a blind eye, and wherever he passed, he had seen many survivors trying to survive in the midst of this amazing tsunami. Why don't you eat them? Normally, the reason that can affect these end-time dominator level fae that it was that there were other equally powerful existences that made it feel threatened. But the beast of the year can't be juxtaposed with common sense because it's not territorial in the slightest. No backbone either. Every time you reach an area, you just keep eating. All of them would fight with the overlord level fae in that area. It doesn't fight to the death. It doesn't fight to the death. It slinks away. If you can beat it, you'll eat it along with the overlord of that area. Looking at the rapidly collapsing buildings in the distance and the unflooded lands of it was as if the yearling was chasing something with a purpose. A bad feeling suddenly surged in Shenmo's heart, as if he had thought of something. Can make Nian give up food? That's only one possibility. Something else exists that it wants to devour even more. Above the mine at the moment, hundreds of the ancient martial arts league's aliens are here. A few of the adepts who possessed the ability to control the elemental system of soil manipulated the earth under their feet at the same time, building a circular wall of earth to isolate the raging torrent. Wrap everyone within this area. Beyond the earthen wall was the corpse of a huge, flood-soaked fae head. Each of those few ancient martial alliances adepts who were able to manipulate the soil were pale to the core. The earthen wall in front of him was about to collapse under this constant crashing, wave after wave. They were about to hold on for dear life and bellowed. Lung and Sister Lin and the two of them haven't come up yet? We're not going to be able to hold out much longer. Bang! One of them fainted to death from lack of physical strength. The huge earthen wall in front of him cracked open in an instant, and countless seawater gushed and poured in through that hole. The other few people's faces suddenly changed when they saw this, and they quickly activated their supernatural powers to fill up that whole opening. The entire grounds are like a water tank that, the seawater that came in from time to time had already submerged half of the people's bodies, and was constantly pouring in towards one of the water whirlpools inside. That's the entrance to the mine. There are thousands more inside ready to be used as food sacrifices for the annual beast. Survivors of the compulsion of Puritanism. Each of them had a crazy look on their faces. Some were sitting, some were shouting with their hands in the air. Ha ha, we're all going to die. You are unwilling to submit to the Pure World cult, and this is the punishment brought by the gods. We have joined the Pure World sect, and even if we die, we can be brought back to life by the sect master. Get eternal life. What's more, their eyes are red as hell. It lunged directly towards the few adepts who were struggling to manipulate the earth element. No more fearless resistance. Bang! One person from the ancient martial alliance rushed out to directly press that crazy guy to the ground. His face was ugly to the core as he opened his mouth. Sister Yu, Xiao Yan and a few of them are about to lose their grip. If Long and Xiaolin don't come up, we really must retreat. They have been guarding the mine below to prevent it from being flooded by the sea. From time to time, there are still those who are compelled by the Pure World sect to cause trouble here. It's simply a matter of internal trouble and external trouble. Bitterness. Everyone's spirit, tightened to the limit. Sister Rain, it's going to be impossible to hold on. The other side of the alien who were struggling to maintain this huge earth wall let out a pained cry. Yuan Yu's face was incredibly grave, and the countless noisy and chaotic voices in his ear. Add to that the thousands of survivors who kept messing around, breaking free of their restraints now and then. Even she, who was always calm in nature, couldn't help but be a little annoyed for a moment. Yuan Yu stared intently at one by one the survivors who were beginning to stir, and after a few moments of contemplation, he exclaimed, "Give these people up. Yan Hao, a few of you have reduced your psychic abilities. Just take care of securing that mine entrance and our own people. Prevent the seawater from pouring in." The range of this circular wall of earth gradually raised by the alien power was simply too great. There were even more waves constantly lapping at it, and maintaining it for every second would take a lot of alien energy. Those 30 or so fey corpses were shed. Right now, in order to protect Li Long and also Zhong Lin under the mine, they could only give up these people and narrow down the range of their powers to reduce consumption. Yan Hao and the others gritted their teeth and whispered, "Long overdue." A few of them were just about to withdraw their powers, and just then, A growl that sent shivers of fear down his spine resounded from not far away. Immediately afterward, the waves became even more turbulent, as if they were in a violent rage, extremely violently crashing towards the earth wall. Rumble! The earth wall in front of us was split apart in an instant. It exploded into countless clumps of earth scattered. In the distance, a terrifying beast came stampeding wildly on the waves. The beast was like a huge mountain, with a fierce face, covered in dense greenish-black scales. Dazzling and rising with a rich black mist, the limbs are like pillars in the sky, surging and circling with swirls of water. In its wake was accompanied by raging and heaving waves. Its appearance, surprisingly, was exactly the same as the sealed yearling beast under this 1,000-meter deep mine. Countless seawater poured in ferociously with the shattering of the earth wall in a split second. No! Chapter 184, the seal is lifted. But Nian didn't wake up. The crazy influx of seawater instantly dispersed the thousands of people here. The defenseless survivors were engulfed in an instant. One by one, they were doused with a great deal of seawater. And in the face of death, that sense of suffocation made the expression of the survivors, who should have been crazy and incomparable, become fearful and sober, and kept fluttering their limbs and wailing, "Help! Help me! Help me!" The people of the Ancient Martial Arts Alliance were likewise no better. Rumble an earthen wall floats above these waters. Yan Hao, who had long been soaked to the skin, as well as a few of the adepts who were able to manipulate the earth adepts, yelled, "Come on up!" In the middle of the Ancient Martial Alliance, a female alien with a head full of black hair flew wildly, even bursting out. Constant extensions wrapped around the bodies of their own people who were submerged in the seawater, pulling them all over at the same time. Pooh-ha! Someone directly fell to his knees and spat out a large mouthful of seawater, his face pale to the extreme. As for the thousands of survivors who were supposed to be food for the yearling, it has long since been submerged in this vast ocean and disappeared. Yuan Yu looked at the people from the Ancient Martial Alliance who were constantly being rescued, turning his head in the direction of that mine entrance. In front of this huge sea water, the mines had been completely given away long ago, and her eyes shook with a great light. Shouted, "Count the number of people. Let's go! What about Lung and Lin and the others? What time is it? It's important to stay alive. Dragon and the others aren't coming up yet. I'm afraid that Shaolin stayed there and didn't want to leave," someone said with anger to the extreme. If it wasn't for John Rim they wouldn't have lost so much. And just then, an exclamation of surprise came from someone. "Wait, what? What is that?" You see, the eyes of the crowd looked with them, and upon noticing the wild rush in the distance, when the huge size of the U-beast was simply like a small mountain, each of their expressions seemed as if they had seen a ghost, horrified to the extreme, and could not help but start trembling all over. Isn't it that yearling beast? Why is it here? Could it be that Sister Lin and the others have succeeded? That year beast was successfully released from its seal? Almost everyone present had seen the yearling beast underneath that mine, though somehow it's here. But I think it must be that Sister Xiaolin has already succeeded in unsealing the Nian beast. One by one, they could not help but have expressions of ecstasy to the extreme, as if they had seen a savior on this wave, and they shouted out in excitement, "Hey, Sister Xiaolin, Brother Lung, we're here, as if he was afraid that the sunset beast on the other side of the room wouldn't hear him. Their necks were all sinewy, and they were shouting at the top of their lungs. The only person in the arena who noticed a hint of abnormality in it was Yuan Yu. Her eyes narrowed as she stared dead in the face of the rampaging sunset beast across the street, constantly searching but did not find the figures of Li Long and Zhong Lin above the U-beast. The sunset beast let out a roar to the sky, its large and hideous head high-end. The mouth and nose gushed out a dark and incomparable mist, and the unicorn horn on top of his head blossomed with an azure-colored light. That roar caused the hearts of everyone present to palpitate beyond measure, accompanied by rolling waves exploding up from behind it. It pressed towards the crowd in an overwhelming manner. Although very similar to the beast of the year, in that Eve beast, but with layers of green and black scales, Yuan Yu's pupils shrunk violently, feeling that something wasn't quite right. Her pretty face turned white as she shouted, "Run away! It's not the yearling beast from the mines." Boom! But it was already too late to come, before the sunset beasts arrived. That great pressure fell as if it were 1,000 pounds. The earthen platform floating on the surface of the sea exploded into smithereens. One by one, the people of the Ancient Martial Alliance were once again drowned into this wave. The black mist took the form of ghosts of various human beings and sea animals and tore towards all of them. A few breaths passed. Aside from a very small number of Ancient Martial Alliance exalts, the hundreds of people who were here had fallen by the wayside. The only surviving Yuan Yu directly chose to abandon Zhong Lin and Li Long, who were still under the mine, to evacuate. Roar! The sunset beast didn't choose to pursue, but instead, with its feet on the waves, step by step, He slowly approached the location of the entrance to the mine. The Yuzin Vong let out a low roar, and surprisingly the seawater around it began to rotate. With it as the center of as if there was an invisible wall blocking it, the countless surging seawater unexpectedly avoided its location. The beast fell to the ground at sunset, and with each step the earth stirred violently. It came to the immense, bottomless mine, and lowered its head to sniff a wild and uncontrollable roar towards the inside followed. Ow dash! And in the distance, Chen Mo rode the poor Chi to this place as well. Just saw the unthinkable. When he saw the sunset beast from afar, Chen Mo's body shook with the familiar and incomparable. The huge body that split the surface of the sea made him stop shaking. That's it, beast of the year. Poor man, don't go over there. Chen Mo noticed the strange behavior of the sunset beast. Frowning tightly, he stared at the sunset beast from afar. Chen Mo frowned as the sea below floated with the corpses of one third-order Fae after another. What's going on here? He stared intently at the sunset beast. Somehow, it always seemed that the sunset beast in the distance was somewhat different from what he remembered. It is indeed a yearling beast all right, but why is it green? Seawater, seawater. At this moment, inside the mine cave in Rihama City, the sea was on the verge of completely flooding the entire mine. Even the peach tree was drowned by the seawater that poured in ferociously. And inside the cave where the beast of the year was sealed, countless seawater was like a waterfall pouring in towards that huge pit that was so deep that it couldn't see the bottom. That huge pit that sealed the yearning beast was even filled with seawater in general. One can only imagine how horrible the situation is on the ground thousands of meters above this. 2/3 of Li Lung's body, from the neck down, had been soaked into the water. Wisps of seawater were still spilling over the cavern. Seeing that the water level here was getting higher and higher, and was even approaching the top of his head, he was anxious and, with an incomparably anxious face, he roared towards Zhonglin above the head of the yearling beast. They can't hold out much longer. Zhongnim, go! The seal has been lifted, and this beast of the year may have died a long time ago. It didn't even wake up. Before, a group of them came to persuade Zhonglin to leave. Zhongrim, however, refused to leave as if she was obsessed. Even if he controls the elemental system's ability to control the soil inside the mine, which was submerged by seawater for thousands of meters, it is now completely impossible to get out. Zhonglin was kneeling on top of the head of the yearling beast, and she was looking a bit frantic, constantly whacking the yearling beast beneath him. Why haven't you woken up yet? Chapter 185, The Year Beast Awakens. Dissolving everything. I know you're not dead, right? I'm the only one who knows you're alive. Wake up for me. She kept pushing her powers, trying to communicate with the yearling beast. Obviously the chains that held it captive had been unsealed by itself. But why hadn't the yearling beast woken up? Li Long's eyes were wide with anger, and he went directly against the seawater that was already about to flood over his head, placing his hand on a stone wall to the side, and activating his powers to block the mine hole directly behind him, temporarily preventing the sea from completely flooding the cave. He blamed himself immensely in his heart. He should have knocked Shaolin out and brought her back a long time ago. It's funny that I thought that the last seal of this beast would be lifted and it would awaken. Holding a hint of luck before staying here. Kobayashi, it's over. Perhaps you were mistaken at the very beginning. It's been here for countless years. I'm afraid it's already dead. The sea had been submerged up to the position of the head of that beast of the year. Li Long wanted to rush over and just knock Zhonglin out. Zhonglin's eyes were red, and she didn't budge at all even though Li Long pulled her. Cloaked screamed. Then die. One last time. Let me try one last time. The seals have all been lifted here, and the mines have long since been flooded by the sea. With the power of the two of us, we won't be able to escape at all. It's the only way to rely on it. Li Long, please. Zhonglin's eyes were covered with blood. Nearly pleading, he looked at Liren. Having studied it herself for 7 or 8 years, it had long since become an obsession of hers. Waiting for the end times to occur after stumbling upon the breath of this beast of the year, for which it has been preparing for a long time. And now it's so hard to unseal all the seals of this place. The yearling beast was surprisingly still in a state of slumber. Liren was silent for a moment. He looked up at a strip of seawater that kept falling as if it were a fountain. The passages of that mine had also been filled with seawater, and the cavern was strewn with cracks. Even with his own psychic abilities, he simply couldn't fill all these cracks and block the flow of water. Hey! Li Long sighed heavily, his eyes gradually becoming ferocious as he said in a deep voice. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You go. Big deal. We'll die here together. He knew that this yearling beast was already considered an obsession for even Zhonglin. It's the last time, and if it doesn't work, we'll all just die here. I'm sorry, Liren said in a deep voice. When he finished speaking, he simply turned around and activated all of his supernatural powers. The entire cavern rumbling loud, That constantly falling water cracks also short time he gave and forced to merge. Although a large amount of water would still be leaking from the other cracks, this would also greatly slow down the rate at which the cave would be flooded. Bellin nodded as she took a deep breath and looked at the yearling beast at her feet. Directly on his knees, he placed his hand on the head of the yearling beast, and inwardly kept begging, "Wake up, Buzz." An ethereal purple light bloomed, and the dark pattern of awakening on Zhonglin's left hand suddenly brightened beyond measure. With all her strength she tried to harness the yearling directly, trying to force it to wake up. Dense sweat surfaced on Zhonglin's forehead, and her pretty face became increasingly pale to the extreme. Suddenly, poo-ho! Zhonglin spewed out a mouthful of blood directly from her mouth. The breath shriveled as it was buffeted by a force. The massive overdraft of her powers caused her to suffer a backlash. Shaolin? Li Long's face suddenly changed. Boom! The crack that he had briefly healed with his powers shattered right into pieces, and became even bigger. Seawater poured in from mine shafts, overhead, and in various locations. Done. Li Long rushed up and picked up Zhonglin directly. Zhonglin's whole body was as if she had lost her soul. His breath was weak to the core, and his eyes were lifeless as he looked at the water that was falling recklessly from the cavern. It's not working. Li Long was in a desperate mood as well. Both of their powers had been severely overdrawn. A trace of pity surfaced in Li Long's eyes and he murmured softly, "Lin, why are you being so bitter?" Li Long put Zhonglin down gently and opened his mouth. "I'm going to find out if there's a place I can escape to." When the words were uttered, even he himself felt ridiculous. This place has been flooded with seawater. It's thousands of meters from the mine to the surface. Even this place was flooded. Even if it really escaped, what kind of scene was above could be imagined. All they could do now was wait for death. Zhonglin climbed up with great difficulty, staring blankly at the darkened roof of the cave above her. Closing his eyes he murmured, "After all, can't." But just when both had despaired, throughout the cavern, terrifying, from above, a roar as if from the abyss. The roar seemed to be able to trigger the seawater, and the whole cave began to rumble and shake. This time, it wasn't just seawater that fell. There was even all sorts of rubble that fell. That terrifying sound echoed within the entire cavern. Both Li Long and Zhonglin were shaken. Dang! The sleeping yearling beast inside the cave violently opened its huge pupils. Its immensely black and huge body began to spread its strands of red lines along its body from the very bottom, as if it had been lit up. The breath is also returning dramatically, and the temperature is beginning to rise, even around all of them began to continuously bubble up layers of water mist. Zhonglin, who was at the top of her head, shuddered as her own supernatural ability, surprisingly, transmitted a response. Is it an illusion? Why did she sense the remaining yearling seem to move? And on the other side, Liren looked back just in time to meet the eyes of the two huge the pupils of the beast filled with violent and murderous aura. The whole person was like being struck by lightning, stiffened in place and began to tremble uncontrollably. Liren, what's up? Suddenly, roar! The yearling beast opened its mouth and violently responded with a deafening roar. Gollum gollum, zip! The countless seawater inside the cave evaporated into water mist in an instant. From within the bottomless cavern, you can see the rolling lava begin to flow. That red light directly lit up the entire cavern, and extremely terrifying temperatures erupted from within the Nyan beast's body. An instant of evaporation filled the entire cavern with a blinding white mist of water. Li Long's face changed drastically, and with a tremendous survival instinct, it made him immediately activate his supernatural energy to raise a thick wall. Zhonglin's mournful and extremely miserable scream rang out. Rumble! Countless rocks are smashing down, and flames are surging. The entire Zhonglin, who was currently atop the head of the yearling beast, was directly burned to a crisp, and Li Long's pupils shrunk violently, and through that wall of earth, the hairs on his body began to burn, and his right hand was even scorched by the extremely hot temperature and had to be withdrawn. Lin. Chapter 186, The Satisfied Zhonglin, The Altered Youth. Li Long hissed, and directly broke through that earth wall, and countless places within the cave turned into lava. The cave in front of him dissolved into rolling lava underneath. That extremely vicious and terrifying yearly beast, whose head alone held up most of the cave, was looking straight at himself, and at this moment, Zhonglin, who was on top of the yearly beast's head, had long since lost all vitality and turned into charcoal. Xiaolin. Li Long's eyes widened in anger. Boiling mists erupted from the mouth and nose of the yearling beast, and just by exhaling the breath of it then made Li Long's entire body blaze with fire. Li Long began to roll on the ground in extreme pain, and the whole thing turned into a fireman. Don't kill him. At this time, surprisingly, a cry of alarm suddenly rang out. The large pupils of the yearling beast flickered with a ghostly light. The flames that were burning on Li Long's body unexpectedly disappeared in an instant. He was badly burned all over his body. This feeling was 10,000 times more painful than the previous burning of Yuan Yu with flames. Li Long breathed heavily and barely opened his eyes. In front of the pupil of that Nanian beast, there was actually a dark silhouette floating. Lin, how is that possible? Isn't Lin dead? The silhouette conjured by the black mist slowly floated towards this place. Although it was only a black mist, Li Long was able to clearly know that this, in front of him, was Zhong Lin without a doubt. The black mist was transformed into Zhong Lin's appearance, and Zhong Lin's face was overflowing with an unstoppable joy. She turned her head and looked at the amazing giant in front of her, her eyes wild to the core. What the hell is going on here? Li Long roared. Zhong Lin slowly turned around and looked at Li Long and opened her mouth with a smile. I know everything. Liren, thank you very much. High-ranking endgame gods with the ability to choose divine messengers, as the first living being killed by the year beast upon its awakening, plus the fact that one's own beast harnessing ability did indeed establish a connection with it. Although he is dead, he exists in the form of Nin's slave ghost. One is special and conscious. After becoming a devourer, she knew everything the yearling knew. I knew. You were the one calling me all these years. Zhong Lin's eyes softened immensely as she turned to look at the yearling beast. You want me to get you out? Everything in front of me was telling myself that what I was doing was not wrong. Even if one is already dead, it's not enough. Liren, we did it. I am the chosen one of the year and I will live with it. Li Long opened his mouth, half speechless with surprise. Zhong Lin didn't explain anything more, but murmured softly, it's hungry now, and besides, it's got its nemesis up there. Don't worry, Nin is not an enemy, and after settling the Yuletide beasts, I'll keep it from harming the people of Ribbon City. And it might even be able to help us in the Ancient Martial Arts League, but when it needs a break, your assistance is needed. Why? Liren couldn't accept that Zhongnim existed in such a posture. Watching Zhong Lin transform into a black mist, the incredibly weak man could no longer hold on and fainted. The year beast in the cave stared at Li Long. Hot air exhaled from its mouth and nose, and it directly opened its mouth and a terrifying suction force came from it, directly swallowing Li Long into his abdomen. Then a violent and extreme killing intent surfaced in his pupils. Lifting his head to look at the immensely dark, moving roof of the cavern, that gaze, it seemed to cross countless obstacles, came to the ocean-filled Yuletide beast on the surface. Rumble dash the yearling beast rose, its massive body a deep black color that, a red glowing pattern emerged on the limbs and body, which was 60 meters tall. The beast of the year roared toward the top, and at once the tens of thousands of degrees of high temperature of the lava became more surging and raging. Below the red light full of more and more suddenly bright, as if a volcano eruption generally rushed to the sky, carrying an unrivaled and terrifying destructive force, he directly smashed through this extremely hard cave with his brutal to the core body. Roar! Nightfall, New Year's Eve is here. The surface of the earth is inundated with seawater. The sunset beast was continuously tearing apart the body of a third-ranked Fae and devouring it, as if it was recovering its strength. In the distance, Chen Mo sat on the back of the poor Chi, his eyes never leaving for a moment. I've seen the year myself before. Not it. Chen Mo's eyes were extraordinarily heavy. And where is the real yearling? The fact that such a flood had occurred was a devastating blow to the Ribbon City Ancient Martial Arts League. In his previous life, the Ancient Martial Arts Alliance, as the top power in the end times, had extremely powerful energies. It can even fight against those powerful major military regions. No one can do anything about it. What has always puzzled Chen Mo a bit is that, since the first location where the Nian beast appeared was in Ribbon City, it was impossible for the Ancient Martial Arts Alliance to still develop so brilliantly later on. One of them was bound to be that the Ancient Martial Alliance had covered up some news they didn't want people to know, and that was why Chen Mo chose to take the initiative to come and check it out. Chen Mo was a bit puzzled as to why the yearling beast hadn't made any moves yet. What the hell is it trying to do? At that moment, the words spoken by Luo Tianxiong suddenly resounded in his mind. I've heard that customs vary from place to place, and I think that in Tianhai City, the yearlings come out of the water. Chen Mo's pupils contracted violently as he looked unbelievably toward the sunset beast in the distance. Then an amazing light emerged from his eyes. Will this be the case? As with the Shukijin years, it might actually be two heads? The mutual devouring of the end-time god seems to bring great benefits. Is this year in front of us waiting for another year to come along? Chen Mo stared closely at that direction with some anticipation. Time would confirm his own next guess. It would be really interesting if that were true. Rumble. The sea began to beginning to stir, and there was a violent vibration coming from the earth. An extremely terrifying aura drastically filled the air. It was as if some great terror was about to descend. The sunset beasts above the sea began to become agitated, and countless waves began to surge. Roar dash an incomparably terrifying roar came from beneath the ground. The water level began to plummet, and gurgling bubbles and steam appeared on the surface of the sea. Under this night, a crimson crack opened up in the ground beneath the ocean floor. Suddenly, boom! It's like a volcano erupting. Countless pieces of rock exploding. A magma with a terrifyingly hot temperature gushed out from the bottom of that sea, tens of meters high, with countless flames splashing out. The earth collapsed, and countless seawater poured in towards that collapsed place. The high temperatures made the space unusually scorching, with heat wave after heat wave. Rumble! It was like some huge object had fallen and erupted with a shocking sound. Under this pitch-black and incomparable night, the blood moon in the sky was hanging high in the sky. A terrifying yearly beast with burning flames in its limbs and a pitch-black body descended upon the area. The body was majestic and huge, and its appearance melted the surrounding seawater and earth into magma, and the fire was in the sky. Chapter 187 Year Beast vs. Night Beast. And on the opposite side of the Beast of the Year, there's also a head with the exact same body shape. The Yuuzhan beast whose color was somewhat greenish treading the seawater was staring directly at it with violent pupils. The size of the she was even more massive than the Nyan beast, and its aura was majestic and amazing. It has awakened from the depths of the sea. It has devoured hundreds of millions of living beings in the ocean long before it reached the shore. When Chen Mo, who was far away, saw the scene in front of him, his heart instantly set off shockwaves. Sure enough, just like the post-apocalyptic god Shou Shishun, the year beast, likewise, had a two-headed existence, and the beast of the year that leapt out of the ground in a single bound. It gradually overlapped with the tyrannical and cruel body in his own memories. On that dark, rainy night, it is the one that devoured the entire living beings of Tianhai City to the tune of 1 out of 10. That end. It's only the yearly beasts? Chen Mo muttered. At this moment, even the poor Chi under the seat was vaguely inclined to retreat. It was belligerent, but it wasn't a cutie pie. Its instincts as a ferocious fey tell it. Each of those two Nyan beasts in the distance were extremely difficult goods. Roar! The poor man began to stir uneasily, his roots and hairs standing on end. Even the waving feathers became impatient. Take it easy. Chen Mo placed his hand on the poor man's back and soothed a sentence. The eyes were still fixed on the two yearlings, two apocalyptic gods. Even if he himself joined forces with the poor Shoshi, he didn't seem to have much of a grasp on the right pair. In the past, the mere fact of the yearling beast with lava strewn under its feet had caused the major military regions to become anxious. Now there's another one that's capable of moving the waters. It was like coming to the home stretch of the Yubari beast's existence. As I recall, after Ishibuchi resolved the year in his previous life, there was no more appearance of the yearly beasts out and about. In that case, there's always a winner and a loser. Between the beasts of Eve and the beasts of the year, devour each other to each other. Thinking about this, the corners of Chen Mo's mouth couldn't help but raise slightly, looking down into the rushing sea below, maneuvering the master alien energy to build a platform by platform. Patting the poor man underneath him, he said, "Take a break. It's not our turn yet." Poor Chi had only just broken through the 4th rank not long ago. Controlling the flight all the time was consuming physical strength. He had fed himself quite a few crystal cores plus a bottle of D-rank potion along the way. The beast of the year. Just one is enough. Snipe. What a similarity between the previous god of longevity and the current beast of the year and the beast of the evening. Just the only thing that made Chen Mo feel a little strange was why the last to survive was the yearling. Looking at the situation in front of him, it was obvious that the sunset beast was more powerful. Even its size was a full circle larger compared to the yearling beast. In contrast to it's just as scary, but it doesn't seem to be in very good shape. With such a comparison, it was clear that the Yuuzhan had a better chance of winning. If it weren't for the fact that there are no benches or melons here, his own Highlands had to sit back and watch the show to see how this yearling beast actually killed the Yuletide beast in return. And the other side. Clap 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 dash, the ocean tides churned and rolled up in monstrous waves. The sunset beast stood on all fours above the surface of the water. A roaring sound was emitted towards the fiery beast of the year across the street. They meet and there is no communication. A crazy surge rolled up in the middle of the seawater around the Yuuzhan. From the dense scales gap diffuse endless black mist, transformed into a head of the year devils to tear and go. A scornful intent flashed up within the berserk pupils of the yearly beast. It took a few steps backward and the hot lava in contact with the surrounding seawater constantly emitted a zizi sound, turning into thick water vapor. In the face of that mad rush of devils, a terrifying energy gradually burst out from within its huge body that was pitch black and incomparable. That line of red lava became blazing, and the earth began to crack beneath his feet. A trail of sparks rose from it. Boom! Immediately afterward, a pillar of fire rose up directly from the ground. The blazing flames burned the countless devils that came at them. From within the monstrous flames, a mournful and extreme scream resounded. Roar! The beast of the year roared and kept retreating backward. Surprisingly, he directly turned around and chose to flee without a fight. The eyes of Chen Mo in the distance gave way at this scene. It's not even a fight yet? Just run away? But this also more let Chen Mo but wake up. He once saw the year beast. Sure enough, it's this guy alright. Whenever it ravages a region, it fights its overlords, never to the death. But whenever they feel danger they will immediately choose to leave. This was why the major military regions in the previous world had been able to fend off the year beast simply by virtue of their firepower. Because it never fought you to the death. Wow! The big wave directly doused the pillar of fire, and a thick white mist haloed it. When the she-beast saw the Nian beast escaping, his pupils became even more furious, bursting out of his body. The limbs were like pillars of the sky slapping down on the water surface, exploding countless water splashes. Boom! The tsunami became even more violent. A huge wave rose and tore caresses the sunset beasts as they ride the waves. The sunset beast roared and growled angrily towards the yearling beast that turned to flee. Ow! But the beast was not moved in the least, but ran a little faster, evaporating sea water wherever it passed. The earth cracked and turned into countless lava cracks. The Nian beasts and the Yuzuru beasts are not intellectually inferior beings like the Shikatsujin. The year has just awakened from dormancy and broken the seal. If it weren't for the fact that the life and death archenemy, the Yubari beast, was already at the doorstep, even if all the seals had been lifted, it all has to sleep for quite some time to regain its strength. And the most effective way to restore power is to devour living beings. The beasts of the sunset were raging, two amazing giants running through this dark night. Not an inch of grass could be found wherever it passed, and the waves intertwined monstrously with the fire, destroying everything around it. The corner of Chen Mo's mouth, whose ass hadn't even been warmed up yet, twitched. The Eve beast seemed to awaken a little earlier than the year beasts. According to what Kiki said, the Yuzu beast came from the deep sea having regained a great deal of strength. It does not seem excessive. The situation of certain death, so it makes him even more curious about how that yearly beast actually killed the sunset beast. Chen Mo patted the poor man on the side and decided to find out what was going on. Roar! There was no time at all to regain strength. There was a gap after all. The Nian beasts that were running away were soon caught up by the sunset beasts behind them. The sunset beast leapt forward and opened its bloody mouth towards the Nian beast. Rumble! Its limbs are like pillars in the sky. The huge claws slapped on top of the year beast's huge body in an instant. Rip! Roar! The year beast pupil roared in anger to the extreme, and a long wound was torn out of his body in an instant, from which blood with a terrifying temperature, like magma, flowed out. Rumble! The Yuzuru beast heaved the Nian beast down to the ground and a deafening roar erupted. Countless splashes of water. The two beasts were like mortal enemies. The pupils of the sunset beast were brutal to the extreme, and its scaly claws ruthlessly slapped down towards the year beast. Bang! Bang! Every time it fell, it was like a giant hammer smashing into the ground, with blood and flesh flying around, and the scene was violent. Bloody as hell. Chapter 188 Martial Arts Association President Zhong Yushu. This fierce and ferocious pummeling directly aroused the ferocity of the yearling beast in the same way. Its pupils were furious, bursting with a regal and incomparable spectral light, and it opened its mouth wide and a flame with an extremely terrifying temperature was directly ejected towards the Yuzu beast that was pressing down on his torso. Ow! The agonizing screams resounded. Zip! The yearling beast took the opportunity to swing its claws towards the sunset beast and slapped it straight away. Solely not fleeing, his pupils were scarlet and crazy as he roared towards the sunset beast and rushed over. Roar! It lowered its head like a savage bull and aimed its unicorn horn directly at the belly of the sunset beast and toppled it. The seawater all around was constantly being vaporized. Put! The sound of blood and flesh entering the body resounded, and countless blue blood spurted out. The unicorn horn was inserted into the abdomen of the sunset beast. The gaze of the yearly beast was ferocious to the extreme, and he directly roared out. The lava patterns all over his body even blossomed with a shocking crimson light. Countless amounts of blue blood splashed outward in all directions, accompanied by a huge splash of. The head of the yearling beast that had fallen into a berserk rage gave a sharp rise. It actually directly picked up the huge body of the sunset beast, and tore open a bloody maw on its abdomen. Like a small mountain it smashed down into the seawater, setting off wild tides and amazing waves. Rumble! The raging sea gradually returned to calm. The pupils of the Nian beast stared at the waters in death, and on top of its body, magma dripped continuously. Its right paw went limp and half of its body fell to its knees. It was in such a weak state that it met its demise without any feeding. In the midst of Nin's huge pupils, vaguely still able to see clearly, there is a humanoid black fog presence. That was Zhong Lin, who had transformed into a devourer, and was the only living being the Nian beast had killed since breaking the seal. Chen Mo couldn't help but frown as he rode on the poor man's back. Looking at the bottom of the sea where the U-beast had sunk, the poor man underneath him had already begun to stir. Wanted to wrap it up at the end. Its pupils flashed with the colors of bloodlust and desire. If we can eat this end-time god in front of us, its power was bound to be able to be greatly enhanced again. Sensing the poor man's thoughts, Chen Mo said in a deep voice, "Take it easy, because that sunset beast, it's still alive." Suddenly, a loud rumbling sound seemed to come from the distance. Chen Mo frowned. Poverty. Fly higher. The poor man under the seat directly leapt up and climbed several meters into the air again. Sitting on the poor man's back, he took in the surrounding scenery. There was a huge crowd not far away. Hundreds of people from the ancient martial alliance were rushing towards this place. One by one, each of the ancient martial arts league psychics displayed their own means to override the sea. And the most horrifying thing was that in the distance, where the seawater was flooded, the seawater was cut into two sections. One of them, an old man with a full head of white hair and a child's face wearing a practice uniform, was walking at the front. When noticing the old man, Chen Mo's pupils shrunk violently. That unmistakably familiar look. That's President of the Martial Arts Association of the Ancient Martial Arts League. Bell Elm, Elder Zhong, Shaolin and Li Long are just ahead. You old man should go back to the Ancient Martial Alliance to preside over the big picture. Just leave this place to us. We will definitely bring Shaolin back safely. Someone with an anxious face dissuaded. Yeah, Elder Zhong. Leave it to us. The 100 people present were already all the elite of the Ancient Martial Alliance. And all of them were supernaturals without exception. Elder Zhong had a very high prestige among the Ancient Martial Arts Alliance, plus the fact that most of the people in the arena were practicing martial arts. Even more so, he respected elders like Zhong Lao. Zhong Yushu shook his head, his dim old eyes looking at the countless seawater around him. Filled with worry, he was indifferent to the sounds of exhortation beside his ears, and hunched over hoarsely. Xiaolin is my granddaughter. I brought her up since she was a child, and I, as a grandfather. And how can you see death? Ahem, I'm an old man. If I die, I die. If Shaolin really suffered at the hands of that beast of the year, even if I spell out this old life, I have to take revenge. For Xiaolin said at this point, Zhong Yushu's eyes became unusually resolute and unquestionable. Chen Mo looked at the group of hordes of people from the Ancient Martial Alliance that had come in the distance and muttered, "Are they here for Nin and Yuki too?" Chung Sr., a leader of unfathomable strength in the Ancient Martial Arts Alliance in his previous life. It was also an existence that had developed its own supernormal abilities to the extreme and was admired and feared by countless people in the post-apocalyptic world. Blessed with the awakening of her powers, Zhong Yushu was originally suffering from an incurable disease before the end of the world, but it just so happens that in the last days of his life, he awakened his powers. What had been a weak body became hard and strong again. Prior to second evolution, the supernatural ability controlled by Zhong Yushu was merely nothing more than a sea-level gravity magnetic field. It wasn't until after the second evolution that it became an A-rank gravity field. As the leader of the Ancient Martial Arts Alliance, Zhong Yushu seldom makes a move, but whereas each strike has shocked countless people, at the time of the Sixth Order of Alterity, he was then able to face dozens of the same realm's alien power surrounded by his own strength and still managed to kill 2 people to go away. And his reputation was notorious. It was also the only existence that wasn't an S-rank psychic ability but was able to become one of the top powerhouses of the end times. I can't believe even old man Zhong is here. Chen Mo was slightly surprised in his heart. Honestly, I used to admire Zhong Lao, because he was the existence and model to which all the less powerful aliens aspired. But now it was quite a bit more bearable. After all, Zhong Lao was the president of the Ancient Martial Arts Alliance. Ben was in a high position, controlling countless resources compared to ordinary people, and the experience could not be replicated. Chen Mo turned his head to look at the yearly beast on the other side and muttered, "Is it also here because of the yearling?" Bringing such a large group of the Ancient Martial Arts Alliance's elite men, although Zhong Lao's experience is very bluffing, as of now, he has not experienced the second evolution of the ability to control only the sea-level gravity magnetic field. Not to mention facing a sunset beast, it would be difficult to face even a yearly beast with impaired strength. Suddenly, countless bubbles boiled up on that calm sea. Ow! The roar of a sunset beast came from beneath that sea. Clatter! An immense body broke right through the water. That gray and green figure was none other than the Yuuzhanvong. The bloody wound that had been torn open in the Yuuzhanvong's abdomen had somehow recovered. Unlike the physically weakened Nian beast, the U-beast was as furious as a crashing down Tarzan. Once again, the yearling was pinned to the ground. Rumble! With a huge wave, the beast of the year directly Yuan beast into the seawater ruthlessly pressed. No matter how much its extremely hot body evaporated the seawater, it was useless in the midst of this flooding tsunami. The sea flooded the lava. revealing a red-hot glow. This time, the Shio beast was equally extremely berserk, seemingly wanting to vent all the anger from its previous injury, all the power that the mouth, claws, and body can muster. The thick black gas transformed into countless year-devouring sea beasts, fae and humans, seemed to tear the year beasts into pieces. Chapter 189 Arrival of the Ancient Martial Arts Alliance. Melee. The roaring and snarling of the beast of the year was unrelenting. It couldn't break free at all. And once again, it opened its mouth again, and countless blazing flames of fire surged. A terrifying force was brewing. But this time, the U-beast was prepared. And when he saw this, he directly slapped his claws down. Didn't give it a chance. Boom! This furious blow directly whipped the yearling beast into a dizzying frenzy. Large swaths of flesh and blood were torn. The two terrifyingly ferocious beasts were both in an incomparably berserk state. Entangled in the seawater, they kept sinking. The sea churned and wave after wave rolled up along with blue and red blood. The scene was brutal to the extreme, erupting into all sorts of horrific roars and growls. Bloody and shocking. When Shen Mo saw the scene, he couldn't help but tsk. Fight. Fight as hard as you can. Whoever wins, it doesn't matter to you. Just keeping a yearling beast to purge the major areas would be enough. And at this moment, a group of people from the Ancient Martial Arts Alliance also quickly arrived here. Looking at the two annual beasts that were fighting in blood, the crowd of people from the Ancient Martial Alliance present were all shocked. Even their group of exalts couldn't help but feel appalled at this horrifyingly terrifying scene. What the hell are these? These two monsters. Are Dragon and Xiaolin persecuted by them? The people of the Ancient Martial Alliance who had seen the Nian beast looked even more shocked. With an expression as if he had seen a ghost, he looked at the monsters sparring in the distance. Nian. It's Nian. But why? Would there be two year beasts here? They were overwhelmed. Belelm's obscure eyes filled with incredulity as he murmured softly. Year? Is this what Rin said she wanted to ride? He was naturally aware of Zhong Lin's plan, and although he was expressing support for it, he even went so far as to allow the people of the Ancient Martial Alliance to assist with all their might. But he actually didn't hold much expectation, because that year in the middle of the mine looked no different than dead. No matter what method was used, it could not be awakened. Yuan Yu's face was incredibly grave on the side. Upon seeing the two-year-old beasts, she no longer cared to delve into where exactly the two-year-old beasts in front of her had appeared from. Her intuition told her that so many of the Ancient Martial Alliance's elites present could not help that yearling beast at all. Even if they did kill them, I'm afraid that they would still suffer heavy losses. As the Nian beast and the Yishong beast engaged in battle, countless magma and seawater exploded up, and the earth trembled violently. An incomparably terrifying aura filled the air, and in front of these two astounding giants, the hundreds of people they had come here this time were actually so small. It's like an ant. Is that the guy that has been trying to drive Lin Chan? If these two beasts of the year are both under the control of our Ancient Martial Alliance, how terrifying will that be? Someone couldn't help but look up and sigh. It's just a shame that it's only just short of being a success. Shut up. What time is it? The priority is to find Xiaolin. Yuan Yu opened his mouth towards Zhong Yushu. Elder Zhong. You'd better go back quickly. We're in charge of finding Lin here. It's too dangerous here. Zhong Yushu stared intently at the two annual beasts that were entangled in that sea. According to what they said, both Xiaolin and Li Long were in that mine at the moment. But in this vast expanse of sea, where can still see what position is now in the end? That mine is afraid that has long been submerged by the sea, a full 1,000 meters deep in the mine. The probability of even an alien surviving from it was very slim. A trace of grief flashed in Zhong Yushu's eyes and he didn't say anything. Rumble. Another loud noise erupted in the distance. Monstrous waves splashed out towards a crowd of people. Rumble. A group of exalts in the Ancient Martial Alliance saw this and exerted their exalted energy to break through that huge wave. And one of them couldn't care less about being surprised, turning their heads over with an anxious look on their faces. Elder Zhong, you should go quickly. Leave those two beasts of the year to us. We're going to find Rin. President. In the face of Ru Chang Duo's dissuasion, Zhong Yushu's hunched body straightened up quite a bit in an instant. He stared at the opposite Sunset Beast and the Nian Beast and ordered with a flash of ice in his eyes. I'm an old bone, but I still have no problem moving around. Make a move. Kill both of those yearly beasts to avenge Xiaolin. At this moment, he showed incomparable determination. As he spoke, his alien energy unfolded, directly enveloping towards the yearning beast and the Sunset Beast on that water in the distance. Buzz. Gravity magnetic field. Though he's only a fourth-order alien, but the gravitational magnetic field had long since been exploited to its fullest extent. On the other hand, the yearling beast's body was already weak to the extreme. Even the flames underneath its foreclaws and the lava patterns on its body became much weaker for a time. The Sunset Beast was pressing hard against the yearling in the water. having long ago destroyed it in a bloody mess. It opened its bloody mouth. The dark and incomparable mouth like an abyss spewed out countless black miasma, transforming into a ghost of the year to directly devour the beast in one bite. Suddenly, boom! Hundreds of times the gravity suppressed in an instant. This tremendous gravity directly pressed the U-beast and the Nyen beast into the seawater, exploding countless splashes. At the sight of Seed Elder's strike, the hundreds of exalts in the ancient martial league all snapped in unison. Seeing this, Yuan Yu also knew that he couldn't persuade Zhong Lao, so he closed his hands and directly unfurled a long pillar of fire to blast away. Shouted, long-range attack first. Although most of the ancient martial arts alliance are martial artists who specialize in close combat, unless they have no choice. But no one would be foolish enough to go straight to face those two terrifying monsters directly. Some people urged countless vines to rise up from the ground, while others opened their mouths and sucked with force, rolling countless gas into the belly. Exhaled gale, and even more directly out of a long bow suddenly burst out, while those psychic adepts closed their eyes tightly, firmly locking onto the Nyen beast and the Ishi beast, trying to give it influence. A large number and dense amount of attacks blasted towards that yearling beast and the sunset beast indiscriminately at the same time. The sound was overwhelming, all kinds of brilliant light intertwined at the moment. Such a terrifying might that, directly, the blast would fall on Nyen and Shi's body. Rumble. That sea was torn apart for a moment. Roar. The year beast that had suffered such a heavy blow erupted into a wail of excruciating pain. The beast of the sunset is still okay to talk about, for these are just hair and rain in general. It couldn't even shatter its own greenish scales, but these attacks enraged it, and it snapped its head up to look, and the yearling underneath took the opportunity to break free and flee. The yearling beast dragged its huge, scarred body along, dripping a steady stream of viscous magma lava. There were huge bloody wounds all over his body, and the direction it fled from was exactly where that group of people from the ancient martial alliance were. Chapter 190, Cunning Beast of the Year. Deception. Seeing the yearning beast fleeing once again, the sunset beast roared with a deafening fury that was incomparable. The wind on the surface of the sea picked up and surged. A water tornado came out of nowhere, and she actually stepped on the surging water tornado. The large pupils were filled with angry killing intent as they looked across the room at the hundreds of ancient martial alliance people and the year beast. The yearling beasts were left alone, and this group of mole crickets even dared to provoke themselves. Ow! The sunset beast let out a wild whistle, and countless black breaths overflowed from within its body, turned into a ghost as if a group of devils dancing along with the waves of the sea crazy. Seeing that the yearling beast was running wildly towards himself and the others, many people from the ancient martial alliance changed their faces. Not good. It's coming in our direction, and there's the other end coming over too. Protect Elder Zhong. Boom, boom, boom. A channel of psychic energy was released, and most of the people present in the ancient martial alliance were second or third order psychics. There's minimal damage to the Yuzhen Vong, but that's a different story for a badly injured yearling. Roar. The yearling stared at the huge firepower that raged. From time to time, there are all sorts of weird alien interferences that can affect movement. It wailed as the ants bit the elephant. A cloud of black mist within the large right pupil unexpectedly flowed out slowly. The Nyen beast held up against a large number of alien energy attacks from the people of the ancient martial arts alliance against. It didn't stop in the slightest and instead ran a little faster. Thump, thump, startled a huge splash of water around it. Behind him the sunset beast came riding the waves in dead pursuit. It's no good. It's coming our way. Damn it, one head is trouble enough, and it's got one behind it. Seeing that the attack of hundreds of people here could not stop the yearning beast from bringing the sunset beast towards himself and the others, it seemed to be determined to come over. Zhong Yushu couldn't help but speak in a deep voice. Get out of the way, all of you. Buzz, pushing the alien energy to the limit. He was directly manipulating the alien power of gravitomagnetism. An immensely powerful field of gravity was constructed in front of all of them. As soon as the yearly beast stepped in, a great gravity immediately pressed in. Rumble, attack. Everyone in the ancient martial alliance saw this as if they had been beaten with chicken blood. Those with physical strengthening abilities also chose to rush up in droves, assisted by the long-range sexual offense abilities behind them. Physical enhancement, bestiality, no gunfire whatsoever. In their hands, each hand was equipped with a weapon they were skilled in using, either a knife or a sword. Without exception, they are cast from emerald crystals. What was revered within the ancient martial arts alliance was not those magical and incomparable elemental-based powerful psychic abilities. On the contrary, the most common type of physical strengthening of the ordinary lineage. These powers are generally not very strong. However, they were able to maximize the martial arts skills they had learned before the end of the world. Those who rushed to the front were all famous martial arts masters. One's individual martial arts skills were amazing, and with the added power of the supernatural ability, The battle power was more than dozens of times more than doubled. Whenever a wild wave sweeps in, the elemental system adepts behind them would then use their powers to break that huge wave to facilitate their movement. In the mere blink of an eye, several dozens of people had then rushed to the front of the yearly beast that was like a giant mountain. This head of the year is seriously injured, so let's take care of this at first. Seeing countless people killing, the year beast roared with extreme anger, and its sharp claws slammed the surface of the sea. Pounds of incomparable heat surged. At this time, the sea water directly turned into magma, and a beam of fire columns rose up and the monstrous spread of flames drowned the few martial arts sect masters at the forefront. Ah! A mournful scream rang out. From it, a wisp of black gas merged into the body of the yearling beast. This is the power of the Eve beasts and the year beasts. But any living being that they kill and devour, it would then transform into a devourer and enter into the body. But the little bit of power the person brought was completely insufficient to recover from its injuries. The sound of a sunset beast growling came from behind him. Ow! The sunset beast behind him looked like it was about to catch up, when the yearly beast suddenly roared up to the sky. The black mist that spread out from above his body even transformed into a black silhouette. A voice that was familiar to everyone rang out. Grandpa! Stop it! That black mist directly transformed into Zhong Lin's appearance. Upon seeing this scene, Bel-Elm in the distance couldn't help but be shaken. And it wasn't just him that. Even the group of people from the ancient martial alliance behind him all had shocked faces. A face full of disbelief. This, Lin? How is this possible? Why has Xiaolin become like this? Isn't that look one of those scourge apparitions? Bel-Elm couldn't help but tremble. He feels like his granddaughter is dead. But why? Lin, is it really you? That Zhong Lin, who had transformed into a devourer, looked at the opposite Zhong Yushu with a calm gaze and opened her mouth. Grandpa, I did it. I'm now one with the beast of the year. The yearling beast, it is not our enemy. It is weak. Stop attacking it. It's the sunset beasts in the back that are the enemy. Help me. Grandpa. Chen Mo, who was watching from afar, likewise saw this scene clearly and incomparably. Frowning, his face was a little surprised. Is this a ghost? He was not wrong. That thing? It was a devourer transformed by the person who had been killed by the beast of the year. But any devourer is a person who is already dead, and cannot possibly have a consciousness of his own, existing for the sole purpose of helping Nian kill more people to use to regain his power. As everyone's gazes condensed on Zhong Lin, who had been visualized by the devourer, only Chen Mo noticed the dying and prostrate yearling beast on the surface of the sea. The pupils of its beast flickered and turned with an eerie light, not like those Fae who only know how to kill. In those pupils of the beast of the year, for some reason, he himself actually felt a very humanized and cunning color. Fae, as well as zombies, became more and more intelligent when they advanced to a certain level. That's to say nothing of the year beasts who are post-apocalyptic gods and highly intelligent. All of a sudden, a horrible conjecture was born. Chen Mo stared closely at the yearling beast and muttered, "Is that yearly beast deceiving a group of people within the ancient martial alliance? Many of the end-time gods even possess the ability to talk to humans. But most don't bother to do so." Seeing the appearance of these people from the ancient martial alliance in front of him, Chen Mo indistinctly guessed why the battle between the yearling and the Eve beast survived in the end, and ravaging the post-apocalyptic world for 5 years would be the beast of the year, which is afraid that there is Ribbon City Ancient Martial Arts League interference out. Looking at the devouring form of Zhongnim in the distance, the woman, I'm afraid I would have already died the moment the yearling beast awoke, and the person who was now conversing with the ancient martial alliance was that frail Nian beast. What a cunning god. Thinking about this, Chen Mo's eyes gradually became a bit gloomy. Mumbles, it seems that today, it can't die. Chapter 191, Happy New Year's Eve. However, here are two variables that have emerged today. That variable was himself and the poor man. Speaking of this, Chen Mo's eyes flashed up with a vicious glare. In my previous life, I almost died under the hands of this beast. If it were not for the luck of surviving, I'm afraid I wouldn't have what I have today. The year beasts have much the same abilities as the Yuletide beasts. The only difference is that one controls lava and one controls seawater. The year beast's abilities are certainly powerful, but compared to its Yuletide counterpart from the deep, the sky land has had the poor man, the Yuzuru beast, able to enter the deepest and most dangerous place in the world. Obviously a little more helpful for yourself. Zhong Lin, who was transformed by the devourer, kept pleading towards the group of people from the ancient martial alliance. Zhong Lao could not help but tremble in place at the sight. Lin, how did you get like this? Not only him, but even all the people of the surrounding ancient martial alliance looked dumbfounded. That terrifying behemoth was riding the waves furiously, and the sunset beast kept making roaring noises that the yearling couldn't help but be more agitated when he felt it. Grandpa, help us! Nian is from our ancient martial league, Zhonglin said eagerly. This. For a moment, everyone was a bit at a loss, looking at Elder Zhong with a bewildered expression as they opened their mouths. Zhong Lao. She seems to really be Sister Xiaolin. What do we do now? No. How did Rin become like this? It must be this yearling beast trying to compel us. Many people argued, and those of the Ancient Martial Arts Alliance who thought Zhonglin was still alive, without exception. All of them were the younger generation who had once seen the body of the Nian beast under the mine. They longed to honor the power of this ancient being. It was a million times more supportive of Zhonglin's actions in the past. Elder Zhong, Sister Xiaolin must have succeeded. Otherwise, why don't you see that yearling beast making a move on us? Even before we attacked it never made a move. Instead, it was the sunset beast at the back that. It triggered a tsunami that killed a lot of people in our Rihama city. No shot? What about the group that just died? President, you give an idea. Zhong Lao. She's not Xiaolin. Yuan Yu, who was at the side, stared intently at the yearling beast and spoke. For these beings from mythology, she has always shared Liren's attitude of irreverent unmanageability. It's no match for that Yuzhen Vong, so it must be trying to get us to help take care of the Yuzhen Vong for it. Those who are not of my kind will be different. Open your eyes and take a good look at what the hell this is in front of you. Yuan Yu's hand immediately burned a flame ready to go towards that devourer, and the surrounding people's faces changed furiously. Sister Yuan, what did you do? She's Lin. Someone off to the side pulled her right in. Zhong Lao stared tightly at the Zhonglin that the devourer had visualized, and closed his eyes tightly with a pained expression. Intuition told him that his granddaughter was dead, but the scene in front of her was indeed Xiaolin again without a doubt. The large pupils of the yearling beast behind him flickered with a ghostly light. It suddenly opened its dark, deep and invisible mouth, and everyone present was immediately alerted at the sight of it. Be careful, it's going to eat us, get out of the way. But the next move that took everyone by surprise was, from the mouth of that beast of the year, it unexpectedly spat out a slime-covered package that, a large area suffers from people who have been burned. Seeing that familiar and incomparable face, Rao Yuan you could not help but freeze in place for a moment. Li, Dragon Li? Lun? It's Dragon. He's still alive. Some bold people approached the yearling beast directly and brought Li Long back under its nose. Li Long had long since passed out, and sensing that he still had breath, the man raised his head with an ecstatic face and said, "She is Xiaolin. Xiaolin really harnessed this yearling beast. See, I told you that it has been harnessed by our ancient martial league. President, do it." Both Zhonglin and Li Long appeared here under the mine. Nothing could be more convincing that this beast of the year is harmless. In the distance the sunset beast pressed on, and this time the shock waves it raised. It seems to swallow all living things in the sea. Whoa dash. The fierce current was afraid of hitting, and the waves looked as if they were raging. The pupils of the sunset beast, filled with violent and murderous intent, gazed closely at the Nian beast. It was going to swallow it alive and become one with itself. Elder Zhong, decide. Such a shocking scene that, facing the terrifying power of nature, even the people of the Ancient Martial Arts Alliance who possessed supernatural powers could not help but feel terrified. A great sense of powerlessness came over him. The yearling beast was also anxious with the naked eye. The Zhonglin transformed by the devourer flew straight towards Zhong Lao. Zhonglin opened her arms and wrapped them around Zhong Lao as she said with a hint of crying, "Grandpa, I'm alive. Help me." The black fog was invisible and intangible, and his hands unexpectedly passed through Zhong Lao's body and it gradually dissipated into a black mist. Elder Zhong's eyelids continued to flutter, dropping a trail of tears as he opened his eyes violently. The dim old eyes burst forth in a moment full of hatred and indignation. The surrounding gravity magnetic field expanded hundreds of times in an instant. Everyone felt this terrifyingly extreme fluctuation. Zhong Lao deadpanned at the fiercely approaching sunset beast in the distance and spoke without doubt. New Year's Eve. His hunched body became taller than ever in an instant, and even his aura became murderous and decisive. Shocking. Even if all of this was an illusion in front of him, he couldn't just sit back and ignore his granddaughter's pleas. At this moment, the hundreds of ancient martial league exotics present who had received orders to, in an instant, an astonishing aura erupted. New Year's Eve. Brothers, go! After we kill the beast that's plaguing Ribbon City, let's go back for the new year. Kill. Compared to the disastrous and unimaginable Rihama City, inside the lion base at this moment, on the metal platform that Chun Mo had built up earlier, one by one, the exalts within the lion base went up to the stage and began to perform their exalted abilities. It's Spartan, but it's barely able to serve as a stage. Come on, I'll show you all a chest buster. Fight. Countless survivors gathered on this night. Various impromptu programs caused countless laughs, though there were simply too many people for the rear to see. but the joyous mood couldn't help but infect the already physically and mentally exhausted survivors one by one. Suddenly, a dazzling and incomparable fire light rose up to the sky. Bang! A brilliant and magnificent firework actually blossomed directly in the night sky. Countless people unanimously looked up into the sky, their faces filled with shock. Fireworks. It was a scene that no one had expected. Happy New Year's Eve. I don't know who in the crowd raised a ruckus, and the arena, in an instant, came alive. A group of children on the base were chattering and making noise. This was followed by a gorgeous explosion of fireworks. Bang! Bang! Chapter 192 Underestimated Strength. Desperate Eve. The members of the Lions, including all the survivors, without exception had smiles on their faces. The pupils were filled with the unbelievably beautiful fireworks. It's New Year's Eve. Above the villa, Luo Tianxian stood at the balcony looking up at the amazing fireworks in the sky. Within a moment, he couldn't help but get caught up in the shocking image. Chao Feng Yuan, who was on the side, smiled at the scene and came over and said, "Brother Luo, how was it? I did well this time, didn't I? No fireworks? Then let all the fire-controlling aliens in the lion come out. By the way, let the other aliens make some more noise. Anyway, watching fireworks isn't just about seeing a picture and hearing a sound. Genius." Chao Feng Yuan couldn't help but gloat. Luo Tianxian looked at the fireworks and fell into a long lapse of concentration. Chao Zi, good job this time. Tang Xianyu also pulled Kiki to watch from outside the room at the moment. Kiki shouted cheerfully from the sidelines, her little face looking thrilled to be there. Tang Xianyu, who was on the side, looked at the empty surroundings and complained a little. Where's the promised New Year's Eve? On the other side of Rihama City, after Zhang Lao has made his decision, the increase in morale that comes from a leader with prestige everyone fears is terrifying. Even if that sunset beast was suffocatingly desperate, and everyone was insignificant in front of it, it still doesn't stop one of them from being determined either. As martial artists, they should fear nothing, and this post-apocalyptic world is the best stage for them. Beastify. Wrist increase. Taking the lead in charging are the Ancient Martial Arts Alliance alien practitioners who have the physique alien ability enchantment one by one. There were fully 30 of them, and they were armed, and their faces were resolute and straight through a side of yearlings rushed at the front of the line towards the sunset beasts. Spiritual strengthening, artifact soul, water chop, and the elemental and spiritual exalts in the back were constantly giving reinforcement and blessings. The water elemental psychic activated his psychic ability to split the waters of this ocean. A group of Yan Hao, who had already consumed a lot, forced a place to land. The huge waves were broken right through, and various elemental system energies were constantly released. It was like a meteor that cut through and blasted on top of the body of the Yuuzhanbong that had suffered from various low buffs. Boom! Boom! Such an intensive attack. The might that erupted from these mere hundreds of ancient martial alliance exalts was simply no less than the firepower of several thousand people in the military region, if not more so. The Yuuzhanbong roared in uncontrollable anger. These attacks couldn't break through its defense at all, and the reinforcement exalts holding weapons forged from emerald crystals gradually approached. I drop a good boy. So big ahead. More than 30 strengthened system of alien energy went clearly straight to see that head of the sunset beast cannot help but trembling all over. It is only through this visualization that we can feel the tremendous oppressive force of the beast. It was simply comparable to a small mountain that they had to look up to. Such a stunning beast. Just to face it, one would have to overcome a strong fear from deep within. 50 to 60 meters tall, even more massive than the Shoshi god, and the limbs of the sunset beast alone that. It's comparable to a 7 or 8-story building. The group of them combined wasn't even as wide as 1 foot of the sunset beast. With the thick, fishy stench from the deep, all of them hardened their heads and crossed directly to the foot of the sunset beast, and just one scale was as high as a person. Someone shouted angrily, "Get it dead!" As the words fell, a group of people aimed at the dense scales covering the chopping and stabbing of the strengthening system alien's power is extraordinary, and together with the weapon crafted from emerald crystals, such a fierce attack was even more terrifying than the damage inflicted by those elemental system adepts. Ka. Scales were constantly being blasted to pieces. Feel the movement beneath your feet. Ow. This brought it no harm, but it made the sunset beast extremely furious. It raised its head high and waved its limbs, rolling up countless waves that burst out. The monstrous wave engulfed 5 or 6 people in an instant. The tail that was like a pillar swept across. Under that brutal and immense force, even the reinforcement system adepts who had received various enhancements were whipped to pieces in an instant. But that didn't stop the uninterrupted firepower of the distant elemental system adepts in the slightest. And a bunch of people who don't want to get close to fighting for their lives. Chen Mo in the distance was staring intently at that part of the sea. The strength of the U-beast was too terrifying. And although the ancient martial arts alliance had come with hundreds of exalts, however, under the rampage of the sunset beasts just less than a moment's time there were heavy losses. Even the most powerful martial artists have no countermeasure against such a horrible monster. Such a small number of people. It couldn't do much damage to the Yuzin Vong at all. Chen Mo's eyes twinkled as he murmured softly, "Didn't those guys Yang Suiyu and Qin Wenzhong come? Just these people alone can't repel this sunset beast. There is no absolute power. A powerful level of alien party is the key." The ancient martial alliance was extremely powerful as a large survivor force in its previous life. Yang Suiyu, Zhang Kong, Qin Wenzhong, Li Xiaoran and so on. These people are the top streamers of the ancient martial arts alliance. Almost dozens of them. All of them are allomancers with extremely powerful supernormal abilities. There were certainly many of them who had joined the ancient martial arts alliance later, but there were also quite a few people from the same martial arts family. Wait, as if he had thought of something, Chen Mo couldn't help but grin and mutter to himself. If I remember correctly, there are several of them who are the aliens who awakened in the back by relying on the crystals, right? Then it's almost time to make a move. Poverty, go. Chen Mo's eyes surfaced with a hint of restless eyes. Having watched for so long it's a bit of a fool's errand myself. The strength of that sunset beast and the yearly beast was probably already known to himself, and the yearly beast was almost of the 4th order. The U beast was even more powerful, and was about to be in the range of the 5th rank. Ow! The sunset beast growled and the surrounding seawater rose up and directly transformed into a huge and incomparable water vortex that wrapped it up, fending off the alien energy bombarding it from outside, and those exalted who were close to its side, one by one, were engulfed by this terrifying wave. Ah! A hiss of agonized resignation resounded. It was directly torn into blood mist in this violent current. The U-beast treated the gravity magnetic field as if it were nothing, and his eyes became more and more ferocious. This gigantic mountain slowly came towards the opposite side of the Nian beast and a group of people from the ancient martial alliance. From that water vortex, from time to time, a mighty stream of water also burst out. The stream of water was like a high-pressure water gun, leveling everything in its path. Dozens more were directly pulverized. Blood and broken flesh intertwined with this seawater. Bang! Those elemental system adepts in the ancient martial arts alliance were exhausted in a large number of overdrafts. Looking powerlessly at the huge and incomparable water vortex, they'd been attacking since with an immensely powerful. It wasn't even close to the damage done by the incomparably weak year beast, merely shattering some scales on the sunset beast's body. But under that seawater pouring, it was restored as before in no time. Some people's eyes were fearful to the extreme as they looked at the sunset beast. He muttered with pale lips and no trace of blood on his face. What the hell kind of monster is this? The attacks of so many of us didn't even hurt it in the slightest. Chapter 193, Strike. Battle the Sunset Beast. Chairman, why don't we withdraw? We're no match for the Yuzin. Are Yang and the others not here yet? The Nian beast also seemed to have sensed that a group of people from the ancient martial arts alliance couldn't stop she. Its eyes were full of murderous ferocity as it looked toward the water whirlpool that came monstrously from the sky, as if it had set off a huge tornado on the sea. Vaguely retiring, now freshly awakened, it is by no means a match for the Yuzin, and if these humans can't stop it, only able to escape. Unlike the other dominant Fae, the Yuzin have no sense of territory and can act with impunity. The evening and the year to compete for food and water incompatible, but also the only one who has been able to hunt down the beast of the year to the present. If waking up early was the year, then this scene would have to be swapped over. Roar! A group of people who were originally raging. After exchanging blows with this sunset beast, one could not help but despair beyond measure. It's too powerful. It's not on the same level at all. Even an ancient martial arts alliance could not do it. So what exactly would it take to kill such an existence? Facing that water vortex that was getting closer and closer to himself and the others, Zhong Lao's face was unusually determined, and he aimed his hands in that direction. Gritting his teeth, he pushed the gravity magnetic field to the extreme. Buzz! The water vortex collapsed like a collapsing torrent under this high pressure. From it, the massive figure of the Yuzin was revealed. His arms were constantly trembling, although his powers weren't strong, but at least he was a 4th-rank alien. Gravitational magnetic field. A supernatural ability that could not be underestimated when pushed to the extreme. Retreat first. Elder Zhong was alone facing this incoming wave. He was alone at the forefront, his gaze firm to the core as he exclaimed, "I'll stay here alone. You guys take Neen and go first." "What? Elder Zhong? No way. We'll stay and help you. Your strength is too low. Go get Xiao Yang and the others to come over." Zhong Lao bellowed without question. Go! He could also see that unusual 2nd and 3rd order aliens that it couldn't hurt the sunset beast at all. The only way to start is with a 4th order alien like yourself. Only then did he have a chance to hurt or even kill him here. The difference is too great. The ancient martial alliance had come with a group of elites, but more were escorting the survivors of Ribbon City away. By pushing the gravity magnetic field to the extreme himself, he was able to buy time for those present to leave. President. The group of people present were reluctant to leave. Ow. The U-beast in the distance felt itself as if it was stuck in a quagmire in the midst of this gravity magnetic field. With an uncontrollable growl, the greenish-black scales on its body stood up, and from that gap flowed a thick and extremely dense black mist. Gravity's magnetic field, which doesn't seem to be affecting these yearly devils. The black mist transformed into a sea beast and sped towards the group of people. These were the sea beasts it had devoured in the deep when it reached the shore. A huge tooth shark transformed by the black mist directly opened its mouth hideously and incomparably toward the crowd of the ancient martial alliance to swallow and bite. No good. Elder Zhong. Be careful. The ancient martial alliance's exalts all changed their faces drastically. One by one after another. They activated their supernatural energy to fiercely blast away. Zhong Lao's pupils stared, seeing the monstrous Nian devourer spread out in front of him. At this moment, a loud and clear and incomparable beast roar suddenly resounded through the sky in the distance. Immediately afterward, an ear-piercing, unmistakable beeping sound caused everyone to jolt, and the pain was so great that he covered his ears. What? What is that sound? As soon as the Shou Shishin sound of breaking the law appeared, all of the alien energies present dissipated as a whole. Gravity magnetic field, reinforcement system, elemental system, alien power, the wave created by the Yubari beasts. This terrifying voice was pale and incomparable, like the words of a god from the depths of the abyss. Those should be open teeth and claws pounce bite to the annual devils in an instant collapse disappeared, and the sunset beast treading the waves in the distance. The fierce waves under its feet were even broken and sprinkled in an instant. Roar! Out of nowhere, a roar exploded. 6 meters tall, with huge black wings on his back. The berserk porky was like a meteorite star crashing towards the 50 meters or so of the sunset beast. Rumble! Like a savage chariot. This strenuous strike, carrying an infinite amount of power. It even erupted into a dull and incomparably loud sound, directly breaking through the scaled armor and flesh and blood body of the sunset beast, and rolling blue blood gushed out. Ow! The Yuuzhanvong's huge body trembled as it was struck by the unforeseen blow. It kicked up a huge wave of water and wailed in agony. Apparently the attack had done damage to it. It was the first time the sunset beast had let out a hiss of pain. The sharp claws of the porky are extremely sharp, and in addition to its incomparable bloodthirsty nature, directly grasped on top of the body of the sunset beast, constantly swinging down, claws open, fangs tearing and biting, breaking through the incredibly hard scales and thick flesh and blood. On the other hand, Chen Mo jumped onto the back of the sunset beast with a single leap midway. The 60-meter-tall sunset beast stood above it, looking out over the crowd of people from the ancient martial alliance not far away. It was as small as an ant. The height of the U-beast was even a few meters taller than the Shoshi god. Chen Mo didn't have any hesitation. Ghost Cutting's hand rose and fell. The eye stabbed menacingly towards the fleshy flesh of the sunset beast. Then along the back of the Yubari beast with the Onakiri in his right hand, he kept running wildly. Stretching and restretching this tiny wound. The wounds inflicted by the Onakiri could be considered insignificant to this giant beast. However, the mastery exotic abilities of the poor man and Chen Mo were able to break through its defenses. The Juggernaut's foreign energy was activated, and countless sharp objects didn't enter the flesh and blood of the sunset beast. Rao beast was also overwhelmed by the pain and directly fell into berserk mode. Ow! It let out an unprecedented roar, shaking the sharp metal blades from its body, and the countless waves around them transformed into a column of water that erupted towards Porchi and Chen Mo. Chen Mo's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw this. He'd been watching for a long time before, knowing that this sunset beast was able to recover the injuries on his body through this seawater. With a sneer, immediately, he activated his mastery alien energy to transform that water column into a sharp and incomparable metallic substance, and avoided dodging his body. The metal went straight through in a column into the top of the Yuuzhanvong's massive body. Put! Huge swaths of blood gushing out of the U-beast furiously and incomparably swung its tail and slapped towards Porchi. It even had a tail that was about as wide as the poor man's, and the poor man roared out a direct. The black feathered wings swung violently downward and flew straight up high to avoid it. Stretching out his claws towards that tail, he lunged and bit it, climbing firmly above the massive body swayed about high in the air as the Yuzuru's tail continued to swing. Ow! Another voice of extreme anger resounded, and the power of one man and one beast. It was actually even greater than the damage brought about by the ancient martial alliance's hundreds of exalts joining forces. In his previous life, Wan alone killed the yearning beast at its peak. This is enough to show that in the end of the world a strong and powerful alien is enough to withstand thousands of horses. Chapter 194 Yang Suiyu. Martial Sage Ability. This appalling and incomparable image directly stunned the group of people from the ancient martial alliance. Surprisingly, someone was able to hold that sunset beast in the middle of the sea, never able to advance again. Hiss. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, and their mouths were open wide enough to hold an egg. Dumbstruck. What is he? So strong. That's what's going through their minds at the moment. Before meeting Chenhua, no one could believe that just one person could suppress this terrifying and incomparable sunset beast. Not far away, the Nian beast, too, was staring intently in the direction of the Yue beast, as if it had sensed some kind of danger. The large pupil eyes flickered with scorn. At this moment, even Elder Zhong could not help but stare blankly at the scene in front of him. After Chen Mo had appeared, the pressure on everyone was suddenly reduced. Is this one of ours? Not right. What about Suiyu and a few of them? Just in time for someone to hold him back. President, let's retreat, someone said with a palpitating heart. This statement was immediately echoed by the majority of the. After all, no one thought that youth would be able to slay the sunset beast. Yeah, if we don't leave now, we might be late later. Have some face. People are kind enough to come out and help us. It's not kind of us to just walk away, is it? There were just as many people in the crowd who held opposing views, considering it such a disgrace to the ancient martial arts league. What time is it? Can't we wait until we get back and send someone else? Come on, the grass on people's graves will be several meters high by then. Elder Zhong, what do you say? Elder Zhong stared intently at the youth on the back of the sunset beast. Although all five senses of the alien had been greatly strengthened, and their eyesight was even better, but now that it's pitch black, and the sunset beasts are too large to, even he couldn't see exactly who was on the back of the sunset beast, but the regal and mighty-sized poor man was just too striking. That one is. Zhong Lao only felt that the poor Chi looked somewhat familiar, and he seemed to have seen it before. He didn't think much about it, and after a few moments of contemplation he immediately gave the order. As martial artists, how can we do such ungrateful things? Although this person's origin is unknown, our common enemy now is this sunset beast. Back him up. Yes. The group of people slightly reorganized and rested, and then immediately launched their support. As soon as the words fell, in the direction behind all of them, a sound of breaking whistling rang out. Elder Zhong, we're here. When they heard this voice, the group of people from the ancient martial alliance were overjoyed and snapped their heads back to look, only to see, in the rear, three people stepping on the debris floating on the surface of the sea sped up, and they were all in excellent shape, some in practicing clothes and some in casual wear. The person in the lead was a young man of similar age to Chen Mo, who had a slim and straight figure, and, with long hair tied back and a handsome face, dressed in practicing clothes, and holding a silver spear. Rather like an ancient chivalry. The remaining two were slightly older, but with gleaming eyes, big, strong, and fit. It's a practiced skill at first sight. Yang Suiyu, Zhang Kong, Qin Wenzhong, the ancient martial alliance's current three strongest war powers. Without exception, they were all fourth-order psychics. It's Suiyu and brother Zhang and Qin who are here. Saved. Ha. Suiyu and the others have arrived. Let's see how the Chi beast is going to run now. Seeing the visitor, Elder Zhong couldn't help but feel relieved, and a smile of relief appeared at the corner of his mouth. It is not the number of soldiers that counts but the quality of the soldiers. Suiyu and the others responsible for settling the people of the ancient martial arts alliance left one after another, seeing that they and the others had not returned for a long time. Inevitably, they will come forward to seek it out. Right now it's always coming. The mere appearance of the three of them was like a tranquilizer pill that reassured the people of the ancient martial alliance. Kill. Except for that beast. Zhang and a few of them are here. Taking down the U-beast just so happens to be another way to exchange supplies with that mysterious merchant. The people of the ancient martial alliance present were all as if they had been pumped with chicken blood. Once again, he activated his supernatural energy to blast towards the distant sunset beast that was tangling with Chen Mo. Yang Suiyu and the others arrived and came up in a hurry. Elder Zhong, are you alright? Zhang Kong's face was incredibly worried. Upon seeing the poor Qi and Chen Mo who were fighting the sunset beast in the distance, he couldn't help but look shocked and said, I can't believe how many people died. Is this the yearly beast Xiaolin was talking about? Why are there two heads? The three were amazed. The Nian beast has already been subdued by Shaolin. We'll talk about what's going on later. Let's go and finish off that you beast first. Go help that kid. Elder Zhong immediately said as he looked in the direction where the sunset beast was. The three men looked at each other and nodded in agreement. Yang Suiyu held her silver spear in her hand as she opened her mouth towards Qin Wenzhong. Uncle Zhong, send me there first. Qin Wenzhong, a calm middle-aged man, nodded his head at the sight and said with a grave expression on his face, "Good thing too. Sui Yu, you go over with Zhang Kong to help. Reinforcements from the major military regions have already arrived. I'll take the group and evacuate." No matter how big the matter was, it was not as important as Zhang Lao. After all, Zhang Lao was the leader of the ancient martial alliance. Yang Suiyu stared intently at the sunset beast in the distance, and an incomparably fiery battle intent surged in his eyes. He nodded, and the alien energy catalyzed that. From the awakening dark pattern in the palm of his right hand, a wave of energy suddenly spread out, climbing up along the shaft of the silver spear. Above the body of that silver spear, an unknown rune of light blue color actually surfaced. It was as if it had been strengthened to constantly and gently tremble. Qin Wenzhong's eyes gazed upon the corpses of the recently dead ancient martial alliance people floating around the sunset beast. It directly slapped towards the backs of Yang Suiyu and Zhang Kong. Buzz. Alien energy catalyzed. Yang Suiyu and Zhang Kong both unexpectedly disappeared in a flash. And where the two of them were, the two miserable corpses actually appeared. Class A psychic ability. Displacement transfer. Although it was a lower-level ability of the S-rank Divine Spirit System's ability to teleport, the displacement transfer was just as powerful. Ability to exchange the position of two objects viewed within range. Qin Wenzhong is a fourth-order psychic, displacing and transferring this psychic ability. For him, 500 meters was the limit, and there are restrictions on what can be transferred. Let's say it's too big for him to do. Yang Suiyu's few people immediately appeared in the vicinity of the sunset beast. Under the constant destruction of poor Qi and Chen Mo, the sunset beast had long been bruised and battered by now, wildly and incomparably lapping at the surrounding waters. Waves of black fog enveloped the area. From its body came wave after raging wave. Yang Suiyu found a floating body in the middle of the sea to use as a pedal and leapt. As he approached the Yuzhen Vong, he ran the silver spear in his hand deep towards the Yuzhen Vong's body. Put! The silver spear became sharp to the extreme under the enchantment of his supernatural ability. It directly pierced through the scales deeply into the flesh and blood of the sunset beast. Yang Suiyu's eyes are indifferent, holding the silver gun in his right hand and pulling his body to rotate in a circle. A leap to the top. He calmly stepped his toes on the body of the silver spear and bowed his body to make another leap. The silver spear was pulled into a curved shape. With the help of this force, Yang Suiyu directly jumped onto the back of the 50-odd meter tall sunset beast. Yang Suiyu's big hand grabbed, and the silver spear inserted in the body of the sunset beast began to shake violently, spinning around and actually pulling it out of the flesh and blood. Seems to have an invisible thread in pulling the general back into his hands. The sunset beast had a large back and looked at Chen Mo, who was constantly wreaking havoc above him. Seeing such a young face of this person, Yang Suiyu could not help but be slightly stunned. Chen Mo likewise noticed the person coming before him. Yang Suiyu? How come he's even here? Chapter 195, The Zenith of Strengthening System Abilities. Martial Saint. Yang Suiyu, one of the most powerful men of the ancient martial alliance in his previous life. A mainstay. He's also a master of the S-class power. Martial Sage. Although this ability belongs to the scope of the strengthening system of abilities, however, its degree of reinforcement is several times that of an unusual reinforcement system. Not only can you strengthen yourself, but you can also strengthen your weapons. It's not too much of a stretch to call it a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex. The manic Yuletide beast continued to sway as wave after wave of violent waves lapped at. The blue blood blended with this seawater. Chen Mo's eyes were calm, and Yang Suiyu's arrival was not communicated between the two. He held his silver spear towards the previously broken open wound with a heavy thrust. Put! The wound that had already been sliced by the ghost slice became even bigger. Yang Suiyu's right hand exerted force, and his skinny body unexpectedly burst out a force that was not weaker than the poor man's. Terrifyingly incomparable. And it didn't stop there. He held the silver spear in his hand, and with a regal gaze, he pressed hard toward the bottom. The silver spear actually inches deeper into the flesh and blood below. The silver spear that was a full 2 meters long continuously failed to enter into it, and the sunset beast underneath it let out a long roar in severe and incomparable pain. Ow! Such a deafening roar. The people of the ancient martial arts alliance in the distance couldn't help but feel a chill down their spine, and Zhang Kong below the sunset beast did not move as deftly as Yang Suiyu. He was half submerged in seawater, and seeing the sunset beast in such agony he couldn't help but raise his head high enough to look up at the face grinned with excitement. What a horrible monster! Since it's in the middle of this seawater, try this. Zhang Kong's gaze erupted with a refined aura, awakening tattoos on his brawny biceps. His hands began to crackle, actually surged up a thin and incomparable thunder and lightning. The outstretched fists were even more entangled with thunder and lightning, and heavily slapped towards the seawater. He was an A-rank elemental system supernatural ability. Heavenly thunder. Rumble. Water is inherently conductive, And this horrific strike that it actually directly turned the range where the sunset beast was into a sea of thunder. Ow! The CC beast roared and kept struggling, rolling up waves to drown Zhang Kong. Nay, its size was too great, and the lightning merely diffused to the limbs of the. It did not affect Chen Mo and Yang Suiyu on its back. The Yuletide beast wriggled frantically as it tried to dive under the waters that. However, there was that lightning paralysis, furiously and incomparably invading its limbs. It had already been torn through countless wounds by Chen Mo and the poor man. This time it was joined by Yang Suiyu as well as Zhang Kong, who was a controller of thunder and lightning. Chen Mo could feel the fading life force of the sunset beasts below. The yearling beasts that had followed the group away in the distance heard the agonized roar of the. Likewise, he also sensed that the Yuuzhan Vong had already suffered a considerable amount of damage, and couldn't help but feel a little foolish. Chen Mo pondered for a moment and looked at Yang Suiyu, who was not far to the side. The wind of the gun is so severe that the gun picks through the flesh and blood of the Yuuzhan Vong along the marks made by his own ghost cuts. Plus there was another Zhang Kong who was able to control thunder from below to make a move. Surprisingly, it directly paralyzed the movements of the sunset beast, and there was no way to retreat. He was only trying to repel the sunset beast, not really trying to kill it. If he and the poor man were to strike again, and with the presence of these two men, I'm afraid the Yuuzhan Vong are really at risk of falling. Chen Mo pondered for a moment. He couldn't just let it die so easily. Thinking of this, he immediately communicated with the poor Chi to make it stop. The poor man who had ripped off half of the sunset beast's tail was ferocious to the extreme. The blood of the sunset beast greatly inspired its raging ferocity. As the overlord of the city of Tianhai Big Fierce, if it is not a heavenly power alien energy and is not so good to drive. The poor man's scarlet pupils were filled with violent and killing intent. After receiving the order conveyed by Chen Mo, it had been a while before he reluctantly withdrew his claws from the flesh and blood of the sunset beast. With a growl, his wings swung in a single leap of flight over the sunset beast. There's another Fei? Zhang Kong and Yang Suiyu's pupils stared at the sight. Chen Mo made an instant decision. Looking down at the U-beasts below that wanted to sink into the sea but were stopped by the densely surging thunder. Without moving, he maneuvered a steel ball to burst out of the water and instantly penetrate Zhang Kong's shoulder. The other steel ball was headed directly towards Yang Suiyu. Yang Suiyu's senses were sharp, and she immediately detected this attack. Straight away the silver gun was given a jerky strike through and away. Dang! After all, he was a fifth-order alien, and the steel ball collided with the tip of the gun, and with just such a blow, the silver spear then began to shake violently and continuously. The tingling sensation spreading from the gun body caused Yang Suiyu's face to change abruptly. It seems hard to believe that a small steel ball has such power. The shocking numbness even made him somewhat close to dislodging the silver spear. Yang Suiyu sank his voice, and his wrist fiercely swung with a forceful endeavor. Put! The steel ball was directly altered and pierced into the flesh of the sunset beast. His face was incomparably indignant as he looked at Chen Mo and shouted angrily, "What do you do?" He simply wondered if the guy in front of him was sick, and that he and the others had come over to help him with good intentions. Surprisingly, he took a shot at himself instead. On the other hand, Zhang Kong on the other side of the sea was directly penetrated through a bloody hole by this sudden strike. He instantly turned pale and let out a cry of shock as he suffered immense pain. That party of thunder dissipated as much as it could for a moment. The only remnants of fine thunder still surged above the surface of the sea, but this was no longer able to stop the sunset beast from sinking. The sunset beast roared furiously. Its huge pupils filled with killing intent as it looked toward Zhang Kong in the middle of the sea. It was huge but not unwieldy, and it rolled directly into countless waves of. Turning around, he swung his front paw and slapped away. Countless black mists transformed into ghosts likewise came out in unison. Upon hearing Zhang Kong's miserable screams, Yang Suiyu couldn't be bothered to question Chen Mo anymore. At that moment, he made a deep leap, and fell straight down towards the bottom. With his supernatural powers activated, the silver spear came out of his hand, transforming into a stream of light that directly smashed through the head of the yearling devils. And this won't go away? Chen Mo's eyes were a little cold when he saw this. He had intentionally let it go but he still wasn't going to leave. Solely, he directly activated the heavenly power ability, and with the terrifying weight of Shou Shishin's body, in a blink of an eye, the immense figure of the Shoshi god seemed to appear behind Chen Mo. The shadow was fleeting, but for just that moment tons of weight on the. It then made the sunset beast underneath it wail. The huge body instantly plunged into the bottom of the sea, and a shocking movement and waves exploded. A sense of weightlessness came, and Chen Mo let out a low gulp. Poor man! Roar! The poor man's feathered wings stretched out and assumed a swooping stance toward Chen Mo's location. The poor Chi stretched out his two front paws and directly lifted Chen Mo, sending him flying with him. The Zhang Kong and Yang Suiyu below were not so lucky. The raging wolf set off by the sinking of the sunset beast engulfed the two in the waters. The pupils of Qin Wenzhong in the distance shrunk at the sight, and he once again unleashed his displacement transfer ability. Chapter 196, Deliberately Letting Go. Confronting the people of the Ancient Martial Arts Alliance. A flash of white light. Zhang Kong and Yang Suiyu both appeared here soaked to the skin. Zhang Kong choked on a lot of seawater, and his face went pale as he slumped to the ground. The bloody hole directly through his right arm was still bleeding. Even Yang Suiyu's right hand had a bloody and huge wound on it. Xiao Yang? The group of people who still remained here were startled at the sight and rushed forward. Quick! Someone heal him! He hadn't thought that the sunset beast would be so strong that even Suiyu and Zhang Kong were injured. Most people have evacuated. Only Elder Zhong remained here with a few other exalted with good strength. Out of the crowd came a man with healing powers. Hurriedly, he restored Zhang Kong and Yang Suiyu's physical strength. Qin Wenzhong, on the other hand, took out 2 bottles of F-grade recovery potions for them to take down. Ow! An unwilling roar came from this side of the sea. The sunset beast accompanied by a rolling wave chose to recede into the distance. Got away. On his way out, he looked in the direction of the Ancient Martial Alliance group full of hatred. At this moment, all the people present had quite a feeling of having survived a robbery. Not without a huge sigh of relief. The Yuzhen Vong have retreated. Elder Zhong. The sunset beast has retreated. With the retreat of the sunset beasts, the raging sea water of the side actually receded rapidly like the rising and falling of the tide. The earth is beginning to show its stance. The ground is littered with cracks, remnants of pools of water. The corpses of those people from the Ancient Martial Alliance who had been killed by the Eve Beast Nian Beast earlier also appeared in everyone's eyes. There were also a number of corpses that had been swollen and whitened by water that they did not know what to do with. After being treated, Yang Suiyu and Zhang Kong were in a much better state. At this moment, in the distance, Poor Chi also arrived at this place carrying Chen Mo. The poor man's huge body continued to shrink as Chen Mo leaped down and landed firmly on the ground. Is he? He's the one who blocked that sunset beast earlier. Hiss. That fei can fly. It's unbelievable. Elder Zhong and Qin Wenzhong and the others naturally saw the visitor. With such close contact, the people of the Ancient Martial Alliance marveled at the youth of the person in front of them. It didn't look much bigger than young. Elder Zhong also sized up Chen Mo and was somewhat surprised. Little brother. Thank you so much. He went forward and just wanted to thank him. Yang Suiyu, who was on the side, immediately pulled him back and stared at Chen Mo with a huffy face, saying, Elder Zhong, don't go over there. That's him. He's the one who let the sunset beast escape and just made a move on Zhang Kong and I. What? When these words came out, everyone present was shocked. Elder Zhong even paused in place and frowned. Qin Wenzhong looked at Chen Mo with an unpleasant face and said in a deep voice, Little brother, you're being a bit unkind, aren't you? Our men came to help you, and you hurt our men instead. The poor man growled towards a group of people, and Chen Mo slightly raised his hand, his eyes calm as he stepped forward and said, If it weren't for me, your President Zhong would have died a long time ago. I was able to take care of that you beast all by myself, so why did I ever need your help? The tone was flat, with no hint of guilt. Where's that yearling beast? Chen Mo glanced around. The year beast and the Eve beast, it is enough to live one, and since I intend to take in the Eve beast, after that sunset beast was done wreaking havoc, he himself would be able to strike. After this battle, the U-beast's approximate strength was known to himself. The strength of the newly born U-beast was not unattainable, and even without the Shou Shi God's help, himself and poor Chi would be able to subdue it. The memory of the beast of the year was so desperately horrible that the yearly beast was like a big mountain that could not be crossed and a nightmare that could not be waved away in front of his weak self in his previous life. This time, he fought with the sunset beast, but it suddenly made Chen Mo remember. Although the two beasts were powerful, they themselves had long ceased to be their former selves. Top 5th order juggernaut powers, 4th order celestial powers, plus having the assistance of the overlord of Tianhai City. The poor man, the end-time gods that had once terrified him did not seem to be an invincible existence any longer. At this moment, Zhang Kong, who was on the side, recovered from the bloody hole in his right arm. He was impatient and his hands surged up with thunder, immediately wanting to strike at Chen Mo. Yang Suiyu and Qin Wenzhong likewise rose, and the 3 4th-rank alien power users from the Ancient Martial Alliance were vigilant and incomparable as they confronted Chen Mo on the opposite side of the room. Yang Suiyu stared at this peer in front of her with icy cold eyes and said in a chilling voice, Why did you let that sunset beasts go? Bah! What's there to think about? This guy definitely wants to monopolize the corpse of that sunset beast, Zhang Kong said with indignant eyes. Chen Mo felt a bit amused at what he heard. His eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at them and opened his mouth. If it wasn't for the fact that I and Poverty and Chi had severely injured that sunset beast, with just a few of you 4th-ranked aberrations, things Think it's possible to slay the Yuzhen Vong as well? The top combatants of the ancient martial arts league are indeed powerful, and even more so, martial artists that. However, if one were to say that just by virtue of the two fellows, Yang Suiyu and Zhang Kong, one would want to strike down the Sunset Beast, one would be thinking a little too simply. If Nin and Yuki are really that good at killing, nor did it allow the yearling beast to wreak havoc in the post-apocalyptic world for 5 years. What? Are you trying to make a move against me? Chen Mo raised his eyebrows and looked at the three Yang Suiyu somewhat playfully. Buzz. Behind Chen Mo, thousands of extremely sharp metal blades suddenly surged up. It was aimed at the location where a group of people from the ancient martial alliance were. And aside, the poor man took a step, crouched down slightly and, the pair of pitch black, huge wings spread out and stood on Chen Mo's side, showing their teeth and fiercely revealing a hunting stance, even if it has shrunk in size. However, that bloodthirsty and violent sense of oppression was still palpitating beyond measure. Yang Suiyu tightly gripped the silver spear in her hand and stared at Chen Mo vigilantly. He and Zhang Kong had personally felt the horror of these metals, and had just been on the back of that sunset beast. Just one steel ball caused a tingling sensation in his right hand. It wasn't as if they hadn't seen elemental system adepts capable of controlling metals before. There were even people within the ancient martial alliance who were able to do so, but they had never felt that the elemental system abilities were able to explode with such power. The scene was somewhat stagnant for a while as Chen Mo walked up with a relaxed demeanor, not slowing down. Don't move! Yang Suiyu's eyes erupted with a brilliant aura, and the silver spear in her hand directly stabbed towards Chen Mo. It hovered at a distance of less than a meter from Chen Mo's chest and then did not move. You can try. Chen Mo glanced at the silver gun and snapped his fingers. Wow! The tip of the silver spear directly melted into a puddle of silver liquid that floated in the air. Only one pole remains. Yang Suiyu's pupils were startled. Little Young, back off. I don't believe he can still control my thunder. Zhang Kong stepped forward aggressively, his face furious, wanting to avenge his previous injury. And just then, suddenly, Zhong Lao's voice came from the side. Enough, Zhang Kong, Sui Yu, when Zhong you all stop. Chapter 197, Are you that Chen Mo? He's right. Just now, if he hadn't come to, this old bone of mine is afraid that I will be buried here. Zhong Lao slowly stepped forward. But, seeing Elder Zhong come, Zhang Kong still wanted to say something. Elder Zhong glanced at him and faintly said, It'll do. At least it turned out well. Elder Zhong ordered a few people to get out of the way, and Yang Suiyu's few people were only able to helplessly obey. Only then did he turn to look at Chen Mo across from him, and Elder Zhong revealed a trace of a kind smile. Arching his hand in thanks, he said, Little friend, thanks a lot. If I remember correctly, you should be Chen Mo from Tianhai City, right? He revealed Chen Mo's identity with a single word. Chen Mo was slightly surprised. The other guy knew about himself? As if he could see Chen Mo's doubts, Elder Zhong stepped forward and said with a laugh, I heard about you by chance, too. The 6th military region seems to have some dispute with Little Friend. But don't worry, Little Friend. My ancient martial alliance is not the kind of person who is not reasonable. It won't come out on you. Regarding Chen Mo's matter, the 6th military region had already passed on all of its information to the major powers. If this man is captured, a great deal of thanks is due. He had felt that the Fae beside Chen Mo looked somewhat familiar before. It was just the pair of feathers sprouting from his back that made him a little unsure. It was only after clearly seeing Chen Mo's face that he recognized it. Young brother Chen is young and promising. To have this kind of strength at such a young age. The 6th military region actually does not make friends with the Little Friend instead of offending, when it is really their loss. Zhong Lao said with a smile, My ancient martial alliance has no ill will towards Little Friend. Please rest assured. Yang Suiyu and the others on the side also frowned after hearing this. You're that Chen Mo? Apparently, they had heard the name as well. There aren't many people who can be remembered by everyone in this closed-door post-apocalyptic world. Without exception, they are all famous leaders. Psychics. I was once just an ordinary alien with no name. It was unthinkable that even Zhong Yushu, the leader of the ancient martial arts alliance, knew about himself nowadays. It was something even he hadn't expected. Chen Mo was silent for a while. So I'm already this famous? In this post-apocalyptic world where information is closed to the public, countless psychics are eager to have a career in this post-apocalyptic world. Put yourself out there and make a name for yourself. There were even quite a few solo alienists who frequently displayed their powerful strength. The purpose is to raise their stature so that the major military regions and those large independent powers will invite them. If it wasn't for the 6th military region suppressing the previous intelligence for reasons of face as well as Lin Anha, launched a battle of more than 4,000 people have not yet taken Chen Mo, even heavy casualties 10. If this news were to be released, it would only be a shock to all large forces. Countless people will come forward with invitations. By that time, Let's not talk about the Lin family sitting at the third in command of the center. Even a handful of forces were willing to risk offending the 6th military region by recruiting Chen Mo, a dead man, and an extremely powerful one. It was naturally self-evident which one carried more weight. The alien who couldn't even take down a battle waged by more than 4,000 people. Elder Zhong looked at the youth in front of him and couldn't help but sigh a little. It's been a long time coming. The information coming from the 6th military region was still conservative, and it stated that Chen Mo was able to control metal. The alien ability was estimated to be around the 3rd rank, and the only thing worth noting was the fact that this person had been accompanied by an extremely ferocious fae. But it's such a man and a beast. Surprisingly, he was able to suppress hundreds of endgame divine sunset beasts that the 2nd and 3rd ranked ancient martial league exotics couldn't do anything about, and even nearly killed them. If there was really someone who didn't know how to die and wanted to use this to curry favor with the 6th military region, I'm afraid that they would have already died without even a crumb left. If one remembers correctly, this person has never joined any power, right? Zhang Lao couldn't help but rise in love with his talent for a moment. He spoke with a kind face, like a kindly old grandfather. Little brother Chen, this time my ancient martial alliance has been struck by such a calamity. Thanks to having you to assist. The old man will thank you here in advance. I, the ancient martial alliance, have received this great favor, and I will certainly not treat my little friend poorly. Since little friend is here for that yearly beast, you might as well go sit with us at the ancient martial alliance. With the retreat of the Yuzuru beasts, the tsunami that flooded most of Rihama City on this side also gradually receded. I don't know if the sunset beast will come back again, but being seriously injured, it won't come back to cause trouble in a short time. As the saying goes, reach for the stars. Not to mention the fact that the old man in front of him was quite respected by himself in his previous life. Chen Mo's eyes flickered, and after pondering for a while he didn't refuse, but nodded. Good thing too. It just so happens that I have something too. The yearling is extremely intelligent, even able to compel the people of the ancient martial alliance with a ghostly illusion of someone else's body before him. Although he himself possessed the heavenly power supernatural ability, he had never properly communicated with the end-time gods. As a lower god, Shou Shishin's ability was not bad, but his intelligence was really too low. Even when its own commands are a little cumbersome, it doesn't understand what they mean and just goes, ABA. It was rare to see a median god, and one might be able to communicate with the yearning beast, above the 8th order, for the upper gods, and above the 5th order, for the middle. If the beast of the year in his former life had not died, after raging for another 4 or 5 years, I'm only afraid that I'll be able to step into the ranks of the upper gods, and as long as I eat enough, he was able to break through to the next level, and his potential was not bad. There is a limit to the number of fey gods that heavenly powers can currently enslave, and any more will become a burden. Even now, Chen Mo was still considering whether or not to take an Yen or an Eve beast. The amount of food consumed by just one head is horrifying enough. Hundreds of millions of them. Where would one get them so much food? While population decline is inevitable for second evolution. However, Chen Mo was not so heartless that he wanted to annihilate all of humanity. The Yuzuru beasts are fine. They can be allowed to go into the deep sea and devour themselves. And the resources expended by the annual beasts only being able to be land-based again are just too great. Even the ancient martial arts alliance, the top power in the previous world, couldn't afford to raise a head of years. Although it has developed into a giant power, it is still only able to let itself go and devour living beings. If that's the case, the last year was killed by Shi Yuan, in which there is no ancient martial arts alliance let go. Cunning rabid death traitor cooking the cause? Zhang Lao laughed at the situation, and Zhang Kong on the side, who was still haunted by the previous incident, discouraged him. President. Elder Zong merely glanced at him lightly, and Zhang Kong shuddered, not daring to say anything more. Qin Wenzhong, who was on the side, took his hand and shook his head and whispered, "Forget it, Zhang Kong, he's right. With our strength, I'm afraid I won't be able to stop that sunset beast. Can't you see that Elder Zhong seems to appreciate this young man? That sunset beast has already fled, so we'd better go back first as well." Chapter 198, Terrible Killing Aura. The ancient martial arts alliance has suffered such a heavy blow. With the deaths and injuries of the exalted, there is an urgent need for strong fresh blood additions today. Right now, the only card they can hold is an S-class alien, Yang Sueyu. If the addition of this person sits in the town, it will certainly not move like a mountain. In the ancient martial arts alliance, even before the end of the world, even the strongest are honored, not to mention the end of the world. No one dares to underestimate anyone who is powerful. Seeing that even Qin Wenzhong said so, Zhang Er immediately looked at Yang Sueyu, who was on the side, trying to pull on a teammate who was on the same page. He said angrily, "Little Yang, what do you say? If it wasn't for Wenzhong just now, the two of us would have almost not made it back. This guy, he's definitely not in a good mood. Yang Suiyu was silent for a while. He looked ahead at the back of Chen Mo, who was walking alongside Zhong Lao, looking again at his silver spear that had lost its tip. His face calmly said, "If I'm not mistaken, he should be a fifth-order alien. The two of us, we're no match for him." Fifth order? Zhang Kong was shocked in his heart when he heard this and said with a face full of incredulity, "How is this possible? How can someone break through so fast?" Thinking that he a whole ancient martial arts alliance, spent a lot of resources crystal cores, only developed a couple of their starters as well. Thinking about that Chun Mo single-handedly, how could he be a fifth-order alien? Yang Suiyu shook her head. "I don't know exactly how he did it." He still felt bad about the steel ball from earlier. He has a proud personality. He became a 9th Dan martial arts master at a young age. He's also a master of the S-class power. Martial sage, relying on his martial arts skills as well as his powerful physical psychic abilities, never gave those elemental system adepts a second thought. Within the ancient martial alliance, there were simply no elemental system adepts who could restrict themselves. However, Chen Mo's appearance had directly refreshed his perception of elemental system adepts. It was somewhat inconceivable that a small steel ball could be so powerful. Yang Suiyu continued. "Besides, do you think that all those aliens in the 6th military region are all just eating their words? The fact that this person hasn't been captured in such a long time is enough to know that this person is outstanding. My ancient martial alliance has already suffered heavy losses this time, so I won't be able to curry any favors if I make a move. It's better to do more than less." Since Elder Zhong said so, he naturally has his final word. "This loss, take it hard. Go." After saying that, Yang Suiyu followed with her gun. Only Zhang Kong was left frozen in place. Finally, he stamped the floor angrily and cursed angrily. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's so suffocating. His shoulder, to this day, still aches a little. On the way back to the Ancient Martial Arts League, a few of the Ancient Martial Alliance's exalted energy users, Yang Suiyu Qin Wenzhong, accompanied them to the left and right, alerting the surroundings. In the middle of it, Chen Mo was a bit curious and asked about the original reason for the yearly beast. By all accounts, this is a secret of the Ancient Martial Arts League. Even the people of the Ancient Martial Alliance didn't have many people who knew about it. But what surprised him a little was that in this regard, instead of hiding, Elder Zhong, instead, they were very honest and published everything. Zhong Lao said with a mournful shake of his head, "Hey, little friend, you don't know. In fact, long before the end of the world, that yearling beast had already been discovered. Only that the matter was too big to avoid causing unnecessary panic was covered up. My granddaughter has awakened the ability to control beasts. Always thought that the year beast is not dead, want to control it for my Ancient Martial Arts Alliance use." Speaking of this, Zhong Lao's obscure old eyes were incomparably guilty and self-reproachful. He sighed quietly and then said, "And then came the scene you saw. That head of the sunset beast seems to be a hostile relationship with the beast of the year. Came from the deep sea, rolled up a shocking tsunami, directly flooded half of Ribbon City. In fact, he himself takes a large part of the blame for this incident. If it wasn't for the overindulgence of Zhang Rim, Rihama City wouldn't have been reduced to this, while most of the stronghold resources have been transferred. But the survivors, the elite of the Ancient Martial Arts Alliance, that were lost were irreparable. After this battle, the Ancient Martial Arts Alliance may be devastated, completely lose the capital of entrenchment in the midst of this post-apocalyptic world. The only way to change." Elder Zhong didn't say anything more, but instead looked at Chen Mo, who was pondering on the side. "Things, and that's what they are." Chen Mo lowered his head, his eyes flickering. After organizing his thoughts for a while, he was also finally able to understand the ins and outs of everything. On that day, Li Long and others in North China asked for tree seeds. The purpose is to use the mucus secreted by the peach tree to lift the seal of the beast of the year. After being ravaged by the sunset beast, coupled with the cunning and incomparable Nian beasts devouring to conjure up Zhong Lin's form, there is a great possibility that in the future the Ancient Martial Arts League will cooperate with the Nian beast to help it through its period of weakness, and that the Nian beast will. During this time, the shelter of the people of the Ancient Martial Alliance was also needed to prevent the Sunset Beast from making another comeback. Zhong Lao looked a bit forlorn and muttered, "AI, things have come to this point. It's useless to say more. It's only because my Ancient Martial Arts Alliance's heart is not enough to swallow an elephant. Breaking a big taboo." Elder Zhong, don't say that. No one could have expected that there would even be an appearance of a Sunset Beast. At least, that your beast has been brought back safely. Qin Wenzhong comforted from the side. Zhong Lao shook his head. "Wrong is wrong. Shao Qin also hard for you. Half of the Ancient Martial Arts Alliance was arranged to be evacuated in just one day. Naturally, the credit for this goes to Qin Wenzhong and the others." At this moment, Chen Mo suddenly opened his mouth in a cold and uncharacteristic manner. What are you going to do with that first year? As soon as these words came out, Yang Suiyu and the others present all gave their gazes over. They've been consciously avoiding any talk of the yearling. Didn't seem to want to bring it up in front of an outsider. Zhang Kong said unhappily from the back. Aren't you asking too much? What to do with the Nian beasts is a matter for our ancient martial league, right? Unexpectedly, in response to Zhang Kong's questioning, both Yang Suiyu and Qin Wenzhong on the side did not stop them. After all, this topic was just too sensitive for the Ancient Martial Alliance. In order to unseal the Nian beast, the Ancient Martial Arts Alliance has expended a great deal of manpower and resources. Even the Shi beast did not hesitate to come for the Nian beast, so one could imagine what kind of powerful battle force the Nian beast would be after it recovered. It could be said that after taking in the Nian beast, the Ancient Martial Alliance would have no problem walking sideways. Chen Mo stopped at his words and turned his head to look at Zhang Kong. Those eyes were extraordinarily cold and contained a stern fury. Zhang Kong was shaken. It was like being plunged into a mountain of corpses. A person's aura could not be concealed, and their perception was even sharper as martial artists. From Chengchenmo, he was in a trance and saw countless miserable dead souls. How many people must have been killed to be able to have the killing aura? Zhang Kong's heart was creeped out, and for a moment, he stiffened in place, unable to speak. Chapter 199, You're more important to me than Yin. Yang Suiyu frowned at the sight and stood in front of him. My friend, the Ancient Martial Alliance, bear you no ill will, but the matters concerning the Nian beasts are all confidential. Even my own alliance people don't know so much about it. The people present were all high-minded and proud, and if they weren't afraid of Chen Mo's strength, wouldn't be so calm to speak here. Chen Mo faintly said, even if I don't say it, I know that you can't afford to give up the power of the yearling beasts. The Ancient Martial League is next planning to utilize the Nian beast and leave Rihama City to find another stronghold to develop, right? After all, that's what they did in a previous life, and Rihama was destroyed by a large portion of the city. It is no longer suitable for the development of a power. If you do not want to die out, can only leave. Ha ha. Old man Zhong, who was on the side, suddenly laughed out loud in approval. My little friend has a good point. Actually, the old man did have this intention, but these are all afterthoughts. I see that you look like you're very interested in the yearling. Young friend, coming to Rihama City, could it be that it's for it? Elder Zhong inquired. Other than the Nian beast, he couldn't think of any other reason for Chen Mo to come here. Chen Mo nodded slightly, and his tone was slightly calmer as he conversed with Elder Zhong. It is the carcass of this yearling beast that I have come for. Since Elder Zhong doesn't cover up with himself and hide something, then he himself was naturally honest and straightforward about the purpose of this visit, and he didn't want to get bent out of shape, because whether it was a Yuletide beast or a yearling beast, all by yourself. What? Several people on the sidelines were shocked. They spent a lot of time and resources to get the annual beast with great difficulty, but they have to give it away. None of those present were willing to accept it. No. On the contrary, Zhong Lao appeared exceptionally calm, as if he had expected Chen Mo to say this. He grinned, narrowing his eyes. Little friend is a straightforward man. I suppose the reason for this is also to exchange the corpse of the yearling beast with that divine merchant? Chen Ma nodded. Zhong Lao laughed. There is no hurry. Let's go back and talk about this matter first. The old man is curious about little friend. Elder Zhong, you are? Seeing that Elder Zhong actually had no intention of denying. Is that a yes? No way. We've sacrificed quite a few people for that year beast. Chairman. Yeah. How can you do this to stand up to Sister Xiaolin? A group of people were filled with disbelief, while Qin Wenzhong appeared calm and collected. A loud bellow signaled the crowd to be quiet. Although the group of people stopped talking, their hostility towards Chen Mo deepened a bit more. Chen Mo didn't care about this at all. In its heyday, the Ancient Martial Alliance itself was fearless, not to mention the fact that at the moment, the Ancient Martial Alliance's elites were dead and wounded. The Ancient Martial Arts Alliance is an indispensable force for the second evolution, and although one honors Zhong Lao, but if they made a move, Chen Mo wouldn't mind sending them to heaven. Elder Zhong ignored the group of people. Instead, he said with a kind smile, it's all trivial. In fact, in my opinion, the value of my little friend is much more important than that yearling beast. Little friend is so strong at such a young age, able to battle that sunset beast with his own strength. I think it should have reached the level of a fifth-order alien? I wonder if I can join any of the forces. The group of people soon arrived at the Ancient Martial Alliance's current stronghold. A protective wall had long been constructed outside the Ancient Martial Alliance. There are large containers all over the base, and the class belongs to the harbor in general, in which a number of survivors, as well as the wounded, returned one after another, each one dripping wet. There were constant cries of pain and heavy coughing all around. After a great catastrophe, A lingering gloom hung over every face. Today is the first day of the Lunar New Year, and we should be thankful that the tsunami did not last long. It has receded in just under a day. But even so, the disaster brought about by the Sunset Beast was the death of thousands of people from the ancient martial alliance. As soon as the person with the healing ability came back, he started the healing without stopping. Those groups of people who were supposed to follow the retreat of the major military regions have also returned after this tide has receded. Accompanying them were people from the 3 major military regions who came to support them. This way. Slow down. Yuan Yu is in charge of directing the survivors of the ancient martial league to search for supplies that can still be used. What's left? She looked at the wounded all the way. The incessant wailing, the coughing, an incomparable look of worry filled his eyes. After this tsunami, it made everyone realize that there could be more than just a terrifying existence like a sunset beast in the deep sea. All sorts of behemoth sea monsters come along for the ride. In the future, no power will be willing to establish a safe zone in a location near the sea. The flooding of the sea brought with it disease and many supplies and foods that could no longer be used. The aliens were still fine, but the ordinary people, that was a bad thing. Obviously, it was still half a month ago that the Ancient Martial Arts Alliance was still an independent force capable of rivaling quite a few military districts. But after this natural disaster, after the disaster of the beast, will be greatly injured. It is estimated that a long period of time cannot breathe. And at the entrance to the Ancient Martial Arts League, several leadership-level figures who had traveled from major regional powers to provide support also arrived. Da Day. At this time, an old man wearing a Taoist robe hurriedly walked past Yuan Yu. The old man was well-groomed, and the dragon walked. Behind him likewise followed a few old men of similar age. Behind them were 6 or 7 middle-aged people, both men and women. At the head of the group was Ma Zhanghua, the head of the mixed forms of intelligence. The few people following at his side were likewise the leaders of the major sects. The Ancient Martial Arts Alliance honors the difference between the young and the old, and ranks them according to seniority. It was also the leader of the pre-apocalyptic martial arts association's sects, although most of them don't have their powers awakened. However, the prototype of the Ancient Martial Arts Alliance was established by a group of them in the midst of the post-apocalyptic world. Ma Zhanghua paused as he looked to the side, and Yuan Yu opened his mouth. Drizzle, is that yearling beast all taken care of? Yuan Yu respectfully said. It's been taken care of. And none of the people who came for backup noticed. Ma Zhanghua nodded slightly. Well done. The matter of the annual beasts is of great importance, and we must not allow other forces to discover anything. His little granddaughter has wasted so many of my Ancient Martial Alliance's resources, so she has finally done something good. When he thought of it, he was the one who most rejected Fa's move against Zhongrim. However, the Ancient Martial Arts Alliance Zhongyushu prestige accumulated is too high. Simply can be described as a one-word haul. Force row. Directly exercised. When he saw the beast of the year, he was dumbfounded, but the same accompanied it's the surprise that won't stop. At this moment, he only hoped that Zhongyushu would die under that sunset beast. Then he himself could take over his position and become the Ancient Martial Arts Alliance's hand. Chapter 200. People from the 3 military regions, thanks to Master Blameless. Let's go. Don't keep people waiting. Ma Zhanghua led a group of Ancient Martial Alliance executives to the outside of the base. There are several people waiting here. Respectively, Gao Limao of the 6th Military Region, Wang Guoshan, 11th Military Region, Deng Ping, 9th Military Region. They were followed by bodyguards, and without exception, they were all from the major war zones. As for those large survivor forces, they were naturally unwilling to get into this mess. In this case, the ones that were able to make it, for whatever reason. For the Ancient Martial Arts Alliance it was all tantamount to a blessing in disguise. Among them, it was Gao Limo whose face was the palest, clinging to Zui Yuan on the side. He really didn't want to come to this kind of moving ghost place at all. He doesn't even understand why the 6th Military Region sent a scumbag like himself over here. If there is any danger. His big fat belly quivered at the thought. The 2 men beside him from the 11th and 9th Military Regions are high-ranking army generals. The body is straight and upright, wearing a military uniform. Gao Limo held back the fear in his heart and decided to chat to ease the situation. Major General Wang. Why have you come? Xiaojiang too? He looked to Wang Guoshan on the side and said somewhat curtly. These 2 from the 11th Military Region and the 9th Military Region could be big shots for themselves. He himself was at best a mid-level in the 6th Military Region. Wang Guoshan glanced at him and spoke nonchalantly. Locked up. The headmaster sent Zhang Fan over to discuss the acquisition of mutual exchange resources with the 6th Military Region. Zhang Fan ran away and disappeared without authorization. And when he returned, he was locked up. Deng Ping looked at the wounded that were constantly being transported to the side, and his eyes were a bit unforgiving. And I don't understand what they mean, if these wounded men are not brought back to be treated. I'm just afraid I won't live long. They didn't come here with much firepower at all. They were so far apart. After all, it was not easy to send someone to be in charge of transporting the survivors of Rihama City. The people from the ancient martial alliance haven't come yet? Tong Ping muttered. You all have been waiting for a long time. And just then, before the people arrived, Manhwa's voice came out and, with a false smile on his face, he politely stepped forward and said, this tsunami broke out in the city of Rihama, and the generals have traveled thousands of miles to serve their country and their people. It is truly admirable to us. Manhwa came to the three men and bragged as if in a sigh of admiration. Gao Limo laughed and was just about to speak when Wang Guishun, who was on the side, said in a deep voice, what is the meaning of your ancient martial alliance? Spreading the news of the need for support to the outside world. The head of our district couldn't bear the fact that the survivors of Rihama City were in deep water, and sent us to provide support to get these survivors to safety. On the contrary, why have you suddenly changed your mind and reversed yourself now? The time and resources spent on this round trip is no joke. Once it came to such a piercingly clear questioning, Manhwa could not help but change his face. The 11th military district came to be a prekah. He snorted. The sea has receded, and the matter is not ours to make, but that of the president, Zhang Yushu. And where is he? Dumpin spoke up. Horse Newspaper Nation should be back in a little while. Honestly, he wasn't sure, because from what he'd heard from the shifters who'd come back, at the moment, Zhang Yushu as well as Xiao Yang and the others were dealing with the Sunset Beast. Let me show you all what's going on right now. Wang Guishun snorted coldly and didn't say anything. Under the leadership of Ma Pinghua, Wang Guishun's face became more and more ugly. I had long heard that some large forces had extremely large supplies, not even much worse than the military region. But when one sees so much material after it has been submerged by the sea, and the airtight fence that had been cast around it, the heart was even more displeased. Coldly, the ancient martial alliance is really great. Is it trying to become the 13th military region? Do you think that the top brass of all the major military regions don't know about your little minds? We can't even protect the survivors. And if it weren't for the fact that the major war zones and the Central Committee can't get out of their way right now, if you don't return to the fold, you'll have a lot to live up to. When everything settles down, none of them will be able to escape then. There are only 12 military districts in the country now, and with the end of the world comes a breakdown in order. Just like those Fey overlords, countless powerful Fey wanted to establish a power of their own. This is also why as the Lion, Dragon Steel, these big careful survivor forces are extraordinarily eager to develop, because when everything is in order, the major military regions to strike, smaller forces were simply unbeatable in front of them. Wang Guishun's remarks set Manhwa cold sweat. He is not Zhang Lao, after all. Although it wasn't an ordinary person either, where could he resist the oppression of the major general of the military region? Ma Xingguo's beard quivered after the father of Yang Suiyu, the heir to the Yang family gun in the rear, came forward and saluted without humbling himself. I, the ancient martial alliance, am very grateful for your support, but these things it's better to wait for Elder Zhong to return before making a decision. Besides, according to what I've said, all the major military districts don't necessarily have their own peace of mind, do they? I'm sorry, Yang Yun said calmly. Wang Guishun's eyes narrowed slightly, and this time he didn't speak. Behind all the major military regions stand various bigwigs of the central government. The distances separating each place are too great, and if the 12 military districts were to work together, where else would it be the turn of these ambitious survivors to make themselves king, long before the whole thing was annexed? Seeing that things were not going well, Gao Limao acted as a good old boy and laughed. Okay, business is business. Just wait a little longer. I guess I'll be back soon. The group re-entered to wait outside the ancient martial league. About 10 more minutes passed. Finally, the figures of returning Elder Zhong and the others were seen in the distance. Seeing his son return, Yang Yun in the crowd couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. And Gao Limao's expression was as if he had seen a ghost, and his entire body was struck by lightning. His hand trembled as he pointed in the direction where Chen Mo was, his teeth chattering as he said, This, Xiao Zhua, is he the one? The one, Chen Mo. The face of Zhua Yuan on the side also became grave for an instant. After receiving the confirmation, Gao Limao immediately had no intention of staying here at all. The small eyes were wide open and hurriedly pulled Zhua Yuan down. Go, Xiao Zhua, go. It's amazing that this god of killers is here. No one else knows that. Doesn't he realize how those 4,000 people died? Wang Guishun, who was on the side, noticed the scene and couldn't help but frown and said, What's wrong with you? And at this moment, Zhong Lao's side naturally noticed the group of people waiting outside. Looking from afar, Xin Wenzhong said in a deep voice, Elder Zhong, it's from the 6th, 9th, and 11th Military Regions. Elder Zhong nodded his head and said with a calm face, "Let's go over there." Just saying this, as if he had thought of something, he turned his head to Chen Mo, who was softly saying, "Little friend, would it be inconvenient for the people of the 6th Military Region to be there?" He knew that Chen Mo was in conflict with the 6th Military Region, and was afraid that the scene would be a bit difficult to handle. Chen Mo naturally noticed the person standing there, the pot-bellied Gallimore, and beside him, it is the top combatant of the 6th Military Region in his previous life, Zhua Yuan, who possesses the disintegration ability. Chen Mo waved his hand carelessly and said blandly, "No harm done." In his own previous life, he was at least a member of the 6th War Area, and he still understood Gao Limo as a person. He is afraid of being soft, afraid of death, and is the fastest to escape whenever something happens. The 6th Military Region had suffered such a great loss that it was impossible for him not to know that I am afraid that my soul will be scared away after seeing myself. How can I dare to make a move on myself on the spot? P.S. Thanks to the King of Gifts. Master Blameless. Good luck to you, Master. You're as lucky as the East Sea. The sheer magnitude of the gesture really scared the powdered milk. Master, do you still need electronic pets? I'll give you 100 for the milk powder. Bang bang. Add an extra 3 chapters. It will take some time. Formula is tied to a chair for work for the next 2 days. Thank you, gentlemen. Measure for measure, a little bit of hyping and free advertising milk powder would have been appreciated. Thanks for the bang bang. Chapter 201 Confidential Documents. The truth was just as Chen Mo had expected. Upon seeing Chen Mo appear in this place, Gao Limao's face was incomparably appalled, and he only wanted to quickly escape this place. Little left you say that guy should not know me yet? Gao Limo said as he took a few steps backward, his pupils trembling a bit. Although Xiao's was said his strength is not weak, but compared to this Chen Mo in front of me who dry crushed more than 4,000 numbers of the 6th Military Region, it's totally inadequate. Ever since that battle, the top brass within the 6th Military Region had long since blown up. More than 4,000 men. Surprisingly, they still couldn't take Chen Mo. The moment the news got back, all the top brass of the 6th Military Region wondered if they had heard wrong. Over 4,000 people. That's not a small number. Although it could not shake the foundation, but it also made the 6th Military Region lose a lot of money. All the executives were silent after the confirmation. This time the decision of the big guys was surprisingly uniform. One by one, they remonstrated with Linen and expressed their incompetence to deal with this person again. There was no telling how much would be lost if a large number of people were mobilized to capture Chen Mo again. Besides, all the military regions have now begun to build and perfect their safety zones. They also desperately need a lot of manpower action to avoid dropping the tempo of the larger force. It is good that the central side of Lin Anha has sent word that Lin Lao's position has been stabilized. Having the power to mobilize a large number of aliens as well as the armed forces to come in has alleviated the immediate need. Zhua Yuan, who was on the side, also took a deep breath and put up a 12-minute spirit, and his face was grave. Don't worry, with Major General Wang and the others here, that Chen Mo won't dare to make a move against you. Also, you have no conflict with him. It should be fine. But when it came to that, Rao didn't have much to say. Because of being in the 6th Military District, this was supposed to be a conflict. Should? What do you mean should? Galimo screamed. Wang Guishan frowned and looked at Gao Limo, who was a little restless, and said in a deep voice, Kola Mayo, what's your name? Deng Ping of the 9th Military Region also said with a smile, Elder Zhong is back. Is this too exciting? That one should be Yang Suiyu, the heir to the Yang family gun in the ancient martial arts alliance? The major powers were naturally paying close attention to the strongest among them. Deng Ping saw that walking beside Zhong Lao, like a pine and cypress straight temperament extraordinary Yang Suiyu, couldn't help but marvel. I've heard about it for a long time, but I've never seen it before. S-class martial saint alien ability. Such a talent. It would be a shame not to contribute to the major military regions. Each of the 3 major military regions has a purpose for coming to the rescue this time. And he, the 9th Military Region, had come for the talents of the ancient martial arts alliance this time. To put it bluntly, it's just coming over to troll, like Yang Suiyu, who possessed S-class psychic abilities. It's definitely a presence worth focusing on wherever you are. What's more, Yang Suiyu had notable strength long before the end of the world. Deng Ping surveyed the people beside Zhong Lao in the distance. Almost every one of them he recognized. When his eyes rested on Chen Mo, he only felt that the face was somewhat unfamiliar, and he could not help but give a slight start. That one is. At this moment, Ma Jinghua's group of people came forward to greet them. Seeing Zhong Lao return, Ma Jinghua's eyes were a bit disappointed. Still, it was well hidden from him. Ma Jinghuo opened his mouth. Old Zhong, There's someone from the military district. Well, leave it to me. Zhong Lao nodded slightly and said towards the group of people behind him, why don't you all go on back and check for injuries? A few of the adults from the military district here are at our disposal. After saying that, Elder Zhong looked at Chun Mo on the side, smiled kindly, and softly said, little friend, please also wait for a moment. I'll have Xiao Yang take you to rest first. The old man will come over in a moment. What do you think, little friend? Chen Mo nodded. This old man in front of me is very polite. All the way to the conversation with him is also know everything, and goodness beyond compare. There is no rush. Chen Mo said. Good, come with me. Yang Suiyu walked over and spoke faintly. Chen Mo left with a group of people from the ancient martial alliance. As he passed by a few people, Chen Mo glanced at Wang Guishan as well as Gao Limo. This nearly scared Gao Limo half to death, and he directly bounced off the ground. Only after he left did Gao Limo, who was cowering to the side, let out a long breath. Heartily, he patted his fat chest and said, finally gone. He will never do this kind of dangerous work again. To think that he, an ordinary person, was walking on thin ice in this post-apocalyptic world. I'm afraid that I'll die outside one day. So every time I don't take Xiaozhua on a trip, I get restless in my heart. Nowadays, it seems that Zoe is not necessarily 100% safe when she is around. Wouldn't it be nice to be honest and enjoy the safety of the 6th military district? Chen Mo walked past him, and the poor man swaggered after him in a majestic manner. Wang Guishan raised his eyebrows and muttered as he looked at his back. Xiao Zhou, is that the Chen Mo that Xiao Jiang was talking about? He was conversing with the man who was traveling beside him. The youth on the side nodded and said, it should be him good. That Fei is the best proof. Wang Guishuan's eyes twinkled as he sniffed. He looked again at the stunned Gao Limao, not knowing what he was thinking. He remembered that Ko had been bragging about a very powerful man when he returned. I think it's called what's her name Chenhua. Says he can single-handedly hang a 4th order Fei with one man. Divine. Although Jiang Fan was a bit rebellious, he was powerful. And even more so, he possesses S-rank psychic abilities of the divine spirit system. Both the background and the strength are called the first person in the 11th military region. Someone who could be held in such high esteem by him was worthy of some attention. I heard this guy has some grudge against the 6th military region. Wang Guishan thought darkly. In the crowd Zhong Lao stepped forward. He seemed to open his mouth with a kind smile for everyone. A few lords were able to come to support and send charcoal in the snow. I, the ancient martial alliance, am truly grateful. It's just that this tsunami trouble came and went, and it's been lifted. Several of the adults are still with me. I, the ancient martial alliance, am grateful for such a favor. And the other side. Yang Suiyu led Chen Mo into the interior of the ancient martial alliance base. There are traces of the tsunami's aftermath all around, with countless wounded. The top brass of the ancient martial arts alliance stayed there. I don't know if that was intentional or not. The location that Zhong Lao had led the people from the 3 major military regions to was exactly the opposite of here. With no words along the way, he came directly to Zhong Lao's usual office, the 6th floor. After Chen Mo went up, the poor man below prostrated himself on the ground. Suddenly, a footstep sounded, and the poor man opened his eyes to look over. A room of about 60 to 70 square meters, surrounded by just a few materials and books. There are also quite a few plants grown in pots, only to be soaked by the seawater. They have all drowned. The standing water had also been obviously cleaned. Yang Suiyu said softly, have a seat, and come over when Elder Zhong is done with things. Elder Zhong said that the information on his desk is yours to view and check as you please. Chapter 202, Showing Your Hand, the tip of the iceberg at the center. Aren't these all confidential documents of your ancient martial alliance? Chen Mo said with interest. Yang Suiyu faintly said, you can also choose not to see it. You really don't think of yourself as an outsider. Chen Ma smiled, came to the desk. There was a picture frame on the table. Above is a young Zhong Lao holding a little girl. Both had big smiles on their faces. It was a heartfelt, open-hearted laugh. She must be Zhong's granddaughter. Chen Mo didn't care too much. Instead, he picked up the papers on his desk and began flipping through them. At the top was a list of the current exalts of the ancient martial arts alliance. Those with strong psychic powers were marked with red circles. Many of them are also crossed out with a slash to indicate that they have fallen. The list did see a number of somewhat familiar names on 2 or 3 pages. A rough estimate came down to at least close to 300. Much better. Even Chen Mo could not help but sigh a little. Compared to the lion now, the ancient martial alliance possessed more than 4 or 5 times as many exalts as they did. Even this was the amount of unpublicized news that crystal cores could cause people to awaken later in life. From this, it was inferred that the population within the base of the ancient martial league was at least 40,000 to 50,000 people. Chen Mo glanced at Yang Suiyu on the side. Is this a show of sleight of hand? he read on. The ones on the upper floors are all conferences and meetings. Not a few of them have the matter of exchanging jade crystals, and more news from all over the country passed on by the major military districts. For example, it's the emergence of a powerful and strong person in a certain area, the emergence of a Fey species in a certain place. Chen Mo discovered one of the most crucial pieces. The pupils stared slightly. On it is a note with a message of great importance. That turned out to be something the center seemed to be prepared for as early as the early days of the apocalypse. Undeclared construction of safe zones, gathering a lot of talent as well as storing countless resources. The end times came and the zombie scourge didn't even make much of a ripple there. Upon seeing this, Chen Mo's face was shocked, looking somewhat incredulous. This? He read on. It was written in unmistakable clarity. The central government knew that the 12 military regions were scattered all over the country and were not easy to control. That's why it's intended that the 12 military districts will be partitioned into a federation. By adhering to the principle of one head for one district, we can all develop individually. And the central government with a few of those military districts are dealing with the regional overlords in a big way at the moment. Already, without a word, having resolved at least 11 fourth-order Fey overlords, or low-level divine existences, and from the mysterious merchants exchanged a lot of strange things used as research has begun to bear fruit. In about 6 months, these resources will be in circulation. The front Chen Mo was not surprised, as they were all exactly the same as he remembered. It also represents the rhythm of the direction in which the major military regions will develop in the future. However, after seeing that a full 11 Fey overlords had been resolved behind him, Chen Mo was somewhat unable to sit still. The news, not even a little bit, has spread, and most alarming of all, long before the end of the world, the center had already repaired and completed the safe zone. How did you learn this information? Chen Mo couldn't help but ask Yang Suiyu, who was at the side. Yang Suiyu shook her head and opened her mouth. I don't know. Elder Zhong has his own sources. Elder Zhong told me to tell you that after the Central Committee and the major military regions have been consolidated, by then all those large survivor forces out there will be in jeopardy. That Nian beast, it's very important to our ancient martial alliance. At the very least it will allow our ancient martial alliance to gain a firm foothold. And Elder Zhong thinks highly of you and welcomes you to join. Yang Suiyu said nonchalantly. Chen Mo's eyes kept flickering. As one's level of exposure in this life grows higher and higher, gradually, he also began to know some of the great secrets of the heavens that he did not know in his previous life. Under this information is Zhong Lao's summary of this classified document. He deduced that there were at least no less than 6 S-class aliens possessed in the center. It was even highly likely that there had been news of the alter ego long before the end of the world. In his previous life about the center was most mysterious, hardly ever seen interfering in the strife of the major war zones. But what's certain is that it's filled with the nation's top talent. Without exception, most of them went there to play for the team. Chen Mo slowly closed this confidential document. Not looking? Yang Suiyu asked from the sidelines. Chen Mo's mood quickly calmed down and grinned. He found a random spot to lie down comfortably. Stretching lazily, he said, not looking. The more you see, the better it doesn't have to be. The more I know, the more I'm upset. I have 15 years of memories from the end times. What to do he knew exactly. Yang Suiyu fell on the sidelines with some curiosity. Couldn't help but inquire. What did you see? Chen Mo glanced at him and spoke. Want to know? Here, the papers are right there. So go over there and read them yourself. What are you asking me for? Yang Suiyu was silent for a while. He didn't make any movements, even though he was the mainstay among the ancient martial alliance. As far as he knew, apart from Zhong Lao, only Chen Mo had read those documents. Not even the top echelons within the ancient martial arts alliance, such as manhwa, were qualified enough. Forget it, I'm not qualified to see it. Yang Suiyu looked at Chen Mo, who was resting his eyes to the side, and spoke quietly. My gun is broken. Chen Mo closed his eyes. Snapped his fingers. A gushing mass of iron liquid appeared out of thin air. Those iron liquids covered towards the top of the bare gun barrel beside Yang Suiyu. Under Yang Suiyu's astonished and incomparable gaze, it even changed into a sharper and tougher tip than before. Helped you strengthen it? No need to thank me. Chen Mo said indifferently. Look at the clean lines, the sharpness to the point. The blade of the gun was clear and dripping with luster. Yang Suiyu's eyes lit up with some delight as she picked up that silver spear. The weight is quite a bit heavier than before. Swinging has also become more of a handful. At that moment, the door was pushed open with a creak. A laugh rang out. He, little friend. It's been a long time, hasn't it? From outside, Elder Zhong walked in with a smile. Yang Suiyu rose and respectfully said, Elder Zhong. Zhong Lao nodded, glancing at the table where the classified documents had been rummaged through. The smile in his eyes couldn't help but grow a little more intense. Have you seen it all, little friend? Aha. Chen Mo said indifferently. Elder Zhang smiled and sat down, saying towards Yang Suiyu, "Little Yang, then you go out first. I'll have a good talk with little brother Chen." Yang Suiyu sniffed and left with her own silver spear. Only after seeing him leave did Elder Zhang say, "Since little friend has already seen it, then I think you should also be aware of the tip of the iceberg in the center, and the Lin Shu you killed. Little friend, his grandfather, Master Lin, is now the third in command of the central government." Chapter 203, The Plan. "No more talking. His Lin family, he can be such a descendant," said Zhong Lao in a seemingly pointed manner. "So what?" Chen Mo said without caring. Elder Zhong froze slightly, then lost his smile. He, young friend is really a great artist. Even the old immortal is a bit impressed. Actually, my ancient martial alliance doesn't have any conflict with you, little friend. It's just that Nian beast is just too important to my ancient martial alliance. If little friend is willing to hand over that yearling beast to us, and if there is a need for it in the future, the ancient martial alliance, am willing to be little friend's solid backing. One more friend, one more path. What does little friend think? Elder Zhong said with a smile. The implication is that the central authorities will choose to take action against themselves in the future. They, the ancient martial arts alliance, would then step in to help? The reverse is not necessarily true. Chen Mo stared closely at the kindly old man in front of him without speaking. Eyes narrowed slightly. Being able to develop the ancient martial arts alliance into a leader that even the major military regions were afraid of. Surely there is no such thing as a simple commodity. First, they show their handiwork, as well as bluffing themselves by taking the tip of the iceberg out of the center. Then it expresses goodwill to indicate that it can help will itself. And grace is given. You're kidding. Chen Mo's face was unusually resolute and undoubtedly continued. But that yearling beast, I have to have it. Bel-Elm was stunned. What he hadn't expected was that after Chen Mo had read some information about the center, this, on the contrary, reinforced his idea of killing that yearling beast. The only way to be strong is to be immovable, even if the storm comes later. This was the bottom line that Heaven's right and the mastery alien power brought to himself. After saying that, Chen Mo got up and wanted to leave. Little friend, how about we trade crystal core resources? Elder Zhong's words of retention came from behind him. Chen Mo didn't stop. Alas, little friend, you have thought this through. What the old man said before was not true, but out of this door. The people from the three major military regions had already been dispatched by him. By the time they left they were unaware of the existence of the Eve beast and the Year beast. Zhong Yushu didn't think that the youth in front of him would dare to leave at the risk of offending one more ancient martial alliance. He knows so much that. Bang! The door to the room was slammed heavily. Alas, Zhong Lao sighed with some regret. There weren't many talents that could suppress the Yuuzhan with the power of one person. Even Xiao Yang couldn't do it. He was silent for a long time, his gaze deep, unsure of what he was thinking. After going out, Yang Suiyu leaned against the wall with her eyes closed. He didn't stop Chen Mo from leaving. Decided? This is my ancient martial alliance base. You can't leave. Yang Suiyu said coldly and uncharacteristically. Chen Mo glanced at him and directly walked towards the outside. Even the tip of Yang Suiyu's silver spear was transformed into a steel ball hovering around. As if sensing something, Yang Suiyu opened her eyes. Upon seeing their gun barrels become empty again, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Yours truly. He walked into the house and came to Zhong Lao and said, Elder Zhong, everyone has been summoned. Do you want to go over? Elder Zhong sighed, his dim gaze struggling a bit as he waved his hand. Forget it, notify down and remove those people. What? It seemed that he hadn't expected Elder Zhong to say that. Yang Suiyu couldn't help but be surprised beyond words. Elder Zhong, what are you doing? Zhong Lao let out a bitter smile and looked up at Yang Suiyu. The ancient martial league has suffered heavy casualties and can't afford to be tossed around now. Xiao Yang, how strong do you think this man is? Yang Suiyu was a bit silent for a while as she sniffed. He recalled a scene from his previous crusade against the Sunset Beast. Shaking his head, he muttered, it's unfathomable, and the Fae that follows him around is at least of fourth-order strength. Yes, Zhong Lao sighed. Together with that Fae, no one from our ancient martial alliance will be able to keep him, even if you, Xiao Yangs, say so. Even if we win miserably, we won't be able to curry any favors. Instead of that, I'd rather do a smooth favor. Taking the opportunity of the appearance of the mysterious merchant at the death of the Beast of the Year to go and get all the supplies of my ancient martial alliance. Swap with that upcoming mystery merchant. But Elder Zhong, what about Shaolin? Yang Suiyu said with some confusion. At the mention of Zhong Lin, Zhong Lao's eyes became painfully sad as he shook his head and whispered, Rin, she died a long time ago. The devourer made by the Beast of the Year was able to deceive others. How could he deceive himself who raised Zhong Rim from a young age? The choice to strike before was no less than the intention to seek the skin of the tiger, utilizing each other to redevelop the ancient martial arts alliance with the help of the power of the year beast. Go ahead, Jan. After saying these words, Elder Joan looked like he had aged dozens of years in an instant and waved his hand. Yang Suiyu nodded and turned to leave. Elder Joan looked at the photos laid out on the table and fell into a state of reminiscence. After Zhong Lin's death, he was no longer attached. He's as the president of the Budo Association. An independent force belonging to martial artists was established at the beginning of the end times at the suggestion of Zhong Lin. That's how people live their lives. God gave him supernatural powers to give him a new lease on life, erasing the weakness of his disease-ridden body. Even he himself wanted to create something in the midst of these end times. Shaolin trust Grandpa. Even without that Nian beast, Grandpa will definitely allow the ancient martial alliance to gain a foothold in this post-apocalyptic world. Speaking of this, Elder Zhong's eyes flashed with a regal and incomparable light. Letting Chen Mo just so easily kill the results of the ancient martial alliance's painstaking efforts since the end of the world. And why wouldn't any of that be due to the death of Rin at the hands of a yearling? For Nian and Shi, Zhong Yushu hated them equally, but after seeing all the godly means of the end times, there may not be nothing that can be done to bring back Rinshou in the future. This world, it's changed. Anything is possible. Zhong Lao looked toward the stack of papers on the desktop. From it, he drew out the several confidential documents that Chun Mo hadn't opened below and opened them. The top of the profile reads, Kai Program Alpha, only a few words, but it's something Lin stumbles upon when she's sorting through her mentor's belongings. It says from 30 years ago. Archaeological teams around the world have then been discovering a variety of large body sizes, a sublime being in the midst of a deep sleep. It's like it came out of nowhere, all over the world. The sheer number of them is simply unbelievable, and the beast of the year is but one of them. It is also the direction that Zhong Lin and her mentor have been researching. At this moment, inside the base of the ancient martial alliance, Chen Mo frowned, because he didn't find the poor man. Suddenly, a beastly roar and growl resounded in the distance. Roar! Chen Mo frowned and immediately rushed over. 7 or 8 ancient martial leagues exalts surrounded the poor man in the center. Zhang Kong said with an icy face filled with disdain. It's. An outsider dares to covet my ancient martial alliance's things. Master Horse said it just so happens that the yearling beast is starving, so take it straight for rations. After one of the female aliens held a long whip, it was swung violently towards the poor man. That long whip actually continuously began to lengthen and twine towards poor Chi. The poor man roared, directly swinging his huge claws to trample that long whip under his feet to rip it to pieces. Bang! Waving his feathers to get away. It's trying to escape. Stop it for me. Chapter 204, The Poor Man's Anger. Massacre. These people in front of me have always been responsible for capturing the Fae, so it couldn't be more skillful for the matter of capturing Fae. Get out of the way. Let me do it. A burly, bald man among the aliens wielded a meteor hammer directly. The huge muscles in his arms bruised up and he laughed. The sex is pretty strong, but I like catching Fae with strong personalities like you. Bang! The meteor hammer swung out. He threw himself hard towards the poor man. The meteor hammer heaved towards the poor man. The strength of the unusual Fae being smashed like this will only suffer a small amount of damage. The poor man roared in anger and directly slammed his claws. Boom! That meteor hammer exploded into pieces in an instant. TSK. The man below blushed and cringed in displeasure. Damn! This guy seems like he's still strong. But his frown soon stretched. Hands clasped in the air. From between his two hands a black thread of silk erupted. The bald man said with a sardonic smile. And what about this? Those silk threads intertwined into a huge and incomparable pitch-black spider web in the air, enveloping down towards poor Chi. Grade C psychic ability. Entangling spider webs. The man's name was Lu Hao, and he was from Ma Zhangguo's side. His powers are extremely bonded. The cage net that was woven was simply an unbeatable nemesis for those Fae. Lu Hao laughed out loud and directly said towards the woman on the side. Color. It's up to you. Get him for me. The woman nodded, directly releasing a confining circle. It appeared from the hand constantly enlarging and speeding away, lassoing the poor Chi in a circle. Roar! The poor man kept struggling and roaring as a circle was broken. But the other few members of the team were not idle either, and they had activated their powers with a relaxed face. Wait for the spiderweb in the sky to fall and fall. The extremely sticky spiderweb directly stuck dead on top of the poor man's fur and feathers. The poor man's huge body fell towards the bottom uncontrollably. Bang! A loud noise erupted. Zhang Kong, who was on the side, laughed out loud with immense excitement. Directly striding forward, he slammed his hands on the ground, releasing raging and furious thunder towards the poor Chi within the spiderweb. The two worked together, and the might is even greater by a few times. Crackling thunder and charred smoke filled the air. Roar! From it came the poor man's angry roar. A group of people, some operation in one go. A clear division of labor. There was no chance at all for the poor man's. The ancient martial arts alliance had previously done so in order to capture various fae. Long ago, a group of exalts who were able to cooperate with each other and had an extremely high degree of tacit understanding had been handpicked. Seeing that poor Chi had been captured, Zhang Kong couldn't have been more pleased, laughing out loud. Ha ha, a fourth order? Just this? It doesn't look like much to me. The bald man, Lu Hao, also waved his arm in disdain. It's too easy. It's just the outside looking in. Well done. In the crowd at the back, Ma Xingguo came with a group of people. Master Ma. Seeing the visitor, several people hurried forward. Looking at the poor man who was imprisoned in a spider web, Ma Xingguo nodded in satisfaction and spoke. The beast of the year really needs to replenish its strength. And there just happens to be a fae here to save us from having to go out and look for it. Take it straight for food. Yuan, you said with a somewhat less than stellar face in it. That's not very nice. Elder Bell is still conferring with the man. Just tackled the other fae. Humph. Ma Xingguo grunted coldly. Amplified voice said. What's wrong with that? We, the ancient martial alliance, have obtained the Nian beast with great difficulty, so how can we give it away? I've made the call on this matter. Who dares to disobey? Lu Hao turned around as the man from Ma Xingguo and said with a smile. That's natural. We keep capturing the fae regardless of the day and night, spending a lot of labor too. For this moment, Master Horse. The words were not yet finished. Put. Lu Mang's head was then directly slapped away. Raise it high and arc it. A huge black shadow as fast as lightning swept by. Bang! Half of Lu Mang's body fell directly to the ground with a loud bang. Blood flowing like a column. It's not even time to react. Wild spurts of blood splattered on the cheeks of Ma Xingguo and the others. This scene that caught him off guard caused all the people from the ancient martial alliance present to directly freeze in place. Roar! A roar of extreme anger came from the poor man. This time it sounded unusually menacing. Poor Chi was waving his feathered wings as he flew in midair. The pair of feathers unfurled and high above the ground. Scarlet pupils tyrannically looked down at the group of people below. A hot, steaming mist comes out of your mouth. That spider web was broken free by it at some point. Some of what was still left on its body continued to melt under its hot body heat as well. How can a third-order fae be limited to a fourth-order fae? Click. Roar. The poor man roared lowly as its body began to expand continuously. The size of the body in the blink of an eye became a full 2 or 3 circles larger. Wow. The crowd exploded for a moment. Lu is dead? How did it escape? Horse Master. Quickly protect Ma Shi. A group of ancient martial alliances exalts immediately gave Ma Xingguo and a few other top brass protection in the center. Everyone in the room was chilled to the bone. Staring intently at the poor man above him, his legs couldn't help but tremble a little. When? Zhang Kong? Lin Caixia, didn't you guys catch it? Someone shouted in indignant rage. Zhang Kong was even more incredulous. Yeah, that fae, obviously, had been shackled by Lu Mang and Lin Caixia, with their 2 psychic abilities. Double insurance. Unusual fae at all. Zhang Kong turned back. Upon seeing the woman who had also fallen in a pool of blood and had been split up, pupils snapped. Boom! How is that possible? Lin Caixia is dead? When was that? It was too late for everyone to think about it. Roar! The furious and incomparable Porchi directly swung its feathered wings and pounced and bit towards the group of people below. Crap! Protection! Quickly protect the horsemaster. Everyone present was instantly agitated into a pot of porridge. A second-order alien rushed forward, releasing their psychic abilities. Dozens of psychics fended off the front. A human-sized wall of defense was formed, facing that head of Porchi that had grown several times larger in size in an instant. Everyone was feeling a little jaded all over. It was not as huge and immense as the year beasts and the sunset beasts, though, but the violence and bloodlust in the poor man's body. The shape of a tiger still awakens the most primal fear. Boom! Boom! A stream of alien energy attempted to bombard the poor man's body. Flames, arrows, ice. However, the speed of the infinite chi was so fast that the crowd could not even capture the slightest bit of it at all. Stay back! Someone exclaimed. When it opened its eyes again, the blood bowl engulfed it. Roar! The poor man swallowed one person in one gulp, making a regal and incomparable chewing sound. Bones are bitten to pieces. Click, click. Chapter 205, he doesn't know what he's doing, and you don't know what you're doing. It swung its feathered wings towards a few people next to it and slapped them, directly slapping several people at once. Their bones broke by inches and flew backwards. Bang bang. Under this massive impact, those who were knocked away rolled on the ground a few times, pulled out a long trail of blood living or dead. Don't come over. Roar! There was a furious roar. No! Another alien was mercilessly slapped into the ground. Huge commotion here. Naturally, It had startled the countless ancient martial alliance exalts in the surrounding area. There was a constant stream of men and horses coming in with additional support. Manhwa looked at the crowd in front of him that was being lifted up and fled one by one. Couldn't help but feel a bit of a headache. No, why hadn't anyone told themselves that this Fei's strength could be this strong? Call the yearling. This regal scene made Manhwa's lips tremble as he pulled the person beside him and said, Master Ma, it can't be stopped. Run, Zhang Kong, what are you waiting for? Go ahead. Zhang Kong, who had been frozen in place for a long time, only reacted when he saw this. Looking at the blood on the ground, his eyes were hard. Straight away, he charged with an angry roar. Asterisk. Your grandfather, I'm here. At this moment, Porchi was stomping on an alien who looked terrified and kept begging for mercy. On the right side, Zhang Kong's double fist surged with thunder. As a third-order psychic he was extremely fast. It directly carried the heavenly thunder to blast away. Roar! The poor man let out a long roar. The feathers on his right side fell in moments, wrapping around half of his body. Boom! This punch-carrying thunder blasted away. Surprisingly, it was a solid hit on the dark and unmistakable right wing. Countless fine thunder surges. It was as if it had hit a rock as hard as a rock. Thunder wrapped around the poor man's right wing, but it could no longer intrude into it in the slightest. The pupils of Zhang Kong's eyes dilated, staring blankly at the scene. Bang! The poor man's feathered wings flapped violently. It directly sent Zhang Kong's entire body flying backwards with blood spitting out of his mouth. It hit the ground like a cannonball. Porchi was staring at Zhang Kong in the distance with scarlet bloodthirsty eyes. It naturally remembered this guy who used thunder. Stomping an ancient martial league exalt pressed under his left paw directly into mush. Ah! A mournful and incomparable scream rang out. Porchi turned his huge body straight towards Zhang Kong. Ahem! Zhang Kong looked pained as he covered his chest on the ground. His ribs were broken several times, and he was in severe pain. Only able to look incomparably at the slowly arriving poor man, he dragged his bruised body ever backwards. The poor man in front of him was as if he had turned into a monster that had walked out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood in his eyes. Zhang Kong opened his mouth with a look of fear on his face. Save! Save! Boom! The ancient martial league exalts not far to the side took advantage of this opportunity. Constantly increasing firepower bombarded towards the poor man, in a vain attempt to attract its attention to allow Zhang Kong to escape. However, the poor Chi was very vindictive, and Zhang Kong was the only one in his two scarlet pupils, not even caring about the attacks around them. The feathers on either side fell. No matter how much those exalts attacked, they simply couldn't break through its defenses. Seeing that the distance is getting closer and closer to you, Zhang Kong closed his eyes in death. Roar! And just then, Chen Mo's voice suddenly sounded in the distance. Poor man. The poor man's huge body gave a slight lurch, looked up. Only in the distance, Chen Mo and Yang Suiyu appeared in this place. Upon seeing such a tragic sight, the blood flowed into a river. A field of corpses and flesh and mud intermingled with pools of water, and the smell of blood was so heavy that it was suffocating. Under the poor man's slaughter, in a short period of time, the ancient martial alliance had lost more than 30 Xenos to death. Yang Suiyu's pupils shrunk. This? In his mind, he said something bad, immediately rushed up and exclaimed, Stop it all. What are you all doing? At this moment, even the better-tempered one couldn't help but come to a few points of fire at this moment. The ancient martial alliance exalts had already suffered heavy losses. Now there is such a large number of deaths. Who can suffer from this? Yang Suiyu rushed up with an incomparably gloomy face. The club in his hand, which had lost its tip, swung, blasting through a blast of incoming alien energy. He couldn't help but shout angrily, Are you all trying to rebel? He looked at the poor man who was several times larger in size than before. He directly leapt to Zhang Kong's side, carrying him into the crowd of ancient martial alliance across the street. Yang Suiyu? Seeing the visitor, a group of people from the ancient martial alliance were overjoyed. Ma Jinghua also walked out from a group of people. Little Young, quick, go kill that Fei. That somehow suddenly became furious and killed someone from our ancient martial alliance. And on the other side poor Qi also returned to Chen Mo's side. Looking at the bodies and blood on the ground in front of him, Chen Mo's face was calm, and it was impossible to tell if he was happy or angry. The tone was flat. What's going on? The poor man's character is tyrannical and loves betrayal the most. The only one who could restrain it was himself, who possessed the heavenly power ability. Yang Suiyu had already told herself when she came. Elder Zhang was willing to give up the Nian beast and give it to himself, but only if the year beast died in their ancient martial alliance. Because the mystery merchant was also an extremely important existence to them. To kill, there is an occasion. But now if it was really the poor man who took the initiative, that's really time for a good tune-up. Otherwise, how can we even kill our own people in the future? Chen Mo glanced at it. Roar! The poor man changed back to his previous size, came over and rubbed against Chen Mo intimately, then a low growl of some aggravation. Ho ho ho! Through the heavens right abnormal ability, Chen Mo quickly knew everything that was in front of him, nodding after knowing what happened. Coldness surfaced in his eyes as he opened his mouth. Got it. You're doing great. Since they took the initiative. Then death is death. According to the poor man, it had stayed very much in the game. Otherwise, I am afraid that I and Yang Suiyu rushed to this place can only see a piece of corpses. Looking at the people of the ancient martial alliance across from him who had a stunned look on their faces, Yang Suiyu's expression was furious as she directly lifted up Zhang Kong, who was like a puddle of mud. Splat! The slapped heavily on its face. Zhang Kong, who gave you the guts to dare to make a move? Didn't I say? No strikes before Elder Zhong gives the order. If I hadn't come myself, I don't know what would have happened. I made the decision. In the crowd Ma Jingwa stood out proudly and unmistakably. With an undoubted look, he just looked at Yang Suiyu. It shows the style of a sectarian. What's wrong? He ran faster than anyone the last second. At this moment, he put on the appearance of an elder again and reprimanded. Little Yang, that Nian beast is something that belongs to our ancient martial alliance. How can we give it to someone else? How could it be you? Yang Suiyu was shaken with a look of incredulity. The ancient martial arts alliance has an order of honor and inferiority, and there is a difference between the eldest and the youngest. Seeing Ma Zhanghua come out, Yang Suiyu took a deep breath, as calmly as possible. Master Ma, but old Zhong has already said. No need to say any more. Ma Jigua was displeased and directly interrupted. He reprimanded Yang Suiyu in a tone of an elder. I think that old man Zhong Yushu is getting older, so even his brain is not sober. Xiao Yang, you're a young man, how come even you are so unintelligent? Chapter 206 Death of a Generation of Masters. Ma Zhanghua, conscious that what he did was not wrong, and that everything was for the sake of the ancient martial alliance, said righteously, if we really hand it over to him, won't we, the ancient martial arts alliance, gain nothing at all? Instead, we lost a whole lot of people? Indeed, that's the point. Several old men standing beside Ma Zhanghua also said approvingly. The big guys acquiesced to the decision. There's nothing wrong with what the horsemaster said. This annual beast is of great significance. I, the ancient martial alliance, have paid a lot for this all these times, and must not give it away. Yes, little Young, you're a member of my ancient martial alliance. You can't turn your arm outward. The few people in front of them were their elders. Seeing this scene, Yang Suiyu was silent for a moment. In all fairness, he himself was not willing to hand over that yearling beast. But it's not about that matter anymore. Yang Suiyu said eagerly, even if you are unwilling to hand over the Nian beast, then you can't touch his end. Enough. At this moment, Yang Suiyu's father, Yang Yun, who was on the side, spoke with a heavy face. Suiyu, the adults are talking. It's not your turn to talk here. Come here. He was also doing this for Suiyu's good, knowing his son's arrogant nature. But there are some things that can't be explained in just a few simple sentences. Father? Yang Suiyu was puzzled, but there was nothing she could do. As more and more people from the ancient martial alliance rushed to this place, seeing that the number of people had increased, Ma Xingwo also began to have a bottom. Stepping forward and looking across at Chun Mo, he said in a deep voice, the young man is so young, and the fei he raises are so murderous. After today, I'm afraid it's a curse to keep it. Killing so many of us can't be left to chance. Ma Jigua ordered a shout. Make your move and capture this man. There's no need to hold back. Those of them did not participate in the battle to crush the Sunset Beast, so it didn't know Chan Mo's strength. However, those ancient martial league exalts that arrived behind Ma Xingwo were different. The group stared at each other in place after hearing the order. There was some scowling and hesitation on each face. For a while, no one was willing to be the one to stand out. Some even rustled backward. It had been going on for quite a while. Seeing that surprisingly no one had made a move, Ma Zhanghua frowned and turned his head. Where are the people? Upon seeing a group of shifters standing behind themselves. Instead, it was the ancient martial arts alliance executives such as himself who were isolated out. Ma Jigua couldn't help but glare and curse angrily. What are you guys doing? All of you. The crowd remained unmoved. Someone snapped. Master Ma. It's not that we don't want to but this opposite side is not an ordinary person You weren't here before, and that Sunset Beast was repelled by this person. Yeah, isn't going up there a death sentence? Ma Zhangua's breath caught and he immediately looked at the other group of shifters who had not passed. They're scared. What about you guys? You all didn't go over there. Why don't you do it too? Master Ma, you saw that fei before. Zheng was almost killed. Horse Prestate was so angry that he stomped his foot. I thought I was at least the one who had a say in the ancient martial arts alliance besides Zhong Yushu. At this moment, Surprisingly, this group of guys are not listening to their own orders. Cannot help but be even more angry, said. He's just one person. Are a group of you still afraid of him? None of them are on. Are they? Good. I'll do it myself. Ma Xiangguo directly seized one man's sword, striding forward and, rolling up his sleeves, was rather like being a martial arts master. Today, I will let you see the power of the formal intense sect. He just couldn't believe that the other party would dare to make a move against himself, the second in command of the ancient martial alliance. So what if it's a shifter? Which person in the ancient martial arts alliance wasn't respectful? A group of people's faces changed furiously. Master Ma? No way. Watch out. Someone rushed up to think of blocking it. Humph. Get out of the way for me. Ma Jigua's face was firm as he said in a cold voice. Young people nowadays really don't know what's good for them. Think you can do whatever you want with your powers? Today, I will let him know what it means to be a martial arts master. As long as one's heart is in the martial arts, even an alien is not invincible. The words of the state of the horse are powerful and resolutely confident. His figure became taller in an instant among all the people of the ancient martial arts league, and with the body of a mortal. Compared to the gods. Ma Shi. Someone's eyes were fiery as they looked at Ma Shi's back. Ordinary people dared to challenge a psychic with such confidence. Who could do it? Maybe. Horse masters really can. At this moment, for some reason quite a few people had this thought rising in their hearts. That man must be the horse master. Everyone's eyes were moved beyond measure. There was skepticism in those eyes. There was admiration. And more. It's immense anticipation. Ma Xiangguo's hands are floating. With an inscrutable inner workings. Chen Mo on the opposite side sneered at the sight. I've never seen anyone so unafraid of death. He sneered and flexed his fingers. Old thing. If you want to find death so badly, then I'll give you a ride. How dare you threaten yourself when you don't even have an alien ability? Puffing. A steel ball breaks through the air. Sound wave bursts. Emitting the sound of air explosion violently burst away. The pupils of Majestic were dilated. Yang Suiyu in the crowd looked like she had sensed something. Directly dodged and blocked in front of Ma Xiangguo with his spear shaft. Master Ma, look out. After all, there was no tip. And even the toughest of guns couldn't stop this steel ball. Surprisingly, it fell apart inch by inch. Put. The steel ball just pierced right through Ma Xiangguo's throat. Bubbling blood continued to gush from it. From start to finish, this fight took less than a second. It was over before it began. It couldn't be simpler. Master Ma. Everyone showed their eyes. Even Yang Suiyu's eyes widened. With an unbelievable face, he looked at Chen Mo on the opposite side. The horse newspaper stayed as if it were shackled. Standing in a daze. Tada! He retreated toward the back, trembling. White foam and blood continued to gush out of his throat and mouth. Master Ma. Several people beside him surrounded up and immediately assisted him. Ma Xiangguo was helped to the ground and began to twitch continuously. The eyes seemed to glaze over. He weakly raised his hand to point at Chen Mo. A ho-ho slurred sound came out of his mouth. Little lad. You don't speak. Woo. The hand suddenly dropped heavily. The truth, as always, is so cruel. With his life, Master Ma has told everyone in the ancient martial arts league that before an alien, even the most powerful martial arts masters were like ants. The crowd clamored. After Ma Jigua's death, everyone exploded in an instant. Even Yang Suiyu couldn't help but look at Chen Mo with red eyes and shouted angrily. Do you realize what you've done? Crazy. This guy dares to kill Horsemaster. The countless ancient martial alliance exalts behind them were each dumbfounded by this scene. It was expected to be a subversive battle for the ages, but no one expected it. Pre-apocalyptic fame. Relying on the famous stunts lightning 5 consecutive whips and 9 days of thunder double stirrups horse division is so unbearable. A generation of masters. Dead. Chapter 207. Why don't you guys go up? Why don't you go up? The several old men beside Ma Xiangguo had horrified faces, and their pupils shook as they roared out of breath. What are you all waiting for? Kill him. Avenge old Ma. Boom. Even if he was in awe of Chen Mo, right now, Ma Xiangguo was dead. The ancient martial alliance group of exalts could only charge up with their heads even if they were unwilling to do so. Kill. Avenge Master Ma. Chen Mo couldn't help but be a little annoyed. For the sake of Zhong Lao's face, he had already given himself a lot of face. The poor man also settled down and didn't mess with anyone. How dare these guys go back on their word? Looking at the group of people rushing in front of him, Chen Mo's eyes grew colder and colder. Pffffffffffffffffff. Directly piercing the few people who rushed at the front into bloody holes. A chilling voice said, "Who else wants to die? Come up together." Buzz. The juggernaut's alien energy surged, and the poor man on his side assumed a hunting stance of agitation. Roar. The poor man's body blocked in front of Chen Mo. This roar directly stunned the 50 to 60 exalts of the ancient martial alliance. This the scene became a bit delicate for a while, with a foregone conclusion. Hundreds of people stood against Chen Mo and the poor man, but none of them dared to come forward to make a move. Go on, you guys, a few old men behind him frantically urged. When the poor man takes a step forward, hundreds of people take a step backward. Chen Mo said in a cold voice, "Poverty, let's go. I'm going to take that Nian beast today. I'll see who dares to stop me." Yang Suiyu's pupils in the crowd stared. Anger rose in his heart and he walked straight out from it. "Get out of the way. I'll deal with him." The crowd made way, and Yang Suiyu stepped out, staring intently at Chen Mo on the opposite side, and opened her mouth. "You really shouldn't have killed Master Maz. There would have been room for things to maneuver. But when Chen Mo did this, if he didn't make a move, he would be in a place of unkindness and injustice." Chen Mo's eyes were slightly mocking. "What? The guns are gone and you're the only one who wants to fight me? Want me to give you one?" Yang Suiyu took a deep breath and didn't say anything. His body bowed slightly, and on tiptoe he, clenching both fists, the whole person was like a cannonball directly rushing out. Chen Mo's eyes narrowed slightly. The steel balls at his side burst out in unison as he raised his hand. S-class martial saint ability. One of the most powerful aberrations among the ancient martial alliance in his previous life. Yang Suiyu's strength made himself want to fight with him. Puffing, both Steel Ball and Yang Suiyu were extremely fast. Seeing the steel balls erupting towards his face in front of him, Yang Suiyu is not panicking. His body style was unparalleled as he swiftly pulled a short distance from Chen Mo after avoiding that one steel ball, and some of the steel balls behind it struck directly on the ground. Some of them even directly circled back and folded back towards behind Yang Suiyu. "Look out!" Someone bellowed from behind. Yang Suiyu seems to have noticed as well. Not daring to be careless, he violently turned around and blasted away with a fist. The martial saint alien energy was unleashed. A neat blue pattern surfaced where its fist blade was. The fist blade was so powerful that when it clashed with the steel beads, it even directly issued a burst of airborne sound. Bang! That steel ball directly exploded into pieces. That's when the advantages of being a martial artist showed themselves. Yang Suiyu sighed out, her posture as light as a swallow, coping freely with constantly dealing with speeding steel balls. Bang bang! The fist passed with a gust of punching wind and a steel ball exploded. The strength of this kind of physique was even comparable to those fourth-order Fey. However, there were too many of them, and even he was unable to avoid them completely. Mere avoidance does not help at all. Suddenly, in a moment of inadvertence, a steel ball hit him right on top of his knee. Ka! Yang Suiyu's face suddenly changed for an instant. Although the martial saint alien ability along with his body had been strengthened to a great extent, but this solid blow even made him feel like his bones were going to be broken. On Yang Suiyu's forehead, there was actually a trace of sweat that flowed down unconsciously. A sharp pain sensation came from the right knee. Oh! Chen Mo on the opposite side raised his eyebrows at the sight, slightly surprised. This perennial martial arts practitioner is really not to be underestimated. Neither reaction nor judgment is comparable to that of an ordinary person. The martial saint alien ability was really 1+1 in the body of those of them who practiced martial arts. Since you have such a hard fist, how about this? Chen Mo grinned. The steel balls that had been shattered earlier had actually turned into a puddle of silver liquid. The ghost floated up into a sharp object. The metal blades directly locked Yang Suiyu in the middle of the field from all sides. Hiss! Seeing the scene, the countless exalts behind them sucked in a breath of cold air. Yang Yun was even more furious. Vile! Eyeing the metal blades that surrounded and locked themselves in place. Yang Suiyu's face was grave to the extreme. He specializes in making guns, which works excellently with his powers. But nay, even the weapons were melted by the other side. The unusual metal was even more manipulated by the other side, and it was useless to take it. A mere steel ball nearly shattered his bones. If these sharp metal blades attacked, even the body that had been strengthened again by the martial saint's supernatural ability couldn't withstand it. At this moment, an alien in the crowd suddenly appeared in a hurry holding a long spear. Brother Yang, next, here's the gun that I got someone to customize for you earlier. He heaved the lance in his hand. Upon seeing the lance in the air, Yang Suiyu's eyes became suddenly bright for an instant. At that moment, with a big hand, the lance in the air trembled violently. It actually turned into a stream of light and sped. Dang! Brand new out-of-the-box lance in hand. The curve of the gun is soft and light, and the tip of the gun seems to be integrated with the gun, showing the color of inky black. It looks very extraordinary. With lance in hand, from its arm a line of workmanlike, unmistakable blue began to spread along the palm of its hand to the body of the lance. The strongest part of the martial saint's ability was that it could also enchant weapons. The lance had even become flickering with a faint light under the enchantment of the martial saint's supernatural ability. After having a weapon, Yang Suiyu's entire temperament changed all of a sudden. Its eyes gleamed. becoming stern to the extreme in an instant. With a deep shout, he immediately swept heavily towards the metal blades around him, rolled up the smoke and dust water, the surrounding constantly ringing when the sound of a crisp collision, as if it were a tornado. It sent the metal blades that surrounded it flying out of the way. Stick it deep in the ground. Yang Suiyu stared at the lance in amazement. Marvel at the extraordinary nature of this object. He knew what it was. A batch of weapons obtained by the ancient martial alliance at great expense. At this moment it was as if he had gained a soul, and he was so excited that he looked across to Chen Mo and exclaimed, "Now, I don't suppose you can control this gun of mine?" Chen Mo on the opposite side of the table had never stopped and didn't seem to be surprised. Jade crystal. The thing in front of me is afraid that it is not another batch of dragon steel sold out at a high price, but perhaps it was the reason for the late acquisition. Lin Yu's divine smith ability seemed to have grown again. The weapon in front of him was already forged to perfection, all but as rough as those blades acquired by Lion. Instead, it really made it big for her. Chapter 208, This is the end. Meet the beast of the year. A big battle is about to start. With the weapon Yang Suiyu is even more powerful posture. His eyes were full of wariness, and he wanted to fight even if he could not defeat the other party. Come and fight. Yang Suiyu's eyes gleamed and seemed to burn with two flames. Chen Mo's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said with a disinterested faint smile, "Try." And just then, ahem. Well, stop it all. From behind Chen Mo, a hoarse and incomparable voice suddenly rang out. Zhong Lao bowed and came slowly. His face was a little haggard, and as he looked at the bodies that littered the floor, as well as the corpse of Ma Xingwo in the distance, couldn't help but sigh and said, "Hey, lost quite a few more members to war." Zhong Lao? Seeing the visitor, the people from the ancient martial alliance on the opposite side of the room had their faces changed drastically, rushing to call out, "Elder Zhong, don't come over." Elder Zhong was as if he hadn't heard anything, and he came straight to Chen Mo's side, and he sighed softly and, shaking his head toward Chen Mo, he said, "I'm already aware of the matter. Little friend, my ancient martial alliance can't afford any more big waves. For the sake of the old immortal, it's better for little friend to stop." In a sincere tone, there was also a hint of pleading. Chen Mo stared at the kind old man in front of him, and for some reason, in a trance, he was somewhat unable to see through him. It's a coincidence that it's coming. He himself wasn't even sure if there was any shadow of Zhong Lao in this matter. Chen Mo nodded with a calm face. Zhong Lao arched his hand and said, "Many thanks." With that, he turned toward the group of people across the street and said without question, "Well, this farce ends here. Little Young, you take little friend to where that yearly beast is, and if little friend needs to, just step in and help. The rest of you, evacuate with me. It's not for us to get involved next. Zhong Lao's prestige is obviously far greater than that of my Zhanghua." Just one sentence caused a group of people from the ancient martial alliance, who didn't want to fight with, to stop, even if there was a lot of confusion in his mind, except for some of the ancient martial arts alliance's top brass whose faces were a bit displeased. None of the rest made another move. Yang Suiyu took a deep breath, put his lance on his back, and strided forward. "Got it. Come with me." Because of Elder Zhong's appearance, the group of people who had been at war one moment chose to call a truce the next. The scene has become remarkably peaceful. If of course there weren't a field of bodies here. Chen Mo nodded his head and followed, and as he left, he glanced deeply at Elder Zhong on the side and saw that his face was as usual. Without saying anything more, he and the poor man just walked past the group of people in a bright and honorable manner. Those exalts amongst the ancient martial alliance made way. After Chen Mo had left, a group of executives then gathered around and said with indignant faces, "Elder Zhong, why are you sparing him? Master Ma is dead." "I know," Zhong Lao said calmly, looking at Chen Mo's back. Elder Zhong's face suddenly became a bit gloomy and said quietly, "The waves of the Yangtze River push 1,000 waves. I can't imagine that in the midst of the end times, there would be such a talent. I'm afraid that all those alien powers in the center are inferior." If Chen Mo was stopped or undefeated, that meant that the ancient martial alliance did not fear him. Conversely, you can use him to remove those who compete with you for power, but it seems to be perceived by him. There was some scorn between the words, and then he shook his head to look at the still surviving bunch and opened his mouth. "The face is not good when used too much. The other side has stayed his hand. Whoever dares to go over and find trouble with little friend again will not blame the old man for being unsympathetic. Have someone take care of the bodies here. The rest of you come with me," Zhong Lao said in a deep voice. "Who is this master horseman you speak of?" Chen Mo suddenly asked. Yang Suiyu, who was walking ahead, paused and faintly said without looking back, "Except for Elder Bell in the second word, a third of the martial artists are his people." He added, "Borrowing a knife to kill someone?" Chen Mo sniffed indistinctly, not in the least offended by this, and, instead, he said with bright eyes, Good tactics, Elder Zhong tested his strength while eradicating his rival. The chief who could stand on his own in this post-apocalyptic world was really not a simple commodity, ostensibly obliging himself, going in and out, and appearing at just the right time. If Yang Suiyu were to die, that would be a real heavy blow to the ancient martial alliance. What did you say? Yang Suiyu, who was in front, frowned and turned back with some confusion. It's fine. Chen Mo grinned. Take me to the beast of the year. Together they came to a huge warehouse, guarded by a number of men outside. And, Yang Suiyu faintly said, it's resting now that it's been injured. Sister Zhonglin says it can change size freely, so just leave it here. What to do with it? It's all yours. If you can handle that head you're alone. Chen Mo nodded his head and asked Porchi to stand guard outside, and he went inside the warehouse by himself. The warehouse is huge. It used to be a place where the ancient martial arts alliance stocked up on resources, but it's all vacated and cleared now. What came into view was a behemoth that looked like a small mountain, sleeping with its eyes closed. The temperature here was very, very high, and one could even make out layers of rolling heat waves, as if one had entered a steam room. The temperature here can't help itself. Both the High Fae and the Endbringer god seem to have the ability to shrink but even so at this moment the year beast was 7 or 8 meters tall, almost reaching the roof, is prostrate at the moment, and the heavy, unmistakable rumble of his heartbeat is. The sound of breathing was also as loud as thunder. It had quite a few wounds on its body that were slowly recovering. The damage from the battle with the Yuuzhanbong was simply too great, and the extreme weakness as well as the hunger situation forced Nian to slowly recover by falling asleep. If there are no powerful Fey corpses sent by the ancient martial arts alliance to devour during this period, I am only afraid that I will fall into another very long slumber. It was only by viewing it so calmly and up close that he was able to feel the power of this mythological being. An ancient and desolate aura permeated the dark and massive body of the yearling beast, which was suffused with lava patterns that, the limbs are like pillars in the sky, the eyebrows are like clouds. On the side of the head is that thick black long hair. The only horn is deep red color. There was a constant faint glow. If the body of a sunset beast is somewhat similar to a mythical unicorn, then the yearling is like an enlarged majestic lion. Just by taking a look at it, one could feel the brutal and violent power contained in this body. Extremely high level of life. It's a power that countless people obsessively crave. It's not like I've seen it once before, but this close-up and personal view of it. It was no wonder that the people of the ancient martial alliance were so fervent when they learned that they were able to control and drive this living creature. Compared to the naked, fat, bloated body of the god of longevity, the apocalyptic god in front of him was clearly more to his liking. Even Chen Mo couldn't help but tsk in admiration. If it weren't for the fact that the Yuletide beasts are much more useful to you and are better to feed, one would really like to include it among the heaven's right powers. As if sensing the arrival, the year-old beast slowly opened its huge pupils, like 2 rounds of torches in the dark night. The eyes were ghostly, flickering through a strange light. Chapter 209 Rules belonging to the gods of the last days. God's envoys. It remembers the person in front of it. If it were to eat it, it felt that it would be able to recover quite a bit immediately. Chen Mo was not the least bit fearless, and without defense, he walked to the side of the yearly beast's massive body and murmured softly, "Come and talk." He used his heavenly powers, and what he communicated with was not any. Rather, it is a language that only the gods can hear. The yearly beast's pupils froze slightly, appearing a bit stunned in color. Its huge body shook a little, and from it emanated a cloud of thick black. The devouring mist transformed into Zhonglin's appearance and appeared in front of Chen Mo, staring at him closely and speaking. "Who the hell are you?" Chen Mo glanced at Zhonglin, who was transformed by that devourer, and said disdainfully, "It's okay to lie to other people, to borrow someone who's already dead to talk to me. That's a trick you'd better put away." Bang! A steel ball appeared out of nowhere and erupted. In it came a dismal cry of dismay, and the devourer that took the form of Zhonglin was crushed to pieces in an instant. The beast of the year lowered its head slowly and the 2 enormous pupils stared at the human in front of them, who was incredibly small in its eyes. A strange voice resounded in Chen Mo's mind. It was obscure language, and everyone was able to understand so much as a sentence or two when they awakened. But that's about it. Word of God. It is a special being, unlike the other end-time gods who don't bother to talk to humans. The heavenly power abnormal ability allowed Chen Mo to be able to understand all. He closed his eyes and felt it for a while before frowning. God's messenger? Fluctuations came from the heavenly power alien energy once again, and this time, Chen Mo's eyes narrowed slightly. A strong color of surprise emerged. According to the year beast, the God Emperor is a slave chosen by the gods of the last days. Only a divine messenger can communicate with them. Ordinary people, if they are chosen, will be given powers granted by the gods of the end times. and if an alien is chosen, there will be an additional special ability. Apparently, the yearling beast in front of him mistook himself for this category. Shenmo's tightly furrowed brows stretched out, then grinned. You're right. Tell me from whence ye have descended, and why are you in the Rihama city mine? The beast of the year slowly closed its eyes and no message came through. Shenmo was not surprised by this and said indifferently. Then die. Can't fix you, but it's still easy to fix you. The year-old beast's eyes snapped open, and a shocking bloodlust and killing intent surged from its pupils. It stared intently at Shenmo for a while, its pupils constantly turning. The brief but clear message was transmitted again through the celestial power alien energy. It's an evolution that can change the level of life, all on the same track, and they are the obstacles and hurdles that are set up in this track, where there are winners and eliminators. According to the year beast, each of the end-time gods has a mission of their own, and the task it wants to evolve is to devour, so it's not limited by strongholds. The rest of the gods were limited by the strongholds of the, only able to accomplish tasks on their behalf by means of divine messengers. There is a great deal of information in it, or the heavenly powers of the fourth order are ultimately limited. At the end of the day, not even the heavenly power alien could parse the meaning of this. Evolution? Shenmo's face became a bit gloomy. The large amount of information gave him a bit of a headache. After digesting it, there was even a strange force that suddenly cut off the connection between himself and the beast of the year. Dang! Shenmo's body shook a little. The year beast's pupils revealed a touch of mockery. How could conversing with the end-time gods be without cost? Once again it came with a message, this time very simple and clear. Cooperation. If you want to escape from the manipulation of the end-time gods, you have to choose to cooperate with them. Shenmo eased up for a while, his eyes constantly flickering, still immersed in the previous information. Shenmo slowly raised his right hand. The dark pattern of heavenly power on it was surging with a purple glow, looking eerie and incomparable. God's envoy. Me too? One psychic ability is the limit, and only a divine messenger can control two psychic abilities. Shenmo's eyes gradually became a bit cold as he sneered. I don't like the title though. Even if this ability is truly a gift from the gods, it's mine now. I will kill that god and take his place. The yearly beast sniffed even more disdainfully, with eyes that looked like they were mocking an unknowing ant. Shenmo said with a disinterested narrowed smile. Let's say it's you, the yearling beast. Can you imagine that you will die here today? Boom! The pupils of the yearly beast dilated, and the lava patterns all over its body blossomed into an extremely hot light in no time. Roar! Suddenly, outside, the poor man broke through the door with a growl, his face fierce and ferocious. The feathered wings swung directly towards the yearling beast. Around it, at some point a huge and incomparable chain bound its limbs. The yearling beast reacted instantly to the fact that this cunning human had deceived him. In an instant, he rose up and roared furiously, and the ground around him was instantly transformed into a rolling lava spurt that, a pillar of incomparably hot flame burst forth. Rumble! A loud, earth-shattering sound came from the. At this moment, it was as if an earthquake had occurred within the base of the ancient martial alliance. Everyone looked toward the location where the yearling beast was in the distance. The huge warehouse unexpectedly collapsed, and a fiery cloud burned in the sky. The temperature in a few miles around became scorching hot in an instant. Roar! It was a roaring roar from the beast of the year. A group of people from the ancient martial alliance's faces changed drastically, and Elder Zhong also gave a slight lurch as he looked over. Already started? Elder Zhong, it's that yearly beast. It's restless. I'm afraid that guy has struck. The group of ancient martial alliance exalts behind them were horrified. Crazy? Fighting inside our base? Is he trying to destroy the ancient martial arts alliance? Without bringing any hesitation, Elder Zhong immediately ordered, don't go over there. Go and mobilize all the supplies in my ancient martial alliance. If that yearling beast does die, maximize its benefits as well. Yes. Yan Suiyu outside the warehouse looked at this huge commotion and, eyes staring blankly at the warehouse full of monstrous dust and smoke. In the midst of that roiling smoke, the huge body of the year beast loomed large and, it was only a few circles smaller than when it had first awakened, but even that was more than 20 meters tall. Roar! A roar interspersed with the roars of the poor man and the yearling beast resounded. In the smoke the poor man tore directly towards the throat of the yearling beast. While climbing up the body of the yearling beast, the body that was different from the usual coldness of a sunset beast sizzled with heat and, even its claws burned with fog. The poor man's gaze was violent, and no matter that the temperature of the, swinging with the force of 1,000 pounds heavy with hair tearing off a large chunk of the yearling's flesh and blood. Put! A large amount of blood overflowed from it as if it were a waterfall. Chapter 210 Killing Years. Not a level at all. Thanks to Master Ouyang Chang. Roar! No matter what kind of living being, the throat is always the most vulnerable place, and feeling the sharp pain coming from the yearling beast was furious to the core. its body temperature continued to rise, and the lava patterns on its body blazed even more. The forepaws of the poor man were burned through the hair and flesh but remained indifferent, constantly tearing away. Boom! Facing a 20-meter yearling beast, which wasn't exactly small, at 6 or 7 meters. The damage done is naturally enormous. Bang! Bang! Each attack carried great killing power. The yearling beast howled in agony as blood flowed out furiously. It was firmly locked in place by the immense, incomparable chains of the metal that had been enhanced by the master's supernatural power had long been extraordinary. Not only was it incredibly heavy, but it was also extremely dense, so it was not something that could be dissolved by ordinary heat. The yearling shook its limbs manically, destroying everything it could see in front of it. The body temperature of its body came to an extremely terrifying point, like a heat bomb. The immensely black and huge body became as crimson as a red-hot iron. The terrifyingly high temperatures even made the poor chi have to roar and wave its feathered wings to avoid it. Rumble dash the ground the yearling beast's limbs tread on turned into rolling lava. The fiery magma kept trying to dissolve these chains. The earth crumbled and the sky shook. The buildings around the ancient martial alliance collapsed one by one, and crimson flames surged through the cracks. In its circumference even began to burst out a splendid flame column curled with boiling rolling magma rushed up to the sky. Sparks splashed in all directions. Bang bang! Click! Those chains began to be engulfed. The beast of the year gave a long roar and, in the midst of the smoke and flames, it was like an angry flaming god in the middle of the sky. Roar! The yearling beast's gaze was regal beyond measure, and the chains on its limbs were finally released. It directly roared in anger and tried to escape. Wherever it passed, it was irresistible, and its huge and brutal body was like a chariot trampling everything. If it weren't for the tsunami such as the ancient martial arts alliance, the interior would have been empty. All the survivors were cleared out, only to find that an unknown number of people would die horribly in the building again. Seeing this, the poor man growled and flew downward. Chen Mo leaped onto his back and chased him away. The eyes were cold to the core, and his right hand was raised. Rumble, pushing the juggernaut's psychic powers to make a metal wall rise up around them. It was like a cage that held himself and the poor beast of the year here. The power consumed by this project was not small, and a bottle of D-rank recovery potion went down, followed by countless silver liquefied metal swords hanging high in the sky. The metal greatsword in the poor man went straight towards the fleeing yearling beast in a spectacular scene. This horrifying image as well as the incomparably powerful force caused the face of young Sueyu below to be filled with shock. Palpitating beyond measure, he looked toward Chen Mo, who was far away in the air. Is this really the kind of power a human being can exert? The metal barrier here, that big metal sword in the sky, and the yearling beast that rages amidst the fire and lava. It's nothing short of an epic spectacular. He looked at the brand new gun in his hand for a moment and couldn't help but fall into deep suspicion. Not in the same league at all. He didn't even know how he was going to join the fray for a while. Yang Sueyu's expression was complicated to the extreme. This scene just made him realize how ridiculous he was in the previous battle. I'm afraid that from the beginning to the end, the other party has not used half of their strength. Otherwise, even if he got a new gun, I'm afraid that he would be killed in seconds just like Masher, right? If that nearly 30-meter-long giant sword in the sky were to fall, one really didn't know how to deal with it. With the metal wall blocking it, the year beast had nowhere to hide, its pupils flickering constantly. Trying to spew out flames to burn a huge hole in the place. Bears of flame surged wildly from their mouths. These metal walls can take a lot out of you. It was not like those steel beads and metal blades that had been continuously condensed by the master's supernatural powers. It was just an ordinary metal wall, which could not block the flames of the year beast. But Chen Mo behind him didn't even give him that chance, and with a cold snort, directly maneuvering the metal greatsword towards the yearling beast that was forced to the brink of extinction. The poor beast sped up, and the yearling beast had a sense of the terrifying greatsword rumbling behind him. There was no way to avoid it, so he roared up to the sky. Rumble! The earth beneath his feet began to spew out countless magma. As if a volcano had erupted, it rolled up a monstrous wave of flame that seemed to drown everything. It's only a few kilometers in total from the ancient martial arts league base. The metal wall took on a circular stance closing off the surrounding half-mile. It's like purgatory. The Nian beast had nearly shattered the entire ancient martial alliance with just a small display of divine might. Yang Sueyu's pupils shook dramatically, and it was as if he had passed through another apocalyptic descent. The sky was illuminated in deep red by this party of flames and lava, as if it was about to collapse. He quickly pursued them with his lance in hand, and just as he made a move, in front of the convenience of the sound of wailing of the beast of the year in extreme pain, this roar swept through the clouds, causing the hearts and souls of the people to be shaken. Roar! This agonizingly loud and clear roar that, even the crowd of ancient martial league exalts outside the metal walls heard it all the same. Each of them looked at the sky with shocked eyes and the heartbeat as well as the vibrating ground beneath his feet. What the hell is going on over there? It's a good thing that in order to prevent the people of the three major military regions from realizing something, the Ancient Martial Arts Alliance placed the annual beasts in a more distant location. Yang Yun among the crowd looked like he thought of something and his face changed drastically. Not good. My son is still there. Zhong Lao. My son is still inside. He's going crazy, thinking that he's the only one in the Yang family. Yang Suiyu was even carrying his countless expectations. Elder Zhong. Something can't happen to Suiyu. Calm down, old Yang. That Suiyu kid is strong. Nothing will happen to him. He has the ability to protect himself. Someone pulled him aside. A high-ranking old man said with an angry expression. But why is he making such a big commotion? Is he trying to destroy my ancient martial alliance? Zhong Lao frowned. That beast of the year is not weak. A fierce battle is inevitable. No harm done. Anyway, my ancient martial alliance is about to move location G even if it's destroyed. It's not a pity. As long as the people are still there, everything can be rebuilt. There is no gain without surrender. After the tsunami, a large number of people died. The same as the extremely heavy burden bloated ancient martial arts alliance as discarded heavy sandbags generally become light. Have the supplies been mobilized? Elder Zhong looked to a person at his side and spoke. All have been transferred as you requested. 101. 432 first order crystal cores. 7. 342 of the second order. 142 of the third order. And 2 of the fourth order of crystals. These were already all of the ancient martial league's crystal core reserves, though quite a few. Instead, a large number of personnel were dispatched to capture Living Fae because of John Grin. This has slowed down the development of the Ancient Martial Arts League to a great extent. Comparisons are more than twice as bad as other equally large forces. P.S. Thank you Master Ouyang for the certification. I wish you all the best in all times. Chapter 211, Cheer or Die. One must know that the battle power of the Exalts in the Ancient Martial Alliance was not weak. Hundreds of people were even able to stop the Yuzhen Vong. Taking out any one of them is an existence that can fight two with one. But there is only such a small reserve of crystals. AI. Upon hearing that only these crystal cores were left, Elder Zhong sighed heavily. When it's really one wrong step, it's all wrong. Seeing that Zhong Lao's face didn't look too good, the man kindly reminded him. Zhong Lao, Yan Hao and the others have also retrieved the corpses of 6 third order Fae outside, and are now outside the base. The sea is receding. The Ancient Martial Alliance's original 30-odd third order Fae corpses were also a considerable amount of money. Most of them were lost in the tsunami, and only 6 were recovered. Elder Zhong, I still have some crystal cores here. For the sake of the development of the Ancient Martial Alliance, please accept them. At that moment, someone in the Ancient Martial Alliance took out a crystal core and said, there's one and then there's 2. And they're all martial artists with a strong sense of belonging here. In order for Zhong Lao to exchange from the mysterious merchant for some for the future development of the use of items, so they have all taken out the crystal nuclei that they used to enhance their supernormal abilities. And me, I have some as well. Feel free to take them, Elder Zhong. Looking at the group of people who surrounded the front one after another, Zhong Lao's eyes couldn't help but get a little moist. Good, good, all a good bunch of kids. He said 3 good things in a row. And some of these people were young and some were already middle-aged looking. All are the last pillars of the Ancient Martial Arts Alliance. Zhong Lao cannot help but sigh. As long as there are these people in the why worry about the Ancient Martial Arts Alliance does not prosper. It's just a matter of doing it all over again. And at the moment on the other side, inside the metal walls literally transformed into a hellish landscape, with countless buildings melting and the earth was turned into a piece of lava. Hot smoke filled the air and surged, and there were constantly columns of fire erupting from that magma in strands. Goo goo. The magma continued to bubble and gurgle. The metal greatsword directly melted into a silver-colored iron liquid, while the yearling beast's left claw was unexpectedly cut off, constantly gushing out bright red sticky blood. The yearling beast wailed out in immense pain. The pupils contained a shocking killing intent that could not be stopped. The Nian beast that had broken its left claw had completely fallen into a frenzy, and it didn't even choose to run away. Instead, he opened his mouth and angrily spewed out blazing flames towards the poor Qi and Chen Mo who were flying in midair in front of him. Boom! Chen Mo looked indifferent and said in a cold voice, angry? The poor man flew upwards, moving extremely swiftly to avoid the monstrous flames. Suddenly, a great commotion came from the beast, and the yearling beast actually leapt high into the air and it appeared directly over the poor man's head. The large pupils regaled the mind and the huge body covered the sky like a huge mountain. Even a heavily injured and weak-ear beast should not be underestimated. The pupil of the poor monster contracted into a vertical pupil, and it let out a low roar as it tried to fly towards the other side. However, The difference in size between the two was too great, and the yearling beast was about to smash down. Chen Mo's face stared, and he directly activated his mastery alien energy to the extreme as he raised his hand. The metal in the lava below was immediately pumped out, turning into a wisp of silvery liquid coming in from all directions. As if swirling, it coalesced into a giant metal spear of incomparable sharpness. These metal spears were cauterized crimson and looked terrifying. If the year beast just went straight down, then it would be directly penetrated by the metal spear. The Nian beast naturally noticed this scene, and with extreme anger, its body burned with a blazing fire. The temperature of this place became extremely terrifying in an instant. The huge body was transformed into flames, as if a huge burning meteorite star was coming. When the burning flames touched the tip of the metal spear, it began to tingle, starts to dissolve. Chen Mo's pupils shrunk violently. This was a metal that had been strengthened by the master's alien energy. It took a lot of power just to condense this form. Rumble dash, the yearling beast burning with blazing flames, just fell straight down. Roar! The poor man below roared and swung his wings to the limit. Turning into a meteor, he finally rushed out of the range. Rumble! The sky shook and the ground shook. The yearling beast smashed into the ground, and countless lava rocks began to splash. It's almost like the eruption of a giant volcano. The skies are all tinged with crimson. Like a brilliant firework, a burning fireball fell down towards various places. The distance was so far that even the ancient martial arts alliance base outside the metal wall could not be spared. Roar! And the left side of the poor man's body was inadvertently struck by a ball of flame. With a roar of pain, it began to fall ever downward. At this moment, in the middle of that lava, the Nian beast once again rushed out but this time, incredibly, its severed left limb was restored as before, but the huge body had shrunk by more than 3 full circles. Previously, Mingming's Nian beast entered a fighting stance still more than 20 meters high, and now it's even less than the shrunken 7 or 8 meters in the warehouse. It was just a little bit larger compared to the poor man's full-strength stance. The Yuzuru beasts are equally capable of recovering from their injuries within the seawater. But all of this is based on devouring the life force of billions of living beings, and it doesn't have any food to use to regain its strength. Only able to forcefully recover with his own life force. Unlike its previous character of fleeing without a fight, this time the yearling beast was uncharacteristic, running through the lava strewn wherever he passed, trampling through the lava towards where the poor man had fallen. Being able to feel through his heavenly power abnormal ability that the poor man was now suffering from a considerable amount of injuries, Chen Mo felt a great sense of dismay. The flames of the Nian beast were not unusual flames, and the hair on the left side of the poor man's head was scorched. A large portion of his flesh and blood became charred, and even his feathers blazed. The fall was getting faster and faster, and in the distance the yearling beasts came stomping through the lava. If he were to fall down like this, I'm afraid that both himself and the poor man would fall into this magma. If only Xian Yu were here at this time. This is the first time the poor man has suffered such a serious injury. Without much hesitation, Chen Mo directly took out 2 bottles of Class D recovery potion from the Bright Bird Pearl. It was a good thing that I had exchanged a number of them from the mysterious merchant earlier, and drank a bottle of my own. Immediately, he tossed out another bottle of D-rank recovery potion and drank in a deep voice. Poverty. Eat it. The poor man would understand, and directly bit the slender glass bottle to pieces with a single bite. Swallow it with the crumbs as well as the potion inside. The effects of a D-rank recovery potion are immediate. The poor man let out a long roar. His feathers shook violently, and the burning flames were instantly extinguished. The huge body that had been falling once again rose up in the air, turning into a V-shaped arc that soared toward the sky. This is when the benefits of having the ability to fly come into play. As long as poor Qi remained high in the sky, the Nian beasts below would not be able to help it at all. Chapter 212, Killing the Yearling Beast. Terrified Yang Suiyu. Roar! The year beast below raised its head, and from its mouth, it ejected another pillar of flaming light. Straight into the clouds. This time the poor man was alert and kept turning his body to avoid it. Celestial powers buzzed and fidgeted, and the yearling beast's mocking, disdainful divine words rang in his head again. Chen Mo looked at the yearning beasts below and his face hardened. True to your face. The large hand sitting on the back of the poor Qi opened up, and a brilliant light suddenly erupted. Rumble dash in the high altitude that the poor man flew through. It was like an air raid. There was a constant bloom of white light. A huge, incomparable metal spike crashed down towards the lava below. It was as if it was raining down. The scene was spectacular. Such a big push of supernatural energy. It was so dense there was literally nowhere to avoid it. Chen Mo frantically activated his mastery alien energy again and again. The other hand kept taking out a D-rank recovery potion and getting high. The pupils of the beast of the year below were dilated at the sight of this. deadly staring at the metal spikes above it that were growing larger and larger in its vision. It completely panicked at this moment. The unicorn horn bloomed with a crimson incomparable light, and its body once again burned with a blazing flame. However, after recovering this time, the power was far from as great as before, and even the endgame gods likewise had their limits. A huge metal spike pierced through the roaring flames into its back end. The yearly beast wailed up to the sky with a great sense of intense pain. Immediately after, poof, 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 dense metal spikes fell from the sky into the magma, exploding in a shower of sparks and slurry. One after the other stood tall within the confines of this lava, constantly buzzing and shaking, numbering close to 100. The whole of the metal wall was almost filled with. The distant Yang Suiyu was even staring at the scene in front of her with dilated pupils. How did this happen? It was unbelievable that this was the kind of power that a shifter could do. Doesn't he have limits? It's almost like a man-made trial by natural disaster. Hundreds of metal thorns fell from the sky into the magma, and the loud commotion that kept coming from afar made Yang Suiyu already look dumbfounded. His throat was a little dry and it was hard to imagine just how many levels of aberrance were capable of unleashing a force with a huge range and terrifying power. The Juggernaut ability was an SS-class ability, the polar opposite of the Elemental ability Gold-class ability. Unlike all kinds of elemental powers that have many limitations, such as the ability to extinguish and open fire, the ability to extinguish and open fire has many limitations. It can be said that the effects they are able to exert, the Juggernaut abilities, are also able to exert the same or even stronger effects. The range of uses it is capable of is also extremely wide. If an A-rank elemental system psychic's range of use was 100 meters, then the Juggernaut psychic was more than 4 or 5 times that. That's why, when the level of psychic ability is high enough, however, any battle could easily trigger drastic changes in a great range, no less than those end-time gods. He has excellent eyesight. Looking at that destructive scene, Yang Suiyu's heart and soul were shaken. It felt as if I was experiencing the horrific and unforgettable post-apocalyptic scene all over again. At this moment, an appalling and incomparable speculation inexplicably surfaced in Yang Suiyu's heart. If it's a person whose psychic ability is really powerful to such an extent, then the day the end times come, is it possible that the change of the heavens and the earth and the destruction of everything is also the result of some being using power? It was an existence of a higher level of life. The moment an ordinary person possesses a psychic ability, then it already represents a life level away from evolution. Rumble. The sound in the distance was deafening, and the view of the flames shook Yang Suiyu a little out of focus. For the first time, he began to doubt his S-class martial saint supernatural ability. Chen Mo, who was on the back of the poor man, had long been drenched and sweating profusely. It's horribly hot here. As a centerpiece, ordinary people would even start burning and dissolving their flesh in a second here. This use of the Juggernaut alien energy was more violent and powerful than any other time it had ever been used. It's not just because the Juggernaut ability has reached the 5th order of abilities. Rather, he had mobilized almost all of the power of the Juggernaut alien. These endgame gods were able to easily change the environment, and the bottom had long since been turned into a sea of lava and fire. In the midst of the rolling lava, a metal thorn stands, and the yearling beast was penetrated by 2 immense and incomparable metal spikes on top of the lava, one in its belly, one between its necks, its life force draining out of it. Although still struggling weakly, this power had long been of no help. Poor man, go down, Chen Mo said. The poor man swooped straight down towards the bottom, and Chen Mo gritted his teeth and once again activated his foreign energy. The 2 metal spikes that ran through the yearling's torso melted and disintegrated. The transformation into a metal platform hides the surrounding lava. The temperature on the metal platform was incredibly high, but for the poor man's, it's still in the acceptable range. The yearling beast was lying on its side on the ground dying. It was only about 7 meters tall for its weak size. Probably about the same as the Toad King from before. There were 2 huge and incomparable bloody holes in his torso, which were continuously bubbling with hot blood, soaking the metal platform around them. Breathing weakly, it was clear that there was no strength left to get back up. Snapping. Chen Mo and poor man stomped on the sticky blood. It was the blood of the gods from the end of the world, and the poor man grimaced ferociously at the yearling beast, showing his teeth. Lowering his head at the sight of the spreading blood, he stuck out his barbed tongue and licked it. Chen Mo glanced at the poor man's unproductive appearance on the side and slowly stepped forward and, staring intently at the beast of the year in front of him, he said, "It's kinda hard to kill." A divine word resounded in his head. It was a message from the yearling begging for mercy. Chen Mo sneered and opened his mouth. "Now you know to beg for mercy? But sadly, it's not you I need. In my previous life, it was the Shio beast that died, so I'll switch it up this time," Chen Mo said softly with cold eyes. "Poor man, send it away." Behind him, the poor man's body began to squirm at the words. The size became almost the size of a current yearling beast in an instant. It hits you how it hits you, and you hit it back. Poor Chi's scarlet pupils were filled with killing intent. Extremely vindictive. Although he had taken several bottles of D-rank recovery potions, the injuries on his body were still unable to fully recover. It came to the side of the Nian beast, whose pupils continued to dilate, and its pleading became even more intense, while the poor Chi was indifferent. Instead, he raised his right paw high, killing intent in his eyes skyrocketed, and roared. Roar! Rumble! The metal platforms were almost shattered, a claw fell, and the huge body of the yearling beast jerked violently, lying on the ground without any more life. It had to be said that the fleshly body of the Nian beast was incredibly powerful, and even after suffering this fierce blow from the poor Chi, the head also remained unafraid of being crushed into pieces, merely dented. From its body, surprisingly, small black clusters of light began to emerge, and the surging magma around it dissipated. The earth was turned into a scorched earth, and everything seemed to be purified under the flames. The only thing that remains is the faint flame around as well as the shockingly huge and immense metal spikes sticking deep into the ground. Even if one is a god of the end times, when they die, they ultimately just become a corpse. Chen Mo's eyes were calm as he stared at the corpse of the yearling beast in front of him in silence for a while. The Nian beast that should have been killed by Shi Yuan in his previous life died under his own hands just like that. The only thing that hadn't changed was that the year beast had fallen to the juggernaut alien power both times, as if it was destiny. Looking around openly, Chen Mo took a long breath and murmured with twinkling eyes, "Then it's almost time to come."